the more expensive this treasure chest is sold, the more people buy it. Some even go bankrupt just to open it, simply because the higher the price of this treasure chest, the better the loot. And reselling this treasure chest is my profession. You got the crappiest white tier gear. I have the potential to obtain the highest tier colored divine artifact, because I also awakened the unique talent critical strike refund. The Lord of Qingyun City, Chu Quanren's face was filled with unease, nervously holding the intricately patterned mysterious treasure chest. I can't stand it anymore. Couldn't help but speak up, old dang. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and open it. What do you know? Chu Quanren gave me a stern, imposing glare. When I looked back at the treasure box in my hand, this majesty was thus no more. Once again feeling uneasy and nervous, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Fingers lightly tap in front of the chest. The treasure chest vanished into Chu Quanren's hands. Chu Quanren was taken aback. Stop messing around, kid, and look at me. I crossed my arms and sneered, stop messing around. I'm not selling this box after all. Professional treasure chest merchant Chu Ping'an. Special class level LV 30. Advanced conditions met, Constitution 40, Magic 130. Strength 40, Agility 40, Stamina 40. Remaining allocatable attribute points, 600, Talent critical hit refund. Today's treasure chest February 3rd. Currently unlocked treasure chest type, skill chest. Merchants can initially sell one treasure chest per day. As your level increases, you can sell more treasure chests. The current level allows selling 3 treasure chests daily. Currently unlocked treasure chest type skills. Opening the treasure chest grants a random skill. The basic price of the skill treasure box is 10,000 magic stones. This is my profession. A profession seen as unlucky in the eyes of outsiders. Looking solely at this piece of information, this profession is clearly not weak. Unfortunately, this only applies to outsiders. Even if you pull off a godly move with a divine draw, that's also outsiders benefiting from it. It has nothing to do with me, a mere merchant, just a mere tool-like person. But add to that, after awakening my talent, everything became different. Critical hits refund based on the treasure chest's selling price, after opening the treasure chest, will be calculated at different critical hit ratios. Return the corresponding reward to the host. Without a doubt, the emergence of this talent, it directly granted me infinite possibilities. After these days of testing, I also discovered the critical hit pattern of treasure chests. If sold at the most basic 10,000 unit model, will receive a 10x critical hit refund. The price of the treasure chest reaches 100,000 magic stones. Critical hits will skyrocket to 100-fold. 1 million magic stones is 1,000 times that amount. 10 million magic stones. 100 million magic stones were not attempted, so the exact multiple is unknown. However, if this pattern remains unchanged, then it would be 10,000 or even 100,000 times more, after a 100,000-fold enhancement. Even if it's just the most ordinary skill that's unlocked, it might even be directly elevated to a divine skill. Unfortunately, even if it's an old thing, I can't come up with 100 million magic stones either. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I ignored my dad who was glaring at me. Casually speaking, if you're too stingy to spend that little money, then don't buy it. One day, if I accidentally drop dead, just enough to leave me a little inheritance. Fine, I'll spend it all today. Not a single point for you, kid. Hearing this, the corners of my lips curled slightly. The treasure chest that just vanished from Dad's hands, it is also reappearing. Gazing at the treasure chest that appeared in his hands, Dad breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps they had made up their minds, or perhaps moved by what I just said. At this moment, the tension and unease from before had vanished from his face. Instead, he muttered mysteriously, "Box, oh box. This is a 10 million magic stone. All the savings I've accumulated over the past decade. So much has already been laid out in front, whether reasoning or following principles. It's about time you gave me something really tough this time. No desire for income. Give me a divine skill, even if it means I have to lead. Attaining divinity through enlightenment. I'm willing to." Dad took out the storage item preloaded with magic stones. Stick the treasure chest in front of you. A flash of light swept by. The father, long familiar with the rules, had a resolute look in his eyes. "Shout loudly and you'll make it explode." Accompanied by Dad's rough voice, the treasure chest before you was opened accordingly. The next moment, a golden light more dazzling than the sun itself, soaring into the sky. The golden light was like a creator of the world. Then, like ripples spreading across the water's surface. Looking around, golden ripples spread out in endless circles. The entire city lord's residence was not. It must be said that the entire Qingyun city, at this moment, all were enveloped by this incomparably radiant golden light. Until a few seconds later, the vision slowly faded away. One after another, ordinary people finally came to their senses. What was that just now? It's so beautiful. I'm not sure, but that direction seems to be towards the city lord's mansion. Could it be the city lord? Finally broke through. Possibly. Such a magnificent miracle capable of directly altering the celestial phenomena. It seems the only way is to break through to the 7th tier. Becoming a Grand Knight can explain it. Facing this dazzling golden light, Dad instinctively widened his eyes. Then, unable to contain themselves, they let out an excited exclamation. Damn, the past few days combined. The best performance only reached the purple light level. Even so, that time also proved to be quite rewarding for him. So what astonishing reward will this golden light bring this time? Just thinking about it like this, feeling a bit impatient. But the most exciting part is, it's got to be me. At the moment the golden light appeared, the corresponding prompt has already popped up. The customer unlocked the legendary passive skill Holy Light Sanctuary. A 10,000x critical hit has been triggered. Critical hit refund. You have obtained a divine level passive skill. Sacred Radiance Divine Miracle. It was actually the legendary miracle that only those with divine potential could possibly control. The legendary skill transformed into a divine skill under 10,000-fold amplification. I was so excited I could hardly contain myself. Sacred Radiance Blessing. You shall be the Lord's chosen one. Deity Tablet. These two characters can be entirely regarded as an abbreviation for the Lord of all gods. Is it really that exaggerated? A single divine skill propelled him to the status of a deity. Under the divine radiance and holy blessings, all your attributes receive a 100-fold enhancement. All damage you deal to the target is true damage. All your statuses automatically recover by 1% every second. You are immune to all abnormal status effects. The first death will result in a full-state resurrection on the spot. This effect will take effect again 12 hours after activation. Seeing this skill description, I can only say it's invincible. Just as I was immersed in the joy of receiving a divine miracle, but I felt a large hand resting on my shoulder. Snapped out of it. Dad's big face was right in front of me, wearing an incredibly radiant smile on the face. Truly my worthy son. This box is amazing. I disdainfully swatted away the other's large hand. Hee hee, I remember it was just an hour ago. Some people also complain about this damn thing. Do I have it? How come I don't remember? I ignored my dad who was playing dumb. Curious, show me this skill. The Legend of Holy Light's Protection. All damage you receive is reduced by 30%. The duration of all control skills is reduced by 20%. Recovers 0.1% HP every second. Two big words subconsciously popped into my silenced mind. How about this? Is it really intense? The smug smile on Dad's face cannot be concealed no matter what. Looking at the cheerful Lao Dang, Chu Pingyan really couldn't bring himself to discourage him, so he nodded and turned into an emotionless robot, repeating, go, go, go. No wonder it's a legendary skill, it's truly powerful. In reality, this skill was indeed quite impressive. For a knight, a 30% damage reduction directly doubles their original damage-taking ability. Plus, with a 20% reduction in control duration and 0.1% health regeneration, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the skill's power had been multiplied several times over. However, when compared to the divine skill Chu Pingyan had just obtained, it suddenly seemed insignificant. After speaking, Chu Pingyan asked curiously, Dad, with this skill, your 7th-tier advancement quest should be no problem, right? No problem. Chu Quangren made a gesture with his fingertips, then spoke proudly, once I reach the 7th rank, I'll head to the Abyss battlefield to make some serious money. And give those little pests a taste of knightly awe. Go for it. Chu Pingyan sincerely encouraged his old man. After all, every penny his old man earned would eventually be spent on him, becoming the nourishment for his strength. To put it simply, top-tier worker. He didn't need anyone to feed him motivational nonsense, he was already so self-aware. It was truly heartwarming. Speaking of which, you must have gotten your share of the benefits this time, right? Not bad, not bad. Chu Pingyan grinned and nodded. Treasure chest merchants receive certain benefits from those who open the chests, and Chu Pingyan naturally wouldn't hide this from his old man. However, he did slightly downplay the exact amount he received. Upon hearing this, Chu Quangren nodded satisfactorily and didn't intend to pry further. As long as he knew his young master was growing stronger, that was enough. After all, with his discerning eye, he could clearly see how dangerous this profession was for Chu Pingyan. If he were completely exposed to the public eye, even with his own strength, he might not be able to protect Pingyan. Chapter 3, Chu Quangren's Concerns. With the dawn of the era of universal career transitions, the world underwent earth-shattering changes. Competition between major nations in terms of economy, talent, technology, and more has shifted to a battle between genius professionals and top-tier combat power. At the same time, the lurking gaze of the abyss demons and the fangs of alien races also arrived alongside the era of universal job transitions. Amidst the encirclement of wolves, geniuses may either carve their way through obstacles to become pillars of the human race, or perish like a meteor that flashes across the sky, leaving only a brief brilliance before vanishing into the vast expanse of stars. Without exaggeration, over the centuries, the cumulative number of deceased geniuses could circle the blue star once. The treasure chest merchant profession may seem unremarkable at first glance, but once understood, no one can afford to ignore it. Take Chu Quangren, for example. A single legendary skill book has directly boosted his strength by several fold. This allowed him to gain the qualifications to challenge a 7th tier advancement quest at least several years earlier than he would have otherwise. It's a simple principle. Take currency as an example. Although it serves as the equivalent value for all goods and is the general representative of value. However, many things cannot be purchased simply with money. This is even more true for professionals. Powerful skills, bloodlines, precious equipment, rare materials. These things are so valuable that few would even consider trading them for money. In short, they can't be bought with money. The treasure chest merchant profession, however, provides a channel where you can buy powerful skills as long as you have the money. What's even more astonishing is that this isn't even a fair trade. Take, for example, the skill book Holy Light Protection obtained by Chu Quangren. Forget about millions of magic stones. Even if someone offered him 100 million magic stones, he wouldn't and couldn't sell it. Not only is the skill book itself worth hundreds of millions of magic stones, but there's an even more fundamental question: is there even a way to obtain this skill book in the first place? So, even without thinking about it, Chu Quangren knows that once the profession of treasure chest merchant is exposed, it will cause an enormous uproar. Even if one were to spend millions of magic stones and end up with a common skill, but as long as there is such an opportunity to become stronger by spending money, it's soft enough to drive any professional mad. The stronger the professional, the easier it becomes to acquire wealth. For these people, money has lost its meaning. It's like telling the world's richest person that they can buy more years of life with money. No need to think about it to know their reaction. Thinking of this, Chu Quangren couldn't help but sigh. It's been 4 days already. Why hasn't the old man shown up yet? Today's incident has made it impossible to keep this a secret anymore. After the initial joy of obtaining the legendary skill, he couldn't help but start worrying about the series of troubles that might arise next. Can't you make the delivery a little quieter? In contrast to the gloomy Chu Quangren, Chu Pingyan spoke casually. In my opinion, Dad, you're overthinking things. Others can't see the specific information inside the box. If someone else told you that this box could contain an epic skill, an ancient skill, or even a divine skill, what would your reaction be? Ha! Whereas the scammer. Grab him. Exactly. Chu Pingyan nodded satisfactorily. Even if I'm your father, when I told you back then, you were also half believing, half doubting, weren't you? Unless something truly valuable comes out of the box, outsiders won't be convinced. Chu Quangren nodded unconsciously, then realized, wait, did you just say I'm your father? Chu Pingyan innocently blinked his big eyes. If you're not my father, then who is? Chu Quangren glared at him but didn't bother to respond to this disobedient son. Just as he was about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Chu Quangren's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, come in. A warrior clad in silver armor entered from outside. Sir, the heads of the Chao, Li, and Lu families, along with the leaders of the 6 major professional guilds in Qingyun City, are waiting in the main hall. I understand. Tell them I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. After the soldier left, Chu Quangren turned to Chu Pingyan. You heard what was said earlier. Share your thoughts. Chu Pingyan spoke without hesitation. Tell them the truth. Even if it were our venerable master himself, he couldn't protect me forever. Rather than relying on others, it's better to make ourselves stronger. To become strong, others must buy boxes from me. I can buy one too. Come on, that one hit probably wiped out all your savings over the years. Where would you get the money to open the boxes? Chu Quangren cleared his throat. I still have a few 100,000 magic stones. Chu Pingyan replied sarcastically, you know the base price for opening boxes. You're not exactly clueless about the chances of getting anything good. Isn't that just pure waste? Ha! Chu Quangren glared, summoning the authority of a parent. Poof! This old face-saving fool is such a hassle. Those who know when to yield are wise. To avoid a loving fist, Chu Pingyan softened his tone and said, both in terms of reason and emotion, it's best to let our own people open the box. But our master hasn't arrived yet, and Dad, you don't have any magic stones either. If you want to get stronger, every day should be utilized to the fullest. If that is the case, we can only rely on outsiders to maximize our gains. You agree, right? Chu Quangren's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. That makes sense. Besides, with you stepping in, no matter what you say or how far you go, with your wisdom against those old foxes, it's not something they can handle easily, right? You little brat, don't think you can make me happy with sweet talk. Then why don't you lower that AK-47 like smirk first? Those old foxes are indeed cunning, but compared to me, they're still a notch below. Just wait here tomorrow and collect the money. Saying this, Chu Quangren also left the small courtyard. Can I really feel at ease? Watching Lao Deng's retreating figure, Chu Pingyan murmured to himself. Never mind. The old man is so old it's time for me to learn to let go. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on the matter further. Chu Pingyan understood the old man's concerns, but he didn't dwell on them too much. As long as he grew stronger quickly enough, surpassing everyone's expectations, he wouldn't need to care about those underhanded tactics. What should we do next? There's still time. Let's go complete the advancement quest today. I wonder what kind of changes will occur after I advance in my profession. After a moment's thought, Chu Pingyan made plans for the rest of the day and stepped out of the small courtyard. Shortly after he departed, several figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Number 1, Number 2, follow the young master. Do not exceed 100 meters. The rest of you maintain a 1-kilometer distance and keep watch in the surrounding area. The others nodded silently before blending back into the surroundings. Chapter 4, 5-star difficulty, Abyss Shadows. Pingyan. Just as he reached the entrance to the advanced god's temple, Chu Pingyan heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, looking mature beyond his years, accompanied by 4 others, 3 men and a woman. Old Lu? What are you doing here? The one who called out to Chu Pingyan was Lu Zihao, his only friend at school. As for the other 4, they looked familiar, likely also classmates from his class. After all, over the years, he had been just getting by at school and hadn't even bothered to remember the names of his classmates. The reason he was friends with Lu Zihao was because they had known each other since elementary school. In fact, if it weren't for the strict requirements of the Professional Academy's entrance exam, which mandated completing 12 years of compulsory education, he wouldn't have needed to go to school at all given his background. The knowledge in textbooks had already been mastered by the time he finished middle school. I've been staying outside the city for the past few days and just returned. I'm planning to head to the exchange up ahead to restock. Lu Zihao's smile was bright and cheerful. Where are you heading? To the advanced temple. Oh, I see. Lu Zihao nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said, since that's the case, we won't bother you anymore. See you later. Alright, I'll go in first. Chu Pingyan smiled in response, then took a step forward and quickly disappeared from sight. At that moment, one of the 4 who had remained silent finally couldn't help but speak up in a sarcastic tone. Humph, choosing such a worthless profession, your life is over. What's there to be proud of now? It's all because he has a good father. Lu Zihao looked at the 2 who had spoken, his face, which had been as bright as the sun, now filled with jealousy and the shame of being ignored. As for the other 2, though they remained silent, their expressions made their thoughts clear. Lu Zihao couldn't help but shake his head silently in his heart. Background is also a form of strength, isn't it? When we just finished our class change, we had to risk our lives to go out and level up, while AVE already reached level 30 and qualified for advancement. Even if the treasure chest merchant had no combat power, as the son of the peaceful city lord, he could have easily completed the advancement quest with his equipment alone. The influence of his family had made his mindset more mature than that of his peers, so he could view such unfair phenomena from a more objective perspective. Chu City Lord's strength and status were all earned through relentless battles against foreign tribes and the Abyss. If that's the case, why shouldn't his offspring be entitled to better treatment? Though these few have all switched to hidden professions, such a mindset is not worth associating with. If they can hold a grudge over such a minor matter, how will they react when faced with significant benefits in future dungeon runs? After this collaboration, I'll go find other teammates. Those with connections just need to focus on leveling up, but ordinary people have to consider many more factors. Speaking of which, old Lu is a Earth Knight, right? Knights are a major subclass of the warrior class. Earth symbolizes virtue and the ability to bear burdens. Even if this profession doesn't fully develop, its defensive capabilities are already terrifying. It does seem suited for old Lu. As a frontline class, the Knight class is one of the easiest to find teammates for. And let's not even mention the Earth Knights, who are even more powerful than ordinary knights. For ordinary people, having good teammates means higher efficiency and faster growth. Thinking about all this, Chu Pingyan arrived at the front desk of the advanced temple. At that moment, a black-haired girl in a uniform was yawning lazily, her face clearly bored. Hello, I'm here to claim my first-tier advancement quest. Hearing the voice, the girl snapped out of her daze. Upon seeing Chu Pingyan, her eyes lit up and she perked up, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Confirming the look in his eyes, she was definitely a beauty enthusiast. Please fill out this form, and I'll take you to the advancement hall afterward. Filling out the form was mainly for registering basic information and keeping a record of the personnel list for statistical purposes. It was similar to the annual census conducted every year. As the son of the city lord, Chu Pingyan was well versed in these rules. He picked up the pen, and his elegant handwriting flowed onto the paper. He handed the form back to the other person. Thank you for your help. The young woman took it and glanced over it. Wow. You're so handsome, and your handwriting is so beautiful. Wait. He just completed his career change a few days ago. So he's still a second-generation heir. How lucky. I never thought I'd get to meet such a treasure of a guy. The black-haired girl in uniform felt a flush rise to her cheeks and instinctively clenched her legs. Her gaze toward Chu Pingyan was almost enough to make her eyes sparkle. Please follow me. Are you here to visit relatives? Watching the black-haired girl in front of him swaying back and forth, hesitating for ages without taking a few steps, Chu Pingyan finally couldn't help but speak up. This is the place. You can go in on your own. Thank you. Ignoring the girl whose gaze had grown resentful for some reason, Chu Pingyan pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The advanced hall seemed to be maintained by some unknown entity. According to records, it had mysteriously appeared in various districts alongside the emergence of professionals. In reality, the advanced halls currently visible were all expanded from existing facilities. The facilities directly related to advancement were only a small, compact section. As Chu Pingyan entered the door, it closed automatically behind him. Before him was complete darkness, which soon gave way to swirling magical elements, eventually forming a soft, glowing white sphere. As he looked at the sphere, information about advancement appeared in Chu Pingyan's mind. Advanced tasks must be completed solo, with difficulty rated from 1 to 5 stars. However, difficulty does not affect the final advancement outcome. Completion is the most important factor. In other words, the task you receive is entirely a matter of luck. If you have bad luck, even a first-tier task could be assigned a 5-star difficulty, leading to failure of the advancement task. On the other hand, with good luck, even on the 7th or 8th attempt, you might get a 1-star difficulty task and easily complete the advancement. Each person has 5 chances to fail in their lifetime. Once all 5 attempts have failed, you will no longer be able to advance. Therefore, each advancement task is of utmost importance, and it is best to ensure there are no mistakes. However, Chu Pingyan glanced at his current attributes, a confident smile appearing on his face, before placing his hand on the white sphere in front of him. Current profession, treasure chest merchant. Current level of the adventurer is LV 30. Eligible for advancement. Advanced quest will be issued. As detailed information appeared before his eyes, Chu Pingyan's gaze also grew slightly intense at that moment. For the text before him was a vivid crimson, exuding an ominous aura even at a glance. 5-star difficulty, Abyss Shadow. Chapter 5, Epic Equipment, Earth Guardian Set. This is really a stroke of luck. Looking at the text before him, Chu Pingyan scratched his head in frustration. 5-star difficulty. If it were just that, he wouldn't be so troubled. Unfortunately, he had just come across this quest a few days ago in the old man's collection of books, leaving a deep impression on him. Even among the many 5-star difficulty tasks in the first transformation, this was one of the most challenging advancement tasks. The most challenging part was that he had to defeat Abyssal Demon. First tier advanced quest, Abyssal Shadow. Introduction. The demons of the abyss are lurking in the shadows, their insatiable ambition burning like wildfire in their chests. Countless tragedies and disasters have been linked to their presence. Please defeat the Abyssal Demon. Hint, the more Abyssal Demons you defeat, the stronger they become, and the higher your completion rating will be in the class advancement quest. This rating will affect your class advancement outcome. Time limit, 12 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in automatic mission failure. Chu Pingyan withdrew his gaze from the detailed description. The requirements seem simple: just kill the Abyss Demons to complete the task. Even if only one demon is killed, it still meets the task requirements. In reality, Abyssal Demons, as the name suggests, all demons dwell in the endless abyss. To kill a deep abyss demon, one must venture into the endless abyss. However, there is no way to reach the endless abyss from Blue Star. This is the real crux of the matter. In fact, even if such a passageway existed, I couldn't go there. The environment of the abyss is extremely harsh. For practitioners below the 3rd tier, even with their own resistance, they would perish within a minute under the countless abnormal conditions. God Holy Radiance immune to all abnormal conditions? Then there's no problem. However, even the weakest demon is at least 50th level. Monsters above level 50 are on par with 2nd tier adventurers. Sending a professional who hasn't even reached the 1st tier to face monsters above the 2nd tier. Chu Pingyan suspected that if the highest difficulty wasn't capped at 5 stars, this mission might as well be 6 or 7 stars. Even if you have the strength to kill a Deep Dweller's demon, you still have to find them. Just one of these points alone would be enough to deter 99% of people, but when both are combined, anyone else in this situation would probably be screaming to the heavens, sighing in defeat, and accepting their misfortune before re-accepting the mission after failure. But not Chu Pingyan. The method to summon the Abyss Demon, the old man just happens to have it. As for whether we have a chance of defeating the demons. Thinking this, Chu Pingyan instinctively glanced at his current personal attribute panel. Professional, Chu Pingyan. Class, Treasure Chest Merchant. Special type. Level, LV 30. Eligible for advancement. Constitution, 44,000. Magic, 13,000. Strength, 44,000. Agility, 44,000. Stamina, 44,000. Remaining assignable attribute points, 600. After distributing the remaining 600 points, under the skill enhancement of God Holy Glow, they can be converted into an equivalent boost of 60,000 attribute points. These attributes have clearly surpassed those of a 2nd tier professional. Even when compared to 3rd tier professionals, it holds its own. It's still not entirely safe. Chu Pingyan shook his head. In theory, the Abyss Demons summoned through that method shouldn't exceed the strength of a 2nd tier practitioner. But theory is prone to occasional flaws. Thinking this, Chu Ping'an, who had already exited the advancement sanctuary, turned and entered an alleyway nearby. He pulled out a flute and struck it 3 times in a rhythm of 3 long and 2 short beats. As the third strike ended, a dark figure appeared before him. Young master. The shadow bowed and spoke respectfully. Shadow 3. Young master, I am Shadow 1. Chu Ping'an cleared his throat. That doesn't matter. Return to the mansion and retrieve a set of 30th level epic gear from the inventory on my behalf. I need it for my advancement quest. Equipment tiers, from lowest to highest, are black iron, silver, gold, jade, diamond, epic, legendary, ancient, and divine. The higher the tier, the better the attributes, and the more expensive it is. Of course. The value of equipment also depends on its level, aside from its tier. If we were to replace it with equipment of the second tier or higher, even with Chu Ping'an's resources, it would be difficult to obtain a full set of epic equipment. Yes. Yingyi's voice had clearly just sounded, but his figure had already vanished from the spot. A few minutes later. Young master, here's what you requested. Thank you for your trouble. Yingyi nodded slightly before his figure faded away from the spot. Chu Ping'an's gaze fell on the equipment that had just been traded to him. There were 9 items in total, corresponding to a helmet, armor, belt, shoes, necklace, earrings, ring, bracelet, and accessories. When combined with a weapon, these covered all the equipment slots available to a professional. Earth Guardian Armor Epic plus 15. Category, Clothing. Level Requirement, 30. Effect, Constitution plus 500,500, Stamina plus 500,500. Note, the values in parentheses represent equipment enhancement bonuses. Durability, 500. Additional effect, Earth Guardian Passive, reduces all damage taken by 10%. Additional effect, Earth Power Passive, increases Constitution by 10%. Additional effect, Earth Armor Active, upon activation, grants a shield equal to 10 times your current stamina for 30 seconds. Additional effect, Earth's Child Set, increases stamina by 5%, 10%, 30%, 3-piece, 5-piece, 9-piece set. Additional effect, Earth Sprays Set, when health drops to 5% for the first time, instantly restore 20%, 40%, 70% of maximum health 3-piece, 5-piece, 9-piece set. Not bad. Looking at the equipment's attributes, Chu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Without a divine skill, the boost from this single piece of equipment alone surpassed his total attributes. As for the remaining 8 pieces of equipment, they are naturally also from the Earth Guardian series. Earth Guardian Helmet plus 15. Earth Guardian Belt plus 15. Earth Guardian Boots plus 15. Speaking of which, if we were to sell this set, we should be able to get a few million magic stones, right? Plus the other good stuff in stock. Poof. At this thought, Chu Ping'an's eyes began to sparkle. However, he quickly dismissed the impractical idea. These items are the foundation of a faction's power. Their value can't be measured in money. The value of a legendary skill book is indeed astonishing, but even if the old man learned it and advanced to the 7th rank through quests, there would still be many stronger individuals in the world. Not to mention that the main draw of the loot boxes was the element of chance. Even if one spent millions of magic stones, it wouldn't guarantee getting a legendary skill in the next box, let alone one that the old man could actually use. Unless you're a gambler, no one would risk a faction's foundation on a mere possibility. I wonder if there will ever be equipment treasure chests. Thinking about all this, Chu Ping'an casually equipped each piece of gear. Looking at his current luxurious stats, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With my current stats, I'll finally feel safe going on missions. Chapter 6, Exaggerated Attributes, Chu Qianren's Performance. Professional, Chu Ping'an. Occupation, Treasure Chest Merchant Special Category. Level, LV30 meets advancement requirements. Constitution, 4,524,816,000 base attribute plus 508,800 equipment bonus. Magic, 13,215,625,000 plus 190,600. Strength, 4,396,816,000 plus 380,800. Agility, 4,224,416,000 plus 208,400. Stamina, 4,478,516,000 plus 462,500. Remaining assignable attribute points, 0. Divine Holy Radiance provides a 100-fold boost, which naturally includes attributes obtained through equipment. Considering this, Chu Ping'an decided to distribute the attribute points gained from leveling up evenly. Most people, due to the scarcity of attribute points, naturally have to be cautious and focus on one or two aspects. However, since he already possesses skills enhanced by 100-fold, he naturally chose to develop all 5 attributes simultaneously, ensuring no weaknesses. Speaking of which, what tier of professional does 500,000 base attributes correspond to? What level of strength does that represent? Chu Ping'an began to ponder, then gave up thinking. Even for a top student, this knowledge was clearly beyond his reach. However, regardless, with my current attributes, as long as I don't make any foolish mistakes, completing this task should be no problem. Approaching every task with the best possible mindset is both cautious and the professional attitude one should have. Having resources means using them wisely. With such an impressive background, choosing to start on the same level as ordinary people just to prove oneself, either you're not thinking straight or you're not thinking straight. Life is short, and even with divine skills, you're not invincible. You must push yourself to your limits. Next, we need to find a dungeon and lure the Abyss Demon over. According to his understanding, the space in the dungeon is much more fragile compared to Blue Star. This could be used to open a portal and bring some weaker Abyss Demons over. As for the dungeon, the Eastern City Dungeon Hall is the most suitable and convenient option. I wonder how long it will take me to get there with my current attributes. Curious to test his current speed, Chu Pingyan stepped forward. In an instant, he had crossed hundreds of meters. Oof. Is this the true value of 220,000 agility attributes? Even with just a slight effort, it was hundreds of meters. If he were to unleash his full power, a distance of several kilometers might only take a second. Of course, this assumes ignoring all obstacles along the way and moving in a straight line. Even so, it's still utterly terrifying. Because he was only at level 30 at that moment. At this very moment, Chu Pingyan gained a more accurate understanding of what a divine technique truly was. Hidden in the shadows, Ini and Inair watched the scene in silence, their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with shock. Ingi, the speed the young master just displayed. Are you sure he's only level 30? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Then let me rephrase the question. Are you certain that the equipment you provided to the young master was merely a level 30 epic set? Not a prehistoric set of level 100 or higher? I'm not entirely sure. Before the two could speak further, a cold voice rang out beside them. Inair, what are you doing? No nonsense, hurry up and follow. Yes, sir. The two responded and their figures gradually faded away, disappearing from where they stood. There was also a group of people who were unaware of Chu Pingyan's personal attributes. If they had known, they would have probably questioned their existence on the spot and added a remark. Who's protecting whom with these stats? At the same time, the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Chu Quangren, who had deliberately waited a moment before emerging from the inner chambers, laughed heartily and said, My apologies. I was busy with official duties and neglected to attend to you all. Lord Chu is too kind. It was we who suddenly dropped by and bothered you. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed. We hope Lord Chu will not hold it against us. Chu Quangren walked to the head of the table and sat down, getting straight to the point. The time of the association heads and clan leaders is precious, so I won't beat around the bush. May I ask what brings you here so suddenly? Exchanging glances, Lu Qingyuan, with his red hair, spoke first. We do indeed have a matter we hope Lord Chu can help us clarify. Earlier, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky from the city. According to the information we received, that golden light originated from the city lord's mansion. Do you happen to know anything about this? As he finished speaking, Lu Qingyuan fixed his gaze intently on Chu Quangren, observing his reaction. The others did the same. Is that true? Chu Quangren's face briefly showed a look of confusion before turning into an expression of apology. I'm sorry. I was just in the inner chambers handling official business and didn't see any golden light. That old fox. The others muttered under their breath, but Chao Kai smiled and said, Speaking of which, the college entrance exams are just a few days away. Chu's city lord is kind-hearted. To support the students of Qingyun City, he has opened the doors wide, implemented various preferential policies, and provided subsidies in all aspects. As a member of Qingyun City, the Chao family is willing to contribute 5 million in funds and various basic supplies to help our city's students achieve greater heights. Excellent. I speak on behalf of all the students of Qingyun City to express our gratitude to the Chao family. Chu Quangren smiled, his gaze toward Chao Kai softening considerably. Damn it, how did that guy beat me to it? Even this stingy old miser has a day when he can part with his wealth? The others cursed inwardly but dared not hesitate, quickly following suit. The Lu family is also willing to contribute 5 million as a benefit for the students. The Li family as well. My warrior guild. Chu Quangren stood up, bowed to the crowd, and said earnestly, Chu is here to thank the 3 clan leaders and the 6 guild masters on behalf of all the students for the resources they have provided. The group quickly stood up and returned the gesture. Master Chu, you're too kind. This is our duty. Qingyun City is a land of outstanding talents and natural beauty. We cannot let our scholars fall behind those of the main cities due to a lack of resources. Chu Quangren gestured for everyone to sit back down before continuing. However, it's all funds, and converting them into resources would be difficult to achieve in the short term. Please make the effort to convert it into the corresponding magic stones, equipment, and other resources. Lord Chu, there is no need to be so formal. It's only right. You really think of everything, Mr. Chu. After a round of flattery, Chu Quangren finally returned to the topic. Speaking of which, where were we? Golden light, right? Once everyone responded, Chu Quangren smiled and said, Speaking of which, I actually do know some information. You're joking. This old man really doesn't care about his reputation at all. Everyone looked down on him in their hearts, but on the surface, they maintained a respectful expression, their eyes filled with anticipation. Actually, that golden light originated from an artifact. A prop? Everyone was puzzled. Having achieved his goal, Chu Quanren could no longer contain his desire to share and directly displayed the skill book. He smiled and said, "You'll all see for yourselves." Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, with only the sound of people gasping for breath echoing through the room. Chapter 7, Old Chu Makes Money. Seeing the shocked and envious expressions on everyone's faces, there was only one word. Awesome. After over 10 seconds of silence, Chao Kai finally broke the quiet. Who would have thought that such a divine miracle was orchestrated by Lord Chu? Having such a great leader like you is truly a blessing for us all. Congratulations, sir, on obtaining this divine technique. Everyone snapped back to reality, glancing at Chao Kai with a mix of admiration and resentment. How did we never notice that this stingy old man had the potential to switch careers and become a sycophant? Despite their words, they did not hesitate and began to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Lord! With this skill, you'll be like a tiger with wings, easily passing the 7th tier trial. 7th rank? With these years of experience, I'm sure you can break through even without this divine level skill. With this assistance, I'm confident you'll reach the 8th rank, and even the 9th rank is within reach. 9th tier. Everyone was startled by the mention of the 9th rank. If 6th tier is considered to be among the upper middle tier of the entire Great Xia Empire, then those who have reached 9th tier are the absolute elite of the Empire's combat power. If a single epic skill could potentially elevate someone to such heights, it does seem exaggerated. However, given the strength of this skill, combined with the master's own potential, it is indeed possible to reach the 9th rank in one's lifetime. Zhang, one of the Warriors Guild, agreed. Others who had been about to speak also nodded in agreement, recalling Chu Quanren's background. Though every one of them present possessed 6th rank strength, there were still gaps between 6th rank individuals. Chu Quanren was the absolute pinnacle among them. He alone was enough to take on all of them. After all, he is the disciple of that person. Compared to his own strength, Chu Quanren's background was what truly intimidated them. That's why, when he hinted that he needed favors, they readily opened the door for him. They were all seasoned veterans, yet they spoke of such trivial matters. Facing everyone's flattery, Chu Quanren waved his hand. Let's talk about breaking through to the 9th rank later. For me, the only goal at the moment is to break through to the 7th rank. With that, Chu Quanren did not continue the topic and instead said, I'm sure you're all curious about how I obtained this skill book. Curious? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered, followed by an intense desire burning in their eyes. In fact, the moment they saw the skill book, they had already abandoned their previous thoughts. Upon self-reflection, such a closely guarded secret was something they would never share with an outsider. They couldn't fight it, and they couldn't outdo it in terms of background. So naturally, they would go where the wind blew. But judging by Chu Quanren's current tone, does the master mean that he is willing to share with us? Chu Quanren smiled without speaking, merely giving Chao Kai a meaningful glance. Chao Kai immediately understood, his face betraying a hint of pain, but he gritted his teeth and spoke. If the information provided by Chu is indeed useful, Cao is willing to contribute another 5 million magic stones as a token of gratitude. The head of the Chao family's intention is also the intention of the Li family. Lu also agrees. Hearing this, even Chu Quanren, who had orchestrated the current situation, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These wealthy families are truly wealthy. Including the previous donations, the total from a single family alone would amount to 10 million magic stones. He had been operating here for over a decade, and the magic stones he had accumulated were no more than that. Yet the others didn't even bat an eyelid as they handed it over. In comparison, he, as the city lord, suddenly felt poor. However, the Chao, Li, and Lu families have been prominent clans in Qingyun City for over a century, so their financial resources are naturally substantial. Additionally, as the ruler of the city, given Chu Quanren's personality, he would personally fund subsidies for the students every year, as well as expenses for cultivating his own faction, and he had never sold any of the precious items in his possession. Under such circumstances, being able to accumulate millions of magic stones was already astonishing. I was too concerned about saving face before. With just a few words, he extracted 15 million magic stones from these people, offsetting over a decade of his own efforts. Such an easy path to wealth is no wonder so many people get lost in it. It's like getting used to making quick money. It's hard to settle down and work hard again. However, Chu Quanren was favored by that person and taken as a disciple, so his mental fortitude is far beyond that of ordinary people. He snapped out of it in an instant. The reason they're willing to pay such a price is that they desperately want to know this secret. That's one reason. The second is to cultivate a good relationship with me. Has there ever been a situation in the past decade where the Chao, Li, and Lu families voluntarily sent money like this? Yes. And quite frequently. But he has never accepted any. Not even once. Because he clearly knew what their motives were. They were using him as a medium to establish a connection with the teacher. Although the teacher didn't care about him doing such things, he refused to cause trouble for that respected old man because of himself. Therefore, he would never accept it. This time is different. This money was primarily intended to purchase information from him, a straightforward transaction. Secondly, it is an investment in him personally. Thus, there was no issue. After all, he is not a stubborn person. Having more friends means more opportunities. These centuries-old noble families all have some influence behind them, and given that he desperately needs magic stones right now, there is no reason for him to refuse. As for the leaders of the other 6 major guilds, upon hearing the 3 men's offer, they exchanged glances and then wore bitter smiles. Lord Chu, we cannot match their offer, we cannot afford that many magic stones. It seems this information is not meant for us. The situation was different now. The former was acting on behalf of the guild, so it was the guild that would cover the costs. Moreover, since there are precedents in various cities every year, they are not averse to doing this as a favor. Now, the private intelligence benefits them personally, so naturally they have to pay for it out of their own pockets. 5 million magic stones is no small sum, and even if they can afford it, they must weigh the pros and cons. This is clearly the result of their deliberations. Goodbye. Chu Kuangren didn't bother to stop him. After politely seeing the 6 off, he turned his attention back to the remaining 3 and smiled. Trust me, you won't regret today's decision. Chao Kai's eyes flickered. May I ask why the Honorable One says that? If I were to say that you also have a certain chance to obtain a similar legendary skill? Instantly, the 3 of them held their breath, then began to breathe rapidly, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Chao Kai's voice trembled as he asked, Lord City Master, are you serious? In this era, strength was everything. It was precisely because they had a certain status that they understood the weight of those words. If they were already 9th-rank powerhouses themselves, why would they lower themselves to such a humble posture before this junior, Chu Kuangren? Insufficient strength forces one to seek solutions from other avenues. Of course. Chu Kuangren didn't beat around the bush and said directly, at your level, you shouldn't have the qualifications to meet that great person. However, you are fortunate. The great one happens to be available recently. But if you wish to seize this opportunity, tomorrow will be your only remaining chance. What should we do? Please guide us, Chu. It's simple. All you need to do is. Chapter 8, A Little Sense of Security. Leave the city lord's mansion. The expressions on the faces of the 3 clan leaders, Chao, Li, and Lu, remained calm, though the thoughts churning within them were known only to themselves. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the 3 exchanged smiles and parted ways. Chao Mansion. Chao Shuxian, who had been lingering at the door, saw Chao Kai approaching and immediately brightened up, bowing respectfully and saying, Father, you're back. Chao Kai nodded, well aware of the reason for his son's wait. Let's discuss this inside. Yes. They entered the main hall of the house. Chao Kai still didn't explain anything but called for the housekeeper. Wang, the steward. Take this card to the city lord's steward and tell him it's what the Chao family promised earlier. He understand. Yes, sir. Wang the steward nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Chao Kai finally turned his gaze back to his eldest son, a flash of approval crossing his eyes before he smiled and spoke, ask away. Chao Shuxian, who had been unable to contain his excitement, immediately asked, Father, what was that just now? An opportunity. An opportunity that will allow the Chao family to continue for another 100 years, or even become even stronger. As he spoke, Chao Kai did not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened at the city lord's mansion earlier. Chao Shuxian's expression changed constantly as Chao Kai spoke shock, disbelief, joy, but in the end, it turned into a look of confusion. Father, is there something wrong with this? If such astonishing methods truly exist, given the city lord's background, why didn't he use them before? Though he didn't finish his sentence, Chao Kai already understood his meaning. You're right. To remain calm in the face of such an opportunity, even without it, I can rest assured that the future is in your hands. With your health, you'll still be in good shape even decades from now. Chao Shuxian shook his head, besides, you know I have no interest in this. What a noble ambition. You truly are my son, Chao Kai. Chao Kai nodded in satisfaction and then said, whether there are issues or not doesn't matter. If it's true, everyone will be happy. As for any issues, as long as the man surnamed Chu is willing to take him, I am willing to give him away. Chao Shuxian paused, then looked enlightened, Father is wise. Go get to work. Wait until tomorrow, I'll take you out to see the world. The same scene unfolded simultaneously at the other 2 households. The city lord's mansion. Earning 15 million in such a short time. That's like getting another chance. If we save up a bit more, 2 times ISNT out of the question. I'm really a genius. Chu Kuangren grinned widely, his face lit up with a smile. Although the recent conversation had yielded a total of 60 million magic stones, 45 million of them would need to be spent on the newcomers who had just completed their class change and become professionals. Additionally, once the college entrance exams were over, he planned to reward students with outstanding grades. He wouldn't dare touch this money, and he couldn't even think of doing so. Even if such a large sum were to remain unused, it would be saved for next year. After all, it was precisely this top-down passing down of knowledge that kept the spark of hope alive and burning brightly. I wonder what the old master is doing now and when he will arrive. With such a dangerous profession, without the old man watching over him, I just can't help but feel uneasy. Thinking this, Chu Quangren sighed and then asked, "Old Wei, what is that kid doing now?" Though he was alone in the hall, a deep voice echoed shortly after his words. After visiting the advanced temple, he's now at the dungeon hall in the eastern part of the city. The advancement hall? Chu Quangren nodded. That makes sense. He's already been brought up to level 30 by you guys, so it's time for him to advance. So the task you assigned was to clear a dungeon solo? It's roughly a 2-3-star difficulty level. However, Chu Quangren wasn't worried. Although he hadn't delved too deeply into the special profession of treasure chest merchant, the attitude the kid had displayed made it clear that this profession wasn't without combat capabilities. Besides, given that kid's personality, he wouldn't let himself get taken advantage of. Almost as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he heard the deep voice speak again. "Oh, right." During this time, Little Chu also sent E to the treasure vault to retrieve the Earth Guardian set. By the end, the voice carried a hint of amusement. Chu Quangren's eyebrow twitched and he sighed helplessly. That kid. A 1-3-star difficulty task and he had to use an epic set? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was going to kill Kuan with a 50-meter long sword. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. One must be cautious in any situation. Little Chu has a good temperament. After a pause, the voice continued, "Don't be too hard on him." Hearing this, Chu Quangren couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on. If anyone else had said that, he could understand. But you, who once tried to prove yourself by going into hell difficulty without any gear, just wielding a plain dagger, how dare you say that? That said, Chu Quangren didn't say much else, only sighing helplessly. Just spoil him. This kid has a personality that even I can't look down on. He has just been spoiled by you all. Aren't you the same? Chu Quangren paused for a moment before continuing nonchalantly. By the way, have those guys been notified? By the latest, everyone will be here by the day after tomorrow. That'll work. As he finished speaking, the room fell silent. I wonder if this profession will change after advancing. Like, getting a few more boxes each day? Without giving it much thought, Chu Quangren began handling official business. As for the failed advancement? A fully upgraded epic set is more than enough to handle not just solo dungeons, but even those insanely difficult 5-star missions. Unless those special 5-star difficulty missions. Like defeating the Abyss Demon, for example. But if it were that kind of advanced mission, that brat should have already come back to find him. So Chu Quangren didn't even consider the possibility of failing an advanced mission. East of the city, the dungeon hall. Though called a hall, it was actually a square enclosed by green stone walls. Similar to the advanced divine hall, it had randomly appeared in various cities back then. Its operational mechanism remains unclear, but each activation requires a certain amount of magic stones. Therefore, it is strictly controlled by the authorities, and professionals must pay a fee each time they wish to enter the dungeon. However, the dungeon offers abundant experience points, and there are always decent drops each time. Even if you just tackle a difficult level instance, it's still worth it. Here, worth it refers to the entire party, including the experience gains. If you only consider the value of solo drops, it's definitely a loss. However, if you have the strength to clear the hell difficulty, you can ensure a steady profit. Dungeon difficulty is divided into 4 tiers: normal, hard, hell, and nightmare. There is a huge gap between each difficulty level. To put it simply, how difficult is the nightmare difficulty? It's on par with the 5-star advanced difficulty. And that's with a fully equipped team. However, the first tier advanced quests will not include solo hell or nightmare difficulty dungeon tasks. Normal and hard difficulties correspond to 1-star and 3-star missions. No wonder Chu Quangren is so confident. Thinking about all this, Chu Pingyan had already stepped into the dungeon hall. Chapter 9, Hell Dungeon, Goblin Forest. Howling Cave 5 is equal to 1, bring 20+ level mages who have learned area of effect spells. Frost Wind, send a priest with high resistance. Goblin Forest, front line. Level 20 or above front line players first. Minimum level must not be below 17. Upon entering the dungeon hall, one could hear the constant shouts. If the space were slightly smaller, it might turn into a crowded scene. At difficulty levels above hard, even with adequate gear, sufficient coordination and teamwork are still required. A hastily assembled random party clearly doesn't meet the requirements. Normal difficulty is only slightly more efficient for gaining experience compared to outside the city. Unless you're a wealthy player who doesn't mind losing money, no one would bother with this unprofitable endeavor. Therefore, the teams that gather here assume the difficulty is set to hard by default. Though it was his first time here, with that old man at home, Chu Pingyan was naturally familiar with this information. He merely glanced around with a touch of curiosity before stepping inside. There was no one rushing up to ask if he wanted to join a team. With so many people in the hall, if the requirements match, a few shouts would naturally attract those interested in learning more. It's just a difficult difficulty level, why go out of your way to recruit people? There was no need for that. He lined up at the counter where the keys were sold. The entire Blue Star is shrouded by a divine level magical array, which is why outsiders find it difficult to infiltrate. Even the powerful abyss struggles to establish a passage. The dungeon space is different. Although the dungeon space is located on Blue Star, it is a branch derived from the main trunk. The array only encompasses the main trunk, so it can be used to open a passage. Dungeons are like secret realms attached to the main world. However, the number of dungeons is as countless as stars in the sky. Without precise coordinates, it is impossible to invade Blue Star through this method. Of course, there have been instances in history where, by sheer coincidence, an alien race discovered a dungeon attached to the Blue Star world and used it to bring disaster. However, such cases are extremely rare, possibly occurring only once every 100 years. Different difficulty levels also result in varying degrees of stability in the dungeon space. If the goal is merely to complete an advancement task without considering completion rate, the standard difficulty is naturally the best choice. Using such a hypothetical passage, even a few minor enemies would cause it to collapse immediately. However, the higher the completion rate of the advanced mission, the greater the benefits gained after advancement. Simply advancing is clearly insufficient for him. However, the nightmare difficulty channel is too stable. With a bit of bad luck, a major demon might appear. Major demons correspond to human level 7th or 8th tier powerhouses. Among them, those with powerful bloodlines can even match 8th tier opponents at the 7th tier. Compared to the strongest warriors in the world, Old Deng is still too weak. Perhaps he's quite strong within Qingyun City, but on the battlefield described by the other party, even a 6th tier powerhouse would merely be a high tier cannon fodder, and with a bit of bad luck, they'd be finished. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan shook his head and decisively ruled out the nightmare difficulty. Even with hundreds of thousands of attributes now, such beings were clearly beyond his ability to contend with. Though the probability was less than 1%, there was no point in taking the risk. He was only pursuing high completion, seeking more benefits, not courting death. However, to pursue high completion, the number of demons killed can't be too few, so the most suitable difficulty is hell. Even if a powerful demon discovers the passage, it won't be able to get through. As he thought about this, it was Chu Pingyan's turn. The key to Goblin Forest. The front desk attendant smiled brightly, handing over a glowing green orb, her voice gentle, "Please keep it safe." "Thank you." Chu Pingyan nodded at her and turned to leave. The adventurer behind Chu Pingyan was completely confused. What's going on? Is the dungeon raid free today? With that thought in mind, the guy followed Chu Pingyan's lead and asked, "The key to Goblin Forest, please." The front desk attendant smiled professionally, 200 magic stones, thank you. This guy suddenly questioned the meaning of life. The little incident behind him went unnoticed by Chu Pingyan. At that moment, he had already arrived at the entrance to the Goblin Forest dungeon. The pale blue cracks resembled delicate glass, shimmering with a faint glow, exuding a broken yet beautiful charm. There were two other teams ahead of Chu Pingyan. After they entered, he took out the key he had just obtained and handed it over. Goblin Forest key, the pass to enter the Goblin Forest dungeon. The crack rippled outward like ripples on water, spreading faint ripples in all directions. Chu Pingyan stepped into the fissure. Dungeon, Goblin Forest. Number of challengers, 1. Dungeon difficulty confirmed, hell. Simple information flashed before Chu Pingyan's eyes, and his figure faded from the dungeon hall, disappearing without a trace. Soon, the originally pale blue cracks began to be stained with a hint of blood red. Soon, it turned into a pale red hue. The team behind Chu Pingyan, who were preparing to enter the Goblin Forest, froze for a moment before revealing expressions of disbelief. This color. Did someone activate hell difficulty? I remember the young man who went in before. Was he alone? Whoa! Could this be the legendary player who can solo hell difficulty? Holy crap! A badass is right beside me. But when did Qingyun City produce such a master? Or is this actually someone from another city? People from other cities are coming here just to clear a hell dungeon that's not even first tier? What's the point? I guess so. Looks like they're one of us. But I feel like that young guy earlier looked familiar. Me too. The group chatted and laughed as they followed into the dungeon. Soloing hell difficulty is indeed impressive, but what does that have to do with these small-time players? Seeing them was just something to marvel at for a moment. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, two figures appeared silently. Despite the crowd around them, not a single person noticed their presence. It wasn't so much that they were ignored as it was that their presence wasn't even sensed. Ing'er asked in confusion, "Why did the young master enter the hell difficulty dungeon?" "I don't know." Ing'e shook his head, then remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "The master told us not to worry about it." Ing'er nodded and took a step forward, blending back into the darkness. Ing'e followed closely behind. After all, the opponent was wearing the Earth Guardian set. Soloing hell difficulty was as easy as playing a game. There was no need for concern. Of course. If it were nightmare difficulty, things would probably be quite different now. Is this the world inside the dungeon? All around was a sea of emerald green trees, flowers, grass, and gentle breezes. Everything is so real, as if it were a real world. No wonder it can serve as an independent spatial node. There was no need for excessive emotion. Though there are no clear directions in the dungeon, as long as one observes carefully, the correct path can be found. After carefully identifying the surroundings, Chu Ping'an took a step forward and left the spot. Chapter 10, The Azure Clouds Tremble, the Abyss Descends. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the forest, the sharp cries of monsters shattered the usual tranquility. One after another, green-skinned, ugly goblins appeared, some wielding sharp curved swords, others holding ancient wooden staffs carved with mystical power, and still others brandishing bows and crossbows, charging toward the humans in the distance. However, as they approached within 10 meters of their targets, they were halted by a transparent light shield and silently dissolved. The human then raised his right hand, casually swiping his greatsword to unleash a streak of blue sword energy. Instantly, exaggerated golden numbers erupted from the bodies of the ugly goblins. Everything around them is destroyed as easily as if hit by a tornado. As everything settled, the entire world fell silent once more. Chu Ping'an calmly withdrew his gaze. Next up is the final boss of the dungeon, the Goblin King. Though it had only been less than 20 minutes since they entered the dungeon, other teams wouldn't have even reached a third of their progress in that time. But Chu Ping'an's situation was far from ordinary. With his current attributes, it was like he had returned to Grand Forest after his first transformation, clearing enemies in seconds. How could he not be fast? In fact, if Chu Ping'an were willing, he could even complete the dungeon in just 1 minute. With his current attributes, he could traverse the forest to the final boss in 59.9 seconds, then finish the boss in 0.1 seconds, and the dungeon would be over. However, clearing the dungeon isn't his goal, completing the advancement quest is. The reason he spends so much time on these minor enemies is mainly to familiarize himself with the skills he has recently learned and master the sudden surge in power he has gained. 1 minute later, Chu Ping'an arrived at his final destination, the clearing at the center of the forest. Looking around, he saw numerous white tents hastily erected by goblins, scattered haphazardly across the ground. At the very center stood a wooden hut that was several times larger than the others. Perhaps sensing the presence of humans, one after another, green-skinned goblins began to emerge from the tents. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled. Then, a goblin standing 2 meters tall, holding a golden scepter and wearing a crown, appeared within Chu Ping'an's field of vision. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Goblin King's ugly face twisted into a cruel expression, another foolish adventurer. You lot. Enough noise. Chu Ping'an calmly interrupted the goblin's words. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating an undeniable truth, yet it also carried the authority of a tyrant. No one dared to question him, and no one could. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated out from him in all directions. Earth Guardian equipment effect, Earth Great Shock. In an instant, all the ordinary goblins' bodies exploded like tomatoes. Only the Goblin King remained alive, but he was barely clinging to life. This doesn't mean it's stronger than the other minions, it's just that, as the final boss, it has other uses. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoes. Chu Ping'an walked calmly up to the Goblin King. Looking up at the human towering above him, the Goblin King's eyes no longer held any trace of his former arrogance, only fear of death. Now, it was like a dying insect, struggling to breathe with every breath. In its dazed state, it could only feel that this terrifying human was doing something to its body. This sent shivers down its spine, yet it was powerless to resist. In its final moments before losing consciousness, it could only cling to this last thought. There are indeed many perverts among humans. 10 minutes later. Looking at the sacrifice, whose body was covered in black frog-like demonic script and barely clinging to life thanks to the props, Chu Ping'an carefully inspected it once more. Should be okay, right? After all, this was his first time performing a sacrifice. Even by following the instructions in the manual to the letter, there were bound to be some mistakes he couldn't detect. Never mind. If it fails, we'll just try again. With that thought in mind, Chu Ping'an recited the incantation as instructed. The mystery shrouded in mist, the strange beings buried in the abyss, the hands that manipulate time. Under the strange pronunciation, the magical script began to glow. The air grew restless, and the grass on the ground began to burn silently. At the same time, in the grand hall outside the dungeon fissure, which had already returned to its pale blue color, suddenly began to tremble violently. Soon, the area around the dungeon crack was gradually engulfed by pitch-black darkness. Energy detection tower. A piercing alarm sounded in the ears of all the staff. Warning! Warning! Bright red characters filled all the screens. Sitting in the minister's office, Zhang Yu, who had been handling routine affairs, suddenly paled, his pupils contracting as he spoke in disbelief. What is this? The next moment, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Before he could speak, the door was pushed open from the outside. A staff member in a white lab coat rushed in, looking panicked. Minister, something terrible has happened. Abnormal energy is gathering in large quantities within the city. Stay calm. Zhang Yu's words seemed to carry a certain magical quality, and as soon as he spoke, the man's emotions quickly stabilized. Can the abnormal point be identified? Currently detecting, unable to confirm within a short time frame. I understand. Zhang Yu said in a low voice, determine the location of the anomaly as quickly as possible and notify me immediately upon any updates. Yes, sir. After acknowledging the order, the other party hurriedly departed. Before Zhong Yu could catch his breath, a deep voice echoed behind him. Zhong Yu, what's the current situation? Zhong Yu turned around and, upon seeing the person, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Sir, you're here. Chu Kuangren nodded. At this moment, he was different from when he was at the city lord's mansion, dressed in a casual overcoat, appearing to be just an ordinary person with a more refined demeanor than the average person. At that moment, his body was enveloped in armor of alternating blue and white, with matching equipment adorning every other part of his body. Golden flames swirled around him, highlighting the extraordinary nature of his armor. A powerful aura emanated from him, tinged with a sacred aura that brought a sense of peace. Though his expression remained calm, the furrowed brows betrayed the turmoil within. Abnormal energy is confirmed to be gathering within the city. Based on past data, there is a 99% probability that a portal to another dimension is about to open. There is a 1% chance of other special circumstances. Upon hearing Zhong Yu's report, Chu Kuangren accepted it without question. Can you pinpoint the exact location? What is the energy level? Zhong Yu shook his head with a wry smile. It's been less than a minute so far, we can't determine it yet. Chu Kuangren nodded, said nothing more, and waited in silence with his arms crossed. Several minutes later. Director, the location has been pinpointed, the main hall of the Eastern City's dungeon. The energy level is 5th tier. East City, the dungeon hall? Chu Kuangren's gaze immediately sharpened. Chapter 11, Forbidden Spell, the Lament of the Holy Soul. At a 5th tier energy level, the opened passage can only accommodate 5th tier alien beings at most. With the Earth Guardian set, even if we can't defeat them, we can hold out for a minute. In other words, as long as the passage isn't opened in the dungeon where Pinyin is, we'll be safe. At this time, there were hundreds of instances running simultaneously every day, and the probability of it happening to him was less than 1 in 1,000. Though it couldn't guarantee 100% safety, this probability was sufficient for Chu Kuangren to dismiss it from his mind. Years of battlefield experience had honed his judgment, allowing him to make the most appropriate decision in an instant. Assign staff to the dungeon hall and evacuate all professionals from the site immediately. And issue a wartime conscription order for all professionals of 3rd rank and above. Zhong Yu's expression changed. Sir, issuing a wartime conscription order for 5th tier professionals seems a bit inappropriate. No one knows why the energy level appeared or whether it will continue to rise. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario in advance. Chu Kuangren spoke without emotion. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Zhong Yu opened his mouth to speak, but the words of persuasion remained unsaid. He nodded in agreement. Yes. Notify all city guards to cancel all leave immediately and return to their posts as quickly as possible. Those of 3rd rank and above are to assemble at the eastern city gate, while those below 3rd rank are to maintain order within the city and evacuate the population toward. One by one, orders were issued from Chu Kuangren's mouth in order of urgency. His words were steady and authoritative, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding the bearing of a great general. Influenced by his emotions, the shadow that had been lingering over Zhong Yu's heart gradually dissipated. The appearance of an alien race portal within the human race was indeed a serious issue. However, with a senior leader in command, we will undoubtedly resolve this crisis flawlessly. Zhong Yu's change in demeanor did not escape Chu Kuangren's notice. In battle, showing fear before the fight is a major taboo. Therefore, no matter what one thinks in one's heart, one must not lack confidence. As the ruler of a city, his actions would determine the thoughts of others. For this very reason, despite his ongoing concerns about Chu Pingyin's situation, he made no outward display of his feelings. Also, inform the Chao, Li, and Lu families, as well as the 6 major guilds, of the current situation. They know what to do. Understood. Once Zhong Yu left the room, Chu Kuangren sighed tiredly before taking out his terminal to report the current situation to his superiors and request reinforcements. A 5th tier energy level was indeed insufficient. With Qingyun City's strength, it should be sufficient to handle the situation. However, past history has repeatedly shown that energy levels are not static. If the root cause of the problem cannot be identified and resolved immediately, the energy level will continue to rise. Ultimately, it could even form a permanent channel. Once this occurs, it will escalate into a catastrophe for the entire Great Xia Empire and the human race. Chu Pinyin, who was trapped inside the dungeon, was completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he stared at the black hole before him, filled with confusion. So, has the sacrifice succeeded or failed? The incantation from the book he had seen earlier had been recited for 5 minutes. If the sacrifice had failed, the pitch-black, ominous black hole before him, which seemed capable of devouring everything, and the inability to exit the dungeon should not have occurred. If the sacrifice was successful, where is the abyssal demon? 5 whole minutes have passed, and not a single abyss demon has appeared. This is quite perplexing. It really failed. At least we can exit the dungeon and try again. What the heck is going on here? We're really doomed, aren't we? As for going through the sacrifice process again? The only one in the entire dungeon who meets the sacrifice requirements is the Goblin King. Can't leave means can't do anything else. Xu Pingyan sat down and decided to figure out what was going on. Then, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Hey, hey, hey! Are you still there? Give me some response. Bored, Xu Pingyan had started entertaining himself. However, his patience was about to fade away along with the black hole in front of him, and he was about to lose all of it. Another 10 minutes passed. I'm not waiting anymore. Staring at the black hole in the distance, Xu Pingyan's eyes flickered with a dangerous glow. The dungeon disconnect happened after this thing appeared. If that's the case, if we take this thing out, we should be able to get out directly, right? With only 10 hours left on the mission timer, Xu Pingyan had no intention of waiting any longer. However, just as he was about to act, after an hour, the black hole, which had long since become as still as a pool of stagnant water, suddenly began to ripple. It began to twist and distort. Immediately, a thick, ink-like fog began to spread outward, engulfing all the flowers, trees, and vegetation in an instant. In an instant, the entire world lost its vibrant colors. All that remained was a desolate, barren wasteland. However, as the thick fog engulfed Xu Pingyan, a faint holy light appeared around him, effortlessly purifying the surging fog. Xu Pingyan's body trembled, and a flash of color appeared in his eyes. Is it finally here? Then, another half hour of agonizing wait. Damn it! Are they just blowing hot air and not delivering the goods? The fog was so thick it was almost yellow. Not even a single hair of a deep abyss demon was in sight. Poof! Who cares? He couldn't wait another second. As Xu Pingyan thought this, brilliant holy light began to appear around him. So dense it was almost tangible. At that very moment, a low, evil-filled sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire space. Greed, jealousy, rage. Foolish one, I shall answer your expectations and bring the disaster you desire to this world. Xu Pingyan furrowed his brows. Good news, the abyssal demon I've been longing for seems to have finally arrived. Bad news, this abyss demon seems a bit powerful? Ordinary abyss demons don't even possess basic intelligence, let alone the ability to use language. From this, it's not hard to see that the opponent isn't just some lowly minion as he had imagined. Thinking of this, the holy light surrounding Xu Pingyan grew even more brilliant, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Just then, the low, evil voice spoke again. This time, however, its voice was filled with excitement and surprise. It's actually that place. He. The coordinates that even the great king could not find have been discovered by me. Foolish one, to thank you for your call, I will savor your soul. As the words fell, a shadow emerged from the black opening. After twisting and struggling, it eventually stabilized. The next moment, flames flickered before his eyes, yet there was no heat, only a chill. The demon curled its body, and the breath it exhaled turned the barren land into a wasteland. How wonderful the air is. Before the words could finish, a sacred glow, like a rising sun, plummeted toward its location. Instantly, the demon's once carefree and intoxicated voice twisted in agony. What? What is this? Damn it! How could there possibly be? The demon's words remained unfinished. For everything was now shrouded in a blinding white haze. The Light Knight's forbidden spell, Holy Soul Requiem. Chapter 12, I'm just going to run a dungeon. Does old Deng really need to make such a big deal out of it? Qingyun City East District, Dungeon Hall. Though the former chaos has subsided, the number of people present far exceeds that of any previous gathering. Moreover, every professional present emanates an overwhelmingly powerful aura. If anyone were to use a scouting skill, they would be astonished to discover that not a single person among them was below 3rd tier. 1st tier corresponds to levels 30-50, 2nd tier to 50-70, and 3rd tier to 70-90. And so on. Until the 9th tier, each tier increases the upper limit by 20 levels compared to the previous tier. In other words, not a single person present was below level 70. Add to that the 4th, 5th, and even 6th tiers mixed among them. Such a large number of powerful individuals would be more than enough to annihilate an entire city like Sakura. To transform the entire Qingyun city into a well-oiled war machine, operating seamlessly and unleashing immense kinetic energy, all within less than an hour. This feat is entirely the work of one man, Zhu Quangren. The entire Qingyun city could only be brought to such a state by his personal ability, charisma, and background. Those who already knew the full story and what they were about to face now wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Not a single word was spoken, despite the countless thoughts racing through their minds. The alien portal has arrived. This meant they would face the alien race head-on. Even those who had been to the battlefield before felt an overwhelming pressure at that moment. Because this was not a battlefield, but the rear base of the Great Xia and the human race. Once the alien race arrives, escaping from here would easily lead to a massacre on the scale of a major catastrophic event. After all, compared to the powerful professionals, the majority of the Great Xia and the human race are ordinary people with little combat strength. If there was any good news at the moment, it was that their energy levels had not continued to rise. And maintaining a 5th tier energy level. This means that the strongest invaders to arrive will not exceed the 5th energy level. Considering that the alien races are inherently stronger and possess powerful bloodline energies, even if they can fight beyond their tier, they can only match the 6th tier. With Qingyun City's strength, they can defend against and destroy this mysterious interdimensional portal that has suddenly appeared. However, everyone knows that energy levels are not static. Even if one is at the 5th tier one moment, they could break through to the 6th or even 7th tier the next. All of this is beyond their control, they can only leave it to fate. Precisely because of this, only they understand the immense pressure they are currently facing. Chu Quangrun looked at Zhongyu and asked, how much time has passed? From the moment the fluctuations were detected until now, it has been exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes. Chu Quangrun nodded, then turned to the people beside and behind him, speaking in a solemn tone, everyone, I need not elaborate further on the current situation. According to past records, the portal will fully open in less than 10 minutes. We do not know who the enemies approaching us are, but in interspecies warfare, there is no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. And the only guarantee I can offer is this. If the level does not rise further, then before I fall, no one will fall before me. As Chu Quangrun finished speaking, Chao Kai, standing beside him, said calmly, Chu City Lord, although Qingyun City is under your management, the true sons of Qingyun are us. If Qingyun City is destroyed, it would be no different from the destruction of our homes and families. Every professional standing here lacks neither the courage to face foreign enemies nor the resolve to defend our homeland. As long as we are here, the city stands. If the city falls, we perish. Chu Quangrun looked deeply at Chao Kai, nodded, and declared loudly, well said. Though I, Chu Quangrun, was not born in Qingyun, I have dedicated the first half of my life to the battlefield, and the past decade has been spent living in Qingyun even longer than I spent in my hometown. I am already a true member of Qingyun City. If that is the case, let us fight today. Fight to the death. As Chu Quangrun's words fell, the crowd roared in unison. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The astonishing battle intent and killing intent surged straight into the heavens at that moment. Like tigers and dragons. The dark clouds that had been covering the sky churned violently, revealing the blazing sun beneath, casting a golden cloak over the crowd. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the sky. Everyone's nerves tightened instantly, completely on edge. For when that sound rang out, it signaled that the portal to the foreign realm had been fully secured. The decisive battle was about to begin. In the next instant, Zhong Yue's expression changed as he looked at the instrument in his hands, his face twisted in disgust. However, he was well aware of how crucial morale was in war. So, despite his shock, he suppressed his voice. Damn it! The energy level is steadily rising. It's about to reach the critical threshold for the 5th stage. Of course. His voice couldn't escape the ears of the few people standing around Chu Quangrun. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. However, their battle intent remained undiminished. When a man dies, the birds fly skyward. Who cares about his rank? Just kill him. 1-on-1 against someone of the same rank, I'm invincible. 1-on-2, just go all out and take them down. They're just 5th rank, haven't they broken through to 6th rank yet? Zhongyu, I've broken through. 6th rank. Everyone immediately glared at Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan cleared his throat, it's not 7 yet. Before he could finish, Chao Kai quickly covered his mouth. Don't say another word. Chu Quangrun remained calm, gazing at the dungeon in the distance, now completely shrouded in deep black, and spoke indifferently, only 6th tier? With me here, we're invincible. However, no one knew the rage simmering beneath his calm exterior. He had already learned from Yin Yi and Yin Air that Chu Ping'an had entered the dungeon where the anomaly was occurring, Goblin Forest. Despite this, there were currently 30 instances of the Goblin Forest dungeon challenge underway. However, only 2 were at the hell difficulty level or above. One of them was Chu Ping'an. The difficulty level was insufficient to support a 5th tier power level, meaning Chu Ping'an had a 50% chance of encountering an anomaly. If he encountered an anomaly, even with his strength and wearing an epic tier set, he would be no different from an ordinary person facing a tidal wave, obliterated in less than a second. And just 20 minutes ago, the only 2 teams attempting the hell difficulty emerged. The answer, therefore, is clear. Don't worry, Ping'an. Either these beasts will accompany you to your grave, or I will come to the underworld to find you. As for why Chu Ping'an activated hell difficulty after completing his advancement task, that no longer mattered. Just then, a series of shouts rang out again. Chu Quangrun snapped back to reality and said in a deep voice, has your level broken through again? Zhongyu, no. No. The energy level has disappeared. Disappeared. Chu Quangrun froze. The next moment, the strange color that had darkened the dungeon suddenly receded, returning to its original deep blue. A towering figure then slowly appeared before the dungeon. The figure seemed to be deep in thought, only snapping out of it several seconds later. When he lifted his head, he saw thousands of people staring intently at him, or perhaps at what was behind him. Chu Ping'an? No. I'm just going to clear the next dungeon. Does old Deng really need to make such a big deal out of this? Chapter 13, Advancement Complete, Level Up. An hour later. The City Lord's Mansion. Having finally pieced together the entire sequence of events, Chu Ping'an fell silent. Who would have thought that a simple advancement quest could indirectly cause such a huge commotion, making everyone believe that an alien race portal had opened? Though theoretically speaking, that statement wasn't entirely incorrect, but considering the outcome. Just tell me if that abyss portal is open or closed now. At that very moment, Chu Pingyan silently made up his mind. I absolutely cannot let old Deng find out that I was the one who did this. Otherwise, the consequences are terrifying just to think about. Of course. If time could be turned back and he had another chance. Chu Pingyan said, "Dare you?" When it comes to advancing, and with absolute confidence in his ability to do so, he would never sacrifice such an opportunity for the sake of some abstract greater good or to avoid taking risks. Unlike the old man, he doesn't have a very high moral standard and wouldn't give up what he deserves for others. Setting aside those close to him, everything else comes second to his own interests. If one doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Moral blackmail won't work on him. By the way, have you completed your job change quest yet? Upon hearing this, Chu Pingyan nodded without hesitation, of course. Chu Quanren narrowed his eyes and spoke suspiciously, "Yi told me you went to the hell difficulty. Would a first-tier advancement quest really assign a single-run hell difficulty task?" Chu Pingyan was startled inside, but his expression remained calm. What happened in the past is the past. The present is the present. Just because others haven't encountered it, does that mean the advanced temple wouldn't release related advanced tasks? Or are you suggesting that today's incident was my doing? Before Chu Quanren could respond, Chu Pingyan continued, "Even if it was my doing, do you think my meager abilities could provoke a 5th or 6th tier power level channel? Or should I just cast a forbidden spell and destroy the dungeon?" After hearing this, the last remnants of doubt in Chu Quanren's mind dissipated. You're right. At your level, forget about 5th tier alien beings, even a 4th tier one could crush you with a single finger. Then what's going on? Could it really just be an accident? You're really my dad. Chu Pingyan rolled his eyes inwardly, worried that the old man might come up with something, and quickly said, "Who cares how it happened? It's still a good thing, isn't it?" "That's true." Chu Quanren nodded, then added, "But we still need to investigate this thoroughly. Remember, the dangers lurking in the shadows are often far more terrifying than those that are obvious." "Yes, Dad." Chu Pingyan nodded half-heartedly. How could he not know how the matter was resolved or whether there was any danger? "But, as long as you don't doubt me, you're still a good old man. Go to the advanced temple to complete the task and advance." After Chu Pingyan left, Chu Quanren muttered to himself, "This 5-star difficulty at the first stage will need a new addition." Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on such trivial matters. Wait a little longer, the people assigned from above should be arriving soon. Facing such a major matter, Chu Quanren naturally reported to his superiors and requested reinforcements immediately. However, after the incident was resolved, the higher-ups simply replaced the person who had been sent to handle the matter. Come to think of it, they seem pretty famous lately. Who was that again? Never mind, the name doesn't matter. To have skills related to time and space? These special professions are so weak they can't even be considered support roles, but the powerful ones are truly beyond belief. At least the little brat isn't too bad. No wonder he is my son. Chu Quanren curled the corners of his mouth, exuding pride. A few minutes later, Chu Pingyan arrived at the advanced temple, exchanged a few words with the staff, and re-entered the hall where advanced tasks were assigned. Though he had previously looked composed, he now appeared a bit nervous. "Sure, we took down a single abyssal demon, but this mission shouldn't be about quality over quantity, right? If it's just about quantity, then we're screwed. Because he only killed one abyssal demon, the entire dungeon collapsed instantly under the forbidden spell. But at least it was a 5th tier abyssal demon. Don't ask him how he knows, check the kill notification. I'm just a lowly 1st tier Karami. I took on so many higher tier enemies and got killed. They can't deny me a max level evaluation just because the quantity isn't up to par, can they?" With that anxiety, Chu Pingyan submitted the task. Seeing the information pop up on the screen, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Such a cliché outcome didn't happen, of course. Without a doubt, maxed out. Congratulations on completing the advancement task. Completion rate, 100%. Rating, perfect. Advancement has begun. A white light swept over his body. The next moment, a dazzling rainbow of colors burst forth from within the room. These lights enveloped Chu Pingyan like soft hands, warm and comfortable. It was a joyful experience, even more exhilarating than raising one's hands to the sky. He couldn't help but close his eyes and savor the bliss. However, such joy was fleeting, lasting no more than a minute. That was quick. Chu Pingyan silently flipped the middle finger in his mind, then began to feel the changes brought about by his advancement. There was no surge of particularly powerful energy within his body due to the advancement. After all, wearing a set of epic gear and being enhanced 100-fold, the improvement gained was clearly not something that could be matched by simply advancing. However, his 5 senses had been significantly enhanced, and his mind felt more agile and clear. No wonder they say that each advancement is a transcendence of life. This transformation was something even an epic set of equipment couldn't bring about. It could only be achieved through advancement. When compared to the other changes, the increased level cap, attribute enhancements, and skill limits after advancing all seem trivial in comparison. Chu Ping'an shook his head and glanced at his personal attribute panel. Professional, Chu Ping'an. Occupation, treasure chest merchant special category. Rank, first rank. Level, LV 40 current level cap, 50. Constitution, 524,800 526,800 18,000 base attribute plus 508,800 equipment bonus. Magic, 215,600 217,600 27,000 plus 190,600. Strength, 396,800 398,800 18,000 plus 380,800. Agility, 224,400 226,400 18,000 plus 208,400. Stamina, 478,500 480,500 18,000 plus 462,500. Remaining assignable attribute points, 400. Compared to before, after reaching the first tier, each level up now increases all attributes by 2 points instead of 1. Additionally, the number of attribute points gained per level up has increased from 20 to 40. The increase may seem small, but this is only the first stage. Moreover, this is only because Chu Ping'an is rated as perfect, otherwise, the attribute improvements would be negligible. The true transformation occurs every 3 tiers. That is not merely a rank upgrade but also a refinement of the profession. Therefore, the advancement task at the 3rd tier also has another name class change. Of course. The 3rd tier is still a bit out of reach for him at the moment, so thinking about it now is pointless. Compared to the attributes gained, this is the greatest improvement after job change. Chu Ping'an looked at his panel, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 14, another 10,000x critical hit return, ancient skill voidwalking. Today's treasure chest, 3-5. The number of treasure chests that can be opened daily has increased by 2. Clearly, this is the true advantage of a perfect evaluation. The attributes gained from leveling up have become irrelevant. The attributes gained from advancement, the elevation of life, determine his lower limit. The number of treasure chests you can open daily, however, reveals his true ceiling. Whether it's the divine skill Divine Holy Glow or the forbidden spell Holy Soul Dirge used in dungeons, these rewards are obtained after the talent's critical hit return effect is activated. Holy Soul Requiem was obtained by Chu Quangren spending 1,000,000 magic stones to open a treasure chest during previous experiments, and the reward was a purple tier item that was obtained after critical hit return. It is precisely because of these 2 skills that he possesses strength far surpassing his current level. Therefore, the more treasure chests he can open daily, the higher the probability of obtaining valuable rewards, and the greater the benefits he can gain. No matter how bad your luck is, as long as you open enough chests, why worry about not getting good drops? After advancing, you directly level up to 40, which should be the accumulated experience from before advancing. After advancing, the level cap is unlocked, allowing him to jump straight to level 40. Overall, Chu Ping'an was very satisfied with the results of this advancement. The only downside. My profession should be able to do more than just sell skill treasure chests, right? It would be great if I could unlock other types of treasure chests. Chu Ping'an shook his head and snapped back to reality. Having 2 extra treasure chests isn't a bad thing. Who should I give them to? Chu Ping'an immediately ruled out Chu Quangren as an option. There was no one else. Lao Dang won't be able to produce gold coins quickly. No gold coins means a very low return rate from opening chests. Even if a golden item drops as the base reward, the return ID get would still be minimal. A son's status depends on his father's. My strength improving means old Dang's strength improving too. Naturally, one must pursue maximum benefit. Chu Ping'an didn't know that at the time he was playing, Chu Quangren had already made a fortune from others. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind selling one to Chu Quangren. Given his connections, even without Chu Quangren, he could find someone who could come up with millions of magic stones. A smile flickered at the corner of Chu Ping'an's lips. He already had a plan in mind. He casually left the advancement hall and didn't linger on the way back, returning to his own courtyard in the city lord's mansion. Ing-yi. As Chu Ping'an's voice fell, a figure appeared in the shadow of the eaves. Young master. Help me contact Uncle Wei. Tell him I need to speak with him. Ing-yi nodded and vanished once more. Less than a minute later. Ping'an, Ing-yi said you wanted to see me? The voice arrived before the person did. When Chu Ping'an turned around, he saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man standing several meters behind him, smiling kindly at him. Upon seeing the man, Chu Ping'an also smiled. Uncle Wei. Uncle Wei, whose full name was Wei Chuanxiu. An assassin, with his exact profession unknown. Height, appearance, and gender are all unknown. At least, since Chu Ping'an could remember, every time he had seen the man, he had appeared in a different form. Of course, it is also possible that he has seen the person's true appearance over the years. His strength is also at the peak of the 6th rank, and he was a teammate of the old man's in his former fixed team. Over the years, he had also been living in Qingyun City, serving as Chu Quangren's deputy in his operations. While thinking about the other party's basic information, Chu Ping'an's hands did not linger. A treasure chest adorned with mysterious patterns and featuring an ancient design had already appeared in his hands. Upon seeing the treasure chest, Wei Chunyu's gaze immediately sharpened. He nodded thoughtfully. It seems that after advancing, the number of treasure chests one can open daily has increased from the original 3. Given their relationship, Chu Pingyan naturally wouldn't hide his profession from Wei Chunyu. During previous experiments, he had also opened a few treasure chests himself. No wonder your Uncle Wei. Chu Pingyan raised his thumb and smiled brightly. So, do you want to give it a try? Sure. Wei Chunyu didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Earlier, when Chu Quangren opened the treasure chests, although he had an urgent matter and wasn't present at the time, afterward, that fool had boasted about it endlessly in front of him. Though he had maintained a neutral expression and pretended not to care, he was secretly envious. That was a legendary tier skill, and the most prestigious passive skill recognized by all. Not to mention him, even if you brought in a few 9th tier masters, seeing that skill would make them shed tears of envy from the corners of their mouths. Originally, Wei Chuanxiu had planned to wait until tomorrow when the count refreshed to ask Pingyan to open the box. But now that he could do it a day early, there was no reason to refuse. He took the insurance from Chu Pingyan's hands. Wei Chuanxiu took a deep breath, gently rubbing the ring on his hand, a hint of pain showing on his face. Even for a 6th tier powerhouse, 10 million magic stones weren't a small sum. After all, the stronger one is, the more magic stones they need. I don't ask for anything else, just give me a simple golden light. The thought of showing off in front of Chu Quanren was completely absent at that moment. His mind was fixated on a single thought. Ship the goods. Ship it. Damn it, ship it. After confirming the payment amount for the magic stones, Wei Chunyu took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the treasure chest. The next moment, a purple light transformed into tangible mist, spreading throughout the entire backyard. Upon seeing the light, Wei Chuanxiu's expression darkened. However, upon picking up the skill book, he paused for a moment before his face broke into an uncontrollable expression of joy. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Chu Pingyan's eyes. Customer has unlocked an epic skill Void Stealth. Critical hit multiplier triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the ancient skill Void Walking. Ancient skills are on the same tier as forbidden spells. The former are functional skills, while the latter are offensive skills. Which is superior is hard to argue. It all depends on whether it suits you. Under the purple reward, is there no difference between a 1,000-fold increase and a 10,000-fold increase? Chu Pingyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, after reading the detailed description of the skill, he realized how wrong his initial thought was. Void Walking Ancient, step out of the current plane and walk through the void. Activating the skill consumes 10,000 magic points. While walking in the void, 1,000 magic points are consumed per second. Skill cooldown, none. Description, walk through the void, where all things are illusory. Whoa. This skill is way too overpowered. Although the mana required to activate and maintain the skill is quite high, the key point is the last part. No skill cooldown. Similar skill effects include the Mage's teleportation. However, after using it once, the Mage's teleportation requires several minutes before it can be used again. Even so, it's rated as an epic skill, yet its value surpasses that of a legendary skill. It's an incredibly valuable life-saving skill for mages. However, there is now such a teleport with no cooldown time. Just imagining using this skill in battle, enemies would think they finally forced him to use his ultimate survival move, only to discover it's just a regular attack. That would be so much fun. An ancient skill? This effect is so powerful it could easily be compared to a god tier skill. Chapter 15, Nothing to do today, listening to music at the brothel. Chu Pingyan's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47, and Wei Chunyu beside him was no less enthusiastic. It was clear that both of them were extremely satisfied with the rewards they had obtained from the treasure chest. Uncle Wei, what good stuff did you get? You're smiling so happily? In fact, Chu Pingyan already knew the effect of the skill, but that didn't stop him from asking again. Wei Chunyu snapped back to reality, his smile fading slightly. It's indeed not bad. As he spoke, he also showed the newly obtained skill to Chu Pingyan. Void Stealth Epic, upon activating the skill, you will leap out of the current space and temporarily gain the ability to move within the void. After 10 seconds, you will automatically exit the void. The next backstab attack will deal an additional 2000% damage to the target. Skill cost, 1 endpoint, cooldown, 120 seconds. Assassins gain 1 ending point after completing a combo. Many ultimate skills require ending points to activate. Congratulations, Uncle Wei. Chu Pingyan sincerely offered his blessings. Thanks a lot this time, Pingyan. With this skill, I can try the 7th tier advancement quest too. Chu Pingyan shook his head, I just provided an opportunity. Being able to unlock such a skill is entirely your own luck, Uncle Wei. Opportunity? Most people might not even get such an opportunity in their entire lives. Thinking this, Wei Chunyu remained silent, but silently remembered this kindness. By the way, Uncle Wei, do you want another try? As he spoke, Chu Pingyan produced another box as if by magic. Looking at the box in front of him, Wei Chunyu felt a flicker of desire in his eyes. He shook his head. Never mind. I don't have 1,000,000 magic stones left. 1,000,000 magic stones would be enough. Wei Chunyu smiled and declined Chu Ping'an's offer. Didn't you say that every time someone opens a box, you receive a certain amount of feedback? And the feedback is determined by the rewards obtained and the price at which the treasure chest is sold. Since that's the case, we can't afford to waste such a precious opportunity. At this point, Wei Chuanchu's tone grew serious. Remember, even if I and your father, even if our master, we can't protect you forever. Strength lies within yourself. So don't waste every chance to open a chest just because of personal preferences. I understand, uncle. Good boy. Wei Chunyu smiled and patted Chu Ping'an on the shoulder, but in his heart he thought, it seems I'll have to take on more missions and find ways to make money. After bidding farewell to Wei Chunyu, Chu Ping'an looked at the box in his hands. He sighed. So, who should I sell this thing to? As the son of the city lord, he knew quite a few second-generation individuals. But those guys couldn't even come up with 100 million magic stones, let alone 10 million. Forget it. It's still early afternoon. We'll see what happens later. If it comes down to it, 100,000 isn't completely out of the question. As for now, let us go listen to music at the brothel first. On the other side. After Wei Chuanxiu left, he returned to the room where Chu Kuangren usually worked. However, his appearance had changed from that of an ordinary middle-aged man to that of a young man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a dashing demeanor. Has anyone from above arrived yet? No. Chu Kuangren spoke without looking up. When he finished handling the documents in his hands, he raised his head and saw his old friend's appearance, causing him to pause in surprise. Old Wei, why are you dressed so flashy today? Poof. Wei Chunyu sneered and didn't respond. However, given their familiarity, Chu Kuangren quickly caught on. Oh, must have come across something good, huh? Upon hearing this, Wei Chunyu's lips curled into a noticeable smile. Without saying a word, he silently pulled out the skill book Void Stealth and waved it in front of the other person. Whoa! Chu Kuangren sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! This skill is way too powerful. Where did you get this? Guess. Chu Kuangren suddenly realized, my little brat? But didn't he already reach the daily limit today? Wait, I get it. The number of times you can open the treasure chest increases after advancing? Wei Chuanxiu nodded, and the corners of his mouth, which were harder to suppress than an AK, clearly revealed his current good mood. However, did you unlock this skill with 10 million magic stones? Wei Chuanxiu's smile vanished instantly, as if he knew the other's habits as well as he knew his own nature. There was no need to guess what this fool was about to do next. So before he could speak, Wei Chuanxiu sneered and vanished into thin air. Just as he was about to show off the legendary skill he had learned, Holy Light Protection, he suddenly had no one to show off to. Chu Kuangren ran his fingers through his short hair and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He ran faster than a rabbit. Clearly, if Wei Chuanxiu hadn't fled in advance, Chu Kuangren would probably have. Your epic skill is indeed impressive, but it still pales in comparison to my legendary skill. As for luck, you can just learn from me. Unfortunately, with no one left to show off to, this scene naturally wouldn't happen. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Chu Kuangren sat up straight, regaining his dignity as the city lord, and said in a deep voice, enter. A guard entered from outside. Sir, the special envoy from above has arrived. I understand. I'll be right there. The reception hall. I apologize for keeping the two special envoys waiting. As he spoke, Chu Kuangren also took a closer look at the two people sitting on the sofa. Both special envoys were women, looking very young, probably in their early 20s. One wore a blue robe, while the other wore a plain white dress. Their faces were free of makeup, yet their natural beauty shone through. One was gentle and intelligent, while the other was playful and cute. Even Chu Kuangren, who was nearing 50, couldn't help but have a fleeting thought upon seeing them. Such beautiful girls, they'd make excellent daughters-in-law. But no, that good-for-nothing brat would never settle down. At not even 18 years old, he spends almost every day at the brothel listening to music. Is that something a minor should be doing? Manhwa, dressed in a white long dress, and Zhang Yuyu, wearing a blue robe, hurriedly stood up together. Mr. Chu is too kind. We just arrived as well. Though they were special envoys, their professions were simply well-suited for the task. It wasn't because they were stronger than Chu Kuangren. Moreover, given the other party's reputation, strength, and background from back then, even if someone were stronger than him, they wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. Chu Kuangren snapped back to reality and looked at the two of them, saying, since that's the case, there's no time to waste. Let's head to the scene of the incident first. I'll explain the details along the way. We will follow your instructions. Closing down? Looking at the two large characters hanging on the door, Chu Ping'an's face darkened with anger. In broad daylight, you're not doing your business and instead engaging in those shameful activities at night. Tonight, I'll bring people to raid your place. He had finally managed to carve out some time to listen to a little music. How easy was that? Chapter 16, Madam, it's a big day. I'll be there to keep you company tonight. You know, it was just last night. It's been a full 15 hours since then. 15 hours can also be seen as 5 3-hour periods. Do you know how he spent those 5 3-year periods? Xu Ping'an. A familiar voice rang out from behind him. Xu Ping'an stiffened. The most embarrassing thing wasn't being caught by his wife in the brothel, but being caught by his own old man right in front of the brothel. Xu Ping'an didn't turn around, squeezing his throat and speaking in a low voice. What, Xu Ping'an? You must have the wrong person. As he spoke, he was about to use his void walking technique to escape the scene. Using a skill as divine as that for such a thing, one word, brilliant. Unfortunately, before he could act on his plan, a large hand had already gripped his shoulder. Chu Quangren's large face was right in front of him, and he could see the veins on his forehead pulsing. Oh? Did I hear you say you mistook me for someone else? Ha! Xu Ping'an looked surprised. It's you, Dad. I thought there was someone else with the same name, Xu Ping'an. Poof. Chu Quangren snorted coldly and let go of him. It's broad daylight. What are you doing loitering around here? After such a major incident just now, I was looking around to see if there was anything I could help with. And you ended up here? I just happened to walk right here. Put. A soft laugh echoed. A young woman dressed in a blue robe, with a charming appearance, was covering her mouth and laughing softly. Upon seeing Xu Ping'an looking over, Zhang Yeye didn't hesitate, speaking boldly. Lord Chu, your young master is truly amusing. We apologize for causing you trouble. Chu Quangren gave an exasperated expression, then glared at Xu Ping'an. Since there's nothing to do, let's go. All right. Xu Ping'an agreed readily. Those who know food are truly wise. Besides, the entertainment districts were all closed. After selling the remaining box from today, there was indeed nothing else to do. Xu Ping'an cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yeye and followed the three of them. He then listened quietly to their conversation. Soon, he obtained a great deal of useful information. The woman in the white dress was Manhwa, a 5th-tier practitioner with a special profession, time traveler. The one who had just spoken was named Zhang Yeye, also a 5th-tier practitioner with the special profession of space manipulator. The Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources. It truly never lacks geniuses. These two special professions were precisely what Xu Ping'an had read about in his books. To put it simply, they were incredibly talented. As for how amazing they are, among all special professions, they are in a league of their own. Few can defeat them at the same level. The two of them had come here with the purpose of assisting Chu Quangren in investigating whether there were any oversights in this case. Knowing their intentions were for him, Chu Quangren remained completely unfazed. Because time travelers have a fatal weakness. Unbeatable against equals, but unable to defeat those of higher ranks. This statement is somewhat exaggerated, but it does reveal the issue with this profession. Many skills become ineffective when facing beings of a higher rank. For example, the time rewind skill he was about to use. It becomes ineffective when dealing with entities of a higher tier. Speaking of which, I recall that the time rewind skill becomes ineffective whenever it involves entities of a higher tier than the user, correct? Old Chu, though a rough and tumble type who doesn't care for books, has the experience of a professional to back him up. Knowing such knowledge is quite normal. Mu Wanhua smiled. That's correct. However, the teacher was delayed by other matters, so he specially bestowed upon me a time crystal. Chu Quangren nodded with a smile. So that's how it is. Xu Ping'an, standing nearby, was completely baffled. Wait a minute. What the heck is a time crystal? And what's with your confident expressions? Time crystals are items exclusive to time travelers. Once activated, it extends the effect of a skill to the user's current rank. Perhaps noticing Xu Ping'an's confusion, Zhang Yeye smiled and explained. Xu Ping'an stiffened, clinging to an unrealistic hope. Then the owner of this time crystal. It's the painting master, an 8th-tier time traveler. Upon hearing this, Xu Ping'an's vision went black, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse. Thinking about the consequences of being discovered. Mama-san, great news. He's coming to accompany you tonight. There was no chance for Xu Ping'an to try to bluff his way out, as they had already arrived at their destination. Mr. Chu, I'll begin. This is trouble. Mu Wanhua nodded and walked to the goblin dungeon. A transparent crystal appeared in her hand. The next moment, the crystal burst into brilliant light. Skill, time rewind, activate. A hazy white mist enveloped the area. Soon, Mu Wanhua's figure vanished from everyone's sight. Zhang Yeye explained, the time rewind skill allows the user to enter the timeline at the time of the event from a third-person perspective and observe what happened. Most importantly, once inside the timeline, all rules cease to apply, meaning she can enter the dungeon and observe events from a first-person perspective. Although it seems like nothing is happening now, Hua has already entered that timeline. Of course, the longer the time you want to rewind, the more difficult it becomes. Something that just happened a few hours ago doesn't take much effort. It can be done in just a few seconds. Alright. We'll have to face judgment in a few seconds, right? There's nothing worse than losing hope. Xu Ping'an had already begun considering where to choose a gravesite. Should it be old Deng's office, or the room where old Deng sleeps? A few seconds felt like an instant, almost as soon as Zhang Yeye finished speaking. The white mist in the distance had already dissipated, and shortly after, a pained cry echoed in their ears. They then saw Mu Wanhua lying on the ground, pale-faced. Jiang Yeye rushed over in shock. What's going on? The highest level is only 6th grade energy. There's no way something could go wrong. Hua Hua, what happened? Don't scare me. Mu Wanhua opened her eyes. Her fair cheeks were now completely devoid of color. She forced a weak smile and reassured her, don't worry, I'm fine. You're in this state and you say you're fine? With your master's time crystals, how could such a severe backlash occur? Chu Quangren and Chu Ping'an also approached. This is the white moon fruit. It can absorb the backlash from skills for practitioners below the 6th rank. Mu Wanhua hesitated for a moment before taking the fruit. Thank you, Lord Chu. No need to thank me. After using it, Mu Wanhua's complexion began to recover at a visible pace. Can you tell me what happened inside? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanhua instinctively glanced at Chu Ping'an, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly dismissed that unrealistic thought and said, this time, the time travel went wrong from the very beginning. When I entered that timeline, it was almost at its end. As soon as I entered the instance, I felt. At this point, Mu Wanhua paused, then spoke slowly and clearly. The fluctuations of the forbidden spell. Chapter 17, A Young Girl's Nighttime Chat. Forbidden spell? Everyone gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Of course. Chu Ping'an was just putting on a show. Mu Wanhua nodded. Jiang Yeye spoke with a bitter expression, no wonder, even with the time crystal your master gave you, you still ended up injured like that. Mu Wanhua smiled bitterly and said, facing such an existence, even if the master intervened, it might not be possible to see the desired outcome. Chu Ping'an asked in confusion, is the forbidden spell that powerful? Forbidden spells are a powerful force that should never be mastered by any being. Chu Quangren spoke up, in the Great Xia Empire among the entire human race the minimum requirement to use forbidden spells is 9th tier. For a 9th rank powerhouse, even if someone were to predict their actions in the past or future, they would still sense it. At this point, Chu Quangren couldn't help but sigh, to be able to trace back to such an existence and only sustain such minor injuries is already considered fortunate. Mu Wanhua smiled and said, after all, they're our own people. It seems this incident was likely resolved by some powerful figure who happened to pass by and decided to help out. Chu Quangren patted Chu Ping'an on the shoulder, you're really lucky, kid. Ah, right. Self-rescue is truly lucky. Chu Ping'an muttered to himself, but his face showed a hint of relief. He then asked curiously, Dad, why can only 9th tier practitioners use forbidden spells? It's not just 9th tier practitioners who can use them. Because only they possess the forbidden spells. Chu Ping'an realized, so, does that mean not all 9th rank cultivators possess forbidden spells? Of course. Among the 9th rank, every powerful individual who has mastered the forbidden spells is among the strongest in the world today. For example, Chu Daren's master is one of the strongest in the world today. As she spoke, Jiang Yeye's face lit up with admiration. Chu Quangren smiled but did not speak, though his expression was clearly self-satisfied. Chu Ping'an, on the other hand, wore an expression of astonishment. Of course. It wasn't admiration for the old master's strength, but the forbidden spell is so precious. Even a 9th rank cultivator might not be able to master it. However, upon considering the effects of divine techniques, as a skill ranking just below divine techniques, it makes perfect sense for forbidden spells to be so precious. This also made Chu Ping'an realize. The value of the treasure chest merchant is still rising. With such a powerful individual personally handling this, there should be no need to worry about any unexpected complications. Chu Quangren smiled and spoke, then turned to the two beside him, we owe you two a favor this time. Mu Wanhua waved her hand and smiled wryly, I didn't do much to help. Without Miss Mu's intervention, we wouldn't have uncovered the truth. At this moment, everyone else might still be in a state of panic. After pausing for a moment, Chu Quangren smiled and said, if you two aren't in a hurry, why not stay in Qingyun City for the night? Let me express my gratitude on behalf of everyone in Qingyun City. The two exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then we'll trouble you. No need to mention it. The group returned together. Chu Ping'an also smiled. They had already been tested by the time traveler. This time, there should be no more worries, right? That night, after the drill ended, Mu Wanhua and Jiang Yeye returned to their guest room together. Phew! Finally over. Jiang Yeye collapsed onto the large bed without any regard for her appearance. Feeling the softness and warmth of the bed, she closed her eyes like a kitten, her face radiating pure enjoyment. Looking at Jiang Yeye in this pose, Mu Wanhua, as her best friend, couldn't help but smile helplessly. If any of this girl's admirers saw this, her goddess aura would probably shatter in an instant. Despite her words, Mu Wanhua's eyes were filled with affection. Mu Wanhua. HM? What's wrong? Mu Wanhua snapped back to reality, her delicate face flushing slightly. She had just finished mentally scolding her best friend, only to be caught red-handed, and her beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. What were you thinking about? I called you so many times and you didn't hear me. Jiang Yeye leaned in close, then gave her a mischievous smile. You weren't thinking about that handsome guy from Chua's place, were you? Get lost. Manhwa sighed in relief before speaking up, but Chu Xiaodi is indeed quite handsome. As she said this, Manhwa suddenly realized something and looked at Jiang Ye suspiciously. That's not right. Aren't you the one who likes that type of guy? Could it be that you've set your sights on him and are using me to test the waters? Jiang Ye's face flushed red, then she spoke confidently, he is indeed my type. But I prefer someone stronger than me. Maybe Chu Xiaodi is a rising star? His current abilities might not match yours, but he could surpass you in the future. Manhwa joked. To her surprise, Jiang Ye stroked her chin and pondered seriously, you have a point. Although the treasure chest merchant profession sounds more like a support role, every special profession has the potential to rise to greatness. It's not impossible for him to become stronger than me in the future. Manhwa was speechless, then couldn't resist teasing, what if others don't like older sisters? Poof. Jiang Ye straightened her posture, and the curve of her figure trembled slightly, though men do prefer 18-year-olds. But I'm a legal loli, and I have a huge market, okay? Manhwa retreated. Oh, right. Jiang Ye suddenly thought of something and spoke up, when you came out of time travel this afternoon, did you notice anything wrong with Chu Xiaodi? Manhwa paused, then sighed wryly, you noticed. Oh? There really was something wrong? Manhwa hesitated for a moment before finally deciding not to hide anything. After entering the dungeon, due to the forbidden spell, I couldn't see anything. Endless white light enveloped everything, but the aura of the forbidden spell is very similar to the aura on Chu Xiaodi's body. Jiang Ye froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You wouldn't be suspecting. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Manhwa rolled her eyes. She shouldn't have told this guy. But thinking back to the idea that had popped into her head at the time, it was indeed pretty outlandish. A first-tier professional wouldn't possibly use a forbidden spell. Even if he could learn it, would he really have enough magic power to cast a forbidden spell? After all, time reversal isn't absolutely accurate. Besides, the aura was similar. It could have been that the elder didn't want to reveal themselves. So she didn't take it seriously. Little did she know that what often seems like an unreliable guess might just be the truth. After a while, Jiang Ye finally stopped. Manhwa said impatiently, have you finished laughing? Sorry. Jiang Ye rubbed her stomach, it was just too funny. Seeing her best friend about to lose her temper, she quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Chu Chengzhu asked us not to leave in a hurry tomorrow. There's going to be a surprise. What do you think it could be? We'll find out tomorrow. True. I'm tired. Let us go to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day. Chapter 18, Chao Kai delivers the goods, shocking everyone. The sky is so blue, and the clouds are so white. Upon hearing Wei Chuanqiu's words, Chu Kuangren, who was walking ahead, turned pale. At the back of the group, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Feeling Chu Kuangren's resentful gaze, he immediately adopted a serious expression and stared straight ahead, not daring to look aside. The main point is, you guys fan the flames, I know nothing, I heard nothing. Chu Kuangren sneered, at least I used a legendary skill. My epic skill isn't bad either. With that, Wei Chuanqiu smiled brightly, a million blue lights truly beautiful. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Chu. It's just that the time was a bit too short. After last night's banquet, upon learning that Chu Kuangren had secured over 10 million for Chu Pingyan, he naturally handed over the final treasure chest to him. Then a blue light flashed. Although it was a diamond tier skill, Chu Kuangren already possessed a similar skill. And the value of this skill book was just 1,000,000 magic stones. To put it simply, what a loss. Chu Kuangren stiffened his neck and declared loudly, I've obtained a legendary skill. 10 million magic stones, anyone with the money? I've got a legendary skill. I wonder how many 10 million magic stones Chu City Lord has. I've activated a legendary skill. Watching Wei Chunyu, who had remained silent with a grim expression until the end, Chu Kuangren's face once again broke into a brilliant smile. Spending 10 million magic stones on a diamond tier skill book was indeed a huge loss. But thinking about it another way, spending 20 million magic stones on a legendary skill, plus a diamond skill. That's a huge profit, isn't it? Watching the two of them bickering, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. They're both grown men, yet they act like children. Soon, the three arrived at a courtyard in the rear mansion, and beneath the courtyard lay a complex network of array patterns. I'll go in first and wait. Go ahead. As Chu Pingyan entered the room, Chu Kuangren withdrew his gaze and turned to Wei Chunyu beside him, saying in a solemn tone, the rest is up to you. Don't worry. As the words fell, Wei Chunyu also vanished into the shadows. Chu Kuangren cast one last glance at the grand mansion before turning and leaving. The reception hall. 5 people were already seated. Besides the heads of the Chao, Li, and Lu families, there were also Manhwa and Jiang Ye. The three merely nodded politely to the latter before ceasing all further interaction. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they dared not approach her to strike up a conversation. Is this the true prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom? They look no older than their early 20s, yet their strength has already reached the 5th rank. Compared to them, it feels like I've wasted my life. The special envoy sent down from above must have an impressive background. But if even they are here, it seems that Chu City Lord wasn't lying to me. With such thoughts, the three grew even more eager to meet that extraordinary figure. Unlike the three who knew the full story, Manhwa and Jiang Ye felt even more confused at that moment. The two of them used a special gadget to communicate secretly. Are those the three families from Qingyun City? Why are they here too? How should I know? But it's probably not related to Qingyun City. Maybe it's the surprise Uncle Chu mentioned last night? After last night's banquet, the two had already started addressing him as uncle. Of course. Given their abilities and background, they certainly have the qualifications to do so. Uncle Chu is really something. Why doesn't he just say it clearly? He is already so old, yet he still likes to play riddles. Could it be that it's precisely because he is so old that he likes to be a riddle maker? That makes sense. While the group was discussing this, Chu Quangren arrived. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Mr. Chu, X3. Uncle Chu, X2. Chu Quangren, I won't say much. Let's go with me. Upon hearing this, the three clan leaders exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation, and hurriedly followed behind. The two women were completely confused but said nothing, trailing behind. Soon, the group arrived at the courtyard they had been at earlier. Who goes first? The three exchanged glances, and Xiao Kai spoke first. I'll go first. Clearly, the three had already made up their minds. Chu Quangren nodded. Wait a moment. 3 seconds later, a dark vortex appeared before Chu Quangren, followed by an intricately patterned treasure chest falling out of the vortex, which then vanished. Uncle Chu, what is this? Jiang Ye asked curiously. Chu Quangren smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, okay. Jiang Ye nodded, secretly grinding her little fangs. Damn riddle maker. If she couldn't beat him, the young girl would probably have pulled out her magic staff right now. She took the treasure chest from Chu Quangren's hands. Mysterious treasure chest can be opened by spending a certain amount of magic stones. Reading the description, the middle-aged man, who was already in his 50s, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt the treasure chest in his hands was unusually heavy. Though 10 million magic stones were nothing to a family that had accumulated wealth over a century, even the family head couldn't make such a decision alone. Spending so many magic stones and getting nothing in return would inevitably draw criticism from those who coveted his position. However, such things had happened before. It could only be described as a certain amount of pressure, but as long as this box proves the possibility mentioned by Lord Chu, then the 10 million magic stones are worth it. With that thought, Xiao Kai pushed aside all other concerns. Please select the number of magic stones to invest. Note, the minimum investment must be 10,000 magic stones. Though 10,000 magic stones can open it, the rewards obtained will also decrease accordingly. Besides wasting magic stones, it might also anger that nobleman. One who controls an entire clan would never make such a foolish decision. Without hesitation, Xiao Kai also directly invested the 10 million magic stones he had on him. Mysterious treasure chest, 10 million magic stones invested. Current status, can be opened. Looking at the text above, Xiao Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Then, intense purple light transformed into tangible mist, completely enveloping the surrounding area. The purest shade of purple was both beautiful and noble. Even though everyone present was at least 5th tier in strength, nothing could be seen through the thick fog. Compared to the golden light, this is far less impressive. Is this the probability that Chu City Lord mentioned? I wonder what Xiao Kai, that old fox, has obtained. The heads of the Lu and Li families thought to themselves. What is this? The other two women blinked their large eyes, their bright eyes filled with curiosity. The strange phenomenon lasted for a few seconds before slowly fading away. Everyone then noticed Xiao Kai's expression. There, the elderly man, who was well over 50, held a scroll adorned with mysterious runes in his hands. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the scroll, and his mouth opened involuntarily. His face had turned bright red from excitement. It actually appeared. Purple signified an epic skill regardless of whether it could be profitable, at least the base value was guaranteed. Given Xiao Kai's reaction, it was clear that this epic skill must be extremely valuable. In other words, we've hit the jackpot. Thinking back to the pure, sky blue glow he had last night, Chu Quang's heart felt a little tight. However, he also knew that the first sale was a good start, which would be advantageous for continuing to help the brat sell treasure chests. So Chu Quangren composed himself and smiled, saying, Xiao family head, why not let everyone see what you've obtained? Upon hearing this, Xiao Kai snapped back to reality. Glancing at the scroll in his hand, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The next moment, the contents of the scroll were displayed before everyone without reservation. Upon seeing the contents, everyone's pupils contracted, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Only to see. Chapter 19, Ode to Life, Purple Light reappears. Life's Ode Epic bestows a blessing on the target. For the next hour, if the target receives a fatal attack, it will be immune to death and restore 30% of its maximum health. Skill cost, 30% of maximum mana skill cooldown, 72 hours. Xiao Kai's profession is Holy Priest. since the treasure chest automatically detects the opener's profession before opening and grants corresponding skills. Therefore, the skills obtained will naturally only be those of the priest class. As an epic skill, its effect is simple yet incredibly powerful, making it a game-changing support ability that can drive anyone mad. Immunity to death. Although resurrection items exist in this world, they are incredibly rare and precious. Each one that appears in the world is enough to drive countless people into a frenzy. An item capable of resurrecting a 4th tier character can already fetch a price of millions of magic stones. Every item above 4th tier is even more valuable. As for items that can revive a 9th tier individual, they do not exist. Or rather, even if such an item were to exist, it would be the ultimate trump card of the absolute elite, something they would never reveal. After all, in such a real world, having an extra life over others speaks for itself in terms of advantage. However, there currently exists a skill that can directly grant immunity to death once and restore 30% of the target's health. It's no wonder everyone is reacting this way. Because from the skill's description, it's clear that there are no rank restrictions. In other words, even if the target is a 9th tier powerhouse, it still works. There's no doubt about it. With such a skill, the entire Chow family's status among the human race would undergo a complete transformation. Even if the skill has a cooldown time of 72 hours, it cannot be shaken. To put it bluntly, even if this skill were replaced with a legendary skill or an ancient skill, Chow Kai would not trade it. As long as he is alive, the entire Chow family will benefit immeasurably from his existence. And all he had to pay was a mere 10 million magic stones. Thinking of this, Chow Kai felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had come here today. And an unprecedented sense of gratitude. Gratitude toward Chu Kuangren, and toward that mysterious figure he had never met. Put it away. Chu Kuangren gave Chow Kai a meaningful glance before turning his gaze to the others with a neutral expression. What happened today? I hope everyone present will keep it confidential. Upon hearing this, the others snapped back to their senses. Of course. Chu sir, rest assured. My mouth is as tight as a drum. We won't say a word, Uncle Chu. Regardless of their true thoughts, the two family heads present were seasoned veterans. They well understood the significance of such a skill. It could turn the tide in a critical moment. The two women, though less cunning than the two family heads, held higher status and had seen much in their lives. They knew well what should be said and what should not. Chu the madman nodded, but did not pay much attention to their attitudes. Because Wei Chenyu, who was hiding in the shadows, had already activated the military's highest level of confidentiality protocols and reported the matter to higher authorities. It was likely that before the few could leave the city lord's mansion, reinforcements would arrive to seal off the area. Therefore, no matter what they were thinking, it didn't matter. As for Chu Kuangren, his mind was primarily occupied with, "Oof. This brat's profession is getting more and more troublesome. It's really giving me a headache." He had thought that legendary skills were already the limit, but never did he expect that this box could even contain such an unheard of skill. Just thinking about the possibility of this being exposed one day made his head spin. After all, just the skill Chow Kai unlocked alone is enough to drive countless people mad. Rivalry, assassination, defection. If someone could unlock such a skill, the provider of the treasure chest. Forget about it. Chu Kuangren gave up. We'll see when the time comes. On the other side, Chow Kai had already mastered the skill and retreated with a satisfied smile. Feeling the envious glances of everyone around him, there was only one word to describe it: awesome. This feeling was even more exhilarating than the first time he had ever achieved something great. Most importantly, just wait until those old fools see I've got this skill. They'll be begging me on their knees. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated from head to toe. I'm sure that even if he wants to step down as family head, those guys will beg him on their knees to stay. Lord Chu, it's my turn now, right? Get lost. It's clearly my turn. The other two couldn't help but redden their eyes as they scrambled for the next opportunity. Though it was supposed to be Chu Kuangren's turn according to the rules, seeing Chow Kai, who was once on the same level, already soaring to new heights, they naturally wanted to be the next lucky one. Chu Kuangren calmly glanced at the two men, then turned to the two women who had remained silent and smiled. Do you want to give it a try? Zhang Yeye hesitated for a moment before nodding excitedly, yes. Chu Kuangren smiled, since that's the case, let's start with Yeye first. Upon hearing this, the two family heads of the Luanli clans, who had been provoked into a frenzy, immediately calmed down. That's right. Even this opportunity was given to them by Chu Kuangren. How could they have such naive thoughts of being able to control him? Realizing this, the two of them remained silent, stepping back a few paces, and gazed longingly at Chu Kuangren. What a pity. Chu Kuangren paid them no further attention, instead waving his hand to summon another treasure chest. Taking the box, Zhang Yeye examined it curiously before politely asking, Uncle Chu, how do we use this? From an outsider's perspective, it was simply a treasure chest opening to grant a skill. But she knew it wasn't that simple. You should have 10 million magic stones on you, right? Yes. Zhang Yeye nodded, clearly a young heiress. However, with her 5th tier strength, even without relying on her background, she could earn that much with some effort. The only thing worth mentioning was that she carried such a large sum of money with her at all times. That's simple. Invest 10 million magic stones, then just open it. But what you ultimately get depends entirely on luck. It could be a skill rarer than the one you just got, or it could be the most basic ordinary skill. After a pause, Chu Kuangren added, if you think it's not worth it, you can always choose not to activate the skill. Upon hearing this, the two family heads, Lu and Li, immediately lit up with desire and looked over eagerly. Jiang Ye hugged the box and took a step back, her face glowing with a sweet smile. Since Uncle Chu is willing to give me such a precious opportunity, I certainly wouldn't dare to give it up. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Without any hesitation, she invested 10 million magic stones and then reached out to open the treasure box. Instantly, a purple glow once again appeared before everyone's eyes. The same unusual phenomenon appeared simultaneously as before. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the two family heads, Lu and Li, went wide with shock, and they regretted their decision so deeply that they felt as though their intestines were turning green. If they hadn't spoken earlier, wouldn't the purple light have been noticed by them? Manhwa also wore an envious expression, though she was mostly happy for her good friend. Once the phenomenon faded, before anyone could speak, Jiang Ye, with a delighted expression, voluntarily displayed the skill book she had just obtained before everyone. Chapter 20, others might make a fortune, but he definitely won't lose out. Illusion Space Epic, create 3 independent spaces, trapping enemies within and starting a timer. Each space possesses the caster's maximum mana value multiplied by 100 as health points. If enemies fail to break out of the space within 1 minute, they will suffer damage equal to 1/10 of the remaining total health points of all spaces. Skill cost, 20% of maximum mana cooldown, 30 minutes. Upon seeing this skill, others might not say anything, but as a knight, Chu Kuangren, and as a priest, Xiao Kai, their expressions changed. High-ranking mages can easily have millions of magic points, and multiplying that by 100 gives you over 100 million health points. And there were 3 of them. For a class like theirs, which is more support-oriented, to break through this in a minute is asking the impossible. If they couldn't break through, even if the remaining life points in the space were weakened by tenfold, there would still be tens of millions left. Chu Kuangren might be able to withstand it, but Xiao Kai, the priest, would definitely die instantly. Additionally, this skill can split the battlefield and trap enemies. It truly has immense potential for development. The skill from this box is absolutely ridiculous. What? He got a skill that grants immunity to death? Well, that's fine then. The others all looked envious. Though this skill doesn't have the same strategic significance as the one Xiao Kai just unlocked, its effect is equally powerful. To put it bluntly, with this skill, Jiang Ye's strength has multiplied several times over. After demonstrating it, Jiang Ye clapped her hands and eagerly learned the skill. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Why thank me? It's just that you were lucky enough to get it. He. With a shy smile, Jiang Ye skipped back to Mu Wanhua's side. Ye, congratulations. Mu Wanhua sincerely offered her blessings, genuinely happy for her best friend for acquiring this powerful skill. Poof. Jiang Ye beamed with pride, patting the impressive crowd she had gathered around her, and said in a sweet voice, Guazhai, from now on, I'll follow your lead. Of course, she received a big, rolling eye in response. Mu niece, want to give it a try too? Thank you, Uncle Chu. Mu Wanhua nodded modestly. Lu and Li, the two family heads, QAQ. I was here first, whether it was giving money or anything else, I was clearly first. Why? The resentment of the two was clearly unnoticed by Chu Kuangren. Holding the box, Mu Wanhua suddenly felt a bit of pressure. This pressure wasn't from the 10 million magic stones. As a wealthy woman herself, she had never lacked money in her life. The pressure mainly came from the fear of not being able to ship the goods. Come on, Mu Wanhua. Hearing her best friend's encouraging words, Mu Wanhua took a deep breath and opened the box. However, this time it wasn't the same purple as before. Though there was still an anomaly, it was merely a blue light. Seeing this, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but sigh, his face betraying a look of regret. Seeing this, Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside her. The others also froze, their eyes filled with astonishment. Although they hadn't seen what skill had been used, the unusual phenomena emanating from the box made it clear that it was inferior to the previous one. So, Mu Wanhua looked at the skill book in her hands, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, but her face quickly returned to its usual calm expression. Facing the curious glances of the others, Mu Wanhua confidently displayed the skill book she had obtained. Sorry, Uncle Chu. I only managed to unlock a ordinary diamond tier skill. It happened to be the one she had already learned. Chu Kuangren shook his head, this kind of thing is all about luck when opening the box. There's no need to apologize. The sudden flash of blue light also cleared everyone's vision. 2 consecutive purple lights had unconsciously led everyone to believe that the box contained nothing but good items. However, the current blue light shattered their illusions, pulling everyone back to reality. The box could indeed contain valuable items, but not everyone could open it. To obtain such good fortune, one must be willing to the corresponding risks. If the blue light revealed a diamond tier skill book, that would be acceptable, at least it wouldn't be a complete loss. But if it's a basic skill book, the 10 million magic stones would be completely wasted. Realizing this, the expressions of Lu and Li, the two family heads, grew solemn. As for Chao Kai, he felt incredibly fortunate. Lord Chu, is it our turn now? Clearly, despite the enormous risks involved, the two had no intention of giving up. No matter how rational one may be in everyday life, when faced with such a situation, one would inevitably harbor the survivor bias. Especially when compared to the risks, the potential benefits were far more substantial. There was no reason for the two of them to give up. Chu Kuangren looked at the two of them with a smirk. No need to argue over who goes first. We won't fight over it. We won't fight over it. The two shook their heads decisively. Seeing this, Chu Kuangren didn't press the matter further. Then let the Lu family head go first. Soon, the two finished opening their treasure chests one after another. From the drooping heads, it was clear the results were unsatisfactory. Lu Qingyuan was still okay, emitting a blue glow. Li Xiong was in trouble. It was white light. Even with 10 million, getting white light is, in a way, still considered good luck, right? Without giving it much thought, Chu Kuangren spoke up. The treasure chest has been opened. Everyone should leave now. Li Xiong hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and said, Lord Chu, may I open another treasure chest? Upon hearing this, the others also turned to look. The desire in their eyes was unmistakable. Even Chao Kai and Jiang Yeye were no exception. Although they were the ones who had gained the most today, that didn't stop them from wanting to open another one. Even if each one cost 10 million magic stones. What if there was another surprise? It can only be said that opening boxes is truly addictive. These rich bastards. Chu Kuangren muttered under his breath, but his expression remained unchanged. What do you think? I was too hasty. Li Xiong gave a nervous laugh, then persisted, what about tomorrow? If it's tomorrow, that nobleman will have already left. I see. The three family heads couldn't hide the disappointment on their faces. That nobleman? The two women glanced at each other with a hint of confusion in their eyes but did not speak. They decided to wait and ask what was going on later. Of course, they would ask Chao Kai and the others. As for now, Uncle Chu, we should go too. They're waiting for us upstairs to write the report. Chu Kuangren smiled and nodded, alright, come play again next time. This completely different attitude also made the three family heads unable to help but discuss it in their hearts. Damn hypocrite. After seeing the group off at the city lord's mansion, Chu Kuangren returned to the mansion. Meanwhile, Chu Ping'an, who was inside the mansion, couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Looking at the two new skills that had appeared in his skill bar, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Opening boxes is fun for a moment, but opening them constantly is even better. Others might make a killing, but he definitely wasn't losing out. Chapter 21, National Treasure. Life Soul Return Ancient, bless the target. For the next 12 hours, the target is immune to 3 fatal attacks. The first attack restores 20% of the target's maximum health, the second attack restores 50% of the target's maximum health, and the third attack removes all negative status effects from the target, restoring all stats to 100%. Skill cost, 10% of maximum mana cooldown, 24 hours. Chu Ping'an acknowledged that Life's Praise was a decent skill, but if he were to use Life's Soul Return, how would you respond? There is no doubt that the latter's effects completely outclass the former. Immune to 3 deaths, and the final use removes all negative effects and fully restores all stats. What's most absurd is that such a powerful skill not only consumes less than Life's Praise but also has a cooldown time that's several times shorter. It can only be said that comparison reveals the true difference. Without a doubt, this skill stands out as an exceptional existence among ancient skills. Cosmic Veil Funeral Forbidden Spell. The universe is as plaything in your hands. A single flick of the divine finger is enough to plunge all living beings into despair. If you're seeing a forbidden spell for the first time, you might be confused by this description. There are no specific effects, no skill consumption, and no casting time interval. Could this really be a forbidden spell? Chu Ping'an is different. As someone who already possesses a forbidden spell and has used it before, he understands that as the most powerful offensive skill beneath divine techniques, its very existence is abhorred by its natural enemies. Its power is far beyond what words can describe or convey. It is an unimaginable terror. It is the ultimate destructive skill. Precisely because of this, the standard effect descriptions for regular skills are completely meaningless when applied to it. The specific power it can unleash depends entirely on the amount of magic power invested and the mastery of the forbidden spell. Take, for example, when Chu Ping'an faced that lava demon yesterday. By investing just 100,000 units of magic, he effortlessly shattered that 5th tier creature. Incidentally, the dungeon. This is the power of forbidden spells. In fact, the reason the energy level was detected as having risen to 6th tier at that moment was because the forbidden spell's fluctuations momentarily lost control. After all, it was the first time using the forbidden spell, so he wasn't very skilled yet and couldn't execute it perfectly. As for the cooldown time, it starts at several hours. However, casting the forbidden spell is also a hassle. Although once you learn the skill, you automatically understand how to use it. But the incantations before casting and the casting guidance are unavoidable. For example, the newly learned forbidden spell he had just mastered. According to the casting method imprinted in his mind, Chu Pingyan estimated that he would need at least 10 minutes of preparation before it could be used effectively. There's no doubt that a casting time of over 10 minutes would be too long. By the time it's ready, it'll be too late. But this is mainly due to my low level and insufficient magical power. In simple terms, while his profession allowed him to learn this skill, his current strength was insufficient to use it as casually as a basic attack. Holy Soul Dirge was an exception. Thanks to the existence of the divine technique Divine Holy Light, his affinity with Holy Light was maxed out, so when he used the forbidden spell Holy Soul Dirge, which centers on Holy Light, it felt as smooth as eating a piece of chocolate. However, it's still a forbidden spell, after all. It's slow now, but once I get stronger, I'll be able to use it freely. Once I accumulate more forbidden spells. Just use forbidden spells as basic attacks. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. The remaining 3 skills, however, aren't worth much mention. One is a legendary tier support skill, one is a legendary tier damage skill, and one is an epic tier damage skill. The effects are all decent. However, after seeing divine skills, ancient skills, and forbidden spells, they no longer seem impressive. Considering the limited number of skills he currently possesses, Chu Pingyan hesitated for a moment before deciding to learn them anyway. Just to expand the range of skills available. Who knows when they might come in handy. Pingyan. Hearing the voice, Chu Pingyan snapped back to reality and looked toward the door as Chu Quanren walked in. Dad. How do you plan to spend the rest of the day? Go. Just as Chu Pingyan was about to say go to the brothel to listen to music, he noticed the darkening expression on Lao Deng's face and quickly changed his words. Go outside and level up. Chu Quanren's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. That's a good idea. Time waits for no one. Don't waste your talent carelessly. Reach level 50 as soon as possible to complete your class change. You'll be able to open more treasure chests each day. There was nothing to do today, so he went to the brothel to listen to music. If there's something to do, it'll have to wait. Besides, compared to that, he was more interested in getting stronger. Thinking this, Chu Pingyan asked, how many? 3 5th-tier mages and 1 1st-tier knight. I think 4 5th-tier mages would be better. Chu Quanren ignored him and walked away. Chu Pingyan rolled his eyes, 3 then. The efficiency shouldn't be too slow, right? We should be able to reach level 50 today, right? On the other side, Zhang Yeye and Mu Wan also learned the full story from the 3 of them. Unlike the 3 who knew nothing about the situation, the 2 of them had connections in circles much larger than those of the local small families. Precisely because of this, both could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Is there someone like that among those big shots? Mu Wanhua hesitated for a moment before saying uncertainly, perhaps we just don't know about them? It's not impossible. Zhang Yeye thought for a moment and said, why don't you ask your teacher? Should I ask my grandfather? Sure. Mu Wanhua agreed immediately. Born with a natural curiosity, she couldn't resist such secrets. Soon, the 2 of them received responses through their respective channels. The answers they received were exactly as they had expected. As expected, there wasn't any. That's true. If such a person really exists, then the overall strength of the Great Xia Empire would undoubtedly rise by several levels. At this point, the 2 exchanged glances. It just so happens that this person recently emerged, in the form of a treasure chest, and it just so happens that Uncle Chu is behind all of this. Under these circumstances, a professional title had already formed in the minds of the 2 women. Treasure Chest Merchant X2. The 2 women spoke in unison, revealing their thoughts, then smiled at each other. Poof. I never expected Chu Shouty to be such a hidden gem. Mu Wanhua also laughed and teased, now don't say that I'm even tempted to try it myself. Zhang Yeye sighed, now that I know that, I don't really have any plans. I just want to open a few more boxes. Mu Wanhua paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, you're right. Both were intelligent individuals, fully aware of the profound implications behind this profession. If Chao Kai, who possessed the celebration of life, could bring blessings to the entire Chao family, then the entire Great Xia Empire would see its overall strength rise by countless levels because of this profession. This profession was truly deserving of the title a national treasure. It directly influences the fortune of a nation. Chapter 22, You're So High and Mighty. That night, after spending the entire day leveling up, Chu Pingyan returned to the city lord's mansion. Finally level 50. I'm exhausted. Hearing his words, the 4 people following behind him immediately shot him resentful glances. Weren't you the one who slept until the end? Of course, such words couldn't be spoken aloud, they could only be thought in their hearts. Workers must have the spirit of workers. Besides, while it was tiring, everyone knew that Lord Chu never shortchanged his own people. There were plenty of benefits to be had. You've worked hard. Let us continue next time. So, upon hearing those words, the few of them immediately patted their chests and agreed. Master, you can count on us. Dealing with these minor threats is my specialty. When it comes to mocking, in all of Qingyun City, aside from the city lord, I'm the best. No one dares to claim second place. Smiling, Chu Pingyan bid farewell to the others and rubbed his completely empty stomach. Let us go eat first. As for advancing, it wasn't impossible to go at this hour. The doors to the advancement hall are open 24 hours a day. But no matter what, the world may be vast, but the stomach is the greatest. You can't shortchange your stomach. Eating is the priority. What a pity. Just as I stepped inside, I bumped into Chu Quinren, who was about to leave. You're back. Dad. Chu Pingyan greeted him, then asked curiously, where are you going? Picking up a few friends. Great, come with me. Chu Pingyan cleared his throat. Dad, I've been leveling up all afternoon. Why don't you go by yourself? Chu Quinren gave him a sideways glance. Are you sure you did it yourself? I was the only one who leveled up 10 times all afternoon. Why wouldn't it be me? Chu Pingyan spoke confidently. Stop wasting time. If you don't go, you won't eat tonight. Chu Pingyan took a step forward, then turned back, confused. Aren't we supposed to pick someone up? What are you still standing there for? This little brat. Chu Quinren shook his head helplessly before following after him. But the look in his eyes as he glanced back at him was filled with surprise and pride. Who are we picking up that you had to bother coming out yourself? Chu Quinren could clearly hear the sarcasm in Chu Pingyan's words, but since he was in a good mood, he didn't take it to heart. You'll find out when we get there. No wonder there are so many riddlers after being persecuted by the older generation. Do they think they can just enjoy it when it's their turn? The two rode in silence until they reached the city gates. They waited there in silence. 10 minutes later. Here they come. The two waiting at the city gate heard the sound of someone shouting, growing louder as it approached. A group of 3 people in a donkey-drawn cart slowly approached the father and son. Chu Quinren withdrew his gaze and spoke without emotion. I must have gotten the date wrong. Those guys are supposed to arrive tomorrow. You've been training all afternoon. You must be starving. Let's go back and eat. Chu Pingyan didn't move, smiling broadly. Let's wait and see. These days, there are so many ways to travel: teleportation arrays, flying boats, even cars. I've seen it all, but 3 people riding in a donkey cart? That's something I've never seen before. How interesting. Don't you think so, Dad? Their conversation also caught the attention of a group of people in the distance. A man wearing a straw hat, holding a whip, and with a beard on his face suddenly stood up, his face lit up with a bright smile. Hey, old Chu, you've brought my nephew to pick us up? Stare. Chu Pingyan, Dad, didn't you say you didn't recognize him? Maybe I mistook him. Chu Quinren remained unfazed. You've had enough of this, haven't you? Let's go. Leave. Of course they didn't leave. A struggle ensued. Chu Quinren, with a dark expression, you said you'd give me something cool to play with, but this is just a big lump? Mo Joga tilted his head, looking confused. Isn't this cool? Big nephew, do you think uncle is handsome? Cool. Chu Pingyan raised his thumb, staring intently at the donkey beside him, his eyes almost glowing. My nephew really has good taste. Mo Joga smiled smugly. Seeing that Chu Pingyan was still staring at his little donkey, he asked, do you like it? I love it. Chu Pingyan nodded vigorously. If you like it, then uncle will give it to you. Really? Of course. Chu Pingyan immediately exclaimed excitedly, they say dragon meat is in the sky and donkey meat is on the ground. Dad, why don't we have donkey meat hot pot tonight? Donkey? Mo Joga? Ha ha ha. The other two, who had remained silent all along, burst into laughter. Chu Quinren also smiled slightly. Alright, let's have donkey meat tonight. The donkey glared at Mo Joga with a look of resentment, as if to say, you're so high and mighty, you're so great, you're using your brother's life to do someone a favor. Big brother, you're not like your son at all. Another person nodded. She does look a lot like your sister-in-law. My mom? Chu Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he leaned in closer. Uncle, can you tell me about it? The man who had been smiling moments ago immediately dropped his smile and shook his head. I can't say. Chu Pingyan looked at the other person, who nonchalantly averted his gaze and whistled. Poof. Chu Pingyan rolled his eyes but didn't think much of it. If it couldn't be said, there must be a reason. At least, judging from their attitudes, it wasn't the worst outcome he had imagined. Knowing that much was already a decent gain. Chu Quinren didn't speak up to stop him, but he also didn't explain. After seeing that Chu Pingyan wasn't going to say anything, he finally introduced the 3 people in front of him one by one. Mo Joga, Yu Zion, He Yu Fei, my teammates. Chu Pingyan also politely greeted the 3. Good. Mo Joga pulled out an item of equipment and handed it over. As a token of our first meeting, this is Uncle's gift. Didn't Uncle Mo already give you one? Mo Joga followed Chu Pingyan's gaze and sought his own donkey, idly swishing its tail. He couldn't help but grimace. What a brat! The other 2 couldn't help but laugh, and one after another, they took out the gifts they had prepared. All of them were 70-level epic equipment. Even if sold, they would be worth a fortune. After receiving the gifts, Chu Pingyan smiled and thanked the 3 of them. They then chatted and laughed as they entered the city. Back at the city lord's mansion. The dining hall. The prepared dishes were all served, and the servants left. Mo Joga finally asked, Leader, why did you suddenly summon us here? Are you planning to leave? After speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on him. The other two paused in their movements, trying to act nonchalant, but their eyes involuntarily fell on him. Chu Kuangren nodded. I do have plans to return. After all, Ping'an is already so grown up now he no longer needs my care. Upon hearing this, the three of them all showed signs of joy on their faces. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Kuangren waved his hand, signaling that he wasn't finished. However, besides this matter, there is something even more important why I called you here this time. Something more important? The others were puzzled. What could be more important than him returning? Chu Kuangren didn't explain, but silently showed the three the legendary skill he had obtained just 2 days ago, Holy Light Protection. Chapter 23, Lao Dang, the Abyss Demon has reached the city gates. Seeing the effect of the skill, the few present were stunned for several seconds. Holy! Boss, where did you get this skill book? Mo Jioga's curse snapped everyone back to reality. Yu Ziang and He Yufei snapped out of it, their faces betraying envy. Jealousy wasn't the issue, their boss had this skill, so when they teamed up to clear dungeons or fight enemies on the battlefield, wouldn't they have an even better time? The unhidden envy of the few also caused Chu Kuangren's lips to curve into a smile. After retracting the skill he had been showing off, Chu Kuangren spoke up, this is what I intended to tell you all. The specifics of how to obtain it will be revealed tomorrow. You'll find out then. Mo Jioga's eyes lit up. Leader, does that mean we have a chance to obtain it too? Yeah. Holy crap. Boss, you're so awesome. No wonder you're the boss, you always come out swinging. Following Joga, you go hungry 9 times a day. Following the boss, you eat 9 times a day. Get lost. Everyone's here already? At that moment, a tall figure walked in from outside. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Joga and the others instinctively turned to look, their eyes immediately lighting up. Old Wei? I didn't see you anywhere. I thought the boss had sold you off. Wei Ge, it's been ages. Ah, today is truly a rare day. After all these years, our little team is finally back together again. On such a great day, what else is there to say? Let us drink until we're drunk tonight. No drinking, no leaving. Glancing at the lively group, Chu Ping'an sat in the corner, quietly eating the food on the table. Sure enough, he was just brought along to make up the numbers. Half an hour later. After finishing his meal, Chu Ping'an left directly. Before leaving, the group had already opened dozens of bottles, and not a single one of them had bothered to acknowledge him. This only confirmed once again that he was just there to make up the numbers. After sneaking out of the city lord's mansion, Chu Ping'an headed straight for the advanced god's temple. After going through a series of procedures, he once again found himself in the familiar hall. Please submit 3 silver tier boss cores. Tasks are different at the same tier. Starting from the second tier, to claim an advancement task, you must submit the corresponding materials. For example, to claim the advancement quest at the second tier, like now, you need to submit 3 silver tier boss cores. To claim the third tier advancement quest, one must defeat 5 gold tier bosses. Whether you defeat them in a group or solo, as long as the fact remains, it is acceptable. By the time you reach the 4th tier, there will be other prerequisite tasks. Chu Ping'an had already prepared the silver tier boss cores in advance. In fact, he had already completed the prerequisites for the 3rd tier. After submitting the pre-prepared materials, the sphere in front of him began to emit a faint glow. Current profession, treasure chest merchant. Current profession level detected, 50. Meets the requirements for a class change. Starting the class change quest. After a brief pause. Task posted. 2nd tier advancement task, go down and gain some experience. Difficulty, 2 stars. Description, as a merchant, without sufficient strength, you may end up becoming a commodity yourself. You will be given 10 hours to prepare and enhance your abilities. Once your maximum attribute reaches 5,000, you may choose to complete the task. Hint, evaluation will be based on the time you submit the task and your highest attribute at the time of submission. Time limit, tasks must not be submitted within 10 hours. 2-star difficulty? It was just a minor setback after all. If you can advance to the next level easily, there's no need to challenge a higher difficulty. Glancing at the task requirements, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but check his current attributes. The lowest ones were already in the hundreds of thousands. 5,000? Cough, this task is a bit ridiculous. But it's just a 2-star task, there's not much to ask for. Chu Ping'an nodded to himself. He then no longer lingered and turned to leave the room. Didn't you see there's a 10-hour preparation time? The old man is out drinking with his comrades tonight, he definitely won't have time to look after me. So? Chu Ping'an's eyes lit up. In an instant, he had already decided where to spend the next 10 hours. The night passed in silence. The next day, after a comfortable night's rest, Chu Ping'an arrived at the advanced temple right on time. As the countdown reached 0, he immediately submitted his task. Congratulations on completing the advanced task. Completion rate, 100%. Rating, perfect. Advancement has begun. Compared to the first advancement, the second advancement brought several times more joy. In comparison, last night's massage feels rather lackluster. This time, it took a few minutes longer than the first time. Once everything was over, Chu Pingyan sighed contentedly. That was amazing. The interface didn't show much this time. Since he had just reached level 50, he couldn't tell how much the base familiarity and free attributes would increase with the level up. However, he didn't really care about how many attributes he could obtain. The key was how many more boxes would be added after this advancement. Today's treasure chests, 08. Only 3 more? Chu Pingyan chewed on his lips, but he wasn't too disappointed. If he continued following this pattern, by the 3rd stage, there would be 12. 4th tier would be 17. 5th tier. In any case, a bright future lies ahead. For any profession, every 3rd tier represents a significant upgrade. Although special professions won't be able to change their class during this advancement like ordinary professions, their professional abilities will also see a significant boost. If new types of treasure chests are to appear, the most likely probability is the 3rd tier. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He didn't linger in the advancement temple. A new day meant new tasks to tackle. He first went to the entertainment district to listen to some music. By around noon, Chu Pingyan finally returned to the city lord's mansion. Wang, the steward, has my father risen yet? The master and several other officials drank until 6 a.m. this morning and are still resting. I see. Thank you. Darn, that was a mistake. I should have come back in the afternoon. Chu Pingyan shook his head and didn't go out to continue listening to the music. He had a quick lunch, then went to the old man's room and kicked the door open. Old man, the abyss demon has reached the city gates. Chu Quangren, who had been sleeping soundly, jolted awake. He jumped out of bed, his eyes still unfocused, but filled with a raging fire. A powerful, surging aura erupted from his body without restraint, and a murderous intent so intense it pierced the heavens. This astonishing aura was more than enough to easily crush any ordinary second-tier professional. Even Chu Pingyan, caught completely off guard, couldn't help but stutter in his breathing. Intense holy light gathered around his body. A bunch of scum dare to. Before Chu Quan could finish his words, he noticed Chu Pingyan standing not far away, staring blankly at him. Chapter 24, The Grandmaster has finally arrived. Cough. Dad, I just came to check on you since you hadn't gotten up yet. Even though the method was wrong, my intentions were good. What kind of unlucky kid kicks down the door first and then shows up with a deep abyss demon to kill someone? His family, yes? Never mind then. Chu Quangren glanced at his wayward son beside him and felt a headache coming on. Master, please hurry. He was genuinely worried that if the teacher arrived even a moment later, he wouldn't be able to see this disobedient son. Chu Pingyan, of course, had no idea what Lao Deng was thinking. He continued, besides, it's already noon. Everyone is working hard. How can you, as the city lord, sleep so soundly? You're the last person who should be saying that. Don't think I don't know where you were last night. Chu Quangren shot him a sideways glance and didn't bother to respond. Due to the earlier incident, the other few who had been drunk out of their minds were also startled awake. Upon receiving Chu Quangren's message, they all gathered at the small courtyard where Chu Pingyan usually stayed. Boss, you called us here. As he spoke, Mo Joga rubbed his hands together, his face betraying his anticipation and eagerness. No one could resist a powerful skill. It would directly impact their strength. That's right, it's about what I mentioned yesterday. Chu Quangren nodded, then changed the subject. Did you bring the magic stones you were told to prepare? Don't worry. Mo Joga patted his chest. Over the years, we may not have much else, but we've stockpiled quite a few magic stones. Chu Pingyan's eyes lit up. Do we have 1 billion? 1, cough cough, how much? Mo Joga nearly choked on his breath. All right. Judging by the look on his face, there was no need to ask, he definitely didn't have it. Sure enough, old Deng's friends are also poor. Chu Pingyan sighed inwardly and kept his mouth shut. Master, you're the village's only hope. Although Chu Pingyan didn't say anything else, his gaze undoubtedly stung Mo Joga. Then came a string of incomprehensible phrases like how much is 1 magic stone? How much is 10 million magic stones? How much equipment do we need? And so on, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The courtyard was filled with a joyful atmosphere. No one noticed that a figure had appeared beside the large tree in the courtyard. This figure was shrouded in an unknown force, so his arrival went unnoticed by everyone. Only Chu Pingyan glanced in that direction with a hint of confusion, but quickly looked away. Oh. Interesting. The newcomer let out a soft laugh, but it was muffled by the force surrounding him. Enough, stop fooling around. Chu Quangren interrupted, let's get down to business. Pingyan. Oh. Chu Pingyan nodded and casually summoned a box, which appeared in his hand. Ha! Those who had never witnessed this scene before couldn't help but look on in astonishment. What kind of profession does my nephew have? What's the use of this treasure chest? Treasure box merchant. Chu Quangren, as for its use, do you remember that skill from yesterday? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them stared in disbelief. Could it be? Chu Quangren nodded with a smile, his voice brimming with pride. Exactly that, could it be that? At some point, the figure that had crept up close twitched its lips a few times. Damn riddle maker, can you just say what you mean? What a pity. No one knew his thoughts and no one cared. Those who recognized the signal began their subsequent discussions. The method to open the box is simple: use magic stones. The more magic stones you put in, the higher the chance of getting something. Shu Quangren, based on the patterns summarized earlier, 10 million magic stones is the most appropriate range. Upon hearing this, Mo Joga and the others immediately looked enlightened. No wonder they were told to bring money when they were summoned. It all makes sense now. Thinking this, Mo Joga waved his hand generously. Give me 3. Shu Pingyan's eyes lit up. Without 100 million magic stones, opening a few more million magic stone level boxes isn't completely unacceptable. Got it. Shu Pingyan pulled out 2 more boxes and placed them in front of Mo Joga. Yu Xiang and He Yufei also smiled and said, give us 3 boxes too. Shu Quangren and Wei Chunyu exchanged glances, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. So we're the only 2 who are the poorest? Of course. They had to support their factions, so they weren't competing like this. A figure standing nearby watched the scene and couldn't help but remark, spending 10 million magic stones to open a box? These kids sure are willing to spend money. I wonder what's inside the box that would make them willing to spend so much. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but join in the anticipation. Shu Pingyan pulled out 5 boxes and spread his hands helplessly. That's all I have. Shu Quangren looked at him in surprise. 8 boxes? Did you advance again? Do you think I'm like you, still sleeping until noon? This isn't going to end well, is it? Shu Quangren's face turned red, and he turned away. We can't open them all at once. Let's open one first. Upon hearing Mo Joga's suggestion, Yu Xiang and He Yufei nodded in agreement. The 3 of them, each holding a box, opened them simultaneously without waiting for the others. Instantly, different colors shone before everyone's eyes. 2 dazzling, brilliant blue beams erupted. However, they were quickly overshadowed by a noble purple mist that suddenly emerged from the center. The dense purple mist then enveloped everyone's vision. Seeing the scene before them, the hidden presence spoke with a hint of surprise and uncertainty. For even he, who stood before the mist, could not see through it. After all, he was interesting. I never expected the little one's profession to be so peculiar. The strange phenomenon came quickly and departed just as swiftly. Yu Xiang and He Yufei, who only saw blue light, couldn't help but complain, it feels like this thing is finally working? Definitely. The anomalies in that box are way more powerful than the ones in our hands. Mo Joga twisted his mouth into a smirk. I told you, my luck has always been good. Back when I offered to handle the corpses, you all refused. Regretting it now? Shu Quangren spoke calmly. Mine emitted golden light. Mo Joga gave a sheepish smile. The boss is an exception, it's only natural that we can't compare. Stop joking around. Hurry up and check what skills you got, then show them off. Oh. Mo Joga nodded, glanced at the scroll in his hand, then sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap? Hearing this, the other 2 immediately stopped looking at their own skills. Stop acting so surprised. Hurry up and show everyone. Mo Joga complied. The next moment, upon seeing the skill description before them, everyone fell into silence, with only one thought racing through their minds. Is this skill really this ridiculous? At that very moment, a hoarse, deep voice, tinged with disbelief, echoed in everyone's ears. This treasure chest can actually contain such a skill book? Chapter 25, White God, by Qitian. Legendary gift. Upon hearing the voice, the expressions of several people changed instantly. But upon recognizing the figure before them, they immediately adopted a respectful expression. Master. Greetings, White Lord. Grand Master. Bai Tianqi paid no heed to the formalities, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Chu, tell me exactly what happened. Yes, Master. Shu Quangren spoke respectfully, then proceeded to explain the entire sequence of events. Shu Pingyan's mind also unconsciously recalled the other party's information. Bai Tianqi, the most powerful warrior in the Great Xia Empire. He once stood alone on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, facing a foreign warrior of the same 9th rank leading an army of tens of thousands, and defended a city for 3 days. From then on, he was dubbed the most impregnable wall of the Great Xia Empire by the alien races. And the world revered him as the White God. Though he possesses no divine power, in the hearts of countless people, he is a god. The most trustworthy guardian deity of the entire Great Xia. Despite being praised to the heavens by countless people, in terms of appearance, it is merely an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a blue robe, and an ordinary face. No exaggerated muscles, no 3 heads or 6 arms. If there is anything truly unique about him, it is his otherworldly demeanor. With the master's attire and demeanor, if someone were to say he is a wizard, no one would doubt it, right? Shu Pingyan had, of course, seen the old man before, though it had been several years ago. After all, the old man was very busy. In his previous impressions, this old man was serious, stern, brave, as bright as holy light, and towering. Of course, he was extremely kind to him. Every time they met, he would give him plenty of gifts. Though, of course, the old man would soon take them back under the pretext of, you're still young, haven't advanced in your career yet, so you don't need these. I'll keep them for you. After so many years, the old man looked exactly the same as he did in his memories, with no noticeable changes. They say that the higher the rank, the longer the lifespan. I wonder how many years a 9th rank person can live. As Chu Pingyan pondered these thoughts, Chu Kuangren briefly recounted the general events. Immediately, the old man widened his eyes and scolded, "Nonsense! Why didn't you inform me immediately about such an important matter?" Chu Kuangren? If his memory wasn't failing him, he should have notified the other party immediately. However, you're right to scold me. Chu Kuangren, who knew the other person's temperament, bowed his head. Drawing on countless past experiences, arguing at this point was the most foolish thing to do. Admitting one's mistake honestly could avoid the iron fist of love. Don't ask why, just accept it. Power is the only truth. Reason? Fine, let us settle this with fists. However, your eyesight isn't as good as mine, so it's only natural that you don't realize the seriousness of the problem. Chu Kuangren sighed inwardly. The teacher treated him like a son and scolded him. What else could he say? You're right. Listening to their conversation, the others quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. They had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. Only Chu Pingyan's gaze was odd, as if the long-held impressions he had formed over the years were being shattered in that moment. Pingyan. Chu Pingyan snapped back to reality and met the old man's kind gaze. It's been so many years since we last met. Come here so I can take a look at you. Chu Pingyan complied with a smile and said, "It's been so long, but you look just the same as ever, master. You're still as charming as ever." Ha ha ha. Bai Qitian burst into hearty laughter. Good. Your master didn't tea-spoil you for nothing. Take this. It's a gift your master specially prepared for you during these days. Saying this, he pulled out a jade pendant from his robe and handed it over. Thank you, master. Chu Pingyan took it from the other person's hand and examined the jade pendant with curiosity. The jade pendant was crafted in the shape of a qilin, with a sheep's head, wolf's hooves, a rounded top, a single horn, and a dragon's tail. The scales on its body had a distinct texture. The white jade was as radiant as dawn, though its exact material was unknown. Yet, holding it in his hand, he felt a warm, nurturing energy that seemed to permeate his entire body. Bai Ling Jade Pendant Legendary. Category: Special equipment activates when worn. Level requirement: None. Effect: All attributes plus 1000. Additional effect: Bai Ling Guardian Passive, all damage taken is reduced by 10%. Additional effect: Lucky Blessing Passive, you are surrounded by Bai Ling and will be luckier than ordinary people. Additional effect: Fearless Heart Passive, ignores all authority levels 3 or more tiers below your own, effective only against targets of tier 9 or below. Additional effect: Divine Blessing Passive, if your rank is no higher than 7, you can survive 1 death and gain a random teleportation opportunity, with a minimum distance of 5 km and a maximum distance of 10 km. Additional effect: Divine Power Active, upon activation, grants Divine Power, boosting all attributes by 100% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Description: Under the protection of the 100 spirits, may you grow healthy and strong. Healthy and strong. Is this the blessing my master has bestowed upon me? Chu Pingyan lifted his head to meet the old man's gentle gaze, feeling a warm surge in his heart. How about it? Are you satisfied with this gift? I'm satisfied. Gripping the jade pendant tightly, Chu Pingyan nodded vigorously. I love it. I love it very much. Thank you, master. Bai Qitian sighed in relief and burst into laughter. Ha ha, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. At that moment, he was not the white god that everyone feared and respected, but simply an elderly man who cared for and loved his juniors. Chu Kuangren, standing nearby, suddenly understood. No wonder the teacher came so late. But what could have taken the master so long? Curious, Chu Kuangren asked, "Can I take a look too?" Before Chu Pingyan could speak, Bai Qitian glared at him and scolded, "This is a gift I gave to Pingyan. What are you looking at? Do you want to take it and keep it for Pingyan like you used to?" Chu Kuangren gave a sheepish smile. "You already know?" Oof. Bai Qitian didn't look at him anymore but turned to Chu Pingyan. "Pingyan, your master has a question for you. Does your profession have the ability to protect yourself?" "Yes." Chu Pingyan was about to explain, but Bai Qitian interrupted him. "There's no need to tell me. To put it another way, no one needs to know the specifics of your profession. As long as you understand it yourself, that's enough." After speaking, the kind-hearted old man continued, "Then, in your opinion, if your profession were to be discovered by others, would that be more beneficial or more detrimental to you? You're a smart kid, you should understand what I mean. You can tell me in a few days if you'd like. I'll stay here until you come up with an answer. So think it over carefully, take your time." Chapter 26, Chu Pingyan's Final Choice, by Shin's Confidence. As Bai Qitian finished speaking, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Chu Pingyan. Everyone present could discern the underlying meaning in his words. If he chose the latter, things would likely remain unchanged, just as they were now. But if Chu Pingyan chose the former, then a world none of them had ever set foot in might open before Chu Pingyan. At that moment, everyone was curious, wondering what choice he would make. Facing the gazes of everyone present, Chu Pingyan smiled. "Master, I have made my decision. The usually gentle old man furrowed his brows slightly at that moment. Clearly, he was worried that Chu Ping'an had made such a quick decision due to the pressure from those present. Chu Ping'an had noticed the change in the old man's expression and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, master. This isn't a hasty decision. In fact, ever since I awoke, I've been contemplating a question: is it better to make it public or keep it a secret? If I choose the former, I would indeed gain many benefits, but such openness would likely attract a constant stream of rats from the sewers. After all, the demons of the abyss and the other races wouldn't want to see the human race rise up, and those blonde-haired, blue-eyed folks across the sea wouldn't want the Great Xia Empire to rise so quickly either. On the other hand, the latter option would grant me ample time to develop safely." Upon hearing this explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Bai Qitian also gave him a look of approval. To have realized this issue so quickly, and to have thought it through and sought a solution on one's own, this alone surpasses countless others. However, he couldn't help but feel a touch of disappointment. Perhaps the former was not the best choice, but to become a true strong individual, one must possess the courage to charge forward without hesitation and face any danger head-on. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one become a true strong individual. A greenhouse can only nurture weak flowers. So you plan to continue maintaining the status quo? Bai Qitian, I respect your decision. No. Chu Ping'an shook his head, his voice firm, without a trace of confusion. Even if we choose the latter, there is still a possibility of something going wrong, right? Just like what Dad said earlier, we might be able to easily deceive those three families from Qingyun City, but if it were Mu Wanhua and Zhang Ye, because they have access to higher level information, they simply wouldn't believe it. With even a little investigation, they'd uncover clues. After all, my profession isn't a secret. Most people in Qingyun City know about it. They might have already discovered something. Upon hearing this, Chu Quangren's expression changed instantly. He realized the issue at hand. One's status creates a direct information gap. In the minds of the three families, as someone from a different social class, Chu Quangren being able to come into contact with such influential figures is perfectly normal. But for those in the same social circle, a simple inquiry would reveal how flimsy the lie was. Like a bubble, all it took was a finger to gently pierce it and shatter it. Chu Quangren looked ashamed. I was indeed too careless. Seeing this, Chu Ping'an rolled his eyes. I wasn't blaming you, Dad. Besides, given their circumstances, they wouldn't harbor any ill will toward us. Knowing is knowing. Otherwise, do you think I would have kept it to myself all this time? Good boy. After all, have you been the city lord for over a decade, or have I been the city lord for over a decade? How can you be so cunning? Despite muttering such complaints under his breath, a smile still crept across Chu Quangren's face. This is his son. Of course, the more outstanding the other party is, the happier the father feels. As a pioneer, he never worries about being overtaken by the next generation. Paying no heed to the other's thoughts, Chu Ping'an continued, as proven by facts, this world has no impenetrable walls, nor any absolute guarantees of safety. Since no matter what choice we make, we're bound to face this fate, then let them. Let those scum come. As long as I grow stronger fast enough, I need not fear any dirty or underhanded tactics. Alright. Chu Quangren spoke with boundless enthusiasm. You're truly the son of Chu Quangren. Go cool off somewhere. This child is outstanding on his own. What does that have to do with you? If only back then. Cough, cough, teacher, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian glared at Chu Quangren but didn't press the matter further. He shifted his gaze back to Chu Ping'an and smiled. That's right, what a good child. That's right. As long as we forge our own strength, we have nothing to fear from those demons' dirty tricks. But before that, we old-timers will naturally take the front lines. Since you've made your decision, there's no time to waste. Pack your things and come with me. Alright, master. For a 9th-tier powerhouse like the master, 100 million magic stones shouldn't be a problem, right? Even if it only produces a purple glow, with a 10-fold amplification, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the level of a divine technique. 8 treasure chests a day. Even if you split them evenly, that's still 4 divine techniques. With this rate of growth, who would dare to target him? Excited inside, Chu Ping'an looked pitifully at Bai Qitian, then glanced at the 5 neglected chests beside him, his intentions clear. This cunning little fellow. Bai Qitian naturally understood Chu Ping'an's meaning, finding it both amusing and somewhat bittersweet. If this dim-witted disciple had half the wit of that little rascal, he wouldn't have. He shook his head helplessly and didn't dwell on it further. Since that's the case, let's put these treasure chests away. Only 8 in a day, and we've wasted 3. We can't afford to waste the rest so carelessly. Chu Ping'an cheerfully agreed, and before anyone could react, the treasure chests had already vanished. Mo Jioga and the others, wasteful. If it weren't for the fact that you're the leader's teacher, we'd make you know what it means to be impolite. As for now, looking at the empty ground, the 3 of them felt like crying. How did this play turn into a real-life drama? And we're even singing a tragic role. Clearly, human joy and sorrow are not the same. When some are happy, others are sad. Teacher. Bai Qitian looked at Chu Quangren in confusion. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. What about that thing? The college entrance exam? Bai Qitian knew what Chu Kuangren really meant and glared at him disdainfully. Even if this profession is destined to be in the public eye, it certainly won't be on such a small stage. Besides, if I put my mind to it, I could easily outperform a professional. After being the city lord for so many years, you've really regressed. Your mind isn't even clear yet. Chapter 27, Plans Change, a frustrated Chu Kuangren. You're the one who should be learning. Although he was scolded, Chu Kuangren wasn't the least bit upset. He cheerfully agreed. He understood the logic perfectly. It was all about getting a guarantee from his teacher. With that assurance, he could rest easy. Though he wasn't very good at outsmarting his teacher, for the sake of his own little brat, it wasn't so bad to play along once in a while. By the way, teacher. Speak. I plan to return to the battlefield. Bai Qitian furrowed his brows. Why suddenly want to go back? The little brat doesn't need me to take care of him anymore, so I thought I'd go back and make a name for myself. Well. Bai Qitian nodded expressionlessly. Then you'd better stay here and behave yourself. Chu Kuangren blinked in confusion. The battlefield doesn't need a 6th rank light knight to shine and make a name for himself. Bai Qitian spoke without emotion. Have you forgotten why that incident happened in the first place? Chu Kuangren paused, then shook his head bitterly. No. Since you remember, then stay here and behave yourself. The next time you face such an ambush, it might not be because you're Bai Qitian's disciple anymore. As he spoke, Bai Qitian cast a meaningful glance at Chu Ping'an, who was pretending not to care but had actually stretched his ears to eavesdrop. Chu Kuangren also realized the meaning behind his master's words and fell into silence for a moment. A look of conflict flashed in his eyes. He knew that if he persisted a little longer, his master might agree. But now, suddenly realizing that he might one day become Chu Ping'an's weakness, he found himself unsure of what to do. Just then, Chu Ping'an interjected, "Don't worry, Dad." Seeing both of them look at him, Chu Ping'an patted his chest and assured them. "If you ever end up getting beaten to a pulp on the battlefield, I promise I won't recognize you." Use you as my weakness? No way. You little brat, you're not even as strong as me and you're already thinking about causing trouble. Chu Kuang was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. I think you're just itching for a beating. Facing Lao Deng's outstretched hand, Chu Ping'an smiled slightly and shielded his master with his body. Enough. You're an adult, why are you arguing with a child? Bai Qitian intervened to stop them. After this interruption, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Chu Ping'an also spoke seriously, "Old man, don't mind me. While you're still able to move, go ahead and do what you want. But the battlefield is full of unexpected dangers. You must be careful. If anyone dares to use underhanded tactics, I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you, but I'll slaughter an entire clan to avenge you." The first part of his words made Chu Kuangren feel somewhat comforted, but by the time he heard the latter half, his face had turned dark. "You brat, you're just hoping I'll meet an untimely end?" Chu Ping'an shrugged his hands. "What can I do? It's not my fault that your son has such extraordinary talent. You can't handle me, and my master is so powerful. Those guys want to play some tricks? They'll just have to start with you, the weakest one." Chu Kuangren opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say a word. Because he realized there was no way to refute that. In the end, he could only manage to say, "You better mind your own business first." After saying that, he looked at Bai Qitian again. "I understand, teacher. I will give this matter serious consideration. However, regardless of whether I go or not, I'll make time over the next few days to break through to the 7th rank. Oh? Bai Qitian showed a pleased expression. "Are you confident now?" "Yes." At this point, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He directly revealed the skill he had unlocked 2 days ago. Seeing the effect of this skill, even Bai Qitian was taken aback, clearly stunned by it. After a moment, he spoke in disbelief. This skill was also obtained from the peaceful treasure chest. That's right. Whoa. Bai Qitian sucked in a sharp breath, then his expression turned incredibly serious. "Ping'an, tell me honestly, is this skill the limit of this treasure box?" As a professional, one should be able to vaguely sense the limits of their skills. Chu Ping'an feigned hesitation. It shouldn't be. In fact, he had never mentioned the limit of the treasure chest from the beginning. All of it was based on experimental data, leaving them to imagine the rest. After all, he hadn't even reached the first tier yet. If he claimed his chest could yield forbidden spells or ancient skills, even Chu Kuangren wouldn't believe him. Since that was the case, there was no need for further explanation. Let the facts speak for themselves. Just as with the legendary skill example at hand, after Chu Ping'an spoke those words, regardless of their truthfulness, everyone instinctively chose to believe him. Bai Qitian's expression turned serious. "You put out that desire to go to the battlefield and stay put in the Great Xia Empire. Wait, once you reach the 7th rank, I'll transfer you back to the imperial capital. It's safer to keep an eye on you there." At that moment, Chu Kuangren wished he could go back a minute and slap himself for being so eager to show off. What the hell are you showing off for? Does the teacher not have enough legendary skills? Can this skill really impress him? What a fool. Ignoring Chu Kuangren, who was seething with regret, Bai Qitian turned to Chu Ping'an. "Ping'an, do you have anything important?" Nothing, just some spare clothes. Since it's not important, let's just go. We can buy clothes when we arrive in the imperial capital. I'll follow the master's instructions. Bai Qitian nodded. Let's go then. Uncles and elders, we'll open the boxes next time we meet. Alright. Haha, I never expected my older brother to be so formidable, and his nephew is even more impressive. Chu Quangren glared at Imo Joga, then pulled out his fatherly authority. Don't misbehave over there, understand? Dad, you better work harder. Don't let me surpass you too soon. Given his current situation, if someone could unlock an ancient skill or a forbidden spell, they might even mobilize the entire nation to help him advance his rank. The higher the rank, the more boxes he could open. Chu Quangren sneered, advancement tasks can only be achieved through your own efforts. You're just daydreaming. Bai Qitian nodded in agreement. That's right. We can help with leveling up, but advancing ranks is something you have to do on your own. Before Chu Quangren could show any joy, Bai Qitian added. Speaking of which, the National Treasury only has legendary sets up to rank 8. What will we do when we reach rank 9? The last time I was this speechless was last time. Is this the power of a nation? Indeed impressive. Watching the two depart, Chu Quangren fell into deep thought. Next time we meet, I won't really be unable to defeat even this brat, will I? Only Chu Ping'an didn't hear his inner thoughts, otherwise, he would have surely shown a sympathetic expression and patted Lao Deng on the shoulder to say. Is there any chance that you're just letting him save face? Chapter 28, 9th Tier Guild, Astonishing Buff Boost. Frostbite Curse Forbidden Spell. Endless frost will consume everything in sight, turning the land into frozen wasteland. Another forbidden spell. Unfortunately, it was similar to the previous forbidden spell. Given his current condition, using it would be quite taxing. However, it will soon be a thing of the past. In the imperial capital, the most prosperous area, how could there be a shortage of magic stones? Impossible. As he thought this, Chu Ping'an suddenly noticed. Master, this doesn't seem like the teleportation array to the imperial capital, does it? Bai Qitian nodded. No. You just said you've already reached the second stage. I was planning to take you to level 70 first. If the third stage is relatively easy, we can advance first. After all, even for a special class, the third stage is a pretty crucial milestone. Who knows, maybe your profession will undergo some new changes. Chu Ping'an nodded in understanding. By the way, what type of skills can your class learn? Special professions are diverse, and most have their own unique skills. Skills like those of warriors or mages cannot be learned. However, every special profession has a specific focus. Physical damage and magical damage are the two main categories. Following these two categories, there are more detailed subcategories, but they are irrelevant to the current context, so there is no need to delve into them further. Though he didn't understand why Bai Qitian was asking this, Chu Ping'an replied, there are no restrictions. I can learn all skills. Bai Qitian nodded, all skills can be. All skills. Even with his extensive knowledge, his voice involuntarily grew louder. It sounded like a lion's roar, deafening and earth-shaking. Master, is there a problem? Chu Ping'an spoke innocently. What's the problem? There's a big problem. Don't let his appearance fool you, he's an old man through and through. At nearly 400 years old, aside from a few ancient relics, if he says he's second, no one dares to claim first. Over the years, what hasn't he seen? He's never seen anyone in any profession who can learn the skills of all professions. Are you sure the advanced skills of other professions work too? It's specified in the profession's characteristics. Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian nodded impassively. But inside, he was utterly stunned. Any skill is unrestricted? This is truly a monstrous profession. He felt that the number of surprises he had experienced today surpassed the total from the past decade combined. I wonder what other surprises this little guy has in store. Thinking this, Bai Qitian gave Chu Ping'an a meaningful look before smiling. If that's the case, then it's no problem. Soon, Chu Ping'an understood what the other person meant. Ding! The elder of the Knights Guild, Bai Qitian, invites you to join the guild. Do you accept or decline? What is this? Chu Ping'an's pupils contracted involuntarily. The Knight Association, though appearing ordinary on the surface, was actually one of the 6 most prestigious guilds in the Great Xia Empire. He still remembered how proud and boastful old Deng had looked when he mentioned that he had obtained the qualification to join the Knight Association at the 3rd rank. Gaining admission to the guild was an unparalleled honor for anyone, and not only that, the guild provided various resources and benefits to its members. Recalling how old Deng had described how difficult it was to achieve this and the immense effort it had taken, an idea involuntarily popped into his mind. Can I? However, this thought lasted only a moment before Chu Ping'an dismissed it decisively. Laughable. Soon enough. Even the strongest warriors in the entire Great Xia Empire might have to start working for him just to get their hands on the treasure chest. If he wasn't even qualified to join a guild, who else was? Without hesitation, he immediately confirmed his choice. The next moment, a series of notification messages popped up on the screen. Congratulations on joining the 9th Tier Guild Knights Association. Due to guild settings, you must reach the 5th transformation before you can access the guild channel. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, your physical strength and endurance attributes will increase by 50%. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, your strength, spirit, and agility attributes will increase by 20%. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, your health regeneration rate will increase by 100%. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, your defense will temporarily increase by 200%. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, your skill casting cooldown time will be reduced by 30%. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During the guild period, the experience points you gain will be permanently tripled. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, you will gain 10 hours of 5 times the experience every week. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, you will earn 3 hours of 10 times the experience every week. Congratulations! You have received the blessing of the Knights Guild. During your time in the guild, you will be favored by holy light, temporarily increasing your luck by 1%. Ding! Detected abnormally high holy light concentration on your body. This effect is now doubled. Although Chu Pingyan had heard countless times from Chu Kuangren about how generous the Knights Guild's benefits were, how could something heard be compared to experiencing it firsthand? The sudden flood of notifications overwhelmed his mind for a moment. The position indicating the buff status bar had refreshed an astonishing 20 times in an instant. Despite no change in his level, his attributes skyrocketed in an instant. The most outrageous was his stamina attribute, which was almost reaching 1,000,000. Keep in mind that his current level was only 50. The equipment he was wearing was still the Earth Guardian set he had forgotten to switch back to earlier. If he were to switch to a different set of gear and complete his 3rd tier class change, wouldn't that? At 3rd tier, he could just beat the old guy to a pulp. Cough. It's not about filial piety, it's just that the strongest person around Chu Pingyan is Chu Kuangren. So after getting a boost, it's only natural to subconsciously use him as a benchmark. Noticing the change in Chu Pingyan's expression, Bai Qitian also smiled smugly. How about it? The guild's effects aren't bad, right? Not bad? It's not just good, that's amazing. Bai Qitian smiled smugly. After being surprised so many times today, it was finally this kid's turn to be amazed. But this was just the beginning. Awesome? This is just the tip of the iceberg for the guild. Chu Pingyan froze again. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Don't believe me? Bai Qitian chuckled, not bothering to explain, and simply displayed all the buffs he had obtained. Upon seeing these buffs, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but fall into silence. Chapter 29, is this the joy of being carried by a 9th tier powerhouse? Earlier, Chu Pingyan had thought his buffs were pretty impressive, but after seeing Bai Qitian's buffs, he suddenly felt like comparing apples to oranges. Not only were each of the enhancement effects several times stronger than his own, but there were also several bonuses he hadn't even obtained. Seeing Chu Pingyan's eager expression, Bai Qitian, having achieved his goal, cheerfully retracted his interface and explained. From the moment you join the guild, you're divided into different tiers based on shared resources. From 1st to 7th tier, they correspond to black iron, silver, gold, jade, diamond, epic, and legendary, just like equipment and skills. Rank 8 Elder. Rank 9 is Giant. The higher the rank, the greater the bonuses. Chu Pingyan nodded, then a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. What rank does the guild master belong to? Is he a tier 9 titan? Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian wore a complex expression. The guild has no leader. No guild master? The giants are the giants, they are not the president. In fact, according to everyone's speculation, there should be a Series 10 above Series 9, and that series might correspond to the president. After a pause, Bai Qitian spoke up. That's exactly what I was about to say. The 6 great guilds were not established by humans, they were passed down by those who reached the 9th rank before us. Upon joining a guild, everyone starts at the lowest rank. To advance in rank, one must complete corresponding guild tasks and earn guild contributions to elevate their rank. Chu Pingyan nodded in understanding. No wonder you're so strong, yet you're only at rank 8. Bai Qitian nodded, that's correct. However, there's another theory among us. If one can become rank 10, the guild master, perhaps they can directly advance their rank through appointment. Master has been talking about speculation. Are there no guild masters in 9th tier guilds? That's correct. Whether it's us or the most powerful empire on the other side of the ocean. The highest ranked guild in the world is only 9th rank. Chu Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. You don't need to worry about the guild's warehouse. Take a look at the task board. Each person's daily tasks refresh differently. If they're material submission tasks, you can take them directly. If you need anything later, I'll have someone trade it to you. Tasks that require time-consuming procedures can be skipped, there's no need for them. All right. Chu Pingyan agreed repeatedly. Meanwhile, as the two were talking, they had arrived in a city completely unfamiliar to Chu Ping'an. Under Bai Qitian's guidance, they arrived at HM? Chu Ping'an looked confused. There was nothing in front of him, was there? Yet for some reason, a strong sense of dissonance welled up within him. This little guy's perception is truly remarkable. It seems that noticing me from the start wasn't a coincidence. Thinking this, Bai Qitian smiled and spoke, "Old friend, you've arrived. Won't you come out to greet me?" As he spoke, an indescribable holy light emanated from his body. The scene before his eyes shifted, revealing a castle nearly 30 meters tall, entirely constructed from white bones. Strangely, this scene did not evoke a sense of gloom or terror, but rather sacred? For some reason, the word sacred almost instinctively popped into Chu Ping'an's mind. "You've got long legs, just come right in." At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed in their ears, likely belonging to the owner of this bone-white castle. Despite the words, a gentle force pulled the two of them inside. Moments later, an invisible barrier flickered and vanished from their sight once more. "Don't mind it. This old bone is just like that." Chu Ping'an nodded. A 9th tier friend was naturally also 9th tier. Care? As a 2nd tier newbie, whether he cared or not was beside the point, at least others certainly didn't care about his thoughts. Potential is potential, strength is strength. If one thinks that potential is enough to disregard everyone else, isn't that just pure madness? Upon entering the castle, Bai Qitian clearly had been there many times before. He led Chu Ping'an through a series of twists and turns before arriving at a small room. He didn't knock, as if he were in his own home, and simply pushed the door open. It seems their relationship is indeed quite close. Following him, they saw a skeleton covered in crystal. Chu Ping'an was certain he hadn't seen wrong, it was a skeleton. The soul fire burning in its eyes was identical to the description in the textbook. The skeleton was lying sideways on the sofa, its fingers as clear as jade, propping up its head, with potato chips and cola in front of it, its gaze fixed on the 120-inch TV screen. What a homebody. Wait, is the boss male or female? Since it's a skeleton, it's impossible to tell. Since we can't assume the gender, let's just call them otaku. Anyway, the otaku setup is already top-notch, adding a few more action figures in the room would make it perfect. As for what's on the TV... Xianjiang, slow down. I feel so sorry for you. Ugh. What kind of high-end art is this? It's blinding. Chu Ping'an quickly turned his gaze away and silently muttered "Oh my God" to himself. Bai Qitian casually glanced over, his expression unchanged. He must have gotten used to it long ago. The translucent skull didn't even bother to lift its head as the two entered, speaking indifferently. "Speak. What do you want from me? Am I the kind of person who would come here for no reason?" "Poof." The skull scoffed and replied affirmatively, "Yes. If that's the case." Bai Qitian plopped down onto the empty sofa. "Help summon a level 100 plus golden boss, Chu Ping'an. My grandson needs to level up." "Put." The skeleton smacked his lips, making a disdainful sound. However, it still stood up from the sofa. Before the other person could react, the three of them had already appeared in an open square. The light was dim, as the only source of illumination came from the skulls embedded in the walls surrounding the square, each burning with the flames of souls. The skeleton pointed its finger, and the space in front of it twisted instantly. Then, a bone dragon nearly 30 meters tall emerged from the distorted space. Roar! The bone dragon let out an angry roar, as if it had been disturbed from its sleep and was in a bad mood. "Noisy." Bai Qitian spoke casually. Without any visible movement, a faint white light had already pierced through the bone dragon's skull. "Your teammate Bai Qitian has defeated the Abyss Bone Dragon level 148. You have obtained. Congratulations, you have reached level 51. Congratulations. Congratulations, you have reached level 70. Chu Ping'an stared blankly at the rapidly rising level, then snapped back to reality with a startled gasp. Is this how a 9th tier powerhouse carries you along? Just summon a monster and kill it? One word, domineering. In less than a second, he had skyrocketed to level 70. Compared to that, the old man's previous arrangements were utterly weak. But that was so satisfying. Chapter 30, 3rd tier, new treasure chest types. After completing all of this, the scene before the group's eyes changed once again. They returned to the original room. We're done. Let us get out of here. Don't disturb my cultivation. Cultivation? Chu Ping'an silently glanced at the scene on the screen. It was indeed eye-watering. Alright, I'll come back later. For some reason, even though the skeleton's face showed no expression, Chu Ping'an felt like the other person was frowning. It must be a figment of his imagination. On the other hand, Bai Qitian still wore his usual cheerful expression. Don't worry, it's good news. Good news? The skeleton didn't even turn its head as it spoke. Just don't bother me a few more times, and I'll be satisfied. Bai Qitian clearly knew what kind of person he was dealing with, so he didn't argue. He just waved his hand and led Chu Ping'an away. Emerging from the pile of bones, Chu Ping'an curiously asked, "Teacher, who is that?" On one side was a holy knight bathed in divine light, and on the other was a skull whose appearance alone instinctively evoked evil. This combination just didn't make sense. However, from the tone of their earlier exchange, it was clear they had a deep connection. Though they spoke with apparent disdain, their actions spoke volumes. Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian paused in his steps, a flash of sadness crossing his eyes. He then pretended not to care and smiled, saying, "Just an old man who can't break through his cultivation realm and is about to be buried. Let's not talk about that. Let's go to the temple to change professions." "Alright, master." Seeing that the other party didn't want to dwell on the matter, Chu Ping'an didn't press further. Soon, they arrived at the advanced temple. Similar in style to Qingyun City, one might even say that all the advancement temples across the entire Great Xia Empire shared the same design. Bai Qitian didn't go inside, he just waited outside the advancement temple. Following the same procedure as before, they arrived at the familiar small room. A light sphere emitted a faint glow, scanning over Chu Ping'an's body. "Please participate in defeating 5 golden bosses. Detected that you have previously defeated 5 or more third-tier golden bosses. Prerequisites met." After a brief pause, a series of messages appeared before Chu Ping'an's eyes. Current profession, treasure chest merchant. Current player level, 70. You meet the requirements for a class change. The class change quest will now be assigned. Task assigned. Third-tier advancement task, the merchant's generosity. Difficulty, 1 star. Description: as a merchant, your wealth is unquestionable, and your formidable strength has caused countless others to back down. They now realize that attempting to seize your wealth through force is unrealistic. Now you must make them understand another point: only what you choose to give can they take. Present 3 golden tier equipment pieces of level 50 or higher to let them feel your generosity. Hint: 1-star difficulty has no completion requirements, it automatically upgrades to perfect upon completion. Time limit, none. Looking at the text before him, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. Both tasks are so simple. It seems the first one was indeed just a fluke. After completing that 5-star difficulty task, he still felt a bit uneasy deep down. He wondered if it was because his profession was too unique, which had led to such an exaggeratedly difficult task. Now that he looked back on it, it was just luck after all. His luck that day had clearly been a bit too good. This is how advanced missions are supposed to be unlocked. As the son of the city lord, 3 pieces of golden equipment, each no less than level 50, were something he could pull out effortlessly. Chu Ping'an randomly selected 3 items from his storage inventory and submitted them. A corresponding prompt also popped up on the screen at the same time. Congratulations on completing the advanced quest. Completion rate, 100%. Rating, perfect. Advancement has begun. Although it's the same process, each time is filled with anticipation. This time, the duration was longer than the previous 2 combined. As Chu Ping'an immersed himself in the enhancements brought by the advancement, a faint rainbow light unfolded beneath his feet. One after another, mysterious runes began to emerge from his soles, quickly spreading out and completely enveloping him. After 20 minutes, these mysterious runes slowly faded away from the void. The glow of the enhancement also faded away after a minute. Third stage. His thoughts became far more active than before. The individual elemental molecules floating in the air were no longer hidden from his sight. However, among these elemental molecules, only the light elements were rejoicing and actively seeking his attention. The other elements remained unresponsive, even when he actively approached them. Advancement complete. Please select yes/no to replace the standard advancement task with the treasure chest merchant's exclusive advancement task. Note: the exclusive advanced task will unlock additional abilities after completing the advancement. Do special professions have exclusive advancement tasks? Chu Ping'an looked puzzled. According to his understanding, there shouldn't be any so-called exclusive advanced quests. However, since we've come this far, there is no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, he selected the yes option. He then checked the changes to his advanced profession. At a glance, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Changes have indeed occurred after reaching the 3rd stage. First, the class traits. This feature had never appeared before the 3rd stage, but now it was clearly visible. Price difference passive: for every treasure chest you sell, you receive a commission equal to 1/100 of the selling price. Note: the commission rewards cannot be used to purchase treasure chests. Seeing how excited you were by the description earlier, you feel just as disappointed when you read the hint. The plan to exploit a game glitch that had just popped into my head was instantly doomed. But never mind, at least I'm not working for free now. Though he felt there wasn't too much use for magic stones, having them was better than nothing. Next came the profession's exclusive skill. Money above all active: there's nothing you can't buy with money. If there is, it's because you haven't offered enough. Skill effect: you can consume money to sway the target. Note: skill effects vary based on the amount of magic stones consumed, the target's level, and your rank. Alright. Just when I said there was no cost involved, here it comes, right? But this skill-less effect is pretty decent. Using it in battle is already fun just to imagine. However, the stronger the target, the more magic stones it consumes. The duration isn't specified either. Overall, it's still pretty underwhelming. Upon witnessing the final transformation, Chu Ping'an's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. After reaching the third stage, not only did the number of treasure chests that could be opened daily increase again, but new types of treasure chests also appeared. And this newly added type of treasure chest is Chapter 31, the Supreme Council mobilizing the nation's resources. Equipment. Treasure chest type, skills, equipment. Equipment treasure chest, a magical treasure chest that can yield various equipment, ranging from the lowest tier black iron to the highest tier divine weapon. Note, the level and type of equipment obtained will match the level and class of the person opening the chest. You can obtain various equipment from the chest. From now on, legendary items won't just end up as common items in my hands, I'll start wholesaling them right away. Just imagining that scene is enough to get excited. However, upon seeing the subsequent description, Chu Ping'an's mood immediately soured. Treasure chest price, 100,000 magic stones base price. How can the price keep going up? Chu Ping'an furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss. The price increase for this equipment treasure chest is one thing. The real issue was his critical hit return talent. Would it also increase in value with this chest? If that is the case, then a 100 million magic stone equipment chest would be on par with a 10 million magic stone skill chest. That gap is getting a bit too wide. Speaking of which, shouldn't skills be more valuable than equipment? Why is the price of the former lower than the latter in my case? He pondered for a moment. Chu Ping'an looked enlightened. The value of skills is higher because they can be used from the very beginning all the way to the end. Even the most basic skills might come in handy at some point. The equipment is different. Every 5 levels, you can roughly upgrade once. Even if a piece of equipment has a high tier, if the level gap becomes too large, its attributes will gradually fall behind, and it will naturally be phased out. But purchasing treasure chests from me is different. The equipment inside the treasure chests is tailored to your class. This means that the items obtained will never be useless. Most importantly, level. A level 10 character gets level 10 gear, and a level 180 character can get level 180 gear. This treasure chest was never intended for those who still have room to advance further, but rather for those who have reached their current level and have seen no improvement for years. The value of 10th level equipment versus 180th level equipment is clearly superior, as anyone can see at a glance. To put it bluntly, a level 180 black iron equipment piece could easily fetch 100,000 magic stones, right? Of course. Those who have reached this level of strength would never bother with black iron equipment. It might be bought by someone for collection, but it would never be used by them. However, from this perspective, selling an equipment chest for 100,000 magic stones isn't expensive at all, it's actually a loss. Once high-tier equipment is obtained, it might bring about a significant boost for these powerful individuals who have struggled to progress further over the years. Wait a moment. If we do this, what about the rewards that are supposed to be returned to me? Imagine having a pile of divine artifacts in front of you but being unable to use them. Chu Ping'an couldn't help but gasp in shock. It shouldn't be that cruel, right? Thinking about it now, won't do any good. We'll just have to wait and see what happens when the time comes. Chu Ping'an tried to stay calm. Looking at it another way, at least we have other options now. Even if there really is a level restriction, it's useless now, but we'll be able to use it later. Today's available treasure chests, 312. Note, the maximum number of treasure chests of each type that can be opened per day must not exceed 7. The number of treasure chests that can be opened has increased to 12, as expected. The limit for a single type of treasure chest is no more than 7? Are they trying to make me develop evenly? Chu Ping'an didn't really care about this. After all, he hadn't planned on allocating all the chest slots to a single type anyway. Opening a few of each type every day helps build a solid foundation across all areas. Only mediocre individuals develop weaknesses in specific areas. True geniuses have no shortcomings and excel in everything. Third stage. Bai Qitian, who had been waiting outside the hall, saw Chu Ping'an walk out and was slightly startled. The other's rank was no secret to him. A smile then appeared on his face. It seems like the advancement quest you encountered was pretty straightforward? Chu Ping'an nodded. Yes, I encountered a 1-star task. You're lucky. Bai Qitian praised him with a smile, then asked the question he was most concerned about. How many treasure chests can you open each day now? 6. Bai Qitian was taken aback. Earlier it was still 8, so why does the number of chests you can open decrease as you advance? There's a new type of chest you can open now, and each type can only be opened 6 times a day. Oh, I see. Bai Qitian realized. So that means it's increased to 12? This little brat. Feeling a bit amused, Bai Qitian didn't dwell on it. Though if it were Chu Quangren pulling this stunt, he'd definitely get beaten up. What's the new type? Equipment. Like the skill treasure chest? Chu Ping'an feigned hesitation. It's not explicitly stated in the description, but I think it should be the same. However, it does mention that the equipment obtained will match the class and level of the player opening the box. Alright. From these 3 goods, it's easy to see how thrilled Bai Qitian was at the moment. In fact, legendary skills offer little to no improvement for someone of his level. Unless they were forbidden spells or ancient skills. But forbidden spells and ancient skills are not something that can be obtained so easily. Even according to Chu Ping'an's explanation, while there was a possibility of obtaining a forbidden spell from the box, Bai Qitian didn't harbor much hope. It goes without saying that the probability of obtaining one is extremely low. However, exchanging skills for equipment is a different matter. At their current level, there were no locations that could reliably produce equipment. There were a few monsters of the same level that, if killed, would definitely drop extremely rare equipment. However, the two sides are evenly matched. If one comes, you can't kill it if two come. At this level, monsters that can survive have plenty of ways to stay alive and can escape easily. Therefore, for them, the high-tier equipment they currently wear is obtained through tasks or killing monsters in only a very small number of cases. Most of it is obtained by collecting rare materials and having them crafted by others. However, even with that individual strength, the highest tier equipment they can craft for their level is only epic grade. And that's already an exceptional performance. When compared to that, the importance of equipment treasure chests is even greater. If the treasure chest from Ping'an can indeed yield legendary tier equipment, no, even if it only yields epic tier equipment, my strength, the strength of the entire Great Xia Empire will inevitably rise to a new level. Most importantly, I could use this to convene the Supreme Council and mobilize the entire nation to help Ping'an reach the pinnacle of this world at the fastest possible speed. Chapter 32, A Golden Rain. 10,000-fold critical hit, divine weapon. Thinking of this, Bai Qitian could no longer sit still and grabbed Chu Ping'an by the arm. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had returned to the White Bone Castle. Is this the power of a 9th tier expert? Chu Ping'an was secretly shocked. The speed Bai Qitian had just unleashed in that instant was far beyond his own. What was most important was the control over that power, which was something he could only dream of at the moment. This made Chu Ping'an put aside his pride. Perhaps he was now far stronger than most people, but when faced with a true powerhouse, he instantly felt the gap and realized his own weakness. I lack so much in every aspect. Chu Ping'an shook his head inwardly, but did not dwell on his disappointment. From the moment of his professional awakening to now, it had only been 6 days, yet he had already achieved heights that many professionals spend their entire lives striving for. He was still far behind those above him, but he was far ahead of those below him. Most importantly, he still had plenty of time to refine every aspect of himself. Thinking about this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder what the stats of my Master S panel would look like. How much of his true strength did he unleash during that burst of speed? However, these questions would naturally remain unanswered. He returned to the room where the skeleton was located. The skeleton didn't spare them a single glance. Instead, the content on the TV screen changed. Milk Dragon, I'm Milk Dragon. As abstract as ever. Bai Qitian didn't bother with the other person this time either, urging Chu Ping'an to bring a box. Chu Ping'an naturally agreed. Is there anything I should be careful about? Chu Ping'an thought for a moment before speaking. Equipment treasure chests are different from skill treasure chests. They're more expensive than before. It costs 100 million magic stones to achieve the effect of 10 million magic stones. Although he hadn't tested it yet, Chu Ping'an speculated that the critical hit return was based on a multiple of the chest's base price. Even if I'm wrong, it won't make any difference. The critical hit multiplier will just be higher or lower. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. Upon hearing Chu Ping'an's explanation, Bai Qitian nodded in agreement. Equipment treasure chests are more expensive than skill treasure chests, which seems unreasonable, but when you factor in the level and class of the player opening the chest, it makes perfect sense. If you could really use 100 million magic stones to get an epic piece of equipment, that would be a huge profit. You know, even the materials needed to craft any single piece of epic gear on a regular day are almost as expensive as that. Even then, the final product still carries the risk of not becoming an epic item. Compared to that, the cost of opening treasure chests is incredibly cost-effective. Are there any other things to watch out for? Should I look for a lucky time? Bai Qitian nodded. Then there doesn't seem to be anything else. In that case, I'll take the lead in testing this chest. Saying this, Bai Qitian hesitated not a moment and immediately injected 100 million magic stones into the box. What are you doing? Unbeknownst to them, the skeleton had already left the sofa and approached the two of them. Looking at the treasure box in Bai Qitian's hands, he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement in his heart. It was as though the box contained something that could break the curse that had plagued him for a century. Elder. After respectfully greeting the other party, Chu Ping'an began to explain the current situation. I see. The skeleton nodded, saying nothing more. However, the flickering flames of his soul in his eyes revealed that his inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior he presented. Meanwhile, Bai Qitian, who was about to open the box, couldn't resist teasing him. How could you bear to get off your couch? Not planning to keep up the image of a shut-in anymore? Poof. The skeleton sneered coldly, speaking calmly. I just want to see for myself whether some people truly brought a surprise. Or just dressing up like a clown to make me laugh. Then you'll see. Bai Qitian smiled indifferently. Whether he truly didn't care or was just pretending not to, only he himself knew for sure. The equipment chest and skill chest had nearly identical appearances, except that the ancient runes covering their surfaces were more numerous and intricate. As Bai Qitian opened the chest, a faint glow emerged from within. Both Bai Qitian and Chu Pingyan were startled by the sight. However, before anyone could react, the faint glow began to flicker, changing from white to green. Following this, the tender green quickly transformed into blue, and then into purple. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qitian sighed in relief. According to the information he had previously obtained, purple corresponded to epic tier equipment. Although all the equipment he wore was of epic quality or higher, some of his gear had long since become outdated in terms of level. Unfortunately, he had never found suitable replacements, so he had been making do with what he had. I hope it's not one of the parts one already have. That was the only thought on Bai Qitian's mind. The soul flame in the skeleton's eyes flickered slightly, but without any expression, it was impossible to discern its thoughts. Just as the group thought it would end this way, the purple light transformed into an incredibly brilliant golden glow. After a brief flicker, it finally came to a complete stop. At the very moment the golden light froze, a golden rain also fell from the sky at the same time. It did not descend directly onto the White Bone Castle, but instead enveloped the entire city in this dazzling golden light and golden rain. As the raindrops touched the ground, countless swirling mist rose from the sky, transforming into various auspicious phenomena. Golden lotus flowers swayed and vanished in the void, a gigantic Kunping soared upward, and a mystical Qilin descended, stepping onto a golden lotus flower. Heavens! What is happening? What an exaggerated phenomenon! Is some powerful figure testing a new skill here? Wait, the rain falling on me is granting me experience points? In just a moment, I've leveled up. Ha! Why did my skill level increase? Could it be the golden rain from earlier? Wow, this must be the legendary divine blessing from heaven. With the great exam approaching, such a joyous event has appeared. Heaven is blessing Zhengyang City. As the golden rain came to an end, countless people discovered they had gained certain benefits from it. However, the benefits were primarily concentrated among those below level 30. Those above the next tier received only limited benefits. The prominent figures of Zhengyang City, stunned by the events, couldn't help but speculate about what had just occurred. Some with deeper connections instinctively thought of the reclusive master residing in this area, and suddenly everything made sense. Perhaps only someone of such stature could possess such extraordinary abilities. With such musings, they couldn't help but feel even more awe toward this elusive figure. Little did they know that the very figure they held in such high esteem was equally baffled at that moment. What was that just now? How could opening a box cause such a commotion? The skeleton was about to speak, but saw Bai Qitian's body trembling slightly, his old face flushing red, and in an instant, it almost turned into a miniature sun. Red beyond belief. This left the skeleton, who had just twisted his head too hard and couldn't make sense of it, even more confused. What came out of that box just now that caused such a commotion? Because everyone's attention was on Bai Qitian, the skeleton didn't notice that there was someone even more excited in the room. Chu Pingyan. According to the message, the reward obtained from the 10,000-fold return was none other than a divine artifact. Chapter 33, Divine Weapon, Holy King Light Holy Chain. Old man, I admit you really surprised me with that move, but now you better explain what's going on here. The skeleton spoke. However, there was no response. All that could be seen was Bai Qitian staring intently at the pure white necklace that had appeared in his hand at some point. The necklace had no intricate patterns, only a dazzling divine stone emitting a milky white glow, making it seem rather unremarkable. The white gold chain, by comparison, seemed far more distinctive. Though a sacred aura swirled around the necklace, the divine object concealed itself, invisible to outsiders. Holy Crystal Heavenly Heart Legendary. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 195. Effects, Strength plus 50 million, Constitution plus 50 million, Endurance plus 50 million. Durability, 500. Additional effect, never wears out. Divine Weapon of Perfection durability never decreases from combat. Additional effect, Divine Power passive, when equipped, all attributes are increased by 300%. Additional effect, Heavenly Heart, Fearless passive, your resistance to all abnormal status effects is increased by 50%. Additional effect, Eternal Holy Light passive, doubles damage dealt to evil creatures. Additional effect, Divine Judgment active, judge the target, manifesting their sins as numerical values. Each point of sin deals 10,000 true damage to the target. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional effect, Holy Shield active, creates an invisible shield that absorbs damage equal to 5 times your constitution, lasting for 5 minutes. If the shield is not broken during this time, it restores the remaining shield value as health. While active, your defense is increased by 30%. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. As a legendary equipment piece at level 195, the attributes it provides alone are incredibly luxurious. Not to mention the various buff effects it grants. No wonder Bai Qitian reacted that way when he saw this equipment. What's more, the necklace slot was precisely the position he was lacking. The necklace he was currently wearing was also of legendary rank, but its equipment level was only 170. Setting aside the necklace's own effects, the attributes it provides alone are several times better. As for the effects, they were completely outclassed by Holy Crystal Heavenly Heart. There was no doubt that after equipping this necklace, Bai Qitian's strength would immediately rise several tiers above his current level. No wonder he was so excited the moment he saw this necklace. He even dared to defy the fame of the five-character god and resolutely chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't ignore me. Unfortunately, a minute passed and he still hadn't received any response from Bai Qitian. Even the skeleton's good temper had been completely worn down by now. Old man, is this how you play? Don't ever ask me for help again. Whether it was because the skeleton's voice was unusually loud this time or because Bai Qitian had finally snapped out of his joy at obtaining the legendary equipment, he finally responded. Ha? Are you calling me? Sorry, I didn't hear you earlier. When one is in a good mood, one feels invigorated. Bai Qitian, with his face glowing with joy, didn't even notice the skeleton's hostile attitude. Not only was the attitude terrible, but even if he were beaten up right there on the spot, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. If he could obtain another legendary equipment, he would gladly endure not just one beating, but 10 or even 100. Seeing that Bai Qitian had finally reacted, the skeleton snorted coldly, "You'd better give me an explanation that satisfies me. Otherwise, we won't even be friends anymore." Hearing this, Bai Qitian couldn't help but flash a smile. This was the first time he had ever heard the stubborn guy voluntarily say the word friends, which was somewhat surprising. It seems I really did manage to get under his skin this time. Thinking this, the smile on his face grew even brighter. After quickly figuring out what the other person wanted to ask. Just as he was feeling sleepy, here came the pillow. He was still pondering what excuse he could use to pull out this piece of gear and show it off to his friend. Alright. There was no need to think about it anymore. But, are you sure you want to know? Of course. Hurry up. I'm worried you'll see it and really can't resist wanting to join me in the grave. That's my problem. Are you sure you won't blame me? No blame. You old man, why are you so slow? Alright, I'll tell you. Wait, let me ask again. Are you sure you won't blame me? This time, the skeleton didn't speak, only clenching his fists tightly. The creaking sound of bones made it clear how he was feeling at that moment. Good, all the setup is in place. Bai Qitian had no further reservations and directly displayed the equipment he had just obtained in front of the other party. The skeleton's reaction, Omega. The next moment, a pitch-black power, as dark as an abyss, began to surge around the skeleton. The soul-burning flames in the skeleton's eyes stared at him without any emotion. Its entire body emanated a cold aura, as if it were a messenger from the depths of the abyss. Bai Qitian? Didn't you say you wouldn't blame me? I didn't blame you. Then what are you planning to do? The skeleton paused for a moment before speaking calmly. I just obtained a powerful piece of equipment. You must want to test its strength, right? I'm just helping you test it. Bai Qitian hurriedly exclaimed, testing? What's the point of opening your domain? Testing requires using all your strength. As he finished speaking, the two figures vanished from the bone castle, their whereabouts unknown. Where are they? At that moment, Chu Ping'an finally snapped back to reality. Upon realizing he was alone in the room, he didn't give it much thought and instead turned his attention back to the series of prompts that had just popped up. Customer spent 100 million magic stones. You have received a profit of 1 million magic stones. Customer has obtained a legendary tier equipment Holy Crystal Heart. 10,000-fold critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the divine artifact Holy King Light Holy Chain. However, what had left him so spellbound for so long was not the sheer power of this divine artifact. It's not that it's weak, rather, it's the other information about the equipment that truly shocked him. Good news, the divine artifact obtained is not also level 195, so he can equip it directly. The bad news is that the divine artifact is only level 1. Holy King Light Holy Chain Divine Weapon. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 1 upgradable. Effect, plus 5,000 to all attributes. It truly lives up to its legendary status even at the most basic level, it directly boosts all attributes by 5,000 points. That's a whopping 25,000 attribute points in total. Compared to a full set of plus 15 level 30 epic gear, it provides even more attributes. As for the effects, it's likely because the current equipment level is only level 1, so only 2 effects are unlocked. Even with just 2 effects, it has already revealed a glimpse of the divine artifact's true power. Chapter 34, Chu Ping'an becomes increasingly unstoppable. Equipment durability, indestructible. Passive effect, eternal light passive, immune to light elements, and all light-based skills effects are increased by 100%. Passive effect, sanctuary active, summon a sanctuary, consuming 1000 mana per second. The sanctuary affects all targets within a 10 by 10 by 10 radius centered on the user. All targets within the sanctuary have all attributes reduced by 5%, and all damage taken from the user is reduced by 5%. Every 10 seconds, all targets within the sanctuary are purified by holy flames, dealing true damage equal to the user's current health. The strength of these two additional effects clearly requires no further explanation. One directly grants immunity to a specific elemental type of damage while also boosting that type by 100%. The other is a ranged skill that combines suppression, damage reduction, and increased damage output. One word, unbeatable. Sacred Domain can be activated or deactivated at any time as long as you have enough mana. And these values are merely what is granted at level 1. As equipment levels increase, the effectiveness of these effects will also be further enhanced. So the question arises, how do you upgrade the artifact's level? This is why Chu Ping'an remains silent. Pure energy can be used to upgrade equipment levels. What is pure energy? Almost instantly, a word flashed through Chu Ping'an's mind. Magic stones. The most common form of energy is magic stones. Realizing this, Chu Ping'an suddenly realized, as a treasure chest merchant, he might end up poor for the rest of his life. Of course, pure energy isn't limited to magic stones alone. Various materials should also be able to provide energy. I wonder if equipment counts as energy. With an idea in mind, Chu Ping'an wasn't about to hold back on experiments. The conclusion reached was, it counts. Even the materials obtained from the bodies of deceased monsters could be used as nourishment for divine artifacts. However, after some comparison, Chu Ping'an discovered that among various nutrients, magic stones had the highest conversion efficiency. In that case, the magic stones that middlemen profit from by marking up the price finally have a use. If they are given away, there is a possibility that they may eventually find their way back into his hands in the future. If they are digested as nourishment for the divine artifact, there is no need for such concerns. A perfect closed loop. Most importantly, these magic stones were something he had found for free, so he didn't feel any regret using them. Therefore, he immediately set to work and consumed all 100,000 magic stones he had just obtained. By the time he came to his senses, he was alone in the room. Chu Ping'an took out a necklace from his storage item without a second thought, removed the necklace from the Earth Guardian set, and replaced it with a new one. It wasn't that he was careless. It was because the divine artifact, compared to the legendary item obtained by Bai Qitian, looked even more ordinary in appearance. It was an unremarkable black thread with a small transparent white square embedded in it. If you didn't tell someone beforehand that it was equipment, they'd probably just think it was an ordinary accessory that was nice to look at but had no other use. However, it looks a bit odd when paired with the Earth Guardian set I'm wearing now. The entire set is missing the necklace, and it's obvious there's something off. With that in mind, Chu Ping'an removed the Earth Guardian set. Unfortunately, starting from epic tier equipment and above, the ability to hide its appearance can no longer be used, unless paired with corresponding tier custom-made outfits crafted by tailors. Tailoring, like blacksmithing and enchanting, is a secondary profession. However, custom outfits do not provide any additional attribute bonuses. Their sole purpose is to look good, to show off. Even so, there's always a demand for it, making this secondary profession extremely popular. Besides the fact that everyone loves beauty, some gear is just plain ugly. Unfortunately, when it comes to fashion, Chu Ping'an has nothing to say. I doubt any tailor could create fashion items that match the level of divine artifacts, right? So he had no choice but to opt for this more troublesome method. Although he obtained the set, the attributes did not decrease. After being enhanced with 100,000 magic stones, the artifact's level has also seen a significant boost. Holy King Light Holy Chain Divine Weapon. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 40 can be upgraded. Effect, all attributes plus 100,000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Eternal Light passive, immune to light elements, and all light-based skills effects are increased by 200%. Additional effect, Holy One active, absolute correctness, immune to all damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional effect, Sacred Domain active, summon a Sacred Domain, consuming 5,000 mana per second. The Sacred Domain affects all targets within a 20 by 20 by 20 radius centered on the user. All targets within the Sacred Domain have all attributes reduced by 10%, and all damage taken from the user is reduced by 10%. Every 10 seconds, all targets within the Sacred Domain will be purified by a Sacred Flame, dealing true damage equal to the user's current health. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 50. Additional effect. Set effect? Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. Once the level reaches 40, the single attribute provided reaches an astonishing 100,000 points. The total attribute points are 500,000. Compared to the 150 million attribute points of the Holy Crystal Heart, it may seem vastly inferior, but the two items are still 155 levels apart. There is an A-tier difference in rank. Most importantly, if a divine artifact truly requires level 195 to be equipped, no matter how many attributes or effects it provides, it remains useless. Something that cannot enhance one's strength, even if it is a divine artifact, is nothing more than a flashy piece of junk. While this current setup is a bit expensive, it's worth it as long as he can use it. Additionally, once the divine artifact reaches level 40, both of its effects see a significant boost. And it also unlocks a new ability. 10 seconds of invincibility. This is roughly equivalent to the teleportation cooldown time of most teleportation items. Changing perspectives, even if he encounters an opponent he can't defeat in the future, he can easily escape. Spot on. As for the enhancements to the secondary effects, they clearly change in accordance with the increase in rank. In other words, upon reaching the 9th tier, the effects will continue to enhance 8 times on top of the original base. As for set effects, there's no need to overthink it. It seems pretty powerful, but gathering all the pieces isn't as easy as it looks. Snapping back to reality, Chu Pingyan glanced at his current familiar surroundings and the various skills he had mastered. Apart from my grandmaster, who can kill me multiple times in an instant, I'd have to beg them not to kill me. No one else can touch me for now. Just the ultimate ability of resurrection alone can be used 4 times, and with items, it's 5 times, plus 8 seconds of invincibility. Who wouldn't shake their head in awe? Not bad. Now I finally have some sense of security. Just as he finished his thoughts, the space in front of him suddenly warped. There stood the skeleton and Bai Qitian once again. Apart from the master's clothes being slightly disheveled and the skeleton's bones, which were as translucent as glass, now slightly charred, everything else remained unchanged. The master's expression remained as calm as ever. The skeleton didn't even have a face, so there was no such thing as an expression. However, the soul flames in its eyes were flickering much faster than before. What were those two doing just now? Chu Pingyan curiously glanced at them twice before silently withdrawing his gaze. Regardless of what the two were doing, it was none of his concern. It was the skeleton that had emerged from the unknown space who, upon seeing Chu Pingyan, had his soul flame tremble violently. Boy, bring me some treasure chests. Chapter 35, The Return of the Golden Light, a New Divine Weapon. Who are you calling kid? Even if you're a 9th tier powerhouse, so what? This chest is one of a kind. In the future, there'll be 1 chest a day, maybe even causing a bloody fight among all the 9th rank powerhouses. Believe it or not. The more you spend on the box, the higher the chance of getting good loot, right? I heard that the daily limit for equipment treasure chests produced here is 6. If I buy the remaining 5 and spend 10 billion magic stones to open them, wouldn't the probability of getting a legendary equipment be even higher? How much? 10 billion. Chu Pingyan admitted that he had spoken too loudly earlier. The skeleton boss is amazing. Before Chu Pingyan could speak, Bai Qitian beside him couldn't help but blurt out, "You want all 5 equipment treasure chests? Are you human?" "No." The skeleton spoke confidently. Even Bai Qitian, who was already furious, had his momentum stalled by the response. He angrily retorted, "I thought of you first when there was something in it for me, and this is how you treat me? You're just trying to raise the price, aren't you?" "Master, how many magic stones you spend is entirely up to your personal discretion. What does that have to do with the price?" Although he wanted to interject, sensing the oppressive atmosphere as tense as a storm about to break, Chu Pingyan wisely chose to remain silent. The skeleton spoke calmly, showing no emotion. "If you're not satisfied, you can always bid higher. A brother's failure is indeed saddening, but a good brother's success is even more disheartening." Beneath the skeleton's seemingly calm words lay an envy that couldn't be concealed. "You're this kid's master's master, your relationship with him must be closer than mine. At the same price, he'll definitely choose you first." "You're right. Bai Qitian, if you want to raise the price, go ahead. It's not like we can't." Before he could finish the last word, Bai Qitian froze in place. Just moments ago, he had been mocking himself inwardly. Such an obvious thing, the old skull must know it himself. Why would he choose to humiliate himself? But now. "Oh, so it seems Mr. Bai is quite wealthy, huh?" The skeleton's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Since that's the case, why don't you pay back the 100 million magic stones you owe me from 2 days ago first?" Bai Qitian remained silent. 100 million magic stones were naturally not a large sum to him. But to pull out over 100 million magic stones to pay back the debt right now, Bai Qitian couldn't do it. Forget about 100 million magic stones. Even if he were asked to cough up a few million more right now, it would be a struggle. As a 9th ranked cultivator, standing at the pinnacle of this world's strongest, he naturally wouldn't be short on money. He could easily exchange any piece of equipment for several million magic stones. But there's a process involved. It's not as simple as Bai Qitian pulling out an item and immediately exchanging it for magic stones. As for where Bai Qitian's magic stones went, they were all spent on the special equipment crafted for Chu Pingyan. As mentioned earlier, magic stones are a universal energy source. All the magic stones Bai Qitian originally had were spent on collecting materials, forging, and enhancing the equipment. The 100 million magic stones obtained from the chest earlier were only the remaining portion after forging the equipment. Clearly, the skeleton had already concluded that Bai Qitian was currently broke. After all, as mentioned earlier, Bai Qitian had just borrowed a large sum from him a few days ago. No wonder he automatically made such an unfavorable demand. This scoundrel had already planned everything out. All right, brother, we're in this together. Is this how you play mind games with your brother?" Though Bai Qitian couldn't see the skeleton's expression, based on his past understanding of this guy, he must be feeling incredibly triumphant inside, even wanting to sing a song he hadn't sung in ages. Master. Seeing Bai Qitian remain silent, Xu Pingyan immediately realized the problem and couldn't help but reveal an expression of heartbreak and disbelief on his face. It was like watching your husband being handed over to your superior because you couldn't afford him and you had to watch them together. Cough. Xu Pingyan stopped letting the scene play out further in his mind. He waited quietly for the two elders to finish their confrontation. Seeing Bai Qitian remain silent, the skull cracked a smile without a sound, refraining from provoking him further. He turned to Xu Pingyan. It seems he doesn't intend to compete with me anymore. What about your decision? Xu Pingyan shrugged indifferently. Your relationship with your master is so close, what else can I say? The skeleton gave Xu Pingyan a meaningful look and nodded in satisfaction. Gu Yunyan. Regardless of whether your box contains what I need, I will provide the experience required for your upgrades until you reach the 5th rank. Xu Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he thanked him earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Gu Yunyan waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so formal. Who knows? Maybe before long, whether we old-timers can survive will all depend on you. Old bones? Survive? Though puzzled, Xu Pingyan wisely chose not to ask further. With a sweeping gesture, 5 equipment chests were neatly arranged before the other party. Each chest requires 10 billion magic stones, that's 50 billion in total. I wonder how many legendary items we'll get with such high odds. Bai Qitian leaned over to Xu Pingyan, ready to watch the show. Don't let their earlier heated exchange fool you. If their relationship weren't close, Bai Qitian wouldn't have brought him here for the first stop. Their earlier exchange was likely just two bored old men adding some excitement to their lives. Almost as soon as Bai Qitian finished speaking, the treasure chest's glow settled on purple. Purple signified epic tier equipment. As long as it's not a duplicate. Alright, from the moment Gu Yunyan silently opened the next treasure chest without pausing, the outcome was already clear. This old man sure is unlucky. Even 10 billion magic stones can produce duplicates. Bai Qitian shook his head and commented. But this is definitely just a fluke. The next chest should be the one. The familiar purple glow appeared, and this time, Gu Yunyan opened the chest even faster. What's going on? To have made it this far, the old man's luck shouldn't be this bad. Almost at the same time Bai Qitian finished speaking, a blue light flickered before the two of them. Wait, is this old man really this unlucky today? But, third time's the charm, next time for sure. Before he could finish, the familiar blue light reappeared. Before Bai Qitian could speak, Xu Pingyan quickly interrupted. Master, please don't say anything. Let the elder focus on opening the box. If looks could kill, Bai Qitian would have been killed hundreds of times over. Xu Pingyan was genuinely afraid that his master would continue speaking. The fragile bond of friendship between them might truly be shattered today. Sinking the boat was a minor matter, but neither he nor the city could afford the wrath of a 9th-rank powerhouse. Gu Yunyan gave Xu Pingyan a grateful glance, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted the last treasure box beside him. Instantly, the color of the treasure box began to change, reaching a purple glow in an extremely short time. After this fluctuation, the purple light gathered its strength and finally forced its way into another realm with a harsh jolt. In an instant, golden light once again appeared before the three of them. Those who had experienced this before naturally understood what this light signified: a priceless legendary artifact. However, for Xu Pingyan, this golden light held an additional significance. It was another divine artifact, beckoning to him. Chapter 36, a million-fold critical hit, beyond divine weapons. Upon seeing the golden light appear, Bai Qitian finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite their earlier heated argument, such a minor matter was easily forgotten. After all, he had already obtained a legendary tier equipment today, leaving him utterly satisfied. Whether the remaining boxes were opened or not was of no consequence. Moreover, without any magic stones, he couldn't afford to be so bold as to ask Xu Pingyan for free. Seeing his friend make a sale, he couldn't help but tease him. I told you so. How could someone have such bad luck? Look, it came out. Exchanging 50 billion magic stones for a legendary item at their level is an absolute steal. While his friend's success was certainly enviable, he had already achieved his own goals, so he now adopted the mindset of someone who had been there before, calmly watching the storms roll in and the clouds disperse. Hearing this, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but reveal a complex expression. Unconsciously, the conversation between the two of them from earlier flashed through his mind. Are you even human? No. Xu Pingyan felt like he had solved a mystery. The reason Gu Yunyan had been so unlucky was because he wasn't human. The last shot did indeed flash with golden light, but that golden light was bought with 100 billion magic stones. Probably influenced by the previous 4 treasure chests, the opponent directly exchanged 100 billion magic stones to open the last one. Xu Pingyan only realized this after seeing the prompt that appeared. As he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of these big shots, he also acknowledged Gu Yunyan's bad luck. Based on the previous pattern, a chest costing 100 billion magic stones should have a certain probability of triggering the red light ancient forbidden spell, right? Yet in the opponent's hands, even the golden light was so meager. However, Although the big shot is only barely golden, 100 billion means he can achieve a million-fold increase. Under such enhancement, even the most ordinary black iron equipment can take off directly. And it just so happens to be a legendary piece of equipment. I wonder what rank of equipment we'll end up getting. After divine artifacts, is there an even higher tier? Just thinking about it, an overwhelming sense of anticipation surged uncontrollably within him. The three of them waited quietly for the strange phenomenon before them to disappear. In fact, such an anomaly naturally caused immense excitement among countless people in the city. After all, they had just experienced it once before, and while the rewards from the second time wouldn't be as great as the first, they would still be significant. This also filled the city lord of Zhengyang City with immense joy, causing him to repeatedly slap his thighs and mutter, "We're rich! We're rich!" The reactions from the outside world need no further elaboration. As the light slowly faded, a crown burning with dim, deathly flames appeared in Gu Yunyan's hands at the same time. Upon glancing at the crown's attributes, the soul fire in Gu Yunyan's eyes surged violently at the same moment. As for how intense it was, anyone with eyes could see it was roughly this intense. Without being urged by Qitian, Gu Yunyan voluntarily showed the crown's attributes. Dim Necromancer's Crown Legendary. Category, Helmet. Level requirement, 195. Effects, Mental plus 60 million, Constitution plus 30 million, Stamina plus 30 million. Durability, 500. Additional effect, never wears out divine weapon, durability never decreases from combat. Additional effect, necromantic power passive, while equipped, your necromantic attributes are increased by 200% effect stacks with other similar traits. Additional effect, cataclysmic omen passive, the maximum number of your necromancer legion units increases by 300%. Additional effect, symbiotic existence passive, the undead you summon gain a 30% resistance boost against abnormal effects. Additional effect, Cataclysm passive, when summoning undead, there is a certain chance to activate this skill, causing the summoned undead to become independent elite individuals with enhanced attributes and independent growth potential. Additional effect, Soul Extinction active, performs a soul attack on the target, dealing true damage equal to 3 times the target's mental strength. If the difference in soul strength between the two parties is too great, there is a very small chance of annihilating the target's soul. Maximum skill range must not exceed 5 kilometers. Skill cooldown, 6 hours. Like the equipment obtained by Qitian earlier, this item has a total of 5 effects. Although the dull Death Spirit Crown provides significantly lower attributes, if one must choose between the two pieces of equipment, this one is undoubtedly superior. As is well known, for classes that control undead and death spirits, their primary strength lies in the number and strength of the undead and death spirits they command. The 4 passive effects provided by the dull Necromancer's Crown perfectly align with his class characteristics. Holy Crystal Heavenly Heart is not bad, but its effects are clearly inferior to those of dull Necromancer's Crown. There is no doubt that Gu Yunyan is extremely satisfied with this equipment, to the point of giving it a perfect score. Even if it costs 140 billion magic stones, he would do so willingly. Qitian could also see the improvement this equipment brought him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This equipment has made up for all the losses from before." Gu Yunyan nodded in agreement. However, the former was referring to 40 billion magic stones, while the latter was talking about the 140 billion magic stones. Peace. Peace? Ha? Master, you called me? Chu Ping'an snapped back to reality and hurriedly responded. Is there something you need? However, he was so overwhelmed with joy that he couldn't help but show it in front of these two old monsters. It seems that Ping and this kid gained quite a bit from the previous box opening. Both the man and the skeleton had similar thoughts flash through their minds. However, they silently agreed to keep it to themselves, with no intention of asking any questions. In fact, the moment the words left his mouth, Chu Ping'an realized the problem. But realizing the problem didn't mean he had the ability to solve it. Seeing that neither the man nor the skeleton asked any questions, he felt touched, but also couldn't help but think. I wonder if there's a skill like absolute calmness. In the presence of a master like my great-grandmaster who can be completely trusted, it's fine. But if faced with others, there might be problems. After all, one must always be vigilant. Qitian smiled and said, there are still 6 skill treasure chests left. Why not bring them out so we can open them together? As he finished speaking, Qitian gave a vigilant glance. Let's make it clear 3 per person, no stealing. Gu Yunyan shook his head. I'm not as stingy as you. You took mine earlier, and the money for opening these next 6 boxes will all be on me. I knew old Gu was the most generous. Gu Yunyan didn't take those insincere words to heart. Once Chu Ping'an tossed out the 6 treasure chests, each person took 3 and began making their final preparations before opening them. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Chu Ping'an finally turned his gaze back to the hint message he had pulled out earlier. The emotions that had just calmed down surged again as he read the words on the screen, causing his breathing to grow heavier. His entire face flushed with excitement. It was because, after enduring a million-fold critical hit, what was returned was not a divine artifact. But instead, something even greater than a divine artifact. Chapter 37, The Curse of the God of the Dead, Attributes Breaking the Billion Mark. The Curse of the God of the Dead True Divine Weapon. Category, Helmet. Level Requirement, 1 Upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 30,000. Equipment Durability, Indestructible. Additional effect, Undying Soul Passive, your physical form may perish, but your soul endures forever. Your soul cannot be destroyed. Additional effect, Undying Support Passive, the undead you summon will not die when hit by a fatal attack but will instead resurrect at peak condition. This effect can be triggered 3 times within 100 seconds. Cooldown, 6 hours calculated from the first trigger. Each undead unit triggers the effect independently. Additional effect, Divine Mercy Psi Active, Effect 1, target an enemy, ignoring both parties' levels. The target has a small chance to die instantly, with the probability increasing as their current health decreases. If Effect 1 does not activate, Effect 2 will automatically trigger. Effect 2 immediately deals damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health and permanently reduces their maximum health by 10%. This effect only triggers once. If Effect 2 does not activate, Effect 3 will automatically trigger. Effect 3 increases all damage taken by the target in this battle by 200% and increases damage taken from undead type attacks by 300%. Does not stack with the previous effect. Effect cooldown, 2 hours. Equipping this item to level 30 unlocks a new effect. Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. It has been proven. There truly exists equipment of a higher tier above divine artifacts, true divine artifacts. After witnessing the effects of this true divine weapon, no words could describe the shock Chu Pingyan felt at that moment. Even just the base attributes alone are already several times that of a divine artifact. Additionally, the effects unlocked at level 1 are 3 in total, 1 more than a divine artifact. And the effects of these 3 skills far surpass those of a divine artifact. The first effect, Flesh Fades, Soul Endures, seems hard to grasp, but put another way, it means immortality. As long as the soul remains, can the death of a practitioner truly be considered death? The second effect is equally powerful. It allows summoned undead to revive 3 times within 100 seconds. As everyone knows, the most terrifying aspect of death mages lies in their endless supply of terrifying death-dealing minions, capable of reviving 3 times in succession. This single effect alone is enough to drive any peerless existence to despair. Of course, since it's a skill targeting undead, it has no effect on the current Chu Pingyan. But only for now. In the future, he will not lack undead-related skills, and at that point, the true horror of this effect will be fully realized. If it falls into the hands of Gu Yunyan, this skill alone could easily slay beings of the same rank. He could hold his own against 3 9th-rank powerhouses. As for the final effect, it is utterly domineering. Instant death. Percentage damage based on maximum health. Damage boost. Although only one of the 3 effects can activate at a time, each one is extremely powerful. No wonder Chu Pingyan couldn't suppress his emotions. Had he not witnessed numerous major battles recently which had significantly tempered his resolve, he might still be unable to snap out of the overwhelming joy of obtaining this equipment. I wonder how many levels this equipment can be upgraded to with 140 million magic stones. With such anticipation, Chu Pingyan decided to consume magic stones to enhance it. In the blink of an eye, the vast pile of magic stones that had just accumulated in the storage space were completely drained of their energy and vanished. Chu Pingyan had no idea how many magic stones had been consumed. He could only estimate that the remaining magic stones occupied less than 1/5 of the original storage space. It must have been over 100 million. Upon seeing the level of the equipment, the Curse of the God of the Dead had been upgraded. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Curse of the God of the Dead True Divine Weapon. Level 50. Over 100 million magic stones were required to upgrade it to level 50. And as you progress further, the amount of magic stones required to level up each time will likely become even more terrifying. This isn't an item, it's a bottomless pit. Even if these magic stones were easy to obtain, he wouldn't have any use for them elsewhere. Losing so many at once left Chu Pingyan unable to hide a hint of pain. It's not about anything else, it's like a child who has a bag of snacks they don't like and suddenly feeds most of them to their cute little dog, feeling a pang of sadness. It feels like only someone with an absurdly overpowered class like mine might have a chance of affording this thing. If it were anyone else, they'd be completely drained. However, upon seeing the attributes after reaching level 51, the pain on Chu Pingyan's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Curse of the God of the Dead True Divine Weapon. Category, Helmet. Level Requirement, 50 Upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 700,000. Equipment Durability, Indestructible. Additional effect, Undying Soul Passive. When your physical form perishes, your soul endures forever. Your soul cannot be destroyed. Additional effect, Undying Support Passive. The undead you summon will not die when hit by a fatal attack but will instead resurrect in their peak state. This effect can be triggered 3 times within 150 seconds. Cooldown, 5 hours calculated from the first trigger. Each undead unit triggers the effect independently. Additional effect, physical barrier passive, all damage taken by undead in yourself is reduced by 30%. This effect is unique and cannot be stacked with similar effects. Additional effect, Divine Mercy Psi active, effect 1, target a single enemy, ignoring both parties' levels. The enemy has a small chance to die instantly, with the probability increasing as their current health decreases. If effect 1 does not activate, effect 2 will automatically trigger. Effect 2, immediately deals damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum health and permanently reduces their maximum health by 20%. This effect only triggers once. If effect 2 does not activate, effect 3 will automatically trigger. Effect 3, increases all damage taken by the target in this battle by 300% and increases all undead type damage taken by 400%. Does not stack with the previous effect. Effect cooldown, 2 hours. Additional effect, Soul Burn active, burns the soul of undead enemies, increasing all attributes by 500% for the next 3 minutes. The target dies after 3 minutes. Equipping this item to level 70 unlocks a new effect. Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. At level 50, all attributes increase by a staggering 700,000. Most importantly, under the 100-fold boost of divine techniques, these 700,000 attribute points are equivalent to 70 million. At level 70, attributes have already surpassed 70 million. Even if a powerhouse saw this, they'd probably have to shout out powerhouse. However, this is still far from my current limit. Xu Ping'an's gaze shifted to another divine artifact in his hand. Chapter 38, Further Enhancement. The true value of the divine weapon continues to rise. It's not that I don't want to continue enhancing the curse of the God of the Dead, but this thing is currently too resource intensive, making it cost ineffective. In summary, it's a matter of funds. On the other hand, a divine artifact enhanced to level 40 with just 1 million magic stones has an incredible cost-effectiveness ratio. Through this recent enhancement, Xu Ping'an had confirmed that the level of equipment scales with the user's level, with each tier bringing significant improvements. Whether it's the Curse of the Undead God or the Holy King's Light Chain, the same applies. The first 30 levels increase attributes by a fixed value, but after reaching level 30, the attributes doubled based on the previous level. Additionally, the accompanying effects also receive a certain boost. From there until level 50, each level continues to enhance attributes based on a fixed value, but the amount of fixed attributes gained is greater than the previous level. Therefore, if we could upgrade Holy King Light Holy Chain to level 70, not only would the attributes undergo 2 more qualitative changes, but 2 new skills would also be unlocked. The magic stones Xu Ping'an had remaining were more than sufficient to enhance it to level 70. On the other hand, if it were the Curse of the Necromancer, these magic stones would only be enough to upgrade it by a few more levels at most. Comparing the two, the former is clearly the more cost-effective choice. A thought crossed his mind. Instantly, the remaining magic stones began to deplete at a visible speed. By the time the divine artifact reached level 70, only a small portion of the magic stones remained in his hands. Estimating roughly, there were probably around 1 million left? So the first 50 levels were just a token effort? Did it start showing its true colors once it reached level 70? Xu Ping'an felt a sharp pain in his heart. It wasn't the magic stones that were being consumed that bothered him. The level increase from 50 to 70 for a divine artifact is already so significant. What about a true divine artifact? That must be even more. Looking back now, his thoughts from just a few seconds ago were still too naive. How many levels could the remaining magic stones even level up? Maybe just 1 level would drain them completely. Thinking about the magic stones needed for future equipment upgrades, Xu Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like a huge poverty was completely enveloping him. Forget it. We'll worry about that later. He's a living, breathing person. He can't be defeated by money. Pushing aside his thoughts, Xu Ping'an looked at the attributes of the divine artifact after it had been enhanced to level 70. Holy King Light Holy Chain Divine Weapon. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 70 cannot be upgraded. Level up unlocks. Effect, all attributes plus 1 million. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Eternal Light passive, immune to light elemental damage, and all light-based skills effects are increased by 400%. Additional effect, Divine Might Blaze passive, all damage you deal will be accompanied by Divine Might Blaze, causing a secondary damage calculation on the target. The secondary damage is equal to 50% of the damage dealt in the original attack. Additional effect, Holy One active, absolute correctness, immune to all damage for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional effect, Sacred Domain active, deploy the Sacred Domain, consuming 20,000 mana per second. The Sacred Domain affects all targets within a 50 by 50 by 50 radius centered on the caster. All targets within the Sacred Domain have all attributes reduced by 20%, and all damage taken from you is reduced by 20%. Every 10 seconds, all targets within the Sacred Domain will be purified by holy flames, dealing true damage equal to the caster's current health. Additional effect, Endless Radiance active, can be triggered while the Sanctuary is active, reducing the trigger time of Holy Flame purification to 1 second, and automatically restoring 20% of maximum health every 10 seconds. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 90. Additional effect. Set effect? Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. Upon seeing the enhanced attributes, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The most noticeable change was the equipment's attributes. After the second advancement, it jumped from the original 100,000 to 1 million. It was even more exaggerated than the true divine artifact Curse of the Undead God. However, this does not mean that the divine artifact is stronger than him, it only indicates that the enhancement each tier brings to equipment is simply too exaggerated. When applied to equipment of the artifact tier, this effect is amplified countless times over. If we could upgrade the Curse of the Undead God to level 70, the attribute boost would be even more outrageous. Just imagining that scene is already wonderful. Unfortunately, it's just a fantasy. To reach level 70 with the Curse of the Undead God, you'd need to consume roughly over 100 million magic stones. Even with the price difference talent at his disposal, it would be nearly impossible to achieve in the short term. Chu Ping'an glanced at his current attributes. Class, Chu Ping'an. Class, Treasure Chest Merchant Special. Level, LV 70 Tier 3, current level cap 90. Constitution, 100,000 110,100,000 base attribute plus 100 million equipment bonuses. The Curse of the Undead God is currently not equipped. Magic, 112,000 121,560,000 112,000 plus 100 million. Strength, 100,000 110,112,000 plus 100 million. Agility, 100,000 110,112,000 plus 100 million. Stamina, 100,000 110,112,000 plus 100 million. Remaining assignable attribute points, 0. After Chu Ping'an reached level 70 and allocated the available attribute points, his base attributes reached 100,000 under the enhancement of divine skills. When compared to peers of the same level, these base attributes are already sufficient to rival geniuses equipped with epic sets. However, once the boost from equipment is factored in, these base attributes become insignificant. All attributes exceed 100 million. To put it bluntly, just looking at the stats, I should be able to knock the old man half to death with a single punch now, right? If I were to equip the Curse of the Undead God as well, with a single attribute reaching 170 million, I'd probably have to kneel before the old man and beg him not to die? But I could equip the old man with Life's Soul Return, which would allow me to freely land 3 punches first. If outsiders found out about Chu Ping'an's thoughts, they'd probably be speechless in disbelief. Life's Soul Return, such a powerful skill, was used just so you could land 3 punches on the old man? Is that how ancient skills are supposed to be used? Skills aren't meant to be wasted like this. Bastard. Of course. Outsiders naturally have no idea how powerful Chu Ping'an truly is at this moment. As for what outsiders think, Chu Ping'an doesn't care either. What he truly cares about right now is, I wonder how much of a gap there is between my current strength and that of a 9th rank. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Qitian and Gu Yunyan beside him, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Chapter 39, Frenetic Leveling Up, the Supreme Council convenes. Unfortunately, Chu Ping'an's bold plan ultimately failed to materialize. It wasn't because he recalled that a legendary piece of equipment could add 50 million attributes, but rather because fighting in the city meant there was a risk of accidentally harming flowers and plants. People were even more out of the question. So it wasn't that he was afraid. Confident.jpg. While Chu Ping'an was enhancing his divine weapon and organizing his loot. By his side, Bai Qitian and Gu Yunyan had already opened the 3 treasure chests in front of them one by one. Perhaps because they had already used up their good luck for the day, or maybe the chests they opened were only of the 10 million demon stone level, so nothing of value came out. The best they got was just a single purple glow. As for why they didn't buy more expensive ones, perhaps the previous 14 billion magic stones had already depleted Gu Yunyuan's savings. As always, magic stones were only a part of their assets. Various equipment and materials are the most crucial resources. As for Chu Ping'an, he once again added 600,000 magic stones to his account. Regarding the epic skill they obtained, neither of them felt the slightest emotion. After all, at their current level, they already possess numerous epic skills. The skill they obtained merely offers a slight improvement, but it's not significant. Though, according to Ping'an's explanation, skill boxes do have a chance to yield ancient skills or forbidden spells, but the probability. As he spoke, Bai Qitian couldn't help but shake his head. The meaning was clear. Gu Yunyan nodded. For us, equipment boxes are more likely to bring improvements. However, skill treasure chests are relatively cheaper, so they're not entirely useless. But what he was thinking was, if 100 billion magic stones can so easily yield legendary equipment, would 10 billion magic stones be enough to obtain forbidden spells or ancient skills? If that doesn't work, then 100 billion? If we were to switch to ancient skills or forbidden spells, even they could achieve a massive boost, even surpassing the boost from legendary equipment. Thinking of this, Gu Yunyan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in his heart. If we had the money, we could give it a try, but right now. Shaking his head, Gu Yunyan didn't dwell on the thought any further. As for why he didn't go all in and try the skill chest directly? In the end, in their eyes, the skill treasure chest only had a chance of yielding ancient skills or forbidden spells. Moreover, the probability of such outcomes was still uncertain. It was just like back when game laws hadn't been established yet, and various games claimed that the drop rates for certain items were this or that, but the actual gacha rates weren't disclosed to the public. Ultimately, it was a wealthy player who, after spending a significant amount of money, tested the actual drop rates and found them to be vastly different from the advertised rates, leading to the mandatory disclosure of drop rates in gacha games. Rather than gamble on a possibility, players naturally prefer visible improvements. Xu Pingyan. Upon hearing Gu Yunyan call his name, Xu Pingyan looked over in confusion. Gu Yunyan didn't speak, simply grabbing his hand. The two of them flickered and reappeared in the same dark square as before. What I said earlier, I will certainly keep my word. All the experience required for leveling up before the 5th rank will be my responsibility. As he spoke, Gu Yunyan pointed forward. A pitch-black, ominous void reappeared. Moments later, a 3-headed skeletal hellhound, its body engulfed in blue infernal flames, appeared before the two. Before it could make a move, a massive scythe filled with deathly energy struck down in an instant. The 3-headed skeletal hellhound, which had just appeared, didn't even have a chance to show its true form before it was instantly killed. A massive amount of experience instantly filled Xu Pingyan's experience bar. Level 1, Level 2. It kept rising until it reached Level 8 before stopping. And that ominous void did not disappear. A minute later, another skeleton emerged from it, its sheer power overwhelming at first glance. 5 minutes later. Professional, Xu Pingyan. Occupation, Treasure Chest Merchant. Level, LV 90 maximum level reached. Please proceed to the advanced temple immediately. Even though he had experienced it once before, being swept away again still caused Xu Pingyan to utter a sigh of awe from the bottom of his heart. That's awesome. Leveling up 40 times in a single day, what a joy. Moreover, during the monster slaying segment, Xu Pingyan made an unexpected discovery. Killing monsters actually grants energy. As he reached level 90, the curse of the undead god leveled up by 1, and Holy King Lightchain followed suit, leveling up by 3. Converting that's millions of magic stones. Most importantly, with this method of upgrading divine weapons, isn't this more cost-effective than directly consuming demon stones? Return to the Bone Castle. Come back here after reaching the 4th tier. Gu Yunyan spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but ask, Senior Gu, can I still use this method to upgrade after reaching the 5th tier? You can pay for it yourself. Gu Yunyan remained silent, but the soul flames in his eyes flickered violently. Bai Qitian smiled and came to Gu Yunyan's rescue. Don't be so hard on the old man. That skill has daily usage limits and time restrictions. Plus, after reaching the 5th rank, each level requires a significant amount of experience. Being able to level up once a day is already considered decent. It gets even worse later on, with several days needed to level up. I don't mind either. Of course, Xu Pingyan wouldn't say it so bluntly. Though he didn't say it outright, there were clearly other restrictions involved. I understand. Should I go accept the advanced quest first? All right. Bai Qitian nodded and added, after reaching the 3rd stage, the advancement quests will become more challenging. And the lowest tier tasks will only be 2-star tasks. Among these, the most challenging ones are collection tasks, which require gathering various unusual items. If you encounter such a task, make sure to inform me immediately. After all, you've only recently become a professional, so it's understandable if you're unfamiliar with them. At this point, Bai Qitian suddenly realized that this youngster had only been a professional for 6 days. Starting 4th tier tasks after only 6 days. What a great era we're living in. Thinking back to his own days, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. Of course. Background itself is part of the resources one possesses. If you have the conditions, you should naturally make use of them. Moreover, given Xu Pingyan's profession, anyone would provide resources to help him level up quickly and become even stronger. I understand, Master. I won't accompany you this time, I have some matters to attend to here. Understood. After Xu Pingyan left, the two of them also withdrew their gaze. Gu Yunyan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I never imagined there could be such a unique profession in this world. There are many kinds of professions, existence is justified. As he spoke, Bai Qitian smiled and asked, so, should you handle this, or should I? Gu Yunyan pondered for a moment before saying softly, let's do it together. Given this youngster's situation, it's more than enough for the two of us to convene the Supreme Council. Speaking of which, those troublemakers around us have started causing trouble again, haven't they? A hint of resignation flashed in Bai Qitian's eyes. You know as well as I do that those fellows have never been ones to stay put. The current peace has been enough to make them forget the pain of hundreds of years ago. And behind all this, their influence is undoubtedly at play. I understand. Gu Yunyan's voice grew much lower, yet it carried a torrent of anger. After the Supreme Council meeting, I'll pay them a visit. Chapter 40, Legendary Equipment for Sale? The Supreme Council has gone mad. The borders of the Great Xia Empire. A magnificent mage palace floated in the dome, hidden among the clouds. Inside the palace, Master, this is the list of participants for the World Youth League in 3 days. Excluding Xia Yuntao, Mu Wanhua, Zhang Yeye, and others who secured the top 8 spots in last year's national professional competition, there is now only one remaining substitute spot. What should we do? Yan Xinfeng's face was filled with respect, but by the time he finished speaking, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. How could he not? Although his strength was at the 8th rank, making him one of the top-tier practitioners in the entire Great Xia Empire. But those vying for the final spot were all directly connected to the 9th rank. Who could have anticipated that the rules, which had remained unchanged for so long, would be adjusted this year? An additional substitute spot had been added. That's why we're in this mess now. Zhou Jua naturally understood Yan Xinfeng's concerns. Tell them to find some time to have a match. Let their skills speak for themselves. You go tell them. The words were on the tip of his tongue when Zhou Jua looked surprised. By Dage, Lao Gu? What's going on? Yan Xinfeng asked in confusion. Teacher? It's nothing. You go ahead and get back to work. Zhou Jua waved his hand. Don't worry about this. I'll handle it. Thank you, teacher. Yan Xinfeng couldn't hide the joy on his face. Such a troublesome matter, the teacher taking it on was just perfect. If it were him, whoever ended up getting eliminated might end up being blamed for it. Even in a world where strength reigns supreme, it's not all about fighting and killing, there's also the matter of human relationships. I'll be going now. Once Yan Xinfeng had left the hall, Zhou Jua spoke up with a touch of curiosity. The last Supreme Council meeting was 20 years ago, wasn't it? I wonder what this one is about. With that thought, Zhou Jua accepted the request without hesitation. The scene shifted before his eyes. The next moment, he found himself in the ancient bone castle of Gu Yunyan. However, he did not appear in Gu Yunyan's small room, but in a meeting hall filled with countless white bones. The only source of light was the faint glow of candles, which, combined with the numerous bones, made the place even more terrifying and eerie. If anyone were to enter the scene, they would likely associate it with a meeting of a cult leader, rather than the highest-ranking gathering in the entire Great Xia Empire, the Supreme Council. Supreme meant that every participant in the meeting was a 9th-tier cultivator. And not just any 9th rank, only those who master ancient skills and forbidden spells are worthy of the title Supreme. Every person present is not only the strongest in the Great Xia Empire but also among the strongest in the entire human race. Zhou Jua was naturally one of them. I thought I arrived pretty quickly, but I didn't expect so many elders to be here before me. Saying this, Zhou Jua smiled and nodded toward Bai Qitian and Gu Junyan, who were seated at the center. Brother Bai, it's been a long time. The two nodded in response. Come sit down. Zhou Jua smiled and agreed, then greeted the others before finding an empty seat to sit down. He closed his eyes and waited. The others did the same, without engaging in much conversation. A minute later, Gu Yunyan spoke up. Those who could come by now should have arrived by now. It seems we don't need to wait any longer. Everyone nodded in agreement. At present, there were a total of 12 people present, including Bai Qitian and Gu Yunyan. The circumstances of these individuals varied greatly. For instance, Zhou Jua wore a luxurious robe, showing no restraint in the powerful aura emanating from his body. Others were completely shrouded in shadow, and when someone's gaze fell upon them, they would automatically be ignored by the surrounding space. Others wore ordinary shirts, with unremarkable features, appearing to be ordinary people had they not been seated here. Only 3 individuals have yet to arrive. According to the regulations of the Supreme Council, as long as the number of attendees reaches more than 3/4, the meeting is considered valid, and any resolutions passed during the meeting are deemed to have been agreed upon by the other Supreme Council members who were absent. There are a total of 15 people, with 12 present, which naturally exceeds 3/4. Should you go or should I? Bai Qitian thought for a moment and said, after all, that child is related to me. You should go. All right. Gu Yunyan nodded, then looked at everyone and spoke calmly. Before officially beginning this council meeting, we must first show you all something. As he finished speaking, the two simultaneously revealed the legendary equipment they had just obtained. Instantly, the already quiet meeting room grew even more silent. It wasn't until a minute later that Zhou Jua broke the silence. There stood the elegant and graceful archmage, his face adorned with an awkward yet polite smile. So, did the two of you call this meeting just to show off your new gear to everyone? As he finished speaking, the others gradually snapped out of their daze. Though their expressions varied, one emotion was shared by all: envy. Hey, we haven't heard anything about you guys lately. Why didn't you just come out and show off something big like this? This gear. Ji Lu, it's making me genuinely jealous. With Lao Gu's skills, having this gear, taking on that bunch of scrubs would be a piece of cake. You two really deserve it. Even at the 9th rank, they're just more powerful professionals, there is no inherent difference. Ordinary people find them unattainable because the gap between them is simply too vast. Even if they, as 9th-tier practitioners, were to interact with others as ordinary people, the inherent filter of their status would cause ordinary people to automatically interpret their every word and action, wondering if there was some deeper meaning behind them. They never consider that they are also ordinary people, and their daily interactions aren't nearly as complicated. Therefore, they can only be so relaxed in the presence of others of the same rank. Facing the unhidden envy of the crowd, Bai Qitian's slightly raised lips betrayed his true feelings. In comparison, the flickering flames of the soul in Gu Yunyan's eyes were much more subtle. Once everyone had vented their emotions, Gu Yunyan raised his hand and pressed down. It seems everyone is curious about how we obtained these two pieces of equipment. If I were to say that I bought them with magic stones, what would you all think? Even as a 9th-ranked cultivator, the strongest in the world, hearing this made him pause instinctively. Bought with money? Are you kidding me? However, given Gu Yunyan's status and position, he would never joke around like that with them, especially not in the form of a Supreme Council meeting. Then, what the Ancient One said is true. The legendary equipment was really bought with money. Buying legendary equipment with money. Even those of the 9th rank or the Supreme Council felt a momentary dizziness upon hearing this news. Immediately afterward, they felt a bit parched. If you can buy legendary gear with money, isn't that the same as getting it for free? There's actually such a good thing in the world. Zhou Zhuo, who was the first to realize this, immediately couldn't wait to speak up. Chapter 41, The Numb Supreme, The Confused Chu Pingan. Ancient One, according to your meaning, does this opportunity mean we all have a chance to obtain it? Though it was a question, Zhou Zhuo spoke with unwavering certainty. What must we do to have a chance at obtaining it? Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, their expressions a mix of tension, anxiety, longing, and a touch of fantasy as they looked at Gu Yunyan. At that moment, they were not the 9th-rank professionals they claimed to be, but ordinary individuals seeking to grow stronger. Nothing more. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Gu Yunyan grinned, smiling silently. However, the words that followed immediately eased the tension in the air. Yet, what Gu Yunyan said next left them speechless once more. That's right. This opportunity is available to any of you, and not just once. Not just once. Everyone felt their facial muscles stiffen. When had legendary equipment of their caliber become worthless cabbages by the roadside? Their astonishment knew no bounds. However, if you can really obtain legendary gear more than once, that would mean they could upgrade their gear instantly and get a full set of legendary equipment. Realizing this, everyone's hearts immediately grew fiery. Ancient, stop teasing us, just tell us where this opportunity comes from. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyan spoke directly. Chu Pingan. The person who can grant you legendary gear is named Chu Pingan. A look of confusion flashed across everyone's faces. The name sounded like a person's name, but who was this powerful figure who could obtain legendary equipment for them? Only Zhou Zhuo hesitated for a moment before asking doubtfully, Old Master, are you referring to Chu Pingan, the disciple of Bai Dage and the son of Chu Quangren? Chu Quangren? Everyone was taken aback again. This time, it wasn't because the name was unfamiliar, but because it was too familiar. After all, the Supreme Council meeting 20 years ago had been initiated because of him. Thinking back to that event 20 years ago, everyone's eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. Gu Yunyan nodded, that's correct. Chu Pingan, who awoke to a special profession 6 days ago, treasure chest merchant. Currently at level 90 of tier 3, his primary ability is to sell treasure chests to others. The current types of treasure chests are divided into skill chests and equipment chests. The legendary equipment that Bai Qitian and I obtained were obtained from his treasure chests. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence once again. Every word was familiar, yet they couldn't make sense of a single sentence. A level 90 professional could give them, a group of the highest ranked players, their legendary equipment? If anyone else had said this to them, they wouldn't have believed a single word, and they would have slapped them across the face on the spot. That would have been considered generous. But now, the one speaking was an ancient peer of their own, backed by Bai Qitian, and 2 legendary pieces of equipment they had never seen before. Everything points to the fact that this world might truly have such an absurd profession. It can only be said that the supreme beings are truly worthy of their title. They processed this shocking information in less than 10 seconds. However, it didn't take long for people to realize that there might be a problem. To achieve this level of success, the cost must have been enormous, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian couldn't help but reveal an odd expression. Gu Yunyuan cleared his throat. If spending 10 billion magic stones is considered a high price. The one who had asked the question froze for a moment, then stammered, are you saying that this legendary equipment was purchased for 10 billion magic stones? Yes. 10 billion magic stones for a single legendary item? At that moment, everyone had gone from initial shock to numbness. In the past decade or so, there hadn't been a single day as shocking as today. If what you say is true, then this Chu Pingan is a being capable of influencing the entire Blue Star, all races, and even the Abyss. Zhou Zhuo wore a serious expression. Everything that exists now will be shattered because of his existence. That's correct. Gu Yunyan nodded. That is also why Bai Qitian and I initiated the Supreme Council. However, Chu Pingan's profession isn't entirely without limitations. That makes more sense. Such an abnormal profession, how could it possibly have no restrictions at all? At Chu Pingan's current rank, he can only open 6 skill treasure chests and 6 equipment treasure chests per day. You call that a restriction? Everyone fell silent for a moment before letting out a collective "hmm." It turns out that when people are speechless to the extreme, they really can't help but laugh out loud. Jojo spoke without any expectations. Have today's quotas been used up? That's correct. Can I reserve a spot for tomorrow? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grew restless. No, Josie, you're the youngest with the least experience. How dare you compete with us seniors? Why should you go first? I should be first. Cough, cough. I think I'm pretty lucky. Why not let me be the first to open the box? If a legendary item drops, it'll also boost the overall strength of the Great Xia Empire. Get lost. As the argument was about to escalate, Gu Yunyan quickly intervened. The matter of who opens the box first can be discussed later. Let's talk about Chu Pingyan first. I propose ranking him 10th. What do you all think? The crowd, who had been engaged in intense discussion moments ago, fell silent. After a moment, Jojo spoke up. If everything is as the two of you have said, I agree to list him as the 10th in the sequence. As Jojo spoke, the others also shared their opinions. I share the same opinion. If such an extraordinary profession truly exists, the 10th rank is undoubtedly his. Exactly. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Gu Yunyan nodded. Wait until tomorrow, and you'll see. Then we'll discuss it tomorrow. Joshua spoke indifferently, then changed the subject. So, getting back to the original topic, since everyone wants to be the first to open the box, why don't we decide the order based on strength? What do you think? All right. You finally said something reasonable this time. Joshua nodded. Then let's find a place to practice later. Next is another matter. The substitute spots for the World Youth League. I know everyone wants them. But even if you're just a substitute, it's still a matter of survival of the fittest, so if you want the spot, prove it with your skills. In half an hour, we'll head to the Ancient Secrets dungeon. Whoever clears it solo the fastest gets the spot. Of course, if everyone fails to clear it solo, we'll decide based on who made the most progress and spent the least amount of time. No objections? Everyone agreed without objection. Agreed. The spot should naturally be decided by ability. Are there any restrictions on equipment? Equipment is also part of one's strength. There are no restrictions in the World League, so there won't be any here either. That's fine. At the same time, in the Advanced Temple, Chu Pingyan, who had received the advanced task, couldn't help but scratch his head. Ancient Secrets? What kind of dungeon is this? Chapter 42. Do you want him to die, or do you want everyone else to miss out on legendary gear? Participate in the defeat of a world boss of at least diamond rank. The boss's level must not be lower than 90. Compared to the previous advanced requirements, the 4th tier had directly increased the difficulty by several levels. World bosses have several times the attributes of bosses of the same tier, along with extremely complex mechanics, and each phase forces the boss to lock its health for an extended period. A 5-person team capable of defeating a diamond tier boss would struggle to defeat a world boss diamond even if their numbers were increased by 100 times. This clearly highlights the challenge of the 4th tier advancement quest. Therefore, most players join a large group and follow along to complete the task. Originally, Chu Pingyan thought he'd have to go find a world boss to kill, but as soon as the orb appeared with the request, it immediately shone and swept past him, followed by a prompt indicating that the prerequisites had been met. Before today, I hadn't killed a world boss, which means among the monsters he had been using to level up, there was a world boss. After all, as a 9th tier powerhouse, being able to easily defeat a world boss didn't surprise Chu Pingyan. However, complex mechanics, tricky health bars, I didn't see any of that. Despite feeling a bit puzzled by these issues, he didn't dwell on them. Don't ask, just accept that the power of a 9th tier P-tier expert is unmatched. After completing the prerequisite quest, the tasks required for his class change began to appear. Current profession, treasure chest merchant. Current level, 90. Meets the requirements for class change. Class change quests will now be assigned. Task posted. Job quest, mysterious rumor 1. Description, information is power. Those legendary rumors may hide unimaginable treasures, and you have accidentally heard one such rumor. This rumor is related to a dungeon Ancient Secrets. Please venture into the dungeon alone to verify the authenticity of the legend you have heard. Tip: upon entering the dungeon, a hidden questline will be activated. This hidden questline will alter the dungeon's difficulty. Ensure your strength is sufficient before proceeding with this task. Note: completing this profession questline will unlock a personal exclusive treasure chest. The personal exclusive treasure chest can only be opened by the host, and the daily opening count is calculated separately. It does not stack with other sold treasure chests. Time limit, 12 hours. Note: if the time limit is exceeded, the quest will automatically fail, and the exclusive quest will be locked. They want me to make sure I'm strong enough before starting the quest, but then they give me only 12 hours to complete it. Even Chu Pingyan, upon seeing this description, felt his mind freeze for a moment. After glancing at his attributes, which had already reached 170 million after equipping the genuine divine artifact, he smiled calmly. At least my strength isn't too bad. Otherwise, facing this nightmare task in my original state, I might have been driven to laughter. But what the heck is this dungeon? It wasn't that he'd never heard of it before, it was more like he'd never even heard of it at all. When faced with uncertainty, Chu Pingyan decisively chose to call for reinforcements. Master, do you know about the ancient secret dungeon? The text message had barely been sent when he felt his phone vibrate, followed by 2 replies from his master. Your advancement quest involves the ancient secret dungeon? Chu Pingyan's eyes lit up. From the tone of his voice, the master clearly knew about this copy. Is this the joy of having someone backing you? With a touch of emotion, Chu Pingyan immediately typed back, you want me to solo the dungeon within 12 hours. Although the advanced quest sounded mysterious, he could only see 4 big words no matter how he looked at it: solo the dungeon. On the other side, Bai Qitian, who was in the midst of a high-level meeting, looked at the text message on his phone and furrowed his brows into a shape. The earlier stages were pretty straightforward. Why did the advanced quest become so absurd once we reached the 4th stage? This world had all kinds of dungeons. However, all dungeons can be broadly categorized into 2 types. The first type is regular dungeons, such as the Goblin Forest that Chu Pingyan had previously challenged. These dungeons are open to anyone who wishes to challenge them. The official authorities do not impose strict restrictions on them. The other category is unique dungeons. They are called unique because everyone can only challenge them once in their lifetime. Moreover, these dungeons have level requirements, and the difficulty of each unique dungeon is fixed and cannot be chosen based on personal preference. The loot from these dungeons is over 10 times rarer than that from ordinary dungeons, but each attempt requires an enormous amount of energy. This is why they are strictly regulated. Those who lack the strength or status may never even know what a unique instance is in their lifetime. And the ancient secret is precisely such a unique dungeon. And the level restriction is set at 5th rank or below. This is why Zhozhou proposed using this dungeon to determine the final substitute spot. The underlying implication is to compensate those who did not secure a substitute spot. Sending a 3rd-tier non-combat class to solo a 5th-tier instance? That's madness. Bai Qitian felt a headache coming on. However, the dungeon is a bit challenging for you right now. Are you sure you want to take it on? I'm certain. Even if there's no chance of passing? Chu Pingyan instinctively glanced at his attribute panel and the row of legendary skills, ancient skills, forbidden spells, and divine techniques in his skill bar, slowly forming a question mark in his mind. He then erased the question mark. After all, my master doesn't know my true strength, so it's understandable that he'd think that. Though he might not be able to defeat a 9th-tier opponent yet, a mere dungeon shouldn't be that difficult, right? As long as he wasn't being asked to go solo against a 9th-tier opponent right now, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of panic. Even if there is no chance of passing, I'll go. Seeing Chu Pingyan's response, Bai Qitian sighed, then a smile appeared on his face. This fearless determination is exactly like mine. With that thought, he replied without hesitation, wait for me. I'll take you there. Thank you, master. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Bai Qitian cleared his throat. When he saw everyone looking at him, he spoke up, one piece of good news, one piece of bad news. The good news is that you'll soon be able to meet my obedient great-grandson. The bad news is that my unlucky great-grandson's advancement quest requires him to solo the ancient secret dungeon. Upon hearing Bai Qitian's words, the crowd, who had been enthusiastically discussing when to start practicing, fell into silence. After a moment, Zhozhou spoke softly, Brother Bai, if I recall correctly, your disciple is only at the 3rd stage, right? 3rd tier, and you're sending him to the ancient secret dungeon. Are you trying to kill him, or are you trying to prevent everyone else from getting legendary gear? Chapter 43, The Cherry Blossoms Targeted by the Supreme Ones. Facing Zhozhou's accusation, even though he knew the other was joking, Bai Qitian couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively, it's no big deal. The kid wants to give it a try. As elders, how could we deny him even the chance to attempt it? Besides, we have a trump card to fall back on. This is a good opportunity to teach the kid a lesson about the dangers of the professional world. How extravagant! Hearing Bai Qitian's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a similar sense of awe. But then they recalled that they had done similar things in the past. Cough, cough. Never mind then. How about it, Xiaozhua? As long as Brother Bai asks, I'll handle it. Bai Qitian nodded, thanks, I owe you one. You guys keep talking. I'll take the kid over there and give him a quick rundown on this dungeon. With that, he didn't wait for anyone to react, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. If there's nothing else, I'll be going too. +1. Remember to find a place to meet up tonight. I heard Sakura's been pretty lively lately. Why not choose that place for tonight's venue? Sure. I don't mind either. Alright, it's settled. I'll send you the exact location later. In a few short words, they had officially selected an unlucky individual. One by one, the high-ranking officials left, and soon the conference room was empty except for Gu Yunyan. Cherry blossoms? Sure, why not? Anyway, no matter where we go, we can always borrow some magic stones to spend. Fortunately, the meeting room was now empty except for Gu Yunyan. Otherwise, if the other high-ranking officials heard what Gu Yunyan said, their minds would probably collapse on the spot. A necromancer wants to duel one-on-one? Are they planning to take on millions of undead alone? Wait, with that legendary equipment, Gu Yunyan's undead army could easily be boosted to millions. This is truly a righteous one-on-one duel. Master? It all happened in just over 10 seconds. They said they'd do it immediately, and they did. That efficiency is truly impressive. Looking at Bai Qitian who had appeared beside him, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Let us go. It'll still take some time to get there from here. I'll tell you about the things to watch out for in this dungeon along the way. Alright. The deep, dark mountains. A young man, bare-chested and sitting meditatively under a waterfall with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and wore an expression of surprise. In half an hour, the ancient secret dungeon will decide on a substitute? How could it be so soon? Though he couldn't make sense of it, the young man acted immediately. As he took a step forward, the scene behind him suddenly froze, then split into two halves like a painting torn apart from the middle. However, in the next instant, everything returned to normal. It was as if the previous scene had been nothing more than a hallucination. On the bustling street. The target has arrived at point A. We can begin the operation. Copy that. The next moment. Everything before their eyes began to distort, and the once bustling scene vanished. 5 fully armed professionals had somehow appeared from all directions, surrounding the black-clad figure at the center. You dogs of the false god, surrender now and we may spare your lives. The man in black did not seem afraid. Instead, he tilted his head and examined the few people surrounding him with interest. What makes you think you can kill me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding space suddenly warped, and one after another, fist-sized black light orbs appeared before the eyes of the group. This is bad. He's already noticed us. Poof. The black-clad figure revealed a cruel, maniacal expression. Clever. Then you shall be rewarded by twisting and collapsing beneath the black jade, becoming the adults. Before he could finish his words, the entire alternate dimension suddenly froze. The wind began to rise. What seemed like a harmless breeze quickly transformed into a terrifying storm that ravaged everything in its path. Everything was now a sea of green. The storm came as quickly as it departed. In just 5 seconds, it vanished without a trace. Along with the storm, the madman in black also vanished. The 5 professionals were already collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with horror, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Rated as unqualified. A clear voice echoed through the space. Has the selection of substitutes begun? And in such a manner? Interesting. The 5 men collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with astonishment. Such powerful individuals are selecting substitutes. What the hell is this? Thousands of meters above the ground, in the sky. A woman clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear, stood there. Her golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, making her even more dazzling. Beneath her stands a pure white sacred beast. Her face radiates confidence, resembling a female warrior goddess. At that moment, she seemed to be searching for something. After a moment, a brilliant smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Finally found it. The last holy crystal. Now that I have it. The selection process has begun? Everyone said not to go, but they insisted I come. Never mind. This might as well be a good opportunity to test the power of this little thing. At that moment, scattered across the 4 corners of the world, over 10 people reacted in various ways. Some remained calm, others exuded confidence, while some couldn't care less. Regardless of their thoughts, they all rushed toward that mysterious location the moment they received the message. 20 minutes later. On an ancient battlefield shrouded in deathly stillness and gloomy skies, one after another, prodigies arrived and gathered there. Yuaning Jie. His aura feels even stronger than it did a few months ago. Many who saw the young man with his upper body bare in the distance couldn't help but look at him with a mix of awe and fear. Precisely because they were all prodigies, they understood the true horror of their opponent. Realizing that they were merely supporting cast members. Look, Lu Qinghe. What a pity. In the previous tournament, she was just a hair's breadth away from making it into the top 8. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to come here now to compete for a substitute spot. Whoa! Is that Zhao Jia? That female tyrant wasn't even interested in a regular spot, so why is she here for a substitute spot? No way, with these 3 guys, I'm not even going to bother competing with them. Great-grandfather, you really think highly of me. I'm truly grateful. It seems like the substitute spot will only come from them. But getting a free pass to the only dungeon is already pretty decent. Although it hasn't started yet, many people, upon seeing the 3 of them, have already decided to give up and just go inside to grab some rewards. After all, people have their limits. What you can't do unless. Cough. Back to the main point. Everyone is part of the same circle, and they all have a rough idea of each other's abilities, so they won't harbor unrealistic fantasies. Time is ticking away. The 30-minute mark is getting closer and closer. Just then, the space rippled like water, and 2 figures appeared silently. Chapter 44, Ancient Secrets, Hidden Information Unknown to All. So many people. Is the competition for the substitute spots this intense? Looking at the over 20 people scattered around, Jiang Yaya couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Manhwa sighed helplessly. In my opinion, you'd be better off joining me to complete the advancement quest at the Divine Hall. I'm not short on time. Jiang Yaya waved it off nonchalantly before adding, besides, aren't you curious who the last teammate is? I'm not curious. Manhwa's expression remained calm. No matter who the substitute is, their strength won't be stronger than hers. If that is the case, why bother caring? Jiang Yaya smiled, not surprised by Manhwa's answer. She linked her arm through the other's and said, alright. Just come with me for company, okay? You're so old, yet you act like a little girl. Manhwa shook her head helplessly but said nothing more. Their arrival caused quite a stir. Holy crap! Manhwa and Jiang Yaya. How did these two official members show up? The last time I saw these two was at a gathering, and their charm back then is still unforgettable. I never thought I'd see them here today. No way. It's embarrassing enough as it is, but why do I have to embarrass myself in front of these two goddesses? Snap out of it. A random bystander embarrassing themselves doesn't matter, they're just background noise. Who cares? Damn it, that's even more heartbreaking. Even Yuaningjie, Lu Qinghe, and Zhao Jiao, who had previously seemed indifferent to everything and stood alone, couldn't help but glance at the three of them. Soon. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the last second ticked away, a pure white holy light appeared, its sacred aura seeming to purify the deathly energy across the entire battlefield. The entire world seemed to grow brighter in that instant. Such an astonishing phenomenon naturally drew everyone's attention. At the same time, a fierce wind swept through, and an old man appeared at the center. Looking at the holy light in the distance, the old man's eyes flickered with respect and awe. However, he did not forget his duty, and a hoarse voice echoed shortly after. Time is up. All candidates who have not arrived on time will be disqualified. As he finished speaking, the old man turned toward the direction of the holy light and spoke with reverence. White Elder. Haha, little Joan, don't mind us. Go about your business. Yes. The holy light slowly faded away, and two figures appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the arrivals, the crowd erupted into chaos. Holy crap! White God! Whoa! How could such a minor matter disturb such a powerful figure? Wow! This is getting intense. Yuaningjie, Lu Qinghe, and Zhao Jiao, who cares about them? I'm not giving up the substitute spot today. But who's that handsome guy standing next to Bai Shen? I've never heard of Bai Lao having any descendants. Though among the crowd present, many came from families with 9th rank, or even the highest ranking, connections. But it's like a Sichuan native seeing a panda they wouldn't react much, just casually remark, a panda? Pretty cute. But someone from another province would find it exceptionally rare. It's the same principle. Seeing your own boss from time to time is nothing special. Other supreme beings are like those giant pandas, extraordinarily rare. And let's not even mention that many young people view Bai Qitian as their idol. It's no wonder they're so excited right now. Yuaningjie, Lu Qinghe, and Zhao Jiao, who had merely glanced calmly at Manhwa and Jiang Yaya, now couldn't help but reveal excited expressions on their faces. Zhao Jiao, who had previously seemed disinterested, now radiated an intense battle intent, her gaze fixed on Bai Qitian with a look of fanatical devotion. When she glanced at Chu Pingyan beside her, she couldn't help but pause, her eyes filled with confusion. Why, does the holy light aura emanating from this person feel purer than that of the white god? Although there was a significant difference in quantity, the quality was far superior to that of the other party. I must have made a mistake. How could a third-tier practitioner possibly surpass a supreme being in terms of quality? On the other side. Master, why are there so many people here? Chu Pingyan looked puzzled. Nothing, just a test that happens to require this dungeon. A trial? Chu Pingyan nodded and put the matter out of his mind. He began to think about matters related to his advancement quest. On the way here, through Bai Qitian's introduction, he had already gained a general understanding of this dungeon and what a unique dungeon was. Ancient Secrets is an exclusive dungeon with a fixed difficulty level of hell. The entire dungeon is divided into 3 stages. The battlefield, the ancient city, and the imperial city. On the battlefield, you must face ancient soul warriors. In the ancient city, you must assassinate the city lord while posing as an ordinary person. The final imperial city is where you face the out-of-control national guardian beast in the sacrificial hall. The first phase is relatively straightforward, it's basically a matter of having the necessary skills. The last 2 stages feature bosses with complex mechanics and incredibly powerful attributes, nearly matching the difficulty of Nightmare Mode. Recalling the information he had obtained from Bai Qitian, Chu Pingyan's eyes betrayed his confusion. My master said the difficulty of the unique dungeon is constant, but the advanced quest me that the difficulty will change once you enter the dungeon. That means even my master, a 9th-tier powerhouse, doesn't know about this? Is this a characteristic of every unique dungeon, or is the ancient secret only special in this regard? Chu Pingyan felt like he had accidentally stumbled upon a secret. However, Knowing this doesn't seem to be of much use. Unique instance rewards are generous? Just open a treasure chest for someone, and you can easily get legendary gear. Take right now, for example, there are still 4 pieces of epic and legendary gear at level 195 lying in my backpack. Skills? Same story. No matter how generous the dungeon rewards are, they can't possibly match the critical hit return from treasure chests. Given that, Chu Ping'an naturally wouldn't bother with the so-called generous rewards from dungeons. As for the difficulty of the dungeon, the same principle applies. Snapping back to reality, he saw the elderly man in the distance. Zhong Hongtao, the host of this trial, speaking calmly. This assessment will only select the top performer. If no one completes the challenge, the one with the highest progress in the guide will be considered the best performance. If the progress is the same, the one who maintained the progress for the longest time will be considered the best. As he spoke, Zhong Hongtao waved his hand. A spatial portal shimmering with golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. He then stepped aside and remained silent. After about 10 seconds, someone finally reacted. What the hell? It just started timing right away. These old fools are really ruthless. Chapter 45. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dungeon was nothing like what they had been told. It wasn't that they had reacted. It was Yuan Jie, Lu Qinghe, and Zhao Jiao who had already stepped into the dungeon and were still unimpeded. They only then realized that the timer had started the moment Zhong Hongtao announced it. Master, I'll go first then. Go ahead. Bai Qitian waved his hand, a hint of helplessness on his face. He didn't want to do such a reckless thing, but he couldn't resist Chu Ping'an's insistence. Chu Ping'an nodded, and with a flick of his feet, he vanished from his original spot, appearing before the dungeon entrance before disappearing again. Ha! Bai Qitian froze, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. How fast is this kid? Though he was still far behind him, he was still much faster than many 6th-tier professionals. This was evident from the geniuses who had reacted but were still left behind by Chu Ping'an. Interesting. Bai Qitian stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face. Treasure chest merchant. It seems that the items we obtained have significantly boosted this little guy's abilities. Merchants pursue profit. Originally, he had only thought that the profit pursued in this profession was magic stones. But upon closer reflection, in this world where strength reigns supreme, this profit might just be strength itself? If other attributes don't lag too far behind, maybe we could actually solo a dungeon. A 3rd-tier professional soloing a dungeon designed for a 5th-tier player. Even someone of his caliber would be shocked to hear that. After all, the gap between 3rd tier and 5th tier isn't just a simple 40-level difference. Class characteristics, learned skills, equipment. Each of these aspects has significant room for improvement. When these factors are combined, the resulting gap is truly vast. Not to mention that reaching the 5th tier doesn't automatically mean one has the strength to solo a 5th-tier dungeon. Even the simplest difficulty level is no exception. Thinking back to the disdainful glances from the High Council members, Bai Qitian stroked his chin. Wait until Ping'an really solo clears this dungeon. Then I'll turn around and mock all of you. Spoiled brat? My disciple-less grandson is clearly a prodigy. As the others rushed toward the dungeon, many felt a dark shadow flash past them. They then entered the dungeon. Holy crap! Who's that big shot? That speed is insane. Wait, is it really necessary to use a ultimate move just to save a few seconds in a dungeon? Wait, I think I saw that figure standing next to the white god look a bit like that handsome young guy. This is ridiculous. The handsome guy white god brought is only a 3rd-tier character. How could he have such an exaggerated speed? Plus, a 3rd-tier character entering the ancient secret dungeon. Wait, where did the handsome guy next to white god go? At first, I was just a bit suspicious that it might be a hallucination, but now I'm finally certain. Damn it, a 3rd-tier class is faster than me? As a Stormblade user, I feel like a complete waste of space. Stop complaining. Anyone slower than that little cutie is a loser too. On the other side, seeing Chu Ping'an enter the dungeon, Manhwa couldn't help but tease with a smile. Why not go over and say hello? Zhang Yeye rolled her eyes in annoyance. Never mind that we've only just met. Haven't you seen who's standing next to Chu Xiaodi? That's Bai Shun, one of the strongest warriors in the entire Great Xia Empire. What gave her best friend the illusion that she could casually greet such a big shot as if nothing were wrong? Manhwa smiled and then sighed. I never thought I'd see Chu Xiaodi here. I can't help but start looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? Who will get the last substitute spot? You have entered the dungeon, Ancient Secrets. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Ding, detected that you have explored an unknown legend. Dungeon difficulty is changing. Detected, under the condition of possessing an unknown anomaly, the dungeon meets special requirements, and there are currently 10 or more adventurers inside. Dungeon difficulty is changing. Dungeon difficulty has been upgraded. Current dungeon difficulty, Cataclysm Special. Looking at the lines of text popping up on the screen, Chu Ping'an fell silent. So what the heck is catastrophe difficulty? Isn't the dungeon supposed to have only 4 tiers? How did it suddenly surpass Nightmare? That's pretty ridiculous. Xu Pingyan shook his head. He didn't take this so-called difficulty too seriously. With an average attribute of 170 million, this dungeon, which has a maximum tier of 5, is a piece of cake. Do you even know what invincible means? But, what is going on here? Looking at the army behind him, clad in black armor and emanating a pungent blood scent as if they had emerged from hell, Xu Pingyan's eyes flickered with confusion. Didn't he, the senior master, say that the first stage was on the battlefield, assisting the troops stationed in the city to defend it? The two sides' combat strength is vastly disparate. Even if we just go through the motions, we should be able to pass. Even if it's been upgraded to catastrophe difficulty, shouldn't the attacking side's attributes be boosted while ours are weakened? Then, why did the massive city walls suddenly appear in front of me? And a deputy general, fully clad in armor and accompanied by a 5-meter-tall dragon, suddenly bowed and said, "General, the time has come. Please issue your orders. We will surely bring you the fruits of victory." This general is quite puzzling. And what on earth is this fruit of victory supposed to mean? Ever since we entered this dungeon, it feels like it's been completely messed up. What's going on? Xu Pingyan sighed and was about to speak when a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Current stage 1. Mission objective: capture the city ahead within 12 hours. Note, this dungeon is a special disaster difficulty. Death within the dungeon will not result in real-world death. Mission failure: the dungeon challenge ends, and the ancient secrets will be permanently closed. Completing the mission allows you to proceed to the next stage. If you achieve a perfect evaluation, you will receive a special reward, a fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. Xu Pingyan remained unconcerned by the previous introduction. It wasn't until he saw the task reward that his expression turned serious. All that remained in his eyes were 8 large characters. Perfect evaluation. Divine artifact fragments. Though I'm sure I won't lack divine artifacts in the future, but he needed them now. Perfect review, huh? Xu Pingyan narrowed his eyes, already having a rough plan in mind. No matter what, he must obtain this divine artifact fragment. No one will stop him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5th-tier professionals who had entered the dungeon one after another were now all looking bewildered. Looking at the prompt message before them, their minds were filled with a single thought. This dungeon is completely different from what they had been told. Chapter 46, The Desperate Genius. You have entered the dungeon, Ancient Secrets. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Ding, ding, ding. Detected an anomaly in the dungeon. Please wait. Abnormalities have ceased. Dungeon difficulty has been changed. Current dungeon difficulty, Catastrophe. Current stage 1. Task has been assigned. Mission objective: please capture the city within 12 hours. Note, this dungeon is a special catastrophe difficulty. Death within the dungeon will not result in actual death. Current stage task failed. You will proceed to the second stage. Your strength has been temporarily boosted, with your primary attributes increased by 100 times. Upon completing the current stage, the instance mutation will end, and you will enter the normal instance's second stage, where you will obtain a legendary equipment piece corresponding to your class that can be upgraded. Equipment can be upgraded up to level 195. A series of prompts left everyone stunned in place. However, upon seeing the final 2 prompts, the group of 5th-tier professionals who had entered the instance erupted into wild joy. Holy crap! We can actually obtain legendary equipment that can be upgraded to level 195. A 100-fold increase in primary attributes? That means my current strength is over 3 million. With these stats, even if I don't know what this cataclysm difficulty is, a mere 5th-tier dungeon is no match for me. This is what a 100-fold increase in main attributes feels like. I'm terrifyingly strong now. With such exaggerated stats, a single auto-attack might even one-shot those top-tier geniuses like Yuaning Jie. Could I be the legendary chosen one? The ancient secret dungeon is where my rise to greatness begins. With this legendary equipment, Yuaning Jie and his kind are no match for me. However, the joy of these adventurers didn't last long before it was replaced by shock. Old Wang, Old Li? Wait, how did you end up in the same dungeon space as me? Wait, isn't that Yuaning Jie and Lu Qingha over there? How did they end up here too? No, it's not them. It seems like everyone has been assigned to the same space. So, did you also get that hint? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, then fell silent. The chosen ones? After a 100-fold boost, can we just crush Yuaning Jie and the others? Then, when everyone is on the same starting line, how will you handle it? Never mind then. Time remaining until the official start of the current phase, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing the limited time remaining, Yuaning Jie, one of the strongest, stepped forward and said solemnly, "Everyone, let's discuss how we should proceed from here." As a genius, he wasn't a fool. Although they didn't know why the difficulty of the dungeon had changed. And it was directly upgraded to this previously unheard of catastrophe difficulty. But none of that matters. What matters is that after the difficulty was raised to catastrophe, a rule was introduced that multiplies the main attribute by 100, and all of them were grouped together, which speaks volumes. This rule can be simply and directly translated as, only by increasing their primary attributes by 100-fold do they have the slightest chance of completing this stage's challenge. Everyone naturally understood what Yuaning Jia meant. They immediately raised their doubts. With the difficulty increasing and the rules changing, no one knows what we'll face next. Does discussing this even make sense? Clearly, most people believe that with the dungeon changed and no useful information at hand, discussion was pointless. After a brief silence, Lu Qing has spoke up first. There's no need to discuss the dungeon itself. However, what each person's role is, how to allocate manpower, and who should take command next. These are things that will likely prove quite useful in the upcoming battle, right? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were mostly familiar with one another, many knew only each other's names and had heard of their past battle records. Only a few individuals had detailed intelligence on others. As for command, that was even more critical. On the battlefield, there can only be one voice. Command is mine, Zhao Jiao spoke up without hesitation. Seeing this, no one objected. Firstly, given the situation, she was indeed the most suitable person for the task. Secondly, commanding doesn't come with any extra benefits, everyone's rewards are the same. On the contrary, if a mistake in command during the upcoming battle led to mission failure, the person in charge would inevitably become the scapegoat afterward. This thankless task wasn't worth the hassle, so there was no need for any arguments. Time is tight. Let's introduce ourselves based on our professions, primary attributes, and main roles. Zhao Jiao spoke decisively. I'll go first. My profession is. Amidst the lively discussions on the city side, the brief 3-minute timeframe came to an end. As the remaining time reached 0, everyone's expressions grew solemn. With so many guards in the city, their primary attributes had been enhanced by 100-fold, and on top of that, the final task reward. Every detail indicated that this first phase would be extremely challenging. However, they did not let this intimidate them. As geniuses, they possessed the pride that came with their talent. Even as second-generation prodigies, the hardships they had faced along the way were countless. Perhaps this time will be the most challenging yet, but it will also be different from the challenges they have faced before. They are no longer fighting alone, but have many trustworthy teammates by their side. Therefore, they are confident that they will undoubtedly overcome this challenge. Secure the ultimate reward. However, 10 minutes passed quickly. Many of the serious expressions on people's faces faded, replaced by looks of confusion. Aren't we supposed to be defending the city? Why haven't we seen a single enemy? How to describe this feeling? It's like preparing meticulously for a major event, even giving up practicing the purple plum divine technique. Only to find out on the day of the event that it had been cancelled. It felt like all the seriousness and preparation were just a joke. After the confusion, many people showed a look of relief on their faces. Isn't it better that there are no enemies? Every minute they don't show up means we don't have to defend the city for another minute. Exactly. If possible, I hope the next 12 hours have no enemies at all. Snap out of it. How could it be that easy to get the reward? I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Me too. Compared to this, I'd rather the enemies show up sooner so I can feel more at ease. The fear of the unknown often outweighs the fear of obvious danger. Hearing their words, the others, who had been secretly celebrating their luck, quickly snapped back to reality. But before they could speak, they noticed that Yuaning Jia, who had been calm and composed all along, was now staring at the sky with a deathly pale face. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans were trickling down his temples. Everyone instinctively looked in his direction, their eyes going blank as they stared in horror. All they could see was... Chapter 47, the sky collapses, devastating everything in its path. General, give the order. Let us fight for your victory. As the deputy general spoke, countless soldiers echoed in unison. Let us bring you victory. The deafening cries echoed like rolling tidal waves. Fierce killing intent surged toward the heavens. Like a sharp sword's energy, it sliced through the layers of dark clouds above their heads. Even knowing that the scene before him might merely be a lingering illusion from the past, not reality, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He yearned to swing his sword and shout aloud. Fight! However, upon seeing the reward for completing the task perfectly, the surge of passion dissipated even faster. Don't be ridiculous. What is the value of a little excitement? A fragment of a divine artifact, isn't that more appealing? Wanting to complete the mission perfectly. Not a single soldier under my command shall die. Chu Pingyan cast a solemn glance at the tens of thousands of soldiers beside and behind him, then withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. A mere corner of the land, there's no need for my beloved generals to intervene. I shall subdue it with my own hands. Everyone revealed expressions of fervor. The general is so domineering. There was no doubt in anyone's mind. As if Chu Pingyan's words were the ultimate truth in this place. Chu Pingyan did not notice the tone of the crowd's words, but instead focused on the task at hand. Throughout history, sieging a city has always been a matter of life and death. Therefore, the method to perfectly complete Phase 1 is clear. Minimize casualties among the soldiers as much as possible. Apart from that, the only other factor that would affect the evaluation was time. Capturing the distant city with the fewest casualties and the fastest speed is clearly the key to achieving a perfect evaluation. Casualties are inevitable, but as long as they do not exceed the set limit, a perfect evaluation can be achieved. However, rather than focusing on what the casualty limit for Phase 1 should be, if no one is injured or killed, that won't lower my evaluation, will it? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an cast a deep glance at the distant city and waved his hand. Withdraw 20 kilometers, full speed. Your servant obeys. The deputy general nodded in agreement and shouted, General, your orders. All units, retreat 20 kilometers, full speed. Yes. The uniform response spoke volumes about the discipline and resolve of the iron-blooded troops. Chu Ping'an did not follow them. With his hands behind his back, he remained standing in place. Time passed. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. After such a long time, the army should be close to 20 kilometers away by now. This isn't an ordinary world. Military marching speeds naturally differ from those of ordinary people. Let's start with some ordinary fireballs and test the difficulty of this so-called disaster dungeon. Invisible air currents swirled around Chu Ping'an, and soon he soared into the sky. He hadn't reached the same height as the sun, but he was still tens of thousands of meters up. Even at this height, the dungeon barrier hasn't been triggered. That's strange. Chu Ping'an shook his head and didn't think much of it. Even with his current attributes, such a height would still cause some disruption. His health points dropped by tens of thousands every second. However, he didn't bother with such trivial matters. At this altitude, the fireball skill wasn't suitable for him to use. With a flick of his mind, he expended mental energy. A fireball the size of a fisted above his head. However, in just an instant, the fist-sized fireball expanded to a meter in diameter. If anyone had seen it, they would have smirked and mocked. You call that a regular fireball? Perhaps many people don't have a clear understanding of what a meter is. Well, just imagine having your own height, and you'll see that a meter is no small distance. When it comes to a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, it's even more so. However, a diameter of 1 meter is merely the beginning. Fission Fireball Legendary, base cost, 100 mental energy. Creates a fist-sized fireball. When the skill hits the target, it explodes, dealing damage equal to twice the mental energy consumed. Consuming more mental energy allows the fireball to undergo fission. Every 10,000 points of mental energy increases the fireball's diameter by 1 meter from its original size and raises its temperature to a certain extent. When the skill hits the target, it explodes, dealing damage equal to the mental energy consumed multiplied by 2 plus mana consumed 10,000 damage and applies a burning effect, causing the target to take damage equal to the initial damage every second for a duration equal to mana consumed 10,000 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, if the amount of spirit invested exceeds the controllable range, the elements within the fission fireball will become extremely unstable and may detonate prematurely. For Chu Ping'an, whose spirit attribute has reached an astonishing 170 million, his spirit is now as vast as the ocean. Whether it's his mastery of magic or other aspects, he has reached an almost exaggerated level. As more spirit flows into the fireball, its diameter grows larger and larger. 1, 10, 100, 10,000. After consuming 100 million units of spiritual energy, the fireball's diameter expanded to 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. For a healthy individual, a qualified time for a 1 kilometer straight line run is around 3 minutes and 40 seconds. By the time they reach 10 kilometers, most people can no longer continue. Even someone with a running background would need around 50 minutes to complete the distance. This is just in a straight line. Anyone with a basic understanding of mathematics can easily calculate the circumference of a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers. In comparison, as the spellcaster, Chu Ping'an, compared to the fiery red ball above his head, he resembled an insignificant black dot on a massive meteorite. As the fireball expanded to this size, the temperature it emitted continued to rise. Currently, it has reached 2,800 degrees Celsius, nearly half the temperature of the sun's surface. The surrounding air, no, to be precise, the surrounding space itself was warping irregularly under such extreme heat. One couldn't help but worry whether it would shatter in the next second. Fortunately, that did not happen. Looking at the little fireball he had crafted with his own hands, Chu Ping'an was satisfied. However, just to be safe, this gift should be a bit bigger. Muttering to himself, he once again poured his energy into the little fireball without hesitation. When the total mental energy consumed reached 120 million, Chu Ping'an felt he had reached his current limit. Although he could push it a bit further, it wouldn't make much of a difference. This level was just right. That should be enough. I hope the people in the city will like this gift I'm giving them as a token of my appreciation. Speaking to himself, Chu Ping'an finally ceased investing any more mental energy into it. At the same time, his figure flickered and he left the original spot. Under his control, the small fireball began to fall toward the ground. At first, its speed was slow, like an elderly person struggling to descend the stairs, even trembling slightly. However, under the influence of gravity, the little fireball gradually accelerated, and before it could reach a constant speed due to air resistance, it was already about to make contact with the lowest part of the city. From a nearby perspective, the scene resembled a gigantic meteorite trailing a long fiery tail as it crashed toward the ground, or a massive flaming castle plummeting from the heavens. Or it could be called, the sky is collapsing. Back to the beginning. As everyone followed Yuan Ingjia's gaze and looked up into the sky, golden flames filled their eyes in an instant. An unprecedented sense of helplessness overwhelmed them, and despair spread through their hearts. At that moment, the temporary hundredfold enhancement of the main attributes in the dungeon felt like a joke. Recalling their initial resolve, they could only feel how utterly ridiculous it had been. Resistance? With what? Faced with such a natural disaster and apocalyptic scene, all they could do was accept their impending fate with calm resignation. As the fiery flames plummeted from the sky, the entire world fell into a brief silence before being engulfed by an endless sea of flames. Phase 1, complete. Chapter 48, The Yellow Robe. The city has been destroyed. Phase 1, complete. In the air, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but stare at the prompt that appeared before him. Is the disaster this simple? He hadn't even started exerting himself yet, and how could Phase 1 already be over? But simple is good too. Speaking of which, according to the original rules, there are 3 stages in total. If all 3 stages are completed perfectly, wouldn't that mean we could directly obtain 3 fragments of the divine artifact? I wonder if the 3 divine artifact fragments can be combined to form the final divine artifact. Thinking about completing the first stage of the advancement quest and possibly obtaining a divine artifact, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel excited. Calculating based on current stage performance. Total time spent on the stage, 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Evaluation, perfect. Number of casualties in this stage, 0. Evaluation, perfect. Final evaluation for this stage, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. As expected. Looking at the information that appeared before him, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. Just as he had anticipated, the evaluation was determined based on these 2 parts. Rewards have been distributed. You have obtained Fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. A green light orb appeared out of nowhere and landed in Chu Ping'an's hand. As the light faded away, a square platform emerged, measuring 2 inches on each side, entirely emerald green, and made of an unknown material. Engraved on the platform were the 4 characters received from heaven. Fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. Collect all 4 fragments to reforge in a special environment. Upon reading the description of the fragment, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but furrow his brows. 4 fragments? Isn't 1 copy enough? Before he could think further, the figure had already slowly vanished from the spot. When he came to his senses, Chu Ping'an found himself standing in a luxurious mansion. Dressed in a blue robe, he sat in the seat of honor. Below him stood a group of soldiers clad in heavy armor, exuding a fierce, battle-hardened aura. The one sitting closest to him looked familiar. Could it be the deputy commander from the first stage? Cough. He hadn't looked closely at the time, so Chu Ping'an wasn't sure. All he could see was anger on his face. General, the Emperor has gone too far this time. As the deputy officer spoke, the others echoed his words. That's right. We've followed you to the front lines, risking our lives to open up new territories and kill enemies for over a decade. We were about to be granted titles and rewards, yet he issued an order out of the blue to strip you of your military authority. What kind of logic is that? Over the past decade, without us, how could he have lived so comfortably in the Imperial City? We refuse to accept this. Everyone shouted in unison, we refuse to accept this. The deputy officer who had spoken first added, the official is already on his way here. Please make a decision swiftly, General. As he finished speaking, the soldiers stared at him intently. Chu Ping'an tugged at the corner of his mouth. If we go back to Phase 1, this plot feels a bit melodramatic, doesn't it? Before he could think further, a series of messages popped up before his eyes. Current stage, 2. Mission objective, make a decision within 1 minute. Subsequent missions and stages will change based on your choice. Reject, surrender. Can I still make my own choice? Will selecting an option generate corresponding tasks? Chu Ping'an suddenly felt curious about what would happen if he chose to surrender. Surely these guys won't suddenly rush forward and crown me with a yellow robe, right? Reverse. Though curious, he wasn't one to give in to his impulses. Your choice has been made. Subsequent side quests have been generated. Mission objective, eliminate the official with overwhelming force. Completion is determined by the time taken to defeat him. Note, this dungeon is a special disaster difficulty. Death within the dungeon will not result in real-world death. Mission failure, the dungeon challenge ends, and the ancient secrets will be permanently closed. Completing the mission allows you to proceed to the next stage. If you achieve a perfect evaluation, you will receive a special reward, a fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. Oh? Chu Ping'an was somewhat surprised. They were actually providing a completion rating directly this time? Wait. This is my base camp. Will the damage to the buildings and casualties among the personnel affect the evaluation? The above assessment only reflects the completion of this specific task and does not determine the final evaluation. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan felt a chill run down his spine. This dog task can't stop him, so it's starting to play mind games, right? Snapping back to reality, Chu Pingyan said solemnly, "Where is the officer?" 10 kilometers away, estimated to enter the city in half an hour. Only 10 kilometers left? It seems the previous method won't work anymore. But simple and straightforward methods? I can do that too. Chu Pingyan nodded, "I understand. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. I'll go buy a few things." Before anyone could react, he left a trail of afterimages and vanished. Seeing this, everyone present looked at each other in confusion. The deputy officer closest to Chu Pingyan then pulled out a yellow robe from somewhere, his face wearing an expression of helplessness. "Everyone, what should we do now?" Huff, huff. Everyone gasped for breath, their faces filled with fear and dread. When they felt the gentle breeze around them and the warm sunlight from above, their faces gradually regained their composure. It took them a moment to come to their senses. I'm not dead. Right, this dungeon doesn't result in real death. Realizing this, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. However, recalling the final scene from earlier, the group of geniuses couldn't help but shiver. Is this the difficulty of the disaster dungeon? It's utterly despair. Even with their arrogance, faced with such a scene that seemed like divine punishment, they couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. We didn't even see a single enemy before we were wiped out. I had nearly 50 million HP, but I didn't even last a second, I just melted away. Is this difficulty really something we can handle? One after another, they hung their heads in defeat, doubting themselves. Clap clap. Everyone heard the clapping and looked up in confusion, staring at Zhao Jiao. Why dwell on past failures? Zhao Jiao had already regained her initial confidence. Even if we fail, we don't lose anything. At worst, we just didn't get the reward. Besides, advancing to phase 2 isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ha! Everyone was initially puzzled, but then they saw the tasks for stage 2 had already been released along with the rewards. Incomplete ancient equipment? Holy crap! No wonder they weren't familiar with it. That's ancient equipment. Even if it's broken, its effects must far surpass legendary gear. But is this reward really that easy to get? The difficulty of the legendary equipment rewards in stage 1 was already so exaggerated, could stage 2 be any easier? No one had answered yet, but a prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Your teammate Zhao Jiao has died. Chapter 49, The Truth Behind the Secret. What are these guys doing here? Chu Pingyan looked puzzled. Is this disaster difficulty not just targeting him, but everyone who entered the dungeon? And then they're all fighting against him? That would mean stage 1, and these guys are here too. Thinking back to the small fireball he had thrown, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but wear an odd expression. I hope the damage I caused them isn't too severe. Thinking this, his hands showed no mercy. With a casual swing of his blade, he easily killed another child beside him. Shadow Assassination Legendary, activating this skill puts you into stealth mode. While in stealth mode, the first damage dealt to the target is increased by 5 times. If the attack is a backstab, the damage is doubled, and critical hit damage is increased by 100%. If the attack kills the target, the stealth state will not be cancelled, and all effects will be reset. Enemies with agility lower than yours will be unable to detect your stealth in any form. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Enters cooldown after exiting stealth. In other words, once the target is killed, they are in an absolute stealth state. Until another person dies, everyone finally reacts. Who? What's going on? Of course. Before they could finish speaking, skills were already being unleashed one after another. Swordstorm, Whip of the Void, Light Purification, Shattering Arrow Rain. You dealt 0 damage to? You dealt 0 damage to? Seeing the feedback, the group of geniuses froze in shock. 0 damage? Even with a 200x boost to the main attribute, it only dealt 0 damage? No wonder the reward is so high. Ha ha. I'll beat the crap out of you. At that moment, the faint glimmer of determination that had been sparked by Zhao Jiao's encouragement quickly faded away like a receding tide. Many others simply gave up resisting and chose to surrender. 0 damage, even a scratch, is a luxury. Why not just give up and avoid the embarrassment? However, several imposing figures suddenly leaped out of the carriage. Could it be? Everyone's eyes lit up, but the spark of hope that had barely begun to burn was quickly extinguished. Admittedly, their movements were swift and stylish. But their speed in hitting the ground was no slower than their own. Tired, let it all end. This crappy dungeon, let whoever wants it do it. At least we won't die for real, saving us a precious dungeon escape scroll. The entire ordeal lasted less than a minute. This simple battle came to an end. It's not that phase 2 was too easy, it's just that Chu Pingyan was too strong. Strong enough to ignore the rules of the quest itself. Looking at the bodies littering the ground and recalling the angry and despairing glances of the children as they died, Chu Pingyan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Phase 2 completed. Calculating rewards based on performance in the current stage. Overall evaluation, perfect. Distributing rewards. Rewards have been distributed. You have obtained fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. Upon seeing another artifact fragment in his hand, the worthless sense of guilt dissipated. Like the previous fragment, it was a square platform measuring 2 inches on each side, entirely green in color, made of an unknown material. However, the characters engraved on it had changed to Jisho Yongchang. Looking at the artifact fragment in his hand, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim. These things are really valuable. As his words fell, his voice slowly faded away. The Imperial City. Zhao Jiyo and the others stood motionless, their faces expressionless. They remained silent, not uttering a single word. It wasn't until a minute later that someone cautiously spoke up. Aren't we going to try struggling again this time? The reward is ancient equipment, you know. We could level up to 195. The response to the one who spoke was a pair of lifeless, dreamless eyes, devoid of any spark. Ancient equipment? Level 195? That's great. The rewards are truly amazing. Read with no emotion. No matter what the reward is, there has to be a chance of getting it first before there's any motivation to strive for it. Twice in a row, I was killed instantly without even seeing the enemy's face. Plus, the damage doesn't even break their defense. Even with the 300x main attribute boost from Stage 3, everyone lost all motivation to fight. However, as someone spoke up, this makeshift team of over 10 people suddenly gained a bit more vitality. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? What? Let's end this torture quickly. Cough, cough. Let me put it this way, if you look at it from a different angle, this is a rare experience. Plus, we VE gained such valuable experience. Oh? Think about it before this, no one knew that above Nightmare difficulty, there is a Cataclysm difficulty. Similarly, no one knew that the difficulty of the unique dungeon could change. If we master the method to enter Catastrophe difficulty, master the method to enter the Catastrophe difficulty and bring everyone in to die together? One sentence like Garen's whisper, breaking the silence and shattering defenses. Exactly. What's the point of knowing the difficulty level? Is this even something a normal person can challenge? Cough, cough. Anyway, we VE managed to bring back valuable information. Converted into points, we can still get a decent reward. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. There was nothing else they could do but comfort themselves. They looked up. Gazing at the familiar big sun, someone couldn't help but exclaim. What a beautiful sun. Soon, everything returned to calm. Stage 3, complete. Current stage evaluation, perfect. You have obtained fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. This time, you obtained a 5-headed dragon with only half its body intact. Should this be the end? Xu Pingyan murmured to himself, or is there still one final stage remaining? According to the patterns on the artifact fragment, there is only one piece left. The scene before his eyes darkened, and the familiar battlefield appeared before him. Xu Pingyan was also surprised to discover that he had lost control of this body. It was like in a game, viewing everything from a third-person perspective. A cutscene? Xu Pingyan realized with a flash of insight. He then calmed down and looked at the lines of text appearing before him. Ambition will destroy everything. Conspiracy is not the privilege of the weak. Right or wrong, in this world, it has never mattered. What matters are only 2 words: victory. As the text appeared, 3 stages of settlement screens flashed by swiftly. All the souls of the fallen also float onto the battlefield. And this barren wasteland grows increasingly ominous. Suddenly, a crimson glow appears on the ground, resembling a heart. With each tremor emanating from the light, it felt like an earth dragon turning over. Though long forgotten by humanity, their existence has never faded from this continent. When enough vital energy serves as a conduit, they will eventually return, bringing new terror to this continent. Chapter 50, The First Catastrophe, World Announcement, Shocked Crowd. Outside the dungeon. It's been almost an hour. The first one should be coming out soon, right? Looking at the dungeon in the distance, Zhong Hongtao muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. After all, it's just hell difficulty. It was challenging, but for this group of geniuses with top-tier gear, it wasn't much of a challenge. The no one can clear it rule in the rules was just a precaution. I wonder who it will be. The names of the 3 individuals unconsciously came to mind. All 3 have a chance. It all comes down to who performs best. On the other side, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel worried. It's been an hour already. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? In theory, just one stage should be enough to recognize the gap between themselves and a 5th-tier dungeon and make the decision to give up. But now, even after an hour, he still hadn't exited the dungeon. This filled Bai Qitian with unease. Just then, suddenly, beams of white light appeared outside the dungeon. Bai Qitian's expression first relaxed, then grew even more solemn. The white light slowly dissipated, revealing faces with various expressions. However, regardless of the expressions on their faces, they all unconsciously exhaled in relief. Phew, the taste of freedom. I'm never going back to this crappy dungeon again. Damn it, the rewards are set so high they're just there to make us jealous. What's the point? After so many dungeon runs and killing so many monsters, I've never felt this frustrated. The last time I felt this frustrated was the last time. Anyway, at least we're alive. Praise the earth, praise the sun. Everyone vented their emotions freely. Jom Hongtao was completely speechless. 1, 2, 3. Are they all out? And if he hadn't seen it wrong, they all came out at the same time. How should this be decided now? Everyone gets a spot on the bench? This is chaos. No, none of them completed the dungeon, plus they all left the dungeon at the same time. Clearly, something went wrong with the dungeon this time. Thinking this, Jom Hongtao said solemnly, "What happened inside the dungeon? Why were you all teleported out at the same time?" Upon hearing this, everyone snapped out of their relief at finally being free from the dungeon's torment. They began to explain their experiences inside the dungeon in a chaotic mix of voices. Catastrophe difficulty? Everyone was teleported to the same place? Although there are still 3 stages, each stage grants over 100 times the usual attribute boosts? Fireballs as large as a small city? We didn't even see a single enemy as shadow the entire time? He recognized every single word, but when put together, it felt incomprehensible. A brief silence followed, and Jom Hongtao asked seriously, "Are you certain that everything said earlier is true?" "Certain. I understand. I will report this immediately." Jom Hongtao, as for how the Supreme Council will proceed with the arrangements, we will notify you separately at a later time. Yes. Understood. After listening to everyone's accounts, Bai Qitian could no longer sit still. According to what you're saying, the dungeon isn't dangerous, and all of you have been teleported out. Why am I the only one who hasn't seen Xu Pingyan? Xu Pingyan? Everyone was taken aback for a moment before realizing it must be the young man who had been standing beside Bai Shen earlier. However, we didn't see anyone named Xu Pingyan in the dungeon. Perhaps he entered the normal difficulty mode and is currently progressing through the dungeon? Don't be ridiculous. Normal difficulty is still 5th tier. For him, it's like us trying to clear catastrophe difficulty, we just get crushed. Then why hasn't he come out yet? Listening to everyone's discussions, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He waved his hand and interrupted, "I understand. Thanks." "Thank you?" Bai Shen actually said thank you to me. Everyone was taken aback, then couldn't help but break into silly grins. Having your idol say thank you to you, it felt absolutely amazing. Even the frustration from being killed 3 times in the dungeon seemed to vanish with that single word. Bai Qitian returned to his original position, gazing at the dungeon with a worried expression. Had it not been for the sense that the life-saving opportunity from the Bai Ling Jade Pendant had not yet been used, he might have lost all rationality. Otherwise, he would have already charged into the dungeon at the cost of its complete destruction. He continued to wait uneasily for another 5 minutes. The others, who had recovered from the dungeon's attacks, were now preparing to leave one after another. Ding! In that instant, a mechanical sound echoed in everyone's minds. Then, congratulations to Xu Pingyan of the Great Xia Empire for being the first to solo complete the Cataclysm difficulty dungeon. This achievement is now being announced worldwide. After the prompt appeared 3 times, another prompt followed immediately. Detected that Blue Star has achieved the solo clear of the Cataclysm difficulty dungeon. All unique dungeons with special properties have unlocked Cataclysm difficulty. Note, Cataclysm difficulty offers extremely generous rewards. Base rewards include at least legendary equipment, items, potions, etc. To challenge the Cataclysm dungeon, special items are required to unlock it. Detected that the ancient secret dungeon of the Great Xia Empire has been fully cleared. The original dungeon will be permanently removed, and the new dungeon Empire Overlord will be generated in 24 hours. Empire Overlord Unique Dungeon, players of level 9 or below can challenge this dungeon. The maximum party size is 10 players, and the difficulty is permanently set to Nightmare. Clearing Nightmare difficulty has a certain chance of obtaining the corresponding item required to unlock the Cataclysm difficulty. This instance only drops legendary equipment. Warning, this dungeon is extremely dangerous. Please proceed with caution. Everyone was speechless. Soloing Cataclysm difficulty. Cataclysm difficulty fully unlocked. An unprecedented 9th tier unique dungeon, the Empire's Overlord. Every prompt that popped up before their eyes was no less shocking than an earthquake. Even as the Supreme White Qitian, hearing these messages, his expression couldn't help but falter for a moment. While I was still worried about that kid, I ended up soloing this so-called extremely difficult disaster difficulty level. A 3rd tier player soloed a 5th tier disaster difficulty dungeon. If it weren't for hearing others describe it before and knowing just how absurdly difficult this difficulty was. Right now, he's probably starting to doubt whether this so-called disaster difficulty is actually easier than the normal difficulty. However, after a moment of stunned silence, Bai Qitian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good. 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 You're truly the disciple of my disciple. From those 3 consecutive goods, it's easy to see how excited he was. This was only natural. After all, the group of people they were targeting had been easily overwhelmed by the disaster difficulty level, even when working together. His own great-grandson, who was only at the third stage, had already handled this so-called challenge that no human could possibly complete. Doesn't that prove that his great-grandson was far superior to those young upstarts? Therefore, by comparison, his ability to judge people is far superior to that of those old fools. This old man has no particular hobbies, he just enjoys comparing himself to the same old bunch of guys. Chapter 51, Storms Are Coming, The Astonishing Rewards of the Disaster Dungeon. However, after enjoying the moment, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel curious. According to those young ones, the first and third stages are equivalent to a forbidden spell. With such power, how did Ping'an manage to handle it? Why didn't they see Ping'an even though it's the same disaster difficulty? Could it be that different ranks have different advancement quests? Thinking about these things, Bai Qitian couldn't help but shake his head. Finding out why wasn't difficult, he could just ask Chu Ping'an once he emerged from the dungeon. In comparison, Bai Qitian's expression grew solemn as he looked at the final prompt. A dungeon that can consistently produce legendary equipment. And it's the only dungeon available for 9th tier players. Bai Qitian was certain of it. Prior to this, across the entire Blue Star, there wasn't even a single unique dungeon for 8th tier players, let alone one for 9th tier. This was precisely why obtaining equipment at their level had become so difficult. Now, with a dungeon that was guaranteed to drop legendary gear, even if it was marked as extremely difficult, Bai Qitian had no doubt that within a few hours, countless powerful warriors would infiltrate the Great Xia. If we let these guys enter the country, even the slightest mistake could result in countless casualties. It will inevitably trigger one unprecedented disaster after another. Even if we can retaliate with the same methods, the innocent lives lost will never be brought back. Any 9th tier individual could be considered a walking nuclear bomb. Destroying a city is as easy as pie for beings of their caliber. In the past, there wasn't enough incentive, and since both sides had 9th rankers, they wouldn't dare to cross the line lightly. Now that the only 9th rank dungeon has appeared, it has given them a reason they cannot refuse to enter the Great Xia. No one would refuse the chance to grow stronger. Moreover, they had lingered at this level for far too long. Because he had once been one of them, he understood their thoughts and intentions all too well. For all 9th rank cultivators across Blue Star, this was a feast. An unprecedented carnival feast. No one wants to miss out. Even some 9th rank cultivators from weaker nations might fear the might of the Great Xia, but as long as they are human, they will harbor a sliver of hope. As long as the water is murky enough, there will be opportunities to take advantage of the chaos. Therefore, keep the enemy out. Intimidate everyone from the very beginning. Make them dare not act rashly. Easy to say, but actually doing it. Bai Qitian shook his head. It's too difficult, too difficult. The Great Xia Empire has no shortage of 9th rank powerhouses, with over a dozen at the peak, but compared to the entire Blue Star, they only account for around 20% of the total. Unless each of them could face 4 9th rank warriors at the same time, but that is clearly impossible. If such strength existed, the Great Xia Empire would already be the undisputed first-rate power of the entire Blue Star. As for directly choosing to cooperate and allow those guys to enter the country? That's even more out of the question. There is no logic in handing over the initiative to the other side through negotiations. Countless historical examples warn us that truth is always forged through the barrel of a gun. Only by defeating the enemy and making them fear us can they possibly learn to respect us. I never expected this kid's casual action would cause such a big stir. Bai Qitian exhaled a breath of stale air. Despite the analysis showing that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Great Xia Empire, there was not a trace of fear on his face. No matter how much you talk, it all comes down to one battle. What is there to fear? Not to mention, just today, he had received a significant boost. He was just looking for someone to practice with. Though it seemed to take time, it happened in an instant. He should be here soon. As the thought crossed his mind, Bai Qitian's communication device rang. A smile appeared on Bai Qitian's face as he answered the call. Brother Bai, you're still there, right? Jojo spoke seriously. Tell me the exact situation. The more details, the better. Bai Qitian had no objection and quickly explained the entire situation from start to finish. After listening, Jojo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought it could be so coincidental? There was really nothing more to say. Shaking his head, Jojo sighed. If we had waited just one more month, no, even half a month, we would have been able to handle this incident with much more ease. Bai Qitian naturally understood the meaning behind Jojo's words. Given Chu Ping'an's profession and the overall strength of the entire Great Xia Empire, even with a bit of good luck, things could change several times in a single day. He never expected to encounter such a situation. After expressing his feelings, Jojo didn't dwell on it. He instructed, Brother Bai, I'll convene another High Council meeting shortly. Please help me inquire about the specific details of the disaster's difficulty level later. And how Ping'an managed to get through it. I understand. After giving a brief explanation, Jojo hung up the phone decisively. Bai Qitian continued to wait patiently. It wasn't until then that the stunned crowd around him snapped out of their daze. Holy! If you're shocked, just say so. Can't you use a different word? That's amazing. Wait, this kid is only at the 3rd stage, right? How did he manage to take him on alone? Is he some kind of beast? Compared to this kid, I feel like a complete loser. Be more confident. Drop the feel like and like dot. Are you going to keep insulting him? On the other side, the two girls were equally shocked. I never expected Chu Xiaodi to be so formidable. Zhang Yeye nodded, then noticed an unnoticed blind spot. Speaking of which, everyone else was eliminated by the dungeon, and only Chu Xiaodi managed to clear it. So doesn't that mean the substitute spot is his? You have defeated. Stage 4, complete. Phew. Chu Ping'an exhaled a breath of stale air. So stage 4 is the hardest part of the entire dungeon? Even he had spent a full 5 minutes, used 2 forbidden spells, boss forced healthlock, and lost 1/10 of his health before ending the battle. So the ancient civilization was destroyed because of these things? According to this description, doesn't that mean they still exist today? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an shook his head again. Whether they exist or not, it's not my concern. With so many 9th-tier powerhouses above him, he couldn't very well step forward as a mere 3rd-tier merchant, could he? As for now, I wonder what kind of settlement rewards there will be. As Chu Ping'an waited in anticipation, the settlement rewards didn't come. Instead, a series of notifications appeared. Worldwide announcement? This means the whole world will know about me. Chu Ping'an's alarm bells were ringing wildly, and he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This dog copy is such a rip-off. He silently flipped it off in his mind. He didn't pay much attention to the subsequent prompts. The disaster difficulty was decent, but the required items. The other unique dungeon was clearly designed for 9th-tier players, and had nothing to do with him, a 3rd-tier noob. Chu Ping'an refocused his attention on the rewards. Overall evaluation, perfect. You have obtained Fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. Settling this dungeon instance. Please wait. Settlement complete. Overall evaluation, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 52, The Earthquake in the Dark World. An unknown, pitch-black hall. Suddenly, a single lamp ignites, and soon over a dozen lamps are lit one after another. Behind the lights, illusory figures began to emerge. The Great Xia Empire has suddenly revealed the only 9th-tier dungeon. What do you all think? What else can we do? Of course we're going to check it out. A casual young voice chimed in. The lowest drop is legendary gear. Even if something above legendary appears, that's pretty normal, right? The Lord is correct. This is a grand event, a celebration for us 9th rank players. I wonder what will drop inside. It's truly exciting. The first voice to speak, that of an old man, spoke again. While I understand your excitement, I don't think you're naive enough to believe that those people on that ancient land will let you enter so easily. The young, flippant voice, the one referred to as the monarch by others, smiled dismissively. Regardless of who among us is here, none of us would stand idly by while such a thing happens in our own kingdom. But, does it matter whether they care or not? Or do you think they can stop all of us? The monarch's words caused many to nod unconsciously. However, but there must be some who can be stopped, right? The monarch laughed even more freely. I didn't expect the Mad Moon Sage to care about such trash. Or are you worried that you're one of those trashy ones? You. The Mad Moon Sage was furious, but upon considering the other's personality and strength, he ultimately only snorted coldly, unreasonable. The old voice spoke again. Since that is the case, everyone should return and prepare. Poof. The rulers sneered and vanished first. One by one, the flickering lanterns began to extinguish, until only the last one remained. The lamp flickered wildly, then suddenly swelled, transforming into a hideous beast. Kill him. Kill him. I want his flesh and soul. As long as it's done, the contract between us can be ended. %at. The voices were sharp, piercing, and filled with madness, gradually twisting into incomprehensible screams. Soon, the lights went out, and the gigantic beast's shadow slowly faded away. The old voice finally echoed faintly. Not even the basic effort to conceal yourself. How desperate you must be. It's hard not to wonder what this little creature could possibly have that makes you so desperate. Despite his words, such a rare opportunity was not something he could afford to let slip away. Soon, a brand new bounty notice appeared throughout the entire underground world. Chu Ping'an, capture alive only. Any legendary equipment below level 195 may be chosen. Countless high-ranking members of the Holy Order also received the same order almost simultaneously. Kill the genius of the Great Xia Dynasty, Chu Ping'an. Reward, Ancient Tier Holy Clan Bloodline and any one piece of level 195 epic equipment. There was no doubt about it. With the bounty notice and orders circulating, the entire underground world erupted into chaos. Chu Ping'an? The Great Xia genius who soloed the disaster dungeon? What's the deal with this guy? Why is he so valuable? Does anyone know anything about him? Legendary equipment? What a generous offer. Excellent. The head of this Chu Ping'an is mine. Ancient Tier Holy Clan Bloodline. This is mine alone. At this moment, Chu Ping'an, who had yet to emerge from the dungeon, was unaware of any of this. At that moment, he was looking at the two scrolls in his hands with confusion. Although the grade is very high, could you give me a more specific description? Mysterious scroll ancient? Sealed ancient? It can only be described as absurd to the extreme. Forget it. The rewards from the dungeon clear are irrelevant anyway. The real reward is this. Chu Ping'an's gaze shifted to the divine artifact fragment in his backpack. Fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment 4-4. Synthesizable. Note, the current synthesis conditions are not yet perfect. If synthesized now, some functions will be missing. Even if some conditions are missing, it will still be a divine artifact after synthesis. Of course. Chu Ping'an, who pursues perfection, naturally would not choose to synthesize it now. I wonder what other conditions are needed to achieve perfection. After organizing his loot, Chu Ping'an glanced at the shattered landscape before him and made up his mind. Exit the dungeon. The next moment, his figure also faded into nothingness, slowly disappearing from where he stood. Outside. A white light appeared, and everyone instinctively stopped talking, casting complex glances at the light. What's going on? Could it be that something we did in the dungeon was exposed? Being stared at by so many people as soon as he stepped out made Chu Ping'an unconsciously think of the bad things he had done in the dungeon. However, before he could think further, he was grabbed by the shoulders by Bai Qitian and dragged away from there. White God's actions were way too fast. Too bad we couldn't get a closer look at the Master's glory. I wonder if the plot the Master experienced inside was the same as ours. Probably not, right? On the other side. What's going on? Isn't the disaster supposed to be really hard? How did you manage to clear it alone? Facing Bai Qitian's barrage of questions, Chu Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Just cleared it out of nowhere? Just cleared it out of nowhere? Even with Bai Qitian's composure, hearing this made the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily, giving him the thought, the kid isn't listening? Just give him a good beating. Bai Qitian shook his head and rephrased his question, is there a shortcut in the dungeon? Chu Ping'an replied without hesitation, no. After a pause, he shared his guess, I suspect this disaster belongs to the simplest category. Oh? What about the difficult ones? Chu Ping'an's tone grew serious, it has a guaranteed death effect that renders resurrection items ineffective. And ordinary items cannot be used to escape the dungeon. Bai Qitian paused, then looked deeply at Chu Ping'an and nodded. I understand. Go handle your tasks. I have matters to attend to. I'll contact you later. After bidding farewell to Bai Qitian, Chu Ping'an also headed toward the advanced divine temple of the city. That's right. It was during the final stage that he encountered an item with this effect. Although the skill still worked, the equipment did not. Therefore, by extension, other disaster-level difficulty dungeons would likely have similar effects. Moreover, the higher the rank of the disaster dungeon, the more complex the situation becomes. In comparison, the previous dungeon could even be called baby-level difficulty. These aren't his guesses, they're additional details he obtained after clearing the dungeon. The 9th tier dungeon set to refresh in 24 hours may seem like a bonus, but it's actually a trap. Without even a single legendary set of gear, you still want to challenge a 9th tier disaster dungeon? Chu Ping'an shook his head, the underlying meaning clear. Chapter 53, Surprise Attack on the Cherry Blossoms, Slaying the Eight-Headed Serpent. Regarding this information, Chu Ping'an naturally had to report it up the chain of command. However, Bai Qitian had left too quickly, and he didn't have time to say anything. After thinking it over, he edited a text message and sent it off. Following him, he entered the advanced divine temple in front of him. After a brief delay due to the familiar procedure, the familiar subtitles appeared. Congratulations on completing your first advancement task. You have obtained 1000 attribute points. Professional task, Perfect Treasure 2. Description: you successfully obtained a treasure from the ancient lore through an anomaly, but you discovered that the treasure has been damaged for too long and has lost its divine essence. Please hunt down a powerful ancient creature to restore the treasure's divine essence. Hint: the more powerful the ancient creature, the more energy it provides. Hint: this is the final stage of the quest. Upon completion, you can advance and unlock your personal exclusive treasure chest. Time limit: 6 hours. Note, if the time limit is exceeded, the mission will automatically fail, and the exclusive mission will be locked and cannot be triggered again. Looking at the new task, Chu Ping'an silently flipped the middle finger. You want me, a third-tier professional, to hunt down ancient creatures? You really think highly of me, don't you? Fortunately, this task doesn't require solo completion, otherwise, he would have had to give up. Ancient creatures are essentially world bosses of the ancient tier. Only such beings exist at the ancient tier. And no world boss of this rank is below 8th tier. Confidence doesn't mean arrogance. When facing an 8th rank ancient world boss, using every available tactic might give you a chance to defeat it. However, when facing a 9th tier ancient world boss, it's better to run away without looking back. Based on the above hints, Chu Ping'an naturally would not choose an 8th tier ancient world boss. So, he silently pulled out his phone. Master, save me. On the other side. When Bai Qitian rushed back to the White Bone Castle at top speed, the Supreme Council had already been in session for some time. The atmosphere inside the room was already heated, with fists ready to fly. How can we open our own gates and welcome invaders with open arms? I refuse to agree. Didn't TI say this was just a temporary measure? We're demanding they follow the designated route, and we'll evacuate the residents of the cities along that route in advance. By then, whether they're a plot or not, the initiative will be in our hands. Naive. Even if they follow the designated route, how can you be sure they won't pull some underhanded tricks behind the scenes? Once fighting breaks out within the country, even if we evacuate the civilians in advance, the casualties could easily reach hundreds of thousands or even millions as the fighting spreads. They dare not act recklessly. But what if it does? Can you take responsibility for that? Exactly. Besides, this territory is ours. Why should we hand it over to them? We can trade resources. What resources could possibly match our legendary gear of this tier? If it were before, I'd agree with you, but now, as long as we have magic stones in time, we can ensure we never run out of legendary gear. But that would give others a way to obtain legendary equipment too, and the gap between us would disappear again. Why assume those guys can definitely clear it? Is Nightmare mode that difficult? Everyone here can solo it, so Disaster mode, which is only slightly harder than Nightmare, should be manageable for a 10-person team, right? Keep the enemy out. 9th tier restrictions within the borders of Great Xia. What is the point of shouting a cool slogan if you don't have the strength to back it up? The two sides were arguing fiercely. Bai Qitian was about to speak when he felt his phone vibrate. After checking it, he couldn't help but wear an odd expression. Cough cough. May I speak first? Seeing that everyone had given him face and stopped speaking, Bai Qitian finally said, according to the information I've gathered, the disaster is not as everyone imagines. It's just a bit more difficult than a nightmare. Once the progress in the disaster instance is advanced, the resurrection function provided by items will become ineffective. Ordinary items cannot escape the instance, and whether special items can do so remains to be determined. Whether there are any other special effects has yet to be verified. Then, according to the descriptions from those little creatures who were expelled from the instance, they didn't encounter any enemies from start to finish and were instantly killed. As for the strength of these little creatures, you should all have a rough idea in your hearts. Finally, the difficulty of the 5th tier disaster dungeon compared to the 9th tier is so easy that calling it a baby dungeon wouldn't be an exaggeration. That's all the information I currently have. You may continue your discussion. As Bai Qitian finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in silence. After a moment, Joshua spoke up, "Where did you get this information?" "Of course it's from Pinyin." Upon hearing this, someone immediately raised an objection. "According to your explanation, if a group of 5th tier geniuses all failed, why did only Chu Pinyin, a 3rd tier individual, succeed?" Bai Qitian smirked triumphantly. "Figure it out yourself. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Once you've discussed it and reached a conclusion, I'll do as you say tomorrow." "That'll be fine." The Supreme Being seemed to be saying something else, but Joshua waved him off. As the only one who passed the disaster dungeon, shouldn't we trust his judgment instead of guessing randomly? Everyone fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was clear they had accepted the premise that even at only 3rd tier, Chu Pinyin was still stronger than those so-called geniuses. Gu Yunyan, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke up. "Based on this information, this 9th tier dungeon isn't just useless, it's a massive trap." The others nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, we could let those guys go in." "You fool! That's way too obvious. If we're going to act, we have to go all out. First, we resist, then we fight halfway through and pretend to realize the reality of the situation. This way, we show off our strength without arousing suspicion from those guys, and we can also make some demands afterward." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded. "All right. I think it's feasible. If we really end up dying in there, those bastards will be heartbroken for ages." Bai Qitian also smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his phone vibrate again. He immediately pulled it out. Upon seeing the first message, his expression changed drastically. Fortunately, the second message arrived just a second later. Bai Qitian finally relaxed. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered for a moment before a brilliant smile spread across his face. "Everyone. I think we can add some more to this plan." "Oh? What do you mean?" "For example." Bai Qitian's expression remained unchanged, but his body emanated a rolling aura of killing intent. "Tonight, we'll launch a surprise attack on Sakura and slaughter their divine beast, the 8-headed serpent." Chapter 54, One-on-One? This is a righteous brawl. Everyone was taken aback, and someone couldn't help but complain, "Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this?" It was like two children fighting, and one parent slapped the other child, only for the other parent to beat the entire family to the hospital. Bai Qitian's proposal was like the latter parent. The Yamada no Orochi of Sakura country, though a world-class boss, had always maintained a harmonious partnership with the other side. Many years ago, it was honored to be promoted to the national guardian beast of Sakura country. If they were to kill this creature, it's no-brainer that these well-off folks would go berserk. Everyone else nodded in agreement with this supreme opinion. Enough, enough. What we need most right now is time to develop. There's no need to make such a big deal out of this. Plus, with the only copy, wouldn't the entire Great Xia Empire be directly in the line of fire? That's indeed unwise. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. However, Bai Qitian's expression remained unchanged. Joshua waved his hand, waiting until everyone had quieted down before speaking. Brother Bai isn't an impulsive person. Why not hear the reasoning behind this decision? Seeing everyone looking at him, Bai Qitian spoke up. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. You and I, along with any other ninth-ranked individual, know that when the dungeon descends, countless people will attempt to enter our territory. Under such provocation, it's only natural for us to take some proactive measures, isn't it? For example, using the death of the eight-headed serpent to send a warning. They'll probably just think we're desperate, and the nearby Sakura, being the closest target, has become the unlucky one we've set our sights on. Everyone nodded unconsciously, their expressions shifting slightly. As for what old Wang said about standing in the wind, even if we don't do anything out of the ordinary, do you really think these guys will reduce their attention on us? The answer was obvious. In fact, at this point, whether there's one more or one less doesn't matter at all. Everyone continued to nod. Of course. None of this matters. Unimportant? Everyone paused, a large question mark appearing in their eyes. What matters is that the advanced task for peace requires the soul of an ancient creature. After a pause, Bai Qitian said, the stronger the soul, the greater the benefits one can obtain. As soon as he finished speaking, Joshua was the first to respond. Since it's what Pinyin needs, there's nothing we can do. I agree with White Brother's proposal. Damn it! Why does this guy always react so quickly in such matters? While venting his frustration inwardly, the others also followed suit, expressing their agreement one after another. What interests or considerations? In the face of safety needs, they're nothing. I agree too. I've never tasted the meat of an eight-headed snake. Slaughtering it for a drink would be perfect. Slaughter it and send it to Pinyin as a gift. That's a good idea. In my opinion, Pinyin needs this eight-headed serpent. If it doesn't come willingly to die, that's already the greatest sin. Once everyone had quieted down, Joshua clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let us decide who goes first tomorrow based on the proportion of damage they inflict on the eight-headed serpent. The support-type supreme beings reacted first. Proportion of damage? You're willing to lose face just for the treasure chest, aren't you? If we're going to compare, let us compare contribution percentages. There's nothing more to say. Exactly. Seeing even Bai Qitian glance over with a displeased expression. Joshua cleared his throat and quickly backtracked. I was the one who made the mistake. What I meant was contribution percentage. The highest-ranking support member finally nodded in satisfaction. The time for going to the cherry blossoms is still set for tonight. Those with ideas should sign up with me. The rest should return and prepare accordingly. After a pause, Joshua spoke seriously. This is a critical moment. If we can't eliminate him immediately, there's a high chance that supreme beings from other nations will arrive, and they might even launch a counterattack against us. Therefore, we must aim for a single decisive strike. If we haven't taken him down within 10 minutes, withdraw immediately. Even if the eight-headed serpent is left with only a sliver of health, you must stop. That said, Joshua wasn't overly concerned, as this was merely considering the worst-case scenario. In reality, with so many supreme beings attacking simultaneously without warning, even if the eight-headed serpent had 8 heads and 8 lives, or even double that number, there was still a high probability of eliminating it in an instant. When it came to the matter at hand, everyone put away their smiles and nodded seriously. Understood. Then let us prepare. 7 o'clock, assemble at Changwon City. As soon as the words were spoken, the other supreme beings also began to activate their skills and depart. Soon, only Bai Qitian and Gu Yunyan remained in the White Bone Castle. Let's go. Gu Yunyuan rose slowly. I'll go prepare a bit as well. Bai Qitian was surprised. You're going too? Gu Yunyuan replied matter-of-factly. I'm still missing several key items. Of course I have to go and fight for them. Why give up so easily? It's because there's still room for improvement. At their level, the experience required for leveling up is no longer the only limitation. With such an opportunity to grow stronger right before him, Gu Yunyan naturally wouldn't continue to stay cooped up at home. Bai Qitian understood Gu Yunyan's thoughts. In fact, that wasn't what he meant by asking that question. What he truly wanted to ask was, do you still have any magic stones? Gu Yunyan fell silent. If it weren't for the 2 flickering flames of his soul in his eyes, he would probably be staring at him like he was an idiot. You don't have any yourself? Can't you borrow some from someone else? Bai Qitian complained. Who would be willing to lend any at a time like this? Before he could finish, he suddenly realized. What do you mean? Gu Yunyan didn't respond. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever you do, it's your idea, not mine. After speaking, Gu Yunyan ignored him and walked out on his own. Bai Qitian shook his head and sighed. No wonder you're such an old villain. Someone as pure as me could never have thought of such a method. As he spoke, he noticed a small skeleton had appeared beside him out of nowhere, its hollow eyes staring blankly and fixedly at him. Bai Qitian gave an awkward smile and ran off without looking back. I wonder what the old master has to say about this. Xu Pingyan looked at his phone, still feeling a bit worried. After all, his request was indeed a bit unreasonable. Just then, his phone vibrated. There was only a single line of text, but it made Xu Pingyan smile involuntarily. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come find you right away. I'll take you to Changwon City later and we'll handle everything there. Xu Pingyan, with the old master around, it really gives one peace of mind. It seems there will be a few more supreme ones. One-on-one? This is a righteous brawl. Chapter 55, Settle internal affairs before battle, the wrath of the supreme ones. The sun sets and the moon rises. Changwon City is surrounded by water on 3 sides, with only one side backed by the mainland. This place can be considered the border of the Great Xia Empire. As a result, the defenses are exceptionally stringent. Even the ordinary soldiers on the city walls are at least 4th-tier professionals, and only 6th-tier professionals can serve as squad leaders. And the generals on duty each day are 8th-tier powerhouses. Even from this high-level allocation alone, it is clear how much the Great Xia Empire values Changwon City. However, even with such precautions, no one noticed that over a dozen figures had quietly appeared within the city walls. These individuals were, of course, the highest-ranking figures who had previously agreed to meet here. Given the enormous disparity in strength, it was understandable that they hadn't been noticed. However, it's been over 10 minutes and little Wang hasn't noticed a thing. It seems that years of complacency have made him lose his vigilance. Joshua spoke indifferently, his gaze toward the city lord's mansion carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Wang Jiang, the city lord of Changwon City, was a 9th-rank official. The others not noticing them was only natural. But he couldn't. And today, such a major incident had occurred. Calm down, a soft female voice comforted him. After all, we came from the inside, we won't trigger the magical array. Wang Jiang not noticing is also understandable. As the words fell, a cold voice rang out, Wang Xueqing, don't even think about trying to excuse Wang Jiang. With such a major incident occurring, we should still arrange the night guards according to the previous standards. He as a 9th-rank official doesn't he realize the severity of the situation? It shows he didn't take this matter seriously. Such an attitude is tantamount to dereliction of duty. Wang Xueqing's voice also turned cold. Old wood, don't try to pin this on him. There are only 20 hours left before the dungeon arrives. No one in their right mind would choose to invade at this time. Is this really a 9th-rank powerhouse? How does he feel any different from an ordinary professional? Xu Pingyan, who was following Bai Qitian, watched the two arguing. Well, aside from their unique aura, there wasn't anything particularly remarkable about them. The others stood by silently, smiling and enjoying the spectacle. Everyone had gathered here 10 minutes ago. Bai Qitian also briefly introduced everyone to Xu Pingyan. Since it was just a brief introduction, he only knew each of the high-ranking officials by name and didn't know their specific occupations. Muyu said indifferently, let Zhou minister settle this. Let's figure out who's being unreasonable here. Enough. Joshua spoke up, you're all grown men and there are children watching. We'll discuss Wang Zhang's matter later. As he spoke, Joshua's expression suddenly turned cold. I didn't expect there to actually be a rat choosing to sneak in at this time. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Those with the keenest senses immediately locked onto the black shadow that had drifted past them. Interesting. Liang Yu chuckled lightly, casting a teasing glance at Wang Xueqing. Wang Xueqing ignored him, frowning as she watched the shadow fade into the distance. A ninja from Sakura, their strength isn't even at the 9th rank. At this point, the voice of the Supreme Being also grew completely cold. Alright. Wang Jiang. I'll see what you're up to. Speaking thus, Wang Xueqing did not act immediately but instead looked at Joshua with a questioning gaze. Joshua nodded, the matters of your Wang family are your own responsibility. Thank you, Minister Zhou. Wang Xueqing nodded seriously in response, then immediately broke away from the main group and lagged far behind the shadowy figure. The others also resumed their initial relaxed postures. Xu Pingyan blinked. This was a scene of treason. The fundamental difference between a great nation and a small one lies in their magical arrays. Small nations lack such capabilities. However, in great nations, especially along the borders, the effects of magical arrays are at their strongest. Even if cities are typically built on the weakest points of a magical array, that's only relative. At least it's absolutely impossible for an 8th-rank ninja to sneak into the city undetected. Let alone the fact that the city walls are guarded by such powerful forces. So, the scheming frog has been feeling your belly all along. Someone is colluding with them from within. The only person in the entire Changwon City who possesses such power is one person and one person alone. The Lord of Changwon City. Even Xu Pingyan could react immediately, let alone these supreme beings who have lived at least 10 times longer than him. However, we're all family. Don't you worry that this supreme being might be involved too? Though such doubts surged in his heart, there was no place for a mere third-tier cultivator like him to speak up. So he wisely kept his questions to himself. The Supreme Being would never betray the great Xia Empire. Ha? Xu Pingyan looked at Bai Qitian, who had suddenly spoken up, with a puzzled expression. Bai Qitian did not explain the reason but continued, because the Supreme Being absolutely cannot betray the great Xia Empire, the Supreme Council is the absolute authority. Perhaps due to personal reasons, there may be some friction in minor matters, but in terms of overall interests, they are absolutely aligned. Absolute? Xu Pingyan nodded thoughtfully, then couldn't help glancing at the old man who had been arguing with Wang Xueqing earlier, Mu Yu. Feeling Xu Pingyan's gaze, Mu Yu smiled kindly at him. But inwardly, he felt a bit awkward. I hope I didn't leave a bad impression on this young man. Let's go and take a look together. Upon hearing Zhou Zhu's words, everyone nodded and followed suit. The Border City Lord's rebellion was clearly a very serious matter. Not only did it involve a 9th-ranked individual, but also the others under him, whether they were aware of it, who was involved. All of these were a series of questions. If handled improperly, it could lead to even bigger problems. Especially at such a critical moment. The Cherry Blossom Ninja rushed straight to the City Lord's mansion. There would be no misunderstandings here. Wang Xueqing's eyes were filled with a murderous intent that seemed to reach the heavens. Losing face in front of so many colleagues is one thing, but as a member of the Wang family, betraying the interests of the nation is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. Soon, the black-clad figure arrived at a secluded study within the City Lord's mansion. Who is there? A cold voice echoed from within the study. It's me, Wang Jiangjun. Inside the room, the black-clad figure removed his hood, revealing a face scarred by knife wounds. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Zhang's expression grew even more grim. You shouldn't have come here at this time. Wang Jiangjun is joking. If I hadn't come now, how would I convey the Emperor's edict to you? Wang Jiang remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. No matter what the Emperor's edict is, I will not comply. The man smiled, clearly unfazed by the response. However, if the conditions were 2 legendary weapons that match you, plus the soul you lost back then, would you still refuse? Chapter 56, Merits and Demerits cannot offset each other. The domineering Wang Xueqing. 1 soul fragment. Wang Zhang's once unwavering resolve began to waver at that moment. Compared to legendary equipment, he valued that soul fragment even more. Had he not carelessly lost that soul fragment over a decade ago, would he be forced into this situation by these bandits? At this very moment, Wang Jian must consider whether this might be his only chance in life. Seeing Wang Zhang's silence, a trace of mockery flashed in the man's eyes. What a foolish pig. The great emperor only said to return 1 soul, but are you sure you'll even survive until tomorrow? They had no intention of reneging on their promise. But the prerequisite is that you're still alive. A contract doesn't apply to the dead. The only thing worth regretting. It'll be hard to find such a foolish yet useful fool again in the short term. Thinking about this, the man couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his face adorned with a smug smile. He simply watched Wang Jiang struggle there, showing no intention of raising the price or urging the other party to act. Several minutes passed in this manner. Wang Jiang lowered his head, looking several years older. I agree. The man's smile grew even more arrogant. Just as he was about to speak. You should have agreed long ago. A clear female voice suddenly rang out in the small room, her seemingly calm tone concealing a raging anger that seemed capable of consuming everything. Though, even if you had refused at the last moment, the outcome would have been the same. What the hell? Who are you? The man's smile vanished, and his gaze toward Wang Jiang grew dark and menacing. Wang Jun, the emperor trusted you enough to give you this opportunity. I never thought you would be so ungrateful. What? Wang Jiang blinked in confusion. However, he was still in a daze and didn't respond to the man's accusations. Enough. The female voice was calm, yet it carried an air of unparalleled arrogance, as if she were the only one in the heavens and on earth. The space between them rippled, and Wang Xueqing stepped out from within. Her face, not particularly striking, was now covered in frost. The moment she appeared, the entire room was filled with her unique aura. Under that unparalleled pressure, the man's eyes widened, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. He couldn't withstand it for even 3 seconds before his knees gave way. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground. Had it not been digitized, both legs would have been rendered useless. Wang Jiang held on for 10 seconds before kneeling down as well. Unlike the terrified man, his eyes were filled with unbearable bitterness. Looking at Wang Jiang, Wang Xueqing was still furious, but more than that, she hated him for not fighting back. Spit it out. After Wang Xueqing's words fell, Wang Jiang finally regained the ability to speak. He lowered his head and spoke bitterly, Grandmother. Don't call me grandmother. I find it disgusting. Wang Xueqing spoke coldly. Wang Jiang pressed his head tightly against the ground. From the moment I betrayed the information and caused the death of the Muzhin squad, I knew this day would come. I am a sinner. An unforgivable sinner. But Tanger and the others are innocent, they don't know what I've done. Please don't tell them. I still want to be the great hero in Tanger's eyes. Damn it. Mu Yu, standing among the crowd outside the house, was now consumed by uncontrollable anger. A terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably outward. However, it was quickly restrained by others. Mu Jin was actually killed by him. Up until that point, he had believed it was merely an accident. Saying this, Mu Yu prepared to walk inside the house. His intentions were clear. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to stop him. Old Mu, calm down. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Wang Jia knows what to do. Now that we know who the murderer is, we'll take revenge 100-fold later. After much persuasion, they finally managed to calm him down. Inside the house, upon hearing Wang Zhang's words filled with remorse, Wang Xueqing's expression remained unchanged. She spoke calmly, "Are you finished?" Seeing Wang Jiang lower her head in silence, Wang Xueqing spoke calmly, "You are, of course, a sinner. When you lost that part of yourself, you should have died on the battlefield. Then, Tang might have suffered and grieved, but he would have known that his father was a hero. You died for the sake of the entire Great Xia. He would have been proud of you. He would have looked up to you as a role model and spent his entire life striving to follow in your footsteps." Wang Jiang, who had been keeping his head bowed, trembled slightly. Wang Xueqing continued, "But you didn't. Therefore, not only will Tanger know that his father was a shameful traitor, but the entire Wang family will be disgraced because of your existence. In the countless years of history to come, there will be those who point to your name and say, 'Look, it was this person who reduced the Wang family's past glory and pride to nothing.'" Wang Jiang was struck as if by lightning, lifting her head in despair, her lips trembling, but unable to utter a word. Her eyes were filled with pleading. Alas! Wang Xueqing had no intention of letting him off so easily. The supreme being of the human race sneered, "A hero? Having done such a thing, why continue to deceive yourself? Remember, those who commit wrongdoing must face the consequences. No one will protect you, and no one will cover up the truth of history. Are you really willing to go this far?" Wang Zhang's eyes widened in fury, and there was no trace of respect for his elders in his voice, only hysterical anger. And fear of the future Wang Xueqing had painted. "I have served the Great Xia dynasty with distinction. I have shed blood for the Great Xia dynasty. Just because I made a mistake, is it necessary to go this far?" Wang Xueqing responded calmly, "You speak well. However, merits and faults do not cancel each other out. I don't know what others think, but I know that those who died because of you will never come back to life. Those you saved will still thank you for saving their lives, but that doesn't prevent them from feeling ashamed of your actions. No matter how many merits you've earned or how great your achievements have been, if you make a mistake, you should be punished accordingly. I refuse to accept this." Fierce flames erupted from his body. He would resist. He would never accept such a future. "Disperse." As the calm voice echoed, the raging flames that had just ignited on Wang Jiang's body also dissipated. One after another, figures appeared in the small study. Upon seeing the arrivals, Wang Jiang froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. "For just one traitor like me, so many supreme beings have come personally? I, Wang Jiang, what have I done to deserve this?" There was no doubt about it. At that moment, his heart was completely shattered. Chapter 57, The So-Called Supreme Beings. Wang Jiang calmly accepted his fate. He couldn't afford to be calm. With so many supreme beings present, trying was tantamount to certain death. "Shuijia, what should we do about these two?" Wang Xueqing pondered for a moment before speaking. "There are more important matters at hand. It's best not to stir up trouble. Moon, first rewrite their memories of this period and have Wang Jiang write down the names of all the traitors he knows." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang, who had already given up, didn't react much. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. He was already exhausted. Regardless of the process, ending the suffering as soon as possible was the best outcome. Losing the memories of this period might actually be a blessing in disguise. With this thought, he felt more at ease about whatever might come next. Another man from the land of cherry blossoms, however, stared in horror with wide eyes. He wanted to shake his head in protest. However, being not even a 9th-tier practitioner, he was powerless to move even an inch in the presence of the supreme beings, let alone perform such a difficult action as shaking his head. "It's all thanks to Snow Sister for thinking clearly." Tang Yuer gave a thumbs up, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "Speaking of which, we could use this to our advantage. Let's pretend the deal is still ongoing and wait until tomorrow to snatch 2 190-level legendary items from the land of cherry blossoms? That makes sense. Though I don't care about 190-level legendary equipment, it's still a decent resource. It'll help replenish the national treasury, which is good. Who said only Wang Xueqing has a clear mind? You, Little Moon, aren't half bad either. Devil. Have the supreme rulers of Great Xia lost all sense of shame? They're even thinking about taking everything for themselves." The man vented his frustration inwardly. Unfortunately, no one would bother to care about the thoughts of a worthless scum. Snap out of it. Have you forgotten the national treasure of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Wang Xueqing spoke coldly. "If it were that simple, little Sakura would have been crushed by us with a single finger long ago and wouldn't be able to move anymore. When it came to the cherry blossom country as national treasure, no matter who you were, a hint of helplessness would involuntarily flicker in your eyes. Tang Yuer waved her hand dismissively. Let's give it a try. What if this guy doesn't have much power left? We'd be getting a good deal. She began to move. After a moment, Tang Yuer sighed helplessly. It's not working. It's impossible to make such a profound change. I wonder what those guys are thinking. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for an 8th tier cultivator? Most people weren't surprised by this outcome. Only a few sighed in disappointment. A legendary equipment piece at level 190 is also very rare. If we actually get our hands on it, we have a chance to see if we can replace it. After all, they're liaison personnel. Even at 8th tier, the energy they contain can't be negligible. Speaking of which, Wang Xueqing, who had been thinking about something, suddenly couldn't help but change her mind. What conditions are needed to neutralize this power without being detected? A 195 tier epic grade equipment. A 195 level epic equipment piece in terms of value is already equivalent to at least 2 190 level ordinary legendary equipment pieces. That was why Tang Yuer hadn't mentioned it. Xu Ping'an, who had been tagging along, had only one word on his face the entire time. Confused. What on earth is this ability all about? I don't get it, but it's impressive. Moreover, even though they were both at the 9th rank, why didn't that traitor even put up a fight at the beginning? Even if the outcome is inevitable, he should at least try first. Instead of just giving up like the other guy. Perhaps noticing Mu Yuan's confusion, Bai Qitian smiled and spoke up. What do you think is the biggest difference between 9th rankers and us? Isn't it about rank, equipment, or whether they can use forbidden spells? Xu Ping'an asked in confusion. After the previous exchange, he had already obtained a lot of information from Bai Qitian that he had never come across before. For instance, the people standing beside him were not merely 9th ranked individuals, but even stronger supreme ranked beings. Upon hearing Xu Ping'an's words, Bai Qitian nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. These are merely the prerequisites for accessing the path to the Supreme. Once you reach level 195, possess at least 3 legendary artifacts, master a forbidden spell or ancient skill, and fulfill the bloodline requirements, only then can you unlock the trial leading to the Supreme. Upon completing the trial, you gain control over your own domain and awaken as a Supreme Being. Failure in the trial will seal the gates to the Supreme Realm forever. In this statement, Xu Ping'an quickly identified the key terms. Own domain? That's correct. Bai Qitian nodded. The greatest difference between the Supreme and the 9th rank lies in their own domains. The personal domain Wang Xueqing controls can suppress everyone of lower rank than her, weaken those of equal rank, and even those of higher rank. There are also other effects. Bai Qitian didn't elaborate further on the specific effects, either because he wasn't entirely sure himself, or because he felt it wasn't necessary to tell Xu Ping'an, or perhaps because he couldn't reveal it. Everyone with a suppression level lower than hers? Xu Ping'an's eyes widened in shock, then he realized there must be time and distance restrictions, right? Of course. Even so, that's still pretty extreme. Recalling what had just happened, Wang Jiang had been suppressed for at least several minutes. Such a duration would be enough to kill someone of her caliber multiple times. We're still too weak. Even against an ordinary 9th tier opponent, I might not stand a chance. Against a supreme tier opponent, I'd be finished in an instant. If it were Wang Xueqing, once he gets close, he could suppress a 9th tier for several minutes. For him, a 3rd tier, wouldn't it be easy to control him for days? Even multiple resurrections wouldn't help. Tang Yuer, a professional mind manipulator. From the name alone, you should know the capabilities of this profession. Her domain allows her to apply skill effects to equipment, potions, various tools. However, depending on the requirements, a certain cost must be paid. In Sakura country, there is a national treasure of unknown rank, possibly an ancient or incomplete divine artifact. It can extract a person's soul fragment and also grant power to prevent allies from being affected by unknown abilities. Without that soul fragment, it's like handing over your life to the enemy, with your fate resting on their whim. Perhaps, as the princess said, for those who extract a soul fragment, the best possible outcome is to die in battle. Speaking thus, he looked at Wang Jiang with a touch of regret. Xu Ping'an suddenly understood. No wonder someone at the 9th rank could still become a traitor. Having reached such a high rank, one is already close to the pinnacle of this world. With further refinement, there might even be a chance to reach the highest realm in the future. What else could possibly move such a group of people? Does our great Xia have any divine artifacts? Bai Qitian smiled without answering, but the pride written on his face had already given the answer. Looking at the crowd who fell silent upon hearing the words a 195 tier epic equipment, Xu Ping'an pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Chapter 58, Sakura Country, the only unlucky one. If it's a 195 level epic equipment, I can bring one out. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xu Ping'an. Facing so many powerful figures at once, Xu Ping'an remained unfazed. After all, he had already experienced this once before when they first met, so he could handle it calmly now. The gazes of the crowd were filled with confusion, shock, and deep thought. Cough. Bai Qitian stepped forward, blocking everyone's view. This kid is just joking around. Don't pay him any mind. If he really had a level 195 epic tier equipment, shouldn't he have just handed it over to me as a gift? Saying this, Bai Qitian glared at Chu Ping'an. A single 195 level epic item is more valuable than two 190 level legendary items. What's the point of trading it? You brat, don't talk nonsense here. If everyone takes you seriously, I won't be able to produce the equipment. Unfortunately, among the people present, aside from Chu Ping'an, everyone else was an old monster who had lived for over 100 years. They were all old monsters. What were they talking about, Liu Zhai? Ping'an, are you serious? Facing Zhou's question, Chu Ping'an nodded. The magic stones consumed here allow me to obtain a portion of the points. Points can be exchanged for equipment in the exclusive shop that has been unlocked. This was, of course, a lie Chu Ping'an had concocted to justify his ability to obtain equipment. After all, the pieces of equipment he had obtained through rebates, all level 195, were just sitting there in the system's exclusive space, completely ordinary. It was a real waste. Why not use this opportunity to find an excuse to bring them out and stimulate some consumption? And in the process, boost his status in everyone's eyes. That's it. Does that mean legendary equipment is also available? Not just Zhou, everyone was staring at him intently. No one doubted Chu Ping'an's words. Treasure chest merchants, by their very nature, are involved in trade. Trading with them is trading, and trading with their built-in marketplace is also trading. Yes. Upon receiving Chu Ping'an's definitive response, everyone grew excited. Tang Yuer couldn't wait to ask, how many points are needed for a legendary equipment piece at level 195? This question was also on everyone else's mind. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, staring at Chu Ping'an with tense expressions. The emotional turmoil at that moment was even greater than when they discovered Wang Jiang had become a traitor. I know everyone is in a hurry, but please calm down first. Chu Ping'an sighed helplessly. I already told you, points can only be obtained by purchasing treasure chests. Even if you give me more magic stones, they can't be converted into any points. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look disappointed. Unless one was a gambler, it was clear that everyone would prefer a stable purchase. Even if the cost increases several-fold compared to the original price. That's true. Just throwing money around isn't what a businessman does. Wang Xueqing received unanimous agreement from everyone. Zhou, however, thought more deeply. If legendary equipment can be exchanged, then ancient equipment, divine, artifacts, are they also available? When he mentioned those two words, even as the Supreme Being, his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chu Ping'an nodded, then shook his head. Ancient equipment exists, but divine artifacts do not. As for whether they exist in the future, I have no idea. At least, as long as divine artifacts hadn't become as common as cabbages in his world, they definitely didn't exist here. Everyone was initially startled by Zhou's bold idea, but after receiving Chu Ping'an's definitive answer, their breathing grew. The absence of divine artifacts made sense. Even if they did exist, no one knew how many points it would take to obtain them. It was nothing more than a pie in the sky. But ancient tier equipment. Let me put it this way, there were over 10 people present, and if you combined all their equipment, the number of ancient tier items wouldn't even reach 2 hands. The number of boxes you can open each day is limited, which means the number of points you can obtain each day is also limited. We can't waste such precious points on a single epic piece of equipment. Save them up, and when the time comes, I'll get my master a piece of ancient tier equipment. Pfft, shameless. Don't agree? If you don't agree, go find a better disciple. You're a frontline fighter, aren't you wasting such good gear? Without me holding the front line, what would you use to deal damage? Everyone who plays games knows that frontline gear is the most expensive. Sorry, I don't play games. Seeing that the two shadows hadn't even moved yet, the group of supreme beings had already started arguing like children, and Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Everyone, have you forgotten what's most important right now? Cough cough. Being reminded by a junior was indeed somewhat embarrassing for the supreme beings. However, everyone's thick skin had long since matched their age, and they quickly returned to their usual selves. Old. Wang Xueqing, share your thoughts. Old? Wang Xueqing glared at Muyu, then withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. The promised legendary equipment isn't the key. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate a few more of the supreme beings, along with the 8-headed serpent from tonight's plan. That should be enough to keep them quiet for the next 100 years, right? They had already reviewed that plan. Do you have a specific plan of action? First, then, finally. Instantly, a gleam of interest flashed in everyone's eyes. When it came to ruthlessness, women were the real masters. They've already come up with such a well-thought-out plan so quickly. However, considering Wang Zhang's situation, it's no wonder Wang Xueqing was so angry. After all, she was a 9th-rank cultivator, and more importantly, she was once her most beloved disciple. It is acceptable to make a painful sacrifice, but the opponent must also pay a heavy price. Of course, the most important thing is to use absolute strength to crush them decisively before others can react. As he spoke, Wang Xueqing glanced at Chu Ping'an intentionally or unintentionally. Even if we succeed, what about the others? Someone of the highest rank voiced their concerns. As long as they're dead, they won tea. Wang Xueqing spoke with unwavering resolve, the dead have no value. Moreover, our long-standing enmity with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom means they only see this incident as an opportunity to vent their anger over us being forced to hand over the sole copy of the 9th tier instance for their unrestricted access, while also issuing a warning to other nations. They are all beneficiaries, only the Cherry Blossom Nation is the unlucky one who suffers a loss. After careful consideration, everyone nodded in agreement. Jojo said, however, there's no reason for Ping'an to give up a 195 level epic item. Since you suggested it, you should be the one to do it. If we really kill the highest ranking member of Sakura Nation, you can just pick an item from their loot beforehand. Agreed. Wang Xueqing agreed without hesitation. On the other side, the man watching the supreme rulers of Great Xia discussing matters in the distance, shrouded by a barrier and unable to hear a thing, felt an uneasy premonition welling up inside him. Chapter 59, How can the Flying Dragon be defeated? Cherry Blossom Nation opened champagne at halftime. At the same time, in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In a luxurious hall. At the center, dancers dressed in revealing costumes danced gracefully, occasionally revealing glimpses of skin as they moved, accompanied by sensual music that echoed through the hall, creating an atmosphere of decadent luxury reminiscent of ancient emperors. Some were completely immersed in the scene. Only a few showed little interest, their faces betraying a hint of unease. As the song came to an end, a middle-aged man seated in the hall, dressed in a yellow robe, waved his hand. The dancers paused, bowed respectfully, and withdrew one by one. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. It seems you are not satisfied with my arrangements for tonight. Everyone replied in unison, we dare not. Then a man dressed like a warrior, with a single mustache under his nose, spoke up loudly, we are fully satisfied with the emperor's arrangements. However, at this critical juncture, we cannot help but feel uneasy and unable to enjoy ourselves. The middle-aged man was none other than the emperor himself, as referred to by the samurai. He appeared no different from an ordinary person, but he exuded a unique air of nobility that naturally made him the center of attention. Upon hearing the warrior's response, the emperor's smile remained unchanged. There is an old saying in Great Xia, in times of great events, one must remain calm. Everything is proceeding according to plan, in an orderly manner. Not to mention, the first ever 9th tier unique dungeon suddenly appeared in Great Xia. Such a fortunate event is truly a blessing from heaven for our cherry blossoms. Once tomorrow passes, even if the Great Xia Empire discovers any abnormalities, they will have no spare resources to deal with us. Heaven, earth, and humanity are all on our side. What concerns do you have? Matsuo Hanmo, the samurai who spoke first, sighed wryly, nothing is settled yet, we dare not let our guard down. After all, that is the Great Xia. The words fell. The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Since the game was integrated into reality, the Great Xia Empire has risen rapidly. In just a few decades, it had grown to become the strongest nation in the world. Had it not been for the overall weakness of the human race at the time, facing countless heroes from the myriad races and the abyss who stepped forward one after another, shedding blood on the battlefield, and secured invaluable time for the entire human race, the current situation of two nations standing opposed to each other would never have arisen. Instead, the Great Xia would have dominated alone. However, Mr. Matsue, you are overthinking it. As the emperor said, those foolish fools are still intoxicated by their past illusions of strength and will never notice our plans. Murakami Yukisuke spoke with a light smile, even if they have left behind some trump cards from the past. But once tomorrow passes, they will inevitably be depleted. If the 9th tier unique instance had not appeared, perhaps I would be as worried as you. But now, no matter what choice they make, they'll be like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't last long. Our long-planned Great Xia collapse plan will also proceed smoothly. As Murakami Yukisuke spoke, the tense atmosphere in the room eased considerably. Many others also shared their opinions. Mr. Murakami is correct. The Great Xia Empire is already corrupt and riddled with internal conflicts. The younger generation is lacking in talent, and think back to the renowned Chu madman from 20 years ago. We all thought he would be the second by Qitian. Who would have thought that he would remain stagnant at the 6th rank until today? These arrogant fools have never regarded us as a threat. Little do they know that even ants can devour an elephant. Our plan is foolproof. That's right. Plus, our divine beast, the 8-headed serpent, has promised to intervene. With that person's current strength, he can easily tie up several supreme beings. With the Great Serpent's current strength, it would be impossible to kill it unless 2 or more supreme beings used forbidden spells simultaneously. As long as it cannot be instantly killed, it can slowly recover using its own abilities. Who could have imagined that after being designated as the national beast, the Yamata no Orochi could absorb the power of faith to further enhance itself? If given another few hundred years, it might even evolve into a true divine beast. With our nation's national treasure, this battle is certain to succeed. That fertile land is also due for a new master. In my opinion, Mr. Matsuo is being too cautious. Exactly. As everyone spoke, a few others, like Matsuo Hanmo, who had felt a bit uneasy, also put aside some of their concerns. With careful planning and ample preparation, this plan had been meticulously plotted over the years. Plus, they had so many aces up their sleeves there was truly no need to worry excessively. Mr. Matsuo nodded with a wry smile. You're all right. Perhaps it's because we're finally seeing the day we've longed for approaching, so we can't help but feel a bit impatient, constantly thinking about what might happen if we fail. The emperor smiled and waved his hand. It's only natural for General Matsuo to feel concerned. If it weren't for the 9th tier dungeon incident, I wouldn't have much confidence that the Great Xia collapse plan could proceed perfectly. As for the current situation, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. All we need to do is trigger the avalanche with the first snowflake. After that, we'll stand by and watch as the avalanche sweeps everything away. Once it's over, we'll take full control of that fertile land. Everyone chorused, the emperor is wise. The emperor, by the way, has the person sent to make contact with Chokan Castle returned yet? Reporting to the emperor, Kawada Yuya has just entered the country. The lord of Chokan Castle has agreed to cooperate secretly tomorrow. Good. The emperor nodded satisfactorily, then wore a look of regret on his face. The Wang Jiang, this core pawn of the royal family, still holds great potential. But alas, he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It can only be said that it was fate. Murakami Yukisuke smiled and bowed, saying, to have made such a tremendous contribution to our cherry blossom nation, even in death, he will have much to be proud of. Everyone burst into laughter. The emperor waved his hand, then, as a prelude to tomorrow's celebration, let us ensure that the plans proceed smoothly. Let the music play on, let the dance continue. Suddenly, neon lights flickered, and beautiful women dressed in various cherry blossom-themed outfits entered one after another. The entire hall was suddenly. This section has been omitted for brevity. Sakura country, so easy to get in? Xu Ping'an blinked in surprise. Bai Qitian merely glanced at the crowd beside him and smiled without speaking. Of course. With so many supreme beings present, infiltrating a cherry blossom country whose grand array isn't even fully developed wouldn't require much effort. Let's think about it another way. Even in the Great Xia Kingdom, where the array formations are perfect, an ordinary 8th rank ninja could infiltrate silently if there were internal factors at play. With the combined strength of over a dozen supreme beings, if they still had to expend significant effort to infiltrate a small country like Sakura, that would make the supreme beings look rather weak. Zhou Shui, Old Yang, divined the current location of the 8-headed serpent. Chapter 60, Forbidden Spell. Forbidden Spell. The collapse of the 8-headed serpent. Fuji-san. Gazing at the bright moon in the sky. For some reason, the 8-headed serpent felt an uneasy premonition today. Damn it, is someone trying to trick me? You're just being overly suspicious. Who would go out of their way to scheme against you? Could it be that someone from the Great Xia Empire has discovered something? If anyone is being targeted, it shouldn't be you. You're right. The first to be targeted would be the Cherry Blossom Nation. In human terms, we're just mercenaries they hired. Even if someone is plotting against us, it wouldn't work without at least 10 supreme beings. The 8-headed serpent, as its name suggests, has 8 heads. Each of these 8 heads possesses unique abilities and operates with an independent mind. While there is indeed a dominant one among them, it rarely imposes restrictions on the others unless in exceptional circumstances such as now. That is why it appears so chaotic. Quiet. As the central head spoke, the others turned to look at it. I think you're all right. Let's go to sleep first. At first, there was a slight sensation, but after all the commotion, it vanished completely. If there's no feeling, then it's just an illusion. If it's an illusion, there's no need to worry about it. Instead of spending time being suspicious, it's better to sleep a little longer. Upon hearing this, the other heads nodded in agreement, and their massive bodies slowly descended. Despite controlling their strength as they hit the ground, they couldn't help but cause the earth to shake. In the air. Over a dozen figures watched calmly below. You know, this beast's senses are pretty sharp. Someone couldn't help but laugh, clearly having heard the 8-headed serpent's earlier mutterings. However, they were quickly scolded by the other supreme beings. If it weren't for me cleaning up after you, we would have been exposed. How could you even laugh? Sorry. Yang Guangyi gave a forced laugh before speaking with some confusion, but that doesn't make sense. It's just divining the direction. Unless someone's way stronger than me, there's no way they'd notice something so minor. Take a simple example, divining direction is like picking up a strand of hair that someone dropped on the ground. Even if you're one of the strongest world bosses on Blue Star, you shouldn't be able to notice something like that. Zhou was spoken differently, that means this thing has become stronger than you without you even noticing. How is that possible? Yang Guangyi exclaimed. It's only been 100 years. How could this thing have grown so strong so quickly? Wan Shuiqing spoke up. I once read in an ancient text that by absorbing faith, one can significantly accelerate the growth of such entities. But this also comes with significant limitations. It seems our good neighbor has big plans this time. Zhou couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for Ping'an, we might have let these comfortable little creatures get away with it. That's right. Finding the traitor and uncovering their plot in advance was all thanks to Ping'an. You've really done a great job this time. Suddenly mentioned by the big shots, Xu Ping'an also looked confused. I didn't do anything, and I've already been credited with a great achievement? It felt both confusing and exhilarating. Zhou Shui, in the Great Xia dynasty, we always reward those who have done well. However, now is not the time to discuss this matter. If you want anything, wait until we return and tell me then. Right now. Zhou Shui gazed at the massive shadow below him with a piercing gaze, a faint aura of killing intent swirling around him. Slay the snake, eat its flesh. Yin Yu. A figure hidden in the shadows nodded. An invisible force spread out, enveloping everyone within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Hurry up. I can't hold this up for much longer. Don't worry. Zhou Shui nodded, then said seriously, neither of us knows how much stronger this thing has become. An opportunity like this to ambush it is only available once. So don't hold back, release the forbidden spell immediately. Everyone else also understood the gravity of the situation. They nodded solemnly, saying nothing, and began their preparations. As the obscure, lengthy incantations echoed, the air grew heavy. Xu Ping'an could feel the countless elements in the air becoming incredibly restless at that moment. Like a balloon stretched to its limit, it only needed a gentle nudge to explode. Arrays of various colors continuously gathered and took shape beneath the feet of the highest beings. Witnessing this scene, Xu Ping'an couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of his heart. Impressive. In truth, he had also intended to unleash a forbidden spell. However, with over a dozen supreme beings releasing forbidden spells simultaneously, the elements in the air had already become wildly chaotic and turbulent, making it impossible for him to control them. The only thing he could barely move was holy light. However, if he were to use holy light to cast a forbidden spell, there might be unexpected consequences on Bai Qitian's side. Failing to cast the forbidden spell would be bad enough, but if it alerted the eight-headed serpent below, causing the supreme being's efforts to go to waste, that would be a disaster. At the same moment when the supreme beings were preparing the forbidden spell, below, the eight-headed serpent, which had just closed its eyes, suddenly raised its head. What is that? Why do I feel so uneasy? Sai, you felt it too? Damn it, could someone really be plotting against us? This ISNT just scheming, it's like they're trying to kill us. I'm a bit scared. Should we notify the humans? It must be said that by this point, our senses had become incredibly powerful. Even with the highest level domain concealing it, one could still detect some abnormalities. Unfortunately, by the time we realized it, it was already too late. 10 seconds later, the magical array beneath Zhou Shui's feet began to take shape. No, it could no longer be called a magical array, it was a dazzling celestial temple. Vast thunderbolts danced wildly, and the golden divine lightning capable of destroying the world was firmly under his feet, gathered but not released. Such astonishing control left Xu Ping'an utterly speechless. Even the terrifying aura he casually emitted was enough to instill despair in any being below the 9th rank. Within less than a second after Zhou Shui completed his forbidden spell, Bai Qitian's forbidden spell also took shape. Unlike Zhou Shui's furious, thunder god-like terror, Bai Qitian was bathed in a sacred, milky white pillar of light. Under the glow of the sacred light, he appeared as the holiest being on earth, every word and action a profound truth. One after another, the highest level forbidden spells began to take shape. Some were engulfed in flames, resembling a blazing sun. Some seemed to split the world in two, becoming the Soul Three, transforming into ambiguous shadows. Some had the space before them constantly shattering, only to reform in the next instant. Some, regardless of the form they took, they were all incredibly brilliant, dazzling, and astonishing. They fulfilled Xu Ping'an's every fantasy about forbidden spells. Yet these wildly chaotic elements, when channeled into a powerful forbidden spell, behaved with surprising docility on the bodies of the highest-ranked masters, showing no signs of rebellion. However, by this point, the highest realm of the hidden moon had already lost its effect. The eight-headed serpent beneath him was currently glaring fiercely at the scene. The only thought left in his mind. I, the eight-headed serpent, what have I done to deserve such a great honor from the Great Xia Empire? Chapter 61, The Great Xia's Earth-Shattering Move. Shocking the world. As the domain of the hidden moon was shattered by one forbidden spell after another. Not only did the eight-headed serpent immediately notice the unusual phenomenon above its head, but the emperor and others, who were hundreds of kilometers away, felt the astonishing changes in the heavens and earth just a fraction of a second later. Those who had been indulging in debauchery and extravagance just a moment ago suddenly changed expression, their bodies flickering as they appeared in the air. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the abnormal magical storm in the distance was as blinding as the sun to these 9th-tier powerhouses. That's a forbidden spell. The wind direction, climate, and earth veins, everything has been disrupted. This isn't an ordinary forbidden spell. Such astonishing and vast magical power, there must be at least several forbidden spells. Even double digits. Damn it, what's going on here? Why has such a large number of fully formed forbidden spells suddenly gathered in that place? Why weren't we notified beforehand? What's important isn't why, but what we should do now. If we let these forbidden spells erupt unchecked, that entire area will collapse and be obliterated. Wait, that direction is Mount Fuji? Finally, someone noticed the crucial point. Could this be the Great Xia's revenge? What did they discover? So many forbidden spells? Could it be that the highest authorities of the Great Xia have all been deployed? Have these fools lost their minds? The emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in anger and fear, "Yamada no Orochi!" Matsuo Hanmo's face twisted into a bitter smile. As expected. That lion of the east is not so easily provoked. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. The Great Xia collapse plan, which they thought was flawless, clearly had a flaw somewhere. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on such matters. Matsuo Hanmo quickly regained his composure and said in a solemn voice, "Master Abe, open the spatial portal." This. Abe Sagan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He closed his eyes. Less than a second later, he opened them again and shook his head. It's impossible. There are too many forbidden spells. The space around Futsukayama has been completely disrupted and cannot be located. Matsuo Hanmo clenched his teeth. Then let's fly over there. Better than staying here and doing nothing. There are no ninth-ranked beings there. If these forbidden spells are unleashed without restraint, our losses might not just be the Great Snake Lord. Everyone's expressions shifted, finally snapping out of their previous shock and fear. Let's go! The Emperor roared, transforming into a golden streak of light and rushing toward Mount Fuji. The others followed closely behind. With the Great Snake Lord's current strength, could he withstand so many forbidden spells? If we rush over now, we might still be able to provide assistance? Hold off? What can we use to withstand over 10 forbidden spells? Unless the 8-headed Great Snake ascends to godhood on the spot, facing these world-shattering forbidden spells, there can only be one outcome. Anyone who says such a thing is either joking or mad. To have the nerve to joke around at such a critical moment is no different from being mad. No one paid attention to the speaker, they simply sped off at their fastest pace. The one who spoke, seeing no one responded, realized how foolish his words were, gave a sheepish smile, and stopped speaking. However, even as 9th-rank practitioners, it would take them over 10 seconds to cover 100 kilometers. Such a long time. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. Though it sounds slow, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fuji-san. Facing over a dozen forbidden spells, the Great Serpent's mind was on the verge of collapse. If it were just a few forbidden spells, after enhancing his strength, he might have been able to dodge some of them. But this was over a dozen forbidden spells. And they were cast by the highest-ranking members of the Great Xia Empire, who had calculated every move with precision, without him even noticing. At this moment, with so many forbidden spells locking onto him, he had no choice but to confront them head-on. Damn it! Damn it! Am I, the 8-headed Great Snake, really going to die here today? Under the threat of death, the 8-headed serpent plunged into a frenzy. Its massive body, which had been only hundreds of meters long, swelled to over 10 kilometers in an instant. It was a cataclysmic disaster that obscured the sky and devoured everything in its path. Powerful spells of various elements on the 8 heads, intertwining with one another. In the blink of an eye, it barely reached the terrifying power of a forbidden spell. It must be said that as one of the strongest world bosses at the time, and having been worshipped and revered by the people of Sakura country for over a century, the Yamada no Orochi's current power is truly terrifying. However, it was all in vain. He was not facing one or two opponents, but the strongest warriors of an entire nation, unleashing their most deadly techniques and invoking powerful forbidden spells. Even if this hastily fused spell were to reach the level of a forbidden spell, it would still be insufficient to face the combined might of over a dozen supreme beings. If anyone were nearby, they would have noticed that the light, sound, and air around Mount Fuji were being swallowed by a distorted black hole formed by the fusion of countless forbidden spells. All matter, under that unmatched power, couldn't even last an instant, completely annihilated. Among them, of course, was the target itself, the 8-headed serpent. Feeling the collapse of its body, the 8-headed serpent's eyes filled with despair. Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, Sakura country! Recalling how those creatures had come here recently, painting a picture of a bright future and hatching various schemes. The eyes of the 8-headed serpent flashed with humiliation, hatred, and regret. This worthless national guardian beast. Let whoever wants to be it in the next life. Few would have guessed that in its final moments, the Yamada no Orochi's greatest hatred was not for the great Xia Supreme who had slain it, but for Sakura country. Congratulations to Joshua, Bai Chitian, Gu Yunyan, Wang Shueching, Chu Ping'an, and others from the Great Xia Empire for defeating the world boss Yamada no Orochi at Fudo Mountain in Sakura country. This announcement is made to the world as an encouragement. Congratulations to Joshua, Bai Chitian, Gu Yunyan, Wang Shueching, Chu Ping'an, and others from the Great Xia Empire for defeating the world boss Yamada no Orochi at Fudo Mountain in Sakura country. This announcement is made worldwide to commend their achievements. Congratulations! 3 loud, deep, emotionless electronic voices echoed repeatedly in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Over a dozen supreme beings present, along with Chu Ping'an, couldn't help but smile. Joshua extended his hand, and several items shimmering with multicolored light landed in his palm before vanishing. Let's go! As he spoke, the chaotic space ravaged by the forbidden spell suddenly paused for an instant. It was as if time had been paused. An inconspicuous crack appeared before everyone's eyes. As the group stepped inside, time resumed its flow. With a wave of his sleeves, he left behind a trail of forbidden spells. 5 more seconds passed. The Emperor of Sakura Country and his entourage of powerful warriors finally arrived. Looking down at the sections of the ground that had completely vanished and the forbidden spells spreading and corroding outward, the Emperor's face turned ashen, and he let out a furious roar. Damn it! Flashbacks of his former arrogance and the plans he had made filled his mind. He contrasted that with the current dire situation. The strongest warrior of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom suddenly tilted his head, his eyes went black, and he fainted from sheer anger. Chapter 62, Reactions from All Sides, The Eight-Headed Serpent's Loot, and Chu Ping'an's Harvest. At the same time, the global announcements sounded once more. At that moment, countless people were left in shock. Oh, God! What have those damned Great Xia people done? Are they preparing for a major war? That's the national beast of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Are those 9th-rank warriors from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom all useless? How could they let their national beast die so easily? That's not necessarily the case. Maybe the Great Xia side also paid a heavy price. Does anyone know what's going on? It feels like the world has changed overnight. Those in Sakura, Mount Fuji has fallen completely. The residual waves are spreading outward, and the nearest town to Mount Fuji has already begun to riot. Holy crap! The Law God, the White God. Damn, so many big shots. They pulled off a major surprise without a word. Impressive. I've always had a bone to pick with the Cherry Blossom Nation. All I can say is, good riddance. After a brief moment of shock, countless people eagerly vented their emotions online. After all, this global announcement was completely different from the previous one. The previous one, while involving a new difficulty level, ultimately didn't affect most people much. After all, for ordinary people, even the nightmare difficulty might be too much to handle, let alone the cataclysm difficulty, which sounds even more challenging just by its name. Moreover, to unlock the cataclysm difficulty, specific items were required, effectively ruling out most people from even attempting it. The latter, however, was different. While it also has nothing to do with them, this is the fall of a supreme being. Of course. While ordinary people may not fully grasp what supreme means, no one is unfamiliar with the term 9th-tier world boss. Moreover, the 8-headed serpent has been designated as the national beast of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and occasionally appears in the textbooks of the Professional Academy, with some information about it even being revealed. Naturally, people are no strangers to it. Such a powerful existence was suddenly and brutally slain by the powerful warriors of the Great Xia Empire with thunderous force. No wonder everyone was shocked and sparked such intense discussions. Great Eagle Empire. The Supreme Being still actively discussing tomorrow's arrangements at the meeting fell into a brief silence before responding in various ways. Is this the Great Xia's preemptive response? Boring. Slaying a world-class boss on par with the highest ranks is irrelevant to the subsequent situation. There's no doubt about it. They've already shown that they're starting to panic. Vario, contact those men. If there's a suitable opportunity tomorrow, I think it's time to reveal a few of our cards. Yes, sir. Given the current situation, it's time for a change. The sun never sets empire. Ah, interesting, truly fascinating. So many supreme beings have gathered to assassinate a single great serpent. Are you intending to use this to intimidate us? Intimidate? I only sense the fear of the Great Xia. What would the Great Xia call this? All bark and no bite? With such a precious land before them, the eyes of all the supreme beings in the world are already fixed on them. It's only natural for anyone to feel worried and afraid. Mao Xiong Kingdom. These guys, why would they choose to do this at such a time? This doesn't fit their usual style. Who knows? Perhaps they have other considerations. Never mind. That's not important. What do you all think about tomorrow? Fight. Fight who? Naturally, whoever is attacking our allies, let us take them down. Heike, you foolish brute. After spending some time in the eastern 3 regions, you've picked up a bit of that rough and tumble attitude. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, my dearest friend, of course not. I think I like you even more now. Dahan Kingdom. Ha ha, well deserved. These Great Xia people have finally done something good. Let those Westerners fight it out. We'll just watch and maybe reap the benefits. The fisherman as prophet. You idiot, why don't you spend your time reading a few more books? In this age, it's all about strength. Get rid of your outdated ideas. Books are useless now. Idiot. Shut up, both of you. We can't just stand by this time. That one has already spoken. Oh? What do you want us to do? Of course. The Dark World. Has the Great Xia dynasty discovered something? This doesn't align with their usual style. Whether they discovered anything or not, this time, the bunch from Sakura Country has been dealt a severe blow. Speaking of which, without that big guy, their unreliable plan probably won't work either. You've already said it's an unreliable plan. Whether that big snake is there or not, it won't make any difference. But one T that mean we'll miss out on some fun? Those short-sighted fools could have helped us probe more of Great Xia's true capabilities. That's not a good thing. It's obvious that this is no longer feasible. Stop beating around the bush. What's the latest on the arrangements for Chu Ping'an's side? It's clear that the original plan needs to be revised. Exactly. Such a major matter, and the highest authorities have brought him along. Clearly, there is something about him we don't know. Do we have any chance of finding out? It will take time. All right. But this can't drag on too long. They need a result urgently. Then let's make some initial inquiries to gauge the reaction of the Great Xia. If that's the case, you'll handle it. You'll handle it, right? Da Xia. I didn't expect it to be this easy. I didn't even use my burst technique and this big bug went down. Oof. What are you laughing at? I'm just laughing at how some people are so stubborn. Do you really think others can't tell if you used a burst skill or not? You're the one who's so nosy. Too bad, all the snake meat was obliterated. I never got to taste such meat. What a shame. Old Joe, stop dawdling. Hurry up and pick up the dropped items so everyone can take a look. Joshua smiled, don't rush. If there is something good, no one should miss out. How can we not be in a hurry? This big guy must have dropped legendary gear, and there is even a certain probability. Ancient. Though no one spoke, the gleaming eyes of the crowd were filled with anticipation. After a great battle, what could be more joyful than looting? Even the highest beings are human and cannot escape such desires. If there was anyone present who was interested in the drop from the eight-headed serpent, it was probably only Chu Ping'an. After all, he was just a slacker, so there was no reason for him to take rewards from the supreme beings. However, this doesn't mean he came away empty-handed. Even though he was just coasting, the experience gained from the kills was no less than anyone else's. This advancement might allow him to reach level 130 and qualify for the next advancement. Apart from that, the biggest gain was a divine artifact. True divine weapon. Both of their levels also skyrocketed. Looking at the enhanced attributes and new effects, Chu Ping'an grinned widely, laughing silently. Chapter 63, Post-Battle Summary, by Shin Grows Impatient. Holy King Light Holy Chain Divine Weapon. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 90 cannot be upgraded. Level upgrade unlocks it. In the previous disaster dungeon, this equipment was upgraded to level 76 by absorbing energy obtained from defeating Chu Ping'an. However, after the Yamada no Orochi was defeated by the Supreme Beings, it suddenly surged to level 90. Reaching the current level cap for Chu Ping'an. Keep in mind that Chu Ping'an was essentially coasting through the entire battle. It's no wonder that the experience provided by Eight-Headed Serpent is so astonishing. Upon reaching level 90, the attribute bonuses and various effects provided by the Holy King Light Chain have once again been greatly enhanced. First, the base attribute bonuses. Effect, all attributes plus 1 million, all attributes plus 3,600,000. From the original 1 million, it has been directly boosted to 3.6 million. Other effects have also received varying degrees of enhancement. For example, the absolute invincibility effect of Holy One has been extended from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. The secondary damage of Divine Might Blaze has also jumped from 50% to 80%. The range of Sacred Domain, the bonuses of Endless Glory, and the trigger time have all been enhanced. Most importantly, this divine artifact unlocks a new ability upon reaching level 90. Passive effect, Nirvana. When your health first drops to 5%, all your status effects will be fully restored, and for the next 3 minutes, all attributes will be boosted by 300%. Cooldown, 12 hours. Another life-saving trump card has been added. Additionally, the level of the equipment Curse of the Undead God has been upgraded from its original 55 Curse dungeon to 85. Curse of the Undead God True Divine Weapon. Category, Helmet. Level requirement, 85 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 3 million. The base attributes have been boosted to 3 million. While it appears to have 600,000 fewer attributes than the previous version, the difference is not merely a 5-level gap, but the transformation between levels 90 and below. Once reaching level 90, the attribute bonuses provided by the latter can easily surpass those of the former. Additionally, as the level increases, various effects and attributes are further enhanced. Additionally, a new effect is unlocked at level 70. Additional effect, Law Barrier Passive, all law effects received by undead and yourself are reduced by 30%. This effect is unique and cannot be stacked with effects of the same type. If Chu Ping'an had obtained this effect before his trip to Sakura Country, he would have been confused about what law meant. Now, however, things are different. Chu Ping'an had already learned from Bai Qitian that the domains possessed by the Supreme Beings, once perfected, would eventually transform into laws. And mastering laws is one of the basic conditions for becoming a god. This alone demonstrates the immense potential of this new ability. The only thing that puzzled Chu Ping'an about this effect was, since laws are the superior replacements for domains, if it can reduce the effects of laws, I wonder if it can also reduce the effects of domains? Obviously. To obtain the answer, one must conduct an experiment in person. Unfortunately, he currently lacks the opportunity for such an experiment. Whether it works or not, it doesn't matter much. As a mere third-tier cultivator, could I possibly face an attack from a supreme being? That would be overestimating him. While Chu Ping'an was organizing his loot, the supreme beings had already divided their share. Those supreme beings whose needs perfectly matched the offerings were now beaming with joy. Those supreme beings who only managed to secure a single contribution were cursing under their breath. Only 5 legendary equipment pieces dropped? What a trash country beast. Not even a single ancient equipment piece? What a loser. Old Bai has really upgraded this time. He swapped 2 legendary items in a single day. Who can compete with that level of luck? The more I talk, the angrier I get. It's all the dog's fault. Let us split the loot. Facing the commotion from the other high-ranking players, Bai Qitian just laughed and didn't respond, making everyone even more furious. Ping'an, this should be your quest item, right? Saying this, Joshua traded the item to Chu Ping'an. You have obtained a special item, the soul of the 8-headed serpent. Ancient. Note, this material is a special task item. Although no ancient equipment dropped, a piece of ancient material did. Thanks, Joe Fashion. Chu Ping'an, who had received the item, also smiled broadly and thanked Joshua. Joshua smiled and waved his hand. Go submit your advancement quest first. It's not yet 12 o'clock. After advancing, should the treasure chest limit increase? Chu Ping'an's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. After bidding farewell to the other supreme beings, he headed toward the advancement shrine of Changguang City. After Chu Ping'an had left, Joshua cleared his throat and said, according to the original plan, the number of treasure chest openings is determined by contribution points from this event. However, Ping'an advanced early, increasing the daily limit of treasure chests that can be opened, which was an unforeseen circumstance. Therefore, I propose that the extra slots today be distributed based on contribution levels, as an additional reward for those with higher contributions. What do you think? Everyone shot Joshua a disdainful glance and muttered under their breath. The one with the highest contribution is this guy. You actually have the nerve to suggest that. Though they said this, no one spoke up to object. It's just 1 extra chest. What's the big deal? Alright. It's just 1 box. I'll let you have it, so no one can say we old-timers are picking on the young ones. Joshua grinned, then I won T hesitate. Wait a moment. Bai Qitian suddenly realized, according to contributions, I'm third in line. If the maximum number of treasure chests that can be opened increases by 3 or more after Ping'an advances, wouldn't I be able to open another one today? Old Bai, are you trying to get the brothers to scold you? What are you barking about? Facing his brother's dissatisfaction, Bai Qitian cleared his throat and explained, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Cough cough. What I meant was that we're out of magic stones. Who can lend me some when the time comes? Upon reflection, Bai Qitian felt wronged. He had originally planned to borrow some magic stones from his good brother in Sakura country, but he didn't expect the timing to be so tight. After casting the forbidden spell, he just ran off, leaving no room for maneuver. Thinking about having a box but no magic stones to open it, he felt a faint pang of something. Hearing Bai Qitian's words, the others burst into laughter. Ah, you finally met your match. No way. Come on, you contributed enough, but a poor guy who can't open the treasure chest with magic stones should be excluded, right? Bai Qitian grew impatient. This wasn't mentioned earlier. Well, we didn't know anyone could be this poor before. Just then, Gu Yunyan quietly stepped forward. I'll lend it. Bai Qitian was first moved, then realized something was wrong. Wait, where did you get the magic stones? Chapter 64, a new divine artifact, the seal of the nation. If he remembered correctly, old Gu should be just as penniless as he was. How could he possibly have money now? This doesn't make sense. Facing Bai Qitian's questioning, Gu Yunyan replied calmly, I already told you before, go borrow some money from someone rich. You won't borrow it yourself, so it's my fault? This matter had indeed been discussed in advance. But you still need time to borrow it. We're all acting together how? At that moment, Bai Qitian suddenly realized what the other person's profession was. Unlike him, the other party wasn't short on people or time to carry out the plan. Considering their capabilities, yet they were only ranked 8th in total contributions. Slacking off. The 2 words floated into Bai Qitian's mind at that moment. No wonder he's a skeleton master, he's really cunning. He sighed inwardly. No matter how envious he was, there was nothing he could do. After all, that was the nature of their profession. Conditions? Gu Yunyan grinned, if you get more than 3 of Ping'an's treasure chests, today's spot is yours. Deal. Bai Qitian agreed without a second thought. If they switched tomorrow, they could open another one. If they didn't switch, they might not even open one. The choice was obvious. The deal was sealed. Gu Yunyan nodded satisfactorily, the magic stones you open tomorrow, I'll cover. After a pause, he added, no more than 10 billion. Bai Qitian ignored him. That's a given. Betting 10 billion magic stones on a single roll of the dice? Even with money, you don't just throw it away like that. Unlike the 2 who were satisfied, the other supreme beings who had just been watching the spectacle were now speechless. We were all supposed to be here for a laugh. How did one traitor suddenly emerge? Chu Ping'an was completely unaware of what had happened after he left. At that moment, he had already arrived at the Advanced God Temple. After being arranged by the staff, he quickly arrived at the familiar small room. As a light sphere swept over him, a prompt appeared at the same time. Advanced task incomplete, cannot advance. Chu Ping'an was startled for a moment before realizing what had happened. The requirements for task 2 weren't just about obtaining the divine soul, there was another condition. Merge with the treasure. Thinking of this, Chu Ping'an also took out the fragment of the Imperial Seal Divine Weapon Fragment. 4. Ding, a suitable item has been detected. Do you wish to fuse it with the divine soul? Yes. Integration in progress, please wait. After a brief wait, a flash of golden light appeared, and a square-shaped jade seal made of emerald green jade materialized before Chu Ping'an. Imperial Seal Divine Weapon. Category, special item activates upon carrying. Attached effect, National Prosperity Passive. Within the borders of the Great Xia, the land is as stable as a mountain, and all structures cannot be destroyed by forces beneath the laws of the universe. Additional effect, People's Peace Passive. Within the borders of the Great Xia, the weather is favorable, and the people live in harmony and prosperity. Passive effect, Auspicious Dragon of Fortune, bestows good fortune and opportunities. Additional effect, Suppression Active. Within the borders of the Great Xia, under the laws of the realm, reduces all personal attributes by 50%. Additional effect, 10,000 Prison Thunder Tribulation Active. Thunder tribulations sweep the world, purifying the cosmos. Note, collecting auspicious symbols from the 4 directions can enhance the grade of this item. Looking at the effects of the Jade Seal, Chu Ping'an's eyes flickered. A new divine artifact. However, its effects were completely different from those of the previous artifacts he had obtained. If the previous 2 divine artifacts were the ultimate enhancement of personal strength, then this divine artifact was the ultimate protection for a faction. Without exaggeration, possessing this seal alone is sufficient to secure the nation. From this day forward, no force would dare to lay a finger on the Great Xia Empire unless they were beings above the laws themselves. However, there are no beings above the laws in this world. However, what do you want this for? Chu Ping'an shook his head and stored it in his storage ring. The item was valuable, but he had no interest in power, and since it couldn't enhance his personal strength, it held little significance to him. As for handing it over to other supreme beings? He didn't feel entirely comfortable with that either. He'd think about it later. Pushing the matter to the back of his mind, he reactivated the glowing orb before him. Congratulations on completing all advancement tasks. Completion rate, 100%. Evaluation, perfect. Advancement beginning. The familiar advancement light enveloped him, just as soothing as before. However, this advancement process took an unusually long time, finally concluding after an entire hour. At the same time as the advancement was completed, a series of notifications flashed rapidly before your eyes. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to level 91. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to 92. Congratulations. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to 110. In the instant the level cap was broken, the experience gained from defeating Yamada no Orochi directly propelled Chu Ping'an to the maximum level of 110 in the 4th tier. In response, Chu Ping'an showed no signs of joy, but instead couldn't help but sigh. What a loss! The promise of reaching the 5th tier before level 110 was effectively wasted. Never mind. Let the old gentleman have it easy. The supreme ruler of the Great Xia dynasty was about to become his destined servant, so there was no need to be so harsh on an old man of several hundred years. I wonder what my personal treasure chest is. With a touch of anticipation, Chu Ping'an began to examine the changes he had obtained after advancing. Since the information about his profession was very concise, he finished reviewing the changes in less than a minute. First, there were no new exclusive skills added. However, there was one improvement that was quite favorable for Chu Ping'an. Price difference passive. For every treasure chest you sell, you receive a commission equal to 5/100 of the selling price. Compared to before the advancement, this represents a 4% increase, which is a very decent boost. Additionally, a new personal exclusive treasure chest has been added. Personal exclusive treasure chest available only to professionals. 10. Opening conditions, consume 1 item. Item type and grade are unrestricted. Is this description really this simple? Chu Ping'an sighed helplessly. Not even mentioning what can be obtained is pretty aloof. Considering the uniqueness of his profession, what else could he do? He had to forgive it. As for the specific effects, let us try it first and see. With a flick of his hand, a golden treasure chest appeared in his palm. The design is different? Compared to the original mysterious and intricate patterns, this golden treasure chest does seem a bit tacky in terms of style. Chu Ping'an didn't think much of it and promptly placed an ordinary epic tier equipment item inside. The treasure chest flickered with a bright white light before disappearing. You have obtained the item, Refined Enhancement Stone Legendary. Refined Enhancement Stone Legendary can be used to enhance equipment of legendary rank or lower. There is a small chance of failure when enhancing equipment of higher enhancement levels. Looking at the stone that appeared in his hand, its color deep and star-like, Chu Pingyan was startled for a moment before bursting into joy. It's an enhancement stone. Chapter 65, The Golden Light Returns, the Supreme Being is overwhelmed. Enhancement stone. The effect is simple and direct, it enhances equipment of the corresponding tier. For example, the Earth Guardian set that Chu Pingyan had previously used saw its attributes more than double after being fully enhanced with the enhancement stone. Chu Pingyan was so excited because, through his previous experiment, he had glimpsed the possibility of unlocking a God-tier enhancement stone. He had never even considered using an enhancement stone to enhance a divine artifact. After all, he had never heard of enhancement stones of such a high tier before. Even if they did exist, they would undoubtedly be extremely rare. They wouldn't be sufficient to enhance the equipment he currently possessed. As for now, an epic tier piece of equipment granted me a legendary tier enhancement stone. Doesn't that mean ancient equipment could obtain god tier enhancement stones? No matter how precious ancient equipment is, it's nothing compared to a divine artifact. Let alone the fact that it's equipment he couldn't even equip in the first place. However, wait. Chu Pingyan suddenly noticed a flaw in the logic. If this is the pattern, then what about the enhancement stones for true divine artifacts? We can't just have to consume the divine artifact, can we? Could the mechanism be that absurd? It shouldn't be that bad. With that thought, Chu Pingyan decisively began a new round of experiments. Soon, the 10 daily attempts were exhausted, and he had 9 more enhancement stones in his hands. Looking at the enhancement stones, Chu Pingyan shook his head. I didn't expect my luck to come in handy so quickly. The quality of the items used to open the treasure chest does, to some extent, affect the quality of the enhancement stones obtained. But ultimately, it all came down to luck. Just like how others open treasure chests from me. Expensive treasure chests increase the probability of obtaining better items. Opening personal treasure chests follows the same principle regarding the quality of the items used. After 10 trials, all grades of enhancement stones were obtained. Even the divine tier Chu Pingyan obtained one. And this time, obtaining the divine tier item only required consuming a single ordinary epic tier equipment item. Chu Pingyan naturally wouldn't be so naive as to think it was due to his extraordinary luck. Such a bountiful harvest was clearly due to the effect of the Imperial Seal in his possession. On the contrary, legendary equipment can also produce common epic enhancement stones. It seems like I won't be able to enhance anything for a while. Even if it were a divine artifact, enhancing it just once or twice wouldn't make much of a difference. He put the items away and checked the upgraded treasure chest capacity. It had increased from the original 12 to 16. That's an increase of 4. Only 4? That's odd. Despite his confusion, Chu Pingyan didn't dwell on it. For as long as they keep increasing after advancing, that is fine. This means we can now open 16 boxes a day. The total number of Supreme participants in this operation was also exactly 16. Not bad, not bad. Each Supreme can get 1 treasure chest, and everyone has a bright future ahead. Chu Pingyan couldn't wait to go back and tell everyone the good news. However, before that, generating prerequisites for advancement. Having reached level 110, Chu Pingyan can advance again. Half an hour later, Chu Pingyan reunited with the Supreme Beings. During this half-hour period, the Supreme Beings had not been idle either. Each made their own arrangements and deployments, and in the process, they managed to track down all the traitors in Changwon City. Of course, considering tomorrow's plans, the group did not touch this group of people, lest they alert the enemy. Pingyan, how's it going? As soon as Chu Pingyan returned, Joshua spoke up immediately. It was clear that even someone with the title of Law God still craved progress. I have fulfilled my mission. Chu Pingyan smiled and said, after advancing, I now get 4 additional treasure chests each day. Joshua smiled and nodded, saying, based on previous contributions, today's 4 spots will go to me, Gulio Inuit, and Muyu. Chu Pingyan looked at Bai Qitian with some confusion. He was sure that his own master was among the top 4 contributors. However, since the elder didn't raise any objections, he didn't plan to ask either. As before, the 4 newly added treasure chests will be 2 equipment items and 2 skill items. Alright. Joshua nodded and spoke without hesitation, I'll take an equipment treasure chest. The second-ranked Inu was about to speak when he suddenly felt a strong gaze. Facing the skull-less oppressive presence, the Supreme Being shrouded in black robes hesitated briefly before reluctantly saying, skill chest. Clearly, even the highest beings weren't just about fighting, there were also matters of human relations. Gu Yunyan nodded satisfactorily and said, equipment chest. The 4th-ranked Muyu clearly had no choice. With a flick of his thoughts, 4 treasure chests appeared simultaneously before the 4 of them. Apart from Bai Qitian and Gu Yunyan, the others were seeing Chu Pingyan's treasure chests for the first time. It does seem rather extraordinary. Using mental energy to sense it, it feels like nothingness. Only with the naked eye can one discover it. Truly. I never imagined that such a small object could contain equipment that even we covet. Those who hadn't had the chance to open the box were buzzing with speculation. The 4 people in front of the box were suddenly feeling a bit tense. Despite facing the same supreme being, the eight-headed serpent, with ease and composure, they now faced a small box and wore expressions of solemnity. If outsiders were to find out, they would probably find it hard not to laugh and cry at the same time. The eight-headed serpent, which was already dead beyond all hope, might even be revived by the shock. Who goes first? Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, the meaning was clear. Joshua rolled his eyes. I'll go first. Taking a deep breath, 10 billion magic stones were instantly poured into the box. The next moment, a purple glow spread before everyone's eyes. Joshua, who had just been so confident, suddenly looked dejected. Though it was his first time opening the box, he knew exactly what this phenomenon signified. The pain was so intense he could barely breathe. 100 million magic stones are no big deal, but having the door smashed in your face is a major issue. And, even when given a chance, you still can't make it work. As it turns out, opening the box first or second doesn't make much of a difference. In my opinion, can't people with bad luck just trust their instincts and stop wasting precious opportunities? The crowd of high-ranking officials watched the spectacle with relish, cheering on the chaos. While a brother's failure is certainly saddening, a brother's success is even more heartbreaking. Facing the teasing, Joshua said nothing, only rolling his eyes. The others didn't continue their attack either, instead turning their attention to the remaining three and speaking with eager anticipation. Who's next? Though they weren't the ones opening the box, that didn't stop them from adding a bit of excitement from the sidelines. Let's go in order. Upon hearing this, Inu shot Gu Yunyuan a resentful glance. Without another word, she opened her own treasure chest. The next moment, a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 66, Red Light. Grand words at the beginning, silence afterward. As the dazzling golden light appeared, the Supreme Being, who had been watching with a smirk, froze in surprise. Then wore a look of disappointment. How could we let that kid get away with it? I thought we'd get to enjoy the show again. Too bad it's a legendary skill, not legendary gear. Well, at least it's not a loss. It's better than that old Joe with his sour face. Joshua couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's wrong with having a dark face? Does having a dark face mean I eat your rice? Inu also sighed in relief. Whether it's a legendary skill or not doesn't matter as long as we don't lose out. Just as everyone thought the golden light was about to erupt and manifest the extraordinary phenomenon described by Bai Qitian, the golden light instead spread outward like ripples on the water's surface. Soon, a vibrant red light appeared at the edge. Before anyone could react, the red light swiftly engulfed all the golden light. Violet energy formed a staggering storm, erupting without restraint, forming a blood-red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the pitch-black sky was dyed a deep crimson, blending with the brilliant starlight to form a breathtakingly beautiful scene. This astonishing phenomenon was not confined to a single city or fortress but swiftly spread outward toward the distant horizon. No one knew where it would eventually stop. This earth-shaking phenomenon also awakened countless residents who had already fallen asleep. What an astonishing phenomenon! What terrifying energy! What is this? Turtle, this commotion is way too exaggerated. It scared my little heart out of my chest. Wait. How did I just level up by 1? I leveled up by 2. My strength attribute has increased by 50 points. Could this sudden change be the cause? Awesome! After a moment of shock, everyone also discovered with delight that this sudden change had brought them significant benefits. In fact, this crimson glow covered nearly half of the Great Xia Empire. Countless others also benefited from it. As the instigators of all this, the group of supreme beings now stood there dumbfounded, staring at the various supernatural phenomena still constantly emerging in the sky. After standing there in shock for nearly half a minute, Joshua was the first to snap out of it. He murmured, "The golden light represents legendary skills. Then what does this red light?" As he spoke, the supreme being swallowed hard. The meaning was already clear. Ancient skills. Or perhaps forbidden spells. The others also snapped back to reality, gazing at the lucky one Inu with incredibly complex expressions. For them, legendary skills returning to enhance their abilities held little significance, but if they were ancient skills or forbidden spells, the enhancement they would gain would be no less than that of a legendary equipment. It could even be even greater. Ugh, this is annoying. How did it happen? Inu grinned, though his face was hidden. The joy in his words made it easy to imagine the man in black robes grinning widely beneath them. Upon hearing this, the other supreme beings immediately started cursing. Wait, what is that sound? Someone is barking. Why? They're all just boxes. Some people can't even get a legendary item, while others get ancient skills and forbidden spells. Jealousy is making me lose my mind. Share the loot. We must share the loot. As the old saying goes, it's not the brothers' hardships that worry you, it's the brothers driving Land Rovers. This time, it's not just about driving Land Rovers, they've all switched to Porsches. Finally, the abnormal phenomenon in the air slowly faded away, and an ancient scroll fell into Inue's hands. Staring at the scroll, Inu froze in place. The others couldn't hide their curiosity and urged, "Stop dawdling. Let us all take a look. Hold off on the goods for now. If you keep stalling, we'll beat you up. Inu snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly. Look. Star clouds ancient, disrupt the heavenly mechanisms, unify all actions. Your domain effect is enhanced by 300%, and the maximum range is increased by 300%. Under the domain's enhancement, the heavenly mechanisms are thrown into chaos. Your comprehension of the laws greatly increases. Whoa! Despite the sparse description of the skill's effects, the gathered supreme beings all sucked in their breath in awe, their faces betraying their envy. Domains were their most powerful means of combat. Now there was an ancient skill that enhanced their strongest means. If we had this skill during the previous operation, perhaps we wouldn't have even noticed that we were surrounded by so many forbidden spells until the very moment the eight-headed serpent perished. Facing Jojoas, everyone nodded in agreement. To put it bluntly, with this skill, the supreme beings accompanying you could become the nightmare of any nation. Even more absurd is that it can accelerate the speed of comprehending the laws. Could that kid from the hidden moon be the first to become a god? Thinking about that scene. Damn it, I'm even more jealous. Inu retracted his skill, took a deep breath, and walked up to embrace Gu Yunyuan. I love you, Dad. Get out of here. Gu Yunyan pushed her away without hesitation, feeling a bit uneasy inside. How did this kid get so lucky? Could he have inherited my share? Chu Ping'an, who had remained silent all along, was finally speechless. Bai Qitian smiled, as you can see, father and son. You couldn't tell? Chu Ping'an nodded numbly. Recalling the small details from earlier, he suddenly understood why one of the highest-ranking figures would obey another so blindly. Hurry up. The next one, start your performance. The next one is Old Gu, right? Pull out another legendary item. Today, just like Old Bai, we'll get 2 of them. All the ancient skills are out there, be bold and go for the ancient gear. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyan finally couldn't help but speak up, go away. Do you really think legendary gear and ancient gear are as common as cabbages? Though he said this, Gu Yunyan couldn't help but harbor a faint, unrealistic hope deep down. Day is day, and now is now. Maybe our luck will turn around. Without further hesitation, 10 billion magic stones were invested. Ha. Old Gu, could it be that Inu drained all your luck? I didn't, stop making things up. As expected, the outcome was exactly as anticipated. Not even an epic drop. 2 words, total loss. Instantly, all the pressure shifted to Muyu. Muyu stroked his white beard. With the karma I've accumulated over the years, I should be able to get a decent reward from the box. 10 seconds later. Muyu was defeated. That's not possible. My luck has never been this bad. How could I only get a diamond skill after opening just 1 box? It's a mistake. This must be a mistake. Starting with bold claims, then remaining silent afterward. That's definitely Muyu. Chapter 67, Crazy Big Explosion. Divine Weapon, Divine Skill. It's almost past midnight, right? Almost there. It's almost time to rely solely on luck. As the words fell, the atmosphere among the supreme beings grew incredibly tense due to those few simple sentences. There was no doubt about it. The first 4 treasure chests were merely an appetizer. The real showstopper would come after midnight, when the new treasure chests refreshed. That's when the real show will begin. Additionally, the red light emitted by Inu earlier had everyone speculating about what type of treasure chest would appear after midnight. Indeed, the improvement in equipment is quite noticeable, and the probability of obtaining legendary tier items is also higher. But if one were to obtain ancient skills or forbidden spells? Recalling the skill Inu had obtained earlier, everyone's thoughts became incredibly heated. That wasn't just about immediate improvements, it also involved the future. The highest-ranking individuals, lost in their thoughts, found themselves in an unusual silence. As for Chu Ping'an, he naturally stayed by his side. Glancing at the new skill that appeared in his skill bar, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chaotic destiny, true god, your fate is obscure and enigmatic, beyond the observation or exploration of others. Even the mightiest gods would lose their way in the river of destiny while seeking it. This skill was naturally obtained through a critical hit after Inua acquired the ancient skill earlier. At first glance, the description didn't seem particularly impressive. But when you think about it, if even the gods can't observe it, the power of this skill is already evident, even if it's just the tip of the iceberg. Despite the fact that no gods have appeared yet. But Chu Ping'an has a vague premonition that the current peace may soon turn into a bubble. The tidal wave of the great trend is about to sweep everything away. Time flows slowly. Before long, it was already midnight. The city, which had briefly erupted into chaos due to the strange phenomenon, had once again returned to calm. At the exact moment the time arrived, today's treasure chest shares were refreshed. Chu Ping'an wasted no time and immediately delivered the corresponding treasure chests to the elders. This was because, half an hour earlier, the highest-ranking members had already decided in order which treasure chests to open next, and not a single second was wasted at this moment. Let's begin. As Joshua spoke, everyone tensed up and took a deep breath. Even Inu, who had obtained ancient skills earlier, was no exception. In this era, everyone yearned to grow stronger, to become even stronger. With opportunity at hand, no one would be satisfied with a temporary boost. Everyone was eager to reach new heights. We must get our hands on it. Give me an ancient level item. I'll gladly use legendary gear every day for the next month. I don't even need a skill as powerful as Hidden Moon, just give me a forbidden spell. Every supreme being had their own thoughts. Almost simultaneously, they opened the treasure chests in front of them. Instantly. Even with Enu's domain covering the area, the dazzling light shot straight into the sky at the same time. For a moment, the sky was filled with a mix of colors: sky blue like clouds, noble and majestic purple, golden light brighter than the sun, and vibrant red, making it impossible to tell who had obtained the treasure and who had become the unlucky one. However, upon seeing the golden and red light, everyone's mood became incredibly excited. Though they feared their brothers might be leading the charge, the thought of no one making a move and the entire group being wiped out was far more terrifying. The upcoming battle tomorrow would also become incredibly difficult. In this current situation, perhaps it will be a bit easier. Such an astonishing phenomenon erupted once again, and this time it erupted in a chaotic mix, naturally waking those who were still asleep. As for the commotion it caused, that is not the focus at the moment. There is no need to dwell on it further. As time passed, the extraordinary phenomenon had already received its due reward. What bad luck! It must be because old Joe infected me, otherwise, how could my luck be this bad? Exactly. It's all old Joe's fault for ruining everyone's luck. If it weren't for him, I would have at least gotten a legendary item. Listening to everyone's words, Joshua's heart skipped a beat. However, upon seeing the equipment still in the process of being forged in his hands, he suddenly calmed down. He spoke calmly, I know you're all in a hurry, but don't rush. I understand you're in a hurry, but I'll give you your share later. The group of elites? At that moment, they noticed that Joshua's hands were still empty. Damn it! Did he really pull it off? Their already gloomy mood grew even darker upon seeing Joshua also make a move. The golden light reward appeared first, taking shape before anyone else. There were 3 of them in total. Joshua, Wang Xueqing, and the middle-aged man named Zhou Wenjie. Equipment. 3 legendary pieces of equipment. As the 3 of them looked at their equipment with joy, Xu Pingyan also saw a prompt appear before his eyes. Customer has obtained a legendary tier equipment, the Glory of the Mage. 10,000x critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the divine artifact Radiance of the Mage. Customer obtained legendary tier equipment Fearless Ambition. 10,000x critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the divine artifact Heaven's Wrath, Blood Essence Condensation. Customer has obtained a legendary tier equipment item Surge of Power Crystal. 10,000x critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the divine artifact Endless Power. Divine Weapon. 3 divine artifacts in a row. The overwhelming joy of this sudden windfall left Xu Pingyan dizzy with excitement. Before he could even examine the effects of the 3 divine artifacts he had just obtained, 2 more notifications appeared before his eyes. Customer activated an ancient tier skill Scholar's Focus. 100,000x critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the true divine skill Master of all arts. Customer has obtained an ancient grade equipment Soul Tide. 10,000x critical hit triggered. Critical hit return, you have obtained the true divine weapon Song of the Soul's Lament. At this moment, the word happiness took tangible form on Xu Pingyan. He couldn't wait to check the detailed descriptions of these loot. On the other side, after reading the equipment descriptions in his hands, Joshua smirked. Do you know what it means to be a Euro Royale? The value of getting teleportation gear from 2 boxes, do you get it? Hearing this arrogant remark, Wang Xueqing and Zhou Wenjie couldn't help but roll their eyes. However, they were equally immersed in their immense joy and had no time to pay attention to Joshua. However, almost the moment Joshua finished speaking, an excited scream echoed in everyone's ears. Ancient equipment. Holy crap. It's actually ancient equipment. Joshua. What the hell are you calling me? Speak. Chapter 68, the all-around enhancements brought by divine weapons and divine techniques. Not just Joshua at that moment, everyone had a row of question marks floating above their heads. Ancient equipment. Setting aside the entire Great Xia Empire, from a personal perspective, the 16 of them combined didn't even have enough ancient equipment to fill one hand. Now, someone suddenly claimed to have used 100 million magic stones to unlock an ancient equipment piece. The scene was too fantastical to believe, causing everyone to instinctively voice their doubts. You're not joking, are you? Ancient equipment? You unlocked ancient equipment? ISNT, that is skill. My heart ISNT very strong, don't scare me. Tang Yuer puffed out her lips, and in that moment, she exuded the aura of a Dragon King. Look for yourself. Saying that, she directly displayed the equipment in front of everyone. Seeing the gleaming words ancient on it, everyone fell into silence. The envy in their eyes was almost tangible. The stats are way too high. It's almost as good as 3 legendary pieces of equipment. The effects are also ridiculous, they're usable by any spellcaster. Cough, cough, you're just a support class, you don't need such good gear. Why don't we trade? I'll give you 3, no, for legendary pieces of gear in exchange? Tang Yuer scoffed and swiftly retrieved the displayed equipment. What are you thinking? If you're so confident, bring out a single ancient piece of equipment and I'll trade you 4 legendary pieces. The one being challenged didn't get angry either, just gave a sheepish smile. Joe Dog, speak up. Facing Tang Yuer's outburst, Zhou Zhuo rolled his eyes and retorted, so what if it's ancient equipment? I'm not saying I don't have any. Though he said so. The joy of obtaining legendary equipment had long since faded. Suddenly, the staff in his hands felt less appealing. It could only be said that comparison was the enemy of everything. Once compared, the damage difference became immediately apparent. As for the others who didn't even have legendary gear, their feelings were naturally even more complicated. If there was anyone else who could maintain a smile, besides Chu Pingyan, who kept his achievements hidden, it was probably only Bai Qi Tian, who had also unlocked an ancient skill. That's right. Bai Qi Tian has done it again. Perhaps considering that he's been pulling off too many big moves lately, he's keeping a low profile for now. But this didn't fool Gu Yunyan, who had lent him money. Gu Yunyan, who had crashed again, spoke softly, I suddenly regret lending you the money. Cough cough. It's not that bad, really. It's just a basic skill, there's nothing to get worked up about. If you could just wipe that smile off your face, I might believe you. Watching the Supreme Beings joke around, Chu Pingyan silently glanced at the few divine artifacts in his pocket inside. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people are not interconnected. A single ancient artifact or skill could get them this worked up. If they saw what he had obtained, they'd probably explode on the spot, feeling like their entire career had lost all meaning. Let us try a different approach. Keeping it a secret from everyone is all for their sake. I'm such a good person. Thinking this, Chu Pingyan's gaze fell on the few pieces of equipment and skills he had just obtained. First was another true divine skill, Master of All Arts. Master of All Arts, true divine, passive skill. All transformations in the world are within your single thought. Master all techniques and you can cast spells without incantations. You possess unparalleled control over spells. You can cast a spell once per hour without consuming any mana. And you can fuse multiple spells to unleash even more devastating power. As a skill of the true god tier, its power is beyond question. No incantation required. No mana cost. Absolute control over spells. And spell fusion. Without a doubt, the final point merging spells clearly includes forbidden spells. Just imagine that already terrifying, world-destroying power. I wonder how astonishing it will become when fused. Just thinking about it makes one eager to try. Unfortunately, there are no conditions for him to try it out at the moment. I'll just have to wait until tomorrow when I go on the advanced quest and see if I can find an opportunity to try it out. As he thought this, Chu Pingyan's gaze shifted to the few divine artifacts in his hands. This interface isn't very appealing. I'll enhance it to level 30 first. Although the attributes at level 1 aren't bad, after seeing bonuses in the millions, a few thousand points just don't feel like much anymore. Moreover, the amount of magic stones required for enhancement before level 30 was not significant, and Chu Pingyan could easily afford it. Once the divine artifacts and true divine artifacts were fully enhanced, he would check the attribute bonuses provided and finally nodded in satisfaction. Radiance of the Law God Divine Weapon. Category, Weapon. Level requirement, 30 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 200,000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Elemental Harmony passive, all spell-based skills you cast will be converted to the Nothingness attribute. Spells of the Nothingness attribute possess true damage, destruction, and cannot be resisted. Additional effect, Elemental Resonance passive, the 5 basic elements empower you. Each time you deal damage to a target, an additional 5 instances of 50% damage are dealt. Additional effect, Elemental Song active, your skill cooldown is reduced by 99%, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 50. Additional effect. Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. This is the first weapon class artifact Chu Pingyan has ever obtained. The effects and attributes it grants need no further explanation, they're as brutal as ever. Once the elemental song is activated, it immediately triggers infinite firepower mode. Imagine that scene. Don't make it too beautiful. Heavens Tilt Blood Soul Condensation Divine Weapon. Category, Earrings. Level requirement, 30 upgradable. Effect, Constitution plus 500,000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Blood Soul Power passive, for every point of Constitution you have, you gain an additional 5 times your Constitution in attack power. Additional effect, Fearless Dominance passive, restores 1% of maximum health per second and reduces all control effects under the law by 90%. Additional effect, Blood Armor active, summon a blood armor that absorbs damage equal to 10% of your current maximum health. While active, you are immune to all control effects. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 50. Additional effect. Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. If weapons bring extreme attack power, then this earring brings extreme defense. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but glance at his physical stats, which had already reached hundreds of millions. This thing is called blood armor? Why not just call it the Wall of Despair? Make the enemy despair. Chapter 69, Seeking to Challenge the Highest. Endless Power Divine Weapon. Category, Gloves. Level Requirement, 30 upgradable. Effect, Strength plus 500,000. Equipment Durability, Indestructible. Additional effect, Ultimate Strength Passive, Ultimate Strength. Shatter the Realm, Tear Apart the Rules. Additional effect, Heaven's End active, with overwhelming strength, target all enemies with the same strength attribute as you, dealing true damage equal to the strength difference multiplied by 10,000. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional effect, Domination active, strength attribute 10, duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 50. Additional effect. Equipment levels can be enhanced using pure energy. Shatter the Realm, Tear Apart the Rules. Xu Pingyan sucked in a sharp breath. In comparison, the two active effects provided seemed rather ordinary. Rules and domains are useless to me. Doesn't that mean I'm no different from the Supreme Being now? For a moment, Xu Pingyan glanced at the Supreme Beings beside him with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. 4th tier reverse battle Supreme Being. Anyone who knew about Xu Pingyan's unrealistic thoughts would likely mock him. Yet the reality was that, with the blessings of divine artifacts and divine techniques, this actually had a chance of becoming reality. And a very high probability at that. It must be said that the effects of the 3 divine artifacts had brought Xu Pingyan unprecedented surprises and significant enhancements. Even though these divine artifacts aren't part of a series, their inherent grades and effects speak for themselves. Even if one aspect is slightly off, it doesn't hinder Xu Pingyan from gradually becoming invincible. I hope the final true divine artifact won't let me down either. With this thought in mind, Xu Pingyan moved toward the final piece of equipment. Song of the Soul's Lament True Divine Artifact. Category, Ring. Level Requirement, 30 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 280,000. Equipment Durability, Indestructible. Additional effect, Soul Dirge passive, immune to all soul-based attacks under any rules. Additional effect, Soul Drain passive, each target you kill grants you a certain amount of soul points. Each soul point increases all attributes by 1. Additional effect, Soul Shatter active, consumes 100 million soul points to sever half of the target's current soul points. Cooldown, 12 hours. Additional effect? Unlocked at level 50. Additional effect. Equipment can be upgraded using pure energy. This Soul Dirge, combined with the Undying Soul effect, doesn't that make me invincible under the laws of the universe? Xu Pingyan smacked his lips. He felt like he was going to pursue the path of the soul to the very end. Not to mention all the resurrection methods available. Even if he accidentally died, his soul would still exist forever. Spit, spit, spit. How could I think that? Such invincible attributes are meant to make others die suddenly. No wonder it's the real deal, a true divine artifact. It never disappoints. Though its effects seem ordinary, once the number of souls is stacked, the bonuses it provides are truly terrifying. Moreover, the effect of Soul Rift is utterly domineering. It directly splits the target's souls in half. Since there's no prefix, so would it work even if it were a god? Even with just this alone, it's already incredibly exaggerated. The only issue? It's just that the consumption is a bit high. 100 million souls directly equate to 500 million attribute points. As a trump card, it's not bad. He withdrew his gaze from the few pieces of equipment. He felt excited, but his face showed no emotion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the other Supreme Beings also gradually snapped out of the afterglow of the unboxing. Of course, this only applied to the Supreme Beings who had received their shipments. Those who hadn't received their shipments. Your older sister has always treated you well. Now that such a big item has come out, you must share the profits with me. Xiaozhou, now that you have the legendary weapon, can I borrow your original epic weapon for a while? Old Bai, you're the one who got the biggest haul this time. You decide what to do with it. Exactly. They're already demanding their share. Of course. Given that these demands weren't excessive, the people handling the shipment readily agreed. A little. Joshua said in a low voice, it's getting late. Everyone, go your separate ways and prepare for tomorrow's battle. All right. See you tomorrow, then. Such a big surprise, I can't wait to see the expressions on those guys' faces tomorrow. As they chatted and laughed, the group of high-ranking officials soon departed. The big battle tomorrow? A battle involving the Supreme Beings. The opponents must be Supreme Beings too, right? Having obtained several divine artifacts and with his strength skyrocketing, Xu Pingyan, who had been itching to fight, had a bold idea. Facing Xu Pingyan's curious gaze, Bai Qitian waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you, kid. Speaking of which, you're already level 110. Have you accepted the job change quest yet? Seeing that Bai Qitian had no intention of telling him anything, Xu Pingyan sighed inwardly. He nodded obediently on the surface. I have. Oh? What's the new quest? It's simple. Master, you can rest assured. Simple? A third-tier advancement task involving fifth-tier content, a disaster-level dungeon never heard of before. Can a fourth-tier advancement task really be simple? Thinking this, Bai Qitian spoke again. Are you sure? Certain. Chu Pingyan gave a definitive answer. If it were before obtaining a few divine artifacts, he would still feel a bit anxious. Now, it was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The advancement tasks were random, the last one was difficult, this one was easy, so there wasn't much to worry about. Thinking this, Bai Qitian nodded and said, alright. Go directly to the quest tomorrow. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Got it, Master. You've been busy all day. Go rest. After Chu Pingyan left, Joshua finally spoke up. Speaking of which, the ancient secrets were used to select reserve candidates. Chu Pingyan's results were the best, weren't they? Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian replied impatiently, what? You wouldn't be thinking of letting Pingyan compete, would you? Joshua shrugged, although I don't think it's necessary, isn't that what was decided? If the best performer isn't allowed to go, then who should participate? Gu Yunyan shook his head. Even if this competition is held here and there's no danger, it's still inappropriate. Pingyan's situation isn't suitable for being exposed in public. Joshua countered, with all these anomalies happening one after another today, how long can we keep it hidden? Moreover, we recently received news from the dark world that, for some reason, the bounty on Pingyan's head has far exceeded ours. What do you mean by that? A fledgling bird must eventually spread its wings and fly. Rather than carefully protecting it, it's better to let it develop the ability to protect itself before that day comes. I believe this competition is an excellent stage for that. Chapter 70, the sky clears, the rain stops, and the cherry blossoms bloom again? As Chu Pingyan and his companions dispersed in a cheerful mood, the cherry blossom kingdom was shrouded in gloom and despair. It was still the same luxurious palace. The previous extravagance and luxury were nowhere to be seen, and there were no longer any maids singing and dancing. The emperor sat at the highest seat with a gloomy expression, while the people below dared not utter a single word. After a moment, the emperor finally spoke. Have the losses been tallied yet? At those words, one person below turned deathly pale. Are you mute? Facing the emperor's interrogation, the man forced a bitter smile and stammered, Your Majesty, the losses have been tallied. Speak. The national beast, the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi, has been completely slain. The area within a 30-kilometer radius centered on Mount Fuji has been completely destroyed, and small-scale spatial tremors are still occurring within several kilometers of the core area. The total number of confirmed missing persons is now over 10 million. Additionally, losses in infrastructure, economy, and other areas amount to no less than 100 billion magic stones. Damn it! The emperor roared in anger, Great Xia! This is outrageous! Facing the enraged emperor, the man shrunk his neck and dared not utter a single sound, fearing that any unnecessary action might draw unwanted attention. Puff, puff. The emperor, the supreme ruler, was panting heavily. What has the diplomatic response? Have they questioned the supreme ruler of Daxia about this? The Great Xia side says, they say. What did they say? They said that when the 9-ranked unique dungeon appeared, there was also a half-formed supreme demonic creature. This creature caused significant losses to the Great Xia Empire and then happened to escape to Fuji Mountain. Regarding the immense losses inflicted on the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, they expressed deep regret and apology and offered to compensate with 1 million as a token of apology. Damn it! Those damned Great Xia people. Do they really think we're idiots? All the supreme beings have been deployed. What kind of supreme demon beast could possibly escape? And just happened to end up here in Sakura? The emperor angrily overturned everything on the table. Such a half-hearted excuse shows no sign of sincerity whatsoever. It's almost as if they're slapping us in the face and saying, I'm humiliating you, and there is nothing you can do about it. Those 100,000 magic stones are nothing but the ultimate insult to them. Facing the emperor, whose hair stood on end with anger, the crowd below remained silent. Even if they knew this was just a half-hearted excuse from the Great Xia Empire, what could they do? What else could they do besides vent their impotent rage here? After a moment, the emperor, panting with anger, spoke fiercely, make sure they are severely condemned on the international stage. And order them to compensate us with 1 million magic stones immediately. It's not about the magic stones. In fact, it was merely for that so-called, almost non-existent, shred of face. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the person reporting the matter wore a bitter smile and bowed his head even lower. What? Is there a problem with that? Well. After hesitating, the person finally spoke in a dry voice, there's no problem. But the promise from the Great Xia was not 1 million magic stones, but 1 million. That's outrageous. This is truly outrageous. The emperor's hair stood on end with rage, he was furious and hysterical. Finally, he slumped back into his seat. He waved his hand helplessly, 1 million is 1 million. Make them compensate immediately, right now. Yes. The man finally sighed in relief and hurriedly took his leave. After he left, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew even more tense. Those still present held their breath, daring not to make even the slightest sound. They feared that even the slightest careless action might catch the emperor's attention and bring misfortune upon them at such a critical moment. This silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. The anger on the emperor's face gradually faded, and his expression once again became expressionless. But only those who knew him understood. This was not because the emperor had ceased to be angry, but rather a sign that his anger had reached its peak. Regarding the sudden attack on Fudo Mountain tonight by the supreme ruler of Dixia and the use of forbidden spells to purify the area, what are your thoughts on this matter? Everyone remained silent. The emperor raised his voice slightly. What's going on? Have you all gone mute? Murakami, weren't you the one laughing the loudest earlier? Suddenly called out, Murakami Yukisuke forced a bitter smile. He then forced himself to speak. I believe that the Great Xia knows there will be trouble tomorrow, so they randomly selected a lucky person tonight to demonstrate their national strength and intimidate other countries. So you're saying we're just unlucky? Murakami Yukisuke lowered his head and remained silent. It was unclear whether his silence was an admission or simply a lack of words to respond. Ha, what a stroke of bad luck. The emperor sneered. It's precisely because of the bad luck you mentioned that the entire Sakura kingdom has suffered such heavy losses. We've even lost our most important national symbol. Matsuo Hanmo, who had remained silent all along, spoke up at that moment. I believe this may not be a bad thing after all. Humph. The emperor turned to Matsuo Hanmo and coldly said, such a tremendous loss, and yet you dare to call it a good thing? The emperor has misunderstood. Matsuo Hanmo shook his head and spoke humbly, facing such a disaster, we are naturally deeply saddened and distressed. However, compared to the fact that the Great Xia Empire must have sensed something and chose to act now with a decisive strike, our misfortune and bad luck merely resulted in a relatively fortunate outcome, would you not agree? The emperor fell silent for a moment before demanding, how can you be so certain that the Great Xia did not detect our plans? Matsuo Hanmoku spoke confidently, if they had truly detected our plans, the Great Xia would not have departed so decisively at that time. Moreover, Kawada Koan returned several hours ago and reported that the person at Chokin Castle has agreed to tomorrow's plan. Oh? Is that true? Kawada Koan is waiting outside the palace. The emperor can ask him directly to verify the truth. Let him in. Soon, Kawada Yu, dressed in black ninja attire, entered the hall. He knelt on one knee and shouted, greetings to the emperor and all the noblemen. The emperor's gaze was piercing, his eyes darting back and forth across Kawanaka's body. After a full minute, he finally withdrew his gaze. Not bad. The protective barrier around the national treasure has not been triggered. It seems that tonight's events were indeed just an accident. The emperor asked, has the one at Chokin Castle agreed to tomorrow's plan? Yes. Faced with the condition of sacrificing one's soul, he hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. Excellent. The emperor roared, his eyes flashing with cold light, General Matsue, tell those nations that I have agreed to all the previous conditions. Have them act tomorrow. This. Matsuo Hanmo hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. Gazing at the cold, round moon outside the palace, the emperor's tiger-like eyes were filled with venom. The humiliation we have suffered tonight, we will repay 100-fold tomorrow. Chapter 71, the border is unstable. What does that have to do with the same country? The discussions on the Sakura countryside were naturally unknown to the Great Xia side. Even if they did, they would likely dismiss it with a laugh, not giving it a second thought. If they had no intention of relinquishing the copy, and acted out of anger, leading to a major conflict, it might indeed spiral out of control, resulting in severe losses. However, knowing that the disaster's difficulty is a trap, they only plan to reap some benefits and quietly stir up trouble. Then, no matter what plans the Cherry Blossom Nation has, they will all become a laughingstock. Moreover, the methods the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has arranged have already been detected by them. All their plans are doomed to fail. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Chu Ping'an yawned, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and went to the second floor of the inn where he had stayed the previous night to have breakfast. It's only just past 7 a.m., why are there so many people? Looking at the crowded second floor, his originally dazed expression grew more alert. Hong, did you rest well last night? Don't get nervous today. Do your best, believe in yourself. You're the best. Xiaoming, keep going. Aim for a good score today. After listening for a moment, Chu Ping'an's eyes grew unfocused. The college entrance exam. I never thought this day would come so soon. Recalling the events of the past few days, a sense of emotion welled up in his eyes. If things had gone normally, I'd probably be one of these students right now. As for now, the Gokao? Let whoever wants to take it go ahead. Anyway, Iwun T and Kuden T participate. Are the resources at top universities really that impressive? Anyone who sees them would have to admit they're impressive. But that's only for professionals at this stage. Put them in front of the highest-ranking individuals, and do you think they'd even glance at them? Although Chu Ping'an hasn't reached the level of the highest echelons, he doesn't even bother with the ancient and legendary equipment that the highest echelons treasure above all else. So naturally, he doesn't care about the college entrance exam either. looking at the parents beside him, constantly encouraging their children, and the students with faces filled with anxiety or confidence. At that moment, an indescribable emotion welled up in Chu Ping'an's heart. This emotion was indescribable and inexplicable, but it was awesome. Chu Ping'an found a random seat, called over a waiter, and ordered a few dishes. Then he settled in to watch the show. No exaggeration, as long as these candidates didn't leave, he could sit here and watch all day without getting bored. Think about it. On the day of the college entrance exam, even the top students are nervously preparing. How could someone who has already received an admission notice from Tsinghua or Peking University feel anything but calm? At that moment, Chu Ping'an was in a similar state of mind. Just then, a humble voice snapped Chu Ping'an out of his thoughts. "Excuse me. There are no other seats available. Can we share a table?" Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a well-proportioned build, standing not far away with his wife and daughter. The voice had clearly come from them. Chu Ping'an smiled and nodded. "Please make yourselves comfortable." "Thank you." The middle-aged man looked grateful. After the family settled down, the young woman, who was around the same age as Chu Ping'an, looked at him curiously from time to time. "Is there something wrong?" She was caught. Ian Lily's cheeks flushed red, but she couldn't help her curiosity. Are you also taking the college entrance exam today?" "College entrance exam?" Chu Ping'an was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not taking the college entrance exam." "Huh?" Ian Lily realized, "Oh, you're a senior. I'm not an upperclassman, I'm in the same grade as you." "Huh? Then why aren't you taking the Gaokao?" Chu Ping'an smiled without responding. "Lily." The middle-aged man glared at his daughter, then apologized. "Sorry, my daughter spoke out of turn." "It's okay." Chu Ping'an waved it off indifferently. After that, neither of them continued the conversation. The middle-aged man turned to his daughter and began discussing the various precautions for the college entrance exam. He urged her to relax and not get too nervous. A short while later, Chu Ping'an finished eating. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Dad. What did the master say?" "The master didn't say anything. I don't know what the arrangements are for later either. Why not just take the college entrance exam? Are you looking down on the old master? He personally intervened, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, if I really have to take the college entrance exam now, that's just pure bullying. Even if the master hasn't made any arrangements, I couldn't bear the shame if I went." "Don't give me that nonsense. Don't you think about who your son is following now? The treatment he is getting can't be bad." Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm in a hurry today and need to go handle my advancement tasks. As for you, hurry up. Don't wait until we meet next time and your rank is still lower than mine." "Impossible?" "Ha, I can only say you know nothing about the others' situations. With your limited knowledge, I'd be embarrassed to even mention you." Hey, my signal is bad. I've got to go." Before Chu Qianren could say another word, Chu Ping'an hung up the phone decisively. Ian Lily, standing nearby, shot him a look of utter astonishment. It was hard to say exactly what that look meant, but the gaze of the young girl's father beside her had already turned unfriendly. Chu Ping'an gave the family a friendly smile before turning and leaving. After Chu Ping'an left, faint murmurs could be heard from the family behind him. No wonder he doesn't have to take the college entrance exam. How lucky. Lily, you must know that good universities aren't something you can just get into through connections. The universities you get into this way won't be very good. There is no need to envy these good-for-nothing second-generation kids. But I think the young man doesn't seem like that kind of person. You're still young, you don't have enough experience to tell the difference. The voices grew fainter, and Chu Ping'an didn't give much thought to the outsider's gossip. Arriving outside the hotel. "Master?" Seeing the figure that had appeared beside him out of nowhere, Chu Ping'an looked surprised. "I just came by to check on you." Bai Qitian smiled, but the others around him ignored the renowned figure of the Great Xia dynasty, as if he weren't there. It was clear that they had been somehow manipulated to ignore him. "When do you plan to leave?" "Now. That's good." Bai Qitian nodded, his expression growing more serious. "The border won't be peaceful today. If the advancement task involves this area, we'll wait until tomorrow to complete it." Actually, I'm pretty skilled. Maybe I can help out?" Bai Qitian chuckled, clearly not taking it seriously. "Don't worry, everything is under control. Just mind your own business." "Alright then." Bai Qitian came and went in a hurry. Watching the other person's figure disappear into the distance, Chu Ping'an murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. "The border isn't peaceful. I hope things are okay overseas." Chapter 72, Sky Arena, Robbery. Qingyun City, Qingyun 3rd Middle School. It was now 8:40 a.m., with only 20 minutes remaining before the college entrance exam officially began. Half an hour earlier, the principal's speech had already concluded. Everyone had already collected the standard issue weapons corresponding to their chosen professions and was waiting for the exam to begin. With nothing to do, the students of Class 7, Grade 12 were casually chatting among themselves. The conversation naturally centered on one person. He awakened a useless profession and didn't even bother to show up for the college entrance exam. The son of the city lord is really pathetic. If he had the guts to face his weaknesses head-on, I'd give him some credit. The person everyone was discussing was none other than Chu Ping'an. Among them, only Chu Ping'an's friend Lu Zihao remained silent. However, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. By all accounts, that guy should have already completed his advancement by now. Why isn't he participating in the college entrance exam? To put it bluntly, even without any skills, relying solely on the gap in their attributes, he would easily crush these newbies who hadn't even advanced yet. So Lu Zihao was quite confused at the moment. Hey, look! The list of participants for the World Professional Competition has been announced. Huh? Why is it being announced now? Who cares why? Just check it out. It's not much different from before, just an additional substitute spot. That's still a change. I wonder who will get that spot. The voices suddenly fell into complete silence. Everyone was speechless. Huh? What is going on? Lu Zihao curiously peered forward, and upon catching sight of the familiar face and name, he froze. After a moment of surprise, a smile also appeared on his face at the same time, along with all the vigor and vitality of a young man. This guy is really over the top. While his peers are still preparing for the college entrance exams, he's off competing in the Peak League. No wonder he wasn't even seen during the college entrance exams. If he could compete in the Peak tournament, he wouldn't waste his time on the Baby Cup either. At the same time, in a school in Changwon City, Ian Lily, who had once crossed paths with Chu Ping'an, saw that familiar face and couldn't help but let out an excited scream. Ah! It's that handsome guy. No wonder he didn't take the college entrance exam. Completely oblivious to the surprised glances around her. Meanwhile, Chu Ping was completely unaware of these side events. At that moment, he had already left the border and was traveling across a vast expanse of turquoise ocean aboard an epic vehicle. Sky Arena, top 1000 ranking. This advancement quest really thinks highly of me. This was the 5th tier advancement task Chu Ping'an had received the previous night. Most people would be puzzled upon hearing the term Sky Arena. But Chu Ping'an had heard Chu Quangren boast about his glorious achievement of reaching the top 10,000 at the 6th tier back in the day. The Sky Arena is a special structure located in the Pacific Ocean. Any professional can challenge themselves here to improve their ranking, earn corresponding points, and exchange them for special rewards and titles. Among them, the top-ranked professionals receive additional special rewards every month and every year. This structure has existed for over a century and belongs to no organization or nation. In theory, anyone should be able to enter and challenge others. However, this is not the case. Thinking about the information in his mind, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. I hope I don't happen to encounter such a special situation. Otherwise, I'll just have to make a fortune in magic stones. Just then, the vehicle suddenly shook violently. Chu Ping'an quickly realized what had happened and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's the high seas, it's never peaceful here. In just a moment, they had come under attack. In the Great Xia Empire, such a situation would never have occurred. He didn't let the attack continue. Although this legendary vehicle had the ability to counterattack, the enemy dared to act like outlaws, and it was clearly not something a vehicle alone could handle. He stored the items in his storage ring, and several newly formed spells immediately came flying toward him. How enthusiastic! As he mused, an invisible barrier coalesced before Chu Ping'an. The seemingly powerful magic flickered and vanished. Are you unharmed? This rich kid seems to have some skills. No wonder he dared to come out here on the high seas. A 4th-tier cultivator dares to come here? Let's give him a proper lesson. It wasn't until then that Chu Ping'an had time to clearly see what was happening before him. In the distance, he saw 3 men and 2 women, all foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Each of them had a faint white pair of wings gathered behind them. Although they were communicating in a bird-like language, this posed no obstacle to Chu Ping'an, who was an academic prodigy. As they spoke, 3 of them began to mutter incantations. From the shifting elements around them, it was clear they were preparing some powerful magic. Though I'm curious about the skills you're about to use, I'm in a hurry right now. As Chu Ping'an's voice faded, the 5 people in the distance were startled to find that the figures of their opponents had vanished from sight. Where did that guy go? He can't even keep up with my speed. How dare he come out to rob people when he's so weak? Chu Ping'an, who had already arrived behind the 5, remained expressionless. How is that possible? He's only at the 4th rank, how could he have such astonishing speed? Ret! Leave him to me. The rugged-looking man grinned savagely, raising his massive hammer and swinging it toward Chu Ping'an. At the same time, a terrifying bolt of lightning flickered around him, transforming into lightning chains that bound Chu Ping'an. Relax, kid. You're lucky to have run into us. At least we only want money, not your life. Hand over your savings quietly, and you'll avoid any physical harm. Is that so? The thunder-chasing Chu Ping'an had vanished without a trace at that moment. A single finger pointed out, striking the incoming giant hammer. Bang! A dull thud. The man called Rhett, whose massive hammer had already turned to dust before Chu Ping'an's finger. Rhett and his teammates stood frozen in place, speechless with shock. Can't even withstand less than 10% of my strength? Chu Ping'an sighed, a hint of boredom flitting across his face. How weak. As he spoke, his finger, as white as jade, casually pointed toward Rhett. Rhett's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, his knees gave way, and he knelt before Chu Ping'an, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wait! Master, this is all I have. Consider that we only take money and don't harm lives, spare us this once." Chapter 73, The Money-Grabbing Eagle. In the epic vehicle. Chu Ping'an sipped his tea, with 5 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners kneeling obediently in a row before him. Their faces were adorned with fawning smiles. As for what they were cursing in their hearts, only they knew. Chu Ping'an spoke casually, "Go ahead and tell me." The 5 of them froze. The roughest-looking one, named Lei Te, spoke cautiously, "Sir, I swear, you're the first person from the Great Xia Kingdom we've robbed in the past few months. As everyone knows, the Xia people on the high seas are the hardest to provoke. If it weren't for the fact that you're only at the 4th rank, even if you gave us 10,000 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." As he spoke, Lei Te couldn't help but curse under his breath. He wasn't cursing Chu Ping'an, but that idiot Harry. If I ever get the chance, I'll cut off his head and kick it like a ball. After spending so much money, he dares to rip us off. Who the hell is this 4th-ranked person who can shatter a 7th-ranked epic weapon with just one finger? Even if someone said the person in front of him was the 9th-tier supreme of the Great Xia Empire, he wouldn't doubt it for a second. Recalling what had just happened, Lei Te felt like crying. If it weren't for the instruments detecting that the opponent was only 4th tier, would they have dared to confront him so boldly? The result? They just tried and died. Chu Ping'an furrowed his brows. "Who asked you that?" "Huh?" Lei Te was on the verge of tears. "Then what did you want to ask? What's the current situation at the Sky Arena?" "Oh, that's what you meant." Lei Te sighed in relief and then answered honestly, "At the beginning of this month, the people from the Great Eagle Empire took control again. All other professional fighters from other nations must pay 1 million magic stones to enter." 1 million magic stones just to enter? Why don't they just go rob someone instead? Lei Te shook his head seriously. "Big shot, I can't agree with that. Robbing people is risky. This is much faster than robbing them." Chu Ping'an gave the other a half smile and ignored him. Although the Sky Arena is a public building, the rewards inside were abundant. For instance, powerful nations like the Great Eagle would occasionally seize it forcefully, demanding that professionals from other nations pay a fee to enter. Such incidents frequently escalate into violent clashes between the highest-ranking warriors. If the Great Eagle's people won, they would naturally become even more arrogant. If they lost? They'll lie low for a while, but they'll dare again next time. Chu Ping'an snapped back to reality, glanced at the few people in front of him, and smiled. "You don't have any equipment on you right now. This open sea is pretty dangerous. Why don't I just send you back home?" Lei Te's eyes lit up briefly before he spoke obediently. "We wouldn't dare trouble the boss. Even if there is danger, it's our own fault. Right?" "Yeah." The other 4 nodded frantically. Upon hearing this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but show a hint of regret. He shook his head and said, "All right. If you ever want to take revenge, you can come find me in Daxia anytime. The boss is joking. This is all our own doing. The boss has spared our lives, we should be grateful, not think about revenge." Hearing this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The language of the Great Xia Empire was indeed too profound for these people. A moment later, 5 figures dressed in thin clothing appeared on the vast sea. Gazing in the direction the epic vehicle had departed, Lei Te sighed. "That big shot is truly a kind-hearted person. Not only did they not get angry when they were insulted, but they even planned to send us back to our hometown." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Not a single person harbored even the slightest bit of resentment toward being robbed by Chu Ping'an. What a joke! Someone as powerful as the supreme being, they were still alive at this moment, having narrowly escaped death. Besides, would such a powerful figure even bother with their meager possessions? That was merely a minor reprimand for their offense. Only one person, upon hearing this, wore an odd expression on his face. After hesitating, he couldn't help but voice his doubts. "Is there any possibility that the hometown this big shot mentioned isn't the hometown we understand?" Lei Te spoke blankly. "In the Great Xia dynasty, does hometown have any other meanings?" The other 3 also looked puzzled. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So only he felt like they had just narrowly escaped death? Chu Ping'an naturally had no idea about the little incident that occurred after he left. He also had no idea that after being robbed by him, this group of people not only harbored no ill will but actually felt grateful toward him. He had always held the attitude that it didn't matter whether he killed them or not. Coincidentally, he was in a fairly good mood at the moment and had just made a few billion magic stones from them. So he decided to let them off the hook. Speaking of which, it's already the end of the month. The group led by Big Eagle has been in control since the beginning of the month. They must have accumulated quite a lot of magic stones by now. I hope they won't disappoint me. The emotion of anticipation flickered in Chu Ping'an's eyes. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. For some reason, the hour-long journey was unusually peaceful, with no bandits in sight. This left Chu Ping'an feeling a bit disappointed. He glanced at the current coordinates. Sky Arena is almost within reach. Only a few minutes remained. After some thought, Chu Ping'an put away the vehicle and decided to continue the journey on foot. Oh, there are quite a few people. Although there were still a few minutes left, in this stretch of sky, he could already see quite a few figures. Though they were still quite far away, Chu Ping'an's keen eyesight made the distance no problem. He could clearly see people of various skin colors, genders, and appearances. What a lively scene! Thinking this, he joined the countless ordinary people heading toward the Sky Arena, flying in the same direction. Soon, a massive structure came into view, its pure white, unknown metal giving it an opulent and grand appearance. It cast a vast shadow over the azure sea. One after another, figures approached the structure, instinctively folding their wings behind them as they arrived, lining up obediently to wait for entry. Chu Ping'an thought for a moment, then pulled out a black robe and draped it over himself. He then decided to follow local customs and joined the line behind a group of people with yellow skin. Those guys from the Great Eagle are really shameless. They keep pulling this stunt. What's the point besides annoying people? Hearing the same language spoken by strangers, Chu Ping'an felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, he had no intention of joining the conversation. The crowd moved quickly, and within just a few minutes, it was the turn of the people in front. Just as Chu Ping'an thought it would be his turn soon, a familiar voice suddenly pierced his ears. What? 100 million magic stones? Why don't you just go rob someone? Chapter 74, The Cat and the Prince, the Supreme Carton of the Great Eagle. Cobman wore a playful smile on his face. We're already robbing them. If you can't come up with that many magic stones, don't linger here. The people behind us are waiting. Upon hearing this, Zhong Muxue and the others grew furious. Cobman said arrogantly, if you're not satisfied, call your Great Xia's Supreme to come. I wonder if they even have the time. Or do you want to try it yourselves? Zhong Muxue glared at him and waved her hand angrily. Let us go. Muxue, what about your advancement task? Even if I fail the advancement task, I won't give you a single magic stone. With that, Zhong Muxue didn't bother waiting for her teammates' reactions and turned to leave first. Her teammates quickly followed suit. Watching Zhong Muxue and the others leave, Kaufman's eyes flickered with an ambiguous expression. He spoke softly, Garcia, big brother. Hey, leave it to me. Standing beside him, a burly man with bulging muscles flexed his shoulders, his face twisted into a savage grin. Without any hesitation, he also left. 100 million magic stones. This money is so easy to make. Thinking about himself, he had worked so hard selling all those boxes, yet the profit margin was only a few magic stones. Who knew that people outside were just pulling out guns? Hey, take off your hood and let me see. The voice ringing in his ears snapped Chu Ping'an back to reality. He saw Kaufman staring at him with a suspicious expression. Chu Ping'an took off his hood. Another yellow-skinned person? Kaufman couldn't help but furrow his brows. Not another Xia, I hope? Hey, say something. Hey. Chu Ping'an nodded solemnly, then mimicked a strange, foul-smelling language, Jili Gulu, Jili Gala. Kaufman was completely baffled. Enough. 100,000 magic stones. Hurry up and go in. But to everyone's surprise, Chu Ping'an shook his head, pointed at himself, then pointed in the direction of Zhong Muxue and the others, who had already left a while ago. Daxia, you're dead. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. That's some serious hatred. Kaufman sighed, but it's understandable. After all, last night, that divine beast from Sakura country was slaughtered by the supreme rulers of Daxia. When the Great Xia people get serious, they're really over the top. They unleashed over 10 forbidden spells. Good thing our Great Eagle isn't weak either. Ignoring this minor incident, Kaufman continued to focus on his work. About 10 minutes later, Garcia, who had left earlier, returned with a smug expression. Kaufman immediately greeted him with a flattering smile. Garcia, how's it going? Garcia ruffled his bald head and grinned. Those guys from Daxia are indeed easy targets. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Kaufman smiled awkwardly. Brother Garcia, you're too kind. These are all your spoils of war. What do they have to do with me? Let us not talk about that. Garcia waved his hand. I'll go inside and take a look. You stay out here and keep watch. If there's any more easy prey, remember to call me. What's so interesting inside? Kaufman's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but he smiled and agreed. Alright. I'm enough out here. Garcia strode confidently inside. I can't help but feel that Big Brother's walking posture is even more domineering than before. Is that just my imagination? Kaufman shook his head and didn't dwell on it further. On the other side, inside the Sky Arena. There are so many ways to enter, why always choose the hardest one? Even if it's not as elaborate as this, wouldn't it have been simpler before? Garcia, or rather, Chu Ping'an, looked at the surging crowd inside the Sky Arena with a look of As for the real Garcia, he was probably already in the belly of some giant sea monster by now? I never expected this guy to not only be powerful but also have such a complicated background. No wonder the guys at the entrance were so respectful toward him. He possesses 8th tier strength and is also a disciple of one of the highest ranking figures from the Great Eagle faction. Good thing my strength is a notch higher, otherwise I might have ended up in trouble. Recalling the events of earlier, Chu Ping'an's expression grew solemn. What he thought could be settled with a single punch ended up taking 10 punches to nearly knock the opponent unconscious. When using an item to gather information, he nearly triggered a forbidden spell and exposed himself. Thankfully, I obtained the Chaos Destiny skill yesterday. Everything related to Chu Ping'an was completely erased. The series of restrictions on the opponent's body also became ineffective, and none of them were triggered in the end. To be precise, they were triggered but couldn't find their target. And then returned to the opponent's body. At least I managed to overhear some confidential information regarding the basic plans for the Eagle faction in a few hours, and the magic stones accumulated in the Sky Arena over the past month. Thinking about that magic stone, even Chu Ping'an couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had a bunch of gold-hungry clients waiting to spend money. Due to his low status, this guy doesn't know much about the Eagle's plans. Most of what he knows comes from his master. With only a superficial understanding, even if he wanted to get involved, it wouldn't be realistic. We can only keep an eye on it and try using the Imperial Seal later to see if there's any surprises. The key right now is the magic stone inside the Sky Arena. The magic stones are currently in the possession of the highest-ranking official stationed at the Sky Arena, Carlton. Coincidentally, this very same Carlton is Garcia's master. Garcia, come here. A deep voice suddenly rang out beside him, and Chu Ping'an froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. He was currently in Garcia's body. Then that voice. Yes, master. Carlton was in his private room on the 4th floor of the Sky Arena. Only the top 100 professionals in the Sky Arena are assigned to exclusive rooms. The 4th floor ranks between the 50th and 30th positions in the overall rankings. The corresponding information flashed through Chu Ping'an's mind, and without hesitation, he quickly arrived at the door of the opponent's private room. Knock knock. Come in. Yes, master. Chu Ping'an pushed open the door and entered the room, where he saw Carlton, dressed in a blue robe with white hair, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the dim, hazy void. Above him, several bright points moved irregularly. The Sky Arena's exclusive room can manifest corresponding laws according to the room owner's intentions. However, the time available to use this feature each year is limited. Chapter 75, The Sky of the Sky Arena is about to change. This is also why the Supreme Beings occasionally make their appearance. For beings of their caliber, the only goals are to gain experience and evolve their domains into rules. Chu Ping'an merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze and speaking respectfully, Master, did you summon me for something? The rule evolution displayed before Carlton slowly faded away. He then turned back, his slightly aged face adorned with a kind smile. I hear you had a good harvest today? Chu Ping'an rubbed his bald head and smiled shyly. I just happened to come across a few people from the Great Xia Empire, so I decided to have a little fun. Didn't that interfere with your plans, Master? Carlton shook his head with a smile. No problem. Don't mention just a few young men from the Great Xia Kingdom. After today, the entire Great Xia Kingdom will be no match for us. You're truly a master. Enough of that. I have to leave in an hour. After that, the Sky Arena will be under your command. This is the core of the control array. As he spoke, Carlton handed over a white sphere. With this, even if someone tries to break in from the outside using a forbidden spell, it can hold out for at least half an hour. And within the array, with your strength, even a 9th rank opponent won't stand a chance. Of course, at this point, the Great Xia Empire doesn't have the spare resources to focus their attention here. As he spoke, Carlton handed over a scroll. This is the engraved mark I left specifically for you. Even if something unexpected happens, and a Supreme Being were to arrive, as long as he's here, no matter how far apart we are, as long as we're not in the midst of a major battle, I can reach you in less than 10 seconds. However, this is our final trump card. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Chu Ping'an held the scroll and the white sphere, nodding firmly, Master, rest assured. As long as I still have a breath left, the Sky Arena will be safe. Carlton smiled and nodded. He had always placed great trust in this disciple. Though he appeared rough and tough, his mind was exceptionally delicate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important task to him. This ring contains the magic stones collected over the past month. Since I won't be able to carry it with me during the upcoming battle, I'll entrust it to you as well. After a pause, Carlton spoke seriously. As a reward for your service at the Sky Arena, the magic stones inside may differ slightly from the recorded amount, but they must not be significantly less. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to account for it to the other Supreme Beings. Master, you can rest assured. Chu Ping'an patted his chest. I just made a fortune from those easy targets. I'm tempted to put some more in there. Carlton scolded with a laugh. Why not just give it all to me? Of course. Every resource I have is a gift from you, teacher. Without you, there would be no Garcia today. Whatever you need, I'll hand it all over to you anytime. What use are those things to me? Carlton glared at Chu Ping'an, then smiled and waved his hand. Go get back to work. Chu Ping'an nodded, then hesitated for a moment before reminding him, Master, the Great Xia Empire has deep roots. When the time comes to act, please prioritize your own safety above all else. Carlton smiled, don't worry, I've got it under control. After Chu Ping'an left the room, Carlton withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself, speaking of which, that young man's art of speaking has improved significantly today. I wonder where he learned that from. Despite his words, the hint of a smile in his voice made it clear how pleased he was at the moment. On the other side, Chu Ping'an looked at the storage ring filled with magic stones and a look of emotion flashed across his face. That old man was truly a good person. Chu Ping'an naturally knew that the old man's kindness was only directed toward his disciple. Their positions were diametrically opposed, and if the other knew everything he had done, he would likely want to tear him to pieces. This remark was merely a sigh of relief, spared from a series of potential complications. Originally, he had been thinking about whether to rob the Supreme Being or if he had to rob the Supreme Being to get his hands on these magic stones. Who would have thought that after just one meeting, the other party would simply give them to him? No wonder it's the real deal divine technique. The Chaos Destiny path is truly domineering. Chu Ping'an naturally wouldn't be so naive as to think it was his acting that impressed them. Not only was the information he had gathered in such a short time limited, but he couldn't even remember the other person's habits. Even if he could remember, the Supreme Being wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. Simply standing in front of them would likely reveal something amiss. To achieve what Chu Ping'an had done, there was likely only one person in the entire world who could match him. And all of this clearly stemmed from his chaotic destiny. In fact, the moment he stood before the other party, Chu Ping'an felt an unusual force enveloping him. Looking back, this force clearly originated from Carlton. However, as the Chaos Destiny path flickered with a faint light, this force was slowly guided into his body, settling quietly in the corner. Clearly, without the Chaos Destiny, at that moment, a forbidden spell would have erupted. Instead of the current situation where everyone was safe and sound. Thinking this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but glance at the ring in his hand again, a look of emotion flitting across his face. Running the Sky Arena is truly a lucrative business. In just a month, the magic stones piled up here had already reached over 1 trillion. Little darlings, no need to rush. Once the old man is gone, you'll all be mine. Although the Chaos Destiny was concealing it, using it now wasn't entirely out of the question. But what if the old guy suddenly decides to take one last look before leaving? The probability is low, but it's not entirely impossible. If we can avoid trouble, we should certainly do so. Soon, an hour passed. After sensing that Carlton's presence had completely vanished, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Ping'an's lips. He squeezed the small ball in his hand. Over the next period of time, the entire Sky Arena. I'm in charge. Now that he had officially become the leader, the rules here would naturally have to be changed during this period. Arriving at the entrance of the Sky Arena, Kaufman immediately adopted a respectful expression, Brother Garcia. Chu Ping'an nodded, then glanced at the people waiting in line to enter. You, wait here for a moment. Kaufman, come with me. Though confused, Kaufman obediently followed. Garcia? As per Lord Carlton's instructions, from now on, anyone entering the Sky Arena must pay an entry fee of 10 million, except for those from our Great Eagle Empire. As for those from the Great Xia Empire, it's been raised to 100 million. Kaufman's mouth dropped open in shock. That much? Humph. Chu Ping'an frowned. Are you questioning my teacher's decision? Chapter 76, Little Sakura's Assist. Kaufman's scalp tingled. Questioning the supreme decision, had he lived long enough, or did he no longer value his life? That's not what I meant. Kaufman explained, even in the Great Xia dynasty, it's only worth this much. 10 million in Daxia? Does that mean the previous 100 million was just a random figure? Thinking this to himself, Chu Ping'an grinned, don't worry, Daxia isn't just 10 million anymore. Double it, 100 million per person. What the hell? 100 million? Is there really someone who would pay that price? Kaufman looked utterly skeptical. The Sky Arena doesn't accept losers. Chu Ping'an wore a smug expression, as for anyone who has objections, they can come find me directly. Needless to say, from today onward, the sky will change for the entire world. The two families dividing the world equally is now a thing of the past. Kaufman's eyes lit up instantly. What do you mean? As a mid-level executive, his status was only average compared to Garcia and the supreme leaders of the Great Eagle Empire. But compared to others, he was still no slouch. Therefore, he had also obtained some information yesterday. Upon hearing Garcia speak, he immediately caught on. Chu Ping'an remained silent, but a hint of arrogance flashed across his face. Kaufman, however, thought he understood his meaning and nodded in realization. No wonder you wanted to raise the price. Only the highest authorities with foresight could think of that. From now on, the Great Eagle Empire will dominate the entire empire. Then this Sky Arena will be theirs, won't it? How many magic stones each person collects, that's entirely up to them. Start with 10 million magic stones now, then gradually increase the stakes later. By the end. As he spoke, Kaufman couldn't help but laugh. As if he could already see the beautiful scene he imagined. Chu Ping'an's face also broke into a bright smile. But he was laughing at the endless stream of cabbage that would bring him even more profits. Garcia, I know what to do. Chu Ping'an nodded satisfactorily, go ahead. Returning to the entrance, Kaufman took back the reins of conversation. A black dragon who had been waiting at the door immediately smiled ingratiatingly and approached him. Sir, here are 100,000 magic stones. Please accept them. Kaufman took the storage ring, glanced at it, and smiled with a hint of amusement. 100,000 magic stones? Are you trying to give this to a beggar? The black dragon froze in place, then forced an awkward yet polite smile. Sir. Are you joking? Hasn't it always been 100,000 magic stones before? Kaufman shot him a sideways glance before speaking arrogantly. You said it yourself, that was before. Now, if you want to enter, it's a different price. Black Dragon felt a chill run through his limbs. Despite his anger, he can only flatter him. Sir, what is the current price? 10 million magic stones. Speaking with arrogance, Kaufman declared, all you waiting in line, listen up. Except for professionals from our Great Eagle Empire who can enter the Sky Arena for free, everyone else will have their entry fees increased to 10 million magic stones starting today. As Kaufman's voice echoed, the crowd erupted into chaos. Various languages echoed loudly in the chaotic scene. Are these guys from Big Eagle crazy? 10 million. Are they desperate for money? Even the wealthy of Great Xia might not be able to come up with 10 million magic stones. Why do they think we can? In my opinion, the supreme ruler of Daxia should severely punish these greedy bloodsuckers. 10 million magic stones? I'd rather die than pay that much. After the crowd's murmurs gradually died down, Kaufman spoke calmly. A transaction is a matter of mutual consent. If you think the price is too high, then leave. As for the Great Xia you keep mentioning, from today onward, any Great Xia citizen wishing to enter must pay 10 billion magic stones to gain entry. Today, you may think 1 million magic stones is expensive, but in a short while, the price might not be the same. The appearance of the 9th tier unique dungeon in Great Xia is something everyone here should be well aware of. After today, whether Great Xia will still exist is an unknown. At that time, humph. Kaufman sneered coldly, and the arrogance of the Great Eagle was fully exposed at that moment. The crowd fell into silence as they heard his words. Their eyes flickered with uncertain light. Seeing this, Kaufman maintained his arrogant expression, but inwardly, he marveled at the supreme wisdom. 1 million magic stones. Even if we only get a tiny fraction in the end, it's still worth it. As a perk of their duty, they could receive a reward based on the duration of their shift and the expenses incurred during their duty. After a brief silence, someone spoke up again. What about the people currently in the Sky Arena? Kaufman couldn't help but glance at Garcia beside him, his eyes seeking his opinion. Chu Ping'an smiled and said, we're not monsters. Those who entered early will not be charged additional fees as long as they do not leave voluntarily. It's like if you've already paid 10 million magic stones to enter, even if the price goes up during the event, it won't affect anyone inside the arena. As Chu Ping'an finished speaking, the crowd fell silent once more. But this silence lasted less than half a minute before it was broken by a voice filled with hostility. Damn it! Kimmy, if you can't come up with 10 million magic stones, get out of that spot immediately. Don't waste the time of those behind us who want to enter. Black Dragon glared angrily at the young cherry blossom who had spoken. What are you looking at? Can't afford the magic stones and still acting so arrogant? The young cherry blossom who had spoken earlier stared back fearlessly. The elders are being so lenient. You should know that the Great Xia Empire requires 1 billion magic stones just to enter. A measly 10 million, what is there to argue about, you idiots? Or are you planning to wait until the price goes up and then regret it later? At that moment, many finally realized what was going on. Their faces first showed signs of pain, but their expressions soon hardened, clearly having made up their minds. Even the black dragon standing at the entrance hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. 10 million magic stones is 10 million magic stones. Saying this, the black dragon pulled out a total of 8 rings from various parts of his body. Finally, he pulled out one more from the soles of his feet, making a total of 10 storage rings. Take them. No need for words. Kaufman remained silent throughout, his face as dark as ever. After checking and confirming that the magic stones were correct, he waved his hand. Go inside. Chu Ping'an, who had already activated a screen blocking skill for himself, stared at Kaufman in awe. Chapter 77, The Nightmare of the Strong, Hell Mode activated. It must be said that while the price was a bit steep, the service provided was truly impeccable. No matter how strong the smell was, Kaufman remained completely unfazed throughout. Chu Ping'an thought for a moment. If it were him, he would have probably slapped the other person across the face. With the first person paying, the others followed suit without any hesitation. In just a short while, over 10 people had gone in. That's over 100 million magic stones in the bank. Even robbing someone wouldn't be this fast. No wonder the people from Ding are so enthusiastic about this. Even though they're frequently struck by the supreme hammer of the Great Xia Empire, after some time passes, they still dare. In just a moment, it was the cherry blossom-clad person who had spoken earlier. The other party pulled out 1,000,000 magic stones with a look of pure satisfaction. Kaufman nodded and smiled, saying, "You're quite impressive." Anyone could tell that without this guy speaking up, the price hike wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Upon receiving Kaufman's praise, the man immediately revealed an expression of overwhelming excitement. "Hey! It's an honor to be able to assist the noble from the upper realm. Moreover, the Great Xia killed our divine beast last night. The fact that the nobles are not allowing the Great Xia people to enter the Sky Arena is enough for me to be deeply grateful." Listening to the other person ramble on endlessly, Kaufman, who had been satisfied earlier, suddenly grew impatient. "I understand. Go inside quickly." "Hey!" Once the other party had disappeared from sight, Kaufman couldn't help but vent to Chu Pingyan beside him. "These people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are truly brainless. I was just being polite. He doesn't really think his performance just now will get him any favors from me, does he?" Chu Pingyan smiled. "After all, they're just dogs. Just give them a friendly face and they'll wag their tails happily. Let alone the fact that you just offered them a bone. You really see through them." Kaufman laughed. "I've never seen anyone give money so happily before. Stay outside and keep watch. If anyone causes trouble, call for help and notify me if you can't handle it. I'll go to the arena to have some fun and see if I can improve my ranking. Once this shift is over, with the achievements we've made, I'm sure there'll be plenty of rewards for everyone. Alright, big brother, go ahead and enjoy yourself." With the prestige of the Great Eagle Empire in the world, no one dares to cause trouble except the Great Xia. Ordinary troublemakers? With me and the other brothers here, we can handle them easily. Upon hearing this, Chu Pingyan nodded and turned to leave. Kaufman and the others, energized by the words, threw themselves into their work with intense focus and diligence. What a bunch of useful workers. What a pity. Chu Pingyan, who had returned to the inner courtyard, couldn't help but sigh. Who could blame him for being an imposter? Being able to command this group of people so freely was something he could only do for a moment like this. While the Supreme Being isn't here, let us get the first advancement task done first. As for the magic stones these people collected? With no Supreme Being in the Sky Arena, he, as the Supreme Being's direct disciple who controlled the array disk, was the highest authority here. If he wants to take back the magic stones they've collected, it's as easy as saying a word. Once the advancement task is completed, I'll take all the magic stones and then cast the fusion taboo spell to give these guys a surprise. As for how effective the fusion forbidden spell would be, Chu Pingyan didn't care. What matters is, the Great Xia Empire is being the good guy, so the Eagle Empire, which received 1,000,000 magic stones, can only play the bad guy for a while. The Great Eagle Empire's reputation being ruined is one thing, but they paid the money and their safety wasn't guaranteed. I bet there'll be a lot of people looking for trouble with the Great Eagle Empire by then, right? Setting aside these fantasies in his mind, even though there's a high probability they'll become reality, but for now, nothing has happened yet, so there's no point in thinking about it. Chu Pingyan first found an empty spot, removed Garcia's jacket, and followed him to an empty corner, sitting down at a machine. The entire hall was filled with countless similar machines. Once professionals approached them, they could perform various operations, match battles, and improve their scores and rankings. Once the matching process began, no one from the outside could interfere or harm those inside. Unless the entire Sky Arena is destroyed. Detected that this is your first time participating in the Sky Arena ranking. Would you like to use a code name? Note, if you do not use a code name, you will fight under your real name. Chu Pingyan paused for a moment. Your code name has been confirmed, Nightmare of the Strong. Isn't that name a bit too arrogant? Never mind. Once the mask is on, who cares? Arrogant? He has the right to be arrogant. Initial matchmaking in progress, please wait. A normal match? How long will it take to reach the top 1,000? Even if he keeps winning, by the time he reaches the top 1,000, the top players who left might have already returned. With that in mind, Chu Pingyan decisively switched the challenge mode. Detected that you have changed your matchmaking settings. You have activated Hell Mode. Rematching opponents for you. Hell Mode will match you against opponents with significantly higher current rankings than your own. Each victory will yield significantly more points than in normal mode. Additionally, starting from the third consecutive victory, the points earned from each subsequent victory will increase significantly based on the number of consecutive wins. The downside is that you cannot stop until you complete 50 consecutive wins. Furthermore, a single loss will reset your points to 0 and place you in a 1-month weakened state. During the weakened state, all attributes are reduced by 90%. This is an extreme challenge mode where the risks are as great as the rewards. You have been matched with an opponent. Your opponent is from the country, Monkey. Rank, 6th tier. Codename, Ramajin. Sequence score, 1024. No wonder it's Hell Mode. The first match is already a 1,000-point game. Under normal circumstances, a newbie like Chu Pingyan would need at least 50 consecutive wins to face an opponent with a 1,000-point rating. As the information flashed by, Chu Ping'an found himself suddenly in a gladiatorial arena. Across from him stood a gaunt young man in black attire, his skin slightly darker than average, staring at Chu Ping'an with an odd expression. Great Xia? Fourth tier? Young man, didn't your elders warn you about the horrors of hell mode? If you lose, your points will be stripped and you'll face real death. Within the arena, language was automatically translated into a form the opponent could understand. Chu Ping'an paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Thanks for the warning. I'm well aware of the consequences. Hearing this, Rama Jian sighed. Never mind. I'll kill you in a less painful way. I hope it won't cast a shadow over your future. Chapter 78, the strong one who was beaten into questioning his existence. Lama Jian looked dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? It's over already? Your strength has improved quite rapidly lately. No wonder you're back in the arena so soon to climb the rankings. It wasn't until his companions spoke that he snapped back to reality. Upon hearing this, Rama Jian's face immediately turned complex. It was indeed pretty fast. But, is there any chance I got one shot by someone? His companions looked surprised. What? With your strength, that shouldn't be possible. Who took you out? Lama Jian's expression grew even more complicated. A monster from the Great Xia Empire. A monster of only the 4th rank? Lama Jian's companions gaped in disbelief. A 4th tier monster defeated a 6th tier one? No wonder Lama Jian called the other party a monster. Is this what the Great Xia is like? It's truly terrifying. The others nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the battle settlement information and the points he had lost, Lama Jian couldn't help but let out a sorrowful cry. Points. Battle ended. Winner, Nightmare of the Strong. Points earned, 260. Current wins, 1. Matching you for the next battle. Please wait. No wonder it's hell difficulty. That's a lot of points for one match. Looking at the settlement information in front of him, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. In theory, there should be a ranking. However, his current points were too low, and his ranking was at the bottom, so there was no need to display it. Due to his low strength and points, the matchmaking process was quick. Within just 3 seconds, he entered a new battle. This time, his opponent was also from a small country. The moment they saw Chu Ping'an's information, the opponent already wore a smug expression, confident of victory. However, once the battle officially began, they didn't even have time to process what was happening before everything went black before their eyes. When he came to his senses, he found himself outside the arena. Seeing the 2 large characters' failure before him, he couldn't help but question the meaning of life. Wait, how could I have been defeated so quickly? 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. The arena hall was as chaotic as ever. However, the focus of everyone's discussions was, holy crap! What the hell is this? I'm a 7th tier player and I got taken out in an instant. Bro, you encountered it too? Yeah. In their Great Xia language, it's just ridiculous. He's only 4th tier and I just blinked and I was teleported out. All I saw were the words failure in big letters. I told you not to laugh at me earlier. Now you believe me. These Xia people are really exaggerating. No wonder he dared to take such an arrogant nickname. He does have some real strength. You call that some skill? His ranking is already in the top 100,000. That's higher than all of us. Whoa, top 10,000. This Xia person must have activated hell mode. We're probably about to be matched against an 8th tier opponent next. He shouldn't be able to take down an 8th tier opponent in one hit, right? Just as everyone was discussing the matter, a frantic roar suddenly echoed in their ears. What the hell is this? I'm an 8th tier player. How could a mere 4th tier player take me down so easily? This is reality, not a game. There's no cheating allowed. Hearing this, the crowd, who had been discussing the matter moments ago, looked at each other in disbelief. An 8th tier player was taken down in an instant? Is this really something a mere 4th tier player could accomplish? He must have used some powerful item that bypassed the arena's detection system. Then what's the point of doing that? Just to show off? Maybe this is just some big shot's twisted sense of humor. Just then, a loud, arrogant voice interrupted the discussion. Though the speaker's tone was odd, it was still easy to understand. Foolish fools, even the Supreme cannot escape the arena's detection. According to your logic, could a mere 4th tier fighter possibly be stronger than the Supreme? The fact that you were killed by a 4th tier in an instant can only mean one thing: your strength is too weak. A bunch of good for nothings who aren't even as strong as a 4th tier. Hearing this, everyone immediately sneered at him. Who can't talk big? Looking at you, you must be from Sakura country. Last night, your country's divine beast was slain, so you're venting your frustration by belittling others? I've always heard that people from Sakura country aren't very strong, but they sure have a big mouth. Today, I see it's true. If you're so tough, go end their winning streak first before talking. The man from the land of cherry blossoms sneered disdainfully. Fine, let us go. Once I end that guy's winning streak, you'll see just how trashy you really are. With that, the other party no longer spoke, sitting down at the machine and beginning the match. The others didn't bat an eyelid at his boasts, crossing their arms and clearly enjoying the show. A joke. Do they really think that so many of them getting wiped out was just a joke? What's so special about being an 8th tier player? Just a moment ago, an 8th tier player was taken down in an instant. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're a little cherry blossom? If Chu Pingyan were here, he might recognize that the one speaking was none other than the one who had previously incited others to spend 10 million magic stones to enter the arena. Battle ended. Winner, Nightmare of the Strong. Points earned, 18,560. Current wins, 32. Current arena rank, 87,658. Matching you to your next battle. Please wait. Another battle ended, and Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. Why is there a 5-second countdown before the battle starts? Isn't that a waste of time? 5 seconds per battle, 32 battles is 160 seconds. If I hadn't wasted those 160 seconds, I could have had over 40 wins by now. I hope that after 50 matches, my ranking will be within the top 1,000. With that thought in mind, Chu Pingyan patiently waited for the next match. You have been matched with an opponent. Your opponent is from the country, Sakura Nation. Rank, 8th tier. Codename, Yamata no Orochi. Sequence points, 24,680. Yamata no Orochi Psycho? Looking at the opponent's codename, Chu Pingyan's expression suddenly became extremely peculiar. Isn't the Yamata no Orochi this guy worships supposed to have been buried last night? How dare he still use that name without any shame? Before Chu Pingyan could think further, the scene before him darkened and he found himself in a forest shrouded in a faint mist. Randomly teleported to the corresponding location. Countdown, 5. Unlike the previous fixed background, which was always an arena. Once the ranking drops below 100,000, the background will randomly change. Additionally, the entry point is completely random. Based on the experience from the first 2 rounds, sometimes both parties will be teleported directly face to face. It is also possible for players to be teleported to locations over 10 kilometers apart. Clearly, Chu Pingyan was lucky this time his opponent was just 100 meters away. Chapter 79, even small-time players have big dreams surrounding and killing the Supreme Being. Don't waste time looking for him. That was Chu Pingyan's first thought. Before his second thought could form, he heard the opponent already speaking in a gibberish. Is it really a 4th tier? Hell challenge mode? No wonder. Haimu Yang's face twisted into a cruel expression, a genius from the Great Xia Empire? Let this genius taste what true despair feels like. That should be quite entertaining. Kid, don't think I'll be like the useless fools before you. Your winning streak ends here. Once you fail and enter a weakened state in reality. Countdown, 0. Before Kuroki-yo could finish his words, a gray beam pierced through his body. The next moment, his consciousness grew fuzzy. When he came to, he found himself teleported back into the arena. Looking at the 2 large characters' failure before him, Haimu Yang was in a daze. How is this possible? What the hell was that beam of light just now? He was an 8th tier practitioner. An incredibly powerful 8th rank. How could he be defeated by a 4th rank in an instant? This is impossible. Realizing something, Haimu Yang's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he roared, that guy can't possibly be just an 8th rank. Even someone of the same rank couldn't kill me in an instant. How dare a 4th rank kill me? Others drawn by the roar couldn't help but snicker. Wait, did that little cherry blossom actually get matched with that big shot? So confident before the match, now you're so devastated you can't even accept reality? Ha, he's just a loser who got 1 shot. Now he knows how embarrassing it is. What do you call someone like that? A noob who doesn't even know it. But this big shot is really powerful. He can even take down an 8th tier player in one hit. A 9th tier should be no match either. With this big shot's strength, he'll definitely succeed in the Hell Mode challenge. Everyone says the Great Xia Empire is doomed, but who would VE thought that a complete unknown could suddenly emerge with such terrifying power? The various whispers around him didn't reach the ears of Haimu Yang, who was already lost in his own world. The massive attribute gap, along with all those techniques and skills, even a 4th tier fighter, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly one-shot an 8th tier. Not to mention, I have an item that grants immunity to the first death. The fact that the item didn't even activate means that only one person could possess such abilities. At the thought of that possibility, Haimu Yang couldn't help but shiver, feeling an unprecedented chill run through his entire body. The emotion of fear was corroding his heart. When did the Great Xia Empire produce such a young supreme being? And infiltrated the sky arena without a sound? At that moment, Haimu Yang realized deeply. When faced with those weaker than himself, he could stand above them with arrogance. However, once the focus shifts to the group of people at the pinnacle of the entire world, whether they are of the 8th rank or any other rank, as long as they have not reached the highest level, it seems, there is no difference at all. That primal fear is exactly the same as when he was weak and first faced a monster. However, thank goodness. Thankfully, this supreme being is still in the arena, challenging Hell Mode. Under these absolute rules, no matter how powerful this newly crowned supreme being is, he must wait until the 50 battles are over before he can leave. Even if he had acted recklessly earlier, as long as he escaped back to Sakura during this time, the other party would have no way to stop him. Thinking this, Kurokiyo finally exhaled in relief. Emerging from the fear of moments ago, his intelligence once again took the upper hand. Wait! A gleam of excitement flashed in Kurokiyo's eyes. The Supreme of Dacia, alone in the Sky Arena at such a critical moment, this could be an opportunity. Despite being merely an insignificant 8th rank individual, Sakura Nation, compared to the entire Great Xia, was nothing more than a pebble by the roadside. But even a small figure might just be the lever that shifts the course of destiny. Lever! With the strength of the Great Eagle, if we prepare thoroughly in advance, we can definitely leave behind a supreme being. All he needed to do was provide a mere scrap of information. Even if none is left behind, it won't harm me in the slightest. Thinking this, He Muyan licked his dry lips. His eyes flickered with madness and a sickening gleam. Even a small person has dreams. Battle ended. Winner, the nightmare of the strong. Points earned. Glancing at the points earned and the improved ranking, Chu Ping'an yawned. I hope the next advancement mission won't be as boring as this one. He felt no pressure at all. As for the arrogant words spoken by that guy from Sakura country earlier, he clearly didn't take them to heart. It made sense. A giant wound T-bother with an ant at its feet. Any words, when compared to the harsh reality, are meaningless. What did you say? The Supreme. I mean the Supreme of Great Xia has infiltrated the Sky Arena. Don't you know what this means? Poof. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. Kaufman waved his hand. We're professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, we don't laugh. Another person nearby chimed in at the right moment, unless you can't help it. Haimo Yang grew impatient. I'm not joking. Seeing this, Kaufman said seriously, you professional from the land of cherry blossoms, there are currently 7th and 8th ranked Xia people in the Sky Arena, but not a single 4th rank one. And there are only 5 great Xia people in total. Saying that makes it hard for me not to suspect you're intentionally trying to make fun of us. Upon hearing this, He Muyan suddenly relaxed. Besides me, there are many others who have encountered that guy. If you don't believe me, you can send someone in to ask. Then you'll know whether I'm lying or not. Kaufman smiled without speaking, but his eyes already showed signs of impatience. Noticing the change in the other's mood, He Muyan spoke seriously, believe me, I wouldn't joke about something this important. Besides, with such supreme abilities, isn't it normal to deceive everyone present? Even the rules of the arena can be concealed by him, showing only a 4th tier cultivation level. What else could he possibly not do? Most importantly, you yourself said that there are only 7th and 8th tier Xia people in the arena. The sudden appearance of someone like this only makes it more suspicious. It was unclear what had triggered Kaufman, but he eventually nodded and arranged for someone to go in with He Muyan to gather more information. Soon, the person who had gone in with He Muyan returned. With a solemn expression, he uttered a sentence that caused Kaufman's face to pale. That guy from the cherry blossom country was telling the truth. Chapter 80, Turn his world upside down. Kaufman's expression grew incredibly solemn. I understand. Go contact Garcia. When it came to a supreme being, even the slightest possibility demanded utmost caution. The other nodded and quickly left the area. Kaufman turned to He Muyan and spoke coldly, you, stay behind. What to do next and how to do it was not something a mere 8th rank could interfere with. Even he had no role to play. However, there were certain matters that needed to be conveyed through the other party's words. Understood, sir. Hikuro nodded, a flash of excitement and satisfaction crossing his eyes. He quietly stepped aside to wait. A few minutes later, the man who had been sent to find Garcia returned. Sorry, I couldn't find Garcia in the lobby. The communication devices aren't connecting either. What's going on? Given Big Brother's usual habits, this shouldn't be happening. Kaufman's eyes flashed with confusion, but he nodded and said, I understand. Have someone wait in the lobby for a while. If you see Garcia, notify me immediately. Got it. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Battle ended. Winner, Nightmare of the Strong. Current wins, 50. Current total points, 87,484. Current arena rank, 987. Hell challenge has ended. Would you like to start the next match? Made it into the top 1,000. The advancement quest is complete. With the large amount of magic stones stored in my pouch, the rewards from this trip are unprecedentedly abundant. However, speaking of which, the arrangements outside should be starting soon, right? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an chuckled softly. He did not continue matching battles afterward. He didn't disconnect immediately either, but simply waited in silence. The arena hall. A tall figure suddenly descended from the upper floors. The personnel stationed in the hall saw the figure and their faces lit up with excitement. Immediately afterward, Kaufman, who was stationed at the entrance of the hall, also received the news at the same time. You, come with me. After saying that, Kaufman took the lead and walked toward the hall. Heiko immediately followed. Kaufman, is there an emergency? Facing Kaufman as he approached, Garcia wore a puzzled expression. Kaufman hesitated for a moment before asking, Garcia, where did you go just now? Garcia furrowed his brows. Just get to the point. Don't beat around the bush here. Kaufman sighed inwardly before explaining that he had an urgent matter but couldn't reach him. Are you accusing me of something? Garcia glared at him, then pulled out a white sphere and held it up in front of him. The teacher had an urgent matter and had to leave. He was just assigning me a task. No wonder. Kaufman's scalp tingled and his face turned an ugly shade of pale. What should we do now? Garcia frowned. With the Array Corps, even a 9th tier opponent wouldn't be a problem for me. What's there to worry about? Kaufman forced a smile and said, but there's a supreme of the Great Xia Empire inside the Sky Arena. What did you say? Garcia's expression changed drastically, and his gaze grew incredibly sharp. Do you know the consequences of joking about such matters? Upon hearing this, Kaufman's gaze fell on the silent He Muyang standing nearby. Damn it! So you were planning to make me take the fall. It wasn't until that moment that He Muyang finally snapped out of it. If the intelligence was flawed, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. On the other hand, if the intelligence was correct, all the credit would go to the two of them. Despite realizing the situation, he had no power to change it at that moment. Kuroki-yo lowered his head and repeated the issue. I understand. Garcia said solemnly, I'll contact the teacher immediately. By the way, where are the magic stones we collected recently? Garcia? You idiot. Of course the magic stones are safest on the teacher's person. Garcia scolded, do you want all our efforts over the past few days to go to waste? Brother, you're right. Kaufman hung his head in shame. For a moment, he had once again entertained the strange thought, could something be wrong with Big Brother? If he can communicate directly with the Supreme Being, how could there be anything wrong with him? Even if they were both Supreme Beings, they couldn't possibly hide anything from each other. With this connection, if anyone in the Sky Arena has a problem, the Big Brother is the last person who would have one. I'll go contact the teacher right away. I hope that guy hasn't left yet. Watch the gate. If the Supreme Being really wants to leave, does it matter if I watch the gate or not? Despite his inner rant, Kaufman nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing Garcia head back upstairs, Kaufman turned his gaze to the silent Blackwood Yang standing beside him. Come with me to the door. Haikokuyo's face twisted into a bitter smile, but he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yes, sir. At that moment, he could think of nothing else but praying that the other person was truly the Supreme Being. You actually mistook me for the Supreme Being? Interesting. Through the clone created by the artifact, Chu Ping'an, who had just learned of the situation, saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. He casually tossed the storage ring he had just obtained. Though he had initially only intended to test the Sky Arena, after obtaining so many magic stones, he now wanted to try his hand against the Supreme Being. But now, one Supreme or multiple Supremes? After careful consideration, the choice ultimately depended on how much enhancement the divine artifacts and true divine artifacts could provide after being strengthened. With that in mind, Chu Ping'an looked at the few pieces of equipment on his body. I wonder how much these magic stones can level them up. I hope they'll give me a pleasant surprise. As Chu Ping'an thought this, the magic stones in his hands began to shatter one after another. Astounding energy surged into each piece of equipment he carried. It all happened in just a minute. Billions of magic stones, along with the tens of billions recently collected by Kaufman, had already been obliterated, reduced to dull, lifeless shells, leaving behind less than 100,000 magic stones. Only the few pieces of equipment Chu Ping'an carried on his body burst into a moment of dazzling brilliance before fading back into obscurity, no different from ordinary ornaments. Seeing the enhancements to the few pieces of equipment, Chu Ping'an first showed a look of joy, then couldn't help but sigh. Even with over 1 trillion magic stones, we've only reached this level. How much more will it take to fully enhance them? Just thinking about that astronomical figure was enough to make one sigh. Never mind. We'll deal with the rest later. As for the present? With such a significant boost, even if a few more Supreme Beings show up, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking at the enhanced attributes of the few divine artifacts, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile confidently. Chapter 81, Mastering the Power of the Domain, even Supreme Beings are but ants. As 1 trillion magic stones crashed down, the grades of all the divine artifacts had been upgraded to level 110. Among the trillion magic stones spent, 2 true divine artifacts alone accounted for half of the consumption. Though the consumption was immense, the improvements gained were equally staggering. Holy King Light Holy Chain Divine Artifact. Category, Necklace. Level requirement, 110 cannot be upgraded. Level upgrade unlocks. Effect, all attributes plus 3,600,000 plus 12 million. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Domain of the Saint active, transforms the holy domain into a domain. When activated, consumes 3 million spirit per second. The range of the holy domain is increased to 1000% of its original size, and all effects are boosted by 300%. Within this domain, enemies with attributes below 300% of the user's attributes cannot ignore the domain's effects. The attributes alone have jumped from the original 3.6 million to 12 million. Additionally, upon reaching level 110, this ability unlocks domain-related powers. Although activating the domain consumes an enormous amount of resources, the enhancement is equally astonishing. The suppression effect on targets alone has been boosted to an astonishing 340%. Not to mention the various other effects. Endless Power Divine Weapon. Category: Gloves. Level requirement: 3110 cannot be upgraded. Effect: Strength plus 55 million. Additional effect: 50, Dominator's Rage passive. For every 10% of your health lost, your strength attribute increases by 50% of the original value. Additional effect: 70, Blood Rage active. Every 10% of your health is converted into corresponding strength, lasting 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Additional effect: 90, Force Shatter passive. When the target's strength attribute is below 50% of your current strength, the target will shatter instantly. Additional effect: 110, Force Domain active. Within this domain, your strength attribute is enhanced by all other attributes on your character, with a ratio of 1 to 3. The domain lasts for 5 minutes without any cost, after which your strength attribute decreases by 10 million points per second. This divine artifact is centered around absolute strength, so all buffs and effects are concentrated solely on strength. With Chu Ping'an's current attributes, when all the effects are stacked together, even with a rough calculation, Chu Ping'an can achieve a staggering value that would leave anyone speechless. What endless power! Let's just call it brute force. The Radiance of the Law God Divine Weapon. Category: Weapon. Level requirement: 3110 cannot be upgraded. Effect: All attributes plus 200,018 million. Additional effect: 50, Elemental Affinity passive. If you have not been attacked by the target for 5 minutes, a single elemental shield equal to your current spirit 10 will be generated. Any elemental damage that does not exceed this shield will increase the shield's maximum limit. Additional effect: 70, Elemental Meditation passive. 5 base elements, each providing an additional bonus equal to your current spirit 100%. Additional effect: 90, Final Release active. While in release state, you can cast 5 spells, increasing spell damage by 500% for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional effect: 110, Spell Radiance active. Deploy a spell field measuring 500 by 500 by 500. If targets are within the field, they will take 10 attacks per second from every spell you have learned excluding forbidden spells, with each spell's damage increased by 300% of its base value. The field consumes 1 million spirit per second. If a target's spirit is lower than yours, they cannot escape the field. Even knowing the artifact's effects were absurd, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but fall silent upon seeing the weapon's power at level 110. Just the combination of Elemental Song with its duration increased to 30 seconds as the level rises, and Ultimate Liberation alone can turn you into an unstoppable spell cannon within those 30 seconds. Add to that the true divine technique master of all arts is no-cast casting. Just imagining that scene alone makes me feel a little excited for some reason. If there's one thing to be disappointed about, this gear setup is all random. Although it's powerful, it's all about each piece doing its own thing. The previous one was fully committed to the path of strength, while the next one has become the ultimate mastery of spells. Just as you suppress the target's abilities, another starts focusing on stamina. The only 2 items that can be remotely connected are the 2 true divine artifacts. Unfortunately, one drains souls, while the other toys with soulless corpses. Upon closer inspection, there's not much connection between them either. However, thinking about it from a different angle while pushing something to its extreme has its advantages. But someone like me, who is well-rounded and doesn't excel in any one area, doesn't have to worry about being targeted. Though this is just self-comforting talk, upon reflection, it does hold some truth. Heaven's Tilt Blood Soul Condensation Divine Weapon. Category: Earrings. Level requirement: 3110 cannot be upgraded. Effect: Constitution plus 500,000 Constitution plus 55 million. Additional effect: 50, Fearless Heaven's Tilt passive. Every point of stamina attribute bonus you have is increased from 10 to 1000. Additional effect: 70, Soul Armor active. Summon a soul armor that absorbs damage equal to 10% of your current maximum health. While active, you are immune to all soul attacks. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Additional effect: 90, Perfect Body passive. All damage you take is reduced by 50% before settlement. Additional effect: 110, Absolute Domination active. Within your domain, all shield effects on your character are increased by 10 times, and the effect of Fearless Heaven's Fall passive is increased by 10 times. Targets with maximum health below your own will be bound for a minimum of 10 seconds and a maximum of 10 minutes. Domain range: 500 by 500 by 500. Consumes 2 million mental attribute points per second. This effect would make any frontline fighter drool with envy. Just the bonuses from these few divine artifacts alone, combined with the base buffs provided by the guild, have already pushed Chu Ping'an's current strength, stamina, and mental attribute directly past the 100 billion mark. And with these 100 billion attributes, combined with the effect of Fearless Heaven's Tilt, his health directly broke through to an astonishing trillion. So, The shield effect provided will reach an even more astonishing 100 trillion. Once the domain is activated, it will receive an additional boost on top of the current base stats. And this is merely the enhancement brought by a few divine artifacts. Not to mention the 2 even more powerful true divine artifacts. Chapter 82, Astonishing Commotion, the Supreme Gather. Although the enhancements brought by the few divine artifacts are truly astonishing, when compared to the 2 true divine artifacts, the difference becomes immediately apparent. The Curse of the God of the Dead True Divine Artifact. Category, Helmet. Level requirement, 85-110 cannot be upgraded. Effect, all attributes plus 3 million, all attributes plus 30 million. Additional effect 90, Undead Essence passive, confuse with same type undead to evolve into a more powerful form. Additional effect 110, Undead Domain active, deploy an undead domain, consuming 5 million spirit per second. While the domain is active, all undead will not truly die. Each death will result in resurrection after 10 seconds, and all undead will have their attributes increased by 10 times their current values. During the domain's existence, any targets killed will become your undead, retaining their original attributes and skills. These undead can only be summoned while the domain is active. At the same level, the attributes provided alone are twice that of a divine artifact. The various effects it provides are also incredibly powerful. However, the most astonishing feature is the domain itself. During the domain's active state, if you kill a supreme being, isn't that equivalent to gaining an additional supreme being on our side? Even bolder, if we were to kill a deity. That's like directly gaining a divine being as a servant. That's absurd. However, what surprised and delighted Chu Ping'an the most was the final piece of equipment. Song of the Soul's Lament True Divine Weapon. Category, Ring. Level requirement, 3110 cannot be upgraded. Effect, all attributes plus 280,000, all attributes plus 32 million. Additional effect 50, Soul Scream active, consumes 1 million soul points to inflict a control effect lasting a minimum of 2 seconds and a maximum of 10 seconds on the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional effect 70, Soul Burial passive, flesh grows weak, souls forever damned. All targets you kill will have their souls bound by you. Additional effect 90, Spirit Realm active, all souls you have bound will obey your commands, consuming 100,000 soul points per second. Additional effect 110, Soul Law passive, you gain mastery over a portion of the soul law. At the same level, this equipment's level 110 additional effect does not involve domains but directly targets the laws. However, strange. Why don't I feel anything? After carefully sensing it, Chu Ping'an's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Is it because I'm not yet powerful enough to master the soul law, or does the soul law I've mastered not provide any additional effects? Upon realizing that the laws had not brought any improvement, the initial excitement he felt upon discovering them gradually subsided. However, even without a domain, the effects of this equipment are already absurd. 1 million soul points, with a minimum of 2 seconds of hard control. Those 2 seconds are enough to drive anyone to despair. At least, with Chu Ping'an's current base attributes exceeding 100 billion, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to last 2 seconds against him. He withdrew his gaze from his own stats panel. Chu Ping'an fell into deep thought. Then, how do I lure multiple supreme beings back? At the same time, hundreds of kilometers offshore from the borders of the Great Xia Empire, 10 figures, some with indifferent expressions, some smiling, some arrogant, floated in the air. Suddenly, a detached voice broke the silence. Carlton, you shouldn't be here at this time. A young man with blue hair spoke coldly. The other supreme beings stationed at key locations have not left either. When did the Sky Arena become a strategic location of our country? Carlton didn't back down. The gentleness he had shown toward Garcia earlier was gone, his gaze as cold as ice that could freeze everything. Will, if you want to hold me accountable, you should come up with a better reason. The blue-haired youth, who was none other than Will, spoke without changing his tone. If the magic stone, which has been lost for nearly a month, is lost, will you compensate for it? Before Carlton could respond, a gentle voice interrupted them. Calm down, both of you. A man with white hair and a kind face smiled. Will, I specifically called Carlton here. This plan must not fail. Upon hearing this, Will withdrew his gaze and said nothing more. It was clear that Waters held significant influence among the group. Barry, how much time remains before the dungeon opens? 2 hours and 18 minutes. Waters was about to speak when Carlton's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! Have these Great Xia people lost their minds? Waters, the Sky Arena has been attacked by the Great Xia Supreme. Waters looked puzzled. At this time, would the Great Xia Supreme dare to leave Great Xia? Will, who had previously been at odds with Carlton, agreed this time. If they weren't a bunch of madmen, how could they have done such a thing last night? But what's the reason for attacking the Sky Arena now? A Supreme expressed confusion. Carlton coldly said, you all continue discussing here. I'll go ahead. Waters, wait. Anyway, there are still 2 hours before the dungeon officially arrives. Let's go check it out together. The other High Ones exchanged glances and nodded. Kielina. Leave it to me. Kielina had pink hair and freckles on her nose, giving her a youthful appearance. Let's go on a magical journey. As the words fell, a pale blue portal appeared before her. Seeing this, Carlton stepped into the passage without hesitation. The other high ones followed suit. On the other side of the portal, Cobman was sweating profusely. Garcia, boss, isn't it a bit risky to use the scroll directly? We haven't confirmed it yet. Garcia spoke solemnly. What means do we have to verify the authenticity of a supreme being? Then there's no need to use this method. Cobman was nearly in tears. Garcia isn't usually like this. Why is he acting so reckless now? That's the supreme being's specific trump card reserved for self-preservation. To risk it all for something uncertain? It's just too wasteful, no matter how you look at it. Before Garcia could speak, a voice tinged with urgency rang out. Garcia, I'm glad to see you're okay. Then, Carlton appeared before everyone. Master. Supreme. One after another, figures emerged from the passageway. Cobman, with his head slightly bowed, witnessed this scene, and the corners of his eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. Supreme Waters, Supreme Will, Supreme Kylina. Oh, God. Why are there so many supreme beings here at the same time? If the one inside isn't a supreme. At the thought of this possibility, Kaufman couldn't help but shiver. Even if there's a scapegoat, aside from Garcia, the rest of them won't escape unscathed, right? Chapter 83, no matter your techniques, I will break them all with my own power. Emerging from the passageway, Will frowned and scanned the area around him before coldly asking, the supreme being of Daxia? This joke isn't funny at all. The others also frowned and looked at Carlton. Worry leads to confusion. At first, Carlton had been completely focused on Garcia, but now he snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious. Garcia, what's going on? Why did you use the scroll I left for you earlier? Teacher, it's like this. Garcia calmly explained the information he knew and the reason for using the scroll, then turned to the trembling He Muyang beside him. He is the one involved, he knows the details better. Feeling the gaze of all the high ones, He Muyang, who was already trembling, felt his legs go weak. I'm just a lowly 8th rank, what have I done to deserve the honor of meeting so many supreme beings at once? He forced himself to stay composed and explained the entire situation. A 4th rank being defeated by an 8th rank in an instant. Suspecting he's a supreme being? Every word was familiar, but when put together, they suddenly felt so foreign. Not only was Carlton silenced by Garcia, but the other supreme beings were also silenced. Seeing this, He Muyang panicked. It's not just me, many others have encountered that guy too. Not a single person lasted a second against him. Will sneered, even if that's the case, it doesn't prove he is a supreme being, does it? If we're being honest, if the opponent could bypass the Sky Arena's scans and reveal 9th tier strength, wouldn't that be better than 4th tier? He Muyang froze. That's right. If we're being honest, 4th tier is so unique that anyone could spot the problem at a glance. If one were to disguise themselves, wouldn't 9th rank be better? This was a realm he had never even considered, leaving him speechless. Will pointed with a calm expression, and a golden light enveloped it. Then, an 8th tier figure vanished without a sound. Cobman shuddered and bowed his head even lower. Regardless, since we're here, let's go inside and find that person from the Great Xia first. The other supreme beings had no objections. However, just as they were about to act, an ethereal voice echoed in their ears. No need to go to all that trouble. I didn't expect to attract 10 supreme beings. You really do think highly of me. As the voice faded, the previously cloudless sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Rays of red lightning. No! After carefully sensing the phenomenon, everyone was horrified to discover that it wasn't lightning at all, but rather an anomaly caused by the air being compressed and distorted under the influence of an absolute force field. The supreme beings, who had been casually observing, suddenly grew solemn. Domain! Such astonishing power, could this be an absolute master of the path of strength? I thought we'd come here for nothing, but it turns out a supreme being has truly arrived. I never expected that in the blink of an eye, another individual from the Great Xia has reached the pinnacle of power. Call out all the other old friends. Without anyone noticing, a young man had appeared before the crowd. He wore a calm smile on his face. Though he was merely standing there, the entire space seemed unable to bear his presence, constantly shattering and repairing itself. Other supreme beings? Upon hearing the other's words, a look of confusion flashed across his face. Then he couldn't help but laugh, and the space around him cracked like a mirror, forming clear fissures. By the end, he was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. I apologize for letting you all see such an unseemly side of me. However, there are no other supreme beings here, only I am present. Chu Ping'an wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. Don't worry about any ambushes. At such a critical moment, those old fools won't dare make such a bold decision. I was just bored, so I came out to have some fun. I didn't expect to run into all of you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with a hint of confusion. Their gazes then involuntarily fell upon Waters. Seeing him shake his head silently, they finally believed that Chu Ping'an was telling the truth. Wilson sighed in relief, then spoke with a cold smile. Interesting. Facing so many of us, you don't even think about running away? Instead, you plan to fight back? Should I call you ignorant of your own limitations, or arrogant? You should know that even among the highest, there are differences. Though the other supreme beings remained silent, their gazes grew contemptuous upon confirming that only Chu Pingyan was present. Though the aura emanating from the opponent's domain was extremely powerful, as one of the oldest supreme beings in this world, even alone, they had absolute confidence in facing such a young supreme who had only recently ascended to that rank. Let alone the fact that there were now 10 of them present. Absolute power brings unparalleled confidence, and the arrogance of the great eagle once again surfaced on their bodies. Arrogant? Overconfident? Then, why not come and try it yourself, senior? As Chu Pingyan's words fell, he who had been standing at the entrance of the sky arena had already appeared before Will. Deep red energy extended from all directions, converging at the peak of Chu Pingyan's fist. Under the assault of the ferocious power, the surrounding space was instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks. As it trembled slightly, the space shattered like a mirror, shattering into layers. A spatial fissure over 100 meters wide formed. Instantly, countless terrifying spatial turbulence surged toward everyone. However, the first to be hit was Chu Pingyan. Yet, those spatial turbulence capable of effortlessly obliterating ninth-tier beings and even the mightiest would find them troublesome struck Chu Pingyan's body like ordinary raindrops hitting the sea. They merely splashed up tiny droplets before vanishing without a trace. Though it seemed slow, it happened in an instant. When Chu Pingyan, enveloped in unparalleled power, crashed into Will's presence, he and the other supreme beings around him finally reacted. At the same time, they felt the spatial fissures created by the aftereffects and the spatial turbulence rushing toward them. How is this possible? Even with absolute power, how could a newly ascended supreme being possess such terrifying strength? No! The speed he unleashed in that instant was so fast that even I couldn't keep up. Damn it! Will is in danger. Despite their desperate urgency, they could do nothing to help. They even had to spend time dealing with the incoming spatial turbulence. Meanwhile, Will, who was directly facing that punch, suddenly remembered what true fear felt like. In the face of that overwhelming power, his domain held for only an instant before shattering completely. As for trying to escape, the absolute power had already sealed off all the energy around him. As for the skills he hastily used, with his domain only lasting an instant, these skills couldn't even delay the attack for a moment. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall the helplessness he felt as a young man when faced with a powerful warrior in close combat. No matter how many techniques you use, I will break through with sheer force. Under Will's despairing gaze, the fist, seemingly intent on destroying everything, grew larger and larger before his eyes. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Perfect Coordination, The Gap? Unlike the terrifying roar that erupted when the fist was thrown. At this moment, all his strength was perfectly concentrated on the tip of Chu Pingyan's fist. When the two collided, there was no longer any astonishing fluctuation. Only the figure before him seemed to shatter like glass, revealing a series of grotesque cracks, followed by crack. With a faint sound, it instantly shattered into countless fragments. A gentle breeze swept past. The fragments vanished without a sound. Witnessing the scene before them, the gathered supreme beings all wore expressions of disbelief and horror. Everyone had considered countless possibilities, but none had ever imagined that Will, as a supreme being, would be unable to withstand even a single punch from the newly ascended supreme being of the Great Xia. Although Will's strength was only average among the present. However, even the strongest among them, Waters, would never be able to kill Will with a single punch. Which means, this guy's strength might even surpass Waters's. Realizing this, the expressions on everyone's faces grew incredibly solemn. At the same time, another question arose in their minds. When did the Great Xia Empire produce such a formidable figure? Based on the intelligence they hadn't heard a single whisper about him. So, is this monster the only one in the Great Xia Empire, or are there more? On the other side, Chu Pingyan was unaware of everyone's thoughts. Having just crushed Will with a single punch, a faint look of confusion flashed across his eyes. No clues at all, that means. As this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly appeared beside the group of supreme beings in the distance. It was none other than Will, who should have been dead by now. However, at this moment, although his expression remained unchanged, the blue robe he wore was now covered in cracks, making him look particularly disheveled, and his aura was significantly weaker than before. It seemed that his narrow escape earlier had not come without a price. Damn it! Glaring at Chu Pingyan in the distance, Will's eyes were filled with hatred, frustration, and regret. A precious trump card had been so easily wasted. Not in the bloody battles against the Great Xia Empire, nor on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, but here, surrounded by 10 supreme beings hunting down a single target. The reason was simply because he had spoken first, drawing the monster's attention. Will had no doubt that if he hadn't been the first to speak, the monster would never have targeted him. Just thinking about it made Will feel even more frustrated. Looking at Will, who had reappeared beside him, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of the title of Supreme. He actually possesses such a life-saving technique. The previous existence could be easily crushed with a single punch. Even when facing the Supreme Being with a divine artifact activated to its fullest extent, it still managed to escape unscathed. The difference between them was starkly evident. Moreover, from the unfazed expressions of the other supreme beings, it was clear that they had anticipated this outcome. To put it another way, does nearly every supreme being possess similar abilities? Though it seemed to take time, it happened in an instant. While pondering these thoughts, Chu Ping'an did not stand idly by. He exerted a slight force with his feet, and the recently repaired portion of space shattered once more. Just as he had reappeared and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath, Will's expression suddenly changed. His defenses shattered completely, and he blurted out a curse. This madman. He had only spoken harshly once. After killing him once, he's still not satisfied? Does he really need to keep watching him like this? The others also flinched, but secretly sighed in relief. They were grateful not to have been targeted by this monster. If Chu Ping'an knew what Will was thinking, he'd probably feel a bit wronged. The first bird to fly out gets shot. The first time he targeted the other person, it was indeed because the other person had spoken, drawing his attention. As for now, he had simply chosen the best option available. There's a saying, kick a man when he is down. No matter how many times these people can revive, Will, who has already died once and is clearly in a weakened state, is obviously the best target at the moment. Unfortunately, with all the highest-ranking individuals on guard, it was clear that they wouldn't let Chu Ping'an get away so easily. Skills were constantly interjected between the two. By the time Chu Ping'an relied on his overwhelming strength to shatter everything, the opponent had already been teleported to another location by Kalina. Before long, a minute had already passed. Chu Ping'an, however, achieved nothing further. Although the divine artifacts provide significant bonuses, the level disparity is too great. Plus, each divine artifact focuses on different aspects, so facing 10 supreme beings at once is simply too much to handle. It wasn't that he was at a disadvantage, but he couldn't eliminate the target with absolute power. Even with all effects of infinite power activated, making his current strength attributes absurdly exaggerated, it was meaningless if he couldn't even touch the target. The enemy had clearly noticed this long ago, and with the perfect coordination of the 10 supreme beings, not a single minute passed without any progress. Even if Chu Ping'an suddenly changed targets, under everyone's vigilant guard, it had no effect. No wonder they're supreme. Despite having superior attributes, the opponent was able to effortlessly defuse one crisis after another thanks to their rich combat experience and perfect coordination. The pinnacle of strength is truly formidable. Unfortunately, in my current state, I'm still far from being able to break through all techniques with sheer strength alone. With this thought, Chu Ping'an voluntarily stopped and did not move further. Seeing this, the 10 supreme beings also secretly sighed in relief. Perhaps to outsiders, the past minutes seemed effortless, but only they knew the immense pressure they had been under. If one were to describe it with the simplest words possible, it would be: Chu Ping'an could afford to make countless mistakes, but they had only one chance. One misstep would waste a precious chance at survival. The most perilous moment came when the opponent suddenly changed tactics. Kelina, the target, nearly got hit by what seemed like an ordinary punch. Fortunately, Waters had prepared in advance and saved her. Otherwise, with that split-second opportunity, the subsequent chain reaction could have been terrifying. No one dared to think about it further. Now that they sensed the enemy voluntarily dissipating their domain, everyone's eyes gleamed with a hint of relief. Maintaining a domain consumes an enormous amount of energy. Even for them, the time they could sustain it was limited. And this was their strategy from the start. Indeed, a newly ascended supreme being. Powerful as they are, the duration of their domain is even shorter than expected. Thinking this, Will's face regained its original arrogance. Young man, as your senior, I advise you to maintain the proper humility. But it seems you won't have that chance anymore. Oh? Chapter 85, 3 Realms Converge, the Supreme's Downfall. Oh? Chu Ping'an's face betrayed a faint smile. What makes you think the 10 supreme beings could possibly stop me? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was amiss. Only Will spoke with a cold smile. Do all of you from the Great Xia Empire like to boast? At this moment, you can't even maintain your domain. How do you plan to deal with our combined forces? In fact, during the previous battle, there were those who had used their domains. However, upon realizing that their domains could be shattered by Chu Ping'an's absolute power, they immediately abandoned them. As a result, in Will's eyes, their condition was essentially intact, and they still held an overwhelming numerical advantage. On the other hand, the young man in front of him could barely maintain his domain. With one gaining and one losing, what does the enemy have to turn the tide of this battle? Upon hearing Will's words, the other supreme beings also reacted, about to speak, when they suddenly noticed a unique aura emanating from Chu Ping'an, whose expression remained calm. This feeling. A domain? And this domain's aura was completely different from before. If the former was the absolute tyrant seeking to force everyone to submit through sheer power, then the force before them now was boundless elemental power. This guy has 2 domains. No wonder he voluntarily dispersed his domain. It was to avoid consuming too much power, wasn't it? You fool, Will. The faces of the highest-ranking beings turned grim as terrifying spells began to rain down upon them. Though they were merely common spells like fireballs, wind blades, ice arrows, and water balls. But they couldn't withstand it. Chu Ping's base attributes were simply too overwhelming. Even the most basic spells could unleash astonishing power. For a moment, the attention of the Supreme Beings was completely focused on dealing with the spells coming at them. Meanwhile, Will, who had been singled out by Chu Ping, was turning green with fear. Unlike the other Supreme Beings, who were being overwhelmed by basic skills, every skill Will used was an advanced version, far more powerful than the basics. Rolling thunderbolts, endless gale winds, fireballs dozens of meters in diameter, suffocating storms. Even after activating his domain immediately, facing these skills that came one after another with no gaps, he was instantly covered in wounds. All that filled Will's mind was how to block these skills. There was no room for anything else. Half a minute had passed in the blink of an eye. The entire sky was already shrouded in chaotic elements. All the Supreme Beings had retreated to a safe distance and were now fighting on their own. However, no wonder they're Supreme Beings. Looking at the Supreme Beings who remained unharmed under the spell blow, Chu Ping couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of his heart. Even Will, who appeared the most battered, had only lost 2/3 of his health and had stabilized his rhythm. Even the strongest, Waters, who hadn't been targeted, hadn't taken a single significant hit the entire time. Despite the fact that the opponent had activated their domain, despite activating only one effective spell, Radiance, and despite their primary target still being Will. But this was enough to leave Chu Ping in awe. You all truly are among the world's elite. It seems that this level of strength alone won't be enough to defeat you all. Then, hearing Chu Ping's calm voice, at that moment, no matter who it was, they immediately thought of the scene when the opponent activated their new domain. A sense of foreboding welled up unconsciously in their hearts. Could it be that? That could it be? Became reality in the next second. Suddenly, a pure, milky white light erupted from Chu Ping and swept out in all directions. A domain. Another brand new domain. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Before they could even think about the effects of the new domain, they already felt it firsthand. All the highest energies weakened, and immediately afterward, a sacred flame pierced through layer after layer of defenses, landing on their bodies. It burned their entire bodies while inflicting unprecedented pain. True damage. Weakening buff. The expressions of the Supreme Beings grew incredibly solemn. The previous magical domain had already been among the most advanced. But they never expected that this new realm, which could be used simultaneously, would be equally astonishing. When combined, the power they unleashed far exceeded the effect of two. Meanwhile, Will, who was the primary target, saw his previously stabilized health bar plummet like a roller coaster as the sacred domain activated, rapidly decreasing before slowly recovering slightly. In just a few seconds, it plummeted from the remaining 1/3 to less than half. At that moment, a hint of despair flashed in Will's eyes. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? Why are there so many fields? All he wanted to do now was travel back in time to half a minute ago and slap that arrogant version of himself. Even the strongest Waters didn't say a word. What the hell were you rushing out to do? Recalling the scenes from earlier, Will could only feel regret, over and over again. But he couldn't blame himself either. He had thought that once the opponent cancelled their domain, it would be their turn to act. With the combined strength of 10 people, they could have easily toyed with the enemy. And he could have used this opportunity to exact revenge for the precious item they had taken from him earlier. But who would have thought that the opponent would counter by activating a new domain? As if that weren't enough, they followed up with another new domain. From start to finish, the opponent had activated a total of 3 domains. Most crucially, each of these 3 realms is derived from the most advanced transformations of the fundamental laws. Who could have anticipated this? At least Will didn't see it coming, so his downfall was inevitable. 10 seconds later. With all his tactics exhausted, a look of despair flashed across Will's eyes. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, he was reduced to ashes by the magical blow and sacred flames. Those who witnessed the scene felt a hint of sadness in their eyes, but they did not grieve. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Chu Ping fell into deep thought. Can he be revived? As expected. As this thought crossed his mind, the next second, Will, who had been reduced to ashes, reappeared at the very edge of the domain. However, upon realizing he couldn't escape, Will erupted in a furious scream. Don't hold back anymore. Save me. I have no chance of being revived. Fool. Water's expression changed instantly. However, before he could react, he felt a chill envelop the entire world. This was another domain. While everyone was stunned by the sudden reappearance of the new domain, Chu Ping did not hesitate for a moment. He calmly extended a finger toward Will, who was at the edge of the domain. Divine sigh of compassion. Instantly, the madness on Will's face froze in place. Sacred flames descended, completely obliterating his body. Chapter 86, Pressure, Fear, and the Great Eagle's Ace in the Hole. Those who witnessed this scene were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Will. Dead? This cold, harsh reality left them feeling utterly absurd. After all, there were 10 supreme-level warriors on their side, yet they were not only overwhelmed by a single opponent but also lost one of their own in the end. This left everyone feeling unable to accept it, while an indescribable fear began to grow in their hearts. Fear of the overwhelming power the enemy had demonstrated. Fear of those endless, limitless domains. Fear of true death. As the strongest beings of their respective factions, they had almost forgotten the fear of death. But now, they are once again reminded of the countless crises they faced before becoming the supreme beings, and the life or death peril they felt in the face of those crises. It's a long story, but it all happened in an instant. The agony of being scorched by the sacred flames snapped them out of their momentary daze. Feeling the calm gaze of Chu Pingyan, the supreme beings couldn't help but tremble inwardly. This madman. How can he sustain 3 realms simultaneously for so long? Does he have no limits? Damn it! Even if Will were alive, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. What should we do now? Who will be the next unlucky one targeted by this monster? Though various thoughts swirled in their minds, not a single person dared to speak. They feared that their words might draw Chu Pingyan's attention. The reason why Will became the first casualty was still fresh in everyone's minds. Even if one believed themselves to be stronger than Will, no one would want to be targeted by a monster capable of suppressing 10 supreme beings simultaneously and brutally killing one of them. At that moment, the only one who could remain calm was likely Waters. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. Why am I not feeling any effect from this third domain? The aura of the realm is too unique to be mistaken. If it wasn't a misperception, why didn't he feel the effects of this domain? Could it be that this realm itself has no effect? Such a naive thought would never cross Waters' mind. But he also didn't understand the specific reasons behind all of this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carlton, who was holding Garcia in one hand, resisting Chu Pingyan's domain with the other, and even distracting his disciples to share the pressure, suddenly changed expression. Damn it! Because he noticed that Chu Pingyan's gaze had fallen upon him. The other supreme beings who sensed the same thing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, it was now a matter of endurance. Once Chu Pingyan, who had activated his triple domain simultaneously, was exhausted, they could sound the trumpet for the counterattack. As for what happens before then, it was simply a matter of who would become the next unlucky one. Clearly, Carlton was the one everyone had in mind. However, no one was surprised that he would become the next unlucky one. After all, it was a time of struggle, and he was the only one holding back the group. If he wasn't the target, who would be? In fact, even Chu Pingyan was a bit surprised. The clone created by the prop has actually survived this long. It seems this old man truly cherishes his disciple. Even if one hadn't witnessed the coldness of people in desperate situations, such descriptions were common in various works. Chu Pingyan was no stranger to such things. Though the current situation wasn't yet a desperate situation, it still increased the risk of death. If it were merely a matter of a disciple, Chu Pingyan would truly admire the other party. Of course. Admiration is one thing, but given their current hostile relationship, it wouldn't stop him from acting decisively. With a flick of his thoughts, a gray figure suddenly materialized 20 meters away from Carlton. Waters, who had been puzzled moments ago, now turned pale with shock. The scent of the undead. Could it be that this final domain is? At the thought of that possibility, even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, a golden streak of light appeared before him, instantly traversing hundreds of meters of space and bringing him to the side of the gray figure. He unleashed a punch with no holds barred. The punch, aside from the golden flash, made no other remarkable sound. However, the moment it made contact with the gray figure, one of its arms silently dissolved. Had the gray figure not reacted quickly enough to dodge the vital areas, that punch might have taken more than just an arm. Ha! Chu Pingyan looked at Waters, who had suddenly erupted, with some surprise. He had never expected that under the suppression of 2 layers of domains, the other party could still unleash such astonishing combat power. Even though Will had become undead and relied on his control to fully unleash his power as the Supreme Being, the fact that the opponent, even without his control, had attributes on par with the Supreme Being, could be so easily severely wounded. So that's how it is. Receiving feedback from the undead, Chu Pingyan suddenly understood. A power that naturally counters undead. No wonder. Having understood the reason, Chu Pingyan withdrew his gaze but had no intention of retracting his domain. After all, under the domain's influence, the undead wouldn't truly die, so why not use this restraining power without reservation? Since the other party wanted to play with the undead, he had no objections. After letting the undead act according to the situation, Chu Pingyan controlled his domain to protect Carlton and Garcia. Instantly, Carlton felt the pressure intensify. Is this the kind of attack that Guy will just endured? No wonder he was killed so quickly after the dual domains were activated. Thinking this, Carlton looked at his disciple, who was clutching his hand in agony, his eyes flickering with hesitation and reluctance. You don't care about the lives of these special undead? No, that's not right. Thinking about the nature of undead, Waters suddenly realized that, given the opponent's previously demonstrated top-tier domain, this one must also be top-tier. Then, the undead's immortality might be taken to its extreme within the domain. At this thought, Waters sighed. Is all of this in vain? What a terrifying enemy. If such a monster could be the supreme being of my Great Eagle faction, how wonderful that would be. In the blink of an eye, Waters decided not to hold back any longer. Though this was meant to be my trump card for 2 hours from now, using it here to deal with this monster isn't a bad option either. At that thought, a flash of golden light gleamed in Waters' eyes. The next moment, a single phrase simultaneously appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone, gather around me. Hearing Waters' words, a look of astonishment and disbelief flashed across everyone's eyes. Chapter 87, Instant Banishment Spell. Facing the horror. Though surprised by Waters' resolve, no one dared to question him. Instead, they quietly began moving toward his location. The most proactive among them was, of course, Carlton, the new target. The unusual actions of the crowd did not escape Chu Pingin's notice. Suddenly gathering together, are they planning to use some hidden trump card? Even if Waters employed special methods without making a sound, in combat, one didn't rely on sound to discern issues. The enemy's actions spoke volumes. However, this actually makes things quite convenient. A faint smile appeared on Chu Pingin's face. This isn't some novel. As a madman who dares to take on 10 enemies alone, he wouldn't give the enemy the chance to see his true hand. To put it simply, why give them the chance to reveal their trump card when you could crush them with a single finger? Insisting on a showdown with trump cards, only to end up both getting hurt? That's just ridiculous. The distance between them was now mere inches. A staff, entirely emerald green and resembling a withered tree, appeared in Chu Pingin's hand. This staff was the only divine weapon in Chu Pingin's possession. The radiance of the law god. With a flick of his thoughts, a rainbow-colored light bloomed on the staff, then the light spread out like dust, slowly dispersing in all directions. The scene before his eyes was beautiful and dreamlike. The staff's other two active skills, Elemental Song, Final Liberation, had already been activated in that very moment. The high-ranking figures in the distance were too preoccupied to notice the breathtaking scenery before them. As the two active skills were activated, coupled with the fact that they were too close to each other, the area where they stood was already engulfed by even more ferocious spells. Amidst the chaotic energy and the silent assistance of chaotic destiny, the changes occurring on Chu Pingin's body went unnoticed by them. If they had noticed the changes on Chu Pingin's body in time, they would have already used their life-saving trump cards and scattered in all directions. Instead, they were now gathered together like a school of fish heading toward a nest, giving Chu Pingin the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. A wave of intangible magical energy rippled outward, followed by a pale glow that dyed Chu Pingin's black hair before spreading across his entire body. This pale hue represented a power known as nothingness. At this moment, he was both godlike and demonic, with terrifying magical power surging within him in the utmost restraint. Chu Pingin raised his gaze, his emotionless silver golden eyes staring blankly at the group of supreme beings in the distance. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. Pure darkness engulfed the surrounding area, and the world seemed to fall silent. Such an anomaly finally caught the attention of the supreme beings. Looking up, everyone trembled, their expressions changing wildly. Even Waters, the strongest among the supreme beings, was no exception. Everyone's expression was identical, a single word. Fear. Kielina trembled as she spoke. This is a forbidden spell. As supreme beings, a forbidden spell alone was insufficient to instill such fear in them. What truly sent chills down their spines was, in less than a second, how could a forbidden spell have formed? A forbidden spell is the standard for the supreme being. However, no one can cast one without at least 10 seconds of preparation. Yet this monster before them had once again defied their very understanding of what it means to be the supreme being. In such a situation, there is only one possible explanation. Instant cast. Instant cast forbidden spell. Instant banishment spell while maintaining 3 layers of domains. Though this thought was it was the only explanation for the current situation. Despite the communication, everyone's hands were busy, continuously enhancing their status and skills. Except for their ultimate trump cards, everyone was holding nothing back, employing every possible means. To put it bluntly, the forbidden spell was like a nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapons sweep the underground if there's any holding back, it's sheer madness. Run? Perhaps it was still possible before the forbidden spell was fully formed. But once the forbidden spell is formed, the invisible energy will lock down everything around it. There is no other way but to confront the forbidden spell head-on. Perhaps a stronger entity might have other methods, but that is already beyond the realm of supreme power. In other words, at this very moment, everyone can only confront this forbidden spell head-on. Though it seems slow, it happens in an instant. The pitch-black cosmos suddenly flickers with points of starlight, which quickly coalesce into a dazzling sea of stars. Mysterious yet beautiful. No one dared to relax in the face of this breathtaking sight. Instead, their expressions grew even more solemn. The more beautiful something is, the more deadly the crisis lurking behind it becomes. The next moment, everyone's caution became reality. It seemed as though a mysterious giant hand was gently turning the hands of time and space on the sky. The starry river that had once hung high in the heavens suddenly reversed its course with startling abruptness. Instantly, towering flames erupted, filling everyone's vision with intense heat. The overwhelmingly violent aura, akin to the very essence of fire, seemed intent on consuming everything in existence. In the face of this overwhelming aura, those still in the sky arena, despite being relatively close, couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Simply maintaining their stance required every ounce of their strength. Not a single one of these beings, who still retained consciousness, was below the 8th rank. As for those below the 8th rank, they had already fainted at the very beginning, their eyes rolled back, with no doubt about their fate. Perhaps within the sky arena, 8th rank beings seemed numerous, but that was merely due to the arena's unique nature. In the outside world, any 8th rank individual would be enough to inspire awe in ordinary people. Yet, even these so-called elite warriors, who were considered the pinnacle of strength in the eyes of outsiders, were reduced to this pitiful state merely by the aftereffects of a forbidden spell. One can only imagine the terrifying sight faced by those who directly confronted the forbidden spell. Though no one knew what was happening outside, not a single person felt the urge to investigate. They only hoped this disaster would end soon. The terrifying celestial fire still lingered at the dome of the sky, refusing to fall. The sheer heat it emitted caused dense fog to rise continuously, and the newly stabilized space began to crack. Countless spatial turbulence emerged, only to be easily obliterated by the extreme heat. In the endless cycle of repetition, something utterly unexpected. Mysterious star-like lights flickered in the flames, followed by massive meteors that seemed to traverse the boundaries of time and space, merging into the raging celestial fire. When the two forces collided, the entire world seemed unable to withstand the extreme energy, trembling and shaking violently. Finally. Collapse. Chapter 88. One fusion banishment spell not enough? Let's try another. Terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything continued to surge, causing the surrounding space to shatter and reform repeatedly in an endless cycle. The 8th rank cultivators in the sky arena could no longer withstand the terrifying energy fluctuations and overwhelming aura. The only ones still clinging to survival were the few remaining 9th ranked warriors. However, even they were on the brink of exhausting all their means to hold on. Of course. Although forbidden spells are powerful techniques that transcend the boundaries of conventional magic. But relying solely on energy fluctuations to make a group of 9th rank practitioners feel overwhelmed was unrealistic. Therefore, this is not an ordinary forbidden spell. Rather, it is the legendary skill Heavenly Fire Annihilation combined with the forbidden spell Heavenly Veil Funeral, two skills perfectly merged into a single ultimate strike. That's why it can render 9th ranked experts unable to withstand its aura even with just fluctuations. If the aura alone is so terrifying, it's not hard to imagine the dire situation faced by the supreme beings locked by the forbidden spell. However, those who have become supreme beings naturally possess abilities far beyond the ordinary. In fact, the moment this forbidden spell was about to descend, they sensed something was amiss. They realized this was no ordinary forbidden spell. In that instant, while everyone was filled with horror, they also held nothing back, continuing to pull out their final cards one after another. A sacred aura gathered before Carlton, and a magnificent pendant appeared in his hand. Even Carlton couldn't help but flicker a hint of pain in his eyes. However, as the supreme being, he was utterly resolute. And the pendant in his hand shattered into pieces. In the next instant, the sacred aura surging around Carlton erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The effects of the two domains were instantly suppressed and completely neutralized. After briefly regaining his original strength, Carlton began to unleash one skill after another, setting up layer upon layer of defenses before him. He then looked at the Garcia he held in his hand, a moment of hesitation flashing in his eyes. In the end, he sighed deeply, his expression unchanged, and tore off his right arm, offering it as a sacrifice. On the other side, equipment, items, and potions began to appear one after another before Waters. Several of them flashed with light before exploding instantly. The energy released in that instant was so powerful that it even broke the lock of the forbidden spell for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Waters passed the items one by one to the others. After completing all this, Waters looked up at the apocalyptic scene before him and sighed softly. Then, a pure, spotless white feather appeared before him. Immediately, a divine aura rippled out from the feather. Meanwhile, some of the highest beings summoned creatures imbued with the essence of evil, others brought forth divine artifacts that had evolved to the extreme of a particular element, and still others. With Waters' assistance, the energies surged to levels far surpassing their original strength. However, even so, when the forbidden spell finally descended, and they felt the pure, overwhelming aura of destruction, several of the highest beings couldn't help but reveal expressions of despair. Even if the forbidden spell had not truly descended, as supreme beings, the moment they sensed the aura, they already knew the outcome. With their previous preparations, they absolutely couldn't withstand this forbidden spell. However, Waters sighed. A pure white light flickered on the feathers before him, enveloping the few supreme beings who wore expressions of despair. The next moment, a terrifying wave of destruction capable of obliterating the world erupted. Everything around them lost its color under the absolute destructive energy. It felt like an instant, yet as long as a century. Color finally returned to his vision. The entire space shattered without a hint of resistance under the forbidden spell, leaving behind a void stretching for dozens of kilometers. Spatial turbulence swept and tore through everything in its path. The space's self-repairing ability clashed with the lingering power of the forbidden spell, causing the spatial turbulence within to grow even more violent. If a 9th-rank cultivator were to venture inside, even the slightest misstep could result in being completely torn apart. As a sacred structure, the sky arena also collapsed by more than half under the aftermath of the forbidden spell. The top layer and several layers below have already vanished without a trace. Despite being shrouded in golden light, the sky arena, bolstered by this energy, began to repair itself continuously. However, the residual power of the forbidden spell made this process incredibly slow. To the naked eye, the changes are barely perceptible. The 9th-ranked beings within have already fainted from the aftershocks. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. In the shattered, decaying space, one by one, battered figures slowly emerged. Though several of them were barely clinging to life, their vital energy was on the brink of extinction. At least these 9 figures had survived the terrifying blow without any casualties. It was a stroke of luck in an otherwise dire situation. Cough, cough. Is this thing really just a forbidden spell? This monster from the Great Xia Empire is truly terrifying. However, after that strike, he should no longer have the ability to continue fighting, right? We absolutely cannot let this creature escape. If we allow it to grow any further. As they spoke, a flash of fear crossed the faces of many of the highest-ranking individuals. Soon, that fear was replaced by a resolute expression. That was the resolve to keep it here at any cost. Even if it meant the fall of several more supreme beings, it would be worth it. However, how powerful! A voice tinged with a hint of admiration suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Facing my strongest attack, not a single one of you was injured. Gazing at Chu Ping'an, whose pale white hair was flying wildly behind him, Waters coldly remarked, "Boy, the techniques of the older generation of supreme beings are beyond your imagination. As for you, after using that move, how much more strength do you have left?" Chu Ping'an smiled, curious to see how much strength I can still unleash. Instead of speculating and testing here, why not look up at the sky? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up. Just a glance. His expression suddenly turned incredibly ugly. Out of nowhere, a blindingly bright sun appeared in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was not a sun at all. It was formed from pure energy, emanating a sacred aura. A forbidden spell? How is that possible? Why can this guy still use a forbidden spell? An illusion. This must be an illusion. Many of the highest-ranking beings collapsed on the spot. Even Waters, who had remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control, couldn't help but change expression at that moment. Even he could sense the overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from that forbidden spell. Watching the ever-changing expressions of the crowd, Chu Ping'an's calm face couldn't help but curve into a faint smile. One forbidden spell wasn't enough? Then let me cast another one. How will you all respond then? Chapter 89, The Descent of the Divine. All was silent. The entire space was filled with nothing but the violent yet silent surges of spatial turbulence, with no other energy present. This is truly unexpected. Gazing at the sky arena in the distance, which still retained 2 layers, Chu Ping'an silently withdrew his gaze. Even after 2 consecutive fusion forbidden spells, the 2 most critical layers remained intact. The steady breaths emanating from within silently confirmed that while the professionals inside had lost consciousness, they had not suffered any injuries. Despite not targeting the sky arena intentionally and not facing the core power of the forbidden spell, this was sufficient proof of the structure's immense strength. In fact, could an ordinary forbidden spell really shake this thing? Chu Ping'an expressed his doubts. However, his attention to the sky arena was fleeting, as his focus remained on the current battlefield. Yet, at that moment, not a single figure could be seen across the entire battlefield. The scene looked as though all the supreme beings had been wiped out by that single new forbidden spell. Of course, that wasn't the case. Only 3 supreme beings perished under that forbidden spell. As for those who truly perished, not a single one. It can only be said that they are indeed the supreme beings, with countless life-saving abilities, and each of them even holds the ultimate card of resurrection in their hands. Chu Ping'an remained unfazed, standing with his hands behind his back, waiting patiently. The absence of figures on the field did not mean the supreme beings had departed. It merely meant, are you trying to buy time with such tactics? Naive. Chu Ping'an shook his head, turned around, and pretended to leave. The next moment, doors began to appear in the shattered void. One after another, the supreme beings, looking utterly disheveled, emerged from within. Seeing this, Chu Ping'an smiled and spoke, "You're not planning to keep hiding anymore, are you?" Waters' gaze was icy. "This joke isn't funny." Chu Ping'an shrugged, then looked up at the sky. Instantly, the expressions of the newly arrived supreme beings changed drastically. As if triggered by some instinct, they began using their skills without hesitation, surrounding themselves with turtle shells. Only Waters couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, are there any forbidden spells? Can't you sense them?" Upon hearing this, the previously panicked supreme beings instinctively looked up at the sky, which was clear and sunny, and sighed in relief. "See? Isn't that pretty funny?" Hearing Chu Ping'an's teasing, the supreme beings all turned their gaze away from the sky, crossed their arms behind their backs, and pretended to be nonchalant. It must be said that as supreme beings, even their thick skin far surpasses that of ordinary people. On the other hand, Waters had already regained his composure. A cheap provocation. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be able to use the forbidden spell anymore, right? Chu Ping'an smiled. Why don't you try it yourself and see? Or do you think I'd be so kind as to tell my enemy the correct answer? Even if I did, would you believe me? No need to bluff. Waters adopted a composed and confident expression. Given the aggressive intent you've demonstrated so far, if you can still cast a forbidden spell of that caliber as smoothly as before, you wouldn't be standing here chatting with me. You'd be silently casting another forbidden spell like you did earlier. Chu Ping'an remained unfazed by Waters' analysis, maintaining a calm smile on his face. You guess. His response truly left everyone speechless, unsure of what to do next. Even Waters, who had been so confident moments ago and had made that deduction, couldn't help but doubt the accuracy of his own analysis. Only Chu Ping'an knew that the other party was correct. He still had the forbidden spell. But now that 30 seconds had passed, he couldn't cast another fusion forbidden spell. 2 consecutive fusion forbidden spells only managed to kill 3 supreme beings once. Can ordinary forbidden spells really stand a chance against these creatures? Chu Ping'an expressed his doubts. And precisely because of this, he did not continue using forbidden spells to overwhelm them. Sometimes, keeping a few aces up your sleeve can be more intimidating. However, killing these guys is much harder than I imagined. Upon reflecting that the supreme beings were essentially ancient monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, it made sense that they would possess some powerful artifacts, and Chu Ping'an felt somewhat relieved. It was clear that he had already abandoned any notion of continuing to kill the supreme beings. The reason he stayed. I wonder what kind of trump cards these guys still have up their sleeves. Curious about their hidden cards, he wanted to take a look, so Chu Ping'an stayed behind. Though it seemed to take time, it happened in an instant. After Chu Ping'an spoke, Waters hesitated briefly before making up his mind. Whether it's true or not, this monster hasn't left on its own. That means it has the confidence to leave at any moment, even with all of us here. It was a simple logic. All one needed to do was put themselves in the other's shoes to understand. No one would risk their life to show off. Therefore, it can only mean one thing: the opponent possesses absolute confidence. Confident that they can leave at any moment, they dare to act so brazenly. However, it is precisely this arrogance that will become the dirge that buries you here. Since the other party is so confident, he will play a trump card beyond their expectations and make them pay for their arrogance. With that thought, the white feather reappeared in Waters' hand. Upon seeing the feather, the other supreme beings immediately understood Waters' intentions. One after another, pure white orbs floated before the other supreme beings. As soon as they appeared, they seemed to be summoned by some unseen force, rushingly toward the pure, unblemished feather. Gazing at the feather, Chu Ping'an sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. This caused a look of confusion to flicker in his eyes. However, he quickly realized what it was. This feeling. A divine artifact? No, it's not a divine artifact. It's the aura carried by the divine artifact. The aura of the divine. The moment he realized this, Chu Ping'an's expression grew incredibly solemn. Could it be that? A bold possibility emerged from his mind. An overwhelming force followed, locking Chu Ping'an in place. Feeling the feedback from the feathers, Waters finally smiled. He closed his eyes and prayed with utmost devotion. As he prayed, a mighty, sacred voice began to echo throughout the entire heavens and earth. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy outline of a divine realm appeared in the sky above. The sounds of prayer mingled with the thunderous tolling of bells. In the next instant, the gates of the divine realm slowly opened to either side. A blinding light instantly replaced everything. Then, as endless divine sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth, a figure of unparalleled beauty emerged. The divine being descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 90, My Lord? The vast and majestic divine realm hung high in the heavens. Though it was merely a faint shadow, the slightest hint of divinity it inadvertently emitted caused the countless supreme beings below to reveal greedy expressions. However, upon catching sight of the divine figure, this greed was quickly concealed by all. Golden wings spread behind the figure, and a hazy divine aura shrouded its face, making it difficult to discern its features. An intangible aura enveloped the area, completely sealing off the entire space. Pure white wings, free of any blemish, slowly descended from the sky, making this already noble and sacred being appear even more extraordinary. The figure raised its gaze slightly. Though the figure's face was shrouded in the hazy divine aura, in that moment, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel that the figure was staring directly at him. Though it was merely a glance, the moment the other looked at him, Chu Ping'an felt an unprecedented pressure. Even 10 of the highest beings would pale in comparison. At that moment, Chu Ping'an was even more certain of his thoughts. This mysterious being summoned by Waters and the other supreme beings was a brand new realm beyond the supreme beings. A deity. I just wanted to see what kind of trump cards these guys were holding, but I never expected such a huge surprise. Is it really a surprise? Perhaps it could also be called a scare. However, Chu Pingyan was surprised to discover that although he felt an unprecedented pressure, he did not feel the slightest fear at the arrival of the deity. Instead, there was a sense of eagerness deep within him. Was it the confidence granted by his divine armor? Chu Pingyan didn't know, and it didn't matter. What mattered was, how powerful will the deity be? How long can I hold my ground against them now? And even more so, is there a chance to turn the tables and kill them? This bold thought made Chu Pingyan a little scared. After all, he was only at the 4th rank. Even with all the divine artifacts he possessed, the vast disparity in life force between the two sides remained undeniable. Moreover, he knew nothing about the methods or abilities possessed in this completely unknown realm. Given all this, the thought of killing a god had actually crossed his mind. This was truly arrogant fool. The mysterious entity suddenly spoke. The tone of the voice carried no extra emotion, yet the sound seemed to transform into some kind of rule, echoing endlessly in Chu Pingyan's ears, causing him to feel a pang of guilt in that instant. Divine punishment. As the other pointed a finger, golden flames erupted from Chu Pingyan's body, engulfing him. Instantly, his life points plummeted at a rate of hundreds of millions per second. Seeing this, the faces of the highest beings lit up with smug smiles. What good is raw power? In this age, it's all about hidden cards and tactics. Even if you're stronger, can you surpass the Divine Lord? This madman will feel the terror of death and endless regret. What a pity. If he had used this trump card from the start, perhaps Will wouldn't have. Before this, no one could have imagined that he could face all of us alone and possess the ability to kill a supreme being with a single strike. Will's death was an accident, but exchanging his life with this madman, even if it means using such a trump card, it's not a bad deal. Recalling the opponent's previous display of power, many supreme beings couldn't help but show signs of lingering fear, nodding in agreement. Waters sighed, speaking with a touch of resignation. This gift, which was originally intended for the great Xia, is more than enough honor for you alone. Chu Pingyan was unaware of the discussions among the crowd. The moment the golden flames engulfed his body, he felt an unprecedented agony. It doesn't hurt at all? Chu Pingyan was first puzzled, then doubtful, and finally certain. It wasn't a hallucination. Although his health points were dropping rapidly, he simply didn't feel any pain. What is going on? With that confusion lingering, 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the golden flame also dissipated into nothingness, slowly fading away. Is that it? Chu Pingyan fell into even deeper silence. So-called deities? That's it. If it had been just a moment slower, the life points that had just dropped would have been almost fully restored by now, right? At that moment, Chu Pingyan suddenly realized that so-called gods were nothing special after all. Perhaps there's actually a chance to kill the enemy. Thinking this, he looked toward the vague figure in the distance, and the eager gleam in Chu Pingyan's eyes grew even more intense. The once triumphant beings who had been about to witness the villain's downfall now stared in disbelief. The smiles on their faces froze in that instant. Their eyes betrayed uncontrollable horror and disbelief. Laugh. If you don't laugh, I'll laugh. Saying this, Chu Pingyan looked up at the arrogant figure in the sky. Is this what you call a god? Hearing the voice, the other party seemed to snap out of it at that moment. The gaze directed at Chu Pingyan couldn't help but carry a hint of confusion. Although the holy flame had not killed the villain, this outcome was somewhat unexpected. But that was irrelevant. If one strike didn't work, then try again. Between mortals and gods, there exists an uncrossable chasm. The enemy's taunts meant nothing to him. It was as if an elephant never bothered to consider what the ants at its feet might think. He spoke again, calmly. Submit to your fate. The words transformed into mystical runes, binding Chu Pingyan in place like chains. Despite the chains binding him, Chu Pingyan felt he could break free at any moment. But he wanted to try. Was the previous attempt an accident, or? Blinding holy light erupted before Chu Pingyan, and a massive surge of sacred energy engulfed him. Everyone present lost sight of Chu Pingyan. Feeling the overwhelming energy that could strike even the mightiest with fear, smiles returned to their faces. It was just an accident earlier. The master wasn't taking it seriously. You wanted to laugh? Go ahead and laugh. This is what happens when you anger the master. Anger? He had never felt any emotion from start to finish. Besides, can't even touch him? Others couldn't see it, but in his perception, the other's life force hadn't weakened in the slightest. It remained as powerful as ever. Why is this happening? A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed several more powerful techniques. However, they still failed to inflict serious harm on Chu Pingyan. Instead, a sacred aura even more powerful than his own suddenly erupted from Chu Pingyan's body. He, who had remained calm throughout, suddenly narrowed his pupils and revealed an expression of disbelief, as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. A voice, audible only to him, echoed in his mind. My lord! Chapter 91, is this your ace in the hole? As this thought emerged, all his attacks ceased simultaneously. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. However, before he could make any further moves or utter a word, the divine realm that had been suspended in the sky suddenly erupted with an overwhelming divine light. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, both the divine realm that had just erupted with divine light and the deity that had originally descended had vanished without a trace. Only the feather before waters, now devoid of its former luster, silently bore witness to the fact that what had just occurred was not an illusion, and that the deities had indeed descended into this world. Waters smiled and said, "It seems that the supreme deity has completed everything and has returned to the divine realm." Just as everyone was about to nod in agreement, a dissatisfied voice rang out in their ears. "Wait, where are the people? No, where's the god from earlier? He beat me up, and I didn't even have a chance to fight back before he ran away?" Xu Pingyan was growing angry. After enduring several more attacks from the other party, he realized that, although he didn't know the reason, these attacks couldn't cause him any real harm. Since that was the case, it was now his turn to act. A fourth-tier god slayer, just thinking about it made him a little excited. But before he could act on his thoughts, the other party had already run off without a word. Anyone in his position would be feeling pretty annoyed right now. Feeling the hostile gaze of Xu Pingyan, the other supreme beings felt a surge of fear. It wasn't fear of Xu Pingyan's unpredictable mood, but fear of why the supreme god had disappeared, yet the other party was still alive and kicking. Changing perspectives. Even the supreme deity couldn't defeat this monster. Just thinking about it, everyone was almost overwhelmed by the fear they imagined in their minds. After all, having come into contact with divine beings, they knew all too well how powerful gods were. It was an entirely new realm. Even the most exalted beings were no more than larger ants in its presence. A single squeeze would be enough to make them understand the preciousness of life. Yet now, there was an ant that had defied this rule, wriggling and jumping around in the other's hand for several minutes. How could this not fill them with dread? "Are you ready to bear the brunt of my anger?" Xu Pingyan looked at the crowd, his expression no longer calm, but instead carrying a trace of anger. This anger was not particularly intense, but even so, it was more than the current group of supreme beings could bear. The crowd snapped back to reality. Even Waters, at that moment, had no intention of staying behind with Xu Pingyan. Instead, split up and run. Before the words had even left his mouth, everyone had already acted. They fled in different directions. Those who had reached the pinnacle were no fools. Regardless of what problems lie within, even the Divine Lord himself couldn't do anything against them. Even if everyone here were to die in battle, could they really stop him? Regardless of whether it was possible or not, the cost was something they couldn't accept. Besides, why sacrifice their own lives to benefit others? Isn't it better to live? Watching the supreme beings scatter and flee, Xu Pingyan froze for a moment before letting out a scoffing. It turns out that when one is utterly speechless, one can truly be driven to laughter by anger. As the pride of the supreme beings, where was their pride? He was the one being beaten by the crowd. Damn it! Watching the supreme beings scatter and flee, Xu Pingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Even he couldn't keep 9 people behind at the same time. So the natural course of action was to randomly select a lucky one. As for who that lucky one would be, Xu Pingyan's gaze shifted, landing on a particular direction. Damn it! Feeling the fluctuations behind him, Carlton's expression turned incredibly grim. Though he had guessed there was a high chance he would be the target, he still clung to a sliver of hope. What if the other party changed their target? Then he could escape. Unfortunately, that sliver of hope was quickly crushed by reality. Glancing at the Garcia he held in his hand, a strange gleam flashed in Carlton's eyes. "Kid, don't push me." Unlike Carlton, the other supreme beings, sensing that Xu Pingyan was moving away from them, all sighed in relief. Poor Carlton. It looks like he's in for a rough time this time. That fool Carlton. At such a critical moment, he still won't give up on that guy? Isn't that asking for death? But at least he made that mistake. Otherwise, that lucky spot might have fallen on my head. Dear Lalton, I'll remember you. After you die, I'll take care of your family for you. The minds of the other supreme beings were racing with various thoughts, but their footsteps grew even faster. If that good-for-nothing Carlton can't hold on much longer and falls, another lucky one might emerge. At such a critical moment, no one dared to falter. Even Waters, aside from casting a gloomy glance in the direction where Carlton had fled, had no intention of offering any assistance. There must be some clues about such a monster existing in Great Xia. We must have missed something earlier. Even if we have to sacrifice those few spies, we must obtain information about the enemy. With such thoughts in mind, his pace quickened by another third. 1 minute later. Why did you stop running? Looking at Carlton in front of him, Xu Pingyan asked curiously. Carlton sighed, your speed is faster than mine. Even if we keep running, it would only be a waste of time. Xu Pingyan nodded seriously, then you should also know that you're no match for me. Instead of wasting time, why not let me just kill you? In that case, maybe I could find you a companion on the path to the underworld? Even in such a dire situation, the corner of Carlton's eye twitched involuntarily. What kind of good person would willingly offer their head to an enemy who wants to kill them? Young man, don't be so bloodthirsty. How do you know I'm so bloodthirsty? I can't sleep a wink unless I kill a few of the highest-ranking ones every day. As you say in your Great Xia language, leave a little room for future encounters. If I kill you, what is there to meet? Don't force me. Old man, I'm forcing you. Carlton? This conversation is going nowhere. As the Supreme Being, have I ever felt this humiliated before? Carlton spoke angrily, since you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Even the gods can't touch me. I'll see just how impolite you can be. Xu Pingyan sneered. Fine, fine. Carlton, enraged, grabbed the unconscious Garcia in front of him and held him up. I hope you won't regret this. Seeing this, Xu Pingyan's eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light. Is this your trump card? Chapter 92, No Way Out? If you won't continue, then I will. As for this clone created using props, Xu Pingyan could say it was unfamiliar, and no one else would dare to claim familiarity. In fact, even he had been surprised that, in such a chaotic battle, it had managed to survive this long despite facing the baptism of 2 fusion forbidden spells. Now, seeing Carlton's reaction, he finally understood it wasn't that the other party cared so much about their disciple, but ace card? Thinking this, Xu Pingyan stopped his actions, crossed his arms, and watched the other's performance in silence. Young man, I don't know why the true God chose to withdraw early, but you must understand that this world is filled with countless methods. Power isn't always the sole measure of strength. From here on out, you'll be plunging into despair amidst endless regret. As he uttered the last word, Carlton's expression suddenly froze, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. For the dark passage that had been forming before him had, for some unknown reason, shattered into pieces in the very last instant. How is that possible? Why, no response. Seeing Carlton's disbelieving expression, a smile shifted to Xu Pingyan's face. Go on, then. I'm still waiting to see the show. Upon hearing Xu Pingyan's words, Carlton snapped back to reality. The moment he noticed the other person's expression, which seemed to suggest he already knew everything, he finally realized. It's you! How is that possible? When did you notice? Noticed? Xu Pingyan chuckled. He could say he hadn't noticed anything, just a stroke of luck, a coincidence. He could only say that chaotic destiny was indeed a true divine technique. Even a supreme being hadn't noticed the problem with the Garcia he was holding in his hand until now. Are you done? If you don't continue, I won't hold back. Faster than words were the skills that were unleashed in an instant. 10 minutes later. Xu Pingyan tossed the rings in his hand, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. No wonder you're the supreme leader of the Great Eagle clan. Your wealth is truly immense. Just the magic stones alone add up to hundreds of billions. Not to mention the various items, materials, and equipment inside. If converted entirely into magic stones, its value would far exceed $1 trillion. Murder and arson earn you a golden sash. The ancients truly did not deceive him. As he thought about it, Xu Pingyan's face suddenly twisted into an expression of sheer agony. Damn it! The loss this time is simply too great. At the time, he was caught up in the chaos of battle and had no spare time to search Will's body. Just thinking about losing $1 trillion magic stones made Xu Pingyan feel as though his heart was being torn apart by 1,000 knives. The pain was unbearable. Damn you, Big Eagle. How dare you touch my spoils of war? You've sealed your own fate. After venting his anger with curses, Xu Pingyan didn't actually pursue them. Who doesn't have a few aces up their sleeve? The enemy carried precious artifacts capable of summoning deities. How many more hidden cards did their main base hold? Xu Pingyan didn't know. But he knew that these trump cards were at least powerful enough to touch upon the concept of gods. Although the previous clash where he got beaten up hadn't caused him any real harm, Xu Pingyan wasn't naive enough to think that was all they had. Perhaps they haven't had the chance to use them yet? As for why the enemy suddenly left, that was beyond his knowledge. In any case, the purpose of this outing has been more than fulfilled. Advanced mission completed. 2 supreme beings slain. This achievement will leave old Deng speechless. Want it? Of course. More likely, they'll just slap you across the face and glare at you, saying, this joke isn't funny at all. Xu Pingyan shook his head. It's time to go back. This outing was certainly an eye-opening experience. It also made him realize that there truly are gods above the highest beings. As for why these gods never walk among mortals, that is not something he needs to know. What he needed to do was, before these gods descended, become stronger. Strong enough that even the gods themselves could be easily subdued. Only with sufficient strength can one feel safe in this dangerous world. If others were to learn of Xu Pingyan's thoughts, they would likely deem him delusional. But 4th tier can already crush the highest ranks. Killing a deity at 6th or 7th tier should be a piece of cake, right? Without lingering any longer, Xu Pingyan summoned his mount and stepped into it. Soon, his vehicle, resembling a fighter jet, began to vibrate gently before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. The sky arena was quite a distance from the Great Xia Empire, and even at the vehicle speed, it would take at least several hours to reach. Though Xu Pingyan could cover that distance in less than 10 minutes at his own speed, there was no urgent matter at hand, so there was no need to rush. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the vehicle shook irregularly, flashes of red light flickered inside. Warning! Warning! Weapon systems are activating. We're under attack again? The world outside is really chaotic. Xu Pingyan sighed, deactivated the counterattack system, and stepped out into the open. Oh! The sky seemed empty, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. An assassin capable of disappearing into the void? Could ordinary bandits possess such skills? As if sensing Xu Pingyan's distraction, several cold flashes suddenly appeared before his eyes. Impressive. They must be 7th or 8th tier. This only confirmed Xu Pingyan's initial suspicion. Speaking of which, my master mentioned yesterday that I'd been put on a bounty by the Dark World. Could these guys be the ones? Facing the assassin's attack, Xu Pingyan froze in mid-air, as if he had been completely stunned by the sudden scene. A flash of excitement flickered in the eyes of the attackers. It was as if they could see the generous reward beckoning to them. Until the distance between them was less than 5 meters, a sudden burst of holy light appeared. The 6 assassins who had just emerged from the void suddenly came to a halt. As a gentle breeze swept past, their figures disintegrated into dust. Xu Pingyan looked at the void before him and said calmly, "Aren't you coming out yet?" After a few seconds, the void before him remained utterly still. Xu Pingyan sighed, "Do you think I'm just putting on a show? It's so obvious you can't fool anyone." As he spoke, his gaze locked onto a specific point in the void. When there was still no response, Xu Pingyan casually tossed a fireball in that direction. He didn't intend to kill anyone, it was merely a greeting. The fireball whistled through the air and quickly vanished into the sky. The next moment, where the fireball had just passed, the space trembled slightly, and a calm voice echoed. "A mere 4th-tier cultivator managed to detect me. Great Xia." Chapter 93, The Supreme of the Dark Side's Assassination. Don't push me. The Supreme Ones of Great Xia actually dared to give you such a precious item. Don't you know that the innocent bear no guilt, but those who possess treasures are doomed? The man in green robes stood there with his hands behind his back, his silver hair flying freely in the air. A thick, oppressive aura swept toward them. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Wait, how can this guy be so full of himself? Are you from the underworld? The other nodded with a light smile. That's correct. I have come here today to exchange your head for a reward. I hope you won refuse. Xu Pingyan clenched his fist. He was getting serious. You're only a 9th rank cultivator. Where do you get the nerve to speak to me like that? The man paused for a moment before his face broke into a smile again. No wonder you're a little guy who can command such a high price in the underworld. But you're only a 4th tier, yet you have a trump card that doesn't even acknowledge 9th tier opponents. Unfortunately, it's often arrogance and self-importance that lead to one's downfall. This sounds familiar. I think I heard it somewhere recently. Right. It's Carlton. Though slightly different, the meaning is the same. For a moment, Xu Pingyan looked at this pretentious man with a touch of oddity in his eyes. Unfortunately, the other party clearly didn't notice Xu Pingyan's change in expression. Or perhaps he hadn't cared about his thoughts from the very beginning. Once he confirmed that there were only the two of them and no other supreme beings present, everything unfolding before him was a stage he had deliberately crafted. Does it matter what the audience thinks? It didn't matter. The man smiled broadly. The supreme being of the Great Xia should never have let you come out alone without assigning a supreme being to protect you at all times, allowing me to find your weakness. As he spoke, a unique aura of the supreme being emanated from his body and rippled out in all directions. You should be familiar with this aura, shouldn't you? Xu Pingyan sighed. So, is the supreme being the reason you're so confident? The man smiled indifferently. Xu Pingyan's words fell on his ears like the last gasps of a dying man. What did he mean by the supreme being the reason for his confidence? In this age where even gods cannot act freely, the supreme being is the ultimate powerhouse. If we're being honest, if we were both supreme beings, saying such things wouldn't matter. But you're only a 4th tier being. Where did you get the nerve to speak like that? Seeing that the other party didn't take his words to heart, Xu Pingyan sighed. The last time someone was this confident, I killed 2 of them. Before the sound even reached his ears, his clenched fists had already struck the other man's back with tremendous force. The unguarded man in green was instantly sent flying like a meteor into the water. After a brief pause, ripples spread out in layers, creating massive waves. No! To be precise, they were towering waves hundreds of meters high. If anyone on the coast witnessed this scene, they might have mistaken it for the end of the world. Countless sea monsters, regardless of their strength, were instantly annihilated the moment they came into contact with the energy radiating from the punch. However, in the next instant, a green figure broke through the water's surface, soaring over the towering waves that had just erupted, and with a fist enveloped in raging flames, it charged toward Xu Pingyan. Bang! A dull thud. The fist was firmly caught by Xu Pingyan. In the next instant, a terrifying energy storm erupted around the two of them. The void emitted a series of cracking sounds before finally succumbing to the pressure and shattering completely. The gale force winds that had yet to strike the two were shattered by the terrifying energy. The man in green stared wide-eyed, his face still frozen in shock. Xu Pingyan felt a surge of satisfaction, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. In the empty left hand, out of the other's sight, a series of violent energy surged. It erupted on the other's right cheek, and in the instant he lost his grip, Xu Pingyan's other hand followed suit, delivering another punch to the left cheek. The man once again turned into a meteor and crashed back into the depths of the sea. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The man in the sea touched the symmetrical wounds on both sides of his face, feeling the intense pain radiating from his face. A tear welled up in the corner of his eye, but before it could fall, it turned into a heavy, precious material, breaking through the layers of seawater and falling downward. It was only at that moment that the man realized. He, the Supreme Being, had been beaten to tears. By a fourth-tier opponent. Wait. How could a fourth tier have the strength to make him cry? This kind of power struggle is purely about attributes. I still have several legendary equipment pieces on me. Even if strength isn't the primary attribute, it's still in the billions. How could a mere fourth-tier opponent possibly compare? So, the cunning frog has been feeling your belly all along. The opponent isn't a fourth tier, but a supreme. According to the information obtained, the opponent is only fourth tier, which means the opponent is deliberately disguising themselves as the target, baiting us here. And he didn't notice it at all from start to finish. Recalling the words he had just spoken, an overwhelming sense of shame welled up from the depths of his heart. Cunning Disya person. The man in blue robes was furious, his eyes filled with hatred. Since it wasn't the target, there was no reason for him to linger here any longer. Moreover, the other party's familiarity with the situation was clearly far greater than his own. At such a critical moment, they dared to split off such a powerful force to lure us out. These great Xia people are as arrogant as ever. Do they really think this is still the past? Don't give me the chance to find you, or you'll regret provoking the king of assassins. He glared angrily at the sky, his gaze seeming to pierce through hundreds of meters of seawater, fixated on that arrogant figure. The next moment, a surging black tide engulfed him, swallowing him into the void. However, did I give you permission to leave? A voice exploded behind the man, who didn't turn around but revealed a look of horror on his face. This is the void. Why? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a familiar fist landed once again on his face. The injury was severe, and the insult was even greater. This time, however, the man didn't fly backward. It wasn't because they were in the void, but because, before the punch landed, one of his hands had been grabbed by Chu Ping'an. Tell me where your base is, and I'll consider giving you a quick death. Damn it! Damn it! This bastard is deliberately humiliating me. Don't push me. The words, spoken in a low, growling voice, echoed between the two of them. In the next instant, the power of his domain spread out from his body in all directions. Chu Ping'an smiled and shattered it with a single punch. He looked down at the man beneath him. What if I force you? The man's face twisted with anger. If you're forcing me like this, then I'll just take you to the dark side, then. Chapter 94, One dead, I will destroy their entire nation. At the same moment Chu Ping'an faced the supreme assassination from the dark world. On a remote island over 10 kilometers outside the borders of the Great Xia Empire, 10 figures slowly descended. Among them were the Emperor of Dao, Matsuo Hanmo, and another supreme being, all standing on the beach without any disguise. The remaining 7 individuals were each disguised in various ways. Even among the supreme beings, none could discern their true identities. A few minutes later, the Emperor spoke first. Regardless of your identities, your presence here must have been summoned by the Great Eagle. We must unite and show the Great Xia that this world truly belongs to us. As allies, the others would normally not dare to contradict the Emperor, even if his words seemed flawed. However, there was a short figure shrouded in a black cloak who sneered. You, who were killed by a divine beast for no reason, dare to speak such words? If the Great Xia had no intention of sparking a civil war, perhaps after last night, the world map would no longer have cherry blossoms. 8 duck meat. Are you trying to die? Matsuo Hanmo and another supreme being glared at him angrily. As their angry shouts echoed, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Facing the two enraged figures, the black-clad man sneered disdainfully. He simply looked at the Emperor with a calm expression. The others watched the cherry blossoms with various expressions on their faces. What had happened last night was the greatest disgrace the cherry blossoms had endured in a century. Now that this wound had been so brutally exposed, any cherry blossom person would feel anger. The Emperor was no exception. However, as long as today's plan proceeds successfully, what does this humiliation matter? Taking a deep breath, the Emperor's gaze grew icy, though his face maintained a forced smile. My friend, what exactly are you trying to imply? Or are you intending to defy the Great Eagle's orders? Seeing this, the black-clad figure sighed. What a boring reaction. If you can endure this much, why not stop calling yourself the Emperor and rename yourself Ninja Turtle? With that, he crossed his arms and turned away, saying no more. The Emperor's face twitched slightly, then he turned to look at the others. Seeing that no one else spoke up, he continued. Regarding the plan moving forward, is there anything else you need to know? The onlookers shook their heads. Half an hour earlier, they had gathered here and discussed the arrangements for what was to come. Due to the nature of the dungeon, all the highest-ranking figures would now focus their attention on the Great Xia. However, although other nations still existed, but most of these smaller nations had only one supreme being. Those that are slightly better off have no more than 2. If united, they could form a formidable force. However, these supreme rulers have little to no personal connections with one another, and many harbor irreconcilable hatred toward one another for various reasons. In simple terms, while the total number of these supreme rulers is significant, they are like scattered sand. Relying on them to take the lead is not realistic. The only thing that can drive these supreme beings to act is self-interest. Therefore, their next move is to provoke the Great Xia. Then, at a critical moment, summon the supreme beings of the Great Eagle to provide support. Just as the Great Xia launched several attacks on Sakura last night, they will swiftly reduce the Great Xia's numbers with overwhelming force in the shortest possible time. At that point, the Great Xia will be unable to hide its decline, and those observing supreme beings, seeing an opportunity, will rush in like hyenas sensing blood, eager to tear off a piece of the spoils. The plan is not complicated. But at their level, they don't need a complicated plan. Often, the simpler it is, the more effective it becomes. Seeing no one object, the emperor glanced at the black-clad figure who had spoken earlier without a word. Such a reaction clearly indicates that it was those shameless scoundrels from the Dahan faction. He spoke, secretly sending a message to Matsuo Hanmo and another person. Wait for the right opportunity and eliminate this man. The three exchanged a subtle glance, already in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, the black-clad man seemed fully aware of everything that was happening. Time passed once more. 20 minutes later. A mechanical, cold voice echoed in their ears. Ding, the only copy has been generated. The Empire's overlord has been created. All warriors are urged to complete the challenge as soon as possible. The 10 exchanged glances, then without hesitation, they switched to a massive warship, boarded it one after another, and set off toward the direction of the Great Xia Empire. On the other side, within the walls of Changguan City, Joshua, Bai Qitian, and Gu Yunyan, along with 2 other supreme beings, a total of 5, also fixed their gazes. Their mood grew heavy, and they felt an intangible pressure. Finally, they've arrived. Old Bai, with all this gear, don't mess this up today. Our lives are in your hands. Bai Qitian couldn't help but laugh and scold, you bastards, putting pressure on me before the battle, huh? If the pressure gets too much and I can't handle it, don't come crying to me. The 2 who had just spoken grinned. Then I'll just have to come back as a ghost and haunt you. Then have the ancient ones collect my soul and hang it above your bed. Bai Qitian's eye twitched. These bastards, when they get serious, they're willing to curse even themselves. Gu Yunyan nodded seriously and spoke succinctly, alright. Sign the agreement. War-death donation agreement. In the event of death in battle, I voluntarily donate my body to Gu Yunyan to become his. Looking at the contract handed to him, this time it wasn't just Bai Qitian's eyes twitching, the others were all speechless. It was just a joke, right? Why would they have to donate their bodies as well? Bai Qitian forced a smile, realizing that smiles never truly disappear, they simply shift to others' faces. Following that, I found that I also had a copy of the war-death donation form in my hand. Bai Qitian? Looking at the others who no longer seemed tense, Joshua let out a helpless sigh. He sighed and said, alright, stop joking around. Although we knew this place would be a priority for care, other areas also need manpower to maintain order. The entire Great Xia Empire was simply too vast. With only 14 supreme beings, even if they were all spread out, it would be difficult to guard every location, let alone with all 5 of them concentrated in Changguan City. Hearing Joshua's words, everyone turned to look at him. If a major battle breaks out, others might not be able to come to our aid in time. Therefore, even if someone were to die in battle today, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. As Joshua's words fell, the atmosphere, which had just begun to liven up, once again grew heavy. However, if any of our brothers were to fall today, for everyone who dies, we will destroy their entire nation. Chapter 95, The Great Xia Outpost, Access Forbidden to All Nations. Feeling the forceful words of Joshua, everyone paused, their eyes brimming with emotion. Then, damn it, you're the one here trying to be emotional and cool? With your strength, you can't even defeat that little cherry blossom. If you really want to destroy a nation, you end up relying on us? At a critical moment, you're supposed to give a pre-battle speech, and you're just making a fool of yourself? Bai Qitian rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, if the pressure is really that intense, the only ones who'll survive today are me and old Gu. You're not weak, but you're still a softie. You're no match for a chaotic battle. How dare you say such big words? In a few words, the serious atmosphere was once again broken. Facing everyone's teasing, Joshua shrugged it off with a smile. It was Gu Yunyan, who had remained silent earlier, who suddenly spoke up. Did you bring the divine artifact? Everyone fell silent. Damn it! We forgot that this kid is in charge of the divine artifact. With the divine artifact's power, even if he dies today, this kid won't die. Seeing everyone's reaction, Joshua grinned, we brought it. Gu Yunyan nodded satisfactorily, that'll do. Oh, and mark me first. Anyway, I'm just a skeleton now, and whether my profession has a physical body or not doesn't matter. Everyone once again wore expressions of despair. Damn it! I forgot that this old guy's profession comes with such a convenient perk. Bai Qitian exchanged glances with the other 2 supreme beings, and they all saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. This unlucky bastard, he's not really going to die today, is he? As a colorless energy struck Gu Yunyan, a strange rune appeared above his head. After flickering briefly, it vanished into his forehead. Gu Yunyan, satisfied, stepped back into the crowd. Bai Qitian was about to speak again when his brows suddenly furrowed. Here it comes. In his perception, the warship, emitting vast energy without any concealment, was clearly visible. Joshua sneered coldly, and a colossal aura erupted from his body, a mere 10 supreme beings? Who gave them the audacity to be so arrogant? Of course, it's the Great Eagle. Joshua's aura faltered slightly. Another supreme spoke up. Maybe when the battle reaches a critical moment, they'll cast a forbidden spell, the Void Gate, and summon all of the Great Eagle as supremes. With just the 5 of us, we wouldn't even be enough to serve as a meal for them. Joshua's aura weakened further. You two bastards, are you spies sent by the Great Eagle? The 2 unnamed supreme beings shrugged their shoulders, their faces betraying no guilt. That possibility isn't entirely out of the question, Gu Yunyan spoke calmly. Hundreds of years ago on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the Great Eagle had once used a Void Gate scroll, which successfully sounded the trumpet for the counterattack in that great battle. According to their claims, that was the last one. But whether it's true or not, only they know for sure. Joshua furrowed his brows before speaking solemnly, I understand. After sending a brief message to the other supreme beings stationed across the regions, Joshua spoke calmly, let's go. To greet our guests. As he spoke, he took a step forward and vanished from the spot. The spell's teleportation is really useful. As he muttered to himself, Bai Qitian had already grabbed Gu Yunyan's arm. Gu Yunyan turned his head and stared straight at him. What are you looking at? I can't flash, so let us go already, old Gu. Gu Yunyan remained silent for a moment before saying softly, you owe me another 100 million. Without waiting for Bai Qitian to object, he used the flash technique to follow Joshua, who had already left first. Yan Lang's eyes lit up as he turned to his good friend Yunyanma. Do you think you're a treasure chest from Pingan? A single blink is worth 1 billion magic stones? Yunyanma scoffed and stepped forward, disappearing into the void. Damn it! You forgot that an assassin's void skill isn't much slower than flash. Not even 1 billion? You cheapskate! Muttering curses under his breath, he used flash to vanish from his original spot. The void outside Changguan City trembled slightly. Joshua appeared 3 kilometers away from the warship, his expression calm, stop where you are. As his words fell, a bolt of lightning had already dawned the warship. Then, the space around him rippled once more. Before Gu Yunyan could step out, Bai Qitian's curses echoed once more. Is your teleportation made of gold? It costs 1 billion each time? If you do it, you have to pay. As he spoke, Gu Yunyan looked toward the distant warship and hinted, Daing has the money. Bai Qitian immediately stopped his outburst, his gaze growing somber as he looked toward the distant warship. 2 words were written in his eyes, poverty. At that moment, money became a tangible force within him. Listening to their conversation, Joshua's serious expression almost slipped. Fortunately, Yan Lang's arrival prevented any further complications. Poof! The Great Xia Empire sure knows how to make a grand entrance. A cold voice echoed across the entire sky, shattering the layered clouds into pieces. Below, the sea surged with waves several meters high. The next moment, as the Emperor's figure appeared outside the warship, the thunderbolts from the sky already struck down toward him. The Emperor's expression changed, and a golden light shone all over his body. However, the moment it made contact with the heavenly thunder, the golden light shattered without a trace. A meteor plummeted into the water. The others followed closely behind, emerging one after another from the warship. Watching this scene, everyone's expressions grew grim. It must be noted that the Emperor's strength was no joke. In the sky arena, he had even ranked among the top 20 at one point. Yet, when facing the law god of Great Xia, he was defeated with a single strike. Though they had been caught off guard and hadn't anticipated such a decisive move from the enemy. But even so, it speaks volumes. Compared to before, this law god's strength has grown even stronger. It is said that the Great Xia Empire possesses a divine artifact, and perhaps it is currently in his possession. Divine artifacts. A group of acquaintances whispered among themselves. Only the man in black sighed deeply, Is this what they call showing off and getting struck by lightning? Today has truly opened our eyes. Someone laughed first, but no one knew who it was. Soon, laughter erupted in waves. The previously solemn atmosphere was completely shattered by the black-clad figure's words. Only the 2 members of the Great Cherry Group looked utterly disgraced. Joshua shot a strange glance at the other person. Who are these men? How dare they fight among themselves at a time like this? At that moment, the sea's surface below split open. The Emperor returned to the crowd, though he appeared unharmed, his disheveled attire made him look particularly disheveled. The Emperor glared coldly at Joshua, who stood at the front. Great Summer Law God, is this your doing? As he spoke, the overwhelming aura of 10 supreme beings erupted simultaneously. Facing this terrifying aura, Joshua remained calm and spoke. The Great Xia headquarters is off limits to all supreme beings from other nations. Chapter 96, The Battle of the Supreme Beings erupts. As Jojua's words fell, the previously cloudless sky suddenly became overcast. Boom! Deafening thunderclaps echoed through the air. At the same time, Bai Qitian, Gu Yunyan, and the other four erupted with an overwhelming aura. Despite being outnumbered by half, the five of them held their ground against the overwhelming force of their opponents. Feeling the nearly equal aura, the emperor and his men couldn't help but change their expressions. Damn it! How can these people from the Great Xia be so strong? The others also wore expressions of extreme gravity. In just a few years, how could they have improved so much? No, in the past, even if 100 years had passed, there wouldn't have been such a significant improvement. The resources needed to enhance the Supreme Being are far too scarce. That is precisely why we VE had to rely on time to grind it out. The fact that they VE achieved such a massive improvement in just a few years means they VE definitely found a way to obtain those resources. If it weren't for the worldwide announcement, even the only copy might still be kept hidden from us. Though our momentum is evenly matched, we hold an absolute advantage in numbers. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the greed in each other's eyes. The weak yearn to become stronger, and the strong also desire to become stronger. That mindset was even more intense among the strong. At this moment, the crowd was not acting based on the various benefits promised by the Great Eagle, but rather to obtain the secrets of the Great Xia. However, among the greedy crowd, there was still one person who managed to remain calm. The black-clad figure spoke in a deep voice, "Stay calm. Not all 5 of the highest-ranking individuals have been enhanced. Have you not noticed that only Zhou, Bai Qitian, and Gu Yunyan have a stronger aura than before?" The emperor spoke without hesitation. "What are you trying to say? These 3 are already the strongest in the Great Xia Empire. It's only natural that resources are concentrated on them, isn't it?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Looking at the greedy crowd, the black-clad figure sighed helplessly in his heart. As expected, one cannot rely on such a disorganized mob. However, as cannon fodder, they are adequate. With that thought, the black-clad figure remained silent, observing coldly from the sidelines. Though it seemed like a long time, it was but an instant. The communication between the highest realms was so swift that the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Bai Qitian and the others had barely unleashed their momentum and begun to clash when everything was already settled. After reaching a consensus, the emperor took the initiative to speak. "The Great Xia outpost off limits to all other supreme beings?" The emperor coldly replied, "Are you here to defend the Great Xia, or simply to prevent other supreme beings from touching the only copy? For us, hundreds of years have passed without a single opportunity to improve. Now that such an opportunity has finally appeared in your Great Xia, you dare to ban us? What are your true intentions? Everyone knows the truth. Don't bother with such noble-sounding excuses." As the emperor finished speaking, the other supreme beings also agreed. "Exactly. If you refuse to share with us, then there is only one option left: battle. Regardless of your motives, in the words of your Great Xia, blocking the path is as heinous as killing one's parents, an unforgivable offense. We hope you will think carefully. If you persist in your stubbornness, it will not just be us who stand against you." Hearing the other side's words, Joshua and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyes. If it weren't for their professional training, they would have burst out laughing by now. They had seen people eager to die, but never anyone so eager to die so quickly. Unfortunately, these people had no idea what the disaster difficulty meant, and they couldn't tell them either. They even had to pretend that they were willing to fight to the death to prevent them from entering the dungeon. After all, there were too many things at stake here. They couldn't afford to back down. Joshua forced himself to suppress his laughter and coldly said, "At our level, you wouldn't be so naive as to think that a bunch of you worthless scum could be of any use, would you? If your numbers were doubled, I might have given you a second glance. But now? Even if I don't lift a finger, I could easily crush you all. This guy really knows how to put on a show." His words are also venomous. Hearing Joshua's words, Bai Qitian and the others couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, their faces showed no fear. Just as Joshua had said, if it was only this many people, there was really nothing to be afraid of. After all, there are gaps even among the strongest. Among them, 3 were among the strongest beings in existence today. Facing a group of low-tier supreme beings, they were naturally no match for them. Upon hearing Joshua's words, everyone's expressions turned grim. As supreme beings, they must not be disrespected by ordinary mortals. Not even those of the same rank. No further words were exchanged. The chaotic battle erupted in an instant. Golden, dazzling light emanated from the emperor's body, completely enveloping his allies. One powerful buff after another was cast upon the others. A 10-meter-long naginata appears in Matsuo Hanmo's hands. The moment he gripped it, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from his body, temporarily dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. In the next instant, the naginata in his hands swelled to hundreds of meters in length, resembling the heavens and earth themselves. Under his control, it slowly descended. Though it appeared extremely slow, it actually struck in an instant, already hovering above everyone's heads. Golden lightning bolts continuously erupted from the blade's edge, reverberating outward in all directions. The space it cut through shattered layer by layer without a trace. Meanwhile, others also unleashed their own techniques. For instance, the black-clad figure immediately stepped into the void, and intermittent eyes began to appear in the sky above, their cold, merciless pupils fixated on the entire battlefield, assisting everyone with the power of cursed slaying. Some summoned the highest vibrations to shatter the void, calling forth the reapers of death. There were also masters wielding bows, firing arrows that ignited a sea of flames. Similarly, there were. In the blink of an eye, the sky, which had been shrouded in dark clouds, grew even darker. The entire battlefield turned into a hellish battlefield. Powerful spatial turbulence filled the air, each capable of effortlessly tearing apart the bodies of ninth-tier powerhouses. Countless supreme beings lurking in the shadows couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This is the battle between the highest beings. Without the reinforcement of the laws, the original Blue Star would have been destroyed in an instant. I never imagined that the great battles that only occur on the battlefield of the 10,000 races would one day appear here. The people of Great Xia may be strong, but facing so many supreme beings united against them with only 5 of their own is overly arrogant. It was clear that many supreme beings were already itching to act. However, the next moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 97, Jojua's Strategy, the Undead Cataclysm, Obscuring the Sky. As the first scythe swung down with a terrifying roar, Bai Qitian smiled faintly. He stepped forward calmly, and soon, a sacred glow began to surge before him, eventually forming a golden barrier that shimmered with divine light. Before the Naginata, space itself seemed as fragile as paper. Yet, upon colliding with the golden barrier, it trembled violently before shattering into pieces. Matsuo Hanmo's expression changed abruptly, his face betraying disbelief. How is this possible? After all, he had been blessed by the Emperor and other supreme beings. This strike was not his strongest attack, yet it far surpassed his strongest attack under normal circumstances. On the other hand, among the 4 who had already revealed themselves, none of them were support-class warriors. Yet, Bai Qitian had merely casually set up a barrier, which effortlessly deflected his strike that far surpassed his strongest attack under normal circumstances. How could this not shock him and make it hard to accept? What Matsuo Hanmo didn't know was that what was even more unbearable was yet to come. As he faced the attacks from the other supreme beings following closely behind, Bai Qitian made no further moves, simply standing there with a calm smile, arms crossed. It was as though the barrier before him was not something he had casually set up, but rather the activation of his strongest domain. The subsequent scene left everyone speechless with horror. The arrow storm, powerful enough to destroy a city, dissolved silently the moment it touched the sacred barrier. Like raindrops falling into the ocean. Even the powerful beings summoned to carry out the slaughter, each strike they unleashed couldn't even cause a ripple on the barrier. Other supreme techniques were as ineffective as scratching an itch. The only thing that could slightly affect the barrier were the gaps between the arrows, which were supposed to be auxiliary weapons. As beams of red light struck the sacred barrier, tiny cracks briefly appeared on its surface. Unfortunately, they couldn't last even an instant before being automatically repaired. Bai Qitian, who noticed this, glanced at the location of the gap eyes with a hint of surprise. He then casually withdrew his gaze. Crossing his arms, he watched the others' performance in silence. The gathered supreme beings couldn't help but utter words of astonishment. Is this the white god spoken of by the people of Great Xia? This defense, as sturdy as a city wall, is utterly despairing. To block the attacks of 10 supreme beings with just one person is truly unimaginable. As the oldest and most mysterious ancient Eastern power, their strength is truly terrifying. If even one is this powerful, what if the others join in? It's not time for me to act yet. Look again. From start to finish, Bai Qitian relied solely on defense to effortlessly block the malicious intentions of the onlookers. And the various techniques of the 10 supreme beings. Such defense was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, leaving them gasping for breath and truly feeling what it meant to be overwhelmed and hopeless. In the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. The attacks from the supreme beings gradually ceased. Bai Qitian scratched his ear, pulled out his little finger, blew on it, and then looked at the crowd, speaking calmly. No wonder Xiao Zhou said he could handle it without lifting a finger. Your attacks are so weak they're laughable. They're not even enough to scratch an itch for me. Can you increase the intensity a bit? Hearing Bai Qitian's arrogant words, anger flashed across everyone's faces. However, upon recalling the earlier scene, they couldn't help but feel deflated. Although he hadn't used his full strength, they were 10 people working together. 10 people working together couldn't even defeat one person. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the highest circles. Moreover, they hadn't used their full strength, had the other side? After all, the other party had only used a single skill the entire time. At this thought, everyone fell into silence. This undeniable fact spoke louder than any words, leaving them with no room to argue. Boring. It's truly boring. Old man, it's your turn now. Saying this, Bai Qitian turned and stepped back. At that very moment, his previously calm and composed face twisted into a grimace. Only Zhou Zhuo and the others could see it clearly. Is this the price of trying to act cool? It really hurts like hell. Bai Qitian muttered to himself in his heart. To outsiders, it seemed as calm as a breeze, but little did they know that in those 10 seconds, aside from his final domain, Bai Qitian had already exhausted all his techniques. The reason it appeared to outsiders as though he had merely used an ordinary skill to halt the combined efforts of the highest-ranked individuals was simply because it was the effect of a single skill. It allowed all skills to manifest in a single form. And this was precisely the strategy everyone had devised from the start. This was done to intimidate everyone. Only by demonstrating power far beyond the ordinary could they make those lurking in the shadows abandon their malicious intentions. In fact, their true opponents have never been the 10 people before them, but the other supreme beings hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Once they show the slightest sign of weakness, they will collapse like a dam breaking, completely collapsing in an instant. Among the 5, only Bai Qitian is the most suitable candidate to accomplish this task. And only he might be able to withstand the relentless barrage of 10 supreme beings for 10 seconds without activating his domain. Most importantly, as a world-renowned top-tier warrior renowned for his defense, Bai Dage is lacking in offensive capabilities. Therefore, even if he blocks everyone's attacks and refrains from further action, it won't arouse any suspicion. No one would suspect that Bai Qitian's defensive skills are currently all on cooldown, as fragile as a paper tiger that can be torn apart with a single touch. In fact, those who witnessed the previous scene would only think he was joking if someone were to say such a thing, and no one would take it seriously. Leave it to me. Gu Yunyan's voice was as calm as a still pond. However, as he moved, not only the 10 people across from him, but even the supreme being hiding in the shadows couldn't help but be startled. As he raised his magic staff, the previously open sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these were not actual clouds, but rather countless skeletal soldiers of various shapes and sizes, resembling a mighty army. From the most ordinary soldiers wielding skeleton swords, bows, and staffs, to death knights, bone dragons, and wizard generals. Their numbers were so vast that they could not be counted in an instant. The chaotic spatial currents, capable of effortlessly obliterating 9th-tier beings, left only faint white scratches on the most ordinary soldiers when they struck them. Under the healing aura of the Lich General, even those shallow white scratches are instantly healed. When the gaze burning with countless souls flames turned toward them, the supreme beings felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 98, One Strike, Defend Against the Enemy. Even the other supreme beings hiding in the shadows couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. In that moment, they finally recalled the fear they had felt when they were once controlled by the necromancer. It's been so many years since I last saw him in action, I almost forgot that the Great Xia still had such an existence. The aura of these undead is far more terrifying than before. Even spatial turbulence can only inflict such minimal damage on them. The numerical advantage is completely nullified at this moment. The Great Xia is still the Great Xia. Even though the number of supreme beings is far fewer than before, they are still not something ordinary people can challenge. The hidden supreme beings couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Their greed-driven minds had finally regained some clarity in this moment. As for the Emperor and others who faced the undead directly, there was no need to mention them. As they watched the undead surround them, they couldn't help but recall the fear they had felt when they were once dominated by the Great Xia Empire. Although the undead's methods were relatively simple and their skills limited, it all depended on who was controlling them. Gu Yunyan, a lone warrior. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, he has driven countless foreign tribes to despair. Every time faced with the encirclement and slaughter of the myriad races, he could not only defuse the situation but even turn the tables and kill his enemies. However, such feats may be boastful tales among the young, but in the eyes of the highest beings, they are nothing special. To become an exalted being, who among the young was not once a prodigy of unparalleled talent? What truly etches a name and profession into the minds of others is the legendary battle from years past. In that battle, the opponent, in a fit of rage, abandoned their physical form and, with only 9th-tier strength, reversed the tide and slew a supreme being. Such a feat, even when recalled today, cannot help but evoke a mix of admiration and awe at the opponent's power. Although it was later rumored that their innate talent had been completely exhausted in that battle, news soon spread that they had advanced to the Supreme Realm, sending many into a state of awe and fear. For decades after reaching the Supreme Realm, the opponent never appeared in public again, finally allowing many powerful beings from the various races to breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't until another century passed, with one genius after another emerging, that the name Gu Yunyan finally faded from the public's memory. Until now, as the opponent once again stepped forward in this battle and the crowd witnessed their signature undead minions, the scenes from the past slowly began to resurface in everyone's minds. To put it bluntly, given the other party's credentials, many people today grew up hearing legends about them. Those with slightly more experience were once ruthlessly suppressed by them, left only to gaze at their retreating figure. Unlike others, Gu Yunyan doesn't like to talk. Especially when it came to issues that could be resolved through combat. As the soul fire burning in his eyes grew more intense, millions of skeleton warriors wielding curved blades in the air simultaneously raised their right hands holding the blades. Click, click. The vibrations from the bones grinding against each other caused the entire sky and earth to tremble. In the blink of an eye, dazzling blades converged above the heads of the supreme beings led by the Emperor. Everyone instinctively raised their heads. Upon seeing the scene before them, their scalps prickled and a chill ran down their spines. The blade light had now solidified into a tangible form, with its tip already hidden within the clouds. Compared to this blade, Matsuo Hanmo's earlier strike was like a child's toy. Unlike the other supreme beings hiding in the shadows, who could only see the surface, only the Emperor and those under the blade's glow could truly grasp the terrifying power of this strike. Storage items, skills, space, everything was sealed off. In such a desperate situation, the only option was to confront it head-on with one's bare body. If there was any chance of breaking the deadlock, there was only one thing. Domain. At that moment, not a single person hesitated. All activated their domains to break through the seal of that strike. Even with skill enhancements, they had little confidence in surviving this strike unscathed. Relying solely on their physical bodies was nothing but a joke. They might as well try and die. However, even with the enhancement of their domains, no one dared to take it lightly. They continuously used one skill after another to resist, while also retrieving items from their storage devices to enhance themselves. Though it seemed like an eternity, everything from the moment it began to the moment it ended did not even take a second. As the dazzling blade descended, everyone's vision was suddenly stripped of color, leaving only the blade that had reached the pinnacle of fusion. The layers of barriers that Emperor Tenno and the others had adjusted before them dissolved like bubbles. Seeing this, the Emperor's expression changed once more. He clenched his teeth and pulled out a divine talisman from his backpack. Condense. Blinding golden light flashed, and the original barriers were reinforced by an unknown force. Finally, they were no longer as fragile as before and could withstand the attack for a moment. When the blade finally dissipated, the hundreds of barriers cast before the Emperor and his men were reduced to just over a dozen. However, they did not relax. Instead, they looked warily at the other undead creatures in the sky that had not yet moved. Even the simplest skeleton soldiers' strikes were already so difficult to withstand. If the enemy were to unleash their full power, and the remaining highest-ranking beings no longer stood by to watch, what then? Just thinking about it caused their hearts to sink further. The other supreme beings who witnessed this scene also wore solemn expressions. This power is simply too overwhelming. Great Xia, we cannot fight them head-on. A single individual has already overwhelmed 10 supreme beings to the point where they cannot even lift their heads. Is this the ancient Yun Yuan, whose name alone could strike fear into the hearts of foreign tribes hundreds of years ago? I wonder if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Though they are all supreme beings, Gu Yunyan's power seems to be from another dimension. Even Bai Chi Tian couldn't help but sigh, damn it. Old Gu has outdone us. That last strike, even if I had taken it head-on with my bare body, I'd probably have lost 10% of my health. Hearing Bai Chi Tian's shameless words, Joshua and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. You really don't care about your reputation anymore, do you? You're willing to say such a heartless thing about losing 1/10 of your health from a single blow? Half would be more like it. Even Gu Yunyan, upon hearing this, spoke calmly, if you have the time, we can find a place to test it out. Cough cough. Bai Chi Tian said seriously, Old Gu, this is your moment to shine. How can you be so distracted? Focus. These guys have all activated their domains. The real battle might break out next. Can these little skeletons even handle it? You can try it out sometime. Chapter 99, Joshua's generous gift. As he spoke, Gu Yunyan refocused his attention back on the battlefield. With everyone's domains activated, even he dared not take it lightly. The effectiveness of that previous strike was merely due to the information gap. If he had known beforehand that the strike possessed skills like area lockdown and storage items, he would have definitely prepared accordingly. Under such circumstances, that strike would never have achieved the same results. After all, these 10 individuals had limited defensive capabilities. To use an apt analogy, it was like using the sharpest spear to attack the weakest point of the opponent. That is why it had such an effect. As for why we didn't have the other undead attack simultaneously earlier, the answer is that it was impossible. Without Gu Yunyan's guidance and enhancement, that single strike would not have unleashed such astonishing power. It would have been impossible to completely suppress 10 people, forcing them to use their trump cards. In that state, even he couldn't spare his attention to issue commands to the other undead. That said, facing 10 supreme beings who had activated their domains, it was merely a challenge for Gu Yunyan. Perhaps he couldn't kill them, but they couldn't do much to him in the short term either. This is the advantage of Gu Yunyan's profession. This monster is stronger than before. The Emperor spoke with a grim expression. What should we do now? Should we call them? Fool. Even Zhou Zhua and the other guy haven't moved yet. Have you forgotten how the elders instructed us? Or do you want them to see that so many of us, the highest-ranking officials, are being overwhelmed by just 2 of them? Facing the Emperor's furious rebuke, everyone except Matsuo Hanmo and another person flashed looks of dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing the Emperor's final words, their expressions changed involuntarily. Clearly, no one wanted the other side to see their incompetence. The Emperor's rebuke was irrelevant. If those elders found out how disgraced they were, they might face retribution afterward. With this in mind, everyone decided to swallow their pride and yield. What should we do now? Our domain has already been opened. We must act swiftly and decisively. Do not hold back. Leave that for later. The emperor ordered swiftly. Even if we can't kill or defeat a single one in a short time, we must at least reduce the number of undead troops in Guiyun Yuan. Only by achieving some results can we summon the elders and avoid appearing utterly incompetent. Little did they know that the reinforcements they were hoping for had already been completely defeated by Chu Ping'an alone. Having discovered Chu Ping'an and lacking full information about him, even if they were to come, they would not dare to face him. If it came to that point, using the trump card that pierced the passageway, the only ones who could respond would likely be themselves. Unfortunately, the others were completely unaware of this. Upon hearing the emperor's words, even though they knew his plan was unrealistic, the others could only nod in resignation. After all, aside from reducing the undead army slightly, what else could they do? A joint attack was single-handedly withstood by Qitian, and then suppressed by Gu Yunyan with a single stroke. At this point, rather than attempting any substantial achievements, they could only pray that no other supreme beings would intervene on the opposing side. Otherwise, even reducing the undead army would become a distant hope. Confident before the battle, timid afterward. But this isn't entirely their fault. Before the battle, no one could have imagined that the supreme beings of the Great Xia Empire possessed such overwhelming power. A single individual could easily suppress so many of them. If someone had told them this beforehand, they would have been mocked mercilessly by all the supreme beings in the world. Yet here we are, with the most unlikely scenario becoming reality. Relying on numerical superiority to gain the upper hand was nothing more than their naive fantasy before the battle. Compared to the supreme beings of the Great Xia, those who bore the same title were nothing but a joke. Various thoughts swirled in their minds, but they charged headlong into the army of undead in the sky without a moment's hesitation. As supreme beings, they had activated their domains, their strongest state at present, and a single strike could shatter dozens of ordinary undead. In just an instant, Guyu Yuan lost tens of thousands of undead. However, compared to the entire army, this loss was insignificant. As Guiyun Yuan took command of the Undead Legion, powerful rare units like Undead Knights, Skeleton Kings, and Bone Dragons quickly took the front lines. Though they still lagged far behind the supreme beings who had activated the domain, they were no longer easy targets to be wiped out with a single strike. As long as they weren't instantly killed, the aura of the Lich General could easily rescue them. Combined with the other units around them, they were temporarily evenly matched. This left the supreme beings hiding in the shadows once again marveling from the depths of their hearts. One man holding back 10, and those 10 are from the realm-opening realm. Is the ancient Yun Yuan of the Great Xia truly just a supreme being? No wonder the Great Xia has stood firm for so many years. Monsters keep coming one after another. Even a single individual can demonstrate such overwhelming power. If others were to join in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of which, how does the most prominent law god of the past century compare to Gu Yunyan? They should be inferior, right? Even if their past records are similar, the latter is even more outstanding, but the age gap is undeniable. It's clear they can't match Gu Yunyan. That's true. However, even if he can't catch up, if he were to act now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just wait and see. The Cherry Blossom Group has other tricks up their sleeves. This is just the opening act. The final outcome remains to be seen. Exactly. That arrogant law god hasn't moved yet because he is waiting too. Let's just watch from the sidelines. No matter how the battle ends, the worst-case scenario for us is that we can retreat safely. Joshua gazed at the 10 supreme beings locked in battle with the Undead Legion, his eyes darkening. The domain has been activated. When will you finally summon those old friends of yours? As he thought this, Joshua couldn't help but lift his head and glance at the dark clouds that had gathered once again in the sky. The rolling thunder that echoed through the sky was deafening, but the ripples caused by the supreme beings' clash seemed insignificant in comparison. If these people are only this strong, with their ancient power, they can easily hold out until the domain ends. I hope you'll like the special gift I've prepared for you in advance. With that thought, Joshua refocused his attention on the battlefield before him. Before long, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 100, The Annihilation of the Supreme Beings Part 1. The domain power enveloping the supreme beings began to dissipate one after another. Before that, everyone had used their strongest attacks to carve out a path through the Disaster Legion and regroup together. In fact, being able to maintain their supreme status for half an hour was already considered decent. It was clear that the Emperor and the others were no slouches, but compared to the absolute elite of the Great Xia Empire, the gap was simply too vast. Feeling the dissipating aura of the domain, the onlookers' expressions grew solemn, their faces tinged with seriousness. The true decisive battle is about to begin. I wonder how many of them will come this time and what kind of tactics they prepared for the Great Xia. Let's fight. Let's fight until they're begging for mercy. Exactly. Since the Great Xia dares to covet this soul copy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Facing the Emperor and the others who had withdrawn, Gu Yunyan did not order the Undead Legion to continue pursuing them. From start to finish, their true opponents were never the 10 people before them. Moreover, in battles between the highest ranked, defeating them was easy, but killing them was extremely difficult. At present, the few individuals had pushed their domains to their limits, suffering significant exhaustion, and would struggle to recover in the short term. Rather than wasting excessive effort on them, it would be wiser to conserve strength for the upcoming confrontation with the larger group. That was why Gu Yunyan did not interfere further. It was unnecessary. Joshua glanced at the gloomy sky, then turned his gaze to the 10 people who had regrouped. The real battle is about to begin. Although the main pressure is on our side, the others won't have it easy either. I wonder what the situation is like over there now. On the other side, the Emperor's face was dark as he gathered with the other supreme beings. Gazing up at the army of undead above them, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation welling up inside him. In just 1 hour, the number of undead they had slain totaled over 10 million. It might even have broken the 100 million mark. But for some reason, despite the undead plague engulfing the sky above them, it felt no less overwhelming than before. Is it just an illusion? The thought barely formed in his mind before it was interrupted by the voices of others nearby. Emperor of Great Sakura, quickly summon the other lords. That's right. We can't use our domains for now. If the Great Xia forces attack now, we'll likely be in serious trouble. If the lords still refuse to come at this point, we'll have no choice but to retreat. Everyone spoke in a rush, and even without seeing their faces, it was clear that their expressions were filled with worry and fear. Compared to the promised benefits and gains, their own lives were undoubtedly more important. Enough, no need to say more. The Emperor spoke calmly. We have indeed done enough for now. To be honest, this isn't due to our negligence, but rather the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. No one could have anticipated that Gu Yunyan, that old man who had been out of the public eye for hundreds of years, would act now and possess such astonishing power. The elders know everything and should understand our situation. You need not panic. I will open the passageway immediately. The elders will come as soon as they see this. As he spoke, the Emperor pulled out a sky-blue scroll from his storage item. He tore it apart with a casual gesture, and the power of space began to gather before him, eventually forming a spatial passageway shimmering with a faint blue light. The plan had accounted for several scenarios. If the battle became too intense and the spatial passageway couldn't be formed, they would use that most precious scroll. If the situation were like this, with the battle not too intense, this common scroll would suffice. Seeing the portal take shape, everyone sighed in relief. The Emperor regained his confidence, gazing at Zhou Zhuo and the others in the distance, and coldly said, "Don't think that just because your strength is slightly greater than ours, you can do as you please. Today, across the entire Blue Star, there are over 100 individuals who have attained the pinnacle of power. As fellow supreme beings, you must be well aware that for us any opportunity to improve, no matter how slight, is worth pursuing at any cost. And this is the only instance that guarantees a massive boost. As long as the dungeon remains in Great Xia, we will never give up." Seeing that his words had not caused the slightest flicker of emotion on Joshua's face, not even the hidden figures in the shadows made a move. The Emperor's eye twitched slightly before he continued, "Standing on the opposite side of the masses has never ended well. Moreover, the current Blue Star is no longer the era when Great Xia dominated alone. Our strength is indeed inferior, but even Gu Yunyan dare not claim to be the strongest. If we choose to retreat now, allowing everyone to enter the only dungeon, this farce can come to an end. If not..." Before the Emperor could finish, Joshua's face lit up with a smile, and he spoke with a playful tone, "Oh, really? If we back down now, this farce will come to an end?" Hearing this, the Emperor's eyes flashed with a mix of joy and cruelty, but he responded without hesitation, "That's right." Joshua sighed deeply. "Why are you sighing, Law God? Is there a condition?" "No." Joshua shook his head. "I'm just feeling sorry for your country's divine beast. Last night it was slaughtered by others, and the next day you shake hands with the enemy, turning swords into plowshares. The wounds were ruthlessly torn open, and the veil of shame was torn away without mercy." The Emperor's face, adorned with a false smile, was on the verge of collapsing. However, considering the greater good, he suppressed the raging anger in his heart and said solemnly, "For the greater good, for the peace of Blue Star, I believe the spirit of the eight-headed serpent in heaven will understand." "Understandable. Since that is the case." Joshua nodded, but before the Emperor and the others could smile, he added, "I refuse." Speaking with a mocking smile, Joshua added, "Words spoken by such a traitorous and unprincipled individual, no matter how flowery they may be, how could anyone possibly believe them?" Instantly, the Emperor also completely tore off the mask on his face and coldly said, "You don't know what's good for you. I hope that in a few minutes, your mouth will still be as defiant as it is now. Then there's no need for you to bother." Speaking, Joshua smiled broadly and said, "As for you, it's been half a minute already, and the reinforcements you're expecting haven't shown up yet. Aren't you worried? Given the speed of those old friends, under normal circumstances, they should have already passed through the corridor and appeared before you all by now, shouldn't they?" The Emperor instinctively froze, then his eyes filled with fear. Because he knew that Joshua was telling the truth. Given their speed, it was impossible for not a single person to have arrived in half a minute. Chapter 101, Total Annihilation of the Supreme Part 2. Could something have gone wrong? As this thought emerged from his mind, he could no longer contain it. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The other supreme beings, under Jojua's prompting, also reacted one after another at this moment. Right. It's been half a minute already. Why haven't the elders arrived yet? What's going on? Emperor, contact the elders and ask them immediately. Could it be that our performance was too poor, and the elders have abandoned us? The strongest domains couldn't be activated in such a short time, and the adults they had relied on as their backup hadn't appeared as planned. Facing the towering figure of the great Xia Supreme, the emotions of the crowd at that moment need no further description. The emperor forced himself to stay calm. This is the plan the elders proposed. It won't fail. They haven't come yet. Perhaps they've been delayed by something. There are only 5 of them on the great Xia side. Perhaps they've launched a surprise attack elsewhere, just like last night. After all, their military strategy includes a tactic called Besiege Way to rescue Zhou. Let me contact the elders and inquire about the current situation there. As he spoke, he took out an encrypted communication device from his storage item. Seeing this, the others' emotions finally stabilized somewhat. Only the black-clad figure's eyes flickered with uncertain light. Upon realizing no one was paying attention to him, he quietly used a skill to escape. Jojua looked at the passageway in front of the emperor and the others, his eyes also filled with confusion. Based on his understanding of those individuals, they would never miss such a golden opportunity. Even before the battle began, he had already envisioned every possible scenario in his mind. Even if the enemy had an item capable of summoning a god, he wouldn't be the least bit surprised. To put it simply, those who know you best are always your enemies. Among all these possibilities, he had never considered the possibility that the enemy might not show up. Could it be that these guys are just cannon fodder, and they actually have other plans? Such as the supreme beings stationed in other regions. But what's the point of that? A look of confusion flashed across Jojua's eyes. To put it bluntly, as long as he remained alive, the great Xia would never fall. Though this was a secret, given Ding's understanding of them, it wasn't exactly a well-kept one. Therefore, from the very beginning, Jojua had already understood. Compared to that soul copy, given the nature of Ding and his group, their true focus had long been on him. His presence here was a direct challenge to them. If they wanted to kill him, then this place would be the battlefield. If they did not choose this place as the battlefield, he would not confront them head-on. They may have entered the only copy, but at the highest level of the entire Great Xia, there would be no losses. This clearly does not align with their interests. So, what possible reason could they have for not coming? Could there be something I've overlooked? Pondering this question, Jojua gazed at the emperor and the others in the distance, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. The emperor and the others were also desperately trying to establish contact with the great eagle. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Even the supreme beings hiding in the shadows were left utterly bewildered. And so it was. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Until the 3rd minute, Bai Qitian finally couldn't help but speak up. Those bastards from the Great Eagle clan aren't really coming, are they? Jojua remained silent. Though he was thinking the same thing, but what if they figured out I had a plan and decided to use these guys as cannon fodder? Or are they waiting until I make my move before striking suddenly? He wasn't sure. Jojua decided to wait and see. With that thought, Jojua shook his head. Let's wait and see. A group of supreme beings unable to use their domains, without the support of the Great Eagle, were like fish on a cutting board, their lives entirely at the mercy of their enemies' whims. The Emperor and the others, having been unable to contact the Great Eagle for an extended period, were now consumed by fear deep within their hearts. Though each of them had considered fleeing countless times, they dared not move, sensing Jojua's gaze and the undead calamity closing in from all sides. They feared that any sudden movement might provoke the enemy and make them the target of concentrated fire. Thus, the two sides maintained their differing thoughts, and another 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Still waiting? Gu Yunyan spoke calmly. If we truly intend to use these men as cannon fodder, then we must accept the consequences. Bai Qitian agreed. That's right. If we wait any longer, these guys might be able to use their domain power again. Upon hearing this, Jojua also made up his mind. We won't wait any longer. As he spoke, a staff flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The next moment, the already gloomy sky was engulfed by streaks of purple lightning. Seeing this, Gu Yunyan also commanded the undead plague to retreat dozens of kilometers to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As the heavens and earth changed color, the Emperor and the others discovered that they had been locked in place by an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. This feeling. A forbidden spell? When? Already in a state of panic due to the absence of their leader, the crowd's composure finally shattered. Damn that great eagle. He dared to treat us like disposable pawns. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, I trusted you so much. How can you act like this? Don't you worry that no one will ever want to work with you again? I'm so angry. I hate it. Why did I trust those shameless bastards and believe their promises? Screams and chaos erupted. Despite this, the crowd did not give up, desperately seeking a way out in the face of this forbidden spell. However, when the first purple thunderbolt struck, the entire space was instantly engulfed by rolling thunder. The space shrouded by the forbidden spell was devoid of any color except the majestic purple. The other supreme beings hiding in the shadows couldn't help but tremble in fear at the sight of the forbidden spell. Upon closer inspection, if they had acted impulsively and charged forward, they might have ended up like these others, feeling despair in the face of the enemy's forbidden spell. Not a single person noticed that this enemy had already been covered by the forbidden spell, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of its aura for such a long time. Is this the true power of the Great Xia's divine mage? Could it be that the Great Eagle already knew and therefore did not intervene? Poor fools, they've been completely deceived by the Great Eagle. Without a domain, facing such powerful forbidden spells, I wonder how many of them will survive. After all, not all supreme beings possess the ability to resurrect. To put it bluntly, given that they've already exhausted their trump cards and can't use their domains, facing this forbidden spell head-on, if 3 of them survive, that's already pretty good. And that's exactly what happened. By the time the minute-long forbidden spell assault ended, not a single figure remained in sight. The group of supreme beings was nearly annihilated. Chapter 102, Thanks to the Great Eagle for the generous gift. The furious thunder had already dissipated, but under the influence of the forbidden spell, the magnetic field before their eyes had already changed. Gale force winds howled, and seawater surged inward. Occasionally, a series of inconspicuous electrical arcs flickered within. Though seemingly harmless, any sea beasts swept into the area by the surging seawater were reduced to ash in an instant. Of course. Though this phenomenon appears utterly astonishing, it is of no consequence to the supreme beings present. However, their faces still bore expressions of horror, for the spot where 10 people had once stood was now completely empty. To put it another way, a single strike to eliminate 10 supreme beings? Even if they couldn't activate their domains, they should have other means of self-preservation. How could this happen? Has the power of the law gods of Great Xia become so astonishing? Even the Emperor of Sakura couldn't survive that strike? Is this the true strength of the most powerful nation, Great Xia? While being stunned by Zhouju's power and the might of that forbidden spell, new doubts began to surface in everyone's minds. What about the people from the Great Eagle? The Great Xia has already revealed one of its trump cards. Why haven't they shown themselves yet? Could it be that they've been driven back by the Great Xia's move? Impossible. If it were us, we indeed lack the strength to go head-to-head with the Great Xia, but with the Great Eagle's accumulated strength over the years, they wouldn't be intimidated by a single forbidden spell. What's the current situation? Could the Great Eagle's forces already be on their way? Everyone was confused and perplexed, but none of them were willing to give up just like that. Therefore, even without any communication, everyone instinctively chose to wait. On the other side, hey, this forbidden spell is pretty impressive. Bai Qitian glanced sideways, speaking with a touch of admiration. Even though old Gu helped you deplete so many of your trump cards, these guys have no domain and are at their weakest. To be able to take them all out with a single strike is still pretty impressive. With all these conditions, are you really complimenting me, or just insulting me? Zhouju rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, well, I really appreciate your kind words, brother Bai. Are those guys really dead? Gu Yunyan spoke calmly. Zhouju adopted a serious expression. 6 are dead. One of them escaped early, leaving a decoy behind. I didn't check carefully, and he actually managed to fool us. He must be no ordinary opponent. He might have been holding back during the previous battle. The Emperor of Dao Sakura must have reincarnated there using a national artifact, but the 2 he brought along weren't so lucky. The remaining 2 used similar methods, reincarnating elsewhere. Gu Yunyan nodded. Killing 6 isn't bad. What's the situation with the Great Eagle? Do you have any leads? Joshua shook his head with a wry smile. Nothing. To be honest, compared to the enemy attacking us, a direct confrontation where both sides reveal their true strength would be more reassuring than this current ambiguous situation. As the current acting leader, stay calm. Gu Yunyan reassured him. Since they're not moving, we'll just stay put and see what happens. Contact the others and see what's happening on their end. All right. Zhouju nodded. A few minutes later, Zhouju wore an odd expression. What's the word from the others? No one? Ha? In short, they're all hiding, waiting to see what's happening here before deciding whether to act. Everyone immediately understood Zhouju's meaning. Those who have reached the highest ranks aren't fools. The law doesn't punish the many. With a leader charging ahead, they could follow behind, waving flags and cheering. If the Great Xia Empire were to investigate later, they wouldn't be able to do anything to so many of them. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the Great Eagle to make the first move. Once the Great Eagle acts, the situation here will quickly spread to everyone, and they will then act together from all directions to put pressure on the Great Xia. As a result, even the supreme leaders waiting elsewhere dare not act rashly while the Great Eagle remains inactive. Doesn't that mean these guys were just slacking off earlier? Thinking about how he was facing 10 supreme beings alone, Bai Qitian couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. Ignoring Bai Qitian, Gu Yunyan looked at Joshua. What do you plan to do now? Joshua pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. Since the Great Eagle hasn't made a move yet, and we don't know the reason behind it, why don't we turn the tables on them? Use their own plan against them? Joshua smiled but didn't respond to the others' confusion. Instead, he stepped forward and declared loudly, "Thank you all from the Great Eagle for your cooperation in helping us eliminate 10 supreme-level beings. The gate to the only copy will remain open for the Great Eagle's strongest warriors from this day forward." Is this what you meant by turn the tables on them? Upon hearing Joshua's words, the others were startled for a moment before quickly realizing what he meant. Whoa, isn't that a bit too ruthless? After today, will anyone dare to cooperate with the Great Eagle anymore? Joshua returned with a smile on his face. What does that have to do with us? If they're so confident, why don't they come forward and clarify now? Come forward and clarify now? Even if they did, they couldn't take the blame off themselves, could they? Once seeds of doubt are sown, no matter what you do, it's hard to make people fully believe you again. You say it's the people of Dacia who are wronging you? Then why didn't they come earlier or later, but chose to appear after the deaths of those 10 high-ranking officials? Isn't that a bit too convenient? Even if the battle becomes more intense later and all the hidden cards are played, could it be that both sides are intentionally putting on a show for others to watch? In fact, this entire scheme was a blatant ploy from the start. The moment the people from the Great Eagle failed to arrive on time, they had already put themselves at a disadvantage. Even if no one thinks of it now, someone will inevitably speculate in that direction afterward. As for whether Joshua is deceiving them, it no longer matters. What matters is that so many supreme beings died because they failed to arrive as agreed. As Joshua finished speaking, the supreme beings in the shadows began to stir. Damn it, so this was a joint scheme between the Great Eagle and the Great Xia. Could Joshua be deceiving us? What about the ones who died? How do we explain that? Why aren't the Great Eagle's people here yet? How do we explain that? This situation is far too complicated. Compared to advancement, my life is more important. I'll leave first. I'm leaving too. One after another, the highest-ranking figures withdrew. Even those who suspected Joshua was deceiving them quickly departed. After all, there were hardly any people left on the scene. What if the madmen from Dacia suddenly attacked? What would they do then? Yun Yanma stepped out of the void, his face filled with disbelief. Is this crisis really over? Chapter 103, Offering Our Loyalty to the Supreme Being. Joshua shrugged innocently. I didn't want it to end like this either. I even kept a few backup plans, but none of them got to be used. Don't act so humble now that you've gotten the upper hand. Gu Yunyan spoke calmly. The depths of this world are far greater than you could ever imagine. Keep your trump cards for now, they'll come in handy someday. I've revealed enough for today. I'm going back to stay home. If it's not important, don't bother me. With that, he didn't give the others a chance to stop him, taking a step forward and disappearing from where he stood. Gazing at the spot where Gu Yunyan had left, Yun Yanma couldn't help but speak up. I can't help but feel that Gu Yunyan alone has the power to take down those 10 men. What do you think? Bai Qitian chuckled. Those guys fought for an hour, and not a single one of that old man's skeletons was truly killed. If he really used his domain, those guys wouldn't stand a chance. Even if they tried to escape, at least half of them would be left behind. If they don't run, they'll all be left behind. Upon hearing this from Bai Qitian, Yun Yanma couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, then curiously asked, Brother Bai, what does the old man mean by this world is very deep? Bai Qitian shot him a sideways glance. It's not something you should know at your level. Mind your own business. It'll only bring trouble upon yourselves. Oh. Upon hearing this topic, Yan Lang couldn't help but speak up. When will we be able to find out? First, let's talk to Xiao Zhou, who's at the same level as you. Zhou Zhua, who hadn't spoken, couldn't help but roll his eyes. You call me big brother, and you actually think you're stronger than me? But since the elders said not to call him unless it's important, and we're opening the box tomorrow, it seems he probably doesn't plan to come either. Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian sighed helplessly and pulled out a scroll from his palm. Without any action on his part, the scroll automatically split open, and Gu Yunyan's voice echoed from within. By the way, tonight's box opening is at Whitebone City. Damn it! Even with such power, they won't give us younger ones a chance. Joshua inwardly scorned the other party before sighing helplessly. Got it, old man. What should we do next? Let us gather our forces again and see if the big eagle really isn't coming or if it was just a bluff. The others nodded in agreement. Only Bai Qitian sighed inwardly. Damn it! Why didn't I just run away first? That guy must have sneaked off to De Ying again to steal more magic stones. Thinking of the few magic stones left in his hands, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of poverty. At the same time, Chu Ping'an, who was in the same sea area, also expressed similar feelings to Bai Qitian. We're both supreme beings, yet the guy from the dark dimension is so poor. When he calculated it, there were only slightly over 100 billion magic stones. Having grown accustomed to the wealth of the great eagles, seeing this meager amount of magic stones made him feel as though the other party was a beggar by the roadside, possessed by the god of poverty. Although there were various pieces of equipment, did he really need them? Could they be as good as the equipment on his own body? It's all his fault for not telling me where the dark realm is. Otherwise, I could have gone there to take a look around. If the deceased Supreme Being had heard Chu Ping'an's lament, he might have been revived from the dead. Didn't he say anything? Even if he wanted to say it, he'd have to have the chance to speak first. He just got beaten senseless without any mercy. After summoning his vehicle again and enduring 2 fierce battles, Chu Ping'an was feeling tired and decided to take a nap. I hope there won't be any more reckless fools. A hidden dark dimension within the micro-universe. A grand hall flickering with eerie flames, several black-clad figures sat facing each other. The soul flame of the soul hunter has been extinguished. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "A supreme being has fallen so silently. We have toiled in the darkness, dedicating our lives to the great vision. This is the fate we were destined to bear from the very beginning." Hearing this, someone couldn't help but chuckle. Enough of this meaningless talk. Let's discuss the matter at hand. If even a supreme being can be killed, it seems that the entity protecting him must be incredibly powerful. That's to be expected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly valued by the elders, who offered a price even you and I couldn't resist. However, with the Great Xia facing such a crisis today, why are there still spare hands assigned to the target to act recklessly? Could it be that the target's appearance today is actually part of the Great Xia's plan? What makes you say that? Ling Qi just reported that Di Ying did not appear on the battlefield today as agreed due to unknown circumstances. Subsequently, Zhou Zhuo publicly expressed gratitude to Di Ying and stated that the door to the only copy will always remain open for them. As his words fell, the sound in the room suddenly vanished. Even though they couldn't see each other's faces, the disbelief in their eyes was impossible to hide. It's like a pack of wolves where there's only one alpha wolf. One day, another wolf with the initiative to challenge the alpha decides to team up with another wolf to eliminate the ordinary wolves that pose no threat to them. Such a thing is clearly impossible. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. This isn't funny at all. Whether it's funny or not, the fact remains that the eagle hasn't intervened yet. What the hell are these money-grabbing idiots doing? The meticulously planned strategies we devised have failed so easily just because these idiots suddenly acted like fools? The scene grew chaotic as everyone vented their frustration through words. Quiet. A low shout brought everyone back to their senses. The one who had spoken earlier continued, "Big Eagle must have had some other more important reason to abandon such a golden opportunity. This information is crucial. Gu Ye, you are in charge. Make sure to investigate the cause within 3 days." What? Are you making this difficult for me? Then I'll take that as your agreement. The entity known as Gu Ye remained silent. The voice continued, "It seems our target is highly valued by the Great Xia Empire. Zhao Wu, how is your investigation into his background coming along? Give me 5 more days. 3 days. If you don't obtain the intelligence, you know the consequences. I understand. Then, until everything is thoroughly investigated, hold off for now. Next time, don't necessarily aim for a one-hit kill." Everyone remained silent, as if in agreement. Seeing this, the voice whispered, "Let us offer our loyalty to the Supreme Being. Let us offer our utmost devotion to the Supreme Being." As the voice faded, the faint flames suddenly extinguished, and the Grand Hall vanished along with them. Chapter 104, Go down and settle for a while. Open the door, it's too open. A border city. The familiar advancement temple. Is this my next advancement task? Looking at the task displayed before him, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh. In the name of a merchant, the value of goods lies in circulation. As a merchant who prioritizes profit above all else, value is paramount. Remaining in one place is never a wise choice. The Demon Realm, a world both poor and wealthy, head there to obtain 3 high-value treasures. This was his new mission. The Demon Realm is different from the Abyss. Though both realms are home to demons, the former possesses reason and the ability to communicate with its own civilization. Even those who dislike other races are but a minority. The latter are consumed by destruction. To the demons of the Abyss, destruction is the best fate for all beings, whether human or otherwise. And they have always adhered to this belief. Additionally, their environments differ significantly. While the former is equally harsh, even ordinary beings can survive there. The latter, as mentioned earlier, need not be elaborated upon here. Being connected to the Abyss, the Demon Realm naturally possesses considerable strength, ranking among the powerful races of the myriad realms. Thinking of this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh again as he looked at the task. The Demon Realm. As one of the realms of the myriad races, the normal entrance is naturally only through the battlefield of the myriad races. Given my current situation, my master would never allow me to leave. However, advancing involves a shift in life layers, which determines whether he can become stronger. This was one thing Chu Ping'an would never compromise on. Therefore, he cannot enter the battlefield of the 10,000 clans and thus cannot complete this task. Unless break in. But that was clearly unrealistic as well. Chu Ping'an may not have the highest moral standards, but he wouldn't do something like that. Therefore, the only way to reach the demon realm is through unconventional means. However, since there is a normal entrance, there must also be abnormal means. It must be said that, no matter which world we're talking about, sexy is indeed the primary driving force behind progress. I wonder which genius, due to their race being too weak at the time to obtain a normal pass to the demon realm, yet was utterly fascinated by its unique characteristics. After spending countless years, they used the coordinates of the demon realm on the battlefield of the 10,000 realms and commissioned others to bring some of the instruments they had developed into the demon realm. Ultimately, they created a cross-dimensional scroll. No matter where one is, they can directly enter the demon realm. To describe this action using a more modern term: smuggling. As a well-behaved child who only enjoyed listening to music at the brothel, he naturally heard about these things from others. It was definitely not something he read in a book. And these cross-dimensional scrolls are rare, yet not entirely so. Because hundreds of years ago, our great Xia truly was a land of talent. With such reflections, Chu Ping'an rose from the advanced temple and headed outside. Soon, he arrived at a small shop named Listening to the Spring. The shop was small, but its interior was adorned with antique furnishings, just as the name suggested. The character for spring is the same as the character for money, so listening to the spring also refers to listening to the. Though unassuming in appearance, this shop had a profound background, connected to a figure of the highest authority. And it had branches all across the country. However, most people had no idea about it, and they had no way of finding out. Behind the counter, a young man was dozing off in boredom. At the sound of the door opening, he jolted awake and sat up straight. Seeing Chu Ping'an approaching, his face lit up with a smile. Delivery? Chu Ping'an smiled and took out a coin from his backpack. Delivery. The young man's smile brightens. Please wait a moment. He saw the other person take out professional equipment and examine it carefully. As time passed, the smile on the other person's face grew smaller and smaller. Finally, it vanished completely. The young man tossed the coins back. Nice technique, but you should go back and practice some more. Chu Ping'an's smile froze. As someone who knew this place, he naturally understood the meaning behind those words. This old fool. How could there be fake coins in the treasure vault? Embarrassing. After muttering a few curses under his breath, Chu Ping'an pulled out over 10 ancient coins from his backpack. As Chu Ping'an moved, the young man's eyes lit up, almost as if they were about to glow. There are so many. Take a look at these too. Sure thing. The young man rubbed his hands together, his face breaking into an even broader smile than before. 3 minutes later. The young man reluctantly pushed the items back toward Chu Ping'an. Chu Ping'an furrowed his brows. Do we need to keep refining it? No. The young man waved his hands, his face filled with emotion. These are all good things for opening the door. Then why did you push it back? I need to pass it on. The young man sighed. It's just too open. I can't control it. Don't worry about that. The thing I need is exactly what you have here. Huh? Facing the young man's puzzled expression, Chu Ping'an smiled and said, just give me 3 cross-dimensional scrolls. The young man's gaze toward Chu Ping'an immediately changed. If it was just dealing with an ordinary customer at first, this was like meeting a fellow traveler. You also want to go to the demon realm to experience their unique features? Chu Ping'an grinned. Who wouldn't want to? The young man nodded in agreement, then sighed. Unfortunately, my old man said sneaking over there is too dangerous, so he won't let me go. As he spoke, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you know it's dangerous, why go to all this trouble to make this thing? Chu Ping'an couldn't help but offer his valuable advice. Just don't tell him, then. To be honest, if my family found out, they'd definitely stop me from going. Sigh. The young man sighed. Every family has its own set of problems. I really envy your freedom. Seeing that the other party had no interest in continuing the topic, Chu Ping'an shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Should 3 cross-realm scrolls be enough for this? Only 2. The young man shook his head, then smiled. But since we hit it off so well, I'll give you an extra one. Let's take mine too and go check it out. Chu Ping'an couldn't help but laugh, nodding in agreement. Alright, I'll film some videos and send them back to you. That's great. The young man rubbed his hands excitedly. After bidding farewell to the other person, Chu Ping'an stepped out of the house. He hesitated for a moment before sending a message to his master. Master, I've completed the previous advancement task. The new task requires me to go to the demon realm, so I'll head out first. After sending the message, Chu Ping'an muttered to himself, he knows where I'm going, so even if he can't find me, he probably won't worry too much, right? Chapter 105, Declaring War on a Realm for One Person. With that thought, Chu Ping'an didn't hesitate and tore open the scroll. Facing the crack that appeared before him, he stepped into it. Feeling the surging energy outside, the young man inside couldn't help but sigh. Being at the 4th rank and able to move around so freely, that's truly wonderful. Unlike me, even at 7th tier, I'm still stuck in this little shop, unable to go anywhere. As he spoke, he took out the coins he had just received from Chu Ping'an. This rust is truly beautiful. It's like the veins of history unfolding before my eyes. To be able to produce currency of such quality, this guy must have some impressive connections. Thinking about it, they envied Chu Ping'an's carefree life even more. On the other side, the 4 who had returned to Changguang City were sitting in a tea house, playing mahjong while discussing. Another 2 hours have passed and Big Eagle still hasn't made a move. He must really not be coming, right? 3 sticks. Bing. Old Joe, what do you think they're up to? 5 dots. Bing. What are you doing? You didn't even have the 5-dot tile, how could you just play it like that? The last hand was the same. Can't you pay more attention? What am I supposed to do? I need to call. If we get called, will you guys help me with the magic stones? Joshua couldn't help but speak up, stop arguing. It's windy and raining. Hurry up and hand over the magic stones. Yen Lang and Yin Yenma reluctantly tossed out a storage ring. Bai Qitian glanced at his own ring and immediately wore a pained expression. We'll owe you. All right. Knowing Bai Qitian was short on funds, Joshua didn't press him further. He carefully put away the 2 rings in front of him before answering Yen Lang's question. You're asking me how I know? Maybe they encountered some trouble, like the side they were defending on the 10,000 realms battlefield was suddenly attacked? 90,000. No way. That doesn't make sense. We didn't receive any information about that. Is it really that easy? Bai Qitian sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a twinge of pain in his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, the phone he had been carrying with him, one he hadn't even taken off during the previous battle, began to ring. Beep beep. Bai Qitian picked up the phone, and his expression changed drastically at a glance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he accidentally knocked over the table in front of him. One by one, the mahjong tiles flew into the air, about to scatter across the floor. Joshua remained expressionless, pointing a finger with one hand. Time seemed to reverse in that moment. The table and the scattered mahjong tiles instantly returned to their original state. Brother Bai, what's going on? Even if you're in a hurry, it's not worth missing this round, is it? Bai Qitian replied with a message in less than a second before unfolding his phone. You guys take a look. Bang! A soft thud echoed as the table and mahjong tiles shattered into pieces. Mahjong tiles? Let's go! A powerful force enveloped the 4 of them. 3 seconds later, at the entrance of listening to the spring shop. Feeling the lingering spatial energy, Joshua's expression darkened. We were still too late. Bai Qitian fidgeted with his hair in frustration, that brat. He caused such a commotion without a moment's notice. Speaking, he strode swiftly toward the nearby listening to the spring shop. Hearing the door open, the young man who had been examining coins looked up. His face, which had just begun to show a service-oriented smile, froze in place. Uncle Bai. What brings you here? Bai Qitian glared at the young man angrily, don't beat around the bush. Was it you who sold a cross-dimensional scroll to a young man just now? Despite being glared at for no apparent reason, the young man smiled and replied, Uncle, we don't sell things here. We specialize in passing things on. Good things are meant to be passed on. Don't give me that nonsense. Bai Qitian spoke without a trace of emotion. Give me a cross-dimensional scroll right now. Oh. Seeing that Bai Qitian was in a bad mood, the young man dared not say anything else and obediently went to fetch the cross-dimensional scroll. However, Brother Bai, calm down. Joshua called out to the young man, Xiao Xiang, don't listen to him. Take the scroll back. Oh. The young man called Xiao Xiang instinctively agreed, but upon recognizing the speaker's face, his pupils dilated wildly, filled with shock. What on earth is going on today? How could they? White uncle, Joe uncle. Ugh, what were the names of those other 2 uncles again? Never mind. How did 4 of the highest-ranking individuals just show up at my little shop? After a moment of blankness, his mind finally caught up. Recalling what Bai Qitian had just said, Xiao Xiang's face turned deathly pale. He felt as though he had accidentally stepped into a massive pit. Calm down? What do you want me to calm down about? Bai Qitian shouted angrily, that's the demon realm. Since that incident happened, do you know what happens to those who are caught trying to sneak over there? Joshua said solemnly, no matter what the consequences are, they wouldn't be as severe as having a supreme being sneak over there. Besides, after observing him for these past few days, Xiao Chu is a steady-headed child. If he dared to do this, he must have absolute confidence. The reason he told us before leaving was so we wouldn't worry about not being able to find him. Hearing Joshua's words, Bai Qitian gradually calmed down. The anger on his face vanished, replaced by self-reproach. It's my fault for not keeping a closer eye on him. What if something happens to him? Don't think too much about it. Joshua patted Bai Qitian on the shoulder and looked at the young man. Xiao Xiang is fine. Remember, don't tell anyone about today, including your father. Xiao Xiang nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Let us go. We'll need to discuss what to do next in detail. As he spoke, his magical power swirled, carrying them out of the listening spring inn. It wasn't until several minutes after Joshua and the others had left that Xiao Xiang snapped back to reality, muttering to himself, who was that guy just now? Isn't he only a 4th-tier cultivator? How did he get involved with so many powerful figures? Just as he was about to go find his father to inquire further, he remembered Joshua's warning before leaving and quickly dismissed the idea. Half a day passed. While idly scrolling through the military app, his expression suddenly changed. Staring at the text on the screen, he unconsciously read it aloud. It has been decided that we will officially declare war on the demon realm tomorrow? Recalling what had happened in the small shop half an hour earlier, Xiao Xiang couldn't help but shiver. Declaring war on an entire realm for one person? This is the first time, right? Although the text listed numerous reasons, making it seem entirely justified. If it weren't for what happened earlier, he might have felt convinced and filled with righteous indignation. But now, Xiao Xiang felt an inexplicable chill run through his body. If I hadn't done something stupid, none of this would have happened. So that means I, with my own hands, sparked this massive conflict? Realizing this, Xiao Xiang wanted to throw himself on the ground and wallow in self-pity. Chapter 106, The Unique Feature of the Demon Realm. Is this the Demon Realm? Xu Pingyan looked out into the distance, seeing nothing but ruins and desolation. The sphere suspended mid-air cast a glow as dim as twilight. This made the entire scene before his eyes even more desolate. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. However, that was all there was to it. Compared to the descriptions of the abyss in the books, the situation in the demon realm is indeed hundreds of times better. Xu Pingyan withdrew his gaze. The surrounding area was desolate and devoid of demonic smoke, giving him ample time to consider his next move. Although I'd like to experience the unique features of the demon realm, the mission takes priority for now. But before that, I need to figure out a suitable identity first. He recalled hearing from others that the person who had come to the demon realm before had caused quite a stir, to the point that any such smuggling attempts, once discovered, it would lead to extremely severe consequences. Considering this, it was essential to have a suitable identity. Speaking of which, it was precisely because of that person's actions that the resource-scarce demon realm came up with a brand new industrial chain. By paying a sufficient price, one could obtain an entry ticket and acquire resources from the various races. Though the downside is that occasionally fugitives slip in, and these fugitives lead to a series of problems. Cities are occasionally destroyed, or precious lands are plundered. But overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After all, for the demon race, strength and bloodline are paramount. Those who are weak and of inferior bloodline are nothing but expendable resources. Sacrificing a bunch of dispensable expendables to gain immense benefits is a deal too good to pass up for them. Over the past few centuries, the entire demon race is no longer as impoverished as it once was. So, what are the high-value items here? If we're talking about what the demon realm has earned the most over the years, it's undoubtedly demon stones. With enough magic stones, they also absorb the knowledge of other races and are now aggressively developing their infrastructure. Don't misunderstand, it's because many structures require demon stones to function properly. It's not used to pay wages. Once the infrastructure is in place, more and more people are attracted to the area. It can be said that a perfect closed-loop system has been established. But this thing is too common. Wait a moment. 1 or 2 magic stones are quite common. But if you're talking about hundreds of billions or even trillions, even the highest authorities would be tempted, right? Moreover, for different people, the definition of high-value items varies. For the Supreme Being, a level 195 legendary equipment is undoubtedly a high-value item. But for most people, a level 195 legendary equipment is less useful than an epic equipment they can carry. This quest was clearly targeted at me, so such a large quantity of magic stones is obviously a high-value item to me. Similarly, high-value items recognized by the masses should also be acknowledged. With this in mind, Xu Pingyan immediately had a clear plan for the task. A corresponding plan quickly formed in his mind. In any case, the first step is to obtain a suitable identity to facilitate future actions. After all, this was someone else's territory. The Demon Clan's strength ranks among the top 20 in the entire multiverse. Especially now that they had sufficient resources, no one knew how much stronger the enemy had become over the past few centuries. Even with the current ability to kill multiple supreme beings with a single strike, Xu Pingyan dared not take any risks. With that thought, a pair of green wings emerged from behind him, soaring into the sky before quickly disappearing into the clouds. Half an hour later. Phew, finally a suitable target. Looking at the 3 figures in the distance, Xu Pingyan's face lit up with a smile. It must be said that after enhancing the infrastructure to raise the overall standards of the demon realm, it had indeed begun to resemble a tourist destination. In just half an hour, he had already encountered dozens of groups of foreign races with diverse appearances and forms. Ironically, he hadn't encountered a single true demon. The reason he had waited until now to act was that the gap between those alien races and humans was simply too great. Beasts, insects, undead. Considering that he would soon encounter the unique features of the demon realm, wearing such a disguise would only make it easier for him to be exposed. Considering this, Xu Pingyan refrained from attacking the previous creatures. The 3 people not far ahead were also not true humans. They had green flesh wings spread out from their hands and thick, beast-like fur on their backs, known as the Winged Feather Tribe. However, since their overall appearance was similar to humans, their aesthetic standards were also not too different. Xu Pingyan slowed down and followed the 3 Winged Feather Tribe members, silently listening to their conversation. Don't mention language barriers in this era. Who would go out of their way to learn the language of a single tribe? There are simply too many translation devices available from various brands. However, considering his future plans, Chu Ping'an took a few minutes to learn the other party's language. Lin, have you confirmed the target's location? Don't worry, big brother. The enemy is definitely in the nearby Phantom Magic City. I spent a fortune and went through special channels to find out. The tallest and strongest member of the Winged Clan fell silent upon hearing this. Aren't we all new to the demon realm? How come you seem so familiar with this place? Feeling the strange glances from his older brother and younger brother, Yilin remained unfazed and spoke up. Brother, third brother, you know me. I have no interest in the unique features of the demon realm. The reason I'm acting so familiar is because I specifically gathered information from others within the tribe after learning we were coming here on this mission. Wait, we haven't said anything yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Emu curiously asked. Second brother, what are the unique features of the demon realm? The unique features of the demon realm are obviously its unique features. Emu? What does characteristic as a characteristic mean? Why is it so hard to say? Unlike the straightforward Emu, upon hearing Yilin's response, Isen's silence grew even more deafening. You say you're not familiar with the demon realm. No wonder you disappear for half a month or more after each mission, and when you return, you've lost several pounds. I thought you were secretly competing with others, learning some special skills. It turns out that's what you were doing. Feeling his older brother's increasingly strange gaze, Yilin forced an awkward yet polite smile. But the other person changed the subject. Have you ever been to the Illusion Demon City? Yilin's heart sank. The elder is singling me out. Thinking this, he responded without hesitation. The Phantom Demon City is the largest demon-selling den in the demon realm. It is located in the most prosperous region of the entire demon realm, boasting the richest resources. Here, as long as you have enough demon stones, you can obtain anything you desire. Chapter 107, Phantom Demon City. Yilin's words seemed to say nothing, yet they seemed to say everything. At least Isen had already obtained the answers he sought from those words. Is it really that powerful? Emu exclaimed in awe, then spoke with anticipation. I wonder how it compares to Wing Feather City. Hearing his younger brother's innocent remark, Yilin couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he was laughing at his brother's innocence, yet also at his lack of experience. How could he compare the top 20 great clans to their own race, which was still lingering outside the top 100? According to your description, if the Phantom Demon City is so prosperous, how are we supposed to pinpoint the exact location of our target? Isen's question cut straight to the chase, or is that special channel providing you with specific coordinates? As the words fell, Emu looked curiously at his two older brothers. The silence between the two grew deafening. After a moment, Isen spoke softly. Second brother, the funds allocated to us are running low. Cough. Yilin cleared his throat awkwardly, then nodded seriously. It's fine. We still have plenty of time. Through the conversation between the three members of the Wing Feather clan, Chu Ping'an quickly pieced together the entire situation. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that the three had come on a mission. The time is long, which means the pass they signed isn't short. This perfectly matched his needs. After gathering more information through observation, he heard Yilin mention that the Phantom Demon City was about to arrive, and he knew he couldn't wait any longer. With a flick of his thoughts, a whirlwind swept toward the three of them. Even though this was merely a casual display of power by Chu Ping'an, even Isen, the strongest among them at 7th tier, was blown off his feet. The whirlwind came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Are you all right? Isen spoke in a low voice. We're fine, big brother. Yilin and Emu replied in unison. As long as you're all right. Isen sighed in relief, then spoke with a touch of emotion. A single gust of wind can affect a 7th tier being. This is the improved demon realm. I wonder what this place looked like hundreds of years ago. They had occasionally encountered strong winds before, so they didn't think much of it even after facing this more ferocious one. Yilin nodded in agreement and added, they say the environment in the abyss is even more harsh. Those who can survive there are truly monsters. The two of you are right. Emu, or rather Chu Ping'an, who had taken his place, acted as the mood setter for the group, just as he had observed before. As for the original Emu, he had been reduced to nothing but bones by the whirlwind. There was no need to feel pity for the alien race. No further words were spoken. As they drew closer to the Phantom Demon City, the number of various alien races around them grew increasingly numerous. Yilin waved his hand to create a soundproof barrier in front of the three of them. By the way, older brother, younger brother. There will be many foreign tribes in the Phantom Demon City. Here, even if you don't enter the city, you must absolutely, under no circumstances, fight. Chu Ping'an asked curiously, why is that? As the largest and most important city in the demon realm, the Phantom Demon City is normally guarded by 6 supreme beings. Everyone enters the demon realm by purchasing tickets, effectively making them guests of the demon clan. To accommodate these guests, the demon clan has adopted a set of rules modeled after human society, designed to ensure both a pleasant experience and our safety. Among those rules is one that states, regardless of the reason, whoever strikes first will have their pass revoked. Those without a pass are deemed illegal immigrants. Since that incident hundreds of years ago, what happens to illegal immigrants here need not be elaborated upon. Yi-sun wore a solemn expression and nodded. I understand. Chu Ping'an followed suit, nodding in agreement. But what he was thinking was, there are 6 supreme beings in this city alone. When did supreme beings become so commonplace? However, upon further reflection, according to what the other had just said, the primary source of consumption for the alien races came entirely from the Phantom Demon City. The daily influx of foreign tribespeople reached over 100 million. The various forms of consumption that would arise from this are simply staggering. Such an important city with so many supreme beings seems to make sense. While Chu Ping'an was pondering these thoughts, Yi-sun couldn't help but voice his doubts. If that's the case, even if we discover our target, we can't act rashly? Yi-lin smiled confidently. It's different. As long as we can provide sufficient evidence proving that the target is a wanted criminal of the EU clan, they won't interfere. And if we pay a small price, they might even help us voluntarily. I see. Yi-sun nodded, then looked at his younger brother with a more complicated expression. Knowing so much insider information and still claiming you've never been here? Another 5 minutes passed before a massive fortress finally came into view. Majestic and grand, stretching endlessly into the distance. However, as Chu Ping'an gazed at the scene before him, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation. The modern buildings within, along with the neon lights flickering even in broad daylight, gave him an odd sense of familiarity and strangeness. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the Phantom Demon City, Yi-lin spoke again. Big brother, third brother, we should land now. The entire Phantom Demon City is protected by a barrier, and inside is a completely different world. Beyond 5 kilometers, you'll enter a no-fly zone. However, most who know the rules will land here. Only other members of the different races had also stopped at roughly the same spot and were descending toward the lower regions. The two nodded in agreement and followed suit. However, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't we supposed to go another 5 kilometers? Why are we landing so early? Yi-lin's face showed a hint of helplessness. Although the normal area is 5 kilometers, the Phantom Demon City is too large, and there are many demon warriors stationed there. Occasionally, you might encounter some unreasonable ones who will cause trouble and demand a fine. Though such cases are strictly punished once discovered. But, as he spoke, Yi-lin couldn't help but shake his head. But the two of them understood his meaning. After all, this was someone else's territory. If they were punished, who knew what kind of retaliation they might face? As they discussed the notable features of the Phantom Demon City, the three continued on their way. Soon they arrived at the city gates. From a distance, it didn't seem so imposing. But now that they were at the base of the city walls, they could finally sense its immense scale. Even standing a kilometer away, one could only see clouds and not the very top. The crowd had already grown quite large. The three of them were also in line, following the crowd forward. Chapter 108, Who the hell told you to bring us here? Despite the large crowd, it only took a few minutes for Chu Ping'an and the others to reach the front. This clearly demonstrated how efficient the demon race was. A demon, clad in black armor and sporting a single horn, spoke in a deep voice, pass. Though it was his first time seeing a true demon, Chu Ping'an wasn't particularly curious. After all, he had seen countless such beings in textbooks. Unlike Blue Star, where there are numerous nations of varying sizes and people with different skin colors, but all fundamentally human. The demon race is different. It inherently encompasses numerous distinct races. For example, the demon-like beings before him were the most common race, while the succubi, which people instinctively associated with demons, were another major race. Additionally, there are the lava demons, frost giants, shadow illusion demons, storm demons. These different races are collectively referred to as demons because they possess a unique power known as demonic energy. This power allows them to easily awaken their bloodline, enabling them to unleash combat power far surpassing their normal capabilities in battle. However, except for the noble demonic tribes with exalted bloodlines. Ordinary demons consume a certain amount of potential each time they use demonic energy. If not for this, the demon race wouldn't be limited to the top 20. Whether or not one possesses magical energy is the sole criterion for determining a demon status. Here. Yi-sun retrieved 3 passes from his storage item and handed them over. The other party took the passes, examined them carefully, then looked up, fixing his gaze on Yi-lin and Chu Ping'an. After comparing them, he nodded, alright, you may enter. Thank you. Yi-sun took the passes back from the other person and nodded politely. This was why Chu Ping'an had only replaced one person. When entering the city, the guard not only checked the passes but also verified that the number of people matched the passes. If the numbers didn't match, they would be subjected to a more thorough interrogation. Yi-sun held the most intelligence regarding this mission, and Yi-lin was highly familiar with the demon clan, so Chu Ping'an could only choose to replace the least noticeable member, Yi-mu. The three of them headed inside, and shortly after, Chu Ping'an felt a surge of energy sweep over him. So many checks? Is that really necessary? Chu Ping'an's eyebrow twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that the old veteran who had done this might have done more than just this. That said, he had nothing to worry about. Although the disguise props were of ordinary quality, he possessed the chaos destiny, which even the highest-ranking beings couldn't detect. How could they? Wait a moment. The three who had just stepped through the city gate were suddenly called back. The armored demon who had been standing there walked toward them with long strides. Shu Ping'an? This is the city's rulebook. Remember, no matter the reason, do not cause trouble within the city. Taking the booklet, Isin nodded to him, thank you. Yilin, standing nearby, realized, oh, I see. To reduce conflicts, the first-time visitors to the demon realm and the first-time entrants to the city are given a rulebook upon arrival. Since such people are rare, the guards usually just leave these booklets lying around. Upon hearing Yilin's explanation, Shu Ping'an sighed in relief. He had thought that the demon race had developed so quickly that they could even discern the disguise of a true divine technique. Upon entering the city, Shu Ping'an couldn't help but pause. Yilin smiled, can you feel it? The air feels sweeter now, without the previous strange odor. Isin nodded, his face betraying a hint of surprise. Air purification and circulation systems have been installed throughout the city to ensure that every visitor enjoys a more pleasant experience. Yilin seemed to have returned home, eagerly providing explanations. I heard that some high-end places use even more advanced systems. Just breathing can enhance your attributes. Enhance attributes just by breathing? That means you can get stronger anytime, anywhere. Shu Ping'an also joined the conversation out of curiosity. Yilin shook his head, of course, it doesn't keep improving indefinitely. Once you reach a limit, it stops. Plus, those places are super expensive. Old 3, don't even think about such unrealistic things. Oh. Shu Ping'an nodded reluctantly, then turned his gaze toward the buildings within the city. Earlier, from the outside, they had looked like neon lights flickering in the twilight, but upon entering the city, he realized that everything outside had been completely cut off the moment they entered. The sky above was simulated to look like night, and even a bright full moon could be seen. Combined with the flickering neon lights and modern buildings, it gave off a chaotic vibe of neon lights and hedonistic indulgence. If it weren't for the diverse-looking foreigners walking on the streets, even if someone said he had returned to some bustling metropolis on Blue Star, Shu Ping'an wouldn't have a single doubt. Just then, a voice broke Shu Ping'an's train of thought. Gentlemen of the Winged Clan, do you require a guide familiar with the Phantom Demon City? A small demon, barely over a meter tall, stood not far away, his eyes moist as he gazed at the three. Its large red eyes betrayed a mix of fear and hope. Clearly, the demon had noticed the small booklet in Isin's hand and had approached them to strike up a conversation. No, thank you. Yilin refused without hesitation, his tone harsh, don't bother us, little one. Sorry. The little devil's demonic tail trembled in fear, and he hurriedly left, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Isin didn't bother with Yilin's rude attitude and suggested, the entrance is too conspicuous. Yilin, let's find a quiet place to discuss our plans. Alright, big brother. Yilin nodded in agreement, then confidently led the two of them around the area before arriving at a building that looked quite well decorated from the outside. Isin spoke with some concern, this place looks pretty fancy. Is it too expensive? Our budget isn't very generous. Yilin smiled confidently. Big brother, don't worry. It's free. Isin couldn't help but marvel, no wonder you're from the Demon Clan. A building like this back where we come from would be on par with important venues. I never expected it to be provided free of charge to outsiders here. Instantly, Yilin's face turned awkward yet still polite. Shu Ping'an, who had been staring at the building with a peculiar expression, heard this and his gaze grew even more strange. However, he was currently maintaining the persona of someone who knew nothing about the Demon Clan, so he couldn't speak up and could only follow Isin in expressing his astonishment. Once the three of them entered the building, Isin, who had been full of admiration moments ago, turned from red to purple, then from purple to green. Finally, he was completely broken down, letting out a suppressed roar that echoed in their ears. Who the hell told you to bring us here? Chapter 109, Pass obtained, Little Devil. Facing Isin's furious glare, Yilin immediately adopted a look of innocence. However, the meaning conveyed by his gaze was clear even to Shu Ping'an, who didn't understand the language of the Winged Clan. Didn't you say so yourself? Isin could also read his thoughts, and his voice, suppressed with anger, rang out again. I told you to find a quiet place, but I didn't tell you to bring me here to relieve myself. But this is the quietest place around. Yilin said with a sense of injustice, we don't have enough funds right now. In the Phantom Demon City, only high-end services offer private rooms. There's no other place with fewer people. Isin fell silent for a moment before finally sighing. The budget isn't that tight yet. Shu Ping'an sighed in relief, even he felt that discussing plans in the bathroom was a bit too forward. But since we're already here, let us discuss the next steps here. What a clever way to say, since we're already here. He had no response. Yilin smiled, don't worry, big brother. Let us go inside and find a private room. We'll open the barrier, and it won't be much different from the private rooms outside. Shu Ping'an instinctively glanced at the three figures. As members of the Winged Clan, although they could retract their wings in their normal state, their height as adults was around 2.5 meters. Imagining the three of them crammed into a private room for a meeting, Shu Ping'an felt the scene was too vivid to bear. One word, impossible. Inside the private room, Chu Pingyan sighed in relief. Perhaps considering the size differences between different races, the private room was indeed much larger than usual. However, once 3 winged clan members were crammed inside, it still felt a bit crowded. Not bad, not bad. Yi Sin, who had been furious moments ago, now began to praise it. I told you, big brother, you'd love it. Yi Lin smiled smugly. Just as Yi Sin was about to nod, he finally realized where they were. Thud. Without a flicker of emotion, he punched Yilin on the head and said, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Cough, cough. Big brother, second brother, can we start discussing the important matters now? What should we do next? Hearing Chu Pingyan's words, the two of them finally snapped back to reality. Yi Sin pondered for a moment and instructed, Yilin knows this place best. You go ahead and find a way to pinpoint the target's exact coordinates. Got it, big brother. Yilin readily agreed and then rubbed his fingers together. What about the budget? You cover it first. Make sure to keep detailed records of every expense, and I'll reimburse you later. The light in Yilin's eyes dimmed instantly. As for Imu, get familiar with the place as soon as possible and look for other channels to gather information. As he spoke, Yilin handed Chu Pingyan a storage ring. This is the budget for the operation. Although I'm giving it to you in advance, make sure to keep detailed records of how every magic stone is used. Understand? Thank you, older brother. Chu Pingyan feigned a smile, but after checking the amount inside, he casually tossed it into his own storage ring. 500,000 magic stones? The winged clan is really poor. Here's your pass and the rules here. Take them and read them carefully. Don't make any mistakes. Meet here at the same time tomorrow. After all this time of playing along, the thing he wanted was finally in his hands. Although there were more efficient ways to obtain the pass, it had features such as automatic sensing, automatic alerts. If we were to eliminate the two of them, it would be discovered quickly. It can only be said that since the genius who developed the cross-dimensional scroll smuggled it out, the Demon Clan has invested a great deal of effort into this. After bidding farewell to the two, standing on the bustling street, Chu Pingyan felt a bit lost for a moment. Where should I go next? Just then, Chu Pingyan saw the little demon he had encountered earlier being dragged into a narrow alley by 2 other little demons. In a place like this, it's definitely better to have a guide. With that thought, Chu Pingyan followed after them. Though it was a narrow alley, there were still quite a few foreigners passing by. However, the foot traffic was much lighter compared to the main street. Chu Pingyan had some knowledge about the little demon race. Whether in their juvenile or adult stages, once they survive the first few years, their height reaches around 1.5 meters, and they remain the same size for the rest of their lives. Unless they obtain other opportunities or possess exceptionally strong innate talents, they may have the chance to transform into a great demon. However, the conditions for such a transformation are extremely stringent. Despite the single generation difference, the two are considered entirely distinct species. The former can only reach the 3rd stage at most, while the latter has no limits. Even becoming the supreme being is no problem. For this reason, the former would never arrogantly classify themselves as the same as the latter. The so-called little demons are the most common ordinary grunts on the battlefield. Therefore, even among the little demons, a 1-meter-tall one is quite unique. When Chu Pingyan entered the alley, he saw the 1-meter-tall little devil curl up in the corner, hugging its head and silently enduring the punches and kicks from the other 2 little devils. This went on for a full 10 minutes before the 2 little demons finally stopped, muttering curses as they walked away. Despite several other creatures noticing the scene in the alley, none of them intervened. Chu Pingyan approached the demon without mercy. After all, it was just an unrelated stranger. He naturally wouldn't feel anything special toward it. Especially not an alien. Tap tap tap. Hearing the footsteps, the little demon lying on the ground struggled to lift his head. Upon seeing Chu Pingyan, a look of confusion flashed in its eyes. Then he looked puzzled. Sir, what do you need from me? Clearly, she remembered him. Chu Pingyan nodded. I need a guide, and I happened to see you, so I wanted to ask if you're interested. But judging by your current state, you don't seem fit to be a guide. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's words, the little devil immediately reached out his hand and struggled to pull himself up from the ground. Despite the pain, which made her grimace and her expression change constantly, she didn't utter a sound. After what felt like an eternity to him, he finally managed to stand up again. Sir, I can do it. Please entrust this task to me. Chu Pingyan, who had already turned away, turned back and saw the other person's pain-stricken expression, unable to help but smile. You're in such a state that even walking is difficult. There are so many guides, why do I have to choose you? The little devil spoke without hesitation, because I'm cheaper than all of them. I'll only take 2, no. Just 1 magic stone. Chapter 110, The Little Devil's Father. Upon hearing the other S-words, Chu Pingyan smiled, alright, you're on. Whether it was 1 or 2 magic stones, or even thousands or tens of thousands, it made little difference to him. But the persona he's currently maintaining isn't working. Since I'm unfamiliar with this place, spending a magic stone to hire a guide is understandable, no matter who sees it. Even if it were Wing Sen, there wouldn't be much to say. So before completing the advancement quest, he must maintain this persona. Whether it's good or not, I don't know, but it's definitely cheap. As for the idea that seeing the other party's change of heart might make him change his mind, that is complete nonsense. Similar situations are happening all the time, everywhere. He's not a saint, why should he feel pity for a stranger from another race? Moreover, why was the other person beaten? Is that really worthy of pity? That deserves a question mark. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing Chu Ping'an's response, the little devil's face lit up, about to express his gratitude, but it felt like he had accidentally touched his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Ignoring this trivial, cheap expression of gratitude, Chu Ping'an had already turned around. Take me to the most bustling trading area here. If you're too slow and waste my time, I'll replace you with another guide without hesitation. The little devil heard this and immediately tried to follow, but as soon as he took a step, he once again pulled on his wounds. A suppressed cry of pain escaped his throat. However, seeing that Chu Ping'an had already walked several meters ahead, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain to catch up. Looking at the little devil catching up, Chu Ping'an spoke calmly, as a guide, you're supposed to walk behind the client. You wouldn't be trying to lead me to where you want to go, would you? I'm sorry, sir. Saying this, the little devil took a deep breath and sped up once more. The pain in his body grew increasingly intense, causing his expression to twist into a grimace. Seeing this, Chu Ping'an withdrew his gaze and focused on the rulebook he had received upon entering the city. As a major clan, demons received separate classes in demonic language after entering the professional academy. Although he hadn't entered the professional academy, with Chu Ping'an's current attributes, learning the languages of various races was no more than a moment's task. Noticing that Chu Ping'an had focused his attention on the book in his hands, the little demon hesitated for a moment before reminding him. Sir, it's best not to trust what's written here. Oh? Feeling Chu Ping'an's gaze, the little demon sighed and said, I don't know what the rules are in other cities. But in the Phantom Demon City, all demons worship only one thing. Demon stones are supreme. As long as you have enough demon stones, any rules can be temporarily amended or modified for you. Due to the pain he was enduring, the little demon's words came out in fits and starts. Oh? Chu Ping'an spoke without looking up, his tone indifferent. How do you know? The demon race, open to all races, was like a world-renowned tourist attraction. To develop further and attract more people, it was natural to carefully maintain their reputation and improve their services. As long as enough people are attracted, why bother with such humiliating acts? Of course. There's also another possibility. But overall, what can a lowly little demon at the bottom of the hierarchy possibly know? Seeing that Chu Ping'an didn't believe him, the little devil spoke calmly, those of us in this pool of mud don't need to look up to see the dark clouds looming above our heads. Interesting. Chu Ping'an finally looked up from the book and turned his gaze to the little demon standing less than a meter in front of him. Who taught you that? As he spoke, Chu Ping'an casually cast a healing spell at the other. A green light flashed, and the little demon's injuries were instantly healed. The little devil was startled, then gratefully said, Thank you, sir. There's no need to thank me. I just didn't want to have to go through all this trouble just to say a few words. The little demon paused, then smiled. I know, sir, you're a good person. Was he just being given the good guy card by a demon? Something feels off about this. Don't say such nonsense. Answer my question. The little devil hesitated for a moment before speaking up. My father told me. Your father? Chu Ping'an looked at the other person thoughtfully. However, the little devil didn't notice Chu Ping'an's reaction and proudly declared, My father is a great man. Hearing the other S words, Chu Ping'an didn't take it to heart. Children are like that, they blindly admire their relatives. But being able to say something so insightful does show he is not entirely without merit. And that was precisely what puzzled Chu Ping'an. At least, a demon from the lowest strata of society would never have access to education. Based on his understanding of the demon race, only demons of intermediate rank or higher would pursue education. Then, if my father had the means to study, why are his offspring so inferior? Is it because of their status as lowly demons that they were abandoned? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an spoke up. Even though he was abandoned by his family, he's still speaking up for them? Abandoned? The young demon blinked in confusion. Sir, what do you mean by that? From the day I was born until I became an adult, it was always my father who took care of me. At this point, the little devil's mood grew somber. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to help my father. I barely earn any magic stones each day. I don't know when I'll ever save enough to buy the medicine to cure my father's illness. So his family had fallen on hard times? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an had no intention of prying further into the other's family circumstances. He casually set up a barrier. Let us get back to the previous topic. Why did you say that as long as you have enough magic stones, you can modify the rules here? Though he didn't hold much hope, it was still a decent pastime while traveling. Upon hearing this, the little demon replied solemnly, Sir, as you know, in the demon realm, each city is independent and has its own set of rules. As the most famous city in the demon realm, the rules of the illusion demon city have become increasingly refined over time. But that only applies to the past. For the past? I heard it from my father. Over the past few decades, the situation in the demon realm has undergone extremely complex changes. As everyone knows, the Phantom Demon City is governed by 6 supreme beings. However, what outsiders don't know is that the 6 supreme beings represent different factions, and their interests also differ. Supreme beings? A lowly demon from the lowest ranks, picked up off the street, dares to speak of the supreme beings. This feels like encountering a beggar on the street, pitying him, and giving him a few copper coins, only for him to turn around and say, "The current emperor is my uncle's son," which is utterly absurd and laughable. Chapter 111, The Shocked Chu Pingyan, Our Role Model. Noticing the change in Chu Pingyan's expression, the little demon paused for a moment before realizing the problem with his words. He hurriedly spoke up, "Sir, it's true. It's all my father who told me. My father would never lie to me. It's a very simple logic." Chu Pingyan spoke calmly. Normally, only demons of 8th rank or higher, and those of noble birth, are qualified to know about the supreme being. The implication was clear: if such a noble being had fallen so low, why had his offspring ended up in such a state? Moreover, according to the little demon's previous account, the other party had always been relying on his father for survival. The little demon paused, then asked in confusion, "Sir, when did I ever say my father was a demon?" My father is human, a great human warrior." The little devil stood tall, his face brimming with pride. She was deeply proud of having such a father. The little devil's father is human. Chu Pingyan's expression changed, and his gaze toward the other held a certain peculiar meaning. Is it because he's a half-breed that he's only just over a meter tall? Upon closer inspection, Chu Pingyan noticed that compared to ordinary little devils, the features typically associated with little devils were relatively weaker on the other. Because he was a half-breed, he was being bullied by other little devils who were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. Recalling the other's earlier mention of father, Chu Pingyan had unconsciously overlooked the details, as the phrase was too commonplace for him. For demons, they wouldn't use such adjectives in this situation. All the previous inconsistencies were now fully explained. In that instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Chu Pingyan's mind. However, the words that came out of his mouth, both in tone and inflection, remained unchanged from before. A human-demon hybrid living in the Phantom Demon City? Interesting. But that makes your previous claims even harder to explain. If you're human, you shouldn't be able to access the highest secrets of the demon clan, right? That's possible. The little demon spoke decisively, his voice tinged with sadness. If they are human of 9th rank or above, they can also access the highest secrets. 9th rank. Isn't that a bit too convenient? Let's take a closer look. Chu Ping felt a hint of doubt rise in his heart, then smiled and said, "Little one, is it really okay to just tell me this information like this? What's the harm?" The little devil shrugged indifferently, "Sir, you're a good person. Besides, my father is now a useless old man with no value." No value at all? Just the information you mentioned earlier alone could fetch millions of magic stones if sold. Millions of magic stones? The little devil's pupils dilated, then he muttered to himself, "That many spirit stones could literally crush me to death. Father's injuries must also." As he thought this, he suddenly shuddered and snapped back to reality. A smile spread across his face. "Sir, you're truly a good person. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't have told me all this. You'd have already figured out a way to trick me into taking you to see father." Chu Pingyan looked at the other person thoughtfully. "So you've said this to others before?" "Yes. After all, you're a 9th rank human. Even if you've been crippled, you're still in the demon city. Demons wouldn't dare to let their guard down, and there must be others watching you. Maybe by interacting with this little brat, I've already caught the demon's attention?" Thinking this, Chu Pingyan, who had not been paying much attention, casually glanced around. As I suspected. A total of 6 demons were staring at them, either intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. "I just wanted to find a cheap guide. I didn't intend to get involved in such a big mess." The little demon paused, then his eyes darkened. "Did I cause trouble for the master?" Chu Pingyan shook his head. "Never mind. Let's not talk about such unpleasant things. Let's get back to the previous topic. Anyway, now that he's already in trouble, even if he doesn't mention it now, will these demons watching him just leave him alone?" The answer was obvious. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be a waste not to obtain the useful information? The little demon glanced at Chu Pingyan with concern, then nodded and continued, "According to my father's instructions, the demon clan has obtained a treasure that requires demon stones to activate. This treasure can be activated once every 5 years. After countless discussions, the Supreme Ones decided to set a 5-year cycle. During this cycle, whoever accumulates the most demon stones will gain the right to use the treasure for that cycle." Chu Pingyan asked in confusion, "Why decide in such a way? Moreover, such a secret, even if your father is a 9th rank demon, he shouldn't be able to access it. Most importantly, why isn't there any restriction on the freedom of a little demon who knows such an important secret?" As the little demon spoke repeatedly, Chu Pingyan realized that his confusion not only failed to diminish but grew even greater. The little demon was unaware of Chu Pingyan's thoughts. She shook her head. "I don't know either. As for why father was able to access it." Hesitating for a moment, the little demon clenched her teeth. "Because mother told him." Chu Pingyan. Even Chu Pingyan took a long time to fully process that statement. Even so, he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. You mean? The little devil nodded. Mother is the supreme ruler of the demon clan. Whoa! At that moment, even Chu Pingyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This 9th-rank powerhouse. A role model for us all. The little devil spoke sadly. Father and mother have an extremely close relationship. If it weren't for me, father might never have been discovered as a human until now. And mother wouldn't still be imprisoned in the fallen pavilion. It seems my existence was a mistake after all. Ugh. This is getting more and more information. But why was your mother imprisoned? Isn't she the supreme ruler of the demon clan? Because after an investigation, it was discovered that mother had known all along that father was a human, and she had intentionally or unintentionally revealed a lot of information to him. My head is spinning. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. While the human clan and demon clan aren't exactly sworn enemies, they've fought numerous wars over the years. How did this 9th-ranked powerhouse manage to make a demon clan supreme being go to such lengths? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 112, The Burning 8 Trigram Soul, A Bountiful Harvest. Despite Chu Pingyan's urgent, a heart burned fiercely within him. Unfortunately, the little demon didn't continue the topic. Instead, he fell into self-pity. Chu Pingyan sighed and could only play the role of a spiritual mentor. Do you think your mother gave birth to you even after knowing that your father was a human? The little demon looked at Chu Pingyan in confusion. The offspring of 2 great demons are inevitably great demons. However, if a great demon mates with a lesser demon and the great demon's bloodline is strong enough, there is still a high probability that the offspring will possess the potential of a great demon. On the other hand, if a great demon mates with a demon of a different race, what kind of bloodline will their offspring have? What would it be? It can only be a small demon. There are no exceptions. Chu Pingyan spoke calmly. Although I don't know what kind of artifact your father used to deceive the eyes of the highest beings back then, or what race he disguised himself as, there is one thing that is beyond doubt. Whether it was your father or your mother, they were fully aware that once you arrived in this world, your father would be exposed. And everything your mother has done over the years will also be exposed. Do you think, knowing all of this, why they still went ahead and brought you into this world? At this point, Chu Pingyan didn't need to say another word. The little devil had already understood everything. She stood there motionless, her voice trembling with disbelief. I'm not a burden? Knowing such a future, she still chose to enter it without hesitation. If you look at it from an outsider's perspective, like Chu Pingyan, you'd just think this approach is quite foolish. But he has never been a parent, so he cannot put himself in their shoes or experience their emotions. Therefore, he knows that his evaluation is biased. But there is one thing no one can deny. The bond between the human and the demon, and their love for the little demon, requires no doubt. To use an imperfect analogy, if their abilities were replaced with wealth in the real world, they would both be among the top 500 companies in the country. To willingly give up such wealth for one's children, how many people in this world could do that? Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Knowing that the moment the little demon was born, all problems would be exposed, and with their abilities, wouldn't they have any backup plans? Putting himself in their shoes, he would have definitely made preparations in advance. It doesn't make sense that this one human and one demon wouldn't have thought of that. Moreover, even if they didn't prepare a backup plan, a supreme demon would surely be able to find another great demon born at the same time to hide their offspring, wouldn't they? The answer was no. Clearly, there are more secrets at play here. Chu Pingyan stroked his chin. He never expected that this trip to the demon realm would yield so many unexpected discoveries so soon after arriving. The demon clan's most precious treasure. The love-hate relationship between a 9th-tier human and the highest-ranking demon. Of course, there was also the possibility that the little demon was deceiving him. But the probability of that was lower than Chu Kuangring using his divine technique with 100,000 demon stones. Not to mention how the other party managed to deceive his eyes despite the enormous disparity in strength. Even if there were a plan, it wouldn't be possible for it to be carried out by someone disguised as a 6th-tier, unremarkable winged clan member like him. Unless one could use the true divine technique to probe his information. But a person with such power would need to resort to any underhanded schemes? Therefore, the more likely explanation is that all of this is just a coincidence. It's just that he's been blessed by the divine artifact's fortune, which is why he's so lucky. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan also looked at the jade seal in his storage item with a pensive expression. Is this the correct way to harness destiny? On the other side, the confused little demon was overwhelmed by a series of images flooding his mind. His gaze grew resolute. Tears of happiness welled up in his eyes. That's right, I'm not a burden to father or mother. Even though I've never seen my mother since the day I was born, that doesn't mean she doesn't love me. My father, despite his illness, raised me with love. As the little devil reaffirmed his resolve, a flash of red light appeared between his eyebrows before quickly fading away. Though it lasted only an instant, it didn't escape Chu Pingyan's perception. Strange energy. So this little devil is also hiding something secret? Or their trump card is actually hidden within each other? This is getting more and more interesting. Thinking this, Xu Pingyan spoke up, shall we decide based on the magic stones earned over the past 3 years? So, whoever is willing to provide more magic stones, even if it harms the reputation of the Phantom Demon City, is willing to do so? The little demon nodded, then shook his head and said, it wouldn't harm the reputation of the Phantom Demon City, would it? According to my father, even if you go on a trip and encounter some danger, it's quite normal. Let alone this kind of cross-dimensional travel. If we really disappear, we'll just consider it bad luck. Xu Pingyan nodded. That's true. While current technology is advanced, it hasn't yet reached the point where it can span a battlefield of 10,000 races, allowing two beings from different dimensions to communicate. Take a simple example, if one person is on Earth and another is outside the Milky Way, no matter how advanced current technology is, the two would never be able to communicate. I wonder why it has to be this way. Xu Pingyan shook his head and jotted down the relevant information. Following that, the human and the demon both tacitly avoided continuing the topic. The little demon dutifully fulfilled its role as a guide, thoughtfully introducing Xu Pingyan to one famous building after another as they passed by. They walked like this for a full 3 hours. Sir, we've arrived. After 3 hours of non-stop walking, they had covered at least several dozen kilometers. However, compared to the entire Illusion Demon City, it was insignificant. Upon hearing the little devil's words, Xu Pingyan snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at the scene before him. Unlike the other neon signs that looked cheap, the buildings before him were predominantly dark gray. The half illuminated by the surrounding lights shimmered with a silver glow, exuding an air of elegance. 2 flame demons dressed in gray suits stood at the entrance. These suits were clearly not ordinary garments. The flames emanating from their bodies had no effect whatsoever. With each breath, sparks flickered and fell. Using a 6th-tier demon as a guard, no wonder this is the largest trading hub in the Phantom Demon City. Xu Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward. However, sorry, sir, we don't accept anyone below 7th tier here. Chapter 113, The House of the Succubus. The gentleman is clearly a good person, but why has he changed so much? The voice of the other party was as fiery as their race, resembling burning flames. Though stopped, Xu Pingyan didn't grow angry. He simply looked calmly at the flame demon who had spoken. Instantly, the other's vision spun, and they lost consciousness on the spot. Am I not qualified yet? Another flaming demon, wide-eyed, spoke in a fawning tone. Enough, enough. If you, sir, aren't qualified, then who else could be? Please come in. Xu Pingyan nodded, then pointed at the unconscious figure. You're not planning to cause trouble for me later, are you? Rest assured, we certainly won't. This fool is blind and couldn't see through your disguise. It's his fault for failing in his duties. Yes, lucky he didn't get fined. How could he dare to cause trouble for you? Is this the power of the demon clan, where strength reigns supreme? To outsiders, they seem powerful and mysterious, but in the presence of a stronger entity, they still reveal this fawning demeanor. Xu Pingyan took a step forward, but the little demon remained where he was, his face filled with hesitation. The words spoken earlier still echoed in his ears. With her weak strength, even the air the other exhaled was unbearable. Staying here without leaving was already commendable. After taking a few steps, Xu Pingyan seemed to sense something, furrowed his brows, and turned back to look at the little demon still standing there. What are you standing there for? Come in. Hearing this, the little demon's face lit up with joy, and he finally stopped hesitating, walking toward Xu Pingyan. The flame demon didn't even glance sideways, as if he hadn't noticed the little demon at all. 6th tier cannot enter? That rule only applies to ordinary 7th and 8th tier beings. If a 9th tier powerhouse wants to bring 1 or 2 in, who would want to cause trouble for themselves? As for whether that foreigner earlier had 9th tier strength, he could make his own stronger brothers faint on the spot with a single glance. How could he not be 9th tier? You're joking. However, this big shot sure has unique tastes. Having worked here for so many years, he has seen people bring in all kinds of companions. But he'd never seen anyone bring a little demon, especially one that was clearly an alien species and underdeveloped. Lost in these random thoughts, the flame demon momentarily forgot to wake his brother. Upon entering the building, there were no structures in sight, only a long corridor extending further inward. The corridor was adorned with various decorations. A fragrant scent filled the air, making one feel refreshed and invigorated while continuously enhancing their attributes. This wasn't just a literal description. The little demon's slightly darkened face was now flushed red, clearly having never experienced such nourishment before. Xu Pingyan's interface was constantly updating with information about his attributes improving. However, compared to his current attributes, this slight increase didn't faze him much. Although he had never seen such a scene before, the little devil did not show any curiosity. Or rather, she suppressed her curiosity. Sir, I never expected your strength to be so powerful. He spoke with a look of self-reproach on his face. I had only heard about this place before, but I didn't realize there were such strict requirements for strength. It's fine. Xu Pingyan waved it off nonchalantly. I was the one who asked you to bring me here. Though he wasn't particularly kind to outsiders, the other party wasn't entirely an outsider either. With half-human blood flowing through their veins, he was slightly more lenient. As for why he suddenly revealed his strength. Anyway, we've already been targeted. There'll inevitably be some questioning later, so might as well show it off openly and make them fear us more. If he were just an insignificant figure at a ball, he would naturally stay in the corner and fulfill his mission. But now, due to the unexpected situation that has made him stand out, he might as well show off a bit of his strength to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The corridor was long, and it took a full minute to reach the end before a massive door with a demonic design came into view. Xu Pingyan pushed the door open. Oh? A spatial ability? Thinking this, Xu Pingyan looked ahead to see a small room bathed in pink light, exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. The room looked like a normal living space, complete with a bed, bathroom, sofa, wardrobe. At that moment, a succubus was seated there, exuding a seductive aura. Except for her vital areas, the rest of her body was exposed, but she gave off an even more provocative vibe than if she were completely naked. Upon seeing Xu Pingyan enter, the succubus's eyes lit up, and she broke into a pure, sweet smile. Greetings, stranger. Welcome to the succubus's home. Would you like me to give you a brief introduction? Xu Pingyan waved his hand. No need. As a regular at the brothel, he had seen it all. Besides, it's just a transaction, pay and leave. What's there to talk about? However, he had never encountered a succubus like this before. No wonder it's a specialty of the demon realm. It's truly intriguing. After uttering this remark that any normal person would make, a hint of doubt crept into his mind. Is this the largest trading place in the illusion demon city? This place feels a bit unscrupulous. Am I overthinking it? As for the little demon, upon entering the place, it immediately hid behind Xu Pingyan. However, its large, constantly darting eyes were filled with curiosity as it observed everything inside the room. Occasionally, it let out suppressed gasps, and the pair of small wings on its back occasionally turned a shade of peach pink. Adhering to the principle of adapting to local customs and making the best of the situation, Xu Pingyan sat down on the sofa opposite the succubus. Do you like guests who respect boundaries? Although it's your first time here, it seems like you know a lot about this place. Iris narrowed her eyes before smiling and asking, what are your needs, guest? Bring out your most precious treasure. Your most precious treasure. Iris froze, then gave a strange look. Sir, are you sure? What's there to be unsure about? Xu Pingyan spoke casually. Don't worry about me not being able to pay. As long as you can produce it, he'll pay the price. Elise looked puzzled. Was she afraid that Xu Pingyan couldn't afford it? What a conceited guy. However, there were many such people every year, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. The motto of the Demoness House is to fulfill all our guests' requests. Since this is a special request from you, the guest, I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, please wait a moment. All right. Once the other person had left, Xu Pingyan picked up the kettle and poured a cup of water for himself and the little demon. This transaction is quite interesting. It's done in a small room that preserves customer privacy while adding a touch of romance, with one-on-one service. No wonder they have restrictions. Too many people would be impossible to handle. Hearing Xu Pingyan's words, the little devil blinked in confusion. A big question mark popped into his mind. If this kind of transaction isn't done in a private place, where else would it be? Even the most open-minded succubus couldn't do that now. The gentleman is a good person, but there's something about him. What the? Chapter 114, facing the supreme being of the demon clan, the queen of the succubi. Despite these thoughts, the little demon remained silent. His father's favorite saying was, never question someone else's preferences. No matter how strange it may be, it's their own business, and their preferences don't require others' approval. Though the little demon sometimes thought darkly that this was probably just an excuse his father had made up for himself, as an obedient child, he diligently remembered those words and followed them to the letter. Half an hour passed quickly. Xu Pingyan was getting a bit restless. What kind of treasure is this that takes so long to get? The little devil shook his head. Even if the master asked me, I wouldn't know. If it weren't for the place's reputation, she wouldn't have known about it either. Although I once asked my father out of curiosity, he also said he knew nothing about this place. Hearing this, Xu Pingyan didn't think much of it, assuming that the items here were useless to a 9th-rank cultivator, which is why he hadn't come before. Another half hour passed. The tightly closed door was finally opened from the outside. Both of their gazes immediately fixed on the door. As the figure outside entered, Xu Pingyan, who had been about to make a sarcastic remark, stopped mid-sentence. As for the little devil's words, he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The demon who entered was not the succubus who had left earlier. Though both were succubi, they were in completely different leagues. Even with Xu Pingyan's current strength, the first thing that came to his mind upon seeing the other was a single word. Beauty. There were no words to describe this beauty. Any attempt to do so would feel superfluous given the demon's appearance and posture. A single word, beauty, was sufficient. Unlike the revealing attire of ordinary succubi, the other wore a black dress that extended just above the knees. Though the upper part was completely covered by the dress, the curves visible through the fabric were enough to imagine how perfect this jailer truly was. She wore no excessive adornments, save for a black cross necklace hanging around her neck. Against his fair skin, it stood out even more. To put it bluntly, even some of the girls on Blue Star who stream live and dance professionally would find this outfit conservative. In the open world of succubi, such attire might even be deemed a disgrace to the succubi themselves. Her expression was cold, and when she noticed Chu Pingin's gaze, she instinctively furrowed her brows. Even so, her charm remained undiminished, adding a touch of unique allure. However, upon realizing that Chu Pingin's gaze held no desire, but was simply admiring the concept of beauty, her furrowed brows slowly relaxed and her cold expression softened slightly. In fact, if it weren't for the dark purple devil's horns on the other person's head, the black wings, and the heart-shaped tail behind them, Chu Pingin would never have believed that this was a succubus. At the very least, their attire completely overturned his preconceptions about demons. Unfortunately, the facts before his eyes spoke louder than words. After a moment of shock, a huge question mark popped into Chu Pingin's mind. The most precious treasure of a succubus is another succubus? This is beyond belief. Before Chu Pingin could speak, the succubus who had just entered the room spoke first. You're not from the winged clan. Chu Pingin snapped back to his senses and felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words. He then looked confused and asked, I'm not from the winged clan. What are you? Compared to that, your attire makes me even more suspicious that you're not a succubus. Upon hearing Chu Pingin's words, Lilia showed no sign of surprise. After all, from the day she was born until now, she had heard the phrase you don't look like a succubus countless times. From the initial fear, worry, and self-doubt to the current indifference, Lilith remained calm, doing nothing, but her voice carried a natural allure. If you're truly a member of the winged clan, even if you're the highest ranking one, what you should be doing right now isn't sitting on the sofa and having a serious conversation with me about my race. What is that? Lilith didn't speak, simply closing the door and walking over to Chu Pingin before sitting down in his lap with the utmost naturalness. Her expression remained unchanged throughout, as if the one doing this was not her own will, but that of another succubus. She herself was like an emotionless bystander, calmly observing everything. This bizarre sensation even caused Chu Pingin to momentarily lose his focus, temporarily forgetting the indescribable sensation of beauty on his body. Lilith paid no attention to Chu Pingin's reaction but leaned close to his ear. The gentle breath she exhaled carried a sweet, fragrant scent that made one want to lose oneself in it. At that moment, the scene before them seemed incredibly suggestive. Me. As the words were spoken in a low, slightly hoarse, cold queenly voice, the intimacy in the room rose another notch. However, Chu Pingin had no spare thoughts for anything else, even though Yun Chang was already brimming with battle intent. The supreme succubus. Lilith. Upon hearing Chu Pingin speak his identity slowly and clearly, Lilith's previously composed face finally broke into a smile. Yet this simple expression caused the temperature in the room to rise several degrees. The flames symbolizing desire burned even more fiercely. You don't even know where this place is or who I am, yet you specifically requested the most valuable treasure here. As she spoke, Lilith did not make any further suggestive gestures but instead prepared to stand up and create some distance between herself and Chu Pingin. Unfortunately, a large hand firmly grasped her delicate arm, as smooth as jade, pulling her back into Chu Pingin's embrace. Lilith glanced at him indifferently, paying little attention, and spoke the following words, "Little brother, you're really bold." Given Chu Pingin's actions at that moment, it was unclear whether the bold remark referred to his current behavior or the previous statement. After the initial shock, Chu Pingin had already figured everything out. Is this little devil my lucky star or my downfall? If he still didn't understand where the misunderstanding had occurred by now, then he wasn't Chu Pingin. As mentioned earlier, the characteristic of the demon race is their uniqueness. Among them, the succubus race is the key to the demon clan's mastery of this trait. As everyone knows, outsiders come to the demon race for entertainment. So when he mentioned the largest marketplace, how should the locals interpret that term? Chapter 115, Lilith's Secret, Chu Pingin, let us fight. Ignore the words flesh and blood, and look at the rest of the sentence. There's almost no difference. It was this momentary misunderstanding that led him to the succubus's lair. No wonder this room is so private and filled with innuendo. Upon closer inspection, one can notice various small items in the cabinets designed to enhance intimacy. So, a new question arises. What is the most precious treasure of the succubus clan? Naturally, it is the one that has always protected them, preventing them from becoming mere playthings, and serving as the powerful queen. It is also one of the strongest and highest beings in the entire demon race. Lilith. Her legendary name and the tales of her exploits are well known to him, a fellow who frequently frequents brothels and listens to music. While he may not be able to recite them by heart, memorizing the entire text is not difficult. As for why he was able to meet this legendary figure simply based on a single request, it was also closely tied to the circumstances of the other party. However, even if he were a demon of lust, he probably wouldn't risk his life just to see the other person once. Thinking this, Chu Pingin couldn't help but be surprised at himself for not being possessed by Yun Chang on the spot and acting impulsively. Despite the other's beauty and the primal desire it stirred within him, Yun Chang had already raised his sword in anger. Thinking of the legendary being sitting in his arms, his heart grew even hotter, and Chu Pingyan almost instinctively tightened his arms around the other, causing the human and the demon to press even closer together. This unprecedented intimacy caused Lilith to furrow her brows involuntarily. However, strange. Lilith's eyes flickered with confusion. Why can he touch me without being affected at all? I've always been bold. Chu Pingyan smiled and said, if Queen Lilith agrees, I can be even bolder. Lilith snapped back to reality and spoke calmly, let go of me. Though I don't know why you can touch me normally, doing this will only bring you misfortune. Chu Pingyan knew her words were not false. This supreme being had experienced the most shocking event of her life when, as a child, she was chosen by another supreme being. The plan was to marry her as the 286th wife upon her coming of age. However, on the day Lilith came of age, the supreme being mysteriously perished that very night. What happened afterward, Chu Pingyan did not know. But he knew that after some time, the other party was taken away by another supreme being. That supreme being also died without any signs of life a few days later. From that point onward, no one dared to mention Lilith again. And this legendary figure rose to prominence from that point onward. Recalling the other's extravagant exploits from the past, Chu Pingyan not only did not relax his grip but tightened it even further. Of course, this wasn't about showing off like Yun Chang, where the small brain took over the big brain. Rather, a supreme being that is bound and one that cannot be approached are two entirely different concepts when it comes to killing. Even if the opponent had a life-saving trump card, what was so impossible about completing such a kill so easily? Thinking this to himself, Chu Pingyan let a smile slip onto his face and whispered, Queen Lilith, I told you, I'm very bold. Misfortune? If I could, I'd actually like to give it a try. Feeling the monstrous strength emanating from Chu Pingyan, Lilith couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. When had she last felt such a vivid physical sensation? It felt as though it had been absent since the moment she first gained consciousness. There were many rumors about her. But no one knew that no one could touch her. Even the most powerful beings would experience terrifying events before they could touch her and then fall. The reason she had just voluntarily sat on Chu Pingyan's lap was to see how this strange individual, who remained unaffected by her charm, would react upon actual contact. At the same time, deep within her heart, there was a constant longing to connect with others. The nature of a succubus had never been alleviated by her uniqueness. Instead, it had always tormented her, preventing her from fully unleashing her power. Unfortunately, even those of average strength, even at the 9th rank, couldn't even get close to her after she became the supreme being. Other supreme beings, who were well aware of her true nature, though they cast greedy glances her way, actually avoided her like a poisonous scorpion. At this moment, there was just such an ignorant, naive test subject who seemed to know nothing. She naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. As for what the other party would face, that was not her concern. She only wants to satisfy her own desires. The succubi never suppress their desires except for her, the outcast. However, even outcasts occasionally feel the urge to rebel. What happened next left her speechless. Because nothing happened at all. She knew that the curse on her body hadn't disappeared, it had simply become ineffective against the creature before her. At that moment, she couldn't accurately describe the emotions surging within her. But afterward, the emotion called fear made her instinctively want to flee from Chu Pingyan. Because, for all these years, this man was the only being I could touch. Although she didn't know why the curse had failed, but if we spend too much time together, will the curse activate again? Then, she would once again become the lonely figure she was now. To prevent that from happening, even though my instincts urge me to let her become utterly obsessed with his embrace, to release everything she has suppressed for centuries in this moment, reason compelled her to choose escape. But she never expected that the other person would actively grab her. That terrifying strength left her unable to resist and unwilling to resist. Though at this moment, Chu Pingyan's strength was terrifying, even causing her some pain. But it was precisely this pain that made her utterly certain that she was alive in the most real way possible. Because he was holding Lilith in his arms, Chu Pingyan didn't notice that the icy expression she had maintained all along had already melted away. Those peach-colored eyes had transformed into the heart-shaped gaze of a succubus in heat. Her body, softer than water, grew even more supple in that instant. The intoxicating aura emanating from her was enough to drive even the most powerful beings into a frenzy, causing Yun Chang, who had received her response, to grow even more frenzied. After a brief silence, Lilith whispered, Are you sure? Chu Ping's heart tightened, realizing that the other party might be about to erupt. I didn't expect to have to fight so hard right after sneaking in. But I'm certain. Chu Pingyan, wasn't he someone to be pushed around? Bring it on. Chapter 116, Lilith's Most Precious Treasure. One day later. The room inside looked like it had been through a chaotic battle, utterly chaotic. The little devil was nowhere to be seen. Lilith, one of the combatants, was curled up under the blankets, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Sitting by the bed, Chu Pingyan wore a blank expression, as if lost in deep thought. Why did I come to the demon realm? Right. To complete the advanced quest. How did this mission turn into experiencing the unique aspects of the demon race? Xu Ping'an, who had no worldly desires, sighed with a complicated expression. That's an entire day. If I had spent that day studying, how much useful knowledge could I have gained? How many dungeons could I clear? If I focused solely on leveling up, I won't be able to advance if I don't complete the advanced quests? Well, never mind. But this didn't stop Xu Ping'an from reflecting on life and regretting why he had wasted such precious time on such a thing. However, recalling last night's experience, no wonder he's the supreme being, he's truly smooth. As for the trace of blood left on the bed, it was unexpected but understandable. Thinking back to yesterday, he had assumed that after that provocative remark, an unprecedented battle would erupt. A battle did erupt, and its intensity was indeed unprecedented. However, from every angle, it was a battle of a different kind. Thinking of this, Xu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh again. What a mess. Speaking of which, what was the advancement quest again? Go to the Demon Clan and obtain 3 high-value treasures. In simple terms, it's the 3 treasures of the Demon Clan. Speaking of which, are the Demon Clan's highest treasures considered treasures of the demon realm? If we bring Lilith back, can she count as one of the 3 treasures? It should count, right? At that moment, Xu Ping'an suddenly felt a sense of clarity, as if a door had been opened in his mind. Little brother, what mischief are you up to now? A seductive voice suddenly rang in his ears, followed by a faintly icy sensation on his back. Yun Chang's anger flared up instantly, as if he were roaring. Wasn't yesterday's lesson from the demoness enough? Stop it. Xu Ping'an rolled his eyes and replied sarcastically, I lost big yesterday. The word sounded a bit odd, but considering the other's demonic nature, it made sense. This was simply part of a succubus's power. So how do you want me to compensate you? Lilith spoke with seductive eyes, and there was not a trace of the coldness she had shown upon their first meeting. Facing this polite probe, Xu Ping'an thought carefully before saying, just give me your most important possession. Lilith blinked her large, peach-colored, heart-shaped eyes, her flawless face inches from his, her breath like a gentle breeze. In a voice filled with imagination and seduction, she said, the thing you're talking about. Didn't I already give it to you yesterday? Lilith's every movement was already brimming with endless charm, let alone the deliberately provocative posture she was adopting now. Yun Chang nearly lost his temper, wanting to pin this wicked succubus down and punish her severely. Stop it. Xu Ping'an slapped away the other's restless hand. Lilith smiled, unconcerned, and traced a circle on her lower abdomen. The magical patterns there flickered slightly, and the peach-colored patterns became faintly visible. Look. I'm not joking. Xu Ping'an looked at the magical pattern. Although its familiar appearance was almost identical to those he had seen in various works, this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing in real life. He had no idea what its true effects were. What is this? Lilith glared at Xu Ping'an with a resentful expression before sighing, can't you just check your personal interface? All the effects are clearly listed there. Succubus Gift Passive, the primordial power of the succubus clan, which can only be bound to one person in a lifetime. Once bound, the succubus can no longer obtain source energy from other beings. The bound entity will gain different effects based on the succubus's specific rank, strength, and traits. Current active buffs, True Sight, True Strength, Body of the Strong, Charm All. True Sight, any charm skills with a strength lower than the succubus's will be ineffective against you. True Power, your attributes will gradually refine into corresponding true attributes over time, according to a set ratio. Body of the Strong, as a top-tier powerhouse, your attributes will continuously improve over time. Charm of the Masses, your own charm will continuously increase, with the final increase being equal to the entity that granted you the succubus blessing. This blessing is only effective upon first acquisition. This passive effect will disappear upon the death of its master. Xu Ping'an withdrew his gaze and looked at the other person with a complex expression. Now he understood why the other had said that the most precious thing they had given him was already theirs. At the same time, he realized why the legendary tales of the other party mentioned that the highest beings had fought fiercely for her when she was still a young girl. Those supreme beings of the demon race had clearly known the secret of the succubus clan and had already discerned the secret of Lilith when she was still a child. For this blessing, they spared no means. Yet they never anticipated that she carried a curse capable of bringing down even the highest beings. As for how powerful the effect of this blessing was, to put it simply, the various bonuses it provides are no weaker than a divine artifact or a divine technique. Thinking of this, Xu Ping'an spoke with a complex expression, thank you. Upon hearing this, Lilith paused her movements and then smiled indifferently, little brother, now that I'm completely bound to you, saying such things is pointless. Without your source energy, I won't be able to survive. Xu Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes, you were doing just fine before I showed up. That's different. There's a human saying. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. Is that saying used in this context? Where is it used? As long as you're happy. As he spoke, Xu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh, you know nothing about me, yet you've bound yourself to me so easily. It's really. The words stopped at his lips. What does it matter? Lilith waved it off nonchalantly, stood up, and began tidying up, I was very satisfied yesterday. Unfortunately, there is still a lot to do today. I'll have to go first. A pure white long dress completely covered her graceful figure, and a black shawl covered all the exposed skin. She pressed her lips gently against Chu Ping'an's lips. You must think of me for 20 hours out of every 24, understand? Chapter 117, Plotting. With his upper body bare, he was alone in the room, once again lost in deep thought. So, does this mean I'm being kept? To be honest, this feeling was actually quite peculiar. While feeling a bit awkward, there was also an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. But, next time we meet, I'll make sure this guy knows who is really keeping whom. It's just a mere gift of the succubus. As a merchant, I've never been afraid of wealth. Using the bane of the succubus, I sensed Lilith's location. West District? In such a short time, the other party had clearly teleported from the East District to the farthest West District. That's over 100 kilometers away, almost spanning an entire town. Yet here, it still falls within the boundaries of the Phantom Demon City. No wonder they say the Phantom Demon City is the largest city in the entire demon race. I wonder what that guy is doing over there. Chu Ping'an shook his head and didn't think much of it. After tidying up a bit, he pushed open the door and walked out. Unlike the long corridor he had come from, opening the door revealed a small room that looked like it was meant for entertaining guests. A dining table was piled high with food. The little devil swayed his legs, which couldn't touch the ground, enjoying the delicious food on the table with a delighted expression. His tattered clothes had been replaced with a pink dress that looked expensive. Even though the devil's face was naturally black, her delicate features made her a beauty among her kind. After being dressed up, she now looked like a little princess. 2 succubi stood beside her, like her personal bodyguards. Upon hearing the door open, the 3 demons immediately turned their gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Ping'an, the 3 demons reacted differently. The 2 succubi first flashed excitement and curiosity in their eyes, but then seemed to sense something, shuddering and quickly lowering their heads. The little demon, however, dropped the food in his hands without hesitation, rushing toward Chu Ping'an with a mix of joy, excitement, and relief. Sir! Unfortunately, just 1 meter away, he was stopped by Chu Ping'an, who grabbed his little head, preventing him from taking another step forward. Chu Ping'an spoke with a hint of disgust, your hands are covered in oil. I don't want to change my clothes again. Hearing this, the little devil chuckled and stuck out his pink little tongue, licking all the oil off his fingers. All gone. But now you're even dirtier. Chu Ping'an rolled his eyes and waved his hand. One of you, take this little one downstairs to wash his hands. Yes, sir. A succubus nodded and immediately took on the task. Chu Ping'an walked over to the table and sat down, but upon seeing the food on the table, he couldn't help but frown. A bowl of pitch-black soup contained tentacles that were more than twice the size of the bowl, giant fruits with eyes, and large, ominous-looking eyeballs. What kind of dark cuisine is this? No, calling this dark cuisine seems like an understatement. Though he dared not look directly at Chu Ping'an, the succubus lingering by the table noticed that Chu Ping'an hadn't touched his chopsticks and spoke considerately. Sir, are these dishes not to your taste? Are there any dishes from other races? Before the succubus could respond, a door appeared nearby, and Illith stepped out. Go back to your duties. I'll attend to the master. Oh. The succubus replied reluctantly, but such was the atmosphere of the succubus household. In other races, such emotions would never surface in the face of strict hierarchy. Elise looked at Chu Ping'an sitting at the dining table, her eyes filled with emotion. She had thought he was a fool looking for trouble, but he had actually managed to win over Lady Lilia. Especially after sensing the mark left by Lady Lilia, her emotions turned into awe. Lady Lilith really values him, doesn't she? However, when she thought about what had happened to Lilith, Iris could understand. No one knew how terrifying such a curse truly was for a succubus. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last half a month before I couldn't resist the urge to kill myself. That Lilith, who had endured such suffering for so many years, could still resist her own desires and handle official duties after being freed from that shackle was even more astonishing. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ellis spoke respectfully, My lady, I am Ellis. If Lady Lilith is not present, please feel free to let me know if you have any needs. Oh, and if you're not satisfied with the food in front of you, just let me know which race's food you'd prefer. As long as it's recorded in the records of the 10,000 clans, we can provide it. Chu Ping'an nodded. Then prepare some human food for me. I've heard that even the most discerning palates, unless their habits are completely different, will praise their cuisine highly. Understood, sir. Iris nodded, and without further action, the teleportation gate opened again after 5 seconds. A demoness wearing a chef's hat pushed in one tray after another, then served the food onto the table. However, upon seeing the food on the table, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but furrow his brows. Charcoal grilled leek and egg scramble, raw oysters, garlic-infused raw oysters. Thinking that Chu Ping'an didn't understand, Ellis took the initiative to explain, My lord worked hard all day yesterday, you must have expended a lot of energy. These dishes are supposedly special tonics from the human side. Plus our special seasoning, even humans would rave about it. With the other party speaking so highly of them, what else could he say? Chu Ping'an nodded silently and began to eat. The taste was indeed excellent, but he wondered what kind of special seasoning they had used. His younger brother, Yun Chang, perked up again. Sir. After Chu Ping'an had eaten for a while, the little devil, who had finished washing his hands, returned. What are these? They look so appetizing. Seeing the other person's sparkling, curious gaze, Chu Ping'an smiled slightly, thinking of something, human delicacies. Would you like to try some? Can I? Upon hearing it was human food, the little devil's eyes lit up, but he didn't reach out immediately. There is plenty, so help yourself. Thank you, sir. The little devil responded excitedly, then found a pair of chopsticks and followed Chu Ping'an's example, picking up a piece of scallion. He took a bite. Xiao Hei's face flushed red. Hot, so hot. Why am I so hot? Watching the other person's expression, Chu Ping'an's smile grew even wider. After finishing his meal, Chu Ping'an wiped his mouth and looked at Elise, who was waiting nearby. Who's waiting for me outside right now? The little devil had been here all night. Those responsible for monitoring her must be frantic by now. I hope someone important shows up to help me figure this out. Chapter 118, Turn the place upside down. Are you sure that guy is still inside? The 3-meter-tall demon with a pair of horns on his head, Burke, looked at the terrified creature before him with a demonic expression. Facing Burke's overwhelming aura, the demon's face turned pale as he spoke. I'm certain. I saw them enter through this entrance yesterday, and they haven't come out yet. Burke remained silent. In truth, he didn't need an explanation. Feeling the presence of the other familiar demons, he already knew the truth. He asked just to reassure himself. After all, if anything went wrong, he would be held fully responsible for his negligence last night. Have you investigated the information about the person who took him inside? Yes, sir. Feeling the overwhelming aura surrounding him fade away, the demon sighed in relief and recounted everything he had learned. Mu of the Feather Clan, with only 6th tier strength. According to what we heard from his 2 clan members, this subordinate isn't even notable among his own brothers, let alone within the entire Winged clan. He is definitely not capable of doing something like this. Burke sneered, revealing his sharp white teeth. I know that guy isn't just some wingwood. The minimum requirement to enter the demon's den is 7th tier. Even with magic stones, a 6th tier wouldn't stand a chance. So, what are you suggesting, sir? Oomph. No matter what reason this bastard had for approaching the target, I'll make him regret ever being born. As he spoke, a violent killing intent erupted from his body without restraint. The demon's face paled once more, trembling in fear while a hint of anticipation surged within him. Anticipating that the boss would use the most brutal methods to make that guy scream in agony. After all, if that guy hadn't suddenly appeared, he wouldn't have had to endure a day of hard work here only to be scolded by the boss. Similar conversations were taking place almost simultaneously at several other nearby locations. As for daring to storm into the demon's lair to cause trouble? Even if they were given the courage of 10 men, they wouldn't dare. After all, if they die, they're really dead. The powers behind them wouldn't dare offend the Empress for such insignificant people. That's why they all gathered outside the door without any prior arrangement. Burke, an 8th tier powerhouse, whose backing comes from Walker the Supreme, who currently holds sway over the Phantom Demon City. After hearing Ilitha's introduction, Chu Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. 6 people correspond exactly to the 6 factions currently stationed in the Phantom Demon City? This youngster is indeed hiding something significant. With that thought, Chu Ping'an nodded at Elise. Thank you. Iris immediately looked frightened. It is my honor to answer the master's questions. After all, he was Lilith's man, and any succubus would naturally be curious about Chu Ping'an. But compared to curiosity, as Lilith's confidant, Iris was well aware of how important he was to her. This was evident from the instructions she had given him before leaving that morning. Fulfill any request he makes, except for that matter. If you can't, tell me, and I'll handle it. That was precisely why Eliza dared not show the slightest disrespect. Chu Ping'an glanced at the other person in confusion but didn't think much of it, instead realizing another issue. Isn't the Phantom Demon City only guarded by 6 supreme beings? Why is Lilith here as well? Does the master not even know that? Although her identity was fake, it seemed like her first visit to the demon realm was genuine. Thinking this, Iris also spoke up. Our main operations are here, so Lady Lilith is naturally here as well. In fact, although the guardians of Phantom Demon City are rotated periodically, this doesn't mean there are only 6 supreme beings within the city. There are many other demons with major industries here, and their ancestors also reside in the Phantom Demon City. However, in most cases, any issues that arise are handled by the 6 supreme beings stationed in the Phantom Demon City. If they are unable to resolve the matter, the other supreme beings will assess the situation and decide whether to intervene. At this point, Ilith couldn't help but laugh. However, even on ordinary days, it's rare for a single supreme being to be needed, let alone 6 of them failing to resolve an issue. Not once has such a situation ever occurred. Chu Ping'an nodded, feeling relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. However, according to your explanation, if a supreme being were to cast a forbidden spell on the Phantom Demon City, wouldn't that result in catastrophic losses? Elise smiled. Under the protection of the Great Array, no forbidden spells can be cast within the Phantom Demon City. And outside the city, a single forbidden spell wouldn't even scratch the surface of this protective barrier. What if they cast multiple forbidden spells? Such an unconventional question left Iris momentarily speechless. After careful consideration, she sighed and said, "Please don't put me on the spot, sir. I'm only a 9th rank mage. How could I possibly know such things?" Of course. Xu Ping'an wasn't disappointed. Reality was the only truth. Besides, can't the forbidden spell be released within the Great Array? Xu Ping'an silently sensed it. I don't feel anything like that at all. There was a sense that if he wanted to use a forbidden spell, he could do so at any time. Uncertain, he tried to activate it slightly. His senses weren't deceiving him. As for the reason, it's you after all, isn't it? Xu Ping'an looked at the faintly glowing Chaos Destiny in his skill bar, a touch of emotion flitting across his face. As a true divine skill, its description seemed unremarkable, but the effects it produced repeatedly exceeded his expectations. "Sir, shall I help you get rid of those annoying flies?" "No need." Xu Ping'an spoke casually, "This is just a minor matter, I can handle it myself. By the way, what's the deal with this little guy? Do you know anything about him?" Iris shook her head. "Because of the Empress, our clan appears to have good relations with everyone, but in reality, we have no real connection with anyone. Although we know this little guy has secrets, we don't have any channels to obtain related information. It seems the demon clan isn't any simpler than the human race." Xu Ping'an nodded and said, "I understand. By the way, there might be a major battle in the city today. Tell Lilies to have everyone leave the city for a while." Iris paused, then fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, she spoke again. "The master said she knows. She will act at the appropriate time." Xu Ping'an wasn't surprised by Lilith's response. Beneath her seemingly calm exterior, she was already completely broken. Chapter 119, Seeing Me Like a Mayfly Seeing the Blue Sky. From the way she indulged herself for a day yet quickly regained control over her desires and threw herself back into the task at hand, it was clear. She was no longer a normal succubus. Such an abnormal creature would care about its own race? What a joke! Moreover, the traumatic experiences of their youth have left them harboring immense resentment. It wasn't that the higher beings wanted to do anything to her, but rather that those higher beings, despite their astonishing power, were powerless against her. She has harbored deep hatred toward their impotence all this time. After a day of fermenting, Wingwood's identity must already be on the table of the masters behind those factions. His hidden identity has undoubtedly been uncovered by those guys long ago. Since it can't be hidden anymore, he might as well stop hiding. Next, turn the entire demon clan upside down. With the Chaos Destiny, even if he can't defeat them, if he wants to hide, even Lilith won't be able to locate him through the mark. Thinking this, Xu Ping'an spoke calmly, "Let's go. I'm also curious to see what kind of abilities the demon clan as supreme being possesses." The little demon, who had been dazed all along, finally cleared his eyes upon hearing the word supreme. "Supreme? Sir, what are you talking about?" Out of fear, the little demon's voice trembled slightly. "Nothing." Xu Ping'an stroked the little devil's head. Not only was the skin ice cold, but the texture was surprisingly pleasant. "Just stay calm and be a good mascot. As for you, Illy, don't follow me anymore. Go back to your own business." Iris opened her mouth but then lowered her head. "I understand, sir." As soon as he stepped out of the succubus's lair, he felt several pairs of eyes fixated on him and the little devil. Xu Ping'an sighed inwardly. As expected, they're just a bunch of 8th rankers. Are they so complacent on their own turf that they've lost even the most basic sense of vigilance? Although he had already learned from Illith about the faction these people represented and their own strength. But what if there was a 9th tier watching? Even if they weren't discovered, wouldn't that still be reasonable? Unfortunately, that just-in-case scenario didn't materialize. As for the strength of 8th rankers, Xu Ping'an suspected that the enemy clearly didn't possess any core intelligence either. Though he didn't harbor any expectations, he still decided to give it a try. Finally out. "I thought this bastard planned to hide inside like a coward for the rest of his life." Burke's face twisted into a cruel smile as he waved his hand. "Follow me. Why not take him away immediately?" "Fool, the entrance to the Demoness's lair is like a sacred pilgrimage site for humans. With so many otherworldly beings here, taking him away like this would tarnish the reputation of the Phantom Demon City. We'll see about that." Burke sneered, and the faint aura of murder emanating from his body spoke volumes. The demon's expression changed, and he shivered involuntarily before forcing a smile and flattering him. "You're truly a wise leader. You see things so clearly. Stop wasting time. Follow me." The other demons clearly shared Burke's intentions. None of them moved first. Instead, they silently followed Xu Ping'an. Half an hour later, when Xu Ping'an was led by the little demon into a deserted alley, Burke sneered, "Finally, I can hear that brat's screams." Saying this, he also entered the box without hesitation. The others clearly had the same idea, and in an instant, a barrier completely sealed off the alley from the outside world. Except for Chu Ping'an, all the other demons and non-human beings in the alley were forced out by the barrier. A total of 12 large demons surrounded Chu Ping'an. Burke flexed his arms, looking at the other old friends. Gentlemen, I'm feeling a bit restless today. How about letting me have this prey? That's not a good enough reason. Give me another one. Burke tugged at the corner of his mouth. Because of this guy, I had to get out of bed early this morning and waste several hours. Is that reason good enough? Ha 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 ha. The demons burst into laughter, though none were surprised. Phantom Demon City was a city where desires were unleashed, and such things were nothing out of the ordinary. So it's Burke who is so angry. Alright, you can go then. However, another powerful demon spoke up. If there were some tangible benefits, that would be even better. The other demons nodded along, feigning modesty. These greedy demons. Burke muttered under his breath, but his expression remained unchanged. One trip to the red powder corridor. Isn't it supposed to be the house of succubi once? Poof. Burke sneered. Whoever invites me to the succubus's lair once, can beat whoever they want next time. The others fell silent. It's not that we can't afford the demoness house, it's just that the red powder corridor offers better value for money. Seeing everyone agree, Burke grinned maliciously as he approached Chu Ping'an, unleashing his 8th tier aura without restraint. Scared speechless, kid? But don't think I'll let you off just like that. I don't know how much you know or which faction you belong to, but you messed with someone you shouldn't have. Even if you didn't know anything, that's your bad luck. Now, use your screams to entertain me as much as you can. Unparalleled, ferocious power gathered in Burke's hands, and with each swing of his fist, a deafening explosion echoed. However, when Burke's fist was just 1 centimeter away from Chu Ping'an, it suddenly stopped. Before Chu Ping'an could react, the entire demon was propelled backward like a cannonball. Its massive body crashed into the barrier, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Only then did Chu Ping'an sigh, speaking with a touch of resignation. Why are there always such fools? Without even bothering to investigate the strength of both sides, they rush in here to die. The other demons who had been watching the spectacle turned pale. Although Burke wasn't the strongest demon among them, he was still in the upper middle tier. There's something wrong with this guy. No wonder he's so brazen. Don't hold back. As the words fell, the violent demonic energy surged from the bodies of the great demons, entering their strongest mode. However, if you are not at the 8th rank, you will see me as a frog in a well seeing the moon. If you reach the 8th rank, you will see me as a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Facing the demon's various skills, Chu Ping'an stood with his hands behind his back, making no move. Only the aura emanating from his body erupted with targeted intensity at that moment. Instantly, all the great demons present rolled their eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. This guy. He's the supreme being. Chapter 120, Chu Ping'an, I'd been expelled from the clan. Little demon. Although she knew her master was powerful, she had no idea just how strong he truly was. As a mere 3rd tier being, she had no concrete understanding of how powerful 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, or supreme tier beings truly were. In simple terms, these beings were far too powerful for her to comprehend, far beyond the scope of her imagination. On the other hand, the great demon she had heard about since childhood seemed to her to be a standard by which to measure strength. Countless little demons aspired to become great demons. Because they are far more powerful than ordinary demons, both in potential and actual strength. Only by becoming a great demon can one have the opportunity to become part of the upper echelons. Therefore, witnessing the scene where over 10 great demons lost consciousness and plummeted from the sky at the mere thought of Chu Ping'an left an immense shock on her already fragile mind. After the shock subsided, a thought almost involuntarily emerged from the minds of the small demons. Master, what kind of power is that? At that moment, the little demon's eyes were filled with intense curiosity. Chu Ping'an was unaware of the little demon's thoughts. He looked down at the group of demons lying on the ground, picked one at random, and woke him up. The demon opened his eyes, still dazed, but upon seeing Chu Ping'an's face and the other fallen demons on the ground, his expression changed drastically. He realized that his group had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. However, before he could utter a word of surrender, Chu Ping'an spoke first. I ask, you answer. He then lost consciousness once again. 1 minute later. Chu Ping'an casually tossed the demon onto the ground inside. As he had expected, this guy knew nothing. However, to ensure absolute certainty, he decided to verify each one individually. 5 minutes later, Chu Ping'an expressionlessly snapped the neck of the last major demon. Good. Another 5 minutes wasted. As the last one died, the barriers surrounding him and the little demons shattered. But by now, the area was completely empty. Without glancing at the bodies littering the ground, Chu Ping'an led the little demon out of the alley from the other end. As for the consequences of these dead demons, Chu Ping'an didn't bother to think about it. Since he had already decided to cause a commotion, there was no need to hold back. I wonder if the next one will be a 9th tier demon or a supreme being. With that thought, Chu Ping'an looked at the little demon. Let's go. Take me to see your father. Sir, are you going to see your father too? The little demon hesitated unusually, his face betraying a hint of tension. What? Are you worried I'll harm your father? No. No. Though he spoke words of denial, his facial expression and rapidly beating heart betrayed his true feelings. Xu Pingyan sighed, dropping his facade. As you can see, I am also a human. So can you take me to meet your father now? The little devil paused, then broke into a bright smile. Sir, you're actually a human being. That's wonderful. I'll take you to meet my father right away. Saying this, he reached out to take Xu Pingyan's hand and lead the way. Don't you doubt that if I can disguise myself as another race, I can also disguise myself as a human? The little devil's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. In fact, she hadn't thought that far ahead. However, after a moment's hesitation, she firmly grasped Xu Pingyan's hand. Sir's personality is truly wicked, teasing me again. If you're not human, why tell me? Xu Pingyan smiled and didn't say anything else. As she let him lead her forward, she quietly activated an unremarkable enhancement skill. Huh, sir, why did my speed suddenly become so fast? The street scenery around us is moving backward. Xu Pingyan smiled, then go faster. Take me to see your father as soon as possible. Okay. 10 minutes later. The little devil led Xu Pingyan to the easternmost district. As they got closer, the surroundings grew increasingly dilapidated, with buildings becoming more and more run down. It was hard to believe that such a dilapidated area existed within the bustling city of Manhwa. When the little devil stopped, a foul odor hit them immediately. The ground was littered with garbage, leaving no room to stand. The little devil looked ashamed and said, I'm sorry, sir. Why are you apologizing to me? Xu Pingyan looked puzzled and pointed his finger. A burst of flames instantly incinerated all the trash in front of him. The little devil stared in disbelief. Could he really do that? However, the air smells so much better now. Narrowing his eyes, the little devil wore a pleased expression. Let us go. Saying this, Xu Pingyan also took a step toward a structure in the distance that could no longer be called a house, but rather a makeshift shack cobbled together from a few broken bricks and tiles. If he couldn't pinpoint the other party's location here, then he didn't deserve to compare himself to the Supreme Being. The little devil immediately followed suit. Cough, cough. May I ask who the honored guest is? About 10 meters away from the shack, an old voice echoed. A gaunt figure emerged, leaning on a cane. His face was pale, his body gaunt, and though his hair was entirely black, he looked like a man in his 70s. Only his eyes were bright and sharp, as if revealing something extraordinary about him. Upon seeing the man, the little devil let out a startled cry and rushed forward. Father, how did you manage to get up? Muse smiled and reached out to ruffle the little devil's hair. You didn't come back all night. I was a bit worried about you. Sorry, father. Muse waved his hand and then looked at Xu Pingyan. Thank you for taking care of this child for me yesterday. I wonder what your intentions are, young foreign friend. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but laugh. Why can't I be a human? Muse shook his head. Even if you obtain a pass, the human race is not permitted to enter the Phantom Demon City. Oh? Let's not talk about such trivial matters. Tell me your purpose. Muse spoke calmly. As you can see, I am now a. Perhaps I cannot provide what you desire. Great, he has been directly expelled from the human race by the other party? Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Xu Pingyan gave up explaining. The little devil, however, grew impatient and spoke up. Father, the master must be a human. He wouldn't lie to me. Ani, when has father ever lied to you? The little devil paused, then grew even more anxious. That's not what I meant. I meant that the gentleman is so powerful, maybe he has some other way to get to the demon city. Right. When we came back today, the gentleman personally killed 12 great demons. Chapter 121, Past Secrets, Fate's Joke. And the master didn't even lift a finger. I don't know how, but those big demons just fainted right there. Muse was startled. He knew the demons had been watching him and Ani all along. However, his power had been sealed by a powerful artifact. He had deduced their presence through years of experience, not through direct perception. Just like now, he didn't know if any demons were watching them from somewhere. Is this another new trick those bastards came up with? Or is it just a coincidence? After all, if it were as Ani said, even an ordinary 7th-tier demon would be beyond the capabilities of a 9th-tier demon, right? And for a 9th-tier demon to happen to encounter Ani and gain her trust. If it's really just a coincidence, it's a bit too convenient, isn't it? Thinking of this, Muse cast a deep glance at Xu Pingyan, his vigilance growing even more intense. However, are there any other demons around? Xu Pingyan shook his head. No. Of course not. If there were any supreme beings nearby equipped with stealth devices, he wouldn't be able to detect them either. So Xu Pingyan added another sentence. If there really were any, I wouldn't be able to detect them either. Upon hearing this, Muse instinctively understood that there were no other 9th-rank beings in the vicinity. As for whether there were any supreme beings? The supreme beings don't have the time to spare for such matters. Regardless, guests should be treated with respect. It's rude to make guests stand outside. Come inside and we'll talk about it later, cough cough. Saying this, Muse, supported by AI and I, walked toward the hut. Why does it feel like the little guy is better off not explaining? The more he explains, the harder it is for me to shake off this bad reputation. Xu Pingyan's eyes betrayed a hint of resignation, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Upon further reflection, whether the other party believed him or not didn't really matter. As long as he could obtain the information he wanted from him. As for whether to bring the other party back, that would have to wait until the main task was completed. He followed the other person into the shantytown. The place is simple, and there is nothing worth taking, so there is no need for extra hospitality. Muze spoke up, as I said before, regardless of the reason for your visit, please just state your purpose directly. To avoid wasting each other's time. Xu Pingyan nodded, then I'll be straightforward. I heard the little one mention your relationship with her mother. What I'm curious about is, since she already discovered she was pregnant and knows you're a human, why didn't she flee in advance? Or make other arrangements? Muze paused, clearly not expecting Xu Pingyan to ask such a question. A flash of regret and pain crossed his eyes. I, standing nearby, also showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She was equally curious about the past between her father and mother. Unfortunately, her father didn't like to talk about such things, so she didn't know much either. The room fell into silence. 2 minutes later, Muze sighed and spoke with a complicated expression. It seems you're not from the demon clan after all. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your time asking such questions. In fact, even before I conceived Ani, the demon clan already had their suspicions. Facing the power of an entire clan, how could escape or making arrangements be easy? As he said this, Muze stroked Ani's head and spoke affectionately. In fact, after realizing I had become a key surveillance target, I severed all contact with the human side. If everything had gone smoothly, they might have given up after decades without detecting any abnormalities, or perhaps discovered other spies and abandoned their surveillance of us? Unfortunately, her mother and I had calculated everything, except for the fact that this child would arrive so conveniently. A 9th rank and a supreme being, with human and demon blood, arriving so easily. It's as if the god of fate is playing a cruel joke on us. The higher the rank of a professional, the more difficult it becomes to produce a bloodline. After integrating professions into reality for so many years and conducting countless studies, the human race has long discovered that the stronger a soul is, the more likely it is to awaken a powerful profession. And the higher the rank of the parents, the stronger the innate talent and profession of their offspring will be. This is only natural. As one continues to advance, it is akin to evolving toward a more perfect form of life. Reaching the 9th rank or the supreme tier is akin to touching the pinnacle of this world. The opportunity to have offspring becomes increasingly difficult for them. Normally, it would be no surprise if one never had offspring in a lifetime. Yet, at this critical moment, there is this little girl named Ani. Truly, fate is cruel. Even Xu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, simultaneously understanding many of the mysteries that had previously eluded him. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized what was unusual about Ani. Has this child's talent also been sealed? Yes. Muze spoke calmly, even if our union can only produce little demons, she is still my child. As this child grows up, whether she develops into a great demon or is carefully transformed into a human bloodline, it is merely a matter of time. As for reaching the 9th rank or the pinnacle, that is uncertain, but the 8th rank will be achieved without any issues. However, those creatures will naturally prevent such an outcome. So it's like sealing my own power and sealing Ani's future along with it. At this point, Muze's eyes flickered with hatred and self-blame. Hate for their cruelty, self-blame for his own weakness. Ani gently patted her father's large hand, shaking her head firmly yet slowly, as if to tell him she didn't care. Xu Pingyan watched the father and daughter in silence. Once they had calmed down, he spoke up, tell me what the demon clan's secret treasure is. If you want to obtain it, what are the methods? Muze paused, then looked at Xu Pingyan in confusion. Young foreigner, though I don't know your age, the vibrant energy emanating from you doesn't escape me. Isn't life good? Why would you do something so reckless? Xu Pingyan grinned widely. In this world, risk and reward have always been directly proportional. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. We've finally made it to the demon realm, we might as well go all out. Hearing these arrogant words, Muze couldn't help but shake his head. The logic is sound. Unfortunately, all of that assumes you stay alive. To covet the demon clan's treasure, even if you're a supreme being, the only outcome is certain death. And you're just a slightly more special 9th rank? Go away. I want to tell you, I want to send you to your death. Chapter 122, The Treasure of Divinity. You're still pretty nice, aren't you? Upon hearing Muze's words, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. However, he didn't argue with the other party and simply waved at Ani. Come here, little one. Despite her confusion, Ani instinctively obeyed and walked over to Xu Pingyan. Seeing that both of them were looking at her with confused expressions, Xu Pingyan didn't explain. Instead, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, we've been chatting this long, and I still don't know your name. Though puzzled, it was just a name, so there was no need to hide it. Muze. Good, I haven't heard it before. After all, given his circumstances, he must have been in the demon clan for at least 100 years, so it was only natural that he didn't recognize him. Xu Pingyan nodded. Mr. Muze, you must love your daughter very much, right? Muze remained silent, but his answer was clear. Xu Pingyan wasn't asking him, he continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Now your daughter's life is in my hands. Are you really going to risk her life for someone you don't even know? Though his tone was calm, the threat was enough to send a chill down Muze's spine, and anger flashed across his face. What do you intend to do? Either answer my question or watch your daughter die before your eyes. Xu Pingyan said indifferently, rest assured, there are no other demons around. Even if there were, their movements wouldn't be as fast as mine. The little demon, who had been listening in confusion, suddenly snapped out of it. A look of realization flashed across its wide, innocent eyes. The gentleman is about to deceive us again. But upon realizing that the target of the prank was his father, a sense of guilty pleasure surged through him. His big, round eyes darted around, then filled with tears as he looked up at his father with a pleading expression. As for the master being in danger, the master is so skilled and confident he'll definitely be fine. Noticing Amy's behavior, Xu Pingyan's eyebrows twitched and a thought flashed through his mind. Women are all actresses. Feeling Amy's fearful gaze, Muze's heart tightened. The other party wasn't a demon, so they wouldn't give her any face. And as for him now, was nothing but a. Never mind. Muze sighed, since you don't care, why should I bother thinking about you? I haven't had any contact with the specific artifact the demon clan obtained either. Xu Pingyan looked at him as if he were joking. Muze ignored him and continued, it is an absolute secret that only the highest authorities are qualified to touch. Under the witness of the divine artifact, the information cannot be leaked. Therefore, even I do not know what it is exactly. Before Xu Pingyan could speak, Muze continued, this secret treasure is subject to 3 major restrictions. Time, number of uses, and energy. You should already know about time from AI and I, it follows a 5-year cycle. Muze shook his head and said, actually, that's not the case. The true cycle is 30 years. There are over 200 supreme beings of the demon clan, both major and minor. Excluding those who have gone into hiding and may not surface for decades, there are still over 100 active ones today. This has formed dozens of factions of varying sizes. Therefore, when divided, 6 factions compete for 1 spot every 5 years, and by the 30th year, a total of 6 spots will be vacant. The number of uses, this sacred artifact can be used 10 times every 30 years. 10 times. Xu Pingyan nodded, but he wasn't surprised. The 6 spots are allocated for others to compete for, while the remaining 4 are effectively fixed spots. Why are there fixed spots? Naturally, the owners of these 4 spots possess strength far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Finally, there's energy. Activating this secret artifact requires an enormous amount of energy, a quantity that would be staggering even for an entire clan. Coincidentally, magic stones are the simplest and most efficient source of energy across the myriad realms, which is why factions use the magic stones they acquire as a criterion for evaluation. Xu Pingyan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, is this why the succubi are being marginalized? In this scenic area where succubi have developed into the most distinctive feature, which faction could match their ability to acquire magic stones? Isn't this effectively changing 4 fixed spots to 5? Muze looked at Xu Pingyan in confusion, unsure why this foreign young man had suddenly brought up succubi. However, he continued with his explanation. There's one reason for that, but another is because Queen Lilith's innate power is so overwhelming that other demons fear her. Plus, she's too domineering, and her unique nature. It's a combination of factors that led to her being ostracized by the other demons. Muze didn't dwell on the topic and returned to the topic of the treasure itself. Do you know why all the supreme beings would go mad over this artifact? Why? Because it contains... After a pause, Muze spoke slowly and deliberately, the opportunity to become a god. Xu Pingyan's pupils contracted, and his heart trembled violently. Those few words alone might be enough to drive all the alien races across the myriad realms into madness. If it were to be exposed, it would inevitably trigger an all-out assault by all the races. After the initial shock, Xu Pingyan was filled with intense confusion. Knowing such a secret, why would the demon clan still spare you? Muze remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. This matter should have nothing to do with the demon clan's most precious treasure, right? Upon hearing this, Xu Pingyan's face twisted into a malicious grin. Indeed, it has nothing to do with it, but I am personally curious about it. I hope Mr. Mu can satisfy my curiosity. He did not continue, but Muze, being a clever man, understood the implication and couldn't help but sigh. This was originally an internal disgrace of the human race. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Among the major powerful clans of the myriad races across the heavens, each has spies within the others, and everyone is well aware of this. In fact, upon learning of that information, I reported it immediately. At the time, the demon clan had only just realized the astonishing value of that artifact, so their countermeasures were not as well prepared as they are now. Unfortunately, at that time, we didn't know which link in the chain had failed, and the human race didn't make a single move. It wasn't until later that I understood everything. It was all the work of that supreme being. As he spoke, Muze's face betrayed a mix of sorrow and hatred. He quickly regained his composure. Although the current Phantom Demon City is shrouded by a forbidden artifact rivaling a pseudo-divine weapon, preventing any information about that treasure from leaking out, that individual's name is not included in it. Once I die, the information that he is a traitor will be transmitted back to one of the highest beings of the human race. Chapter 123, Facing the Supreme Being of the Demon Clan. The so-called pseudo-divine artifact is actually an ancient artifact whose effects are far more powerful than those of ordinary ancient artifacts. A title bestowed upon themselves by the supreme beings. At this point, Muze sighed sadly. Now you understand why I've managed to survive this long, don't you? Compared to a supreme being, there is no comparison in terms of either power or importance. Of course. If Muze had chosen to commit suicide, the other party would have been exposed as well. Even if the other party, who was among the human race, had countless tactics, they would inevitably be killed by the enraged supreme beings. But I no longer have the courage to take my own life. Looking at Annie in the distance, Muze sighed. Though I hate them, after all these years, the resolve and courage I once had have long been eroded. Watching Annie grow up day by day, I dare not take my own life. I am a coward, a shameful coward. A single tear trickled down his face. The complex emotions contained within were probably something only he could understand. Tell me that person's name. Xu Pingyan's tone remained calm, but a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He was a selfish man, but when it came to matters of great righteousness, he stood unconditionally on the side of all humanity and the Great Xia. Such a traitor who betrays the interests of the human race and the people of the Great Xia. He would not let him off lightly. Muze looked at Xu Pingyan in confusion, unable to understand why this young foreigner was so angry, especially since it wasn't. Ha! As he thought of something, his pupils suddenly contracted. Xu Pingyan smiled. I told you, I'm a human. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xu Pingyan. You might not have heard of my name, but Bai Qi Tian should be familiar to you. I am his disciple? Before Xu Pingyan could finish, Muze interrupted him. Shaking his head, he said, no, over 20 years ago, his last disciple was called Xu Quangren. If he truly possesses the strength that I described, only this genius could match him. A genius? A genius recognized even by a 9th rank expert? Then, what could have caused the old man to fall so far? Xu Pingyan wore an odd expression, glancing at Annie beside him, deep in thought. Don't speculate. I never said he was the master's disciple. Unfortunately, the Chu madman you're talking about is my father. Xu Pingyan sighed. Even more unfortunate is that the genius you're talking about has long since faded into obscurity. He hadn't even reached the 7th rank yesterday. I don't know if he has reached it today, because I arrived in the demon realm yesterday. By the time Xu Pingyan finished speaking, Muze was filled with questions. Every word he recognized, but when put together, it all sounded so unfamiliar. The fall of that once genius was one thing, but such cases weren't exactly rare. But why did his son reach the 9th rank first? Are their identities and cultivation times really not connected in any way? As he pondered this, a question slipped out before he could stop himself. Are you sure he's not Xu Quangren's father? Xu Pingyan? Alright, this is the first time I've seen someone who can reverse the heavenly gangs better than him. The old man is here. He'll probably be so angry he'll laugh himself to death. Just thinking about the other person's expression, a smile couldn't help but appear on Xu Pingyan's face. Though I wish I were, unfortunately I'm not. As for why I'm stronger than him, that is something I can't tell you. All you need to know is that I am indeed human and a citizen of the Great Xia Empire. So, tell me the name of that supreme being. Even though Xu Pingyan deliberately suppressed his killing intent, Muze, who was now an ordinary person, could still feel the bone-chilling coldness. A name slipped out effortlessly. Upon hearing the name, Xu Pingyan sighed in relief, for it was not one of the supreme beings he had encountered before. So, is it one of the supreme beings stationed on the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Xu Pingyan nodded. I understand. I will handle it later. Do you know where that treasure is located? Since you know what this involves, you should also know how much they value that artifact. Xu Pingyan grinned. The secret to becoming a god who wouldn't be curious? Indeed. Even if he had only been at the 9th rank back then, wouldn't he have wanted to know everything about it as well? Muze sighed and spoke with a bitter smile. If I had known you were truly human and even a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, I would never have told you. If it truly threatened the little one's life, you'd still tell me. But you wouldn't harm Annie, would you? Xu Pingyan smiled and didn't respond. Muze shook his head, then asked curiously, how did you manage to enter the Phantom Demon City? As far as I know, that artifact comparable to a pseudo-divine weapon also imposes restrictions on the human race. This was also why Muze hadn't believed it at first. In fact, even now, he still didn't fully believe it. However, since the information the other party mentioned had no connection to the human race, he simply treated them as a genuine member of the human race and continued the conversation. I naturally have my own methods. Muze nodded and did not continue the topic, instead continuing, as our ranks continue to rise, our life forms will also evolve, becoming increasingly perfected. According to her, the large amount of attributes gained from each level up is an obstacle to becoming a god. Therefore, one of the conditions for becoming a god is to convert the existing attributes to a higher level. And the effect of this treasure is related to that. I see. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the current supreme beings of the demon clan are even stronger than before? Not necessarily. They've only had this treasure for 30 years. After a moment's pause, Muze spoke thoughtfully. Come to think of it, if we calculate the time, the second 30 years seem to be almost up. Oh? Xu Pingyan's eyes lit up. Was that mysterious luck of his at work again? If that is the case, then this secret treasure is even more within his grasp. You should know the general location of this item, right? It's roughly in the center of the Phantom Demon City, but I don't know the exact location. That's enough. Xu Pingyan nodded and stood up from the chair. Let's go. There are no other demons around. Why stay here? Or do you plan to stay here? It's useless. Even if we leave now, they'll still find us. Xu Pingyan shrugged indifferently. So what if they find us? Just go to someone they don't want to provoke, and that'll be that. As he spoke, Xu Pingyan suddenly furrowed his brows and looked up at the distance. It looks like a troublesome guy is coming. Chapter 124, like you, I've already killed 3 of your kind. Muze was taken aback. A troublesome guy? Someone stronger than him, a 9th rank? Thinking this, Muze spoke calmly, don't worry about us. You go first. As long as they don't discover your human identity, neither I nor Annie will be in any danger. Xu Pingyan shook his head, we can't leave. That guy has already arrived. As Xu Pingyan finished speaking, a figure appeared before the 3 of them. The figure was clad in a black leather outfit, with devilish horns on its head resembling those of a gazelle, glowing a deep purple. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, and he wore sunglasses over his face. With his messy blonde hair, this outfit would make him a stereotypical spiritual young man among humans. Upon seeing the arrival, Muze's pupils contracted, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Orvo. The Supreme Being. The person who had arrived was one of the 6 Supreme Beings currently ruling the Demon Clan. Though not every Supreme Being was familiar to him, Muze recognized this one well. It was this Supreme Being who, along with 2 others, had easily captured her and imprisoned her in that place. Upon hearing Muze's voice, Orvo glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze and spoke indifferently, you worthless worm, who gave you the audacity to dare call my name? As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a beam of light as dark as ink emerged. In the darkness of the night, it was barely noticeable, but in the instant he moved, it traveled at a speed surpassing the speed of sound, appearing before Muze in an instant. Though he couldn't kill this worm, a minor punishment was clearly sufficient. Xu Pingyan casually waved his hand, as if it were nothing, and effortlessly dispersed it. Oh? Orvo, who had been casually observing, suddenly narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses. I thought it was just some pesky insect that had crawled out of nowhere, but it turns out to be such a big fish. No wonder it dared to act so brazenly. Orvo grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of teeth sharper than any epic weapon. Young foreign warrior, are you ready to die? If he were facing an equal opponent on the battlefield, Orvo would have charged in without hesitation. But this was the Demon Clan. Phantom Demon City. Being on his home turf, he didn't mind having a chat with this powerful foe. Most importantly, a Supreme Being has quietly infiltrated the Phantom Demon City. What did he discover? How did the other party manage to do it? If he couldn't uncover these 2 secrets, he couldn't rest easy. Facing the other's provocation, Xu Pingyan shrugged indifferently and spoke casually, I encountered 11 others like you yesterday who were spouting similar nonsense. Do you think they're all okay now? Oh? Orvo immediately showed interest, what happened to them? I killed 3 of them. Xu Pingyan's smile remained innocent, and though he carried no trace of hostility, Orvo felt an inexplicable chill. Despite his subconscious desire to dismiss it, Xu Pingyan's emotions were too calm. And when he spoke those words, his emotions didn't flicker at all, as if he had crushed 3 ants under his feet. Those were the highest. Wait. He didn't even say he was the Supreme Being. Orvo looked skeptical, thinking that if the other party could deceive the great array of the Phantom Demon City, deceiving a group of insects would be child's play. What would be the fate of a group of insects daring to offend the Supreme Being? The answer was obvious. Thinking he had seen through everything, Orvo sneered, young man, such empty posturing is meaningless. Listening to the exchange between the human and the demon, Muze stood by, completely bewildered. He knew how arrogant the Supreme Being was. And Orvo's arrogance was legendary even among the demonic races. At that moment, although Muze could understand every word of Xu Pingyan's conversation with the other party, he still felt an overwhelming sense of the supernatural. It wasn't the content of the conversation, but the very act of communicating that felt surreal to him. To him, even a 9th-ranked being is no more than a lowly insect. When faced with insects, the other party would only do one thing. Stomp them to death. There would be no other outcome. So, why are this man and this demon still able to face each other so calmly and converse like this? In fact, he had already figured out the reason. However, this reason was too unbelievable, too far-fetched, so he instinctively wanted to dismiss it. Unfortunately, after dismissing this sole possibility, he could no longer conceive of any other way for the two to communicate. Chu Pingyan sighed, "You're just like those guys." They didn't believe it either, so they ended up dying. Unfortunately, everyone else was too busy trying to escape, and I was alone, so I couldn't stop him. Otherwise, maybe I could have taken one more. Saying this, he had no interest in continuing the conversation. He had the ability to kill the Supreme Being, but he lacked the ability to keep the Supreme Being alive and interrogate them. Since he couldn't obtain useful information, why waste any more time on him? He left a trail of afterimages behind him. The speed he unleashed in that instant caused the surrounding space to pause slightly, as if time had stopped flowing for a moment. Orvo's pupils contracted. How fast? Despite having been on guard against the other party initiating an attack, the speed he unleashed in that instant still exceeded his expectations. By the time he instinctively assumed a defensive stance, Chu Pingyan's fist had already slammed into his crossed arms with tremendous force. The terrifying force sent a wave of pain coursing through Orvo's body. Moments later, the entire figure vanished without a trace, transforming into a purple aurora and being blasted out of sight by Chu Pingyan. Dust swirled through the air, the ground trembled, and muffled explosions echoed like thunder in his ears. Along the way, countless buildings were crushed and collapsed. Fortunately, this area was located in the far eastern district of the Phantom Demon City, where few demons resided. Otherwise, even just this single strike might have claimed the lives of thousands of demons caught in the aftermath. Feeling the immense power of the explosion, he looked at the young man who had once again slipped his hands into his pockets, his expression calm. Muse's mouth opened wide in disbelief. He didn't even notice when he let go of the cane he was using to support himself, his hands rubbing his eyes non-stop. As if only by doing so could he prove that what he was seeing was not an illusion. It wasn't until several seconds later. Having lost his support, Muse fell to the ground, feeling the pain in his body, and finally accepted that what he saw was not an illusion. It was the truth. The young man who claimed to be the son of Chu Quangren and had called out to Chu Pingyan had truly knocked Orvo flying with a single punch. Although he knew that this punch might not necessarily cause actual harm to the other person, the scene silently confirmed the reality he had been unwilling to believe. This enigmatic young man was also the Supreme Being. Chapter 125. The Demon Clan is truly straightforward. In the decades since I lost my power, has the outside world changed so much? A junior who had been away for over 2 decades, his own children had already attained the supreme power. Could it be? Has the situation outside changed so much that 9th rank warriors are now worthless and the Supreme are walking around everywhere? Just thinking about it, a bitter taste rose in his heart. Once upon a time, he too was full of vigor and ambition. Now, watching himself fall to the ground with nothing to support him, Muse's mouth was filled with bitterness. "Father, are you okay?" Amy panicked and reached out her hand to help Muse get back to his feet. Looking at his daughter bustling around him, Muse felt the bitterness in his mouth suddenly fade away. Life offers countless choices, but once a choice is made, there is no chance to start over. Therefore, even if we had to do it all over again, my choice and hers would remain the same, unchanged. If that's the case, then what's there to regret? "Father, I told you the gentleman was amazing." Looking at Amy, who seemed proud of something, Muse also smiled. He ruffled her hair and nodded with a smile, "He really is amazing." As he spoke, he looked toward the figure that wasn't particularly tall but stood as straight as a pine tree, and murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Even at my peak, I couldn't compare to him." Chu Pingyan looked into the distance and spoke calmly, "Is that the mightiest of the demon clan? Just one punch and you plan to flee? Escape? Boy, I admit that punch hurt, but..." Orvo's voice echoed around them. As the sound faded, purple energy orbs like a barrage began to rain down from the sky. "This is the Phantom Magic City. Boring tricks." Chu Pingyan sighed, facing the overwhelming and dense barrage, he simply swung his fists calmly. With overwhelming power, he shattered every single energy ball before him. As for Muse and AI behind him, he did not spare any extra effort to protect them. Because doing so would only put the two of them in greater danger. With his supreme sharpness, the enemy would undoubtedly sense something if he did so. Even if they didn't understand the reason behind it, they would treat the two as Chu Pingyan's weakness and launch wave after wave of attacks. On the contrary, as long as he pretended not to care about Muse and the others, the enemy would dare not act recklessly, and might even deliberately avoid them. Then, Chu Pingyan's face lit up with a smile. "It seems like you care a lot about the lives of those 2 insects you mentioned?" As he spoke, he had already approached Muse. He lifted the other person and held them in front of himself. "Damn it! These weak little insects are nothing but a nuisance," Orvo muttered under his breath. He withdrew his attack and returned to stand before Chu Pingyan. "What do you want?" "Look. As long as it's not his weakness, it will become the opponent's weakness. This brat." Even though he knew Chu Pingyan wouldn't risk his own life, Muse still felt a sharp pang of fear when he realized what had happened. He felt a tinge of fear. "And? Can't you at least pretend to be nice to this old man?" This eagle-like grip on a chick's neck was truly uncomfortable. Facing Orvo's accusation, Chu Pingyan sighed, "What a hypocrite. Aren't you a demon? Why are you following those bird-like creatures? The bird people Chu Pingyan referred to were not the Wing tribe, but the so-called Holy Tribe, an absolute major clan ranked among the top 10 in the myriad realms. The relationship between the Demon Clan and the Holy Clan is so hostile that describing it as like water and fire is no exaggeration. As for his current remark, it was one of the most insulting things one could say to the Demon Clan. The hot-tempered Orvo was about to explode again. But upon seeing Mu Zhe being choked by Chu Pingyan, his rationality gained the upper hand. Young foreigner, provoking me will bring you no benefit. Anger you? Chu Pingyan laughed, I'm just stating a fact. Do you know what I went through today? Without letting the other party ask, Chu Pingyan took the initiative to explain. I had just left the Demoness' lair when I was ambushed by a group of powerful demons who demanded I die in the supposedly safe Illusion Demon City. Given the circumstances, I had no choice but to help them. Hiding my identity to experience the unique features of the Phantom Demon City was my mistake, but you clearly wouldn't have approved a normal application either, so I had no choice. It's ironic that you claim to be hospitable and treat all visitors equally, yet you're secretly up to such underhanded dealings. If it weren't for my decent strength, I wouldn't even be able to speak and would have disappeared without a trace. Orvo furrowed his brows. According to Chu Pingyan's account, he indeed had no issues. But he certainly wouldn't believe Chu Pingyan's one-sided account. Moreover, arguing about right or wrong at this point was pointless. So, just say it. What do you want to do? Chu Pingyan sighed, forget it. Who told me to be so easygoing? Here's the deal, give me 10 million or even 100 million magic stones, and we'll call it even. How about that? A vein on Orvo's forehead throbbed, and the emotion called reason nearly shattered completely in that moment. After taking over 10 deep breaths, the ground sank several meters, and only then did Orvo manage to suppress the violent desire for slaughter deep within his heart. Orvo coldly replied, that demand is impossible. Make another offer. As a supreme being, you can't even come up with that many magic stones? Chu Pingyan feigned ignorance, sighing, if that's the case, then just compensate me with a few legendary items from the 195 tier. You're mocking me, aren't you? Chu Pingyan asked in confusion, weren't you the one who told me to make a demand? You can't possibly not have any 195 legendary equipment, can you? As he spoke, Chu Pingyan showed the other person the weapons in his backpack. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, it was enough for Orvo to see clearly. At that moment, the look in his eyes toward Chu Pingyan completely changed. If there had been only a minor conflict earlier, there might still have been a chance to resolve it. But now, he would stop at nothing to slaughter this fat sheep. As long as I possess these, the final spot will undoubtedly be mine. Thinking of the chance to test that secret treasure, Orvo's heart burned with desire. Chu Pingyan noticed the change in Orvo's expression. And this was precisely the effect he had intended. You can't produce this, you can't produce that, and you still have the nerve to make demands here? Orvo took a deep breath and wore an apologetic expression on his face, I'm sorry. At first, I thought you were intentionally provoking me and had no intention of reconciling. Now I realize it was my narrow-mindedness. I am willing to apologize for my actions and those of my men, but 1 trillion magic stones is too much. Even I can't afford that. At most, I can compensate you with 100 billion magic stones. Chu Pingyan's smile remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who said demons are cunning? Such a simple and honest race, yet they bear such a terrible reputation. It's truly unfair. He had merely casually demonstrated his wealth, and the other party had obediently swum over to take the bait. Could there be a simpler setup than this? Chapter 126, Entering the Nest. Who is the fish that bites the hook? Battle is never the goal, it is merely a means to an end. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's response, a cold gleam flashed in Orvo's eyes. A greedy bastard. 100 billion magic stones. Even if he controlled 1/6 of the Phantom Demon City, the annual profit would barely exceed 1 trillion magic stones. And this final phase was set to conclude in just a few days. Though he had no intention of giving the magic stones, it didn't stop him from inwardly condemning Chu Pingyan's greed. Regardless, let's lure him over first. Once they're on his turf, even if Chu Pingyan is stronger and has means to escape, he has plenty of ways to deal with him. As for whether it would cause too much commotion in the city, that didn't matter either. Thinking these things, Orvo's expression darkened as he spoke firmly, as long as you can guarantee you won't spread this around. Of course. Chu Pingyan gave a meaningful smile, as long as I get the magic stones Mr. Orvo promises, I'll keep my mouth shut. I hope so. After all, as the party being threatened, Orvo naturally couldn't afford to show any goodwill at this point. Before the matter was settled, no pretense or excuse could be spared. Though their expressions differed, their thoughts were alike. Chu Pingyan smiled and casually remarked, after all, this involves the interests of the entire demon clan. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be your responsibility alone, should it? Orvo's expression flickered. What do you mean? I think we could add a bit more to the deal. What do you think? Orvo remained silent for a moment before speaking in a calm tone, we'll discuss it later. Follow me. Chu Pingyan smiled, taking Mu Zhe and I by the hand, and followed the other. Orvo frowned, you're still bringing these two insects? Xu Pingyan shrugged, we're in a dangerous demon tribe. I don't know why you care about these two insects, but I need to have some backup to feel safer, don't I? Humph, as you wish. Orvo turned away, his expression growing even darker. AI blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Xu Pingyan. Sir, you're truly amazing. Muze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What does this guy want? With his sharp mind, he should have been able to tell that the other party had ulterior motives. Yet he still insisted on following him back, it just didn't make sense. Most importantly, don't flaunt your wealth. How could he not understand such a simple principle? The few pieces of equipment he briefly revealed earlier, though he didn't get a clear look at their effects, the words 195 and legendary were still visible. If he were still the 9th rank warrior he once was, he would have been envious of those items. There's no reason to flaunt them like that to provoke the other party. What a mysterious young man. Sighing inwardly, Muze thought to himself that if there was a need later, he would have to assess the situation and see if he could cooperate. The journey continued in silence. As the pinnacle of speed, he was naturally beyond Annie's reach. In just 10 minutes, the two had traveled from the far eastern district of the Phantom Demon City to the most bustling area of the city. Watching this scene, Xu Pingyan smiled and spoke, I hear that the Phantom Demon City is normally guarded by 6 supreme beings. Mr. Orvo brought me here, could it be that you're planning to team up with the others to kill me? Orvo didn't deny it, only sneered, if you're afraid, you can leave the Phantom Demon City now, it's not too late. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Even if he really wanted to leave now, the other party wouldn't let him go, would they? Muze's eyes flickered, suddenly understanding Xu Pingyan's intentions. However, are young people these days so bold? I wonder what their trump card is. Aren't they afraid something unexpected might happen? 2 minutes later, Orvo dispelled the barriers around him. The group arrived at a building named Magic Treasure. If you want to escape, now's your chance. Orvo smirked, his gaze challenging. Xu Pingyan smiled, we've already come this far, there's no need to say such nonsense. Hearing this, Orvo, worried that he might actually scare the other party away, remained silent and stepped inside. Seeing Xu Pingyan follow him, a weight lifted from his heart. Inside the building, people came and went, but no one noticed Xu Pingyan and the others. As they approached, the people automatically made way for them. This scene surprised no one except Annie. Such cognitive manipulation techniques were fairly common among beings of the 9th rank or higher. There wasn't much to say about the situation inside the building, different floors corresponded to different services. As a powerful major clan, the demon clan naturally couldn't just have one unique feature. However, their unique traits are the most renowned and easily attract attention compared to other aspects. Other unique treasures and materials specific to the demon clan, as well as trade with other races. Under Orvo's guidance, they quickly reached the top floor of the building. Sit down. I'll go check if they've prepared the magic stones yet. Xu Pingyan smiled and nodded, thank you for your trouble. After the other party left, Xu Pingyan raised his hand to activate a barrier and looked at Muze, who couldn't contain his excitement. Ask whatever you want to ask. Muze opened his mouth but couldn't help but speak up in confusion, are you that confident? Which aspect are you referring to? Your strength. Not exactly confident. The unexpected answer left Muze stunned, and he was even more confused, then why did you follow him here? Although it's a 5-year cycle, that doesn't mean the other party won't come to the Phantom Demon City on a regular basis. Orvo has been operating here for so many years, no one knows how many trump cards he has prepared in this building. Xu Pingyan tilted his head to look at Muze, who seemed somewhat excited, you've probably misunderstood. Muze? What I said wasn't very confident because I don't have absolute certainty that we can keep a supreme being who is determined to escape without drawing the supreme being's attention. When did this statement become interpretable in this way? Muze blinked in confusion, then new doubts arose, so you're confident now that we're here? Of course. Xu Pingyan grinned, just wait and see my performance. Oh, right. Have you seen Lilith? Lilith? The queen of the succubus clan? Though puzzled by the sudden mention of her, Muze answered honestly, I met her once at a banquet. If you were to meet her now, what would happen? Muze thought carefully and gave a definitive answer, I'd die. I knew it. Xu Pingyan sighed, then delivered a swift blow with his hand, knocking the other unconscious. Then you'll have to take a nap first. Chapter 127, Lilith arrives, demonstrating the dominance of a queen. At that moment of unconsciousness, Muze was filled with questions. Unfortunately, he had no chance to voice his doubts. Xu Pingyan turned to AI beside him and smiled kindly, how about it? Do you need my help? AI shook her head decisively, her face showing a resolute determination to face death, I'll do it myself. Saying this, the little girl took a deep breath, lay down on the sofa, placed her hands on her abdomen, and closed her eyes. Huff, huff. Within 10 seconds, she began to breathe evenly, already immersed in her dreams. What a drama queen. Xu Pingyan shook his head with a smile. He took out a bottle of Kuala from his storage ring, sipping it while patiently waiting. A moment later, the guest room was pushed open from the outside by Orvo. Behind him stood 8 demons, their auras intimidating, completely shrouded in black robes. The 9 demons entered the room and closed the door behind them. Chu Pingyan downed the Kualu in one gulp before casually smiling and speaking up. Mr. Orwo, what does this mean? Are you not going to give the magic stones? Poof. Orwo sneered, his gaze growing serious. The other party was so composed clearly, they had a powerful ace up their sleeve. However, this was his territory. Unless those few arrived, even a dragon would have to bow to him. Just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open by a massive demon. Sir! Sir! Something terrible has happened. The demon's face was filled with fear. Orwo furrowed his brows and coldly said, You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Lady Lilith, I don't know what's going on, but I was looking for you. As he spoke, the demon's face twisted in despair, and due to Lady Lilith's influence, hundreds of workers and customers on the previous floors have gone mad. And dozens of demons and other alien races have exploded on the spot. The last part wasn't a metaphor, it was literally true. The demons had exploded on the spot. The scene was too horrific to describe. Orvo's face turned an ugly shade of pale. What does this madman want with me? The great demon trembled all over, lowering his head even further. Lady Lilith didn't say. He, being such a lowly minion, dared not ask. The images of the demons exploding were still vividly etched in his mind. Orwo glanced at the other demon and coldly said, I understand. Have her wait in the conference room. Tell her I have other matters to attend to and will see her once I'm finished. Poof. The seductive voice now carried a hint of coldness. Orwo, I didn't know you had become more arrogant than those 3. Even I have to wait for you to be free? As the voice faded, Lilith had already appeared at the door. Upon seeing Lilith, the massive demon who had been lowering his head moments ago suddenly froze, his eyes going blank. Then a foolish grin spread across his face. It's all for Lady Lilith. Without mercy, he struck the demon's head with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. He glared angrily at Lilith. Damn it! You show up and cause such a major incident, what do you think you're doing? Lilith shrugged indifferently, aren't you the one who called him a madman? I'm putting on a show for you. Bastard! Lilith sneered, bastard? It seems like this area doesn't want a succubi doing business here. Very well, I'll have them move out of your area immediately. Orvo's expression changed, but he finally calmed down. Looking at Lilith's eyes, which were slightly reddened, he said, There's no need to say such provocative words. What exactly did you come here for today? As he spoke, he felt a surge of restlessness coursing through his body, causing him to startle. Damn it! How is this madman's power getting stronger? In just a few words, he had already managed to influence the Supreme Being. Lilith smiled, and that smile alone was enough to captivate all who beheld her. However, whether it was Orwo or the 8 demons shrouded in black robes behind him, all of them shifted their gaze at the same time. Only Chu Pingyan pulled out another bottle of cola from his storage space, sipping it while watching the spectacle unfold, and began to critique Lilith's outfit for the day. This is even more conservative than what I saw yesterday in the little hut. She wore a black beret, a black silk dress that almost completely covered her body. Her hands were covered in black silk gloves. At first glance, she resembled a widow from an island nation. However, under her domineering and authoritative aura, no one would associate her with a fragile widow. Instead, they would think of a powerful and domineering emperor. Despite her smile, Lilith's voice remained as cold as ever. I didn't like the tone you used just now. I don't like your tone now either. Think carefully about the attitude and words you should use when facing me. There will be no second chance after this. Orvo's expression darkened. Madman. This madman. Even if the other party was stronger than him, he was still a noble of the highest rank. What was this? Is oppression forcing such a noble supreme being to bow his head? Damn it! Damn it! Just thinking about it made the once arrogant him feel an overwhelming anger and frustration. Most importantly, the other party's threat had struck him right where it hurt. With less than 3 days left until the final deadline, the magic stones he had earned over the past 5 years placed him in second place. The gap between him and the first place was negligible. But if Lilith were to order the succubi to relocate from his territory, in just 3 days, he could plummet to third or even fourth place. It's not impossible. Although there is currently a lucrative opportunity, it can only be considered a fortunate coincidence. To secure the final qualification with 100% certainty, there can be no room for error in any other aspect. Once I obtain the usage rights to the treasure, I will repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. Orwo clenched his teeth but could only bow his head in defeat. I'm sorry, Lady Lilith. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Upon hearing this, Lilith smiled again. Very good. This time, I am very satisfied. Hearing the uplifted tone in her voice, Orwo sighed in relief inwardly. Knowing that today had finally been gotten through with this madwoman. Before the thought could finish forming, Lilith raised her hand and summoned colorless threads that were more resilient than the sharpest divine weapons in the world. They effortlessly pierced through the other 9 demons in the room, killing them all. In an instant, the ground was completely soaked in bright red blood. You! Orvo stared at him in shock, even anger had vanished in that moment. His mind was a blank. However, Lilith did not stop her actions. The transparent threads, now dyed red by the blood, glowed with a chilling crimson hue. Under Lilith's control, the threads merged into one, resembling a crimson whip. They landed on the unsuspecting Orvo, causing him to feel a pain that made his soul tremble. It was only then that Lilith's voice fell once more. Although I am satisfied with your attitude this time, but you shouldn't have made him angry. Chapter 128, Setting Off Fireworks in the Phantom Demon City. Orvo stared at Chu Pingyan in disbelief. But at that moment, he had lost the ability to speak. But the meaning conveyed through his eyes was, is that your confidence? Clearly, no matter how he thought about it, he never imagined that Chu Pingyan's confidence would come from Lilith, who stood out so much from the entire demon clan. Facing Chu Pingyan and Lilith, whose strength far surpassed his own, this battle had lost all suspense from the very beginning. Moreover, he had deliberately activated the Great Array when he arrived. As a result, the subsequent battle erupted without a single sound escaping the area. It wasn't that the Grand Array Orvo had set up here was too powerful, it was simply that the gap in their direct combat strength was too vast. Moreover, he had never anticipated that Lilith would attack him at such a critical moment, resulting in him being severely wounded from the very start. Already at an absolute disadvantage, this was the final blow. Under such circumstances, Chu Pingyan was able to easily subdue the enemy completely. Once the matter was settled, Lilith stepped forward and sat in Chu Pingyan's arms, her heart-shaped eyes brimming with affection that seemed almost tangible. Aren't you going to praise me? Chu Pingyan tore his gaze away from the stunned Orvo and looked at Lilith in his arms, sincerely praising her. You're truly the Empress. You're amazing. During the battle, the opponent's control techniques were endless. So many that Chu Pingyan couldn't help but look away. It was precisely because of her assistance that he barely had to do anything else. Once the force field was activated, it shattered everything with overwhelming power. Hearing Chu Pingyan's praise, Lilith's smile grew even brighter. At that moment, she showed none of the domineering aura she had displayed during the battle, but was simply an ordinary woman overjoyed by the praise of her beloved. Just praise? Chu Pingyan touched her lips and patted her, but we have important matters to attend to. All right. Lilith sighed, knowing that this wasn't the time for such things. She suppressed the overwhelming desire surging within her. Without waiting for Chu Pingyan to ask, she spoke decisively. Orvo was involved in that plan, so there's a soul tablet set up somewhere in the Phantom Demon City. The moment he falls, the soul tablet will be triggered and shatter. Leaving him behind isn't feasible either. Even I couldn't suppress a supreme being for long unless I kept my domain open constantly. If no one watches him, he'll recover in no time. Clearly, neither she nor Chu Pingyan could afford to leave such an unstable factor unchecked. Killing him was the only option. However, once he is killed, the other supreme beings will discover it. Then, keeping him here would lose its original purpose. How to replace the enemy without arousing any suspicion is the key issue at hand. After all, the secret of that treasure is something even she cannot glimpse. Therefore, replacing Orvo's identity was the plan established during the time just now. So, what do you plan to do? Lilith looked at Chu Pingyan with curiosity. There was no hint of calculation, she was simply curious to see how the man she admired would handle such a situation. No matter what he decided to do, she would be by his side. Chu Pingyan naturally understood the meaning behind Lilith's words. He smiled and didn't answer the question, instead asking, what do you think would happen if someone suddenly used a forbidden spell in the Phantom Demon City? How would the supreme beings living there react? Lilith's beautiful eyes lit up as she imagined the scene, exclaiming, no matter what they're doing, they'd probably can't help but take a peek at the commotion. As she spoke, Lilith had already understood Chu Pingyan's meaning, and a smile appeared on her face. While everyone is focused on the forbidden spell, could we replace Orvo's soul tablet? Chu Pingyan nodded, of course. As long as you don't keep your eyes on the soul tablet, the replacement can be done. That said. But this isn't foolproof, someone still needs to keep watch. Feeling Chu Pingyan's gaze, Lilith smiled, interesting. I'll handle this. Moreover, information on this matter hasn't been restricted, so obtaining it shouldn't be too difficult. Thank you for your help. Hearing Chu Pingyan and Lilith's loud conspiracy, Orvo, who was currently suppressed and unable to move or speak, was on the verge of complete collapse. What had he done to deserve this? Why was he so unlucky to have provoked these two monsters? What a pity. There was no time for him to regret his actions or continue thinking. In an instant, his vision went black and he fainted on the spot. Lilith also closed her eyes at that moment. A moment later, Lilith opened her eyes again, a smile on her face. I already know the exact location. Leave it to me when the time comes. Thank you for your help. Lilith shook her head, then sighed with emotion. I suppose no one could have imagined that a forbidden spell was used solely to divert their attention. After all, within the Phantom Demon City, aside from those three, no other demons were capable of using forbidden spells. However, if there's such a powerful being who secretly infiltrated the Phantom Demon City at this critical moment, the entire city wouldn't be at peace, would it? Chu Pingyan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Even if a god were to descend, they wouldn't be able to see through my disguise unless I chose to reveal myself. Besides, if things don't get chaotic now, it'll be hard to take advantage of the chaos. You're so confident. Lilith smiled sweetly, but I like it. Leave the soul tokens to me. Even if everyone does their best, I'll help create an opportunity. Chu Pingyan nodded and then had Lilith use her skills to investigate Orbo's interpersonal relationships and gather information on various other aspects. After all, this was different from the Sky Arena competition. Back then, he only had to face the teacher of the person he was impersonating. Plus, the time needed for the disguise wasn't very long. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on the details. Even if they did spot a flaw, he could simply force his way through. That was precisely why he had been so casual back then. But now it's different. To completely replace a supreme being and use their identity to access the demon clan's treasure, every aspect must be perfected. Otherwise, even the slightest mistake could expose the deception. At that point, all previous efforts would be in vain. Speaking of which, placing a forbidden spell here didn't affect my clan members. Could that arouse suspicion? Chu Pingyan. So once this woman gets serious, there's nothing men can do. Chapter 129, Lilith's Shock. Despite this, they ultimately did not adopt Lilith's suggestion. It would be better to be like Chu Pingyan, showing mercy like a woman. However, the succubi had already withdrawn most of their forces, and word had spread that their shops would be closed for the day, with everyone gathering for a team-building activity. If we were to bring them back now, it would only arouse more suspicion. Moreover, though they can use forbidden spells, this is still the Phantom Demon City. No one can give an exact number of how many supreme beings are currently within the Phantom Demon City. Even if the forbidden spell were to appear suddenly, there would still be time to react and take appropriate countermeasures. Therefore, ordinary forbidden spells will only cause damage in the core areas. There won't be significant casualties elsewhere. As long as casualties are minimal, the succubi who evacuate in advance won't be greatly affected. Though Chu Pingyan initially intended to make a big move, his plan at the time was clearly not as well developed as it is now. Now that the plan is fully developed, there's no need to go through with it just for the sake of a fireworks display. After gathering all the information from various sources, Lilith's face also showed a clear sign of fatigue. After all, such meticulous operations are more exhausting than a major battle. You've worked hard. No actual token of appreciation? Lilith blinked her moist, large eyes. One couldn't say how much affection or desire was in her heart-shaped eyes. All that could be said was that there was nothing but affection and desire within them. We'll talk about it later tonight. Let us handle the important matters first. Chu Pingyan remained unfazed, but only he knew how much effort it took to say those words. Did you bring the magic stone I asked you to bring? I brought them. Lilith asked in confusion, what do you need so many magic stones for now? Even she, who owned the most profitable project in the entire Phantom Demon City, was startled when she heard how many magic stones Chu Pingyan wanted. However, it was merely the staggering quantity that had startled her. Otherwise, there was no other reaction. After all, to her, these things had lost all meaning beyond their quantity. As for legendary equipment, this lazy fish had little interest in them either. To be more precise, she simply didn't feel the need to invest too much effort into equipment. Of course it's useful. Take him with you and leave the city. Lilith flickered her fingers, and countless threads wrapped around the other person before being drawn into a special space. She then set up a barrier around the room, and the two one human, one demon casually left the building. As for whether other demons or entities might intrude during their absence, there was not the slightest concern. Except in special circumstances, who dares to disturb the two supreme beings? Let alone one of them being Lilith, the queen who would kill demons on a whim if she was in a bad mood. Except for her own race, which she treated slightly better, all other races were no different from weeds in her eyes. Even if they were 9th-tier demons, if they acted unreasonably, killing them would be no different from killing weeds. Upon exiting the building, they were concealed by the Chaos Destiny, and no one noticed them until they left the city. Once they were outside the range of the Phantom Demon City, Chu Pingyan had no further concerns. He directly activated his skills, constantly teleporting through space until he was thousands of kilometers away from the Phantom Demon City, finally coming to a stop in a desolate, uninhabited desert. How about it? Lilith licked her red lips, feeling the moisture of the sand. It's a bit dry, but the temperature is still decent. But it's still a decent place, I suppose. Feeling the scorching sun while swimming through the sand as a second location, I'm very satisfied. At first, Chu Pingyan didn't react. It wasn't until he heard the rest that he understood Lilith's meaning. His face darkened involuntarily. Is this the power of an old pro? Speaking so boldly. Sure enough, the seriousness earlier was just this guy's disguise, wasn't it? Stop fooling around. I'm talking about that skill you just used. As he continued to explore chaotic destiny, Chu Pingyan discovered that he could also shield others while using it. However, the effect is slightly weaker. Of course. For a true divine technique, the weakened portion, when calculated carefully, is almost negligible. Even with hundreds or thousands of people, those below the god tier cannot peer through. Upon hearing this, Lilith stopped joking and said seriously, unbelievable. Terrifying. No wonder you're so bold. Based on her recent experience, Lilith felt like a single raindrop falling into an endless ocean. That vast power almost made her instinctively recall the feeling of facing the highest power when she was young. At the same time, she also roughly understood why the other party could ignore her curse. Even if the curse's strength were enough to bring down the Supreme Being, it pales in comparison to this skill. To put it another way, within the curse's judgment, it was as though no one had ever come into contact with her at all, making it impossible to detect Chu Ping'an. Of course, the reason the other party could come into contact with her was irrelevant. As long as they possessed this ability, it was enough. Therefore, Lilith didn't dwell on it too much. Hearing Lilith's words, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gazing at the intricately patterned box in the skill panel, his eyes grew somber. Even the true divine technique cannot block the anomalies you create. Just how powerful are you? Obviously. No one would answer Chu Ping'an's doubts. Without dwelling on it further, Chu Ping'an moved his hand and a row of 14 boxes appeared before Lilith. What is this? Looking at the boxes before her, Lilith wore a puzzled expression. After carefully sensing them, her confusion turned into astonishment. That feeling of being unable to peer inside was almost identical to the power Chu Ping'an had just exerted on her. Seeing her reaction, Chu Ping'an smiled. Treasure chests. It's also the strongest ability of my profession. Profession? Lilith froze for a moment, then her eyes widened with surprise. You're human? Just as magic energy is a characteristic of demons, professions are a characteristic of the human race. By defeating monsters and gaining experience, they continuously level up and evolve. This is an advantage that other races do not possess. For demons, their innate bloodline essentially determines the upper limit of a demon's potential. To break through and reach higher levels, countless opportunities are required. Other races are no exception. Some weaker races, lacking any bloodline, can only rely on rare treasures to break through each stage. That's correct. Given their current completely bound relationship, there was no need to hide such a minor detail. Upon receiving a definitive answer from Chu Ping'an, Lilith couldn't help but sigh with a touch of emotion. When did the human race produce another monster like you? Chapter 130, The Supreme Decision of the Great Xia Dynasty, A Mad Plan. Time shifts slightly forward. At the very moment when Chu Ping'an was preparing to stir up trouble in the demon realm. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the rear lines of the human race. I disagree. A towering figure spoke in a deep voice, and as he spoke, the surging killing intent in the meeting room surged violently. Even the highest-ranking figures present, who were all of the highest caliber, couldn't help but furrow their brows upon sensing the killing intent. Joshua waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through the room, transforming the heavy, surging killing intent into a faint fragrance. He then spoke calmly. Disagreement is pointless. This decision was made by the Supreme Council and has already been announced throughout the entire Great Xia. There is no room for retreat now. Xiongwan coldly retorted. The Supreme Council? Just a dozen of you made the decision? What about us old-timers who have been stationed on the battlefield against the 10,000 tribes? Don't we have a say? Moreover, what does it matter if it's been proclaimed throughout the Great Xia? It can always be revoked. My warriors will not, and cannot, sacrifice themselves in vain to save a fool. Zhao Wuwei, another veteran stationed at the 10,000 clans battlefield, tapped the table and said, Calm down, old Xiong. Besides you, who volunteered to stay here, everyone else will be rotated out eventually. Moreover, this Supreme Council meeting wasn't just for those stationed on Blue Star. It was announced to everyone on the battlefield. You didn't go, so don't blame anyone else. Facing his colleagues' pleas, Xiongwan remained expressionless, his voice icy as he spoke. You didn't go either. Zhao Wuwei sighed and spread his hands helplessly. That's why I wanted to convince you to listen to what they have to say first. Moreover, a total of 40 supreme beings attended the meeting, and all 40 agreed to declare war on the demon clan. Don't you want to think about why? Is it really just to save old Bai's great-grandson? Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there are currently 48 supreme beings actively holding important positions. 33 are stationed at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, training troops and competing for various resources. Among these 33 supreme beings, 5 are permanently stationed there, while the remaining 28 rotate with the 14 supreme beings stationed in the Great Xia of the human clan according to a schedule. Xiongwan was one of the 5 generals permanently stationed at the battlefield against the 10,000 clans. Upon hearing Zhao Wuwei's words, Xiongwan fell silent, his gaze turning toward Joshua. Joshua smiled and waved his hand. A decree shimmering with brilliant starlight suddenly appeared in the meeting room, completely enveloping the entire space. Seeing this, whether it was Xiongwan, Zhao Wuwei, or the other few supreme beings who had been absent due to prior engagements, their expressions all changed. Has the situation become so dire that we have to resort to this? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiongwan did not hesitate to sign his name on the edict first. The others followed suit one after another. Once all the names were on the edict, Joshua did not retrieve it but spoke directly. That's correct. The sole purpose of this mission is to rescue Chu Ping'an. Xiongwantu, who had just calmed down, flew into a rage upon hearing this, raising his fist and smashing it down on the table in front of him. The diamond-encrusted conference table was reduced to dust under the force of the blow. Nonsense! Using this to declare war on an entire Grey clan on behalf of the Great Xia faction, all to save one person? You're about to plunge the entire human race into eternal ruin. The few others who had not attended the meeting also looked at Joshua with grim expressions. Clearly, without knowing the reason, no matter how vivid their imagination, they couldn't fathom how the value of a single person could compare to that of a nation. The only one who remained calm, Zhao Wuwei, wore a helpless expression. I understand you're in a hurry, but can we please not rush so much? You're always fighting. Is that all you think about? Even if you're fighting, you should at least follow military strategy. Why can't you think things through? Even if Zhou is a bit off his rocker, he wouldn't risk the fate of the entire Great Xia kingdom for such a joke, would he? Joshua couldn't help but glare at Zhao Wuwei. Don't think I can't tell you're using this opportunity to mock me. I dare not. Zhao Wuwei shrugged his shoulders and smiled innocently. The others calmed down as well. I'll see how you plan to explain this. Xiongwantu snorted coldly and remained silent. Joshua shook his head and waved his hand. Show this old fool the equipment and skills you obtained yesterday. Anything below legendary rank isn't worth it, it's a waste of time. Those who had been unlucky yesterday and hadn't made any sales couldn't help but roll their eyes. Those who had made a sale, however, proudly displayed their items. The others who had already attended the meeting, though they had seen it before, couldn't help but glance enviously. Whoa! Only Xiongwantu and a few others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wait, where did you guys get these? Is it New Year's? Who gave you your year-end bonus? Snap out of it. Who the hell is that rich enough to give out such a year-end bonus during the new year? Xiao Zhou, you already have plenty of good stuff on you. Give me that magic staff. Give me that thing, and I'll even take your place. I'll only sleep 1 hour a day, and I'll do it. Hearing Zhao Wuwei's shameless remark, Joshua almost laughed out loud in anger. He had been sitting in this position for months without closing his eyes. This old man wanted his equipment, which was fine, but giving up his position was also acceptable. The real issue was that after taking this position, he would only be allowed to sleep 1 hour a day? A poet. Ignoring him, Joshua quickly recounted the numerous changes that had occurred in Daxia over the past 2 days. Zhao Wuwei sighed. It's only been a short while, but it feels like the world has completely changed. He nodded in agreement. I agree. The others also expressed similar sentiments. After a moment's thought, they all agreed. Only Xiongwantu, after some internal struggle, refused to agree. Although Chu Ping'an's value may be greater than that of tens of millions of people, capable of elevating the strength of the entire Great Xia and the human race by several tiers, I still cannot agree. Sacrificing others for one's own benefit is something I cannot do. Upon hearing this, Joshua couldn't help but laugh, and the other supreme beings followed suit. Xiongwantu was left looking utterly baffled. Only Bai Qitian, who had been sitting aside with an impatient expression, couldn't help but curse, laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? Every minute we waste now will make things harder later. Let us get this over with so we can prepare to act. Upon hearing this, Joshua suppressed his laughter and cleared his throat. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he finally spoke up. Old bear, you don't really think everyone here is the kind of person who would sacrifice the lives of ordinary people to benefit themselves, do you? Chapter 131, Bai Qitian was stunned. What the hell is this kid doing in the demon realm? Xiongwantu was startled, then realized what he meant. What do you mean? Joshua smiled. We may come from different backgrounds, hold different beliefs, and have varying opinions on ordinary people. But ordinary people are the foundation of a nation. This has always been our consensus. There was no doubt that so-called sacrifice had never existed from the start. Before Xiongwantu could continue, Joshua smiled and said, Didn't our ancestors say, all is fair in war? Do you think that when we mobilize all national resources and troops to prepare for a decisive battle against the demon clan, they won't get wind of it? The answer is clear. Any race with even a modicum of strength has spies among each other. Even a powerful race like the human clan would be detected at the slightest hint of movement. Some secret operations might be difficult to detect. But such an open mobilization could never escape the notice of those with malicious intent. From the initial mobilization to the full-scale outbreak of a major battle, the various preparatory measures in the early stages could take half a month, and no one would find it suspicious. Xiongwantu had already understood Joshua's meaning. You mean that everything happening now is to deceive the demon race? Exactly. Even though we don't know what we're doing, they mistakenly believe the battle won't erupt for at least another month. But we won't wait, we'll strike within the next few days. They thought we would start with A, but we went straight into the final decisive battle. Except for the 10 most critical core positions held by the Supreme Beings, temporarily consolidate forces in all other positions. All remaining Supreme Beings are to mobilize immediately and launch a surprise attack. This bold plan made Xiongwantu's brows twitch involuntarily. If we fall into their trap. Joshua spoke casually, just say, if you were the Supreme Commander of the Demon Clan, would you have thought of something so? Would you think we'd be so reckless as to gamble everything on this? There was no need to try to put oneself in their shoes. Unless you knew the true capabilities of Chu Ping'an's profession and had witnessed it firsthand, no one would ever imagine that the entire Great Xia Empire would be willing to pay such a huge price for a single person, demonstrating such unwavering resolve. Xiongwan aside, all the clans say I'm a madman. In my opinion, that title fits you better. Zhou smiled, a madman? I've merely executed the plan with the highest success rate among all the options. However, even if we launch a surprise attack, the enemy might not react in time at first, but once the demon clan regains its senses. Zhou smiled, so someone has to go to the demon clan and find that brat first. With an inside-outside operation, we can rescue him before the demons even react. As long as we keep the demons' losses within a reasonable range, even if we suffer a minor setback, they won't go crazy and launch a full-scale war, right? Xiongwan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. From an outsider's perspective, this plan was utterly. If anything went wrong, the entire Great Xia Empire would be plunged into irreparable ruin. But in reality, the risk was actually quite low. As Zhou had said, no one would have imagined that so many of the highest-ranking officials of the Great Xia would act simultaneously. Under the cover of the Imperial Edict at this moment, even if the enemy activated their divine artifacts, they wouldn't be able to discern their true intentions. Moreover, facing so many supreme beings, unless the demon clan mobilizes over 100 supreme beings simultaneously, they would be unable to hold them back. Battle is fundamentally about information asymmetry. Precisely because the information between the two sides is not equal, the demon clan is likely still wondering why they launched a full-scale attack on them at this exact moment. Thinking this, Xiongwan nodded and said, if that's the case, I agree. For their own interests, putting themselves in danger is an inevitable consequence. There would be no qualms about it. With everyone in agreement, Zhou spoke up, then, the one who will infiltrate the demon clan to find that brat. Inu, with the star cloud formation active, how long can the domain be maintained, and how many people can it carry at most? Inu replied solemnly, including myself, as long as everyone stays within a 500-meter straight line distance from me, the domain can be maintained for 12 hours. Zhou nodded and handed over a storage ring. How long can it maintain now? Glancing at the items in the storage ring, Inu's voice trembled with excitement. 2 days, no, 3 days. That's enough. Zhou nodded. Since that's the case, Guliu, Dingwuin, and Lao Xiong, the three of you will accompany Inu to the demon realm. Poof. Bai Qitian sneered, his voice filled with anger. Little Zhou, now that you're stronger than me, you think you can talk down to me, do you? If you won't give me a spot in the demon realm, then I'll go on my own. Zhou sighed and rubbed his temples. Brother Bai, can we not act on impulse at a time like this? That boy was lost under my watch. Out of duty and loyalty, I must find him personally and bring him back to the Great Xia Empire safely. How did it become my impulsive decision in your mouth? Zhou sighed. Old Bear knows the habits of the demon clan in various races better than anyone. Old Ding, who created that thing back then, also had deep research into the demon clan. The ancient skeleton soldiers are most effective when it comes to finding people. Inu goes without saying. The implication was clear, his arrangements were well thought out and had considered every aspect. Bai Qitian shrugged indifferently. He didn't say a word, but it felt like he had said everything. Before Zhou could continue to persuade him, the silent Gu Yunyan spoke up, forget it, let him go. Even if you stop him, given his personality, he'll go alone anyway, and that'll only cause more trouble. How long can 5 people hold out? Inu sighed and shot her father a resentful glance. Are you treating your own son like a pack mule? Despite her inner complaints, she began to calculate and think carefully. With 5 people, a day and a half is the absolute limit. Inu sighed, if we maintain the domain at full strength, I'll barely be able to fight. A day and a half should be enough. Saying this, Gu Yunyan looked at Bai Qitian. You should have a device to locate Xiao Chu, right? Of course. Bai Qitian nodded, then hesitated. However, this device should be ineffective in the demon realm. No problem, I'll handle it. With his white beard flowing and dressed in a white robe, Dingwuin spoke confidently, resembling an ordinary old man. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyan nodded. There's no time to waste. Let's set off immediately. Dingwuin had no objections. After Inu activated his domain, he raised his hand and summoned a pitch-black void passageway in front of the meeting room. After the 5 of them stepped inside, the passageway disintegrated. A corner of the demon realm. Dingwuin sighed with emotion. I never imagined I would return to the demon realm in this manner. This is truly remarkable. It's almost identical to before. What are those golden and red flashes in the sky? I've never seen them before. Perhaps it's been too long since I've been to the demon realm, so some changes have occurred that even I'm unaware of? As he spoke, Dingwuin turned around to see Xiongwan, who looked just as bewildered, while the other 3 were all staring wide-eyed at the flickering lights in the sky. Damn it! That brat! Who did he open today's box share for? Chapter 132, Unlocking the New True Divine Technique. It wasn't he because he was worried about the box's share. It was because this was in the demon realm. Who in the demon realm is worthy of Chu Pingyan's trust to let them open the box? Not even Bai Qi Tian could have guessed, and even Chu Kuanren wouldn't have figured it out. That's what truly shocked and surprised Bai Qi Tian. Gu Yunyan glanced at the location where the anomaly appeared. Xiaoding, which city is that near? Ding Wuyin glanced over and replied, there are several cities in that area, they're all fairly close to each other. But the most famous one is probably the Phantom Demon City. Xiong Wantu was surprised, isn't the Phantom Demon City built after you? How do you know there's a Phantom Demon City nearby? Do you think my title as the all-knowing of the demon realm came for nothing? Ding Wuyin said confidently, when it comes to familiarity with the demon realm, if I say I'm second, not even the entire human race, let alone the other races, would dare to claim second place. That's true. After all, you caused that incident, which led to the human race being targeted by the demon race for decades. Ding Wuyin's face flushed red, and he forced a laugh. That was just youthful recklessness. The Phantom Demon City? Gu Yunyuan withdrew his gaze thoughtfully and said, enough with the nonsense. Hand over the item. Let's get down to business. Bai Qitian nodded and handed a talisman to Ding Wuyin. Here, take a look and see if it still works. Don't worry, even if it doesn't work, I can. Taking the talisman, Ding Wuyin looked confident. A white light flickered in his hand as he added a special effect to it. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. That's strange. What's wrong? I clearly rewrote the effect, so how come I can't locate that little guy at all? Gu Yunyan spoke calmly, that's pretty normal. If it doesn't have the ability to conceal its own information, that little thing wouldn't have been so reckless as to come here for tracking. Let us go check out the Phantom Demon City first. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed without objection. Only Inu couldn't help but mutter to himself, I heard that the detection in the Phantom Demon City is pretty crazy. I wonder if my domain can completely hide it. On the other side, as dazzling special effects engulfed the entire sky, Chu Pingyan pulled Lily's close. We'll look at the items later. Let's go. All right. Lilith snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. However, the gaze she cast upon Chu Pingyan carried a hint of unexplainable strangeness. After the human and the demon departed from their original location via spatial teleportation, within minutes, the once barren desert was filled with several illusory figures. A single glance was enough to see through everything. Why is there nothing here? Such an astonishing phenomenon should have signaled the emergence of some treasure. Could someone else have beaten us to it? Jia Biliu, use time reversal to take a look. One of the shadowy figures nodded silently, and as a mysterious force surged, time itself began to reverse in that moment. Decades were rewound one after another. A look of confusion flashed across Jia Biliu's eyes. Strange, why is there nothing here? The strange phenomena in the sky were still clearly present, yet there was nothing there. It was as if the anomalies had appeared out of thin air. This logic simply didn't hold up. The other illusory figures sighed upon hearing this. It seems there's a powerful being who arrived before us. Unfortunately, we don't know who happened to be closer than us. What a lucky individual. Let's go. The demons are almost here. Compared to that thing, the abnormalities here are nothing. The entity within the illusory shadow nodded, then vanished without a sound. As a blazing flame as hot as the sun swept past, all traces were erased. Just as the shadowy figure had said, mere seconds after they departed, dark mist engulfed the sky, completely shrouding the area in darkness. Immediately afterward, the supreme aura was released without restraint. After a moment, the black mist dissipated. A whisper faded away with the breeze. What kind of demons and monsters have emerged? The human race has also chosen this time to declare war. Have they discovered something as well? Regardless, if you're not afraid of death, come on then. The voice ahead could only be heard by those nearby. Only the last sentence echoed like a warning, carried by the wind in all directions. Lilith's luck is getting a bit too good for her. On the other side, Chu Pingyan, who had already left and quietly returned to the Phantom Demon City, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 14 boxes, 140 billion magic stones spent, and only 3 gold and 1 red. This luck was truly abysmal. Thinking back to the curse the other party had cast. With such bad luck, maybe it's connected to this thing? Thinking this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He didn't dwell on it too much, though. The 3 gold and 1 red items were 2 skills and 2 pieces of equipment. Chu Pingyan's gaze shifted to the 2 extra skills. After reading the detailed descriptions of the 2 skills, he couldn't help but wear an odd expression on his face. Peerless beauty, true god, a single glance, a smile, every word and deed, captivating the world and disrupting the masses. As a skill granted by Lilith, this makes sense. Although the term peerless feels a bit odd when applied to this skill, it can still be understood. However, is this really a true god level skill? What effect does it have? Does it just make enemies fall in love at first sight? It just feels somehow unreliable. Thinking this, Chu Pingyan looked at Lilith. Lilith, look at me now. What's different from before? Lilith blinked in confusion, then her face lit up with a bright smile. You're still just as handsome as before. But it would be even better if you could show me your true form. There will be an opportunity. Xu Pingyan replied distractedly. It wasn't that he was trying to hide anything, he simply wasn't paying attention to her at the moment. Instead, his attention was on the two skills glowing brightly on his interface. Has the effect of peerless beauty been overshadowed by chaotic destiny? Judging from the current state, the two skills should be in a state of conflict. As for when a resolution would come, even Xu Pingyan, the master of both skills, had no idea. However, which skill activates or deactivates is still within his control. What if I cancel it? Thinking this, Xu Pingyan subconsciously caused chaotic fate to cease affecting unparalleled beauty. Without looking up, he spoke, "Lilith, now." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a fiery body press against him. Looking up, he met Lilith's crimson eyes, which had already transformed into a heart shape. Chapter 133, Soul Puppet, Forbidden Spells, and Divine Techniques Explode. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Pingyan sighed. After experiencing it firsthand, he finally realized the true power of this skill. Thank goodness for the Chaos Destiny skill. According to Lilith, at that moment, he had become a humanoid succubus in the other's eyes. Even Lilith, the strongest of the succubi and the highest being, couldn't resist his charm. One could only imagine the consequences if this skill were used at full power. After all, he doesn't have Lilith's exaggerated curses. He already had a rough idea of how to use this skill. Is there any skill more effective at drawing hatred than this? The answer is obvious, there isn't. And when combined with these two pieces of equipment, the effect of this true divine skill becomes even more terrifying. Seductive Devour Divine Weapon. Category, Bracelet. Level requirement, 1 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 5000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, 1 yen passive, personal charm is maximized. Additional effect, seduction active, upon activation, you can mark all targets within a 100,000 meter radius. If a marked target is attracted by your personal charm, they will be randomly inflicted with 10 debuffs every second. Additionally, based on the intensity of their attraction, there is a certain probability that they will be subjected to soul freeze. Once soul freeze takes effect, the target will be controlled for at least 10 seconds. This effect cannot be removed by any means. If the target completely succumbs while under soul freeze, their soul will be utterly silenced. Cooldown, 30 minutes. 10-second hard control. In the most intense battles, this effect can last until the end of the fight. Without the true divine skill Epic Pose, this skill is rather unremarkable. However, when combined with Epic Pose, this ability becomes a game-ending move. Another divine artifact also has a similar effect. Abyssal Gaze Divine Weapon. Category, Ring. Level requirement, 1 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 5000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, Descent passive, targets attracted by your personal charm have a certain chance to become absolutely loyal to you and sink into eternal despair. Additional effect, Shattered Heart Utter Devotion active, upon activating this skill, it consumes 1 million mental energy per second. The more a target is attracted to your charm, the greater the soul damage they take when hit by your attacks. After deactivating the skill, a 20-minute cooldown is required before it can be reactivated. I never thought I'd be able to make a living off my looks. Although I was already quite handsome before, but now with this skill's enhancement, that's a whole different dimension. For example, right now. Lilith spoke with a look of regret, can't you just reactivate that skill? Xu Pingyan rolled his eyes in annoyance, then don't expect to do anything today. Then let's continue tonight? Lilith licked her red lips, her eyes filled with tenderness. We'll talk about tonight's plans later. Xu Pingyan patted her on the butt, let's get down to business. All right. Lilith nodded with a smile, her black coat once again enveloping her graceful figure. Proceed according to the original plan. As he spoke, Xu Pingyan pointed his finger and a miniature Q-style figure appeared on Lilith's shoulder. Lilith tapped the cheek of the little doll on her shoulder, which looked exactly like Xu Pingyan. Curiously, she asked, what is this? You can think of it as my avatar. As long as you stay within 20 kilometers of me, the skill we used when we left the city will remain active. With it, the previous plan should go more smoothly. Lilith nodded in understanding, her pink nails gently tracing circles on the little figure's chest, a smile spreading across her face. So, is this little doll your true form? It's exactly my type. Saying this, she gave Xu Pingyan a seductive glance before tossing Orvo out of the unknown space. The demonic wings on her back spread out, and she vanished from the room. That demon. Xu Pingyan shook his head and smiled. Soul Shard Divine Technique, split 1's soul into countless fragments, which can be molded into soul dolls identical to 1's own appearance. In their normal state, these dolls can be imbued with one of the user's skills, allowing the entity carrying the doll to temporarily gain the same effect as the imbued skill. The effect of this skill has a maximum range of 20 kilometers. Beyond this range, the doll will disappear, and the split soul will return to the original body. If the doll is damaged, the corresponding portion of the soul will also return to the original body. In its normal state, the doll is unconscious and cannot move. When facing a life-threatening danger, it will activate a special state and revive itself in one of the dolls according to its own will. In this state, the other dolls become inactive, and their souls are used to rapidly strengthen the active doll. After splitting into dolls, the soul will be weakened to a certain extent. Upon returning, it will nourish and strengthen its own soul. This is the other divine technique Chu Ping'an obtained in the previous unboxing. Though seemingly unremarkable, upon closer inspection, this skill can be used in countless creative ways. Just attach one after another to it, and when danger arises, throw it like a bomb? However, forbidden spells have a significant cooldown time. Achieving this goal will be a long and arduous journey. The most suitable option would be a passive skill, because it has no cooldown time. However, true divine technique, once you reach 9, any additional layers added afterward will automatically dissipate. 9 is more than enough. Speaking of which, wouldn't adding the epic pose effect to a doll make it even more useful? Imagine a chaotic battle where countless supreme beings are fighting fiercely. Chu Ping'an suddenly throws out a soul doll with the epic beauty skill attached. What would the scene look like next? All the supreme beings would scramble and fight until they're bloodied and battered? Oof. Just imagining that scene is incredibly amusing. Think it, do it. 10 minutes later, 9 soul dolls with the unparalleled beauty skill were all complete. Then I continued working on the forbidden spell soul dolls. P.S. Earlier, when opening the boxes, I not only obtained forbidden spells and ancient skills from Lilith but also from others. Except for one forbidden spell, which was kept aside for later use according to the previous plan, all the others were turned into dolls. Just as Chu Ping'an was doing all this, Orvo, who had lost the suppression of Lilith's domain, slowly regained consciousness. However, before his consciousness could fully awaken, Chu Ping'an had already fixed his icy gaze on him. Look at me, you bastard. Chapter 134, Fireworks are coming. The shock of the demon clan's highest rulers. Upon hearing the voice, Orvo instinctively looked in Chu Ping'an's direction. Just one glance, and his already dazed pupils instantly lost their focus. Half a minute later, Chu Ping'an sighed. As expected. Even if it's a true divine technique, my current rank is still too low. Despite the blessings of various divine artifacts, his attributes were not bad, but his life essence was still too low. When facing the highest tier opponents, he could only trap them in hard control. He couldn't make the opponent completely fall. Forget it. Let's stick to the original plan. After waiting a few more minutes, he received a message through Succubus gift that Lilith had arrived. Chu Ping'an did not delay any further. Thanks to Lilith's previous measures, not only had they uncovered Orvo's last-ditch defense, but they also knew exactly where his treasure vault was located and what precious items it contained. At this point, with the Seduction Devourer continuously stacking one debuff after another, the enemy was so weakened that even a 9th-tier opponent could easily crush them. Let alone Chu Ping'an. Holding the enemy in hand, he focused his mind, and the forbidden spell had already taken shape in the sky outside the building. However, Chu Ping'an did not rush to unleash the forbidden spell. Instead, he pointed a single finger at the glass in front of him. The next moment, the building shook violently. Simultaneously, the arrays of magical formations surrounding the building began to emerge one after another. Oh? Chu Ping'an was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that his casual gesture hadn't destroyed the building. He smiled indifferently. He clenched his fist and punched out. Though the movement was simple, in that instant, the incredibly resilient space within was constantly shattering and healing. Until his fist struck the ground in front of him. Time froze for an instant, followed by the entire building along with the magical array enveloping it cracking like a mirror, revealing countless fissures. With a series of cracking sounds, they continued to shatter. The entire building, along with its defensive, concealing, and reinforcing magical arrays, shatters into countless fragments. The piercing explosions created a terrifying storm that swept outward in all directions. Those closer to the center were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood and bone, leaving no trace behind. Those farther away managed to escape the initial blast, but in the face of the terrifying explosion, countless demons and alien beings covered their ears and screamed in agony. Only a few powerful beings could withstand the sonic boom and raise their heads. However, even these beings, far stronger than ordinary demons and alien creatures, were overcome by fear, their faces contorted in sheer terror. Where has Lord Orvo's demon treasure tower gone? Could it be that a supreme being is battling Lord Orvo? This discovery could only shock them. What truly filled them with dread was that, at some point, the night sky which had been simulated to show only a single full moon was now surrounded by countless brilliant stars. Though the stars were breathtakingly beautiful, the aura they emitted was far more deadly. The suffocating sensation that made their hearts plummet to the depths of their souls was something they had never experienced before, even with their strength. In that instant, they realized what was happening. A forbidden spell. Someone was casting a forbidden spell within the illusionary demon city. It was precisely because they understood this fact that they felt such fear. At the same time, countless supreme gazes within the phantom demon city all converged on this location in an instant. Soon, a series of loud, ethereal sounds echoed like missiles exploding in everyone's ears. Damn it! Who the hell is this madman casting a forbidden spell in the Phantom Demon City? That bastard Orvo. What kind of thing did he bring upon the Phantom Demon City? %amp $. It must be his magic treasure masking its aura, which is why we didn't detect it in time. Stop wasting time. Act now. If this thing falls, the prosperity of Phantom Demon City will be reduced to ashes, regardless of any conflicts or grievances toward Orvo. At this moment, all the High Ones rushed to the scene without hesitation to intercept it. Even the Supreme Being guarding the Soul Tablet, in that instant, his expression flickered briefly, and he instinctively wanted to leave his post to rush over and provide support. As a result, they failed to notice that the Soul Tablet representing Orvo had completely vanished in that instant. When they finally refocused their attention on the altar where the Soul Tablets were kept, the spot where Orvo's soul should have been had been completely replaced by another Soul Tablet emanating the same aura. Lilith, who had witnessed everything in secret, also left silently. When the Supreme Beings arrived on the scene to provide support, a figure darted into the forbidden spell at an even faster speed, without hesitation. The newly arrived Supreme Beings paled. Has Orvo lost his mind? At this moment, the magic within is at its most chaotic. How dare he charge in? No! He must be planning to detonate it early to minimize the damage. Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean he can make up for his mistakes. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and help. Have you forgotten what kind of existence is capable of using a forbidden spell in the Phantom Demon City? Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the other Supreme Beings grew solemn. Even the few demons competing with Orvo charged toward the forbidden spell in the sky without hesitation. However, it was unclear whether their speed was too slow or Orvo's speed was too fast. Before they could even steady themselves within the chaotic magical energy, the forbidden spell had already been completely detonated. The entire world fell silent. Those who reacted in time among the Supreme Beings swiftly manifested their true forms. Some raised 6 arms, others let out furious roars, while others summoned the elements corresponding to their own, transforming the surrounding area into unique elemental domains. Each employed different methods to combat the man-made disaster before them. The entire sky was shrouded in a myriad of colors. Under the glow of these colors, the so-called City of Eternal Night, the Phantom Demon City, was also transformed into broad daylight. The forces of both sides collided and annihilated each other, forming one spatial fissure after another. Streams of spatial turbulence swirled like mischievous children, as if eager to stir up chaos, adding fuel to the already chaotic scene. Unfortunately, there were too many Supreme Beings present. A rough count revealed at least 20 of them. Had it not been for their concern for the Phantom Magic City below, the 20 Supreme Beings could have easily blocked this forbidden spell with their combined strength. However, their current task is to completely annihilate this forbidden spell without affecting a single demon, a single foreign race, or a single building. That is precisely why it is so difficult. However, Chapter 135, just after assuming a new identity, already condemned to sin? As more Supreme Beings arrived to assist. After a 2-minute standoff, all the energy of the forbidden spell was finally completely annihilated. Despite this, the entire sky was completely shattered. Countless spatial turbulence surged through the cracks, but fortunately, no energy fell to the lower realms. Otherwise, the entire demon race's tourism industry might have been utterly devastated by this incident. As the central location of the Phantom Demon City, it was forced to cede over 10 kilometers of absolute forbidden territory that even ordinary demons had not set foot on for decades. Facing the space that was constantly being torn apart and repaired by the spatial turbulence, the Supreme Beings simply stepped back slightly, yielding their positions. They then gazed upward with varied expressions and postures, silently waiting for something. After a moment, an inconspicuous black dot fell from above. It came to a halt only when it reached the group of Supreme Beings. The arrival was none other than Orvo, the one who had first charged into the forbidden spell and detonated it. However, he was now bare-chested, revealing his incredibly muscular physique. His entire upper body was covered in countless wounds, and even the demon would have been moved to tears at just a glance. Even with the Supreme Being's healing abilities, these wounds had not yet scabbed over. Light green blood gushed out like a fountain, flowing continuously from the wounds and dripping down. From Orvo's pale face, one could tell how dire his condition was and how astonishing his energy expenditure had been. Unfortunately, there were no ordinary demons present, and their expressions remained unchanged despite the sight of the wounds. Orvo seemed unfazed, merely nodding faintly to the crowd of demons. "Thank you all for your assistance." After saying this, he seemed to have no intention of staying any longer and prepared to leave. Seeing this, finally, a demon couldn't stay silent anymore and called out to Orvo. "Orvo, aren't you going to explain what just happened?" "Explain?" Orvo turned his head to look at Moifiel, who had spoken, and gave a cold laugh. "There's a powerful foreigner who can use forbidden spells in the Phantom Demon City. They sneaked in secretly, but I accidentally discovered them. After a fierce battle, the opponent had no choice but to use the forbidden spell to escape. Is that explanation satisfactory to you?" Moifiel's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Orvo, do you think everyone here is an idiot? If such a powerful being were truly here, you would only be able to flee for your life. Why would they be forced to use a forbidden spell to escape? The other demons were about to agree, but a detached voice spoke up. Regardless of the reason, let's discuss this elsewhere first. Or do you want to act like slaves at a slave trader's exhibition, showing off yourselves without any regard for others? The gathered high ones instinctively glanced down at the countless beings gazing up at the sky, their lips twitching. Then a demon threw out a magic cube. Since that is the case, please join me for a chat. None of the demons refused, and they all entered. As the central figure of the event, Orvo was no exception. Once all the supreme beings had entered, the Rubik's Cube flickered and vanished. Then, let us continue with the previous topic. Orvo, I hope you won't hold anything back. Tell us the truth about what's going on. Exactly. Time is growing ever tighter, and it is said that several tribes have received some information and sent agents to investigate. The human race has even suddenly declared war on us for no apparent reason. Upon hearing the last words, Chu Ping'an remained expressionless, but his heart skipped a beat. After realizing what had been said, he felt a sense of helplessness welling up inside him. Good thing we didn't tell them beforehand. Otherwise, if he wanted to undertake the advanced mission, wouldn't he have to defeat all the supreme beings one by one before he could enter the demon realm? As for the declaration of war, Chu Ping'an didn't take it too seriously. He wouldn't be staying in the demon realm for long. Before the backup resources and infrastructure were in place, he might just return. Although it might waste some resources, but he doesn't lack demon stones. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Ping'an remained calm on the surface. He imitated Orvo's tone and said, "What is the point of deceiving you? While there is some exaggeration, but with only 2 days left until the deadline, I still have a high chance of overtaking you. I value this more than any of you here. The magic treasure was destroyed in the previous battle, and you know how much I've lost because of that. As for why the other side insisted on using the forbidden spell, I have no idea either." Upon hearing Orvo's words, the Supreme One's gazes flickered slightly. Then, Manhwa, who had spoken first, spoke again. "Regardless of the circumstances, this matter originated from you. If it weren't for everyone's assistance, the losses incurred by the Phantom Demon City would have been even greater. Even if you were to die 10 times over, it wouldn't be enough. You must give everyone an explanation for this." Hearing Manhwa's words, many of the High Ones, for reasons unknown, spoke up in support. That's right. Provoking such a being could lead to the destruction of the entire Phantom Demon City and perhaps even the entire demon race if we're not careful. If the punishment is too lenient, it won't serve as a lesson. It should be a bit harsher. I propose revoking your eligibility to participate in that this time, as a deterrent. I think that is a good suggestion. Though many supreme beings agreed, there were also many who remained indifferent. Facing these accusations, Chu Ping'an smiled coldly. How ridiculous. Manhwa, don't you think your words are utterly foolish? What did you say? Chu Ping'an ignored the other's anger. In fact, it was unclear whether the other party was truly as angry as they appeared. He was simply stating a fact calmly. It's a simple truth, such a dangerous individual is it safer for him to remain hidden in the Phantom Demon City, where none of us in the entire Magic City know of his existence. Or is it more dangerous for him to be exposed to our sight as he is now? The demons who had been speaking so fiercely moments ago fell silent. After all, the answer to this question was far too simple to require any explanation. But Chu Ping'an didn't stop there. The first one to discover the enemy. Although I don't know the reason, I still exposed a significant portion of the enemy's strength, so I am not at fault. I have even earned merit. Among the previously silent high-ranking demons, some nodded in agreement. Orvo is correct. Indeed, if there were such a person capable of casting forbidden spells hiding in the shadows and striking suddenly at a critical moment, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Orvo, who was the first to spot the enemy and force them to reveal part of their strength, should not be punished. Otherwise, if a similar situation arises in the future, with Orvo having been punished as a precedent, wouldn't no one dare to act rashly again? Chapter 136, Head-on Clash. Hearing the words of the demons, Chu Ping'an showed no expression on his face. It seemed as though these demons were speaking on his behalf. But they were merely representing the interests of those they served behind the scenes. Just like the group that had rebutted him earlier, they were no different. No matter where one is or what the circumstances, only interests matter. The demons who had spoken out earlier looked displeased. Causing such a major incident, and yet you claim there's no fault and even merit? What a joke. If that's the case, then we can just find some people to create chaos in the Phantom Demon City, and I'll go stop them. Wouldn't that be the same as earning merit? Manhwa tapped the table in front of her, her tone solemn. Everyone, I must remind you of one thing. Today, an alien race dared to cast a forbidden spell in the safest place, the Phantom Demon City. If this news spreads, how will other alien races view the Demon Clan? Will they dare to come here again? If there are no other alien races to supply us with an endless supply of magic stones in the future, what will we do? Should we launch a war against other weaker races at a time when we should be focusing on development? How much energy does activating that thing require? Those who experienced it last time need no further explanation from me. As Mwaphile spoke, the demons who had previously supported Chu Ping'an fell silent once more. All eyes turned back to Chu Ping'an. Even for the sake of interests, fighting when you have the advantage is acceptable. But in a disadvantageous situation, they naturally had to wait for Chu Ping'an to handle it alone. Chu Ping'an chuckled lightly, his face brimming with sarcasm. Ilvand, if you, a worthless fool, could find someone capable of casting a forbidden spell in the Phantom Demon City and stop the enemy alone, don't even mention merit. The three elders would probably give you a spot without a second thought. Hearing this, Ilwin's face turned green. Stop such a monster? Was he being sent to stop it, or to be sacrificed? Ignoring him, Chu Ping'an turned to Mwaphile and spoke calmly. Mwaphile, there's no need to target me like this. The magic treasure is destroyed. Even if my spot isn't revoked, by the time these 2 days are over, my ranking will only get lower. Instead of worrying whether I can surpass you, you should be wary of the ones behind us. Moe face smiled. Orvo, you've misunderstood. I'm not targeting you, it's just that this matter does need to be clarified. Chu Ping'an sighed, alright. However, I don't agree with your viewpoint. Mwaphile smiled without speaking, merely gesturing with her eyes for him to continue. According to your reasoning, the foreign tribes would be too afraid to come here for safety reasons. Then, is it possible that, upon discovering the forbidden spell only affects the incident site and its immediate vicinity, and has no effect elsewhere, the foreign tribes might actually feel more reassured? Chu Ping'an's face lit up with a smile. Seeing this smile, for some reason, a sense of unease flashed through Mwafile's mind. Even the most powerful forbidden spell couldn't shake the Phantom Demon City by an inch. If we use this as propaganda, I believe that in the future more and more foreign tribes will come to the Phantom Demon City. Not only will they be able to witness the unique characteristics of our demon clan, but they will also see with their own eyes the absolute safety that this place offers. Believe me, it won't be long before the entire demon clan's strength undergoes another explosive surge. As Chu Ping'an's words fell, the smile on Moe's face vanished completely. His already pitch-black cheeks were now so dark and gloomy they seemed ready to drip with water. The other demons' eyes lit up, as if they had already seen the scene he described. Even many of the previously neutral high ones nodded slightly at this point. Orvo is right. If we capitalize on this and spread the word, more of the other races will be willing to visit our demon clan. Upon closer inspection, the destruction of the demon treasure building was also caused by Orvo's battle with that supreme being. Without the protection of the array, this accident might have claimed the lives of even more outsiders. Given the circumstances, the casualties are insignificant. Almost all the demons turned toward Chu Ping'an in an instant. The reason was still the same two words, interest. After his explanation, the demons quickly realized that the benefits this incident would bring were far greater than the risks. Moreover, this benefit was something Chu Ping'an could not obtain, but it would benefit countless demons in the future. Given that, the demons naturally had no qualms about doing him a favor. Moreover, the one Chu Ping'an had replaced, Orvo, was not alone in his power. With so many demons speaking in support, those who had previously opposed him fell silent. Listening to their discussions, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile inwardly. Though his logic was indeed sound, the premise was that the Orvo here was still the same Orvo. Once Chu Ping'an's plan is successfully implemented, safety? It would become a complete joke. Not only would the demon clan suffer heavy losses, but the good reputation they had built up over the years would also collapse in an instant. Most importantly, without that thing, how much demon stone we earn seems to no longer matter. To disrupt Chu Ping'an's plans, one must either uncover his disguise in advance or possess overwhelming strength to force him to abandon his original intentions. Unfortunately, under the influence of chaos destiny, even a deity descending from the heavens would struggle to achieve the former. Mwaphile coldly glanced at Chu Ping'an and sneered, very well, I've thoroughly underestimated you. However, there is one more thing I hope you can clarify for me, Orvo. Without waiting for Chu Ping'an's response, Mwaphile continued, according to my understanding, Queen Lilith was also present during the incident. Then, why haven't I seen her anywhere until now? As Mwaphile finished speaking, everyone else also turned to look at Chu Ping'an with astonished expressions. They were surprised to hear the name Lilith mentioned at such a time. They were also curious why Lilith would seek out Orwo, as the two had no prior connection. Chu Ping'an shrugged indifferently, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that this is a performance I'm putting on with Queen Lilith? That's not what I meant at all. Mwaphile didn't fall for his trap. After all, Lilith's true strength doesn't lie in individual combat power, she's not powerful enough to cast forbidden spells. And Orvo clearly didn't have such power either, otherwise, he wouldn't need to compete and could simply obtain a spot as mentioned earlier. The reason he brought this up now was for other reasons. Chu Ping'an sneered, if you're so curious, why not ask her directly? Chapter 137, Arrogance, Breaking the Deadlock, and the Plight of Bai Qitian and Others. As Chu Ping'an's words fell, a voice filled with temptation yet coldness echoed in the ears of the demons. Speak your mind directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. Lilith had appeared at the door unnoticed, and in the instant she spoke, she, who had previously been utterly inconspicuous, suddenly became the center of attention on the scene. Countless gaze of the highest beings were fixed on her. Though her black trench coat completely covered her fair skin and graceful figure, the demons couldn't hide the heat, desire, and obsession in their eyes. Though different races had different standards of beauty, her innate racial advantages and her own power had elevated her personal charm to the very pinnacle of aesthetic appeal. Moreover, her charm was not conventional beauty, but had been elevated to a conceptual level. It was akin to the true divine technique Chu Ping'an had obtained earlier, which directly embodied beauty as a tangible rule. A fleeting glimpse of passion flashed in Moifile's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Bowing slightly, he performed a gentlemanly gesture toward Lilith before speaking. "Queen Lilith, I have no other intentions. It's just that so much time has passed since the matter was resolved, and I haven't seen your beautiful form, so I couldn't help but worry about your safety." Lilith's eyes remained cold as she mocked. "Is that so? Should I thank you then? You're too kind." "Poof." Lilith sneered. "There's no need to put on such a disgusting display. Instead of putting on this act, why not act like a real man and subdue me to satisfy your desires? That would at least earn my respect." Moifile's face turned as red as a tomato, overwhelmed by shame and embarrassment. The other High Ones, upon hearing this, quickly averted their gaze, fearing they might catch Lilith's attention and be publicly humiliated in front of everyone. They were all wise and powerful civilized demons, none of them wanted to go through that. Moreover, there's a saying among humans, to die under the peony is to die a romantic death, even as a ghost. But this is ridiculous, you don't even get to touch it before you're instantly killed. Who would dare to try that? Poof. This light laugh felt like a huge slap across the faces of the highest beings. Yet no one dared to meet their gaze or utter a single defiant word. Is this the might of Lilith? Even Chu Ping'an couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even with his current strength, facing so many supreme beings, he would likely have to flee. Such boldness and domineering arrogance, showing no regard for the highest beings, there was likely no second such being in the entire demon race. Of course. This was because Lilith had no need for these beings. But rather, because of the succubus behind her, these supreme beings dare not offend Lilith lightly. From Moifile's reaction, it was clear that even in such an embarrassing situation, after taking a deep breath, her face once again displayed her signature fake smile. "Queen Lilith, would you mind telling everyone where you've been during this time?" As she spoke, Moifile quickly added an explanation. "We're not accusing you of anything, it's just that your behavior has left everyone puzzled. After all the succubus shops in the entire Phantom Demon City closed today and left the city. So, this explanation is simply to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Upon hearing this, Lilith wore a disinterested expression but did not continue with any further meaningless provocation. "Of course I was looking for a good spot to watch the show." As she spoke, Lilith's face twisted into a malicious grin. "Do any of you really expect me to step in at a time like that? Why would I do something that benefits no one?" The Supreme Ones remained silent. Because there was nothing wrong with what she had said. To put it bluntly, even if the entire Phantom Demon City were destroyed and no other races ever set foot in the demon realm again, it wouldn't affect Lilith or the entire demon clan in the slightest. The magic stones were needed to activate that treasure. High-level, high-tier equipment is something that cannot be purchased with demon stones. And Lilith, who had been excluded, naturally cared nothing about any of this. As for why all the succubi left, it was naturally my doing. The demons immediately looked at her with suspicion. "What? Over 10 years, a total of 3,652 days, not a single day off? Do you really think they're just tools for making money without a single complaint?" The demons stopped themselves from speaking, their gazes turning toward Moifile. "These damned creatures." Despite her anger, Moifile spoke softly. "Aren't there supposed to be shifts? Rotating shifts are rotating shifts, and collective leave is collective leave. What? The succubus clan has made such a great contribution to the entire demon race, and they can't even have a single day off?" As she spoke, Lilith's gaze toward Moifile grew increasingly icy. "At the next assembly, I'll propose to those few that today of every month be designated as a public holiday." The other High Ones fell silent. Once a month? So, how much business would the Phantom Demon City lose without the succubus? Even a quick calculation caused the expressions of the supreme beings to darken. Just as they were about to speak, a faint, ethereal voice echoed throughout the hall. "Once a month, it's over. Once every 6 months. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of all the demons grew solemn, even Lilith retracted her previous arrogance, her gaze growing heavy. "I wonder if that skill can detect his surveillance." Thinking this to herself, Lilith did not glance at Chu Ping'an once. Instead, she joined the other demons in chanting, "Lord Sangma." The being addressed as Azure Demon responded calmly. After a brief silence, he continued, "Orvo did indeed deserve credit this time. Compile a full inventory of all lost demon treasures and compensate threefold. Include this in the settlement 2 days from now. Things have been unsettled lately. I have detected the presence of those creatures. They must have obtained some information. Stay vigilant." As his words faded, his voice also dissipated. The gazes of the crowd toward Chu Ping'an also grew increasingly varied from that moment onward. On the other side, the gates of the Phantom Demon City. Under the influence of the Hidden Moon, Bai Qitian and the others had also passed the identity verification. Just as they were about to enter, they suddenly heard, "Yes, yes." It was unclear what news the gatekeeper had received, but his expression suddenly turned extremely serious. He then called out to the few people who were already heading toward the city. "Wait. Sorry, due to special circumstances, the city will be sealed off starting today and for the next 2 days. As a gesture of apology, once Phantom Magic City reopens, everyone who registered today will receive a 2-day free pass." Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 138. What I meant was, you have to pay extra. A small hill 10 kilometers outside Phantom Magic City. Bai Qitian and the others stared at each other in silence. They had considered every possibility, but never imagined such a dramatic turn of events. Even Ding Wuyin, who had dubbed himself the Demon Realm expert, was now completely bewildered. This doesn't make any sense. If this had happened in other cities of the Demon Realm, he wouldn't have been surprised. But as the safest city in the Demon Realm, this was the first time such a situation had ever occurred in all those years. This was truly worth pondering. Just then, the closed eyes of Gu Yunyan opened. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. What's going on? Gu Yunyan hesitated for a moment before speaking. According to the information I've gathered, the Phantom Demon City will be temporarily closed because someone inside the city cast a forbidden spell? By this point, even he couldn't help but sound uncertain. Though he had never been here before, he had heard of the reputation of the Phantom Demon City in the Demon Realm. He also knew that it was said to be a place where no one could cast forbidden spells. The others were also taken aback, but only Ding Wuyin was completely speechless. Ancient, are you serious? Though he didn't know why the other's reaction was so strong, Gu Yunyuan nodded. Many other races are discussing it. It is said that some non-human races near the Demon City witnessed the phenomenon at the time. The unique pressure was so overwhelming that even from kilometers away, it left them unable to move. Ding Wuyin took a deep breath and said solemnly, if it could provoke such a figure to intervene, it must mean that the demon clan is hiding a deep secret here. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Ding Wuyin explained, within the entire Phantom Demon City, there are no fewer than 5 of the most top-tier ancient artifacts. And under the vast array connected to one of these ancient artifacts, even a 200th level powerhouse who has begun their path to divinity would find it extremely difficult to break through its seals. Gu Yunyuan asked, do you have any accurate data? No. Ding Wuyin rolled his eyes and said irritably, old man, don't joke with me. I'm still far from that level. As he spoke, Ding Wuyin's expression grew serious again. In any case, someone with such power would never come to the Phantom Demon City for no reason. The current situation likely stems from some major secret hidden within the demon clan being discovered by another clan. Xiong Wantu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up, speaking of which, decades ago, that person suddenly mentioned the risk of exposure and then cut off all contact. There has been no word since then. Wuyin, since you're so familiar with the demon realm, could you help me investigate that person's current situation? Though he didn't say it outright, everyone present was among the highest ranks of the Great Xia Empire, and they naturally understood who Xiong Wantu was referring to. However, Ding Wuyin shook his head. There are so many demons in the demon realm. After so many years of war, there are at least thousands of 9th-rank demons now. Trying to find a single individual among them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. What's more, the enemy has special artifacts to conceal their identity, making it even harder to find them. Since the worst-case scenario hasn't occurred in all these years, there's no need to worry too much. Hearing this, Xiong Wantu sighed. Let's hope so. Gu Yunyuan spoke up, so, what should we do now? The secrets of the demon realm are irrelevant to us. Bai Qitian spoke decisively, our only mission is to bring Ping'an back safely. Bai Qitian's words were met with agreement from everyone. Since that's the case, we can't be certain that Ping'an is definitely inside the Phantom Demon City. Let's first check the surrounding cities. If we don't find any traces of him, we'll figure out a way to enter the Phantom Demon City. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately set off again. The meeting hall within the magic cube. With Sangma's decisive blow, the meeting clearly had no reason to continue. Mwaphile shot Chu Ping'an a cold glance before turning and leaving without another word. The other demons who had initially objected now looked helpless, but since one of the 3 highest-ranking demons had already made a decision on the matter, aside from one who muttered good luck, none of them could say anything else. They too shook their heads and departed one after another. The demons who had spoken up for Chu Ping'an earlier now approached with smiles on their faces, offering their congratulations. Given the value of the demon treasure and the threefold compensation, it seems this spot is yours for sure. With the current situation in Phantom Demon City completely sealed off, given the current traffic within the city, Mwaphile has no chance of overtaking you. With this spot secured, your strength will undoubtedly grow exponentially. Even the demons envy you. Facing the congratulations from the other demons, Chu Ping'an responded with a polite smile, I've only gained a slight advantage. There are still 2 days left until the end. It's too early to talk about this now. I wonder what the Azure Demon Lord discovered that made him place such importance on this matter, allowing me to stumble upon such a great opportunity. It's all just luck. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, I, Vorwo, will remember everyone's kind words and won't forget you all. After dismissing the demon's congratulations, Chu Pingyan was the second to last to leave the magic cube. As for Lilith, she had already slipped away among the demonic currents and left alone. As for the last one to leave the magic cube, it was naturally its master. Without drawing any attention, Chu Pingyan silently blended into the crowd of alien beings and demons on the ground. At that moment, the original site of the demon treasure building was surrounded by numerous alien beings and demons. This was a place where the highest-ranking demons clashed. For them, even ordinary ninth-tier beings were a rare sight in their daily lives. Let alone the supreme. And this very place where the highest-level battle was taking place naturally piqued their curiosity even more. Noticing this scene, Chu Pingyan's gaze flickered. With a single finger, a barrier filled with magical energy separated the ruins from the surrounding onlookers. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the barrier, the creature that had just opened its mouth immediately fell silent and turned to leave. Everyone, there is no need to panic. Chu Pingyan stepped forward to the ruins. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of the magic treasure, Orvo. I understand your curiosity about the Supreme Being, but even though this place has become ruins, it is still my property, so I cannot allow you to explore it freely. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan reveal his identity, the faces of the gathered alien and demonic beings turned pale with fear, and they prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. After hearing Chu Pingyan's words, they all nodded in agreement. We apologize, sir. We didn't know. Please forgive our ignorance. Chu Pingyan smiled and shook his head. There is no need for such formalities. I did not say those words to blame anyone. Rather, you may visit, but there will be an additional fee. Chapter 139, Targeting, Tactics, and Conspiracy. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's words, both the foreign tribes and the demon tribes present were taken aback for a moment. Once they understood the meaning behind Chu Pingyan's words, someone cautiously spoke up. Sir, what is the cost of the ticket? Chu Pingyan gave the demon who spoke a approving look, thought for a moment, and said, after all, this is where two powerful supreme beings nearly exhausted all their strength in battle. One ticket for 100,000 demon stones shouldn't be too expensive, right? Those kneeling on the ground, whether they were from other races or demons, were all taken aback. Too expensive? Chu Pingyan furrowed his brows. You must understand that this is where the supreme beings fought. There's still a lot of residual power inside. Even at 100,000 demon stones, it's a generous offer from this demonic mansion. Hearing Chu Pingyan's words, the kneeling beings trembled in fear, their faces filled with terror. Even though Chu Pingyan hadn't displayed even a hint of power comparable to the Supreme Being, the mere thought that they were facing a Supreme Being was enough to fill them with dread. This alone was enough to fill them with fear and unease. After Chu Pingyan finished speaking, the first demon to speak earlier gathered his courage and spoke again. Sir, we're not complaining about the price, we're just surprised by. Why is it so cheap? 100,000 demon stones to visit a pile of ruins, and you call that cheap? It's like a stone with a somewhat flashy color, or an expert at an auction boasts about how extraordinary it is, even making up an absurd story on the spot, but in the end, it's still just a stone. The seller, feeling a bit uneasy, offered 10,000. Yet the buyers in the audience found 10,000 too cheap and kept bidding higher. Has the concept of magic stones changed among the demon race, or are these guys just too rich? As Chu Pingyan stood there dumbfounded, the demon continued, as you said, this is a place where the highest beings have fought. There's still some residual power left. A single ticket, are you really planning to sell it so cheaply? Since everyone else was saying it was cheap, he had no reason not to go along with it. Cough, you're right. Alright, let's make it 1 million magic stones per ticket. As Chu Pingyan's words fell, many of the other races visibly relaxed. Praise followed in quick succession. Praise your kindness. For just 1 million magic stones to witness the site where the highest ranking beings once battled, this is truly worth it. I never expected that coming to the Phantom Demon City today would not only fail to see the Demoness but also bring such an opportunity. Once I return in a few days, I can boast to my clan that I too witnessed the supreme battle. Listening to these exclamations, Chu Pingyan remained calm. Deep down, however, he felt a bit envious. Spending 1 million demon stones just for the sake of broadening one's horizons and bragging, these people are truly. Sure enough, those who can afford to spend money to come to the demon realm for tourism must be wealthy. There's a saying, isn't there, about not taking advantage of the poor? Sir, how do we purchase tickets? Hearing the demon's voice, Chu Pingyan snapped back to reality. You seem pretty sharp. For now, you can collect the tickets for me. Don't worry, I'll arrange for other demons to come and take over from you later. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. After all, this was something he had decided on the spot upon seeing the ruins. Making use of what's available, maybe I can earn some demon stones. In the city center, a large building located some distance from the magic treasure. In the top floor office, the 4 demons sat in the 4 cardinal directions, each with a different expression on their faces. Ildwine couldn't hide the anger on his face, that lucky bastard. After such an incident, not only did he not receive punishment, but he was actually rewarded by the Dark Mage himself. Even without this reward, you'd only get second place at best. Why are you rushing around for Mwafer? Velo yawned boredly, waving his hand. Mwafile, if you called us here for something, just say it quickly. I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. You bastard, with only 2 days left, you're already giving up? Facing the accusation, Verilev shrugged indifferently. What else can I do? I'm only in 4th place. The gap is so big I can't catch up in 2 days. Might as well give up and watch you guys fight it out. It's not a bad way to pass the time. Garazai, who hadn't spoken, calmly interjected, stop arguing. We all have different opinions. There's no need to argue. Let's get down to business. Mwafile nodded, about to speak, but suddenly furrowed his brows. He then let out a derisive laugh. This guy, to secure a spot, he'll resort to any means, even sacrificing the basic dignity of the highest authority. Feeling the curious glances of the other demons, Mwafile explained, that guy set up an exhibition on the ruins of the magic treasure, charging 1 million magic stones per ticket. Upon hearing this, the other 3 supreme beings present couldn't help but pause. Then, ha 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 ha. Verleaf clutched his stomach, his demonic tail writhing behind him, laughing so hard tears were streaming down his face. When did Orvo become so entertaining? He actually came up with such a brilliant idea. Ha 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 ha. By the end, he couldn't help but laugh again. Garazai stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. 100 tickets equal 100 million demon stones. 10,000 tickets is 100 billion magic stones, almost equivalent to several days' revenue under normal circumstances. Most importantly, there are no additional expenses. Upon closer inspection, it's indeed a decent solution. As for the supreme face mentioned by the other party? If one could secure a spot and grow stronger, who would dare to criticize a powerful individual in private? Clearly, the 2 demons were both refined self-interested individuals. Even Ilvin didn't bother to care, and his already sour expression grew even more grim. If that's the case, won't the gap between that guy and us grow even wider? Mwafile, who had been rebuffed, also frowned. He then forced a smile. Don't worry, it won't get any wider. In fact, I called you all here for this very reason. Verleaf rubbed his stomach, wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, and spoke without mercy. Don't joke around here. Among us, the one who's most unwilling to accept this is you, the one who dropped from 1st to 2nd, isn't it? You called us over here for this matter, but you're probably just using us, aren't you? Mwafile didn't pay attention to the other's self-reproach. But you still came, didn't you? If you really intended to give up, you could have refused like that guy. Verleaf smiled, crossed his arms, and leaned back into the sofa. Don't say such useless nonsense. First, give everyone a reasonable offer. Chapter 140, even in high school, there are suck-ups. Stop wasting time with this nonsense, or I'll really go back to sleep. As he spoke, Verilif opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. The light from the chandelier shone on them, giving off a chilling, icy aura. As the supreme being among demons, he did not have the dark purple skin typical of ordinary demons. Instead, he looked like an ordinary human being, with fair skin and an appearance similar to that of a normal human. If one ignored the massive tail and pointed ears trailing behind him, he would be indistinguishable from a normal human being. Upon hearing his words, Mwafile smiled and extended a finger. If you all help me secure 1st place, I will give each of you a legendary piece of equipment. Upon hearing this, the few demons were taken aback. For them, a legendary item that could actually be used would bring a significant boost. Such an improvement might even be greater than using that opportunity. You're not planning to give us some junk, are you? Level 195. Legendary equipment suitable for your level. The demons. After a brief silence, Garazi asked in confusion, where did you get so many legendary items? Mwafile calmly glanced at the other party and remained silent. Garazi also realized his slip of the tongue and remained silent. Ilvin and Garazi's gazes fell upon Verleaf. What are you looking at me for? Verleaf lay back on the sofa. It's about your own interests. If it suits you, agree. If not, we can talk about it later. Ilvin and Garazi smiled but said nothing. Everyone knew that in the entire demon realm, this guy was the only one who never took a loss. Every time they dealt with him, if they couldn't maximize their own interests, they wouldn't agree. Now that he wasn't speaking, why would they agree? As for why he was so skilled at deals yet ranked below 3rd place? It's not like every single deal is personally handled by him. In the Phantom Demon City, who doesn't have thousands of businesses under their name? In the end, the achievements one attains have little to do with personal ability. It all comes down to the power behind them. A bunch of lazy good-for-nothings. Verleaf muttered under his breath before turning back to Moifil. The only one who could currently challenge that guy Orvo for a spot is indeed you. But you won't agree if the price is too high. Not to mention that the other parties for legendary items might already be the current limit. If you keep raising the stakes, the disparity in benefits becomes too great, and the other party can simply walk away. Hearing Verilif's words, Mwafile didn't smile. He knew this guy was a demon and there was definitely more to come. Otherwise, the deal would already be sealed. Based on this, Mwafile whispered, so? It's a pleasure to converse with a clever individual. Verleaf smiled pleasantly. Let's adjust the terms. Within the allowed rules, we will do our utmost to assist you. In return, the promised items must be handed over to us in advance. Regardless of whether you ultimately secure the spot, we will not return the items to you. Greedy bastard. Manhwa frowned and said, we can't give you the items in advance. If we give it to you in advance, who knows if these guys will actually put in the effort. The so-called within the scope of the rules is just a vague and ambiguous statement. Most importantly, demons have no credibility whatsoever. Alright. Verleaf shrugged and took a step back. We don't have to give it to you in advance, but no matter the outcome, success or failure, the item must be handed over to us. How about that? I don't want to waste all this effort only to end up empty-handed because of some unexpected circumstance or your own stupidity. Clearly, that was Verleaf's true intention. As for why he had said that in the first place, it's a simple principle. During negotiations, if you try to demand everything up front, no one will agree. But at this point, if you show that you're only opening a window, most people will agree after hesitating. After a moment's thought, Manhwa spoke up, alright. However, all the specifics, what kind of assistance will be provided, to what extent, and all other details must be clearly outlined in the contract. The contract Manhwa mentioned was not some precious artifact and naturally had no enforceable power. However, this also depends on who it is for. For Manhwa, as long as they held this document, they could use it to reclaim everything if the other party breached the contract. They could even seek compensation. This is also why the other party was able to secure the top position. The other two demons, who were well aware of this, had no intention of interjecting and continued to watch Verleaf as he spoke. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Verleaf showed a look of struggle and hesitation, then sighed after a long pause. He reluctantly agreed. All right. Upon receiving the answer he wanted, Manhwa also sighed in relief. After all, he knew the inside story better than anyone else. Unless it's a divine artifact, all equipment is merely an external object. To become a god, one could only rely on oneself. That was precisely why he was willing to pay such a high price for this single opportunity. With this spot secured, his strength would rise, and the resources available to him would grow accordingly. Next time, securing a spot will become even easier. Manhwa has such confidence. Moreover, deep within his heart lies another ambition. If the Supreme Being cannot touch you, then. If I become a god, what then? This is the ambition Manhwa has never confided to anyone. Soon. The contract was signed between the two parties. As the three demons faded from view, Manhwa's smile faded from her face. A dark expression flashed in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Have you found out why Lilith went to seek out Orvo? Without warning, a shadow appeared inside the room. Sorry, sir. The shadow bowed its head and whispered, according to past records, the two parties have never had any contact. Furthermore, as everyone knows, Orvo has always disliked such matters, and there is no reason for them to have any contact. Lilith suddenly heading to the magic treasure seems like an impulse. On a whim? Although the conclusion drawn from the data analyzed by the other party seemed quite reasonable. But for some reason, his instincts told him there might be something he hadn't noticed. Keep a close eye on Lilith's movements over the next 2 days. Shadow, me? Cough. Manhwa cleared his throat, knowing that this was a bit of a stretch. Try to pay attention to it. Yes. Chapter 141, The Might of the Azure Demon, Plan in Progress. Meanwhile, the few demons who had left Manhwa did not disperse immediately. Garazai. Garazi looked at Verleaf, who had suddenly appeared before him, with confusion. I recall that your relationship with Orvo was fairly decent, wasn't it? So? Garazi spoke calmly. Are you trying to mock me by stabbing that guy in the back at such a critical moment? No. Verleaf laughed and waved his hand. We're demons, after all. We're demons who'll do anything for our own benefit. How could I mock you over such a trivial matter? After all, we're evil demons. Mocking other demons over such a trivial matter is perfectly reasonable. Verleaf opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Verleaf at a loss, Garazai also smiled and said, enough joking around. Is there something you need? Verleaf nodded. Could you ask that guy if he needs our help? Garazi froze, and alongside the silent Ilvand, their expressions grew peculiar. What do you mean? The contract only states that we cannot disclose the details of the transaction to other mages before it's concluded. Verleaf shrugged indifferently, but it doesn't say we can only help Manhwa, does it? Anyway, as long as we follow the contract and provide the corresponding rewards, that's all we need to do. Although Orvo isn't very smart, he should be able to figure out what we're talking about after hearing our deal. He probably won't refuse this proposal. This guy's heart is as black as coal. How can he charge two different prices for the same thing? The two demons exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Compared to him, they were so unlike demons. Such a simple matter, and they didn't even think of it. I'll contact him right away. Before Verleaf could urge him, Garazi gave a decisive reply. However, just 1 minute later, Garazai frowned and spread his hands helplessly. That idiot rejected me. Verleaf paused, then sighed and shook his head. I guess I overestimated that idiot. It seems like today was just a coincidence. If that's the case, let's call it a day. I'm going back to sleep. Without waiting for the two demons to respond, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. What the hell? He actually tried to take resources from me. Upon returning to his residence in Orvo, Chu Ping'an, alone in his room, couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. He had always been the one to take advantage of others when had it become his turn to be fleeced by others. However, poof. That manhwa file is really a pain. He.s. not giving up. The value of the magic treasure hasn't been fully calculated yet, but it's undoubtedly worth at least 1 trillion. And this trillion figure couldn't be included in the final tally before. It's like a company with a market value of over 1 billion that's different from having over 1 billion in revenue. Here, the final tally is the revenue. The various treasures within the magic treasure may total 1 trillion, but when will they be realized? Don't even mention a day or two, even 10 days or half a month would be difficult to realize. And don't even mention the threefold payout promised by the blue demon earlier. Such a large amount of magic stones, even if they don't come in over the next 2 days, it wouldn't necessarily be considered abnormal. Moreover, the Phantom Demon City is currently sealed off, with limited traffic of foreign races inside. Giving up is the most rational choice. What a pity. From what we can see now, the other party has no intention of being rational. I wonder what kind of price they had to pay to satisfy the greed of these people. With Chu Ping'an's wisdom, the moment he saw the message they sent, he immediately understood their intentions. Although this would allow him to secure the spot this time, extracting even a single magic stone from him was impossible. As a merchant, stinginess had long since become ingrained in his very being. Of course. The main reason was that even without their help, he could easily secure first place. After all, in the entire Phantom Demon City, every demon knows who the wealthiest one is. Though every transaction must be traceable, and one cannot utilize the resources of their backing factions if such resources could be used, this selection process would lose its meaning, and it would simply come down to who has the strongest faction. But where there are rules, there are loopholes. Just as these guys can use underhanded methods to operate in secret, he can too. The only difference is that they rely on other candidates, while he relies on Lilith. That's all there is to it. In fact, with Lilith as his backing, even without the threefold promise from the blue demon, he could win effortlessly. It's more like this unnecessary move has made me the focal point. I wonder if that guy did it on purpose or by accident. Manhwa, one of the 3 strongest demons in the entire demon realm. No one knows how powerful these 3 are. All that's known is that Manhwa last made an appearance 100 years ago, and the other 2 have been around even longer. A newly ascended supreme being, filled with arrogance, dared to challenge Manhwa's status, and then he was killed in less than a minute. Even a newly ascended supreme being, with the domain S enhancement, shouldn't be that weak. Such an outcome can only mean that the gap in their power is too vast. Although Chu Ping'an also has enough confidence to kill such an ordinary supreme being within a minute. However, who could know what exactly happened at the time, whether the opponent had unleashed their full strength, or how their power had been enhanced over the past century, especially after undergoing the trial of that legendary artifact. Under such circumstances, better to be cautious. If there's an opportunity, steal it. If not, getting a chance to use it once is also pretty good. By the time 30 years have passed. Come to think of it, after 30 years, we probably won't need this thing anymore, right? Thinking of this, Chu Ping'an shook his head. Forget it. Let's just see if there's a chance to take it with us this time. 30 years is just too long. After all, he was still only 18 years old. Magic treasure, the ruins. The demons Chu Ping'an had sent to guard the ruins had already arrived. At this moment, no one knows who spread the news, but the area is already swarming with demons. They had no choice but to form a queue and impose time limits on the entry of foreign races and demons. Even so, the surrounding alien races showed no signs of dissatisfaction, patiently waiting in line with eager anticipation. As the other aliens left with a sense of awe, a group of 6 unremarkable long-eared tribe members paid 6 million demon stones and also gained entry. Upon entering, one of them also saw illusions, as if traveling through time, seeing the past. Chapter 142, The Divine Race. Assassination of Orvo. After a moment, the other's gaze returned to normal. The other beings nearby spoke up. How about it, Jabilio? Clearly, these foreign beings disguised as the long-eared tribe were the same group of foreign forces that had been outside the city earlier. However, they were clearly faster than Bai Chitian and the others, having successfully entered the Phantom Demon City. Strange. Jabailu fell silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, in the fragments of the past, I only saw Orvo and Lilith. How did the great battle erupt? Where did the forbidden spell come from? It's as if it never existed from the beginning. The others froze. Do you mean it's the same as before? Exactly. Jabilia's face grew solemn. Such tactics are likely the work of the same faction. Unfortunately, we didn't obtain enough information. What should we do next? The 5 of them turned their gaze to one of them. The other party hesitated for a moment before speaking. I didn't expect that besides us, there were others who knew about this. The other party is the only variable. We must find a way to gather information about them. Ja Bailu nodded in understanding. Olvo is the only one who knows the truth. Are you suggesting? That's correct. The other nodded and said, next, we'll find an opportunity to try and see if we can obtain useful information from them. Though they were in conversation, the six were actually in different locations, their faces expressing a range of emotions as they surveyed the ruins before them. Until the designated time ended, they reluctantly departed from the scene. They found a private room nearby. Ja Bailu nodded to the five others, and the image of the long-eared tribe on his body slowly faded away, gradually transforming into the form of a great demon. If any demons had witnessed this scene, they would likely have instantly realized the true race of the entity before them, the divine race. This race possesses a form resembling angels in their true form. However, the resemblance was merely superficial. They are called the divine race because they have collected the genes of all races and can use their innate abilities to compare their own genes and transform into any race. Their transformations are not merely superficial after transforming, they also acquire the corresponding innate abilities. Combined with their own innate abilities and techniques, they can easily surpass the original race in strength. It is precisely for this reason that this clan arrogantly crowned themselves as gods. In less than a second, Ja Bilia completed the transformation. The other divine beings nodded at him, and their once towering forms began to shrink steadily. Soon, they turned into countless insignificant specks of light, drifting toward Ja Bailu and disappearing into the small box at his waist. After completing all this, Ja Bailu casually stepped out of the room, found a nearby restaurant, and settled in to observe everything in the ruins. He waited patiently, like a hunter. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the moment Ja Bailu had been waiting for finally arrived. The two large demons who had been guarding the ruins approached the newly arrived demon, exchanged a few words, and then departed. Ja Bailu also left his position. As he stepped out of the restaurant, another figure silently materialized beside him. How about it? Ja Bailu, I've already marked them. However, there are 6 locations in Orvo's mansion in the Phantom City, and only 2 of them have a brief 0.5-second window where they are vulnerable, making it easier for us to act. The remaining 4 locations carry the risk of exposure if we act forcefully. To ensure this plan goes off without a hitch, preparations have been underway for the past 20 years. While we may not know every detail about each of the supreme beings, the foundational information is flawless. Upon hearing this, another divine being nodded and said, even if there's only a 1% risk of exposure, it's not worth taking the chance. There's no need to rush, we still have ample time. Ja Bailu nodded. 10 minutes later. Ja Bailu's face lit up with a smile. We're in luck. The first attempt had coincided with the 33.3% probability. Half a second isn't a long time. For ordinary people, that's barely enough time to blink. However, for an entity of such supreme power, there were countless possibilities. For example, directly replacing the 2 great demons nearby. After passing through the void zone, although the great demons appeared identical to before, their inner essences were entirely different entities. Ja Bailu exchanged a glance with his fellow clan members, a hint of a smile on his face. He weighed the storage ring in his hand and remarked, come to think of it, perhaps even Orvo didn't expect that such a casual move would yield so many magic stones. Another divine being sighed, unfortunately, we don't have such conditions where we come from. In just a few hours, they had earned billions of magic stones. Especially since these billions of magic stones were practically free. At least for them, who were also supreme beings, as long as they had similar conditions, they could easily replicate this. It was precisely because they had too many magic stones that these 2 great demons decided to switch shifts early, but they never expected to encounter an unexpected incident. That's good. This batch of magic stones is a bargain for us. Ja Bailu smiled, let's go and give Orvo a surprise. In Orvo's mansion. Chu Ping'an sighed boredly, living as the supreme ruler of the demon clan is truly boring. He thought back to old Gu, who used to stay in his own room watching anime and playing games, living a carefree life. Now look at the other guy's place. Luxurious and elegant, but it's just flashy and meaningless. There was no other meaning to it. The thought of having to spend another 2 days doing nothing. It gives me a headache. Let us do something fun then. Hearing that seductive voice, Chu Ping'an impatiently swatted away the hand that had reached out to him. Even if your excuse holds water, there are probably still plenty of demons watching us right now. Keep a low profile. Lilith sat down on the sofa, looking dejected. She emphasized, it's been 12 hours since the last time. I just want to. Chu Ping'an spoke impatiently, stop fooling around. I called you here to discuss important matters. This is also important business. Lilith emphasized, it's the most important thing to me. For a succubus, those words were indeed true. Feeling the restless, heart-shaped tail of the other party. Chu Ping'an sighed helplessly, once this matter is resolved, I'll reward you. Is that acceptable? Deal. Lilith's eyes sparkled with mischief. This little demon. Noticing the faint smile on the other's lips, Chu Ping'an realized he had fallen into the trap. Just as he was about to speak, he heard. Chapter 143, What kind of lowly fish and shrimp dare to want to cooperate with me? Lord Orvo, the magic stones from the observation point have been brought back for you. A deep yet respectful voice echoed through the amplification device. Observation point? Lilith gave a puzzled look. Chu Pingyan briefly explained the situation to her. Ha ha ha. Lilith laughed like a young girl, her laughter causing her to tremble, revealing a stunning view. You humans are truly amazing. You humans can even come up with such a way to make money. Chu Pingyan smiled. I'll take that as a compliment and keep it. Alright, go upstairs and wait for me. No. Lilith refused, and her appearance began to change. It wasn't exactly a transformation, her eyebrows and eyes simply became softer, and her perfect figure appeared slimmer than before, yet she still exuded an air of delicate elegance. Moreover, all the distinctive features of a succubus had vanished. As the unique aura surrounding her faded, it was replaced by the cautious demeanor of a kitten, wary of everything around her. Even those who were intimately familiar with Lilith would pause for a moment upon seeing her, then exclaim in wonder. This human girl really resembles Lady Lilith. No one would associate her with Lilith in the slightest. What is this? Even Chu Pingyan, who had witnessed the transformation firsthand, was left speechless. The human girl kidnapped by Lord Orvo. Lilith gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling with fear and an indescribable sense of grievance. Under the flawless beauty of her appearance, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, but this guilt was quickly suppressed by various evil thoughts. Chu Pingyan glared at the other person, then ignored the sneaky individual who had secretly used a skill. He spoke in a deep voice, I understand. Come in. The voice echoed through the prop, and under Chu Pingyan's control, the mansion's doors opened. Jia Bailu and another divine being exchanged a knowing glance. Prolonged comfort has long since robbed these fools of their vigilance. Let's go and see what this demonic being's supreme being is capable of, forcing such a powerful individual to use a forbidden spell in the illusionary demon city. I don't see it that way. Compared to Orwo, who has the strength to force the opponent to use a forbidden spell, this powerful being is more likely to be trying to stir up trouble in the illusion demon city. As they spoke, Jia Bailu and his clanmates exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. However, as they entered the mansion's grand hall, their smiles froze instantly. Lilith? What is she doing here? Has the demon clan discovered us? This discovery sent a chill down their spines. With their current strength, they could handle things in the shadows, but facing the entire demon clan as elite. 10 seconds. Exceeding 10 seconds would be a direct insult to the hundreds of supreme beings of the demon clan. However, they soon noticed something amiss. Damn it, we've been tricked. This isn't Lilith. Everyone said Orvo wasn't interested in women, but who knew he was hiding so deeply? Though their emotional shift was but a fleeting thought, it was enough for Chu Pingyan to detect something amiss. As a supreme being, you end up acting like a lowly insect, capable of nothing but emitting a buzzing noise that grinds on the nerves? Is that all you've got? As he spoke, Chu Pingyan slowly stood up from his seat. An invisible wave enveloped Jia Bailu and the others. This time, before I've had my fill, I won't let you escape so easily like last time. As the words fell, Chu Pingyan had already vanished from his original spot and appeared before Jia Bailu. Staring at the fist growing larger before his eyes, Jia Bailu couldn't help but mimic a game, slowly forming a fist. Question mark. Having exposed their disguise, instead of thinking about how to escape, he acted first. What gave this guy the courage? Also, wasn't Orvo's domain supposed to be a common magic energy field? It was always about overwhelming opponents with immense magical energy, crushing targets with absolute power, and emphasizing grandeur throughout. This brute force opening move, what's going on? Do they think they're dealing with a bunch of low-tier scrubs? Wait, this domain feels off, it seems different from a regular magic energy domain. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but his body acted instinctively at that moment, forming a temporal barrier of illusory light before him, while crimson magical light also appeared on his body at the same time. The crimson eyes held a murderous intent far more brutal than that of an ordinary great demon. At that moment, their identities seemed to call out to each other. However, just as Jia Bailu was about to charge forward for a reckless showdown, a low voice echoed in his mind. Avoid it, Jia Bailu. Obedience to that voice had become instinct. Without pausing to question why, Jia Bailu's expression hardened. Time's gift, rewind. As he spoke, time froze around him for an instant before briefly rewinding back to a second earlier. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Jia Bailu easily dodged Chu Pingyan's punch. Oh? Chu Pingyan glanced at the other with a hint of surprise. This was the first time he had ever failed to kill someone on their first meeting. And what was that unique power just now? That unfamiliar power. A few more tries, and perhaps I can find a way to break it. Meanwhile, on the other side. Lord Harris? Jia Bailu spoke in confusion, clearly asking why he had been told to step aside earlier. Harris said in a low voice, this guy isn't Orvo. Ha! Upon hearing this, several divine beings were startled. How is that possible? If he's not Orvo, then who is he? Harris spoke calmly, the fluctuation in the domain just now, if I didn't misperceive it, was the highest tier force domain. The force domain? In this domain, as long as the opponent's power is strong enough, everything can be directly destroyed. Jia Bairu's expression changed. If what Harris said was true, then a direct confrontation earlier would have been disastrous. Thinking of the consequences, Jia Bairu's expression also grew incredibly grim. Orvo doesn't possess such a domain, nor could he possibly master it. As he spoke, Harris, along with the remaining 3 divine beings, emerged from Jia Bairu's body as points of light, transforming into 4 human figures. You are not Orvo. Harris looked at Chu Pingyan calmly and said, nor are you a demon. Let me introduce myself. I am Harris of the divine race. We are not enemies, our objectives are likely aligned. Cooperation is the best option for us. Chu Pingyan smiled wryly, his gaze growing serious. What kind of lowly creatures do you think you are, wanting to cooperate with me? Chapter 144, The Rulers of the Laws, Battle. The eyes of Jia Bailu and the other divine clan members were instantly filled with endless killing intent. To describe Harris's status among the divine race in a single phrase, he was one of the 3 strongest beings of the demon race, the Azure Demon. All demons were beneath him, and none above him. Only 2 demons could stand equal to him. Although the divine race had far more powerful beings than the demon race, there were only 5 such top-tier beings at this level. Harris was one of them. Such an existence being humiliated by an unknown powerful being is no wonder that Jia Bailu and the others are so enraged. Harris merely waved his hand, signaling them not to rush, clearly not taking Chu Pingyan's words to heart. The other party possessed the highest tier domain even among the elite. Even if there were slight disparities in various aspects, they would still be considered true powerhouses. A proud demeanor was only natural. Therefore, Chu Pingyan's attitude didn't matter to him. In fact, the more hostile the other party's attitude, the stronger their underlying power must be. Facing 6 supreme beings of the divine clan with such composure clearly indicates that he possesses the necessary cards to handle them. As for whether Chu Pingyan is bluffing, the fact that he could act so brazenly among the demon clan already speaks volumes. Given all this, Harris's attitude was unusually polite. Whether you've heard of my name or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we share common interests, and that's enough. The divine race currently ranks 6th among the 10,000 races. Even the top 5 powerful races would regard us as a minor player with some strength. So the term scum of the earth you used earlier isn't appropriate. I think we have a solid foundation for cooperation. At most, we'll need to negotiate the final division of interests more precisely. What do you think? Chu Pingyan remained silent. He felt that something was off about this situation. How did the divine race become so accommodating these days? He still remembered how the Ox Demon clan was wiped out in just 3 months by these guys simply because they didn't like eating beef. Afterward, even the weaker tribes went out of their way to incorporate a rule about loving beef into their tribal customs. And now look at them? He even called them stinky fish and rotten shrimp to their faces, yet they still smiled back at him. As for the reason, Chu Pingyan knows it all too well. One's own strength is everything. The various anomalies in the Phantom Demon City have clearly led the other side, just like the Demon Clan, to develop some kind of strange misunderstanding. Under this misunderstanding, the other side had already unconsciously imagined a powerful force that didn't exist in their minds. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but smile. I never expected that Harris, one of the 5 strongest members of the divine race, the Law Dominator, would reveal such an interesting side of himself. Too bad the others didn't get to see it. Harris smiled. Having lived this long, who cares about something trivial like face? Real, tangible benefits were all that mattered. And the fact that the other party had immediately called out his identity only reinforced Harris's belief that the other party had a powerful background. After all, the name Harris was at least familiar to most of the highest-ranking beings. But those who could casually refer to him as the Law Dominator were few and far between. After all, those who had witnessed his actions had long since been reduced to dust. Of course. What Harris didn't know was that aside from the words Divine Clan, neither the name Harris nor the other person's title had ever crossed Chu Pingyan's ears. After all, beneath his supreme facade, he was still a naive newcomer. Even those 7th and 8th tier beings, who were as insignificant as ants in the eyes of the Supreme, were far superior to him in terms of life essence. However, Lilith, who had been treated as a mere ornament by the other divine race members, was a true powerhouse among the Supreme beings. In terms of both strength and knowledge, she was at the very pinnacle of every aspect. At that moment, in the imprint, Lilith was speaking solemnly about the other party's astonishing past achievements. Finally, she didn't forget to issue a warning. The reason he is called the Law Dominator is because he can temporarily render all power ineffective. Similarly, unless the power reaches the level of a divine artifact, any other contract can be temporarily rendered ineffective by his strength. Chu Pingyan was confused. Even if it's temporarily disabled, once it's restored, doesn't it still have to be fulfilled? As long as the contract holder is killed during the period when the contract is ineffective, losing one party naturally nullifies the original constraints. Lilith mentioned a secret even among the highest ranks. This trait of the opponent was only revealed by a supreme being decades ago. Following extensive investigations by major factions, it was discovered that many powerful beings who had once signed contracts with the divine race had already secluded themselves and ceased all activity for over a century. It was from that point onward that the divine race's once majestic image vanished completely. Possessing such a top-tier domain, coupled with the fact that the other party was already one of the 5 supreme beings of the divine race 200 years ago, among the 3 supreme beings of the demon race today, only one has a comparable background to him. Whether it's the Azure Demon or the Death Lord, they are merely juniors in his presence. No one knows the true extent of his power until they face him in battle. I understand. Moreover, such an old veteran places far greater value on the powerful artifacts and hidden cards he possesses than on his own strength. His foundational strength might even surpass his own power. In comparison, the human race, which has only existed for such a short time since the Great Awakening, pales in comparison to such a great clan. To hold such a position among the myriad races, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a miracle. With such thoughts, Chu Pingyan asked through Lilith's mark, "How long can you hold them off?" Lilith hesitated before giving an uncertain answer. "If they don't use their full strength, we can hold them off for a few minutes. If they activate their domain, it won't last more than 30 seconds. Lilith's most terrifying trait was the curse on her body. However, as long as one was aware of this, even another supreme being would not give her the chance to get close. In a normal battle, Lilith could only handle a few supreme beings at once. "No, I mean, excluding Harris, how long can you hold off the remaining 5? Lilith paused, a fleeting expression crossing her eyes. However, fully aware of the current situation, she quickly suppressed the emotions surging within her and responded through the mark. "If they're all at the same level as the one who attacked first, and Harris doesn't intervene, 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Chu Pingyan's face lit up with a confident smile. "That's enough." Chapter 145, Clash the Gap in Combat Awareness. Though it seemed slow, their exchange had been completed in the blink of an eye. As the most precious treasure of a succubus, and having been bestowed by Lilith, a supreme-level powerhouse, the succubus gift was something even Harris, a formidable opponent, couldn't detect neither the mark itself nor their exchange. Therefore, Chu Pingyan's moment of silence appeared to Harris and the other divine beings as if he were contemplating whether to accept the deal. "Once the battle begins, Harris is mine. The rest are yours. No need for 3 minutes, 1 minute is more than enough." After giving his orders, Chu Pingyan's face lit up with an enigmatic smile, causing Harris to feel a sense of unease almost instinctively. "A fine speech, but who told you I'm not Orvo?" Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's words, both Harris and Jabilio, along with all the other divine beings present, froze for a moment. In that split second, terrifying power erupted from Chu Pingyan's body. All effects of supreme power were unleashed without reservation, fully activated. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Chu Pingyan, even Harris, who had tried his best to underestimate him, couldn't help but change his expression. When did such a supreme being emerge in the realm of power? The sheer pressure alone caused the surrounding air to completely freeze. Had it not been for the ancient tir de rays pre-deployed around the area, this single burst alone would have been enough to break through all seals and alert the other supreme beings within the city to the anomaly. What shocked Harris the most was that even he, under the influence of this pressure, could only exert 80% of his speed. Compounded by losing the initiative, by the time Harris prepared to respond, Chu Pingyan, enveloped in a terrifying fist strike capable of shattering everything, was less than a meter away from him. At this distance, even a supreme being would be unable to react in time. That was assuming the opponent had no other means to obstruct him. Suddenly, as the fist, heavier than several mountains, was about to strike everything in front of him, a divine rune erupted with brilliant light, abruptly appearing before Harris. It was this divine pattern that briefly halted the attack, allowing Harris to retreat to a safe distance. If Orvo had your strength, then the 4th-ranked powerhouse of the Demon Clan would already have a successor. As he was rejected by Chu Pingyan, Harris's voice grew icy. "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, let me tear away the facade you've been hiding behind." As Harris spoke, the power of his domain was unleashed without reservation. God said, "All truths hidden in darkness shall be exposed to the light." The other's words also transformed into a shadowy chain of divine laws at that moment, intertwining in shades of gray and black, resembling some kind of rule or order. Not only that, but a mysterious force swirled around it, making it appear even more extraordinary. For the Supreme Being, killing with a mere word was not an exaggeration, but it was only applicable to those far weaker than them. Chu Pingyan had never encountered anyone who could directly transform their words into their own power for battle before. The divine chain darted through the void, shifting its position countless times in an instant. Despite his best efforts to evade, the speed of the divine chain far surpassed Chu Pingyan's. Chu Pingyan had no choice but to try to destroy it with his absolute power. However, Harris was well aware of the characteristics of the realm of force and had naturally taken precautions. The moment his fist made contact with the divine chain, Chu Pingyan felt another force entirely different from the divine chain erupt without restraint. This force was no weak, but it was merely that. In the face of a force capable of shattering everything, the outcome was inevitable. It was shattered. However, the purpose of this force had already been fulfilled. The illusory form of the law divine chain, which had beamed, also pierced through Chu Pingyan's chest at the same moment the force was shattered. It then merged into his body. What an inexperienced battle technique! Harris's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. At that moment, he suddenly understood why he had never heard of such a person before. Does the opponent have any techniques? Of course they did. Whether it was the timing of his actions or his ability to disrupt the enemy with words, he stood out even among the elite. Unfortunately, that was the only area where they could barely hold their own. Once the real battle begins, their lack of technique becomes glaringly obvious. Perhaps they might suffice against other ordinary supreme beings, but in the face of someone like him, they simply don't hold a candle. There is no doubt that the opponent is a newcomer who has just stepped into the realm of the supreme. Even for someone like him, who was skilled at gathering and utilizing intelligence, it's only natural not to have recorded anything before the newcomer had shown enough impressive results. It was precisely because he hadn't anticipated such an easy victory that the series of backup plans he had prepared in advance had no chance to be executed. A stubborn little brat. I'll see which great clan dared to plot this quietly. Thinking this, Harris fixed his gaze, but his expression froze. The expression on his previously composed face finally changed. 3 parts confusion, 3 parts bewilderment, 3 parts incomprehension, and 1 part sheer disbelief. How is that possible? Unlike Harris, who couldn't accept this outcome, Chu Pingyan, who had been struck by this force, also blinked in confusion. This thing. Why doesn't it feel like anything? Even if you were pricked by a needle, you'd feel a slight sting before nothing else. How did it skip the stinging part and go straight to nothing? Impossible. You can't possibly be Orvo. The domain is wrong. The manifestation of power is also wrong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Harris suddenly let out a furious shout. No. At a time like this, you're still concerned about my identity? Does this old man have nothing better to do? Xu Ping felt speechless at the other S-words, but he also came to understand. So every single word has only a single effect, with no additional meaning whatsoever. Though this isn't exactly weak, it seems different from the power he had imagined. There was an inexplicable difference. Thinking about this, Xu Pingyan grinned, the old guy from the Divine Clan. I've already told you I'm Orvo. Why won't you believe me? Domains are like that, having more of them makes sense, right? As he spoke, Xu Pingyan didn't hesitate and charged directly at his opponent. Harris also decisively stopped dwelling on Xu Pingyan's identity. Let's act together and take down this mysterious creature as quickly as possible. Chapter 146, Instinct, the star that eradicates everything, Harris's power. Regardless of his true identity, as long as we take him down, we can interrogate him later. We'll eventually find out why even my power, which nearly rivals the laws of the universe, couldn't uncover the truth. Negotiations had broken down, and our side hadn't even managed to gather basic information about the enemy. We had no choice but to resort to such risky methods. The advantage is that once we succeed, we will have complete control over the situation. The downside? As long as we succeed, there will be no drawbacks. With Harris leading the charge, plus 5 other divine beings assisting, we hold a clear advantage in both strength and numbers. This battle clearly won't. Poof. A soft laugh suddenly echoed, carrying a power that could charm the heart. Even Harris was momentarily distracted. The divine race is as shameless as ever. What else can they do besides outnumbering their enemies? Despite it being their first time working together, Xu Pingyan immediately closed in on his target. His target remained Harris, the strongest among the 6 divine beings. Unfortunately, even with Lilith's assistance, Xu Pingyan's punch, as heavy as the sky collapsing, only shattered dozens of divine runes. With a faint crack, the ring on Harris's hand also disintegrated into nothingness. An invisible force rippled out, causing Xu Pingyan's movements to halt momentarily. Lilith, who was in the midst of casting a skill, was also forced to pause briefly. Harris and the others regained their senses under this force. Without Harris needing to speak, Jia Bailu reversed time and pulled his companions away from Xu Pingyan. After completing this, Harris and the other divine beings turned their gaze to the previously unremarkable figure that now exuded an overwhelming presence, as if the principle of beauty had manifested itself in this world. Lilith? Harris's voice was heavy with gravity. It wasn't out of fear of Lilith, but her presence made him doubt his previous judgment. Most importantly, if Lilith was here, did that mean the demon race had already anticipated their plans to target Orvo? No, that couldn't be right. The demons couldn't possibly have detected what they were going to do. So they guessed we might target Orvo and made preparations in advance. Then, even if it's not Orvo, it's still a demon, right? I was actually preparing to collaborate with a demon. No, that's not right. Something feels off about this. Is there something else I haven't considered? At this thought, a look of confusion flashed across Harris's eyes. He had subconsciously ignored the feedback from the Law God Chain's illusory form, dismissing it as some trick of the demon clan to render his power ineffective. He hadn't bothered to think about why the other party had done that. After all, the current situation didn't give him the time to think carefully or speculate about everything. Such a minor detail naturally became insignificant. Was I just overthinking it after all? With that thought, Harris cast a cold glance at Lilith. In fact, if it were merely a matter of the demon clan's strategic, the issue would be far simpler. At least everything would be out in the open. Lilith chuckled derisively. You've been standing here for so long and still haven't noticed me, Harris. As the mightiest of the divine race, perhaps you should step down and let the younger generation take your place? Ignoring Lilith's insults, Harris spoke calmly. The gods have said that all illusions, soul-stealing, and mind control effects are but illusions. This time, Harris held nothing back. As he spoke, mysterious words echoed like the voice of the cosmos, causing the space to tremble slightly. Golden lotus flowers bloomed around his allies. They merged into their foreheads, forming a white lotus mark. Though Lilith's strength was only average in his eyes, her ability to delay time was quite troublesome. If she was being used as part of the demon clan's plan, time was now of the essence, and the array they had set up could be discovered at any moment. One must naturally be wary of Lilith's tactics. Lilith chuckled lightly, her voice still filled with seduction but tinged with a hint of coldness, naive. Her domain wasn't weak, but when had she become such an easy target? Did he think the scattered domain power could stop her? An invisible wave radiated out from Lilith toward all directions. In an instant, the entire space was dyed a pale pink by the spreading force, and an odorless, tasteless aura rippled out in all directions. The white lotus at the brow of the supreme beings remained untouched. Because Lilith hadn't used her seduction ability, she was simply amplifying the desires within them. She was triggering their primal instincts as living beings. Bang bang. The sound of powerful heartbeats echoed in her ears. For some reason, Jia Bailu noticed that the seemingly ordinary corner of the table now appeared slightly more refined. When her gaze instinctively shifted to Harris beside her, Jia Bailu couldn't help but gasp, feeling her fists tighten. At that moment, Harris, who had sensed something, spoke again, emitting a mighty divine voice. A divine symbol symbolizing stillness merged into the ranks of the highest beings, and Jia Bailu's gaze finally cleared. Recalling the unthinkable thoughts that had flashed through her mind moments ago, Jia Bailu's face turned ashen. There was both fear for having harbored such thoughts toward Harris, and even Harris, with his old bones, looked so handsome. How hungry must you be, Jia Bailu? Though this thought was utterly unthinkable, it was the most genuine feeling in Jia Bailu's heart at that moment. In fact, not only Jia Bailu, but the other few supreme beings of the divine clan also had similar thoughts at that moment. Harris couldn't read minds, but the expressions on the faces of the other divine beings were too obvious. Even an ordinary person could easily understand them, let alone him? Damn it! At that moment, even with Harris's composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. The gods say, all the stars are my soldiers. As he took a step forward, the divine words echoed endlessly through the void, causing space to fold and eventually tear open a massive gap, resembling a fissure in the abyss. One star after another burst through the spatial fissure, erupting into a blinding display of starlight. The vast, sacred power of the stars caused the surrounding space, stabilized by ancient arrays, to collapse continuously. This sacred power, which should represent divine might, now embodies destruction, intent on obliterating everything before it. Lilith, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but pale in shock. The sheer power unleashed by the opponent's all-out attack left her feeling a crisis unlike any she had ever experienced before. With my current strength, she couldn't dodge it. Nor did she have the ability to block it. How could there be such a huge gap? Lilith clenched her teeth, a surge of intense resentment welling up inside her. The opponent's single strike had nearly shattered her pride as the supreme being completely. Chapter 147, Enough Playing Around, Second Stage. Harris stood there in a daze. Decades ago, she had once fought against the opponent as well. Yet, compared to now, the opponent's strength back then was on an entirely different level. Such a situation could only mean one of two things: either the opponent had been hiding their true strength all along, or they had made enormous strides in their power over the past few decades. Compared to the latter, the former was clearly easier for her to accept. However, as if sensing Lilith's thoughts, Harris spoke coldly. Despite possessing a talent that would make countless supreme beings envious, as a strong individual, you are arrogant and lazy, never once considering how to turn your talent into true power. You've just been getting by, living a negative life. Today's defeat is the inevitable outcome of your choices. Lilith's slender body trembled slightly, and a moment of confusion flashed in her eyes. As a supreme being who had survived for hundreds of years, she should not be so vulnerable. Yet a few words alone had shaken her resolve. However, considering the capabilities of Harris's domain, everything suddenly made sense. As countless stars were about to engulf Lilith, an unremarkable figure suddenly stepped forward to block her path. In a seemingly ordinary punch, there lay one of the most common and ordinary domains of force in this world. The terrifying stars collided with it, only to be shattered and split apart as if they had fallen into a massive grinding wheel. They transformed into countless tiny, imperceptible particles. As these seemingly insignificant particles fell, the void trembled, and the ground sank slightly. Each particle contained a force as terrifying as a mountain. So much so that other divine beings who had just begun to close in hesitated not a moment, pulling back to maintain their distance from this figure. They dared only to remain at a distance, using various skills of varying strength to provide support. Yet even faced with such overwhelming power, the figure did not deign to acknowledge them. Old fool, who gave you the right to speak to us in such a condescending tone? As the last star shattered before Chu Pingyan, the arrogant voice echoed in the ears of all the divine beings. With such meager strength, you dare to speak such words? Before the words had even finished, Chu Pingyan left a trail of afterimages behind him and charged forward. Facing the provocation, Harris remained unfazed. Whether it was words or strength, what mattered was whether it could bring effective results in battle. Therefore, he had never been stingy with his words in battle. Nor would he ever be swayed by the words of others. As Chu Pingyan's speed increased once more, Harris immediately activated his domain power to enhance himself. In less than a second, the two exchanged blows over 1,000 times, leaving behind over 100 afterimages in their wake. Such speed would leave even ordinary supreme beings struggling to keep up, let alone the terrifying energy unleashed with each of their exchanges. The recently restored void began to crack repeatedly as the two clashed. However, before the spatial storm could sweep and ravage the area, it was shattered by the aftereffects of their clash. To be able to fight Harris-sama to this extent, this guy is truly a monster. Jia Bairu spoke with a solemn expression. What shocked them the most was that, despite Harris initially relying on his vast experience to suppress the opponent, within just 10 seconds, the opponent's combat experience was constantly increasing and improving. By now, the battle had only lasted half a minute, yet the opponent was already holding his own. If this continues. Thinking this, Jia Bailu said in a low voice, we can't wait any longer. Act now. It wasn't that they didn't want to assist Harris immediately, but the previous battle had been far too intense for them to intervene recklessly. A single misstep could not only fail to provide any assistance but also become a liability. By now, after observing for half a minute, they had already figured out when and how to assist Harris. The other divine beings remained silent, instead activating their domains and letting their actions speak for them. Feeling the fluctuations of the domains, Lilith also withdrew her gaze from Chu Pingyan. An ancient zither appeared in her hands. Her jade-like fingers gently lifted, caressing the strings as if they were a lover. Waves of peach-colored sound rippled through the not-too-large hall. Under the enhancement of Lilith's domain, the atmosphere inside the room grew tense and ambiguous. Just as Jia Bailu was about to make a move, his entire body trembled, and the domain surrounding him became unstable, as if it were about to collapse. The other divine beings of the highest rank reacted similarly. After a moment of confusion in their eyes, a brilliant golden light erupted from the white lotus between their brows, restoring their clarity. Even Chu Pingyan, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, paused briefly. Harris naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. His divine voice surged like boiling waves, transforming into golden sound waves that crashed violently into Chu Pingyan's body. A vast cloud of blood mist spread out, only to transform into countless blood-red lightning bolts, halting Harris as he attempted to pursue. Ugh! Lilith's power is truly dangerous. Feeling the pain on his body, Chu Pingyan sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing in agony. Earlier, he hadn't been able to coordinate with Lilith in time, as he had also been affected by her domain's power at that moment. As other supreme beings, with their control over their own power, they could easily manipulate it down to the nanoscale, with no risk of accidental injury. However, Lilith's power was either something she hadn't trained in or was too unique, as it made no distinction between friend and foe. As a result, after being hit, Chu Pingyan felt his instincts awaken a millionfold and could only struggle to suppress them. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and with the resistance provided by his divine armor, he managed to withstand the attack in such a short time, stopping Harris at the last moment. In the previous exchange, as Lilith struck again, Chu Pingyan was inevitably affected once more. Though it was only for an instant, Harris, relying on the measures he had set up earlier, immune to Lilith's power, seized this rare opportunity and struck him hard. Fortunately, thanks to the valuable experience gained from the previous battle, Harris did not turn this slight advantage into a larger victory. With the brief pause in the fight, Harris smiled and said, "Little guy, you're no match for me. Why not just give up?" Poof. Chu Pingyan spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly replied, "Old man, do you think you can't take me down in a short while and can't help but get impatient?" Harris's gaze darkened slightly before he spoke calmly, "Since you don't want to give up, then let's continue." "Alright." Chu Pingyan grinned, "I've had enough fun anyway. Let us take this a bit more seriously. I hope you won't disappoint me." Harris paused, then couldn't help but laugh. "Had enough fun? Get a little more serious? This kid is even more." Harris's smile froze. "Just because." At that moment, several domains erupted from Chu Pingyan's body with astonishing force. Chapter 148, Please Me. Harris? Jia Bailu and the other supreme beings? They had assumed the other party was just making a casual threat, like, "If you're so confident, stay put, I'll go home and blast you with a fighter jet." But any normal person wouldn't take it seriously. Yet, by the time school let out, the other party had actually brought the fighter jet, leaving everyone speechless. This is beyond ridiculous, it's ridiculous to the extreme. At that moment, Harris and the other supreme beings of the divine race were feeling exactly that way. Lilith, standing nearby, also had a look of astonishment in her eyes. Chu Pingyan spoke calmly, "Come on, try using everything you've got to please me. Multiple domains overlapped, and the mere aura emanating from them was enough to make the entire space feel as though it were being crushed by several mountains, forcing the supreme beings to breathe with all their might. Liquid flames flowed through the void like rubies, tracing out mysterious runes. As the flames swirled, the space silently liquefied and collapsed, resembling a crimson black hole that swallowed everything around it: light, sound, and everything else. At the same time, a massive prism shimmering with brilliant light hung above Harris's head. On its countless facets, millions of flowing black liquids appeared, revealing the countless original sins committed by the opponent from the past to the present. In an instant, this overwhelming evil is projected from the dome, forming a dazzling divine realm. Sinners! Guilty! Punish! Countless divine voices echoed, as if the gods were expressing their anger at the extreme evil in this place, or as if they were declaring their judgment on this evil. A gigantic sword of judgment materialized, enveloped by chains formed from divine energy. The entire sky groaned and trembled. At that very moment, the magical array enveloping the apartment complex also emitted an agonizing groan, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. One by one, the cores turned to dust. In an instant, the unique fluctuations of this domain were sensed by countless demonic beings within the illusionary demon city. Instantly, many of the supreme beings' faces betrayed a mix of anger and fear, along with a hint of relief. How dare you? Do you truly regard our demon clan as nothing? This aura. Divine race. Those damned creatures. When did they sneak into the phantom demon city without a sound? Soon after, the eerie voice of the azure demon echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Harris. I never expected it to be you. The highest-ranking demon, who had been filled with anger and shock, suddenly saw a look of horror in his eyes. Those who were about to rush to the scene hesitated for a moment. After 1-2 seconds, they finally began to move. However, their speed was less than 2/3 of their usual pace. At that pace, even the closest supreme being would take roughly 10 seconds to arrive. And those 10 seconds were more than enough for Harris to finish the job and leave with the other supreme beings. I wonder which unlucky soul it is this time. With such thoughts in their minds, the group of demonic supreme beings, their faces solemn, rushed toward the scene of the incident. As for the azure demon, he was not currently in the phantom demon city. In fact, even several hours ago, the true form had not actually entered the phantom demon city. It was merely the effect of a skill. The supreme beings who were just going through the motions were observed by Xangma through his skill, but he made no response, clearly accustomed to such behavior. Facing a powerhouse like Harris, and with no vested interests at stake, these individuals naturally wouldn't risk their lives. At this moment, a trace of contemplation flashed in Xangma's eyes. The arrival of Harris had clearly caught him off guard as well. However, what puzzled him most was, who else would dare to engage Harris, a powerhouse of his caliber, to such an extent at this moment? Although he didn't know why, the other party's aura didn't emit any fluctuations, but the extraordinary phenomenon formed in the sky alone was enough to sense the astonishing destructive power contained in that strike. Though not a forbidden spell, it was close enough. Is it that guy from before? If that's the case, then we're back to the original question. Why would the two sides engage in battle at this moment? If a chaotic battle were to erupt, it should have happened 2 days ago, for the sake of their respective interests. What's the point of causing such a commotion now? I just can't figure it out. However, hope. This is also part of your calculations. The azure demon calmly withdrew his gaze, and his true form also headed toward the direction of the phantom demon city. As the flames transformed into a black hole, engulfing everything in their path, the nearest Jiabairu was instantly caught in the brilliant flames. In the blink of an eye, without any time to react, the flames effortlessly shattered all the items and skills protecting him, completely liquefying half of his body. The half of Jiabairu's face that remained exposed revealed sheer horror. At that very moment, the power of time flowed through his body, and a gray pointer-like shadow appeared behind him, constantly fluctuating and shifting. The needle kept moving backward, and everything around him seemed to replay like a film in reverse. However, the needle's power lasted for less than a millisecond before returning to normal at an even faster pace. Such a scene, in the blink of an eye, rapidly repeated itself thousands of times. As the shadowy pointer vanished from behind Jia Bailu, she had already paled and retreated to a safe distance. Her once intact right arm now felt hollow, as if it had been severed at some point in the past. The domain power enveloping her was now as thin as a sheet of paper, easily pierced with the slightest effort. And he was merely an insignificant fish caught in the crossfire. Harris, the true target, was the one facing the core of this terrifying power. When did the demon clan produce such a monster? Feeling the power locking onto him, Harris's expression grew grim. Having already labeled Chu Ping'an as a demon, he naturally didn't bother to consider the reason behind his actions. It would be more accurate to say that he had no time to think about anything else at that moment. There was only one thought in his mind. Survive. At the moment the flame-black vortex formed, he realized that the other party had chosen to unleash a forbidden spell within the illusion demon city just to keep him alive. And this is definitely not a simple forbidden spell. Even with his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered a forbidden spell with such astonishing power. The aftereffects alone had nearly buried a supreme being. Not to mention the sword of Damocles hanging above his head. In an instant, over 10,000 potions, runes, and other items were transformed into the purest form of power, fully enhancing Harris. Blinding divine light erupted around his body, only to be swiftly crushed and devoured by the black hole formed by the flames. At the same time, the divine sword of judgment suspended above his head slowly dissipated the runic chains enveloping him. Chapter 149, The Phantom Demon City becomes history. As the energy surging from the divine sword grew increasingly violent, the runic chains binding it could no longer contain this weapon that had once drunk the blood of countless gods. The chains shattered, the runes exploded, and the entire sky trembled. In an instant, the dazzling starry sky, simulated to resemble the heavens, was torn apart like a tattered cloth, exposing the dim, apocalyptic landscape beyond the demon realm. In truth, this was the true form of the demon race. Complex divine runes explode one after another, resembling meteors, enveloping the city in a shower of fire that covers half of the illusionary demon city. The trailing flames vaporized the air into a glass-like state, then underwent a deeper transformation, blooming in the sky like burning thorns. This time, it completely engulfed the entire illusionary demon city along with the surrounding dozens of miles, scorching the sky into a spiderweb-like pattern of charred marks. Such an apocalyptic scene left countless demons and other races within the illusionary demon city pale with fear. However, this was merely the beginning. The divine sword's illusory form hanging in the sky, no longer restrained by the runic chains, suddenly erupted with an incredibly sharp sword chi. The sword chi ignored distance, causing all structures within its shadowy embrace to shatter and vanish into oblivion. Any demonic beings or alien races within that area who had not reached the 8th rank were instantly reduced to a blood mist. Those of 8th rank and above were also severely wounded and unable to move. Only those of the 9th rank could barely maintain some mobility against the sword chi projecting from tens of thousands of feet away. The sword's edge tore through the clouds and the atmosphere, causing spacetime to collapse. The azure solar corona exploded into 3 rings of flame in the ionosphere. The star energy boiling within the sword core distorted the light, and its descending trajectory was wrapped in frozen frost and fire, dragging a 1,000-mile-long river of blue-gold flames across the night sky. Though it seemed slow, everything happened in an instant. The distance of tens of thousands of feet was nearly instantaneous. Compared to the enormous roar resembling a dragon's howl caused by the phenomenon's eruption, the sound waves reached everyone's ears through the air, but the sword itself had already plummeted from a distance of less than 1,000 meters above their heads. The portion of the ground encompassed by the illusory sword's shadow collapses inward like seawater, sinking by hundreds of meters, then thousands. The only difference is that if it were the surface of the sea, the pressure exerted would disappear and the area would immediately return to its original state. The ground, however, was different. Even if the pressure vanished, it would not return to its original state. The area beneath them had already become a bottomless abyss. It resembled a terrifying abyss. At this moment, as the terrifying phenomenon formed and the earth-shattering fluctuation spread out, the highest-ranking demons finally reacted, realizing what this phenomenon truly signified. A forbidden spell. No, ordinary forbidden spells wouldn't possess such astonishing power. This is beyond the forbidden spell. Almost on par with the full power strike of a deity holding nothing back. Faced with such earth-shattering power, even if hundreds of supreme beings joined forces, they would likely only be able to defend themselves. Stopping this power is simply impossible. Even if they were of the same divine rank, it would be the same. Damn madman. I hashtag at ampersand. One forbidden spell wasn't enough, now you've cast one above forbidden spells? Are you afraid the Phantom Demon City will remain unscathed? Damn the divine race. Why provoke such a terrifying being within the Phantom Demon City? Divine race, my Kelton clan will never rest until you are destroyed. At that moment, the overwhelming anger of the demonic beings could no longer be expressed in simple words. It's a simple truth. If Harris had merely brought the divine race into the Phantom Demon City to cause trouble, the worst that could happen was losing a few regions. Even if they had their own territories, such losses would still be within their tolerable limits. But the situation now is different. Such a terrifying blow would render the entire Phantom Demon City a thing of the past from this day forward. Moreover, there might be over 100 million non-human beings who perish in this disaster. This will undoubtedly deal an unprecedented blow to the entire demon race's tourism industry. Even if the demon race's tourism industry collapses completely as a result of this, it would come as no surprise. The various losses that will arise will be so immense that even the highest among them will struggle to bear them. Even just imagining such a scene causes an unbearable pain unlike anything felt before. The most agonizing part is that they know all of this yet cannot change it in the slightest. Even though they are the most powerful beings in the world today. Sanma also stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene of near-total destruction in the distance. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but let a faint smile escape his lips. The laughter was filled with mockery. Was this also part of your plan? To reach that position, you've become so obsessed that you've gone to such extremes. Does the entire demon clan mean nothing to you? How utterly ridiculous. Let us not even mention what the outside world thinks. As the one facing the two fusion forbidden spells, bolstered by domain power, Harris, the most peak and terrifying force in this world, was so enraged his face was turning green. What kind of power does he possess that he could force the enemy to drag an entire illusion demon city to their doom alongside his own life? Madman. This madman. At this moment, he was no longer the calm man he had been, his inner self raging wildly. His expression was filled with obsession and madness. Then, Harris lowered his hands and closed his eyes. For a mere life, you're willing to sacrifice the entire Phantom Demon City and the future of the Demon Clan. Isn't giving it enough? It's not that Harris wants to give up. But resisting such power is meaningless. It would only make him look pathetic, and there would be no other outcome. If that's the case, why struggle? In this situation, giving up is actually not so bad. After all, it's just losing a trump card, and he won't truly die anyway. When the illusory divine sword finally fell, terrifying energy compressed into absolute silence in an instant. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, the sound waves solidified into a tangible force, sweeping across the heavens and earth like a solid tsunami, only to be completely swallowed by a fiery black hole. The space within a 10-kilometer radius of the nearest point continuously compresses and collapses. The pure energy waves formed also briefly pause before spreading outward in all directions. Except for the Supreme Being, everything else is instantly reduced to oblivion in the face of this pure force. Subsequently, this astonishing energy surges forth like waves, one after another, with no end in sight. In the face of these two unparalleled forces, surpassing even forbidden spells, all things quickly plunged into a world of black and white negatives. For a long time. For an extended period, it did not cease. Time itself seemed to lose all meaning. When everything finally came to an end, after being battered by this world-shattering energy, the once thriving illusionary demon city had vanished without a trace, leaving only lonely figures behind. And at the core, taking a day off. I'm just too busy today, so I'll take a day off. Chapter 150, The Fall of Harris and the Divine Race, and Chu Ping'an's Unexpected Gain. At the core location, even describing it as a pile of rubble would be an understatement of the dire situation. The massive crater stretching for dozens of miles, viewed from above, resembled an abyss dark, deep, and bottomless. The chaotic energy surging within easily shattered the spatial turbulence. Countless elements collided violently, resembling malevolent spirits, seeking to tear apart everything they came into contact with. Ordinary ninth-tier beings would not last a second in such a storm, being instantly shredded. Only the highest-ranked beings can move in such a chaotic environment. Even so, a single misstep could still result in injury from the residual energy. Therefore, the figures of the divine beings vanished without a trace, as expected. Even Chu Ping'an and Lilith have vanished from this area. The only difference is that the former fell under the two great fusion curses, while the latter, upon seeing such a commotion, one decided to pretend to have been caught in the blast and had already reached the bottom of the massive pit, while the other planned to pose as a victim caught in this unforeseen disaster. The one currently at the bottom was naturally Chu Ping'an. As for Lilith, she had already reached a location dozens of miles away with Chu Ping'an's help before the two fusion forbidden spells were cast. With a single move, you killed 6 divine beings, including Harris. With such power, you want me to stop the others? Lilith's resentful voice echoed through the mark in Chu Ping'an's mind. Almost instinctively, the image of this breathtakingly beautiful succubus flashed through his mind, wondering what expression and posture she might be in at that moment. With Lilith's complaints on his face, Chu Ping'an smiled. I didn't expect these guys to be so weak. Speaking of which, are the strongest among the supreme ones really only this level? Hearing Chu Ping'an's words, Lilith couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. What did he mean by the strongest in the Supreme High School being only this level? The scattered power of their opponents could already greatly weaken her effects. Such a powerful being was reduced to nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp in Chu Ping'an's mouth. What did that make her? Not even worth as much as trash? Thinking of this, Lilith couldn't help but recall the apocalyptic scene from before. What an exaggerated display of power. Lilith couldn't help but marvel from the bottom of her heart. This was the first time she realized that even the highest beings could match the power of gods. If one possesses such power, what does it matter if one cannot become a god in the end? There would still be no need to fear them. Once we become gods, then wouldn't all ordinary gods bow before her in submission? The gods she once knew were not as powerful, exalted, or untouchable as she had believed. As her long-held beliefs were shattered in an instant, she, who had never sought much in life, couldn't help but feel a desire called ambition rise within her. After the initial shock, an unprecedented sense of pride and self-confidence surged from within her. Though she had never intended to gain anything from Chu Ping'an from the start, even if he was just an ordinary person, Lilith didn't care. But who would reject someone they admired, someone who was more outstanding than themselves? It was like opening a blind box. The basic contents were already enough to satisfy her, and every additional item that came out afterward was an extra surprise. And the surprises that came with it. Her slender index finger gently traced her red lips, as if reliving the unprecedented experience of the previous day. Lilith's crimson eyes turned into hearts, and the heart-shaped tail behind her swayed constantly. Speaking of which, it should already be nighttime, right? Yes. Lilith isn't the supreme being, so of course she can't answer that question. Chu Ping'an quickly pushed the matter out of his mind. In fact, the destructive power of the two forbidden spells merging together was completely beyond his expectations. Even he, who was using this power for the first time, hadn't anticipated that the supreme being would appear so fragile. These divine artifacts are indeed overpowered in this version. Before arriving in the demon realm, Chu Ping'an had been unable to control the fusion of forbidden spells. Even just conceiving of such an idea had already foretold the consequences. Without control, the forbidden spell would collapse before it could even take shape. The reason he could use it now was naturally because he had obtained two new divine artifacts. After enhancing the two items, Chu Ping'an's attributes have been further strengthened. This has granted him even greater control over his power. Moreover, after enhancing Sinking Abyss Gaze to level 110, one of its newly added active abilities significantly enhances skill control and stability. Combined with the true divine technique, the supreme art of all laws, this finally grants him the ability to fuse forbidden spells. And he did it all at once, fusing two of them together. The terrifying power unleashed was so overwhelming that even the spellcaster himself was left speechless. Though leveling the Phantom Demon City to the ground was not Chu Ping'an's original intention, since it had already happened, he could only go with the flow. He did not dwell on what would happen next, he would simply go with the flow. The most important thing to focus on now was. With a flick of his thoughts, 6 illusory figures appeared before Chu Ping'an. If Lilith were present, she would recognize these figures as the former Harris, Jabiliu, and other divine beings of the highest order. Unlike before, these 6 supreme beings now appeared ethereal, lacking any physical form. In short, they were souls. Looking at the 6 shadowy figures before him, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Ping'an's face. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. Song of the Soul's Lament, true divine weapon, soul binding burial passive, flesh is weak, souls are doomed. All targets you kill will have their souls bound by you. There was no doubt about it. As the supreme being, he possesses resurrection artifacts. However, the divine race had arranged a different resurrection item for Harris and his group this time. Once they die, their souls will be summoned to a fixed location for resurrection. The greatest advantage of this situation is that they don't have to worry about being guarded by enemies. After all, no matter how powerful the resurrection effect is, it only grants one additional chance compared to ordinary people, not the ability to defeat the enemies encountered. In an absolutely disadvantageous situation, even if they resurrect multiple times, it would be of no use. Therefore, the ability of the divine race to summon souls from other locations and resurrect them completely avoids this outcome. It is likely this is why Harris and his group dared to come to the Demon Clan without any reservations. After all, according to the information Chu Ping'an obtained from the enemy's soul. Chapter 151, The Wrath of the Divine Race, the Holy War begins. Even a divine artifact cannot imprison their souls. Because this item that can revive them is also on the same level. However, true divine artifacts surpass even divine artifacts. Then imprisoning Harris's souls makes sense, right? By obtaining information from Harris and the other souls, the divine race is now in an unbeatable position for this operation. The demon race couldn't kill them, so they're like a thorn in the demon race's side, capable of resurfacing at critical moments to inflict casualties. Killing them, we could also gain some insight into the demon clan's current strength, and their final desperate counterattack would inflict significant losses on them. Either way, it's a win-win situation. What a pity. The divine race probably never imagined that their operation would encounter the unexpected variable of Chu Ping'an. Not only did he effortlessly eliminate Harris and 5 other supreme beings, but they also possessed the means to intercept their souls. Because the effect of that divine artifact requires first summoning the soul back, then consuming vast amounts of resources to reshape the physical body. Therefore, the moment Harris and the others died, they were truly dead. Thus, the passive effect of soul-binding burial naturally activated as well. After all, we were infiltrating the Demon Clan's inner circle, a perilous mission, all for the Demon Clan's highest secret. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. To avoid wasting precious resurrection items, these individuals naturally wouldn't carry any extra resurrection items on their persons. That's why Harris and his group's death was their true death. Since it's true death, then. Chu Ping'an moved his mind. Harris and the other high-ranking undead also appeared. Die once, and your soul and undead form become slaves. Since undead lack consciousness, their power is significantly weaker than that of the highest beings. However, by granting these undead souls, they will no longer be able to advance further, but they will be able to unleash their full strength from their previous lives. With the enhancement of the true divine artifact, the Curse of the Undead God, their strength not only won't be weaker than when they were alive, but will actually be stronger. The combination of these two true divine artifacts produces an effect that is truly greater than the sum of its parts. After putting away Harris and the other supreme beings, as well as the soul shadows, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh. We've lost 6 supreme beings, one of whom was a powerhouse like Harris. Even a powerful race like the Divine Tribe would probably go mad with anger. Before his eyes, the scene of the divine race declaring war on the demon race and engaging in a large-scale war lasting decades almost appeared instinctively. What? You're saying Harris and the others weren't killed by the demon clan? They died at the hands of the demon clan. Besides the demon clan, who else could muster enough powerful warriors to keep Harris and the others there? Allowing such a force not under your demon clan's control to grow to this extent, you demon clan might as well just change your name altogether. In any case, to put it simply, the truth doesn't really matter. The divine race just wants an explanation and needs to gain additional benefits through other means to compensate for their losses. Even if they investigate to the end, it was all Orvo's doing. What does it have to do with Chu Ping'an? The divine race. The pure white city suspended above the clouds floats in eternal twilight, connected by 12 rainbow-colored arched bridges spanning floating crystals. The columns of the temple flow with liquid starlight, and behind the bronze gates entwined with golden vines, the vibrations of a 7-stringed harp into suspended notes. Behind the 5 towering thrones forged from frozen solar prominences, the walls are carved with the figures of the 12 winged archangels. Below the great hall, a massive council platform is surrounded by an ever-growing gathering of the highest deities. With 3 pairs of wings sprouting from their backs, they were engaged in a grand assembly. Just then, one of the 5 majestic thrones suddenly began to tremble violently. Amidst the horrified stares of the assembled high-ranking beings, it shattered. Instantly. After a brief moment of silence, the hall erupted into chaotic chaos. That's Lord Harris's throne. What's happening? Why did the Lord's throne suddenly shatter? The throne is bound to the Lord's fate. It's absolutely impossible for it to shatter. Unless. A terrifying thought emerged, causing the faces of the highest-ranking members of the divine race to turn deathly pale. Then, a trembling voice spoke from among the highest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Lord is an ultimate being. Unless it's a god, even if there were multiple ultimate beings, they couldn't kill the Lord. What existence could possibly? That's right. Gods do not easily descend to the mortal realm. And even if multiple supreme beings were to surround and attack the Lord, he could easily escape. This must be some kind of accident. Most importantly, the Lord still has that divine treasure to protect him. Even if he were to die, he should be reborn in the divine pool and await revival. Not just die outright. Wait, isn't the most important thing right now where the master has gone? I remember the master went to the demon clan, accompanied by Jia Bailu and other supreme beings. Quick, check their soul plaques. There is no need to look. Once the calm voice spoke. Though the voice was calm, it was filled with overwhelming anger. The nameplates of Jia Bailu and the others have also shattered. It can now be confirmed that they have fallen into the demon realm. This voice spoke with final authority, and after it fell, the other supreme beings fell into silence. A sorrowful atmosphere echoed throughout the hall. After a long time, one of the highest beings, unable to accept the news, spoke again with disbelief. How is that possible? With that treasure, how could the elders have fallen? When did the demon race acquire such power? Wait, the elders received that message before they went there. That means this was a conspiracy targeting us from the very beginning. This must be a conspiracy. Otherwise, with the master there, given his abilities, even if the 3 supreme demons of the demon clan joined forces, the Jia Bairu group wouldn't have been able to escape without a single one of them being captured, and no information would have been transmitted back. Damn the demon clan! How dare they do this? Do they truly fear our anger? All of this is a lie. This message was undoubtedly sent to lure us into sending the highest to their deaths. The deaths of Harris and our other comrades cannot be left unavenged. We implore you to declare a holy war. We will not rest until they are avenged. As the final voice faded, all sounds ceased from that moment onward. After a brief moment of silence. For reasons unknown, the next moment. All the highest spoke in unison. We humbly request the mightiest among us to declare holy war, until death or until victory. Begin the holy war. Never die, never rest. As the words fell, the great hall trembled, and the sound echoed endlessly, never ceasing. Until a minute later. A calm voice spoke up. Approved. Chapter 152, The Wrath of the Demon Clan, Annihilating the Divine Clan. The Demon Clan was completely unaware of the Divine Clan's current fury. As the aftereffects of the 2 great fusion curses gradually faded, the highest-ranking demons of the Demon Clan gazed upon the ruined Phantom Demon City. Even while resisting the aftereffects, they had already prepared themselves for the worst. But when the worst outcome finally presented itself before them, they couldn't help but stare blankly, feeling their breath catch in their throats. To put it bluntly, without considering the broader implications for the entire Demon Clan were the consequences that would follow. Even if one were to disregard the broader implications for the Demon Clan as a whole, the losses incurred by the industries operated by one faction of the Demon Clan alone would amount to no less than several hundred billion demon stones. If we factor in the deaths of the powerful Demon Clan members, the total losses would easily surpass 1 trillion demon stones. If we truly consider the broader picture and the subsequent repercussions, the Demon Clan's reputation, its standing among the other races, and the potential for retaliatory campaigns, then calling this an unprecedented disaster that would halt the demon race's progress for decades would not be an exaggeration. Even if one were to consider it from a moral standpoint, it was not their fault, but the outside world would not care about such details. Facing the united front of all the races, even if they are among the top 10 strongest clans, they would still feel headaches and troubles. Most importantly, the tourism industry the Demon Clan has worked so hard to develop. Even if it were rebuilt, how many other races would be willing to visit then? Phantom Demon City can be rebuilt. But some things, once they happen, can never be undone. There is no doubt that the method of effortlessly earning demon stones and resources will become a thing of the past. They will have no choice but to return to their previous methods of obtaining resources through combat and plunder, methods that are highly inefficient and may even endanger their own lives to acquire the various resources that were once so easily obtained. Such thoughts kept surfacing in their minds. Waves of anger surged from the depths of their hearts. Those damned divine beings. Though they were once merely madmen experimenting with genes, have these chaotic genes finally overwhelmed their already limited brains, leaving them nothing but water? What are these madmen thinking? How dare they attack in the Phantom Demon City? How dare they attack in the Phantom Demon City? Don't they fear us doing the same thing in their sacred city? Since they broke the rules first, we need not show them any mercy. Let us hunt down their divine race's geniuses with the might of the highest order and destroy their inner sanctum. It's just self-destruction, so let us all do it together and be done with it. Right, using such a shocking forbidden spell, Harris must not be far away. Find them. Even if we can't kill them, we must make them pay a heavy price. With that thought, the demonic beings of the highest rank wasted no time and rushed toward the direction where the energy had erupted earlier. This time, none of them dared to slack off. Even if they were about to face a divine being of the highest caliber, the burning anger in their hearts drove them forward without fear. The slowest among them didn't take more than 10 seconds, and one after another, figures arrived at the scene of the incident. Feeling the surging, chaotic, and terrifying energy in this area, a look of shock flashed in the eyes of these supreme beings. Could Harris be this strong? Even the residual energy required them to stay on guard, let alone a direct confrontation. But as they thought this, the unquenchable rage in their hearts miraculously cooled slightly. But fear was not an option. Even a supreme being who had unleashed such an astonishing skill would likely be nearly drained by now. Even with recovery-type items, it would take several minutes. And with over 30 supreme beings present, we can easily overwhelm them before they have a chance to recover. However, the energy in this space is too chaotic and disordered to perform a spatial jump. Under these circumstances, even a time-manipulating supreme being couldn't perform a time reversal. There are no signs of related powers in the vicinity either. Then, where did Harris and those divine beings go? The supreme beings exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Even with the most extraordinary methods, there would still be residual fluctuations within such a short time frame, and even a supreme being couldn't completely conceal them. Having ruled out that possibility, the enemy must have departed using conventional methods. If the Phantom Demon City still existed, the enemy could hide their presence with their immense power, and even the mightiest beings would struggle to find them. However, the entire Phantom Demon City had already been reduced to dust. No extra measures were needed. A mere glance was enough to spot Harris and his group. Yet on the way here, they did not encounter the enemy. What on earth is going on here? The divine race would never send Harris, a supreme being, to cause trouble in the demon realm. Even if Harris were capable of deceiving them, the other supreme beings certainly couldn't. Unless all 5 of the divine race's supreme beings were present. However, if it came to that, it would be a true war of annihilation. Clearly, we are not there yet. With this in mind, the gaze of the supreme beings quickly shifted to the massive crater before them. Having ruled out the previous 2 possibilities, only one remaining option remained. The enemy is hiding within the pit. Realizing this, the expressions of the supreme beings grew solemn. Lord Sangma said he is already on his way to the Phantom Demon City. Should we wait? How long? Approximately, no more than 3 minutes? 3 minutes? Even with Harris's accumulated power, he won't be fully recovered, but he'll be close. We can't wait any longer. That's right. We have an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even if we have to face Harris head-on, there's no need to worry too much. The communication among the supreme beings was completed in an instant. Without hesitation, they began to slowly descend into the pit. In just 5 seconds, they had crossed the distance of over 10 miles and reached the bottom. The solemn expressions on their faces quickly gave way to confusion. Here, nothing either? Could they have already developed the ability to erase their traces in such a short time? Damn it, letting them do this in the Phantom Demon City and letting them escape so easily. It felt like a slap across the face of the entire demon clan. There's a figure over there. At that moment, a high-ranking demon spoke in confusion. As the others looked over, someone quickly identified the figure from the faint voice. That figure is Orvo? Why is he here? As they spoke, the other high-ranking demons immediately surrounded him. Chapter 153, The Battle of Carnage. The Demon Clan elders left speechless. Orvo? It was because the figure lying on the ground was in such a pitiful state, his breath weak and faint, as if his last breath was about to escape at any moment, ready to die on the spot. His battle armor was in tatters, and his charred skin showed no trace of intact flesh. Such a gruesome sight left even the demonic overlords who were close to Orvo unsure of what to say. Similarly, it was precisely because the aura emanating from him was too weak. The other demons hadn't noticed Orvo lying there at first. The only response was Orvo's weak gasps. Seeing this, the three supreme beings with healing abilities did not hesitate to step forward and begin treating him. Standing nearby, Moifile's eyes darted back and forth. If we were to kill Orvo now, the final spot would undoubtedly fall to him. However, considering the other supreme beings standing around, Moifile ultimately abandoned this incredibly tempting idea. The losses suffered by the Phantom Demon City were already severe enough. If another supreme being were to be lost due to internal strife among the demon race, compared to directly obtaining this spot, canceling his spot while also facing incredibly harsh punishment, such a possibility was clearly greater. Moreover, the mysterious appearance of Orvo here might mean he knows some insider information and could uncover the hidden Harris. Moifile suppressed the dark thoughts in her heart. With his hands behind his back, he silently kept a safe distance from Orvo. If this guy were to suddenly die, and someone were to frame him for it, there would be no way to clear his name. As the healing light slowly faded, Orvo, lying on the ground, began to breathe much more evenly. Good thing we found him in time. If we'd waited a few more minutes, he might have just disappeared without a trace. That would make him the most tragic of the highest beings to die. Ignoring the supreme being who had not responded to the complaints, one of the three who had stepped forward to treat the injured spoke first. Daphne continued. It will take some time for a full recovery, but they should regain consciousness in a few seconds. We can ask Orvo then to find out what's going on. Xu Ping'an, who had been pretending to be unconscious with his eyes closed, silently counted a few numbers in his mind before slowly opening his eyes. Soon, the voices of one supreme after another echoed in his ears. Orvo, how did you end up here? Do you know what just happened here? Did you see Harris and those divine beings? Do you know where they went? Orvo, just speak up. Xu Ping'an stared at them with vacant eyes, saying nothing. Daphne couldn't stand it anymore inside. Calm down, everyone. Orvo has just regained consciousness. Let him rest first. We can ask questions one by one later. Upon hearing this, the other demons realized they had been too impatient and could only wait anxiously and helplessly. A moment passed. A glimmer of light appeared in Xu Ping'an's dazed eyes, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. You, how did you end up here? The highest ranking demon? Wasn't that exactly what they were about to say? How did this guy manage to ask them instead? As for why they were here, with such an incident occurring, how could they not be here? The supreme beings were speechless at first, then spoke up in displeasure. Then why are you here? Xu Ping'an replied in confusion, I have a mansion here. After what happened today, I'm here to rest. The supreme beings of the demon clan fell into silence. Upon comparing it with the coordinates in their memories, they discovered Orvo was right after all. They couldn't help but look at Xu Ping'an with a touch more pity. What a pitiful creature. First, his demon treasure was destroyed by the forbidden spell, and then he was caught in the aftermath of such immense power, ending up in such a pitiful state? The pitiful state he was in earlier must have depleted even his last resort for survival, right? Thinking of this, the mood of the demon clan's highest-ranking members suddenly improved considerably. Though they had also suffered heavy losses, at least they weren't in the core area directly affected by that power. They had lost a lot of demon stones and resources. These things can be gradually replenished later. But obtaining those last-ditch cards again would be no easy feat. Moreover, hadn't all of Orvo's holdings suffered the same fate? Obviously. No matter where you are or what race you belong to, as long as there's someone worse off than you, no matter what happens, it doesn't seem so unbearable. Did you notice anything unusual during the battle just now? A calm voice broke the silence among the supreme beings. Then, a figure dressed in a blood-red robe appeared at the outskirts of the supreme beings. Ignoring the pitch-black horn on his forehead and the 3 pairs of massive black wings on his back, he resembled an ordinary middle-aged human from the outside. Upon seeing the figure, everyone present immediately displayed expressions of respect. Lord Sanma. They stepped back a few paces, making way for him to enter. Upon seeing him, Xu Ping'an hesitated for a moment before struggling to rise. Sang Mo waved his hand. Stay lying down and rest. Answer my questions instead. Thank you, Lord Sanma. Xu Ping'an nodded to him. Though he was deeply curious about this supreme being of the demon clan, the fluctuations in his heart were skillfully concealed by the chaos destiny. He adopted an expression of deep contemplation. After a moment, Xu Ping'an shook his head. I'm sorry. Until that energy that destroyed everything erupted, I detected no abnormalities. Sang Mo nodded, unsurprised by his words. Given the other party's abilities, if the energy fluctuations hadn't exceeded the limit, they probably wouldn't have known until now that the divine race had already infiltrated the Phantom Demon City without a sound. However, To be honest, the fluctuations emanating from the individual who fought Harris seem to be of the same race as the one who cast the forbidden spell earlier. Song Mo's eyes narrowed. Are you certain? Chu Ping'an hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not certain. That fluctuation was only perceptible for an instant before it was overwhelmed by that terrifying, world-shattering energy. Could it be some mysterious force from somewhere? Sang Mo nodded, but in his heart, he was already certain. Then, what roles are you playing, and for what purpose? Song Mo's eyes flickered with thought, feeling that a huge mystery had enveloped everything, leaving him unable to see the way forward. Just then, a voice interrupted Song Mo's thoughts. Lord Sangma, isn't the most important thing right now to find Harris and his men and eliminate them completely within the demon clan? Sang Mo snapped back to reality. Glancing at the supreme being who had spoken, he replied calmly. There's no need for us to go searching for Harris and his men. According to the explanation given by the Divine Clan when they launched the slaughter campaign, Harris and the 5 supreme beings accompanying him have already been completely annihilated. And all of this was done by our demon clan. Chapter 154, The Demon's Rage, The Battle for Extermination. The expressions of the demon clan as supreme beings froze in shock. They hadn't even had a chance to say anything, and the divine race had already made the first move. Some of them were so enraged they burst into laughter. This is truly too much. They've gone too far in oppressing us demons. Our illusion demon city was reduced to rubble, and we haven't even uttered a word, yet they dare to complain? Forget about the loss of tens of billions of demon stones. Our demon clan's tens of millions of warriors were caught in the crossfire and killed. How dare they speak such words? And they even initiated a slaughter campaign? Even if we were to initiate it, it should have been us who started it first. That's right. The divine race is so outrageous, let us just go all out and wage a war of extermination. To launch a slaughter campaign, 10 slaughter blood orders and 1 ancient artifact must be sacrificed. As the opposing sides, the battle will not end until one side suffers billions of casualties on the battlefield. The side that initiates the campaign will receive boosts in morale, attributes, and other aspects when facing the target faction. These boosts will only disappear once the campaign ends. While obtaining blood orders is difficult for large clans, they can easily produce hundreds from their stockpiles. For smaller clans, collecting 10 is not too difficult. As for ancient equipment, these items are also quite rare, but they are only targeted at the supreme tier and above. Even ancient equipment of lower grades is not in short supply for these major clans. It may seem like any race can launch a slaughter campaign, but it's actually quite rare. Take the Demon Clan, for example. Even if the Phantom Demon City is destroyed, they would suffer unprecedented devastation across all fronts. Their only option would be to send high-ranking warriors to assassinate the geniuses of the Divine Clan. Or they might send a group of reckless warriors to cause trouble in the Divine Clan's world, rather than launching a slaughter campaign. Because once the targeted side also launches a slaughter campaign, the campaign will escalate. The battle has escalated into a war of annihilation. Unless every last member of a clan is killed, this battle will never cease. Under the conditions of the clan annihilation war, a series of rules will be established to impose certain restrictions on the stronger clans. That said, the powerful clans still hold a significant advantage. However, even under such restrictions, weaker clans may still manage to tear off a piece of flesh by fighting to the death. Even if this piece of flesh is insignificant to the great clans, it is enough to cause them pain. It is precisely for this reason that even when there is a huge disparity in strength between a major clan and a weaker one, they rarely initiate a slaughter campaign. This is even more true for two tribes with similar strengths. After all, in the former case, the gap is large enough that the worst outcome is merely sacrificing a piece of flesh. The latter, there is a real possibility of suffering an unexpected defeat. Sangma glanced at the supreme being who had spoken and said calmly, "Then, at the assembly I will convene with the other two, please also adopt the same firm stance. The divine race has only 4 supreme beings. With the rules in place, a war of annihilation is not without hope of victory." As Sanma finished speaking, the supreme being who had just been filled with righteous indignation immediately fell silent. They kept their eyes downcast. There was no trace of the previous anger. Seeing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Song Mo's eyes. He knew their thoughts all too well. With that treasure in their possession, given enough time to develop, once any one of them first attained godhood, the current rankings would be completely overturned. Their status would rise accordingly, and the losses they had suffered could be easily recovered. It was merely a slaughter. Even if billions of his own kind were to die, it would be insignificant compared to the hundreds of billions of demons in the entire demon race. As long as they don't perish, what does it matter how many die? Moreover, even as the side that initiated the battle, we would gain significant bonuses. But on the battlefield, the divine race would still suffer heavy casualties. By the end of the slaughter, the losses will be far smaller than anticipated. On the contrary, if we were to truly launch a war of extermination, it would be a fight to the death. Even if there is a chance of victory, on paper, the demon clan's raw power is indeed inferior to that of the divine clan. Even if they win, without any surprises, it would be a 2:8 split at best, or at most a 3:7 split. With such a small probability, there is clearly no point in taking the risk. This is their reasoning. Having spent years in positions of power, their fiery spirit has long been worn away. But if the divine seat were truly so easy to attain, those two wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Sang Mo, who had experienced the effects of the divine artifact, flashed a complex expression in his eyes. That artifact had indeed boosted his power significantly, but when it came to godhood, it was still far, far too distant. Just then, Manhwa, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Lord Sanma, have Harris and the other divine beings truly perished? Sanma snapped back to reality and looked at Manhwa. After a brief pause, he replied, I do not know either. However, judging by their intense reactions, it's likely true. Otherwise, given the nature of the divine beings, they wouldn't have launched a slaughter campaign. Even if the demon race had only a small chance of escalating the campaign into an extermination war. Similarly, there is only a small chance of defeating them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't act so extreme. The same logic applies. Unless they are desperate, they would never gamble on even the slightest chance. After all, this world has never lacked madmen. Upon hearing this, Moifil's expression grew solemn. If that's the case, then the strength of the other faction lurking within the demon clan must be no small matter. With the grand ceremony about to begin, should we consider reinforcing our forces? Sanma shook his head. I have a clear understanding of this matter. The specifics will be explained by the other two at tomorrow's meeting. The key issue now is that, with the destruction of the Phantom Demon City, the Demon Clan can no longer withstand any further turmoil. Then, how should we minimize our losses in the upcoming slaughter waged by the Divine Clan? Do you have any ideas? Listening to their conversation, Chu Ping'an was initially confused, but through Lilith's explanation, he understood everything. Seeing Sangma ask the question, he blurted out instinctively, as long as we initiate the slaughter war, we can obtain a buff. We must not engage in a direct confrontation with the divine race that could escalate into a war of annihilation. Then shouldn't we just launch a slaughter war against other races? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered supreme beings lit up, and they turned to look at Chu Ping'an with astonishment. Chu Ping'an was startled, fearing he had spoken something he shouldn't have. But to his surprise, Orvo, after dying so many times, have you finally figured out how to die? Chapter 155, You're really a smart one. By Chi Tian and the other supreme beings, where did that huge illusion city go? Upon hearing this, Chu Ping'an's face turned dark. Though everything he was doing was an act, being mocked like this by a demon in person was another matter entirely. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. What do you mean by dying a few times to figure things out? The supreme being who had just spoken immediately shut up, feeling embarrassed. After all, his strength and influence were still inferior to those of Orvo. Though the other party seemed so pitiful at the moment, this wasn't something he could take advantage of. If he were to be targeted for revenge afterward, there would be no one to turn to for help. The nearby Sangma also perked up, unable to resist patting Orvo on the shoulder and exclaiming, such a simple method, why didn't I think of that? You're such a genius. Chu Ping'an's lips twitched slightly, unsure whether the other was complimenting him or mocking him. Thank you for your praise, Lord Sanma. The always serious Sang Mo smiled, then fixed his gaze on Chu Ping'an. So, which tribe do you think we should declare war on? Upon hearing this, Chu Ping'an immediately adopted a pensive expression. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a strange pang of unease. Though the other party's demeanor seemed normal, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were doubting him. Though he had absolute confidence in the effects of the Chaos Destiny, he also knew that sometimes suspicion didn't require any reason. Even if he disguised himself perfectly, with no flaws detectable by any means, if it came to a fight, the fact that he was an Orvo would be exposed quickly. Though he had obtained several Orvo skills from Lilith, these were merely common, ordinary skills. Some of the opponent's rare skills weren't even available from Lilith. Let alone the opponent's domain, which he cannot replicate either. The first forbidden spell, the second forbidden spell, and both instances of Orvo were present at the scene. Though it was a coincidence, wouldn't the demons suspect something if they noticed how convenient it was, and begin to question my identity? Most importantly, that clever remark just now doesn't seem to align with Orvo's usual behavior. He recalled the series of information about Orvo he had obtained from Lilith. Though maintaining the persona at this point won't reduce suspicion too much, we should delay it as long as possible. With that in mind, Chu Ping'an quickly spoke up, Lord Sangma, I suggest we launch a slaughter campaign against the human race. Oh? Sangma revealed a look of surprise before speaking calmly, state your reasons. The human race dares to declare war on us, let us retaliate in kind. After waiting a moment and seeing that Chu Ping'an didn't continue, Sang Mo fell silent. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, is that all? Chu Ping'an blinked his big eyes, which were filled with the innocence and naivety of a university student. Facing such a gaze, the blue demon couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could you doubt someone like that? Is it because everything that has happened recently has been too coincidental? Wafile, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer, foolish. Chu Ping'an feigned anger, who did you call foolish? How dare a mere human dare to provoke us? Shouldn't we teach them a lesson so they understand the mistake they've made? Moefei's mockery grew even more evident. You call me stupid, and you still won't admit it. Before Chu Pingyan could respond, he continued. Even if the human race is weaker than us, the difference isn't that great. At this moment, we need to wage war against the divine race. If we provoke the human race at the same time, where do you think you're leading the demon race? Hearing this, Chu Pingyan spoke in a dull voice. So you're saying we shouldn't care about the human race? They've already declared war on us. Are we just going to ignore them? There's no need to pay them too much attention. Manhwa spoke bluntly. The purpose of declaring war is for gain. This level of conflict is insignificant. On the contrary, it could escalate the conflict. Given the human race's temperament, there's a real possibility this could escalate into a genocidal war. With the human race in such chaos, how dare they have such audacity? They certainly don't, but based on my research into the human race, the faction known as the Great Xia has the audacity to do so. Manhwa wore a confident expression, and based on my understanding of the Xia, they are willing to pay any price. At that point, other factions will be dragged into the war. Even if they don't want to fight an extermination war, they have no choice but to grit their teeth and agree, forced to unite. Speaking, Moefei looked at the Azure Demon. In my opinion, we should simply choose an unknown weak tribe from the 10,000 tribes, launch a genocidal war against them, and obtain the buff from the victory. Once the battle against the divine race is over, we can eliminate this weak tribe and compensate for the losses incurred by the destruction of the Phantom Demon City. Chu Pingyan wasn't surprised by this outcome. Only a mindless brute would agree to wage a slaughter war against the Great Xia Empire at this time. Unfortunately, Orvo was precisely such a fool. Sang Mo nodded. Then it's up to you to decide which small tribe to target. Understood. Manhwa nodded in agreement. Orvo's key proposal is excellent. The final overall score will be increased by 10% in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Chu Pingyan froze for a moment before breaking into a wide grin and letting out a sinister laugh. Thank you, Lord Sangmo. Manhwa looked expectantly at the Azure Demon. Then, tomorrow morning, the Great Demon Assembly will convene to discuss today's matter. Remember to attend. Manhwa, make sure to tell me which race you've chosen by then. That's all for today. After speaking, he nodded to the gathered high ones. The 3 pairs of pitch-black wings behind him unfolded, stirring up a whirlwind, and he quickly vanished from the spot. Manhwa stared blankly at the direction the Azure Demon had departed, with 1,000 curses on his lips, unsure whether to voice them or not. He had contributed as well, yet only Orvo was rewarded. It seems some demon schemes didn't work out. Chu Pingyan seemed to snap out of it, and couldn't help but give Moefei a knowing look, filled with schadenfreude. Moefei snapped back to reality and sneered, humph. All your trump cards are gone, aren't they? Could you even buy one of those magic stones with all the money you've earned in the past 5 years? I don't know. How can you still be smiling at a time like this? Upon hearing this, Chu Pingyan's face turned ashen. Of course, he was just putting on a show. After a cold snort, he stood up from the ground and left without looking back. Seeing this, Moefei felt a bit better. However, upon thinking about the rewards the other party had obtained, his mood grew heavy once more. Now that the Phantom Demon City has been destroyed, how should we proceed reasonably? Then, recalling the promise made to the few demons just a few hours ago, his heart grew restless once more. He too turned and left without a word. Meanwhile, Bai Qitian and the others, who had finished exploring the nearby floors, arrived late. Chapter 156, The Might of the Strongest. The Sorrow of the Hidden Moon. Are you sure this is the Illusion Demon City? Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, Ding Wuyin also looked completely bewildered. Based on his knowledge of the demon realm, such a well-known location should be impossible to miss, even with his eyes closed. But what was happening now? All he could see before him was a vast expanse of yellow earth. This is strange. I couldn't have gotten lost in the Phantom Demon City. Something's wrong. Why are the elements in the air so chaotic? The soul fire in Gu Yunyan's eyes swept across the sky, then he spoke calmly, Inu. Inu looked at his old man in confusion. Can your domain hide from a supreme being? If I use it at full power in advance, it shouldn't be a problem. Inu thought for a moment before adding, but doing so would further shorten the duration. Then unleash your full power. There's no other chance. No chance? Inu froze, and the expression behind his mask turned deathly pale in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he maximized the intensity of his domain and activated one skill after another to enhance his abilities. The others quickly reacted as well. Ancient, what do you mean? As the words fell, a figure appeared in the sky almost simultaneously. Everyone instinctively looked over. The figure did not actively emit any aura, yet upon catching sight of it, the highest among them felt a surge of unease deep within their hearts. It felt as though some kind of natural disaster was about to strike. Upon seeing the figure, everyone quickly averted their gaze. Don't! Even Inu, who had spoken up to warn them, was a step too late. However, it was already too late. In the twilight, that inconspicuous figure suddenly came to a halt. The shadow cast by the setting sun obscured his expression, but the purple lightning flickering in his eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. As the crowd below held their breath, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a piercing screech originating from the underworld pierced everyone's eardrums. The ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, like an old silk painting. Tens of thousands of blue flames shot up from the cracks. These demonic flames, somewhere between liquid and gas, twisted into serpentine trajectories, corroding the air they passed through into sizzling black holes. The once gray-brown rock layers were now crystallizing at an alarming speed, with spider-web-like cracks oozing out of fluorescent purple liquid, resembling the blood of shattered stars flowing from the veins of a severed earth. Deep within the skill's embrace, the hidden moon, unable to shed tears, rasped hoarsely once more, "Do not resist." Everyone silently complied, freezing in place like stone statues. A faint, inconspicuous gray light then enveloped everyone. Earthfire transformed into countless venomous serpents, coiling around their bodies. The hidden moon's neck veins bulged, and her pupils contracted into pinpricks from the excruciating pain. One after another, the items exploded, emitting a series of dull thuds. This state persisted for over 10 seconds before the celestial demon in the sky shook its head and muttered, "Am I just being too sensitive lately?" As the words fell, everything else vanished simultaneously, leaving only the massive crater on the ground. In contrast to the vast sky, the Manhwa, which seemed insignificant, flapped its wings and quickly vanished into the horizon. However, whether it was Inu or the others, none dared to utter a sound, keeping their heads bowed in silence as they continued to wait. The domain enveloping the group showed no signs of weakening, maintained at its peak through the continuous activation of consumable items. 2 minutes later, a familiar scene reappeared once again. This time, the Azure Demon walked directly across the land. With each step he took, the azure blue flames surrounding him instantly transformed into apocalyptic flames. One by one, stone particles turned into wisps of smoke, forming molecular clouds. Granite took on a translucent, wax-like texture, and even the light passing through the flames was torn apart into scattered quantum dust. Tens of thousands of tons of air collapsed into a liquid state within the paradoxical temperature range of absolute zero and millions of degrees, then instantly vaporized into a sky-darkening blue stardust, with each suspended particle refracting fragmented light from different dimensions. Even more suffocating is the space itself, scorched by the flames. Silver-white filaments surge from the torn rifts in the void, resembling the unweaved threads of spacetime from the dawn of creation. At the heart of this chaos, the Azure Demon strolls as if through a melting crystal palace. Where the azure flames swept past, even the void itself emitted the crisp, mournful shattering of glass. No. Does this monster have to be this exaggerated? Beneath the mask, Inu's face was filled with concern. But he hesitated not a moment, tossing one item after another from his storage pouch. Watching these items shatter one after another, losing their divine glow, Inu felt as though his heart was bleeding. And this brief minute felt like an eternity to him. The Azure Demon had already vanished from his original position, and the world-devouring flames disappeared at the same moment. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, several figures swiftly streaked across the sky once more. Inu, already at her limits, once again pulled out a vial of brilliantly glowing potion from her storage space and, without a moment's hesitation, shoved it into her mouth. It was like this until 3 hours had passed. Seeing no further abnormalities, the others finally emerged from their stone-like state. They exchanged brief glances. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled from the original location. They didn't stop until they were hundreds of kilometers away. Ding Wuyin spoke uncertainly, "This place should be safe now, right?" Everyone's gaze also focused on Gu Yunyan. Gu Yunyan remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke, "It's okay." Phew. It was only at that moment that everyone finally exhaled in relief. Then, woo woo woo. My treasured prop. My epic gear. My legendary gear. As he looked at the storage items, he let out a heart-wrenching cry each time. The sound was so piercing that everyone couldn't help but look away from him. However, compensation will be provided. Gu Yunyan spoke calmly, his voice carrying the resolve of a man who had made up his mind, "I'll handle Zhou's side. But legendary equipment shouldn't be completely ruined in such a situation. At most, it'll lose some durability. This kind of extortion? Even if I go and talk to him, Xiao Zhou won't bother." Upon hearing this, Inu immediately fell silent, then scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I wasn't exaggerating. The durability of this legendary equipment was already critically low. After being burned like that, if it had lasted just 20 more seconds, it would have been completely ruined." Chapter 157, The Shock of the Human Race's Supreme Beings, by Chitian's Despair. Feeling his father's gaze, Inu's voice grew even quieter as he explained. "I never expected to be so unlucky, running into a demonic tribe's supreme being in a place like this." Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at Ding Wuyin, who was idly watching from the side. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Ding Wuyin shook his head. "Don't look at me. If I had actually encountered that guy earlier, I would have been finished." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyuan spoke up, "The three supreme beings of the demon clan are Yu, Zhu, and Song Mo. The one we just saw must be Tsangmo, one of the three." In theory, such supreme beings would not act in such an ordinary manner. Exactly. Ding Wuyin nodded repeatedly. There are teleportation arrays in the Phantom Demon City. There was no need for them to travel here themselves. And at their level, they could simply tear open space, teleport, or leap. How much faster would that be compared to what we just saw? Plus, there were quite a few demonic beings of the highest rank that appeared afterward. At this point, Ding Wuyin stopped speaking. But everyone else understood what he meant. Something had gone wrong in the Phantom Demon City. Only this could explain what had just happened. The enemy was not merely traveling, they were also conducting a search along the way. Recalling the sudden lockdown of the Phantom Demon City half a day earlier, they became even more certain of their suspicions. However, while the Phantom Demon City isn't exactly the core of the Demon Clan, it's not far off. With so many high-ranking members stationed there, what could possibly go wrong? Bai Qitian looked puzzled. That's anyone's guess. Everyone shook their heads. Xiongwantu suggested, why don't we go back and take a look? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Gu Yunyan. All right. Gu Yunyan sighed and looked at Ding Wuyin. Give me the coordinates of the outermost part of the Phantom Demon City. Oh, and make sure it's the opposite coordinates from earlier. Ding Wuyin agreed without hesitation. Then, one could see that the soul fire in Gu Yunyan's eyes dimmed slightly. The jade-like bones on his body, which had previously shone like glass, lost much of their luster. Seeing this, everyone realized that the other party had already taken action using their special methods. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, everyone suddenly felt the air around them grow heavy, though this sensation came and went quickly. They saw that the soul flame in Gu Yunyan's eyes was once again burning fiercely. Bai Qitian couldn't help but ask, how is it? Gu Yunyan remained silent. After several seconds, he turned to Ding Wuyin and spoke in a hoarse voice, are you certain the coordinates you gave me are correct? Of course. If that's the case. Gu Yunyan took a deep breath, and the soul flames burning in his eyes surged violently at that moment. The Phantom Demon City has been reduced to a wasteland. Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's words, everyone froze, their minds momentarily blank. Every word was familiar, yet when put together, they sounded utterly foreign. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed clearly in the silent desert. Ding Wuyin spoke tremblingly, Gu. Ancient One, what do you mean? The literal meaning. Gu Yunyan, who had witnessed many things earlier, had already regained his composure. The Phantom Demon City has been erased from the Demon Clan's map by some unknown entity. Ugh. Even though they already knew this was the outcome, hearing it again caused everyone to involuntarily suck in a cold breath, adding another layer of discomfort to the already sweltering heat of the demon race. The silence lasted for several minutes before Bai Qitian finally broke it. Could even the mightiest of the mightiest destroy the Phantom Demon City in the presence of dozens of supreme beings? Everyone turned to Gu Yunyan, who shook his head. He then explained, take the blue demon from earlier as an example. Without using domains or forbidden spells, that's the best one could achieve. Even Inu, with countless artifacts and potions enhancing him, would only suffer a certain loss of life. A certain amount of life points? Inu's lips twitched involuntarily. Facing that AoE earlier, his health had been like a roller coaster. At its lowest point, it dropped directly to 30%. You call that a certain amount of health? Gu Yunyan, unaware of Inu's thoughts, continued, regardless of its power, the area it covers is also quite limited. And the situation in the Phantom Demon City. As he spoke, Gu Yunyan turned to Ding Wuyin. The other party immediately explained, even just the automatic arrays of the Phantom Demon City, based on my estimates, might be able to hold out for 3 minutes without using domains or forbidden spells. As for the interior, the limitations are even greater. Gu Yunyan nodded and said, while the strength of the mightiest beings is impressive, that's the best they can achieve. By extension, even if they activate their domains and use forbidden spells, it would likely only delay them for 10 or so seconds. Moreover, activating forbidden spells takes time, and their power is extremely difficult to conceal. Such a prolonged period is more than enough for the city's supreme beings to respond. With the support of the array, the numerous supreme beings within the city could easily withstand 5 supreme beings for a short time. At this point, Gu Yunyan paused before continuing, however, judging from the outcome, the Phantom Demon City did not hold out for such a long time. And 5 supreme beings could not have infiltrated the Phantom Demon City of the Demon Clan without being detected. Therefore, the one who destroyed the Phantom Demon City must be in existence above the supreme beings. Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's words, a name appeared in everyone's minds. God. Only a god could ignore the supreme and the supreme ones, reaching a new dimension. However, what benefit would using such power to destroy the entire Phantom Demon City bring him? Having spent years defending the battlefield against countless races and constantly battling various alien tribes, Xiongwantu understood this better than anyone. Everything is for resources. And the higher the rank, the less likely they are to act lightly. What kind of reason could possibly compel such an existence to use such power to destroy the Phantom Demon City? What benefit would this unknown entity gain from such an action? At Xiongwantu's question, everyone fell silent. In the end, Gu Yunyan shook his head and said, "The information we have obtained so far is too limited to make any effective deductions. We might be able to obtain some information from the outside world, but here." Gu Yunyan sighed. Bai Qitian spoke with a grim expression, his aura fluctuating subtly with his emotions. "The entire Phantom Demon City has been erased. What about the demonic tribes and other races within it? Could they also?" Realizing something, the others' expressions changed instantly. After all, they had already investigated the surrounding towns. Since those cities were of lesser importance, there were no supreme beings there, and with their abilities, they had easily completed their search, confirming that Chu Ping'an was not among them. If he wasn't in those places, there was only one possibility. Chu Ping'an was inside the Phantom Demon City. Once all beings within the entire Phantom Demon City were annihilated, that would mean, of course, they're all dead. A calm voice directly voiced the speculation in the minds of the supreme beings at that moment. Chapter 158, Chu Ping'an faces a devastating blow. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Ding Wuyin and Xiong Wantu's expressions immediately turned grim. They growled, "Who is it?" They didn't notice the surprise that flashed across Bai Qitian's face as his body trembled. As for Yin Yu and Gu Yun Yuan, one wearing a mask and the other a skeleton, their expressions were naturally hidden. However, from their stunned reactions, it was clear they had recognized the voice as well. The person who had arrived was none other than Chu Ping'an. During their retreat from the Phantom Demon City, he had accidentally discovered the group. As for how he managed to detect them even with Yin Yu's domain fully activated and various props assisting him. Although the teacher's location tracking item was blocked by chaotic destiny, while Yin Yu's domain is powerful, the item itself is also of a high grade. Additionally, all the abilities of this item are focused on location tracking, making it truly optimized for its purpose. Even when the two sides were relatively close, Yin Yu's domain still caused him to sense their presence for an instant. And this brief moment of detection was clearly sufficient for Chu Ping'an to lock onto their positions at close range. In fact, when Bai Qitian and the others arrived at the demon realm and first activated the prop, Chu Ping'an did not sense anything at the time, but later discovered that the prop had already been activated. He then realized that Bai Qitian had arrived in the demon realm. Although he wanted to find them, given the circumstances at the time, there was clearly no such opportunity. Considering the bigger picture and the fact that Bai Qitian and his group were seasoned powerhouses who had reached the pinnacle of their abilities for years and had come to the demon realm, they must have had sufficient trump cards up their sleeves, so he could only temporarily abandon the plan. However, he never expected that after the destruction of the Phantom Demon City, while evacuating from there, he would happen to encounter Bai Qitian and his group on the way. However, given that he had recently aroused the vigilance of the Azure Demon, Chu Ping'an also kept his guard up and did not go directly to find the others. Instead, he used his clone ability and carried the Chaotic Destiny skill doll created by Soul Transformation into 10,000, secretly following the group. After confirming that they were not being monitored by the Tsangmo or other demon clans, they arrived at the mansion they had arranged in a nearby city and pretended to be in seclusion. In reality, he used his skills to swap positions with the puppet and joined Bai Qitian and the others. This was the scene that had just unfolded. When confronted, Chu Ping'an remained silent, simply removing the black hood he wore on his head to reveal his hidden appearance. Then, Orvo? Ding Wuyin's already somber expression grew even more grim. If a high-ranking member of the demon clan had discovered them, then couldn't the supreme being who had just left return at any moment? Although their current combat strength was more than enough to handle a single supreme being, this was the heartland of the demon clan. Even a brief skirmish would draw endless reinforcements of supreme beings. By then, there would be no need to imagine what kind of situation they would face. Thinking of this, Ding Wuyin's first thought wasn't to capture Orvo, but to evacuate from the demon clan as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Ding Wuyin's words, Chu Ping'an froze for a moment. He quickly realized he had been too excited and had forgotten to change his appearance back. However, before he could explain, an overwhelming aura surged toward him like a mountain. The old man, who had just moments ago been filled with joy, now had his eyes ablaze with pure white holy flames, silently expressing his anger. This elderly man, who had always appeared scholarly and affable since they first met, now revealed the majestic side of a top-tier powerhouse of the highest realm. The radiant light of the divine judgment erupted without warning, reaching its peak in an instant. Countless intricate divine runes suddenly appeared in the sky, like chains binding the intangible holy light. As the chains dissolved, it was as though an ancient seal had been broken. When the seventh seal was broken, a pure white light wheel with a diameter of 13 kilometers bloomed above the sand sea. Tens of thousands of light feathers drifted down from the cracks in the sky, triggering a chain reaction of brilliance upon contact with the sand grains. The illuminated quartz crystals continuously and rearranged themselves, forming spiral light steps leading to the clouds. Free-floating light particles condense into semi-transparent angelic silhouettes in the heatwave, and the hurricane stirred up by 12 pairs of light wings seemed poised to settle all the sins of the world. There is no doubt about it. This must be Bai Qitian's most powerful attack, unleashed under thee while in a fit of rage. Ding Wuyin? No. If we don't run now, we'll just wait for the enemy's highest tier units to gather before fleeing, right? Speaking of which, isn't old by the main tank? When did he quietly acquire such an outrageous damage-dealing skill? Various thoughts swirled in his mind, but the Great Xia Empire has always stood together as one. Even if this isn't the best choice, since the enemy has already acted, there's no reason to back down. Ding Wuyin also chose to act at the same time. The air suddenly rippled like ink, and 13 deep purple runes materialized from the void. These silver tadpoles, trailing trails of starlight, weave a constantly rotating hexagram array around Chu Ping'an. Each rune carried the essence of different elements. The westernmost symbols emanated the sulfuric scent of dragon breath, while the eastern patterns crystallized into eternal frost. Ancient incantations took tangible form along the array's perimeter, serpentine characters transforming into flaming chains or winged ravens. In the blink of an eye, 12 rings of runes had completely interlocked. In the blink of an eye, the entire space echoed with the crisp sound of parchment being torn apart, and all the floating elements instantly solidified into transparent amber cages. Compared to Ding Wuyin, Gu Yunyan's movements were even faster. Without warning, a vast horde of skeleton warriors had already covered the entire sky, turning the sky pitch black. Each of these skeleton warriors would be insignificant even against an ordinary 8th-tier opponent, but in their current numbers over 100 million they were a terrifying force capable of shaking even the mightiest beings to their core. With their synchronized footsteps, the entire world seemed to tremble beneath their iron hooves. Thick death energy condensed in the air into demonic blades stretching thousands of meters long. The dark red blades seemed to embody the concept of death, transforming into one after another of the ultimate evil concept symbols, constantly moving along the blade edges. Skeleton soldiers wielding staffs and clad in mage robes murmured incantations in low voices. 12 forbidden magical arrays overlapped and bloomed along the blades. Where the blades swept past, the air crystallized into frost and fire resonating clusters, which then collapsed into vacuum zones that devoured light. Space shatters, the ground collapses, as if intent on obliterating everything before them. As for Xiong Wantu, his methods seemed far simpler compared to the three others. Like a god shaping the heavens and earth, his divine form swelled to the clouds in an instant. With a single step, his war boots crushed half a mountain ridge. His thunder-wrapped knuckles erupted with sacred hall runes as he fell, compressing the air within a 10-mile radius into liquid crystal in an instant. Chapter 159, Yinyu's shock. This is definitely a divine technique. As for Hidden Moon, he was also unleashing his full power. However, his method differed from the four others. They used skills, while Yinyu used his mouth. I am %#. How much does he think of him? With so many skills, are they really not worried about being exposed at all? Even if a demon clan supreme finds him, it would take the other supremes quite some time to rush over. With all this commotion, wouldn't they just give up looking? Though he complained inwardly, Yinyu's hands moved swiftly. He continuously pulled out one item after another, using his skills to enhance the domain. Of course. If anyone was suffering the most among the group, it was undoubtedly Chu Ping'an. Watching his own people unleash one devastating move after another without mercy, he felt numb all over. Who could have imagined that a single minor mistake would provoke such a devastating counterattack from the master? That would have been bad enough, but the master's direct hit triggered a chain reaction, causing the other three to act as well. There was simply no room for explanation. Of course, even so, he remained unfazed. After all, with his current attributes, even if he did nothing, he could withstand the combined attacks of several people without any issues. It wouldn't even count as an injury at most, a few layers of his shield would be broken. After all, there's a gap between the highest ranks, and he's just a lowly 5th-tier cultivator. Having a certain gap between supreme beings is just too reasonable. However, that said, he doesn't plan to take their skills head-on either. It might feel good to show off now, but once the elders discover that after centuries of effort, their most powerful attack in a fit of rage could only break his shield, how would the elders maintain their authority? Therefore, Chu Ping'an decisively chose the simplest solution. Regardless of how many changes they make, he would break through with sheer force. Domain, activate. Feeling the fluctuations in the domain, the others were startled. Only Ding Wuyin wore a look of confusion. This domain is off. Though they didn't know what kind of domain it was, it clearly didn't match up with Orvo's domain. This guy isn't Orvo? That said, regardless of who the opponent was, there was no reason to stop now. As for the others, they knew little about the highest-ranking demons, so they couldn't tell the difference in domains. However, there was no need to dwell on whether the other S domain differed from Orvo's. Chu Ping'an struck out with a punch, and the space in front of him shattered like a broken mirror, creating countless cracks. The dazzling magical array surrounding Chu Ping'an also appeared to crack simultaneously, shattering layer by layer. With just this single strike, everyone realized that this could not possibly be Orvo. The opponent couldn't possibly possess such power. Then, facing the attacks of the other supreme beings, they were all neutralized in the same manner. No matter how overwhelming the assault, when it collided with Chu Ping'an's seemingly ordinary fist, it shattered without a hint of resistance. One force breaks all techniques. All the supreme beings wore solemn expressions. After shattering all his skills, Chu Ping'an also showed a hint of surprise on his face, because the Ancient One is actually a supreme being. surprise mingled with a sense of inevitability welling up from within him. If one were to give a reason. If he weren't a supreme being, how could he be so lax? As he thought this, Chu Pingyan spoke up immediately. I am not Orbo, and I have no ill will toward you. You should recognize this voice. Let us talk somewhere else. Xiongwan and Ding Wuyin exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the meaning behind his words. However, upon seeing the expression on Bai Qitian's face, they immediately understood. Gu Yunyuan nodded, all right. Take this with you. Saying this, Chu Pingyan tossed a doll engraved with the skill Chaos Destiny to each of the 5 people. Those who caught the dolls glanced at them with a hint of confusion. Since the skill's effects had not been demonstrated to them, they were unsure of what to do. Just keep it on you. With this, even the mightiest beings cannot track your location. A look of astonishment and uncertainty flashed across their eyes. Is that really true? Just this little thing? Chu Pingyan smiled. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to come and go as I please among the demon clan? Think about it. Why didn't any of you notice me before I spoke? If I really wanted to expose you, I could have simply shattered Yu's domain with a single punch. He even knows the name of the hidden moon. Which organization does this guy belong to? Everyone couldn't help but feel a hint of caution, then turned to look at Yu beside them. The other party is an expert in this field, so they should. At a glance, everyone except Gu Yunyan was taken aback. All they could see was the other party intently examining the doll in their hands, occasionally letting out a few exclamations of wonder. Amazing! How on earth did they do that? A tiny doll is actually more powerful than my domain. Or rather, the doll itself isn't remarkable, it's the skills attached to it that are the key. Could this be? At this thought, Yu looked at Chu Pingyan with intense eyes. Is this the legendary divine technique? This must be the legendary divine technique. There is no way it could have such a terrifying effect otherwise. Simply holding it feels like I'd been completely erased from the river of fate and time. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. If that were truly the case, then this unassuming little doll would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. Its value might even surpass that of an ordinary ancient artifact? Most importantly, to so casually hand over such a treasure to us, what kind of person is this guy? Chu Pingyan smiled. Let's wait and see what it is before we discuss it further. Given the current sensitivity of the demon clan, even with the hidden moon domain covering us, a high-ranking figure might come to investigate soon. Upon hearing this, everyone grew solemn and quickly chose a direction to leave the area. A few minutes after everyone had left, a group of 6 demon clan supreme beings arrived at the location. Looking at the battle traces left behind, their faces grew solemn. However, after a thorough investigation, they found nothing. They could only sigh helplessly and depart. After such a long time, Chu Pingyan and the others had already arrived at a dense forest thousands of miles away. As soon as they came to a stop, Bai Qitian immediately posed the 3 soul-searching questions. Where is Pingyan? Who are you? What do you want from us? Chu Pingyan felt both touched and helpless at Bai Qitian's concern. Master, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Master. Everyone? Chu Pingyan didn't explain further, just smiled helplessly, then his facial features suddenly changed. Chapter 160, How to Prove I Am Me. Gathering the Supreme Power of the Human Race to Plot. 4,000-word chapter. Seeing Chu Pingyan return to his original form, Bai Qitian's gaze grew cold as he suppressed his anger and spoke. Boy, do you find this amusing? From Bai Qitian's perspective, such behavior was like dancing on his minefield. He felt nothing but provocation, with no other thoughts. Chu Pingyan naturally understood his master's thoughts. He also understood why the other party didn't believe he was really Chu Pingyan. Based on the combat power he had just demonstrated, even in the highest ranks, he would be considered a top-tier powerhouse. And Bai Qitian, who clearly knew Chu Pingyan's current rank, would never believe, no matter how rich his imagination, that a 5th-rank professional could match the combat power of a top-tier expert in the Supreme High School. After all, the latter could simply blow a breath, while the former would likely be left with only a sliver of health. Such a vast disparity would lead anyone to conclude that the two were not on the same level. Therefore, in Bai Qitian's eyes, Chu Pingyan, who hadn't spoken a single truth, coupled with his excessive behavior, naturally made him furious beyond control. In response, Chu Pingyan could only shrug helplessly. Master, whether you believe it or not, I am still Chu Pingyan. Poof. Bai Qitian sneered and didn't say another word. He feared that if he continued, he might lose control and act impulsively once again. In contrast to Bai Qitian, who couldn't maintain his composure, Gu Yunyan, who also didn't believe Chu Pingyan's words, remained calm. Since you claim to be Chu Pingyan, prove it. Chu Pingyan understood what the other party meant by prove it. Compared to words, the nature of one's profession was clearly more convincing. Especially for someone with such a unique profession like Chu Pingyan. However, you might not believe me, but I've already used up all my share of today's treasure chest. As he spoke, Chu Pingyan suddenly realized with a touch of resignation. Apart from the occupational characteristics, there really wasn't much else that could serve as definitive proof that he was indeed Chu Pingyan. Family members, who understands? One day, he'd have to figure out a way to prove to others that he was himself. Oh, so who did you give your share to? Since Gu Yunyan's tone carried no emotion, Xu Pingyan couldn't discern the meaning behind the question. However, there was no need to hide such a thing. Lilith. Lilith? Ding Wuyin exclaimed in shock. The Lilith you're talking about is the queen of the succubus clan, isn't she? Of course. Whoa. Upon receiving the definitive answer, Ding Wuyin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his gaze toward Xu Pingyan filled with awe. Then, rubbing his hands together, he spoke with a hint of anticipation. Young man, can you tell me how you did that? Don't waste my time. Xiongwan slapped him across the face. Is this the time to be asking such questions? Ding Wuyin retorted confidently, of course it is. Do you know how terrifying that queen is? To put it bluntly, she's a weapon of cause and effect. Touch her and you die. To the point where no one in the entire demon clan has a good relationship with her. The fact that she allowed the queen to open the treasure chest means their relationship isn't bad. Do you know what that means? As he spoke, Ding Wuyin's tone grew increasingly excited. The flames of curiosity burned brightly in his eyes. Even Gu Yuan interjected, I've heard of the name Lilith. To be on good terms with her and trust her enough to reveal the greatest secret of peace. As he spoke, his tone took on a hint of deeper meaning. Is that something that can be done in a single day? Obviously. Compared to the Xu Pingyan before them, everyone believed more strongly that the other party had obtained Xu Pingyan's secret through other means. Poof. The more we talk about it, the less clear it becomes. Xu Pingyan felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he realized that having too many hidden secrets was a huge obstacle to proving his identity. You might not believe me, but that's the truth. As for why I trust him. As he spoke, Xu Pingyan extended his hand, and a magical pattern appeared on it. It was the blessing of the succubus. This is why I trust him. The moment he saw the symbol, Ding Wuyin's eyes went wide in shock. Stammering, he blurted out, Demon's gift. Possessing such a unique aura. The entire Demon Queen clan has only that queen. As he finished speaking, Ding Wuyin's gaze toward Xu Pingyan grew intensely fervent. Facing such a gaze, Xu Pingyan felt a chill run down his spine. If it were a beautiful woman looking at him like that, he might have been able to accept it. But when it came from a man, Xu Pingyan's gaze grew sharp as he silently pressed his fingertips against his palm, emitting a series of click-click-click sounds, carrying a hint of threat. Even if the other party was a revered supreme being, he wanted to strike them at that moment. Feeling the hostile aura emanating from Xu Pingyan, Ding Wuyin's expression changed, and he silently withdrew his gaze. Everyone present, except for him, understood the significance of that mark. To put it bluntly, the entire Demoness clan would be his strongest backing. After all, within the entire demon clan, aside from Lilith, the strongest among them, there were two other supreme beings. Add to that his own strength. Setting aside other factors, he alone could be considered a formidable force. Thinking of this, the crowd, who had already held Xu Pingyan in high regard, added even more weight to their original assessment. Never mind. Just then, Xu Pingyan suddenly spoke up, breaking the other's train of thought. No matter what I say now, it's hard for you to believe I'm Xu Pingyan. Let me put it another way. Xu Pingyan is currently in a very safe place, and I intend to make a deal with all of you. Rather than trying every possible means to prove his identity now, it would be better to wait until tomorrow when the box's cooldown refreshes, demonstrate his abilities first, and then open the box simple and direct. Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces relaxed slightly. What kind of deal? Before any deal, I must first confirm Xu Pingyan's safety. Gu Yunyan and Bai Qitian spoke up one after another. I'm standing right in front of you, how else do you want me to confirm your safety? Xu Pingyan rolled his eyes inwardly but said aloud, alright, but it must be by midnight tonight. If you refuse, then this deal is off. If you think you can keep me here, feel free to try. As he spoke, Xu Pingyan's fingers twitched slightly, and the doll on Ding Wuyin's body vanished. Seeing this, Bai Qitian, who had been about to speak, fell silent. After a moment, he finally gave a definitive response. Alright. The other party's calm gaze was like a seemingly tranquil sea, calm on the surface but hiding turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface. Clearly, if Xu Pingyan failed to fulfill his promise as agreed, this respected elder, despite being outmatched, would spare no expense to make him pay the consequences. Of course. I wonder what expression my master will have when he learns the truth and recalls everything that happened today. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but think with a twisted sense of humor. Now, let's talk about the deal. Gu Yunyan looked at Xu Pingyan and spoke calmly. Xu Pingyan nodded, and before he could see any movement, the void before him rippled like the surface of water. Under the golden glow, two distinct outlines, one larger than the other, slowly descended to the ground. The golden light dispersed like particles, revealing the figures within. Everyone looked puzzled at first, but then Xiongwan's eyes narrowed, and he spoke uncertainly, Old Mu. After carefully examining the contours of the figure's face, the uncertainty finally turned into certainty. Old Mu? He was about to step forward but was stopped by Xu Pingyan. It's just a regular unconscious state. Let's wait a moment. Xiongwan nodded, then looked at Muze lying on the ground, his eyes filled with a complex expression. What's going on? In response to the others' questions, Xiongwantu explained, Old Mu was the undercover agent we sent to the demon clan. However, after sending the last message decades ago, we lost all contact with him. Looking at Muze's aged and weakened appearance, Xiongwantu's expression grew even more complicated. Regret, sorrow, and remorse. Originally, we assumed it was because the important matter mentioned in the message he sent back hadn't been resolved yet, so he refrained from contacting us to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But now it seems. It was clearly discovered long ago. And from his current frail appearance, it was not difficult to imagine the inhumane treatment he had endured over the years. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others also grew serious. He is a hero of the great Xia dynasty. Gu Yunyan spoke earnestly, regardless of your motives, we thank you for rescuing him. As long as the subsequent deal does not violate our principles or endanger the great Xia, we will do our utmost to cooperate. Xu Pingyan smiled but said nothing. Soon, Ai and I, who had been lying on the ground, regained consciousness first. She rubbed her big eyes, looking dazed. Upon seeing Xu Pingyan, she paused for a moment before speaking uncertainly, Sir? Xu Pingyan smiled and nodded at her. Ai and I finally exhaled in relief before noticing Gu Yunyuan, Bai Qitian, and the others on the other side. After a moment of surprise, she blinked her large eyes and began to examine them. Are these really human beings? How is it possible to see so many of them at once in the demon realm? Curiosity filled her heart, with no trace of fear. Upon seeing Amy awake, the others finally shifted their gaze slightly toward her, their eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, they were wondering why such an unremarkable little creature would be present in such a place. However, their attention quickly shifted back to Muze, as he had also awakened shortly after. Amy, are you okay? Seeing that Amy was unharmed, Muze sighed in relief before noticing Xu Pingyan and Bai Qitian. Then, they saw the elderly-looking former powerhouse, his eyes wide in disbelief. His wide-open mouth could almost fit 3 eggs. He then rubbed his eyes unconsciously and muttered in a barely audible voice, Am I dreaming? Of course not. Xu Pingyan spoke up from the side, I'm here. They came to the demon realm. Isn't that normal? Upon hearing Muze's words, Xiongwantu's expression grew even more remorseful. I'm sorry, old Mu. It's my fault you suffered at the hands of the demons. Muze paused for a moment before finally realizing he wasn't dreaming. In that moment, this incredibly strong warrior felt a flood of emotions wash over him. He then broke into a wide grin and let out a hearty laugh. He laughed so hard the tears streamed down his face. He laughed so hard that he couldn't control himself, coughing repeatedly. Father! Father, what's wrong? Amy, standing nearby, panicked and rushed over to hug Muze. Receiving no response, she grew increasingly anxious and soon began wailing uncontrollably as well. Watching the father and daughter, one human and one demon, hugging each other and crying, everyone present couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. After a long while, Muze's emotions finally calmed down. Looking at the heartbroken Amy in his arms, a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. He gently stroked her head and comforted her, Amy, don't cry, Amy. Daddy's fine, I was just too happy earlier. You're lying. There's no way. There's no way you were happy enough to cry. Daddy isn't lying. In all these decades, there hasn't been a single day when I was as happy as I am today. Really, really? Yes. After receiving the affirmative response, Amy finally stopped crying. She then blinked her big eyes curiously, looking back and forth between the crowd and her father. After calming Amy down, Muze finally turned his attention back to Xiongwantu. Sir, this is not your fault. There is nothing better than being able to meet you and the other officials here today. The more the other party spoke, the more guilt Xiongwantu felt. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Pingyan interjected first, after catching up, you can take as much time as you need. Why not first tell them about the specific details you know regarding the current situation of the demon clan? Muze's expression grew serious and he nodded. You're right. Gentlemen, please listen to me first. Soon, Muze explained everything in detail, including the reasons why he had managed to survive all these years. How dare he? Xiongwantu's hair stood on end with rage and a violent killing intent surged from his body. How dare that man speak to us in such a manner? I will kill him when I return. Even Gu Yunyan, who had remained calm all along, spoke with a chill in his voice, killing him is the simplest punishment. When the time comes, I will handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Xiongwantu's anger subsided slightly. Gu Yunyan also quickly calmed himself down and looked at Xu Pingyan. Sorry for making you laugh. Let us get back to the original topic. What is the nature of your cooperation? Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's words, Muze couldn't help but look confused. What's going on? Aren't we all on the same side? What's going on now? Xu Pingyan smiled and spoke up. Isn't the answer obvious? Don't tell me you're not interested in this treasure of the demon clan. Chapter 161, a 5th rank being with strength rivaling the supreme? Although everyone had already suspected as much before Xu Pingyan spoke. But when they heard it confirmed from his mouth, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, and 2 words involuntarily popped into their minds. Madman. Doing such a thing on demon territory? Even if it were just a few supreme beings like them. Even if all the supreme beings of the Great Xia Empire were gathered here, the practical significance would be negligible. This was something not just the few present understood. Chu Pingyan himself was well aware of it. Though earlier, when destroying the illusion demon city, the fusion of the two great forbidden spells had achieved a strike rivaling the full power of a deity. At first glance, it seemed incredibly powerful. However, even the Great Eagle Kingdom possesses artifacts capable of directly summoning gods. Do the demons lack such means? Once a true deity is summoned to descend, even if their attacks cannot be completely blocked, in actual combat, there would be no issues at all. In fact, with the supreme beings all possessing resurrection artifacts, even two such attacks would not be enough to take down any of them. The reason they were able to directly kill Harris and other supreme beings of the divine race was because they were fighting on enemy territory and did not have any resurrection items on them. It was a combination of external factors that led to this unexpected outcome. Under normal circumstances, the best outcome would be to kill the opponent a few more times. After all, these aren't monsters in a game with unpredictable twists and turns. Once they realize they're outmatched, they can just run away. Not to mention that among the supreme beings of the divine race, there are also Harris-level powerhouses. Even the few supreme beings would find it difficult to completely eliminate them under normal circumstances. Let alone facing an entire clan and plotting against their most precious treasure. Given their foundation, with proper preparation, they would undoubtedly be able to easily counter Chu Pingyan's strongest move. Even after using such a skill, he wouldn't be completely incapacitated. However, even his strongest strike would struggle to make a dent, so a normal battle would be even more pointless. However, all of this is based on the premise that the opponent is prepared. At least, given the current situation, if Chu Pingyan merely wants to experience the treasure once, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even after these consecutive incidents, the demon clan must be on high alert now, but he was confident he could sneak in and use it once. As for quietly taking that thing away, that will require constant adjustments based on the specific circumstances. Thinking this to himself, Chu Pingyan looked at the others and smiled. What do you say? Want to give it a try with me? Chu Pingyan's words snapped everyone out of their thoughts. Ding Wuyin was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Yunyan. As I promised earlier, the requirements you've put forward do not involve the aspects I mentioned earlier, so we will naturally cooperate fully. After a pause, Gu Yunyan continued, the prerequisite is that your plan does not involve sending us to our deaths. Chu Pingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Was he the kind of person who would betray his own people? Wait, now that he thought about it, he didn't really count as one of his own anymore. Then there's no problem. Various thoughts swirled in his mind, but Chu Pingyan forced a smile and said, don't worry, I wouldn't dream of sending you to your deaths. If I really wanted to send you to your deaths, given the situation just now, there'd be no need for such trouble. As for this point, Gu Yunyan and the others didn't have much doubt. As Chu Pingyan had said, in the previous situation, simply delaying them slightly could have caused significant trouble, and there was even a risk of casualties. There was no need to go through such trouble now. Then what's the specific plan? Plan? There's no such thing. Chu Pingyan shrugged his hands, seeing the others frown, and couldn't help but speak helplessly. I only arrived here a day earlier than you. Do you really think I could know what the demon clan's treasure is? What exactly is the situation? All the information I have is from him. He pointed to Mu Zhe, who stood beside him looking completely bewildered. As Chu Pingyan spoke, the others' gazes also unconsciously fell on Mu Zhe. Feeling the gazes of the elders, he nodded instinctively. So what does this collaboration mean? Chu Pingyan shrugged his hands. Of course, it's about laying the groundwork in advance. See if there's a better opportunity in 2 days. If there's an opportunity, we'll bring the treasure back. If not, then I'll have to go try it out myself to see what kind of effect it has and whether it can help someone reach the divine realm. Facing Chu Pingyan's words, everyone felt an uneasy discomfort. Deep down, they had always regarded him as an outsider. But they couldn't help but be swayed by the way he spoke as if he were one of them. Add to that his face. Even if you don't mention by Qitian, Inui had mistaken him for Chu Pingyan on several occasions. Yet they were all acutely aware that, let alone the highest realm, even an 8th or 9th tier cultivator couldn't possibly match him. As a result, the awkward feeling naturally arose. Before anyone else could speak, Chu Pingyan continued, by the way, 6 members of the divine race, including Harris, have been killed by the demon race. The divine clan has already launched a massacre campaign against them. Such a major event, while the various races outside likely already know about it, you here have no channels to obtain information, so I'll just mention it to you as well. That's all for now. As for more details, if there are no special circumstances, we'll meet again soon, and we can discuss it then. Even if you don't trust me, please keep one doll. Otherwise, under the domain of the Supreme of the Hidden Moon, I won't be able to locate your exact position. With that, Chu Pingyan nodded to the others and turned to leave without waiting for them to speak. Because Lilith was informing him through the mark that the demon clan's assembly was about to convene earlier than scheduled. Watching Chu Pingyan disappear from sight, Inu spoke with confusion, who exactly is that guy? The other supreme beings fell silent. Even Bai Qitian, who knew more about Chu Ping'an, was completely baffled, let alone the other supreme beings. Mu Zhe, who was also looking around in confusion, couldn't help but speak up. Isn't he the son of Chu Quangren, Chu Ping'an? Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to him. Gu Yunyan's heart stirred, and he spoke up. Is that how he introduced himself to you before? Yes. Mu Zhe nodded. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their expressions growing more puzzled by the second. Was the other party truly anticipating this scenario and had already made preparations in advance, or was he really just Chu Ping'an? To say he had planned it in advance was simply too far-fetched. But if it really was Chu Ping'an, a 5th-rank cultivator with such power? Chapter 162, the meeting begins. Chu Ping'an exposed. This isn't a joke. Do they really think they've never been at the 5th rank before? Forget about the rest. Can the attributes of the 5th rank even compare to those of the supreme rank? Every skill has been significantly enhanced, with attributes increasing by dozens of times. The average base stats are in the tens of billions, and the main attributes are often in the hundreds of billions. What does the 5th tier have to compete with? Even if they're equipped with divine artifacts. Thinking about it, Inu counted on his fingers. Even with a full set of divine artifacts, the level cap for a 5th tier is 110, which would only amount to around 10 billion. Ugh. Inu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. While over 10 billion attributes fall short of the supreme level, divine artifacts don't just grant attribute boosts, they also come with various skills. If one truly possessed a full set of divine artifacts, they could barely match the supreme being. As for the supreme being's unique domains, even a 110 level divine artifact can activate abilities similar to a domain. Plus the divine technique the opponent had inadvertently revealed. Thinking of this, Inua's heart pounded wildly, and he felt a sudden dryness in his throat. That can't be possible, can it? Speaking of which, this kid's profession is a merchant. He only told us we could buy treasure chests from him, but never mentioned any benefits we'd get from buying them. While Inu was lost in fantasy, Gu Yunyuan remained calm and spoke up. Mu Zhe, tell us about the various behaviors of the other party and what he did after you met him. All right. Mu Zhe nodded and began to speak. Chu Ping'an, who had already left, was naturally completely unaware of all this. Using his skill, he swapped positions with his clone and returned to the mansion, where he soon welcomed a visitor. The visitor was wrapped in a long robe woven from midnight silk, and the face beneath the hood was constantly reshaped by flowing silver like shadows. When he handed over the letter bearing the devil's emblem engraved with secret silver, a ripple of gray-blue energy rippled out from the hem of his robe. 13 dark, corroded runes began to crawl along his outline, eventually dissolving into a single black feather. Is this the mysterious supreme being that Lilith mentioned, who serves the ultimate power? Chu Ping'an gazed intently at the crack before him. This power is different from ordinary space. I wonder what domain it controls. Power manifests in countless forms, and even within the same realm of space, its expressions vary greatly. At least, the technique the opponent just demonstrated left behind an aura that had been folded dozens of times within the spatial layers. Like intertwined lines, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to track. Even for a peerless master who has achieved great mastery in the realm of space, attempting to track it, it would still be extremely difficult. Without giving it another thought, Chu Ping'an withdrew his gaze and looked at the envelope in his hand. He then decided to open it directly. In an instant, the demon's head rapidly enlarged, forming a cave about 3 meters tall before him, shimmering with deep red light. Deep red light burst forth from the demon's eyes, landing on Chu Ping'an's body. He then felt a surge of intense energy pass through his body, before the red light returned to the demon's eyes. The cavern, which had been glowing with deep red light, transformed into a calm, azure blue. Chu Ping'an took a step forward and stepped into it. Instantly, even with his current attributes, he felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. However, this sensation came and went just as quickly, lasting less than a second before disappearing entirely. As Chu Ping'an opened his eyes once more, the scene before him came into full view. Beneath the dome constructed from dark corroded crystals, countless white bones suspended in sulfuric mist emitted powerful auras. Lava flowed beneath the black magical rock floor, tracing the inverted pentagram-shaped bloodline patterns. Chain-like bridges extended from the distance, with 3 massive skeletal thrones, each over 100 meters tall, shrouded in dense black mist. Purple flames danced on the altars beside the thrones, while ancient contract documents floated up and down within them. Hundreds of figures were scattered haphazardly around the area, some sitting cross-legged on the ground, others standing or lying sideways. Compared to the massive black shadows of the thrones, these figures, barely 2 meters tall, seemed insignificant. However, the powerful aura surging from their bodies was impossible to ignore. If a 9th-tier powerhouse were present, they would tremble upon realizing that the aura emanating from each of these figures was weaker than the supreme. Chu Ping'an's arrival only drew a glance from a few supreme beings nearby. Some smiled and nodded at him, while others glared coldly. Those who smiled did not necessarily indicate a close relationship with Orvo. Similarly, those who appeared indifferent did not necessarily have any silent agreement with Orvo. Without exception, no one spoke at that moment. In response, Chu Ping'an either smiled or returned their gaze with indifference as a response. He then found an empty seat and sat down. He waited patiently. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In the midst of his calm waiting, Chu Pingyan suddenly heard a complex, distorted whisper echoing in his ears. It was like the voice of an ancient god, causing his emotions to rise and fall with the whispers. At that moment, the chaotic destiny skill in his skill bar faintly glowed, as if attempting to block out the sound. Chu Pingyan startled, quickly suppressing the effect of chaotic destiny. Soon after, the agonizing whispers became crystal clear once more. The sound persisted for a full 10 seconds before finally fading away. What is this? Chu Pingyan lowered his left hand. There was now an odd symbol on it. At first glance, it resembled a pair of hollow pupils, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the strange symbol was constantly shifting into various other forms. Then, a flash of purple light appeared, and the symbol vanished without a trace. Chu Pingyan glanced at his status bar. Doesn't the status bar even display specific messages? Chu Pingyan's face betrayed his surprise. Then, a sense of relief welled up inside him. He realized that if he had allowed the chaotic fate to activate earlier, without this engraved symbol, he would undoubtedly have become the focal point of all the demons at this gathering. Such an anomaly would undoubtedly prompt the three supreme beings to intervene. What would happen afterward? He would inevitably reveal his true identity and be surrounded and attacked by these supreme beings. Facing the hundreds of supreme beings present, with his mere fifth-tier cultivation, he would likely be completely annihilated in less than a second. How dangerous! Even someone with his composure couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the thought. Everything Chu Pingyan was thinking in his mind seemed to take a long time to process, but in reality, it happened in an instant. After the mark vanished, a vast, ancient voice echoed through the air. I have summoned you all here in haste. I need not explain the reason for your presence. To avoid wasting any unnecessary time, I will proceed directly to the agenda for this meeting. Chapter 163, Quota Determined, Chu Pingyan's Anticipation. The destruction of the Phantom Demon City, the slaughter campaign launched by the Divine Race, and the unknown powerful beings lurking within the Demon Race. All of this need not be elaborated further. The numerous consequences that will follow if you are unclear about them, then let it be unclear. After all, they are matters for the future. For us, the most urgent matter at hand is the activation of the treasure. This is also why I have gathered you all here today. As the aged voice faded, the expressions on the faces of the demons shifted in various ways. Some were filled with joy, others with solemnity, and still others with curiosity. Even those who had not been granted an opportunity this time did not show the slightest indifference. Upon hearing these words, Chu Pingyan's heart stirred slightly. Why bring this up suddenly at this moment? Has something unexpected happened? According to the existing information, there were still 2 days left. Yet they had gathered all the highest-ranking officials in advance to convene a related meeting. If there were no changes, not even Chu Pingyan would believe it, let alone the other highest-ranking officials present. As he pondered these thoughts, Chu Pingyan's face also betrayed a mix of excitement and curiosity. The other supreme beings also had their own thoughts, but none of them spoke up, maintaining the same silence as before. The same old voice spoke again. Despite all the measures we've taken, there is no such thing as a wall that doesn't let any wind through. Unexpected events that even we cannot detect or imagine are occurring at all times. It is precisely for this reason that the secret of the treasure being leaked was something we had anticipated. In fact, it has taken so many years for it to attract even limited attention, which far exceeds our expectations. Now, back to the matter at hand. After discussing with Tongjue and Song, we will activate the treasure tonight at midnight. Midnight. Chu Pingyan froze, a look of astonishment on his face. It wasn't an act, it was genuine emotion. He then noticed that all the faces of the highest-ranking individuals were filled with surprise and confusion. Clearly, he wasn't the only one surprised by this. The other supreme beings of the demon race were equally surprised by the news. I know you all have many doubts in your hearts. The ancient voice spoke calmly. As you have guessed, regarding the effects of the treasure, I, Ju, and Sung have kept certain details hidden. However, the demon clan has always spoken through strength. You have not yet reached our level, so this information holds no meaning for you. Of course, if anyone feels dissatisfied, they may voice their concerns here. As for dissatisfaction, there were certainly many among the highest ranks of the demon clan. But they would only voice their grievances in their hearts. No one was foolish enough to speak up at this moment. The scene remained as silent as it had been at the beginning. Chu Pingyan also wouldn't make a spectacle of himself at such a time. What a pity. The other party's move had completely caught him off guard. With this development, the contingency plans he had previously considered as backup options had lost their original purpose. It seems I'll be the only one to experience the effects of this. However, the good news is that without these 2 days, the final spot will undoubtedly remain in his hands. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but glance at Manhwa in the distance. As expected, the other party's expression was as grim as he had anticipated. Clearly, the arrangement made by the prison had also exceeded his expectations, completely dashing Manhwa's chances of turning the tables. Though filled with anger and resentment, he too chose not to speak at that moment. After a prolonged silence of half a minute, The prison warden finally spoke up. Since no one has raised any objections, this matter is settled. Due to the time being advanced, the results of the final round will be locked as of now. I will now announce the results of the final round to determine the last remaining spot. As he spoke, no movement was seen from the shadowy figure on the throne. Black mist began to spread toward the dome. It formed a massive celestial canopy. One after another, ancient magical runes began to take shape on the sky screen. The names of all the participants in this final round appeared, along with their respective earnings. Until the name Orvo appeared on the sky, its ranking continuously surpassing those before it, ultimately reaching the top position with an absolute advantage. Even if other supreme beings appeared afterward, none could shake its position in the slightest. As the final name appeared, the rankings on the sky-like canopy were fully formed. Orvo remained at the very top. The prison spoke, "This is the final ranking. Does anyone have any objections to this ranking?" As the words fell, many of the supreme beings' gazes instinctively fell upon Moifile, who was ranked second. Their gazes carried various meanings. Facing these gazes, Moifile's expression had long since lost the various emotions from the beginning, becoming utterly calm. Seeing this, many of the highest-ranking individuals couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the show they had been anticipating would not unfold as expected. With only 30 seconds remaining, as Wu Mo spoke, Yu said, "If there are no objections, the final spot will be awarded to Orvo." As Yu's voice faded, the mark that had vanished from Chu Pingin's hand suddenly reappeared. It then emitted a brilliant purple light. Instantly, Chu Pingin found that his mind was filled with a wealth of information. A brief introduction to the treasure. How to activate the mark and the method to reach the treasure. Chu Pingin instinctively opened his mouth, only to find that the mark in his hand was surging with a unique power, blocking him from revealing any information related to this treasure. No wonder even the Supreme Being couldn't obtain specific information. Setting that aside, only those who have obtained a spot can access some related information. Secondly, the mark contains an incredibly astonishing power. Ordinary people simply cannot break through it. If one were to attempt to force their way through, the mark would erupt with terrifying power, directly incinerating everything from the very essence of one's soul. To put it bluntly, this power has already touched upon the rules. The rules represent the gods, meaning this is a power only the gods can wield. A complete divine artifact? At some point, a smile appeared on Chu Pingin's face. Whether it is complete or not clearly depends on its grade. In other words, as long as my rank is high enough, I can also master the rules using the divine artifact. At that point, slaying gods with a mortal body would no longer be an unrealistic fantasy. After granting the spots, you continued, since this is an early activation, the energy consumed will far exceed previous instances. Please do your utmost for the future of the Demon Clan. Chapter 164, Chu Pingin only needs to accept the gift, while Orvo has much more to consider. Obviously, this was the true reason why the prison had summoned so many supreme beings. None of the Demon Clan's supreme beings spoke up to refuse. They remained silent, just as they had throughout the meeting up to this point. As for the process of collecting demon stones, it was completed in less than a minute. And after all this was done, the pitch-black aura emanating from the throne slowly dissipated. "You may go now." The voice of the prison also faded away. The marks left on the bodies of the highest-ranking demons also faded away. Of course, for those like Chu Pingin who had obtained a spot, the marks did not disappear but reappeared, forming the pattern of a trident in their hands. It was only at this moment that the other demonic beings of the highest rank exhaled in relief. The silence that had maintained the meeting was broken, replaced by a noise louder than a bustling marketplace. This meeting was for such a trivial matter? I thought the elders were here to discuss how to respond to the divine race's slaughter campaign. What's there to discuss about a slaughter campaign? Those above the highest ranks won't intervene, and those below them, no matter how many die, what does it matter to us? That's true. Speaking of which, with the fall of the Phantom Demon City, opportunities to obtain resources as easily as this will once again become a thing of the past. This is a good chance to use this opportunity for training. Clearly, the supreme beings present did not take the slaughter campaign too seriously. A divine being from the divine race had mysteriously died at the hands of the demon race, such a major event. If it were them, they would undoubtedly lose their composure in blind rage and make impulsive decisions. However, as long as they show some weakness and allow the other side to gain a certain advantage, with time passing, the divine race will inevitably grow more composed. This battle will not escalate to a point where they feel unable to bear it. Based on this reasoning, most of the Demon Clan's supreme beings never gave this matter a second thought from the very beginning. In fact, compared to this matter, they were more concerned about. However, the mysterious force that destroyed the Phantom Demon City and killed the divine race's supreme beings wasn't even mentioned at the meeting. Could it be that the elders already know some of the truth? A demonic supreme being couldn't help but speculate. Various different opinions followed. If they knew the truth, why didn't the three elders take action? In my opinion, it is precisely because this force surpassed the elders' expectations that they are so eager to activate the treasure prematurely. That's not necessarily the case. After all, the divine race has already launched a slaughter campaign. What acts they might commit in the early stages are still unknown. The three elders must be present at that time to prevent their tactics. While there's still some time left, using the treasure early on has two advantages. First, we won't have to worry about that mysterious force anymore, and second, once our strength is enhanced, the elders might not really fear the divine race anymore. You're right. Besides, the fall of the divine race might not have been entirely without the elders' involvement. Exchanging a single illusionary demon city and the economic blows we will face for a long time in the future for the fall of one supreme being and 5 highest beings, isn't this a profitable deal? It's certainly profitable, but the fall of the divine race's supreme being isn't just a benefit for our demon race. Listening to the constant murmurs of discussion echoing around him, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a moment of disorientation. What was this feeling that the meeting had truly begun only after the 3 supreme beings had left? However, before Chu Ping'an could think further, he saw many supreme beings of the demon clan walking toward his direction. Congratulations to Mr. Orvo for securing the final spot. After this, please do favor us with your continued guidance. This is our gift to you. Please accept it. Facing the blessings from these supreme beings, Chu Ping'an responded with a smile. No need to mention it. He accepted all the congratulatory gifts without hesitation. Seeing this, the smiles on the faces of these supreme beings grew even brighter. Why pass up a good deal? That would be a fool. The true Orvo had to consider whose gifts could be accepted and whose couldn't. After all, while it's easy to accept gifts now, repaying favors in the future could be a headache. Chu Ping'an's words were simple. He only needed to consider the value of the items he had taken. As for repaying favors? The favors Orvo owes have nothing to do with him. After dealing with this group of supreme beings, Chu Ping'an did not linger any longer, nor did he listen to the discussions of the other supreme beings. Instead, he quickly left the area. This action was fully understood by the other supreme beings. After all, there wasn't much time left before midnight. They weren't idle demons like him who had nothing better to do. They needed to prepare in advance before using the treasure. Upon returning to the mansion, Chu Ping'an sent a few simple messages to Bai Qitian and the others through his clone, then immediately cancelled the maintenance of this skill. Looking at the mark on his wrist, Chu Ping'an's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable brilliance. As proof of access to the location of the treasure, isn't this essentially handing over one's life to the other party? Who could say for certain that the information displayed was all that the mark represented? Why did none of the highest-ranking beings dare to oppose Yu's proposal during the meeting earlier? As Lilith put it, once you enter the marked area, your life and death are effectively under the prison's control. Though this claim lacks concrete evidence, over the countless years past, whenever someone defied the prison's orders at a meeting, the defiant supreme being would soon meet their end for various reasons. It is precisely for this reason that, at some point in time, the so-called meetings have become a one-sided affair controlled by the prison. No one dared to challenge or question the decisions made. However, placing one's life in the hands of others is indeed risky. Thinking this, Chu Ping'an gently activated Hybrid Fate. The mark in his hand began to blur, as if it might peel away at any moment. As expected. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Chu Ping'an's face. Existence vanishes directly. In the perception of such lifeless objects, this is equivalent to annihilation. If the person has already perished, can the artifact still function? The answer was obvious. With that settled, there's nothing else to worry about from here on out. Should any unfavorable situation arise, Chu Ping'an could peel off the mark on his hand at any time. The next step is to wait until midnight, then use the mark to travel to that place and witness the true power of the so-called treasure, whether it can allow one to touch. Divine status. Thinking of this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel excited. Though he still had a long way to go before reaching the divine seat, experiencing it in advance couldn't hurt, could it? With such thoughts in mind, time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, it was already midnight. Chapter 165, Using the Divine Treasure, the Opportunity to Become a God Divine Essence. A similar gate appeared before him. Chu Ping'an did not hesitate and stepped inside. The scene grew dark for a moment before returning to brightness. This is... Looking around at the scene, Chu Ping'an wore a slightly bewildered expression. Besides him, there were over a dozen unfamiliar demonic beings of the highest rank. This was also why he felt so puzzled. According to the information he had previously obtained, this treasure could only be used by 10 people. However, the current number far exceeded 10, which meant... Is this also information that was intentionally withheld earlier? As he pondered this, Chu Ping'an quietly observed the other high-ranking demons around him. Among them, many shared the same look of confusion as him. Among them, there were also 10 supreme beings with no expression on their faces. One of them was someone Chu Ping'an had met before, the mysterious supreme being. Chu Ping'an withdrew his gaze. Including me, there are a total of 17 supreme beings. If we exclude the 7 supreme beings, including myself. So there are only 20 spots available? Thinking this, Chu Ping'an's eyes once again revealed a hint of confusion. Because Yu, Ju, and Sung were not among them. Are they not here yet? As this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant golden flame suddenly appeared on the dark red ground. The flame swiftly spread outward, engulfing the entire mountain range and sky within an instant. It resembled a world-ending divine flame descending from the heavens, intent on sweeping away all impurities from the world. The temperature around them surged to 15 million degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye. 10 times hotter than the core of the sun. Even as the supreme being, one would scream in agony under such heat. As the divine flames illuminated everything around them, Xu Pingyan finally realized that this was not the real world, but an internal world within some kind of container? A sudden realization dawned on him. Is the so-called treasure actually a conspiracy? Then what is the purpose of all this? Why such a grand and elaborate selection process? Various thoughts surged continuously from Xu Pingyan's heart at that moment. If someone were to say that he had uncovered his true identity and was targeting him intentionally, he wouldn't believe it. And precisely because of that, everything happening now was highly intriguing. As he pondered this, Xu Pingyan looked at the other supreme beings and saw that 6 of them had expressions of anxiety, fear, and confusion written all over their faces. Damn it! What's going on? Where are we? Where is the treasure? Could this be the divine race's scheme? Clearly, they were just as confused and bewildered by everything happening around them. However, the faces of the other 10 supreme beings were filled with fanatical expressions. They then crossed their legs and sat down in silence. So, do these guys know what's going on? Even with his current attribute values, facing the dazzling divine flames surrounding him, his life points were steadily decreasing. However, just as Xu Pingyan was about to act, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding, you are being burned by the divine Yuan true flames and undergoing refinement. Your attribute values are changing. All attributes have decreased by 10,000 points. The reduced attributes have been transformed into divine essence. You have obtained 1 point of divine Yuan. Divine essence, 1. Ding. Nourished by divine essence, your life tier is undergoing a transformation toward a higher level. All attributes, 10,000 points. Divine essence, plus 1. In just a few seconds, 10 points of divine essence were forged under the divine flames. In contrast, the base attributes have decreased by 500,000 points. However, although the attribute points have decreased, the actual strength has not weakened. In fact, it's even stronger than before. After carefully sensing it, even without using any enhancement skills, the base state was already twice as powerful as before. Furthermore, as the points of divine essence continue to increase, the strength continues to rise. Xu Pingyan's gaze shifted to the other supreme beings. All traces of panic and fear had vanished from their faces, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Clearly, their attribute points were also constantly undergoing a transformation toward the divine essence. So, did I misunderstand something? Xu Pingyan withdrew his gaze from the group of supreme beings and looked at the others who were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, their faces radiating fervor. No. If it was truly a misunderstanding, why have the 3 supreme beings, Yu, Zhu, and Song, not appeared here until now? Perhaps it could be explained that they had chosen a more effective location. But Xu Pingyan felt that the matter was not that simple. However, regardless of their plans, we'll face whatever comes our way. For now, the priority is to patiently wait for all attribute points to gradually transform into divine energy. With this in mind, Xu Pingyan calmed his mind. He felt at ease as he experienced the various changes occurring within his body. At the same time, surrounding the azure blue 100 withered waters were countless massive magic stones, each nearly 10 meters tall. On top of each of these magic stones lay a storage ring. A steady stream of energy flows endlessly, and under the lock of the 100 withered water, not a single ripple or speck of energy escapes. At the center of these magic stones, a jade-colored glass lamp floated quietly in mid-air. It emitted a dizzying glow, with a single point of brilliant golden light within. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden light was enveloping over a dozen even smaller, inconspicuous points. A sudden sigh echoed through the air. Under the faint sigh, the gloomy clouds in the sky swirled and dispersed, then transformed into gusts of wind, forming a storm that swept toward the horizon. The ground trembled violently, like a dragon stirring beneath the earth, spreading out over hundreds of kilometers. As the view expands, 3 gigantic figures, each nearly a kilometer tall and resembling both gods and demons, stand at 3 different positions, encircling the inconspicuous crystal lanterns below them. The sigh that had just been heard originated from one of these figures. Song, abandon your meaningless mercy. The gods are about to arrive, and the day of the world's destruction is near. If our clan has no new deities, everything we have now will vanish in an instant. Yu's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were detached from the world. Sang sneered, "Humph, the day of the world's destruction? Who knows how much of that is true? The gods are high above us, why would they care about us mere ants? Moreover, I am not showing mercy, I am merely lamenting the tragic state of the demon clan today. Using the lives of dozens of our clan's highest-ranking members as a sacrifice, we seek to advance further and step onto the path of divinity. If we truly succeed, I would have no objections. On the contrary, such an endeavor would only increase your strength by less than 10%. Why should I not voice my opinion?" Upon hearing this, Yu smiled, his voice, which had been devoid of emotion, finally carried a hint of the feelings of a living being. Chapter 166, Using the Weak as Fuel, Yu's Scheme. This emotion was called indifference. So what? You coldly replied, the weak are but fuel for the strong. If the demon clan were inherently weak, what would the demon clan be like today? Before Tsung could think, the prisoner directly gave him the answer. Demons cease to be demons. Every demon in our clan would have no dignity, forced to live like beasts, relying on the mercy of other races. If we were strong enough, even if a supreme being of the divine race were to die on our soil, what could they do? They would only dare to condemn and protest, but in reality, they would dare to do nothing. It is precisely because the demon clan's true strength is weaker than theirs that they can launch a slaughter campaign without hesitation in their anger. Because they know that if it comes down to a war of extermination, their chances of victory will always be greater. Setting aside the threat of the gods, the mysterious force active among the demon clan, one that cannot be detected by any means, poses an equally immense threat to the demon clan. Under such circumstances, as one of the three greatest beings of the demon race, you dare to question my decision. By the end of his speech, Yu's voice was clearly tinged with anger. Zhu, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. Son, your feelings for the demon race have been evident to me and you all these years. But you must understand that my feelings for the demon race are no less than yours. Think carefully about who it was that supported the entire demon clan before you grew strong. Faced with their words, Tsung fell silent. After a full minute, Sang spoke again. To use over 10 of our strongest warriors as fuel, is it worth it? It's not worth it. He answered without the slightest hesitation. But you have already seen that the plans made before the prison were disrupted by that mysterious force. Even if we wanted to replace them with another tribe, we no longer have such an opportunity. On the contrary, if we continue with the original plan, with that mysterious, unknown force, one that even I cannot predict interfering, no one can foresee what the outcome will be. At that point, the outcome would likely be far worse than what we face now. As Zhu finished speaking, Yu also sighed. It's not that I don't want to give them time to grow slowly. But the demon race has no more time to wait. If the gods truly descend in full force, the current situation will be overturned in an instant. You, who possess divine essence, should be more aware than anyone else of the immense gap between gods and mortals. Even if we were to sacrifice over a dozen supreme beings as fuel, it would only enhance our strength by 10%, but it would make the path to divinity slightly easier in the future. Listening to their advice, although Tsang did not want to agree with their words, his reason was crystal clear. Their arguments were not without merit. If there was any fault to be found, it was, I am still far too weak. Rather than using words to convince the two of his beliefs, he would rather demonstrate absolute strength and force them to submit to him. With this thought, a resolute gleam flashed in Tsang's eyes. Upon seeing that Tsang had no intention of speaking further, Yu and Jue's eyes also flickered with a hint of relief. Then, the three gazes returned to the crystal goblet below. They waited patiently. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Despite the scorching heat of the divine flames, the life force of the supreme beings within the crystal lamp continued to deplete. However, as the divine essence increased, they recovered at an even faster rate. However, as the half-hour mark passed, many of the supreme beings' attributes had already been completely converted into divine essence. Since the conversion had stopped, the loss of health points could no longer keep up with the rate of recovery. At this moment, they are immersed in the joy of obtaining the special power of divine essence and becoming stronger than before. After casually releasing a few skills to contain the situation, they did not dwell on why they could not leave even after the conversion was complete. Similarly, while most of the supreme beings had completed the conversion, Chu Pingyan was looking at the prompt that had popped up before him and couldn't help but sigh. This is really slow. When will this ever end? Divine Essence, 184,567. It seems like a lot. However, compared to his hundreds of billions of base attributes, not even 1/20 of the conversion had been completed. Can't we speed this up a bit? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chu Pingyan noticed that the temperature inside had become even hotter. At the same time, the conversion speed of divine energy had increased several-fold compared to before. Chu Pingyan's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. That's more like it. Just a moment ago, that gentle flame, as delicate as a small spark, would have taken an entire day to fully convert all his attributes into divine essence. Wasting a day meant losing several divine techniques and a few divine artifacts. That would be a huge loss. Now this adds another layer of refinement. It should only take half a day to complete the conversion. Though this speed still doesn't quite meet his expectations, it's just a bit more time wasted, nothing else is lost. I wonder what level of power I'll have reached by the time I leave here. Can I match the gods? In fact, converting attributes to divine essence is merely the beginning of strength enhancement. Because, according to the description of divine essence, before obtaining the foundation to advance to a deity, all consumed attributes will fully recover over time. The restored attributes can also be converted into divine essence through a special method. However, this time, the amount of attributes required will be several times greater than the first time. In simple terms, the first time, every 10,000 total attributes can be converted into 1 point of divine essence. After that, it might require 100,000 total attributes or even 200,000 total attributes to convert into 1 point of divine essence. This is also why the demons have not suspected anything until now. While Chu Pingyan rejoiced at the increased firepower, the supreme beings who had completed the conversion finally noticed something amiss. What's going on? Why is the temperature higher than before? At this temperature, even using skills is getting tough to handle. All my attributes have already been converted, why haven't I been teleported out yet? Does that mean we have to wait until all the demons have completed the conversion before we can leave? That can't be right. The three elders have far superior attributes than us. How can we hold out that long? Don't panic, the elders must have considered this. Let us wait a little longer? Though they said that, it was clear from their words and expressions that they were now a bit panicked. Chapter 167, A Million Divine Essences, Awakening the Divine Body. Soon, an hour passed. Divine Essence, 442,960. Looking at the information on the panel, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but let a smile appear on his face. As the Divine Essence increased, the current enhancement had risen from the initial one-fold boost to 3 times. Though it seemed incomparable to the 10-fold or 100-fold boosts from skills, the calculation was different. It's like playing a game. In the early stages, you can easily level up dozens of times in just a few hours, but by the later stages, even days or over 10 days might not be enough to level up just once. Moreover, at this stage, the improvement gained from each level is extremely minimal. Take the prison as an example. Even with over 10 supreme beings as fuel, it can only enhance their strength by 10%. From this, we can see just how astonishing the threefold enhancement Chu Pingyan has obtained truly is. Most importantly, Chu Pingyan is only at the 5th tier, with a level of 110. The distance to reaching 9th tier in Supreme is still extremely vast. Once he reaches that point, the power he will possess will be so terrifying that even he himself cannot imagine it. As for the other demonic beings, as this hour passed, this group of supreme beings gradually shifted from optimism to despair. If it had been 10 or 20 minutes, they could have still found various excuses to deceive themselves. Unfortunately, by now, an entire hour had passed. An hour may not seem like much, but it was more than enough time for the 3 supreme beings to have taken them away. By now, if the supreme beings still didn't realize they had fallen into their own trap, they would truly be too foolish. The only thing that puzzled them was, why? As the supreme beings and the elite among the supreme, why have they become mere pawns? They simply couldn't fathom it. Unfortunately, no one would ever tell them the answer. By now, they couldn't even bring themselves to utter words of condemnation or abuse. They could only continue to struggle on with the few remaining skills they had. As early as an hour ago, they had already noticed that once a skill was used, its icon would dim and become unusable. Combined with the steadily rising internal temperature, even they, as the highest beings, could no longer withstand it. Just then, with a dull hum, one of the supreme beings suddenly burst into purple flames. A look of panic flashed across his face for a moment before transforming into a purple-gold magic adorned with 3 magical runes. The other supreme beings present immediately paled at the sight. At that moment, though they still did not know why they had been chosen as sacrificial pawns, they had already seen their own fate in the future reflected in this supreme being. Instantly, a myriad of emotions surged in their eyes. Anger, fear, dread. Unfortunately, no matter what thoughts swirled in their minds, it seemed impossible to alter this inevitable outcome. Chu Pingyan silently withdrew his gaze from the demonic pill. To refine the supreme essence into a potion to enhance oneself? Should one say, no wonder they're demons, they'll even betray their own kind when it comes down to it, or great minds think alike? After discovering the other party's true intentions, Chu Pingyan's mood actually calmed down. Now that he knew their true intentions, he could continue to let this thing help him refine his divine essence with a clear conscience. After all, the rules here couldn't restrict him. If he wanted to leave, he had plenty of ways to do so. Even if he didn't leave, unless the current temperature increased by 10-fold, otherwise. The life points I've lost haven't even been fully restored yet. Chu Pingyan snapped back to reality and patiently waited for his attribute points to be further refined into divine essence. Another hour passed quickly. The 10 supreme beings not included in the plan had already transformed into demonic cores of various patterns half an hour ago, their faces contorted with madness. Now, aside from Chu Pingyan, only 3 supreme beings remained. However, judging from their current state, they likely wouldn't last much longer. Chu Pingyan's attention was naturally not on them, but once again on the prompt that had popped up before him. Divine Essence, 1 million. Ding, your Divine Essence has met the requirements. Divine Body Awakening in progress? Divine Body Awakened. Divine Body, every 24 hours, you will automatically gain 1% of your Divine Essence. After upgrading, you will no longer gain base attributes but instead gain Divine Essence. Equipment you carry will no longer provide base attributes. When the 5 base attributes provided by equipment exceed 10,000 points, they will automatically convert at a rate of 10,000:1 Divine Essence. Each point of Divine Essence requires a certain amount of time to fully convert. The attribute bonuses provided by equipment will be lost after being fully converted into Divine Essence, leaving only the effect. Note, if a divine artifact has not reached perfection, leveling up will only increase the attributes gained from the level increase. The divine artifacts you possess will automatically bind their souls to you and cannot be dropped, traded, or given away. Ding, your divine body has been detected as awakened. Your skill Divine Holy Glow has automatically advanced. Divine Radiant Universe True Divine. Looking at the information that popped up before him, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but pause. Divine body? What on earth is this? Could it be a physique only those who have attained divinity can possess? After reading the related description, a look of shock flashed across Chu Pingyan's eyes. The excitement in his heart lingered for a long time. After a long while, Chu Pingyan whistled in disbelief. This so-called divine body is way too outlandish. It seemed like being unable to obtain basic attributes was a form of weakness. However, according to the information available, even the strongest beings must use such treasures to convert their basic attributes into divine energy. After all, every single point of divine essence now grants Chu Pingyan 4 times the original boost. That's right. Once divine essence reaches 1 million points, the boost jumps from 3 times to 4 times the original value. Therefore, the absence of base attributes, while seemingly a weakness, is actually a massive enhancement. Additionally, when he levels up in the future, he will directly obtain divine essence, not base attributes. Even if each level only grants 1 point of divine essence, that's equivalent to 50,000 points of base attributes. If you factor in the 4-fold multiplier, that's equivalent to 200,000 points of base attributes. Compared to the current state, it's an enormous improvement. However, these improvements pale in comparison to the next effect. According to the effect description, doesn't that mean I can permanently convert other equipment into divine essence to enhance my own strength? According to the effect description, once the equipment is equipped, all attribute points will automatically convert into corresponding divine essence points. If that's not enough, then Chapter 168, New Divine Technique. Terrifying Divine Radiant Universe. If there aren't enough, then there will be no bonuses at all. Subsequently, these attribute points will gradually convert back into permanent divine essence points. Once all attributes have been converted into divine essence points, the original attribute bonuses of the equipment will be removed. In other words, you can continuously obtain additional divine essence points by consuming equipment. Though this method has limitations, the equipment must provide full attribute bonuses, exceed 10,000 points to convert into divine essence, and the conversion process requires time. The exact duration for a permanent conversion is currently unknown. However, whether it takes minutes or hours to convert a single point, at least I can keep getting stronger through this method. Compared to others, this is already a huge advantage. As for the requirement that the equipment must provide a 10,000 point attribute boost, with a 100x attribute boost from Divine Holy Radiance, any equipment that provides a 100-point boost to all attributes can directly grant me 1 point of divine essence. It was only at this moment that Chu Pingyan suddenly realized just how powerful the effect of the Divine Holy Radiance skill truly was. 100-fold attribute boost with no restrictions whatsoever. Equipment, items, potions. As long as it increases attributes, it can obtain this passive bonus. Not to mention that this skill also comes with various other effects. No wonder the description directly refers to it as the God King. The King of all gods. What kind of power must one possess to earn such a title? Even now, Chu Pingyan still had no idea, but that didn't stop him from further feeling the power of this skill. What a pity. If my level were higher, all these high-level legendary and ancient equipment in my backpack wouldn't be sitting there gathering dust. Chu Pingyan shook his head, then a new question arose in his mind. Speaking of which, does reaching 1 million divine essence points automatically grant a divine body? Do the divine bodies of other beings that are born have the same effect? Regarding the first question, there was no clear answer for now. Unless there are other beings who have awakened their divine bodies, there's no way to get an answer. But the second question. Judging from the question mark marked after the divine body, it's highly likely that each divine body awakened by an existence is different. This was not merely Chu Pingyan's speculation, but a recollection of the bird-like creature he had encountered earlier. If the opponent's divine body also has such an effect, how could they only have such limited power after so many years? It was precisely because of this consideration that Chu Pingyan concluded that the divine bodies awakened by different beings are all unique. At the same time, he noticed that the question mark marked behind the divine body did not indicate that it could not be revealed, but rather that it was waiting for him to name it. Clearly, only divine bodies that have never appeared before would exhibit such a phenomenon. As for naming the divine bodies, Chu Pingyan only gave it a moment's thought before making the change. Divine entity? That's right. He added another question mark above the original too. This looks much better now. Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Pingyan suddenly realized. Why is there still a prompt? At that glance, the emotions that had just calmed down once again surged violently. Holy! This time, he couldn't hold it back, and the words slipped out before he could stop him. Unfortunately, the temperature inside the glass cup was too high, and all the air had already been completely vaporized from the start. His exclamation was heard by no one else but himself. After a long while, Chu Pingyan finally calmed down. After awakening the divine body, this skill actually improves automatically. The value of the divine king is still increasing. True divine technique. Just adding the word true makes it a completely different dimension from a regular divine technique. Look at the assistance provided by chaotic destiny throughout this journey. If it were an ordinary divine technique, facing an entire clan in this situation, it would have already shown its weaknesses long ago. To describe the difference between a god technique and a true god technique using in-game terminology. The former is the most top-tier equipment in the current version. Though extremely rare, it's not exclusive to Chu Pingyan. The latter, however, transcends the current version. The game hasn't even begun to research it yet. It's equipment of an entirely higher tier. If this were brought out, how could other beings possibly compete? And that's precisely why Chu Pingyan can achieve unstoppable success. With a touch of anticipation, Chu Pingyan looked at the description of the new skill. God Radiant Universe True God, retains the effects of the God Holy Light skill. With the divine body already awakened, activating this skill grants the following new ability: your divine essence is increased by 10 times. Other effects are currently inactive and cannot be viewed. Activation method? Ugh. After reading the effects, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of hot air. This is beyond belief. It's so absurd it's absurd. Although the description stated that the upgrade only added one effect, this single effect alone was more than enough to earn it the title of True Divine Technique. As a beneficiary of Divine Holy Radiance, Chu Pingyan understood better than anyone else the true power of numerical values. When the numbers are sufficiently staggering, all other methods pale in comparison. With enough stats, even an ordinary fireball can possess the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It is precisely because of this skill that he can, with just a 5th-tier cultivation, easily crush a group of supreme beings after being equipped with several divine artifacts. Even the mightiest beings can unleash their ultimate moves and obliterate their enemies with a single strike. Therefore, compared to all the flashy abilities out there, the ability provided by God Radiant Universe is exactly what Chu Pingyan desires. It seems that even when facing a god-tier existence, I can still crush them through numerical superiority? Chu Pingyan sighed contentedly. I wonder what level my current million divine essence would be at among divine beings. Without any concrete reference points, Chu Pingyan could only entertain himself with such thoughts. Soon, he refocused his attention on the present. Now that I think about it, with a divine body, maybe there's no need to stay here anymore? Thinking this, Chu Pingyan carefully observed. With this treasure, the speed of attribute conversion is incredibly fast. And the attributes provided by the equipment on my body are also converting rapidly. Compared to usual, it's increased by over 10 times. In normal conditions, it takes around 10 to 20 seconds to convert just 1 point of divine essence. But within this jade cup, it can convert dozens of points of divine essence per second. This can save him a significant amount of time. If that's the case, I'll stay here a little longer. With that thought, Chu Pingyan slowly closed his eyes. Though he had no idea how strong he was among the divine realm at his current level. But at the supreme level, even the so-called supreme beings are no more than worthless trash to me now. Chapter 169, Chu Pingyan's true identity finally revealed. Another hour passed. Outside the crystal goblet, the 3 gigantic figures, resembling gods or demons, remained unchanged. Yu's eyes flickered with confusion. It's been nearly 4 hours. Do you remember how long each of us lasted the first time? Ju remained silent for a moment before speaking. Less than 5 hours. 6 hours. Song spoke softly. After such a long time, it couldn't be said that his mindset had completely adjusted. It could only be said that, by this point, no amount of dwelling on it would make a difference. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be so stubborn. So, the one still holding on is almost reaching the pinnacle of strength? A hint of regret flashed in Yu's eyes, along with a touch of remorse. Even if they reached the pinnacle, they would still be nothing more than ordinary fuel in his eyes. But if one were to become the ultimate being, that would be an entirely different matter. Regardless of how much stronger the latter is than the former, the most crucial point is that only those who reach the pinnacle have the slightest chance to survive the great calamity foretold in the prophecy. Become a god. Unfortunately, such a promising candidate for godhood was being wasted in this manner. Upon hearing Yu's words, Song remained silent for a moment before saying indifferently, if it's that guy, I don't find it surprising at all. Oh? You know him? Yu's gaze fell on Song, and deep red lightning trembled in the void, as if unable to bear his gaze. The total number of supreme beings in the demon clan is in the hundreds. Though every supreme being knew their names, not every supreme being had seen them in person. It sounded unbelievable, but considering the preparations underway for the impending great calamity, in the past few hundred years, the 3 supreme beings had not appeared before other supreme beings under normal circumstances. Their focus was not on expanding their influence, but on enhancing their own strength. For someone like Orvo, who had recently risen to the ranks of the supreme in the past century, it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with them. Of course. For the more seasoned supreme beings, they can instantly identify the identity and background of others. I know. Song spoke calmly. Orvo, a core figure of the Brooks lineage. He is also one of the most brilliant geniuses of the past century. Perhaps his natural talent and interpersonal skills may not match those of the others, but he has remained unwaveringly dedicated to honing his own abilities. Even after achieving the pinnacle of strength, he has never once relaxed or indulged in pleasure. Any opportunity to compete or enhance his abilities, he would actively pursue. Clearly. Afterward, Sang also took the trouble to investigate Orvo's past. That is why he can now speak so comprehensively about the other party. As for the Brooks mentioned in his words, he is an old-timer among the demon race. They were contemporaries of the same generation. Unfortunately, as his strength progressed at an increasingly slow pace in later years, he ceased to focus on his own cultivation. Instead, he turned his attention to developing and expanding his family. As his energy was consumed on these meaningless endeavors, he ceased to venture out on adventures. Even after thousands of years, he remains just one step away from becoming the strongest. Of course. This is the official account. The truth, however, is likely known only to the other party. Despite their stagnant strength over the years, the power they have amassed through strategic marriages has made them one of the 4 strongest factions among the demon race today. Upon hearing the name of his old friend Brooks, Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. His tone carried a hint of emotion. Everyone says Brooks isn't as good as me, but who knew he was the truly wise one? Ju's eyes immediately filled with confusion. Song had only been at the pinnacle of power for a short time and knew little about the history of the older generation. But Ju was only 200 years behind Yu in terms of talent. He had grown into a supreme being by hearing Ju's legends. Precisely because of this, he had a thorough understanding of that era. To put it bluntly, in the prison at that time, there were no more than 5 opponents of equal strength. This does not refer solely to the demon clan, but to the entire 10,000 clans. He was the most outstanding prodigy of that era. Such a prodigy suddenly admitted that among his peers, he was inferior to another less renowned member of his own clan. This left Ju feeling incredibly curious. Unfortunately, you did not continue the topic. Given what you said, it's no surprise that this youngster has such hidden strength. However, facing Yu's words, Song shook his head and said, no. Even if that's the case, his strength couldn't possibly be this powerful. As I mentioned earlier, Orwo's talent isn't top tier. The only reason he can barely keep up with the other prodigies is through relentless effort. If it were those prodigies, hiding such power would make sense. Then what do you mean? Song fell silent, lowering his head. That calm, emotionless gaze pierced through the crystal goblet, as if it were piercing through time and space. He saw the scene from a day earlier, when the other had stirred up a storm in the Phantom Demon City. Of course. These scenes were merely Song's imagination. Even now, he couldn't see through the other's disguise, but when one coincidence after another began to connect, it was no longer something that could be explained by mere coincidence. By now, Song was over 99% certain that his suspicions were indeed the truth. Do you remember the forbidden spell that first appeared in the Phantom Demon City, and the subsequent events that leveled the entire city to the ground, along with the slaying of Harris and the other divine beings? Before the two could respond, Song hurriedly said, a very coincidental thing happened. The forbidden spell erupted first in the magic treasure controlled by Orvo, and the first place to be leveled was also the magic treasure. After that, he was the first to rush toward the forbidden spell. Oh? The two demons were slightly surprised but did not interrupt. And the second time. That terrifying blow that destroyed the entire Phantom Demon City, the core of the explosion happened to be located in the mansion that Orvo never used. Of course, I didn't notice anything unusual about him. If it were just those two incidents, they could easily be explained as coincidences. But now. Speaking, Sang calmly gazed down at the glass cup below, at the tiny black dot that seemed insignificant on the paper, and did not speak further. But Yu and Ju understood his meaning. Coincidences do happen, but for them to occur so consistently suggests there's something amiss. Yu looked at Ju. Though he didn't speak, years of working together allowed Ju to immediately grasp his meaning. Instantly, a massive demonic diagram appeared behind the figure representing Ju. Chapter 170, How did the flying dragon end up losing? Yu's expectations. A vast demonic diagram appeared, resembling a demonic scripture recording a grand and majestic history. It obscured the sky and blocked out the sun, stretching endlessly into the distance. As the demonic diagram trembled, the entire sky trembled in unison, as if the end of the world had arrived. A massive purple eye slowly emerged from the void of the demonic diagram. As the eyelids fluttered open, countless ancient runes emerged from the cracks in the void, interlocking to form blinding wedge-shaped symbols. From afar, they resembled the blood tears of a deity. Purple flames erupted from the pupils, erasing the wrinkles of time in their wake, while spatial fractures emitted the crisp sound of shattering crystal. The entire dimension connects with the past through this streak of light. One scene after another unfolded before the eyes of Yu, Ju, and Song, like a reel being rewound. A moment passes. The anomalous phenomena on the celestial canopy vanished, and everything returned to calm. Though he had anticipated the outcome, Ju couldn't help but sigh. The past is exactly as Song described, unchanged. Whether it was during the eruption of the forbidden spell or when that skill that even made me tremble erased the phantom demon city in an instant, there was always a mysterious black shadow present. Everything seemed to be in order. Orvo's figure was clearly visible in the past timeline. Everything is so perfect that even the most discerning eye would find no flaws. You nodded and then said, if we add a domain, can we detect any abnormalities? It's unlikely. Zhu shook his head and said, my domain can enhance my attributes to a certain extent, but it cannot improve the effects of skills. Even if one of my abilities allowed me to briefly return to the past timeline. But facing such a powerful opponent, I'm no match for them. Even if I returned to the past, it would have no meaning. Even a deity cannot change the past. As the strongest beings, they certainly lack such power. The absolute ability to return to the past cannot alter or influence the outcomes of the past. In the current situation, the only thing he could do was to obtain the identity of the other party through the mysterious shadow of the war god from the past. Even then, he only has a mere few seconds. Because only within those few seconds can such an action be performed without affecting the past in the slightest, making it possible to achieve this. Upon hearing this, you nodded inside. If it weren't for Tsong raising this point of doubt, we might not have realized the anomaly until everything had ended and Orvo had disappeared. Setting aside the fact that the absence of doubts itself is the biggest doubt, the series of coincidences makes everything seem far too convenient. However, what truly convinced them that something was amiss was the logical flaw they discovered upon revisiting the events. And this flaw lies in the fact that the enemy could destroy the Phantom Demon City with a single strike and instantly kill Harris and other divine beings. Then, why go to such great lengths and use a forbidden spell against Orvo, who is far inferior to Harris and the other divine beings? Such an action serves no purpose other than to draw attention, and upon closer inspection, it makes no sense at all. Most importantly, given the opponent's strength, they could have silently eliminated Orvo without a trace. There is simply no need to use a forbidden spell. Of course. If it weren't for the subsequent destruction of the Phantom Demon City, the other party's previous disguise would not only have been flawless but would have solidified their identity, thereby avoiding suspicion from other supreme beings. It seems that the subsequent event was completely unexpected by the other party. It was only after thoroughly reviewing the entire incident from start to finish that the three demons were able to quickly identify the blind spots. However, this was an inevitable outcome. Even the most perfect plan will inevitably have flaws that lead to imperfections. Even if the issues are not immediately apparent now, they may come to light at some point in the future. I wonder when such an obscure yet powerful figure emerged among the 10,000 clans. It seems that as the calamity approaches, these hidden powerful beings are also beginning to act. I wonder which clan or faction this powerful individual belongs to. After this recent investigation, you clearly also felt a growing curiosity about Chu Pingyan's identity. Of course. It was merely curiosity. If we were outside, with the fluctuations from that strike and the aura it emitted, even if we were to join forces without relying on divine artifacts, we wouldn't stand a chance. What a pity. It's a pity that the other party was unaware of their plans and, by sheer coincidence, voluntarily entered the crystal goblet. Once marked with the seal, anyone who willingly enters the Liuli Zhan cannot escape unless they are a true deity. No being below that level can possibly escape. Even if the opponent managed to escape, the mark etched into them would be sufficient to erase them completely. Their actions were akin to sealing their own fate. And this is the absolute gap in information. I never expected such an unexpected surprise. I wonder how many magic cores it will obtain after being refined 8 or perhaps 9. As the words fell, the three demons gazed at the crystal goblet with greed in their eyes. Even Song was no exception. Toward a peer of his own kind, he might harbor other thoughts, but facing a powerful enemy of a different race, he would not harbor the slightest mercy. I hope this mysterious powerful being can hold on a little longer. If they could refine an 8-demon pill, the 3 demons might all have a chance to seize the divine throne in the little time remaining. And if the final 9 pattern, then one of the 3 demons would master the rules, condense their divine essence, and ascend to godhood within a year. Time slowly passed. One after another, demon stones transformed into energy, fueling the crystal lamp, accelerating the conversion of attributes into divine essence within it. 8 more hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Pingyan, of course, was unaware of everything happening outside. He probably never imagined that such a coincidence would allow them to confirm that they had not been Orvo. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. He was no longer the same person he once was. With the advancement of his divine technique and the acquisition of a divine body, his strength had been comprehensively enhanced. Facing just 3 supreme beings was no challenge at all. Even if he were to face all the supreme beings of a clan. With Chu Pingyan's current strength, he wouldn't fear them in the slightest. Unless the opponent directly reveals their true cards and summons several divine-level beings. Divine Essence, 38,650,000 values below 10,000 are omitted. After over 12 hours had passed, Chu Pingyan's attribute points were finally about to be completely converted into Divine Essence. Glancing at the remaining attributes and comparing the current conversion speed, Another half hour should be enough to complete the entire conversion. At that point, his divine essence will also break through to 40 million points. I wonder what kind of power this level would hold among the divine race. What kind of conditions would be needed to unlock more effects of this true divine technique? Chapter 171, Complete Conversion. Soul Essence, Demon Source. Chu Pingyan speculated that it was most likely related to the number of divine essence points. According to his theory, it must either reach 50 million or 100 million points. Or perhaps there is no clear rule, and it depends on some random number instead? As he pondered these possibilities, Chu Pingyan glanced at the few divine artifacts he was wearing. At this point, only the last two divine artifacts still had attribute bonuses. The other divine artifacts only had their respective effects remaining. Chu Pingyan withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes once more, and patiently waited for the final attribute conversion to complete. Outside the crystal goblet, the three demons' breathing had grown heavy. 3 pairs of eyes, like 6 blood-red moons hanging in the sky, now radiated excitement and desire that had solidified into tangible form. At least 8 patterns. And they're the highest grade 8 patterns. Yu, who had remained calm throughout, now spoke with a hint of dryness in his voice. Ju followed closely. If we can hold on for another hour, 9 marks are within reach. In a year, our clan will give birth to 3 newly ascended deities. At that time, the first position among the 10,000 clans our clan will not be unable to sit there. Upon hearing Ju's words, Yu regained some of his composure. The title of first among all races is a bit of an exaggeration. You spoke with a somber expression. As far as I know, the top 3 clans already have deities among them. Ju and Song's expressions immediately changed. However, hidden beneath the thick fog, they could not see anything. Is this information reliable? Perhaps speaking too quickly. Is it true? Was mistakenly said as, is it authentic? Ju didn't think much of it and nodded. Of course it's reliable. However, there's no need to worry too much. Becoming a deity comes with certain restrictions, and it's generally difficult to leave one's own clan. What about exceptional circumstances? You glanced at the speaker, Song, and said softly, if it's in the outside world, one must avoid the sharp edges. If they dare to descend upon our clan, the accumulated strength of our clan over tens of thousands of years will ensure they never return. Yu's words were filled with confidence. Upon hearing this, Ju and Song's emotions also calmed down. However, Song's eyes betrayed a hint of contemplation and realization. No wonder you acted so urgently. Though they had never witnessed a deity in action, it was clear that such beings were beyond their comprehension. Even though you spoke with such certainty, it was clearly only directed at a single deity. If 2 or 3 of them were to act against the demon clan, what kind of outcome would that ultimately bring? Song merely imagined it, and an icy chill ran through his body. With this in mind, Song looked at the jailer and Ju with a touch more understanding. After this brief exchange, the 3 demons fell silent once more. Quietly waiting. Preparing to reap the final reward. Soon, another half hour passed. Chu Pingyan in the crystal goblet also exhaled deeply. It's over. His tone carried a hint of melancholy. What a pity. I didn't bring any equipment suitable for my level. Otherwise, I could have continued refining a little more divine essence with this thing. Now, he had no choice but to end it. His gaze shifted, and Chu Pingyan looked at his own interface. Divine Essence, 41,380,000. The final divine essence points were also not far off from what he had anticipated. Unfortunately, all this divine essence didn't allow him to awaken any new abilities. However, if I were to convert all this divine essence into basic attributes at a 1-to-1 ratio, that would be. A single attribute would amount to a staggering 413.8 billion. Considering that each point of divine essence is equivalent to 7 times the attributes under the same conditions, that's nearly 2.9 trillion attributes for a single attribute. Note, the later the conversion, the smaller the improvement. This is merely a simple conversion into attribute points, yet it already equals the state activated by a burst skill. Not to mention that divine essence has various other uses in other aspects. The simplest and most direct example. Professional, Chu Pingyan. Class, Treasure Chest Merchant Special Type. Level, 110 in progress. Life Essence, 41,380,000 41,380,000. Magic Source, 41,380,000 41,380,000. Divine Essence, 41,380,000. This is Chu Pingyan's personal stats panel after converting all base attributes to Divine Essence. There are no longer any basic attributes displayed on the panel. Even life points and magic power have been converted into Life Soul and Magic Source. Life Soul, as the name suggests. From now on, health is fused with the soul, becoming one. Though they appear identical, the differences are significant. Soul strength is generally weaker than health points. Furthermore, attacks targeting the soul are difficult to defend against, and such attacks also carry a certain degree of strong control. However, once the two merge, it is like a ship, where the hull and the people inside become completely one. Unless the ship is completely destroyed, those inside will remain unharmed. The control effects are also neutralized. To put it in gaming terms, if a shield formed earlier did not include protection against soul attacks, then any shield formed afterward would directly block soul attacks. And this is just one of the benefits. When the soul and body are completely integrated, control over all aspects of oneself is further enhanced. Even if Chu Pingyan does nothing, ordinary supreme beings would find it extremely difficult to break through their defenses. Additionally, there are numerous other benefits that Chu Pingyan must discover and develop on his own. As for the magic source, in simple terms, it allows one to channel more magic power at the same level. It can trigger more powerful and astonishing effects, causing greater damage. That is something magic alone cannot compare to. To put it bluntly, only the magic source can unleash the true power of forbidden spells. Even if two forbidden spells were combined before, the power they could unleash wouldn't match that of a single forbidden spell driven by divine essence. Of course, Chu Pingyan is completely unaware of all this. Only through testing will he truly feel the benefits of completely transforming his attributes into divine essence and the various advantages gained from obtaining a divine body. It's time to go out. As all the divine energy was fully converted, the temperature inside the crystal goblet, which was dozens of times hotter than the core of the sun, was now merely a tickle to him. As Chu Pingyan moved his body, the sound of crackling like popping beans echoed continuously. His gaze shifted, and Chu Pingyan's eyes fell on the mark on the back of his hand. Though this thing shouldn't pose much of a threat to me now, there's no need to keep it around. With a flick of his thoughts, the suppressed chaotic destiny activated. Instantly, the mark in his hand seemed to lose its source, slowly floating into the void. Oh, and these things too. Chu Pingyan, having thought of something, summoned them with a wave of his hand, and the floating magic pills with different patterns swiftly landed in his hands. Chapter 172, The Astonishing Effects of the Demon Pills. Divine Essence breaks the billion mark. 3-pattern demon pill legendary, upon consumption, increases one's divine essence by 3%. 3. 4-pattern demon pill legendary, upon consumption, increases one's divine essence by 5%. 5. 7-pattern magic pill ancient, upon consumption, increases one's divine essence by 20%. There are a total of 16 demon dan pills in the crystal goblet. However, there is only one 7-marked magic pill. Upon seeing the effects of the demon pill, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but be moved. It actually has such an effect. Even he felt a surge of desire upon seeing these magic pills. Because these magic pills have no usage limit. Even if one were to consume countless of them, they would still exert their effects. Upon careful calculation, if I were to consume all 16 of these magic pills, my current divine energy would double directly from its current level. Or even break the 100 million mark. Of course. Faced with the temptation of breaking the 100 million mark in divine essence, Chu Pingyan didn't even hesitate before giving up. With sufficient equipment, breaking through the 100 million mark for his divine essence would not be difficult. Since the enhancement is based on a percentage, the more divine essence one has, the greater the effect after enhancement. If I had 100 million divine essence, even the worst performing 3-pattern demon pill could provide a 30 million divine essence boost. Isn't that better than the benefits of using it directly now? Others simply had no way to convert divine essence and could only use it as soon as they obtained it. Chu Pingyan possesses a nearly flawless divine physique, so there's no need for him to rush. As for these magic pills, which were once the pinnacle of the demon clan, might using them leave any psychological scars? They're not human, so Chu Pingyan has no psychological burden at all. With a satisfied smile, Chu Pingyan stored the demon pills in his storage ring and couldn't help but sigh with genuine emotion. The demon clan is truly my lucky place. Speaking of which, since the demon clan is so wealthy, do the other top 10 powerful clans also have similar treasures? At this thought, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but feel excited. However, never mind. Advancing is more important. It had been nearly 10 days since he had started his class change, and even a genius like him was still stuck on the 5th tier class change quest. Was that even acceptable? Fortunately, no one knew what Chu Pingyan was thinking. Otherwise, not only the career practitioners of this year's college entrance exam, but everyone would be driven to spit blood by his excessive thoughts. The supreme beings of all worlds would also be driven to spit blood by his current thoughts, wanting to beat him senseless. The former, of course, is because 99% of the professionals among them haven't even completed their 1st tier advancement tasks in such a short time, and you're already at the 5th tier and still feel unsatisfied? The latter, however. I've worked my ass off for hundreds of years to finally become a supreme being, and now you're telling me that I can't even break the defense of a little punk who's only been in his new job for 10 days, even if he just stands there and does nothing. Is that even fair? Is there any justice in this world? Fortunately, none of this is known to anyone except Chu Pingyan. As a result, countless potential threats capable of breaking through defenses were eliminated across the myriad realms. After organizing his loot and reflecting on everything, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. Though this thing is a good item, it's only effective against me. Even if it were the strongest being, the amount of divine essence they could convert would probably only be in the millions, right? A million divine essence units may not seem like much, but they are equivalent to hundreds of billions of attributes. For the mightiest beings, it is not impossible to achieve. However, what Chu Ping'an didn't know was, to achieve such an absurd amount of divine essence, one must also factor in their best equipment. Under normal circumstances, attributes converted into divine essence gradually recover over time, but the attributes provided by equipment, once converted into divine essence, are permanently lost. Just like the divine artifacts Chu Ping'an currently possesses. For the supreme beings, obtaining suitable legendary or ancient equipment is entirely a matter of luck, and has little to do with personal strength. Even the three supreme beings who control the entire demon race, aside from you, who possesses multiple sets of equipment, have never indulged in such luxury. Ju and Son, the two demons, after careful consideration, chose not to do so either. There is also a crucial point. Unless it is divine tier equipment, any equipment below that level will suffer some damage when undergoing such a transformation. Ancient equipment suffers a 20% loss, while legendary equipment suffers a 40% loss. Therefore, while it may seem like they could obtain more divine essence all at once, they would lose the equipment attributes they had painstakingly gathered over the years, which were perfectly suited to their abilities. Even if the effects remain, when considering the overall impact, their final strength will not only fail to improve but will actually decrease. Unless there are alternatives. Of course. If it were for the sake of reaching the ultimate divine rank, they wouldn't dare to be so reckless. In fact, such concerns are quite understandable. If it were Chu Ping'an, who carries only divine artifacts and are all separate pieces, there would be no such concerns. Most importantly, there is no loss in converting divine artifacts. He naturally doesn't care at all. Therefore, unaware of all this, Chu Ping'an continued to calculate based on the method used by the three supreme beings of the demon clan, who possessed millions of divine essence. Little did he know that the three supreme beings of the demon clan were even weaker than he had imagined. In other words, taking the worst 3 demon pill would only increase divine essence by a few 10,000 points. Is it really worth using so many supreme beings as sacrifices for such a small amount of divine essence? Chu Ping'an couldn't understand. Or perhaps, whether it was attribute points or divine essence, he had obtained them far too easily. Therefore, he had no idea how much effort would normally be required to obtain such a thing. He also didn't know that this seemingly insignificant 3% was enough to make countless supreme beings envious. Plus, the Great Calamity was approaching, and other powerful clans had already produced divine-level beings. Under such circumstances, this was a path the demon clan had no choice but to take. It is also their inevitable choice. Of course. Regarding this matter, Chu Ping'an merely gave it a moment's thought before decisively pushing it to the back of his mind. Because he couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother wasting time on it. Moreover, what the other party was doing had nothing to do with him. Next, we need to figure out how to get out of here. Looking at the flames surrounding him, Chu Ping'an's eyes flickered with concern. If I force my way out like this, might it cause irreparable damage to this divine artifact? In Chu Ping'an's eyes, this thing was already his divine artifact. If it were to suffer irreparable damage, it would be him who would suffer the loss. This was clearly not the outcome Chu Ping'an desired. Then, is there any way to make the people outside release me voluntarily? The answer, of course, was yes. If they discover I'm not inside, they'll definitely assume I've been refined as well. Then these guys will naturally let me out, right? Chu Ping'an also acted decisively on his idea. Chapter 173, The Ultimate Alliance, Destroying Heaven and Earth. At the same time, outside the Liulijian. The moment Chu Ping'an erased the mark using the Chaos Destiny, the lone flickering light point on the Liulijian also faded completely. Clearly, the purpose of this mark was not only to impose restrictions on the target but also to monitor the situation inside the Liulijian. Upon witnessing this scene, the three supreme beings of the demon clan simultaneously exhaled in relief, then spoke one after another with uncontrollable excitement in their voices. A total of 13 hours and 36 minutes. Such a long time. The result must be the 9-pattern demon pill. I never expected such good fortune. Heaven bless our demon clan. Although it cost us tens of trillions of demon stones, including a significant portion of our own savings, it was all worth it. Despite their overwhelming excitement, the three demons did not immediately open the lid of the crystal goblet. After all, based on the past scenes projected by the absolute projection, the opponent had demonstrated such power that they could possess any hidden trump card. To play it safe, even though they were desperately eager for the 9-pattern demon pill, they would not risk opening it rashly. Thus, another 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the prolonged maintenance continued, the consumption of magic stones grew increasingly intense. Another several hundred trillion magic stones were swiftly consumed. And this supply of magic stones was entirely drawn from the accumulated reserves of the three supreme beings Yu, Jue, and Song over the years. In fact, even they, at this moment, were on the verge of completely depleting their magic stone reserves. Most importantly, 3 hours ago, the power of the Jade Cup had already been boosted to its maximum. If they couldn't completely exhaust the opponent's abilities within 3 hours, the remaining magic stones, even if sustained for another hour, would only serve to consume more magic stones without much effect. Considering this, you also spoke up voluntarily. This much time should be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Ju and Sang also sighed in relief. In fact, even if you hadn't spoken up, they had already planned to call it off. After all, as fellow supreme beings of the supreme realm, there was a significant disparity in their wealth. This disparity was already evident between Gu Yun Yuan and Bai Qitian. When it came to the three demons, this gap would only be even greater. After all, back then, among the supreme beings, the entire demon clan had only one Yu. During that time, only he knew how many valuable items he had obtained. As the three demons reached a consensus, the entire heavens and earth trembled violently. One after another, brilliant golden divine patterns began to float out from the bodies of the three demons. The vast and sacred aura they emitted contrasted sharply with the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the three demons. After appearing, these divine runes were swiftly coated with layer upon layer of demonic energy. They then slowly descended and merged into the glass-like walls at the very bottom. The entire scene lasted for a full 3 minutes before finally coming to an end. As the final symbol, whether divine or demonic, merged into the crystal bowl, a dazzling golden pillar of light, emanating an aura of divine sanctity, shot skyward at the same moment. The pitch-black sky was instantly bathed in golden light. However, immediately afterward, another black pillar of light erupted from the crystal goblet. The golden and black forces, two distinct energies, continuously intertwined and clashed, until finally, gradually merging. Soon, the world was left with only two colors, gold and black. A moment later, as all the strange phenomena vanished, the crystal goblet below had completely lost its luster. There was nothing else. The three demons' moods sank instantly. Then, a mighty voice echoed throughout the entire sky and earth. I never thought that after all this time, he managed to survive. What an astonishing monster! Oh! A tone of surprise rang out, followed by a hint of laughter. However, this smile carried no trace of friendliness, instead mingling with bone-chilling coldness and raging fury. So, at this moment, should I thank the three of you for your flattery, or should I present you with a grand gift for keeping me trapped for so long? The voice, of course, belonged to Chu Pingyan, who had finally escaped from the crystal goblet. He had believed that by using the chaotic fate technique to completely erase his presence, he would be able to escape. Who could have imagined that he would end up trapped inside for a full 5 hours before finally escaping? Forced to wait so long, the anger burning within him now far exceeded any moment in the past. At the same moment Chu Pingyan spoke, the three demons locked their gaze on Chu Pingyan, who was at the center, as small as a pebble compared to them. No words were spoken, nor were any needed. Like an incredibly brief pause in the flow of thoughts, four domains erupted without restraint from the bodies of the three most powerful beings. As the oldest and strongest of the demon clan, Yu, who had mastered 2 domains, was the most formidable among them. This discovery left even his own clan members, Ju and Song, completely unaware. And upon sensing the fluctuations of these 2 domains, their hearts were stirred by waves of emotion. I never imagined this guy was hiding so deeply. Does he aim to master 2 laws simultaneously to ascend to divinity? What audacity, what ambition! Doesn't that mean, if he only had 1 domain, the prison would have already completed its ascension? Though this thought was somewhat exaggerated, upon closer consideration, as one of the most prodigiously talented individuals of his generation, only such a feat could explain why the other party had remained merely a peerless powerhouse until now. Though various thoughts swirled in their minds, the 3 demons who had attacked did not pause their movements for an instant. As their magic erupted without restraint, the entire world was filled with countless anomalies. In fact, the moment the 3 supreme beings unleashed their might without reservation, the air currents throughout the entire world were completely disrupted in an instant. The disrupted atmosphere caused spatial distortions, rendering everything within sight blurry and indistinct. The countless elements surrounding them were also stimulated in that instant, becoming chaotic and restless. Cobalt blue thunder roared across the sky, sounding like the furious roar of a thunder god. Howling gales sought to tear apart and shatter everything in their path. Blazing flames erupted like blooming red lotuses, dyeing the entire world in their fiery hue. The ground trembles, splits apart, and disintegrates, only to reform at the speed of light into gigantic structures thousands and tens of thousands of meters tall, standing majestically across the entire landscape. Such a vast and awe-inspiring scene was truly breathtaking. Yet all these extraordinary phenomena originated from the hands of a single demon. The youngest, and also the weakest of the 3 demons. Song. At the same time, one of the 3 towering demons slowly extends a massive hand toward Chu Pingyan. Chapter 174, is this what they call the ultimate power? How pitifully weak it is. The one who acted was Ju. Compared to Song's massive, awe-inspiring display, Ju's single claw strike seemed insignificant. But only those who faced it directly could feel the astonishing control it contained. That's right. It wasn't a burst of raw power, but an unbreakable, unblockable control. The flow of time constantly swirled around it. In the instant one is locked by this grab, everything seems to come to an absolute standstill. One's thoughts seem to be stretched endlessly. If an ordinary person were to face this decisive strike, they might not even be able to activate their skills until the grip lands on their body. They could only endure it with their bare bodies. However, if it were merely this single strike, even a powerful individual might only suffer severe injuries from withstanding it. However, the one who struck was not the sole absolute demon. Besides him, there are also Tsang and Yu, two other supreme warriors, standing by to deal additional damage. This is where the true danger lies. Just as the claw was about to land on Chu Ping'an, roaring thunder, fierce winds, blazing red lotuses, and powerful weapons formed from the earth were unleashed without mercy, overwhelming Chu Ping'an. Then, just as the claw was about to land on the spot where Chu Ping'an had been standing, a blinding white light filled with a sacred aura suddenly erupted from Yu's body. It was hard to believe that such a sacred aura could come from a demon. Then, the opponent's originally crimson eyes quickly turned to a dark hue in the white light. If there had been a supreme being familiar with the power of souls present, they would have realized that Yu was now invoking one of the most profound realms related to the soul laws. Rewrite. Rewrite the soul, alter the form and essence of a living being. From the verbal description alone, it seems to have little significance. In reality, this power was utterly terrifying. With the prison's current strength, any existence facing this power would be affected in an instant unless it were a deity. Take the simplest example. If facing an entity just below the supreme being, you could use this power to permanently reduce the opponent's lifeform by several tiers. That is, directly reducing the opponent's strength from the original 9th tier to the 4th or 3rd tier. Even against a supreme being, it could temporarily cause them to drop several tiers for a few minutes. Even a supreme being could be affected for several seconds. Imagine this: when the lifeform of a supreme being is reduced to the 9th tier, the powerful domain they once controlled would become ineffective in an instant. During this time, they would be no different from a 9th tier being. In battles between supreme beings, these few seconds could result in irreparable damage. There is no doubt that the opponent's abilities, whether on the battlefield or in solo combat, can unleash astonishing effects. And this is merely the simplest application of this power. This power is also the ability that the prison is most renowned for among outsiders. It is the domain and law that countless divine beings have longed to master. As for the white light that erupted at the beginning, that is the true ace up the prison's sleeve. And the effect of this domain is quite straightforward. Enhancement. It enhances his attributes, divine essence, domain effects, and every other aspect. Although the strength of this domain cannot be compared to that of the soul domain, it is still considered to be of upper mid-tier. When used in conjunction, it can enhance the effects of the soul domain even further. Once Yu truly masters the laws governing these two domains, ascending to godhood, then, his strength will become utterly astonishing, far surpassing those ordinary divine tier beings. It is precisely with such ambition that he has lingered in the supreme stage for so many years. Meanwhile, the prison's gaze pierced through everything, arriving first despite its later departure, directly affecting Chu Ping'an's soul. It was only then that Ju's grasp finally arrived, landing on Chu Ping'an, who had already been struck by countless elements. After completing all this, the three supreme beings did not stop, continuing to unleash one skill after another. Clearly, they intended to eliminate all possible contingencies from the very beginning. As the three supreme beings continued their attacks, the energy they generated alone transformed into an unimaginably terrifying storm. If any supreme being were caught in the midst of it, even the slightest contact would cause their health to plummet below the 50% safety threshold in an instant. This continued for a full 3 minutes. Thud. Thud. A dull thud suddenly echoed in the ears of the three demons, causing their movements to halt. Then, an aura that seemed both divine and demonic suddenly spread out from the center they had been relentlessly attacking, radiating outward in all directions. Feeling this aura, the three demons' hearts sank instantly. The fact that the opponent could emit such a terrifying aura meant that their previous joint attack had not inflicted any substantial damage on them. We're working together, and we're all getting hit so hard, yet he seems completely unfazed? What kind of monster is this guy? With the three demons' attack speed, they can unleash thousands of skills per second. Even after enduring this for a full 3 minutes, he still seems completely unfazed. How could the three demons not feel terrified? However, before the three demons could think further, a violent wind swept across the entire sky, and all the forces that encountered this sudden gust of wind were effortlessly shattered and shattered. The heavens and earth returned to clarity. It was only then that the three demons realized that what had just struck them was not a gust of wind. It was merely the wind generated by the opponent's fist. Then, a unique domain force spread out from the center toward the surroundings. A single domain force was enough to suppress their 4 domains, leaving them unable to lift their heads. This guy. The three demons' mood grew even heavier. Gazing at Chu Ping'an at the center, who showed not a single scratch or speck of dust on his body, their expressions grew incredibly grim. Chu Ping'an gently moved his limbs. With each movement, the sound of crackling echoed continuously. Compared to the massive commotion caused by the three demons' skills, it was utterly insignificant. However, the three demons dared not ignore it. To be honest, when I first emerged from that thing, I was furious. Chu Ping'an spoke calmly, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. By the way, don't jump to conclusions. It wasn't the fire that got to me, it was the time you wasted on me. At this point, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. But now I'm not really angry anymore. Originally, with the same divine energy as you could have at least given me a little surprise. But after letting you do as you pleased for 3 minutes, you could barely break my defenses. When compared to that, so-called supreme beings are truly pitifully weak. As the words fell, Chu Pingyan calmly swung his fist toward one of the 3 massive figures. And the figure he had chosen. Coincidentally, it was the strongest of the 3, the prison. Despite feeling no fluctuation of power from the punch, when Chu Pingyan struck, it was as though he had traversed space, appearing directly before you. Compared to the figure stretching for kilometers, this punch seemed utterly insignificant. However, the moment it made contact with you, the latter shattered like glass. Shattered into a pile of debris. Chapter 175, The Demon Clan's Treasure is Mine. Chu Pingyan flexed his fingers, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Clearly, at the moment his fist made contact with the other's body, there was a distinct sense of substance. However, as the battle progressed, the opponent's presence seemed to vanish entirely. To put it in a single word, it was like an empty box. Despite its massive form spanning kilometers, the interior was empty, devoid of anything. Nevertheless, the other's aura was still firmly locked onto his senses. Compared to the earlier form that had been over a kilometer in size, resembling the heavens and earth, the opponent's presence now felt like a speck of dust in Chu Pingyan's perception. Recalling the sensation of the other party's domain affecting him earlier. Did it decisively alter its own existence in that instant to break free from my lock? An interesting ability. A smile appeared on Chu Pingyan's face as he was about to act, but he saw that the bizarre force of time had already frozen the time around him at that moment. Among the 3 demons present, only Ju was associated with the time attribute. Though his eyes still held a trace of shock, he hesitated only briefly before immediately acting to provide support. At the same moment the time was frozen, Sang also acted without hesitation to coordinate his efforts. However, snap. With a faint sound, time itself seemed to shatter under Chu Pingyan's single punch. Facing Song's overwhelmingly powerful skill, which was astonishing even to the highest beings, he merely waved his hand casually, scattering it like a fly. Witnessing this scene, Ju and Song's expressions darkened. A sense of helplessness they hadn't felt in centuries surged uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. Damn it! What kind of power does this monster possess? However, after the 2 demons briefly blocked the attack, you also managed to recover slightly from the previous blow. However, his massive form, which had been a kilometer in size, had now shrunk to just 5 meters. Or perhaps the opponent was deliberately maintaining this form. Yu murmured to himself, marveling, is this the kind of pressure a god-tier being exerts? God-tier? Upon hearing Yu's words, Ju and Song couldn't help but tremble inwardly. A look of realization flashed across their eyes. In truth, they had already anticipated this deep down. Facing the 3 of them, the strongest among them, the opponent had acted with ease from start to finish, as if they had never taken it seriously, treating it like a game. Apart from the explanation of being god-tier, they couldn't think of any other explanation. And facing a god-tier being, they, who were merely supreme beings, feeling so powerless was only a natural outcome. After coming to terms with it, Ju and Song couldn't help but feel a weight on their hearts. Although they had discussed it before, when they actually faced the existence of a god and experienced the overwhelming pressure in less than a few seconds, they finally understood the staggering gap between the 2 sides. It was like suddenly gaining extraordinary power only to encounter a 9th-tier powerhouse. Everything seemed utterly powerless in the presence of their opponent. God tier? Chu Pingyan wasn't surprised by Yu's misunderstanding. After all, with such an exaggerated amount of divine energy, even without mastering the laws, his individual attributes alone were undoubtedly worthy of the title of God tier. When you break it down like that, calling myself a demigod is no exaggeration. If we round up a bit more, a demigod is still a god. Being regarded as a god tier being is entirely reasonable. You didn't realize how his words had affected the 2 demons. He continued, throughout history, the might of the strong must not be defied, let alone that of a deity. Our clan is willing to compensate you for our previous offense. Compensation? Chu Pingyan was startled, then looked at you with a puzzled expression. As the strongest member of their clan, did he really have to be so cowardly? Just by making this one concession, they're already moving on to the final stage? However, Chu Pingyan's muttered words fell into Yu's ears, which he interpreted as doubt toward him. The victor takes all. You need not doubt our sincerity. You said earnestly, although the demon clan possesses a trump card capable of countering divine beings, the collision of divine laws between gods would bring irreparable disaster to the entire demon clan. Moreover, as you know, the great calamity is approaching. Such a meaningless conflict should be avoided as much as possible. Great calamity? What on earth is that? Chu Pingyan felt a hint of doubt in his heart, but he did not show it. If that is the case, then show your sincerity. You nodded, then raised his hand and made a gesture toward the void. The crystal goblet at the bottom flickered and appeared directly in his hand. Divine Refinement Vessel. You have already experienced its primary function, but it also possesses numerous other effects. Although it is a special type of divine artifact, its intrinsic value far surpasses that of ordinary divine artifacts. As a token of the demon clan's apology, would you be willing to accept it? Seeing this, Ju and Song's eyes betrayed a look of urgency. Before they could speak, Yu waved his hand, signaling that he understood. The two demons had no choice but to suppress the words on their lips. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but give the other a meaningful look. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Agreed. Upon hearing this, a smile flashed across Yu's face. He raised his left hand and drew a virtual slash between the divine refinement bottle and himself. A faint, intangible connection was severed in an instant. Poof. The agonizing pain of his soul being torn apart caused him to utter a muffled groan. Yu, looking slightly weakened, waved his hand. The divine refinement bottle slowly drifted into Xu Pingyan's hands. Upon obtaining the divine refinement bottle, Xu Pingyan glanced at the description engraved on it. Upon confirming its authenticity, a hint of emotion flashed across his eyes. I never thought it would be this easy to obtain this item. In his original imagination, a major battle was inevitable. Perhaps he would even have to face the divine beings head-on once more. Who could have imagined that by merely showcasing a fraction of his power, he had successfully achieved his goal? Of course. Xu Pingyan wasn't exactly a battle-crazed individual. Being able to skip the process and achieve the goal directly, that's pretty good. However, you just handed me the item like that? Aren't you afraid I might suddenly change my mind now? Facing Xu Pingyan's question, Yu smiled. Then he replied calmly, of course I'm afraid. But trusting you is the best choice I have. Poof. Facing the straightforward Yu, Xu Pingyan couldn't help but be amazed. What a boring guy. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he took a step forward and vanished from the three demons' sight. Despite this, the three demons did not act rashly. It wasn't until several minutes later that the prison guard sighed in relief and muttered to himself, it seems he really left. Hearing the prison's words, Ju and Song, who had been tense, also relaxed. I know you have a lot of questions, but let's talk about it somewhere else first. Chapter 176, Refining the Soul. Poof. Cautious fellow. Watching the three demonic overlords vanish into the crack, Xu Pingyan, hiding beneath a massive boulder, couldn't help but sigh. He had no intention of following them inside. Chaotic destiny was not all-powerful. Entering the range of their skills would inevitably alert them to his presence. Following them would serve no purpose. What exactly is the great calamity they mentioned? I wonder if my master and the others are aware of it. With these thoughts, Xu Pingyan sensed the doll's location and stepped directly into the void. The prison demon hall. As the name suggests, it wasn't hard to guess where this was. Three of the strongest demons of the demon clan sat in three different positions in the grand hall. Jail, why did you hand over this precious artifact so easily? Sung Ji demanded, with our clan's heritage, even if he's truly a god-tier being, we have no reason to fear that creature. He did not speak, but his eyes betrayed the same doubt. You did not rush to respond. Instead, he beckoned with his hand, and soon a glass bottle containing black liquid appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. This is a human beverage called cola. The taste is somewhat interesting. Would you like a bottle? Ju and Song remained silent before nodding. You smiled and two more bottles of cola landed in the hands of the two demons. You took a sip of cola and said slowly, with the demon clan's heritage, we truly have nothing to fear from them. But why use something useless to waste our precious heritage? The two demons instinctively paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, he had also thought of something. You smiled and spoke, it seems you've already figured it out. Although the usage requirements of this item must be kept confidential to outsiders, there is one unavoidable issue. The time interval required after each use. Although consuming magic stones can accelerate the process, even if you were to consume an entire clan's supply of magic stones, it would only reduce the time by 10 years. Such an action would hold little significance. At this point, you couldn't help but sigh. The most important thing is that the great calamity is about to arrive. And before the great calamity arrives, this item cannot be used again. That is why I say it is a useless thing. Song opened his mouth but then fell silent. I know what you're thinking. You spoke up, even if it's useless, it's still a divine artifact. Giving it away like this leaves a bitter taste in one's mouth. But, as long as we can retrieve it before the divine refinement bottle can be used again. The silent Jew and Mo suddenly lit up. It's like getting something for nothing while avoiding an unknown disaster. So you still have a backup plan for the divine refinement bottle? Of course. It's just one chance to locate the divine refinement bottle. You nodded, then his smile faded, and he said seriously, however, unless there is absolute certainty that we can retrieve the item, there is no need to activate this backup plan. Upon hearing this, Ju and Song nodded seriously, clearly understanding the consequences. Immediately after, Ju suddenly asked with a puzzled expression, why are you so certain that whoever obtains the divine refinement bottle will leave? Certain? Yu shook his head to deny the notion, I don't know what he wants. However, the divine forging bottle is at least a divine artifact. For such an existence, only an artifact of this caliber would be worth coveting. Before the two demons could respond, Yu continued, as for whether the other party will continue their actions after obtaining the item, I'm merely taking a gamble. betting on whether they consider the demon clan as potential countermeasures. In any case, judging by the outcome, I should have bet correctly. After explaining, you sighed. This time, we sacrificed over 10 of our highest-ranking members, only to do another's bidding. Not only that, but the opportunity for the divine refinement bottle we've waited so many years for has also been wasted, resulting in immense losses. From now on, I will abandon one field and focus on one area, striving to break through to the divine realm as soon as possible. As for you couldn't help but fall silent. Ju waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about us. Go ahead and break through. We'll keep an eye on the demon clan. Sang also spoke up. Even without the demon pill, it doesn't mean we won't have other opportunities in the future. You nodded. That is true. As the great calamity approaches, the opportunities to become gods will grow more numerous. At that time, it may not be impossible to become a god. Though he spoke thus, even Son, who uttered these words, harbored little hope in his heart. If such an opportunity truly arose, it would undoubtedly attract all the strongest beings from every race. Competing with such a group of beings would clearly be a futile endeavor. After that, the three supreme beings of the demon clan discussed various matters for several more days before finally departing in haste. Xu Ping'an, of course, knew nothing of all this. At that moment, he was on his way to find Bai Qitian and the others, while also studying the newly acquired divine refinement bottle. Soul refining bottle, divine weapon. Category, special item. Level requirement, none, cannot be upgraded. Equipment durability, indestructible. Passive effect, source core passive, can consume energy to accelerate the cooldown time of effects. Additional effect, refine active, all things in the world can be refined. The more precious the object, the rarer the reward obtained after refinement. Cooldown, 30 years. Additional effect, directional active, sets the direction of the refined product. Cooldown, 10 days. Additional effect? Unlock method unknown. Set effect? As a divine artifact, the effects it possesses are incredibly rudimentary. However, Xu Ping'an, who possesses multiple divine artifacts, knows that this is not because this artifact is weak, but because its other abilities have yet to be unlocked. His current focus, however, lies in the wording above. All things in the world can be refined. Then, if it is also a divine artifact, can it be refined as well? If even divine artifacts can be refined, why is it helpless against someone as ordinary as a fifth-tier cultivator like him? Is there an issue with the description of this item, or? Actually, the current soul refining bottle is not in its complete form? Xu Ping'an's gaze fell on the set effect. Only when the set is activated does this item become its true complete form and unleash all its effects? With my talent, can I unlock other accessories for this thing? If I can unlock them, what new functions would they have? Compared to these questions, the other effects mentioned by the other parties seemed irrelevant. Chapter 177, finally meeting everyone's shock. Unfortunately, these questions are destined to remain unanswered in the short term. As for the ultimate answer, it will require time and continuous verification. Xu Ping'an quickly composed himself. He then began testing the current effects of the soul refining bottle, specifically the refining and directional functions. Since it had already been activated once, the refine function was currently on cooldown and could not be triggered again. As the experiments progressed, Xu Ping'an discovered the source core can reduce the cooldown by consuming energy. Magic source is also a form of energy, so it can naturally be used to reduce the cooldown time of refining. Divine essence can be regarded as the corresponding attribute points generated by the synthesis of all attributes. Magic source is the energy consumed when activating skills. However, as the reduced time continues to increase, even if you only want to reduce it by 1 minute later on, the amount of energy required is an incredibly astronomical number. By the end, reducing just 1 second might be enough to completely deplete his over 400 million magic source. In that case, whether through this method or by consuming magic stones, the amount of time that can be reduced is extremely limited. The issue arises either because this item is inherently flawed or because it can only function in this manner. Those are the only two possibilities. Considering that this artifact is an extremely rare one with a set effect, the former is more likely. Then, with such significant limitations, is the effect it can achieve really only this? Thinking of this, Xu Ping'an couldn't help but glance at the magic pill in his storage item. Even the highest tier 7, when compared to his current plans, seemed utterly ordinary. There's not much more to explore with refining. Let's take a closer look at the effects of directional. After some exploration, Xu Ping'an's eyes lit up with a strange expression. Interesting. Can it be categorized by direction into weapons, equipment, potions, or even life itself? Without a doubt. Compared to refining, which has a completely fixed effect, the direction ability is truly limitless in its possibilities. Take the simplest example. If you replace it with several divine artifacts, what kind of thing would you end up refining? Xu Ping'an didn't know, but he felt it was definitely worth trying. Even if you don't go all out and use divine artifacts right away, you could start with a few ancient artifacts and experiment. In any case, this thing is definitely not like the demon race's method of refining demon pills. This method of use It's a complete waste. There's no way around it. The gap in wealth between the two sides is simply too vast. Being in different positions naturally leads to differing perspectives, and ultimately, what one sees will naturally vary. Take divine artifacts, for example. In any clan, they are treasures that only a few possess. Even for deities, there are generally only a few divine artifacts. Who would be so reckless as to think of taking such a precious item and experimenting with it inside another divine artifact? Only someone like Chu Ping'an, who doesn't regard divine artifacts as sacred, could come up with such a bold idea. Of course. It's also because he possesses enough divine artifacts that he realized an issue easily overlooked by ordinary people. Most divine artifacts have no usage requirements, let alone such stringent conditions as once every 30 years. And the effect of the source core, which is specifically designed to reduce skill cooldown times, also has significant limitations. With such stringent conditions, it is highly likely that the effect of this item is too powerful, so such restrictions were imposed. Otherwise, why would ordinary divine artifacts have such restrictions? This isn't just Chu Ping'an's baseless speculation, it's the result of careful analysis of various details. As for why Refine is currently in cooldown and will require decades to use again next time? For others, that might indeed be the case, but if there were a time-type divine artifact, or one that provides a large amount of energy, we could bypass this lengthy time interval and give me the opportunity to experiment with this special prop. As he pondered these thoughts, time flew by. The distance between him and Bai Qitian and the others was constantly closing. Soon, in Chu Ping'an's perception, he had also arrived near the others. Just as he was about to break free from the void, his ears twitched, and the voices of several people immediately reached his ears. First, Bai Qitian's impatient and angry voice rang out, "The day is almost over. That guy isn't coming, is he?" Upon hearing Bai Qitian's voice, Chu Ping'an felt a warm current surge through his heart, accompanied by a touch of guilt. There was no doubt that the other party was acting this way because they cared about him. However, some things were too complicated and troublesome to explain. Most importantly, given his current strength, there were many things he couldn't just explain casually. Even if one possessed strength rivaling the highest were not invincible. Once the numerical disparity became too great, they would inevitably be overwhelmed. Although the supreme beings of the Great Xia Empire had shown ample goodwill, he did not wish to test people's intentions lightly. Moreover, there might be spies from other races among the supreme beings. If exposed, it would trigger a series of problems. Furthermore, even setting aside the worst-case scenarios, Bai Qitian knew that despite his supreme strength, the supreme ruler might not allow him to go alone. It was highly likely that they would wait until he was stronger and had more trump cards up his sleeve before allowing him to go. By then, whether such opportunities still exist is uncertain, but at least his rate of growth would be significantly slowed. It was precisely for these reasons that he chose to make this decision, which, though it may seem reckless, he believed to be relatively harmless. After Bai Qitian finished speaking, Ding Wuyin spoke impatiently. "It's been 10 hours. Stop lingering here. Besides, what's the point of talking about this now? Besides waiting, we have no other way to contact that guy." Xiong Wantu added, "I've been thinking about something. If the other side is truly the ruthless person who destroyed the Phantom Demon City, would they really need to deceive us?" Inu couldn't help but speak up, "So you're saying that guy is really Chu Ping'an?" Xiong Wantu remained silent. According to Bai Qitian and the others' descriptions, the other party was just a newbie who had recently completed his class change. Even if he could match the strength of a 9th-tier cultivator, it would still be hard to believe. Let alone being able to destroy the Illusion Demon City, which possessed numerous supreme beings, in one fell swoop. Such power would be nearly impossible for even an ordinary supreme being to achieve. Therefore, even though his military instincts told him the other party wasn't lying, he still couldn't believe this insane outcome. "Gu Yunyan, everyone, calm down. We've waited this long, what's a few more minutes?" Chapter 178, The Secret on Lilith's Body. Everything has a purpose. At least, as long as we have this doll, no demons have come to trouble us, which means the other party is indeed friendly. Maintaining this attitude means that the child Ping'an is safe. Unless. At this point, Gu Yunyan paused, but did not continue. However, everyone already understood his meaning. Unless the doll in his hand suddenly lost its effect, or a high-ranking demon arrived. Upon hearing this, Chu Ping'an also ceased hiding his presence. He took a step forward, breaking free from the void. "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I didn't expect it to take so long either." The voice echoed in everyone's ears before the spatial fluctuations followed shortly after. Witnessing this scene, the soul flame in Gu Yunyan's eyes flickered. Bai Qitian immediately approached Chu Ping'an, turned toward him, and demanded, "Where is Chu Ping'an?" Facing Bai Qitian's large hand, Chu Ping'an helplessly blocked it, then sighed and said, "Master, didn't I already tell you? I am Chu Ping'an." Poof. Feeling the immense power emanating from Chu Ping'an's hands, which he couldn't budge an inch, Bai Qitian withdrew his hand, stepped back a safe distance, and spoke with a cold smile. "Ping'an is only at the 5th rank. Are you implying that as someone nearing level 200 with the highest base attributes, I'm not even a match for a 5th rank professional?" Chu Ping'an remained silent. Though it seemed unimaginable, under the enhancement of divine artifacts and divine techniques, it had become a reality. And divine essence, 41,380,000. Could it be that at the 5th stage, he no longer has those embarrassing base attributes? Thinking this to himself, Chu Ping'an naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to speak the truth and intentionally provoke the other party. He merely spoke softly, "I didn't say anything. You said it yourself." Upon hearing Chu Ping'an's words, Bai Qitian couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Do you think I?" Before he could finish, Chu Ping'an raised his hand and tossed a treasure box into Bai Qitian's arms without a word. Bai Qitian stared blankly at the treasure chest in his hands, then looked back at Chu Ping'an. His expression turned into Bai Qitian, a mix of confusion and a touch of clear-eyed stupidity. Gu Yunyan and Inue, who had seen Chu Ping'an's treasure chest before, also exchanged glances. Compared to skills and attribute panels, the primary abilities of special professions like Chu Ping'an's were far more convincing. The moment this box appeared, there was no longer any need to verify anything else. As for Ding Wuyin and Xiong Wantu, though they had never seen Chu Ping'an's treasure box, the strange atmosphere spreading across the field made their meaning clear. Anyone who didn't understand by now had lived in vain. Whoa. No way? Is that real? Ding Wuyin muttered, "It feels like I've lived this long only to end up like a dog." As for Xiong Wantu, the stern soldier also sucked in a cold breath but remained silent. And soon, his shocked gaze shifted to eagerness, as if he had seen a talent that comes once in 1,000 years. As for Mu Zhe and Ai, one was utterly baffled, muttering the word monster under his breath, while the other was excitedly waving his little fists. It was clear that among the group present, only little Ai had not doubted for a single moment. After the initial shock, Bai Qitian's expression also became incredibly complex. I. Staring at Chu Ping'an, he couldn't utter a single complete sentence for half a day. Chu Ping'an smiled and spoke, "Master, you should have enough magic stones on you, right? Shouldn't we check if it's the real thing first? What if this is also counterfeit?" Bai Qitian hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Chu Ping'an and punched him on the left shoulder. "Alright, you little rascal. Now you're even teasing your master?" Before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but laugh first. He grabbed Chu Ping'an tightly and patted his back. "Alright. As long as you're okay." His voice trembled slightly. A hint of guilt flashed in Chu Ping'an's eyes before he smiled in response. "I'm fine, of course. If anything, the demon clan has met their match in me this time. They're in for a world of trouble. Ha ha, when you have the time, you must come and tell me all about it." Bai Qitian smiled and let go of Chu Ping'an. Old people just love to hear stories. Chu Ping'an nodded vigorously. After the two had caught up, Gu Yunyan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. "Ping'an, have you finished the task?" Chu Ping'an froze. Bai Qitian didn't ask him why, nor why he possessed such formidable strength. He could understand that. However, he didn't expect Gu Yunyan, the leader of this operation, to also refrain from asking. A wave of emotion welled up inside him. "It's done," Chu Ping'an added, "all the important matters have been taken care of." "Oh?" Gu Yunyan looked at Chu Ping'an thoughtfully. The words that followed made Chu Ping'an's face turn red, something he rarely experienced. "Lilith?" Especially when he felt Bai Qitian's ambiguous gaze, he felt even more restless inside. Despite this, Chu Ping'an forced himself to nod. The other party had given him everything. He naturally couldn't just finish his business and leave without a word. After Chu Ping'an openly acknowledged it, the gazes of those around him carried an indescribable undertone. Feeling the gossiping and probing glances from the elders, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but mutter to himself. What's this feeling of bringing an ugly daughter-in-law home to meet the elders and being gossiped about? Fortunately, Gu Yunyan spoke up again, interrupting Chu Ping'an's wandering thoughts. "So, what do you plan to do?" Chu Ping'an thought for a moment before replying seriously, "Let's ask Lily's for her opinion first. If she is willing to go to the human race, then I plan to take her there." Gu Yunyan nodded, thought for a moment, then asked, "As long as she promises not to harm anyone, I can help. Zhou would agree to this." "Thank you, Ancient One." Chu Ping'an expressed his gratitude sincerely to the other party. He then contacted Lilith through the mark. Upon receiving the message, she also stated that she would rush over immediately. Seeing that Chu Ping'an had finished his tasks, Gu Yunyan paused for a moment before speaking. "Speaking of which, do you know about the issue with Lilith?" "The issue with Lilith?" Chu Ping'an was taken aback, then respectfully asked, "Please enlighten me, Elder Gu." Gu Yunyan waved his hand. "It's not really an explanation. It's just a rumor I happened to hear from other tribes. About Lilith." Chapter 179, Bai Qitian. "Thank you, I feel offended. Regarding Lilith, you must have heard about the curse on her, right?" Chu Ping'an nodded. "Gu Yunyan, since that's the case, I won't need to explain further. According to what I've heard, the curse on Lilith comes from a certain deity." "A deity? Given your current strength, there are some things you should be exposed to now." Gu Yunyan organized his thoughts briefly before speaking succinctly. "Due to the current restrictions of the rules, deities cannot descend at will. The reason for this, according to the historical records we've compiled, traces back to the Divine War several centuries ago. Not the so-called god race among the current myriad races, but the true divine beings. The specifics have long been buried in history. However, it was precisely this divine war that prevented the gods from freely descending into this world. This situation has its pros and cons. The advantage is that, for the myriad races, the supreme being is the pinnacle of this age, and they need not fear the descent of deities or acts of destruction. Though there are those even stronger than the supreme beings, the gap between them is not insurmountable. Sufficient numbers can bridge that gap. For the early stages, the benefits of the gods not being able to descend are obvious. However, as time passes, the drawbacks become increasingly evident. Once one reaches the level of supreme being, further advancement becomes impossible, leaving one to watch helplessly as their lifespan completely dissipates, turning into a handful of dust. After speaking this lengthy passage in one breath, Gu Yunyan took a brief pause before continuing. Now, as time continues to pass, this rule is becoming increasingly lax. The supreme beings have finally gained hope of ascending to godhood. Correspondingly, gods can once again appear on this continent. In fact, among the powerful clans of the myriad races today, many can summon deities to descend by paying a certain price. Perhaps some of the supreme beings from major clans have already mastered the rules and may have ascended to become new gods. Xu Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. Unconsciously, he recalled the great calamity mentioned earlier by you. So, does the so-called great calamity refer to the gods descending once again upon this continent? As for what kind of impact the descent of the deities would have on this world and why it would trigger a catastrophe, Xu Pingyan did not dwell further on these thoughts. Ordinary people might worry about such matters, but for him, there was no need to dwell on them. Let us not discuss the highest realms. No matter what, I'll wait until I reach the 9th rank before talking about it. He was only at the 5th rank now, and even if he returned to submit his advancement task, he would only reach the 6th rank. Thinking about such things now was still too far in the future. If he really had to wait until he reached the 9th rank, by then, suppressing deities should be no problem, right? Given this consideration, there is no need to worry too much about this so-called disaster. In comparison, what does this have to do with Lilith's curse? Compared to the so-called great calamity, Xu Pingyan was more curious about the curse on Lilith. That's exactly what I was about to say. Gu Yunyan didn't keep him in suspense and continued, as the rules relax, the realm where the gods reside, let's just call it the divine realm for now. The connection between the divine realm and our realm has grown increasingly close. Over the past few hundred years, numerous beings with extraordinary talents have emerged. Based on the information we have, there is a significant probability that these beings are the reincarnations of deities who perished in the divine war. Xu Pingyan was taken aback, then asked curiously, are you saying that Lilith is also the reincarnation of a deity? Other beings may require further confirmation, but based on Lilith's circumstances. After a pause, Gu Yunyan spoke with absolute certainty, there will be no exceptions. After all, someone like her, who had no abilities at all, was able to directly cause the death of a supreme being. There is no other explanation for this. And the curse on her is most likely left by the deity who killed her at the time. Xu Pingyan nodded in understanding. If the curse was left by a deity, then everything made sense. Speaking of which, if it weren't for this curse, Lily and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Should I thank that guy? Xu Pingyan rubbed his chin, a thought that no one else could possibly have imagined flashing through his mind. Gu Yunyan saw the pensive expression on Xu Pingyan's face and misunderstood it in a peculiar way. He continued to explain. Even if this deity wasn't on the winning side in the divine war, having lived for countless years since then, their power must have increased significantly compared to back then. And if they were the victorious side back then, with the accumulation of countless resources. At this point, Gu Yunyan shook his head and did not continue. However, the others understood his meaning. If the opposing side emerges victorious, their strength will be even more astonishing. Given the relationship between Xu Pingyan and Lilith, if the gods of the divine realm were to return to this continent, they would likely target Lilith. And then, Xu Pingyan, who is connected to Lilith. At this thought, Bai Qitian's face immediately betrayed his concern. However, before he could speak, he saw Xu Pingyan lift his head again. I understand. Thank you for telling me this, Ancient One. After speaking, Xu Pingyan looked at Bai Qitian and grinned, Master, you really underestimate me, don't you? I've only been in my new role for a few days and already possess this level of strength. Even if a divine being were to descend, it would still take at least a year or two, right? I'm not one of those useless fools. With a year or two to develop, a mere 1 or 2 gods are nothing to fear. Bai Qitian was taken aback for a moment, then a look of satisfaction spread across his face. However, the smile didn't last long before it froze on his face. Not those useless fools? A year or 2 to develop? These two sentences, when heard separately, seemed harmless, but when put together, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like this kid was calling him out. After all, he possesses unparalleled strength, yet it took him nearly a century to achieve it. That amount of time would make him a prodigy worthy of the title among the entire human race. Yet in this brat's mouth, it's somehow become a waste of time. Thinking about it, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. The others present felt just as conflicted. Thank you, I was indeed offended. Born a worthless piece of trash, I'm truly sorry. Even Gu Yunyan felt a moment of complexity in his heart. However, as the oldest and strongest person present, he quickly regained his composure. He sighed, what an enviable age. Chapter 180, the most important thing hasn't been done yet. Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's remark, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted with a sour tone. Old man, you shouldn't say that. We, the supreme beings of the great Xia dynasty, are destined to become gods and rulers. Chu Ping'an spoke solemnly, once we become gods, longevity will no longer be an issue. At your current age, which is at most a few hundred years, wouldn't you still be considered a young god among the divine? You, being so young, saying such things, aren't you just boasting about yourself? Gu Yunyan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh. You're a good kid. If your great-grandmaster had been half as eloquent as you, he probably could have ascended to the highest rank in about 50 years. Bai Qitian? How did this pot end up landing on his head? However, that makes sense. Bai Qitian stroked the non-existent beard on his chin. If I had that kind of eloquence back then, I probably wouldn't have taken so many detours. Speaking of which, old Bai really did take a lot of detours back then. Xiongwan chimed in from the side, it's mainly because this guy is like a stone in a latrine, stinky and stubborn. There was a decent career path for this profession, but he had to be stubborn and find his own way. Bai Qitian glared at him, you're not qualified to talk to me. You're weak and love fighting, and you've been stuck on the battlefield for ages. I have no ties here. I eat my fill and the whole family is taken care of. Why would I go back? As everyone chatted and laughed, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lilith, who had received the message, finally arrived. Chu Ping'an took her small hand and led her to the group. Lilith, I'm sure everyone knows you, so I want to introduce you. This is my great-grandmaster, Bai Qitian. This is Gulio. I owe at least half of my current strength to him. This is... Even Lilith, who remained utterly indifferent even in the presence of the highest-ranking demon, now looked like a young girl in love, suddenly brought before a crowd of parents, her face flushed with shyness. In response to Lilith's greeting, everyone smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, their gazes dared not linger on her for even a moment. As the undisputed queen of the succubus clan, Lilith's strength was such that among those present, only Gu Yunyan and Bai Qitian could confidently claim to be her equals. Even those whose strength surpassed Lilith's, aside from Gu Yunyan, Bai Qitian couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be affected by the succubus's innate abilities. As for the other few equally powerful supreme beings, it was even more so. Given this, the only way to avoid being affected by the succubus's innate abilities was to resort to the crude method of averting one's gaze. Lilith is clearly aware of this, so she is also deliberately minimizing her presence, though it doesn't make much difference. Fool. Chu Ping'an, who noticed this scene, sighed. Why don't you explore the uses of this doll more? After all, he had given this guy a doll with the Chaos Destiny ability, yet he seemed completely unfamiliar with it. Saying this, Chu Ping'an also gave a little help. Then, Lilith blinked and opened her mouth into an O shape. Can this little thing be used like this? It can erase one's presence and nullify the innate abilities of the succubus clan. Isn't that perfectly normal? Without the succubus's innate abilities, though Lilith remained just as beautiful, she no longer possessed that unique aura or power that influenced others. Dressed in a normal black Gothic-style long dress, she looked just like an ordinary beautiful young woman. No wonder you're Ping'an, you're so amazing. Lilith smiled brightly and hugged Chu Ping'an's arm tightly. She clings to him like a little bird, her face radiating happiness. Watching this scene, some of the single people present couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Xiongwan too, those damn young people, trying to trick an old man into dating again. Inu, is this what love is? Envy.jpg. Bai Qitian. A disciple's grandson is practically a grandson. The wife of his grandson is his granddaughter-in-law. Though he never married in his lifetime, he still has a grandson and a granddaughter-in-law. I look down on those two single dogs above. As for Ding Wuyin, Gu Yunyan, and Mu Zhe, they remained calm and composed. The only little devil was being covered up. While everyone else remained silent, Chu Ping'an quickly explained the entire situation to Lilith. If you plan to stay with the demon clan, just use the mark to contact me, and I can come over anytime. If you don't want to stay with the demon clan, you can come with me. In any case, the choice is yours. Lilith clung tightly to Chu Ping'an's hands and replied without hesitation, there's a saying among humans, where the husband goes, the wife follows. Of course I'll stay with you. If you leave the succubus clan. There are more than just me among the succubi. Lilith shrugged indifferently, besides, there's nothing in the clan that requires my attention on a daily basis. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. Are you saying you don't plan to take me with you? As she spoke, Lilith gave a pitiful look, like a abandoned kitten. Of course not. Chu Ping'an ruffled her hair. Then let us go back to the human race together. Okay. With the last matter in the demon clan settled, Chu Ping'an turned to Gu Yunyan. Guyu, I've finished my business. We can return anytime now. Gu Yunyan nodded, then waved his hand, no rush. A slender white bone waved in the void and a stopwatch appeared in his hand. Glancing at the time, Gu Yunyan sighed, speaking of which, today is almost over. Is everything okay? Is there anything else you need to do? Is there anything else left to do? Xu Pingyan looked puzzled. Was there? On the other side, Bai Qitian, who had already understood, reached into his storage item and pulled out his own box, tossing it in his hand before agreeing, indeed, there's still something left to do. The other three supreme beings nodded in agreement and spoke up. Right. How could we forget something so important? I think we must finish this first before returning. Exactly. Xu Pingyan, is that so? We've been in the demon realm for so long. What could be more urgent than returning so everyone doesn't have to worry about our safety? What if Uncle Zhou and the others really start a war with the demon clan? What would we do then? Bai Qitian said firmly, impossible. Without our signal, that guy wouldn't do something so impulsive. As he spoke, his tone softened. Peace, let's use today's quota for the boxes first. Otherwise, when we get back, with so many high ones present, your little box won't be enough to go around. You agree, right? Chapter 181, There's a clown, but I want to say who. Xu Pingyan was obviously feigning ignorance, intentionally teasing the elders. Such a obvious hint, how could he not understand? Now that Bai Qitian had laid it out so clearly, Xu Pingyan pretended to look enlightened. Oh, you meant that? Why didn't you just say so? With a wave of his hand, 5 treasure chests appeared before the 5 humans and 1 demon, each corresponding to their respective numbers. Each of the 5 had 2 treasure chests in front of them, one corresponding to a skill chest and the other to an equipment chest. As for Lilith, 4 treasure chests appeared before her. 2 skill chests and 2 equipment chests. You brat! Noticing this scene, Bai Qitian was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. Master, I really spoiled you for nothing. Xu Pingyan thick-skinnedly pretended not to hear. However, Gu Yunyuan nodded beside him. Just as Bai Qitian thought the other was agreeing with him, he heard him say, It's okay, Pingyan. Your master doesn't care about you, but I will. You don't have to compete with the others. Just take 2 treasure chests. He doesn't even realize how lucky he is. Bai Qitian? No. Who's on whose side here? Gu Yunyan, whoever has the treasure chest is on their side. One person and a skeleton stared at each other. A single change in their gaze caused the soul fire in the other's eye socket to flicker. No one knew what was being communicated through that exchange, but soon all eyes returned to the treasure chest before them. Speaking of which, cough. Bai Qitian spoke up boldly, Old Gu. Can you lend me some more magic stones? Gu Yunyan sneered, no money, no loan. Goodbye. With that, he turned and left, leaving Bai Qitian staring at his bald, white glowing scalp. Feeling the gazes of the other supreme beings, even Bai Qitian, with his thick skin, couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. A penny can stump a hero. At this moment, even billions of magic stones couldn't save the supreme beings. What could be more agonizing than having a valuable box right in front of you but no magic stones in your pocket? Nothing. Bai Qitian looked at the other supreme beings. Feeling his gaze, the others also pretended not to notice and looked away. It wasn't that they truly didn't plan to lend him any magic stones, they just wanted this guy to taste a bit of the harshness of the world. Master, I happen to have some magic stones here. How many do you need? Unfortunately, he didn't know the intricate schemes of Lilith, who genuinely believed Bai Qitian had such poor connections and couldn't resist offering his help. Bai Qitian paused for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. Excellent. You're my granddaughter-in-law now, I'll take you in. If that brat Chu Quangren dares to refuse later, just tell me, and I'll show him what's what. Since she was already on such terms with Xu Pingyan, Lilith naturally knew who Chu Quangren was. Having received Bai Qitian's promise, Lilith's face also lit up with joy. She then sweetly said, Thank you, master. As she spoke, she handed a storage ring to the other person. Upon receiving the ring, Bai Qitian initially only gave it a casual glance. Then, whoa! As a powerful figure from the supreme realm, even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His blank stare was that of a naive youngster who had never seen the world. This behavior immediately caught the attention of the other supreme beings. Such an exaggerated expression, is there a lot of magic stone in there? Let's take a look. Everyone gets a share, right? Let's split it. Bai Qitian glared angrily at the crowd gathering around him. Get out of here. All of you, get out of my way. This is a gift from my granddaughter-in-law for me. Want some? Go ask your own granddaughter-in-law. Hearing this, the crowd muttered under their breath and followed suit with curses. Bai Qitian, however, seemed to enjoy the insults. It wasn't that he was a masochist who got excited from being insulted. The crowd's unabashed envy and jealousy. It felt so good. After laughing for a while, Bai Qitian also approached Gu Yunyan. Old Gu, how many magic stones do I owe you? Gu Yunyan glanced at him, who was showing off, and replied calmly, 100 billion. Just 10 billion. Get lost. Bai Qitian, coming to his senses, couldn't help but glare at Gu Yunyan. Although the magic stones in the ring were worth far more than 100 billion, that wasn't a reason for him to extort him like this. There's no way there's that much. Gu Yunyan said indifferently, isn't at 100 billion magic stones? Then forget it. Borrowing your magic stones doesn't even amount to 100 billion, so there's no need to return them. Damn it. This isn't my turf? How did this guy end up outsmarting me? Bai Qitian opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but then gave up helplessly. After a round of jokes, everyone turned their attention back to their own treasure chests. Some opened their chests with a touch of superstition, while others simply opened them without hesitation. The first type was something all 5 of them had done. As for the latter, only someone like Lilith, who didn't care much about her own strength, would act so carelessly. Although there was a certain time gap between the two. However, various anomalies in an extremely short period of time, erupting one after another. At the same time they completed the box opening, the few of them simultaneously used their respective skills to depart from their original positions. After all, they had already tested it beforehand. The various anomalies produced by this thing cannot be concealed by anything. Fortunately, the anomalies only appear at the location where the treasure chest was opened and do not change based on the positions of the others. This place was still within the demon realm. Moreover, since their identities had not been exposed, there was no need to do anything reckless at this critical moment. After retreating over 1,000 kilometers from their original position, the group finally stopped to inspect their loot. Oof. Luck really does run out eventually. Yu couldn't help but sigh. From his words, it was clear that this time, they hadn't obtained anything that surprised him. What a pity, what a pity. Ding Wuyin was also shaking his head nearby. 200 million magic stones are gone like that. At least I didn't have any legendary skills, so the loss isn't too bad. Xiong Wantu, however, spoke with a look of surprise on his face. I never expected to be able to obtain a legendary equipment item. There's a dog barking. Ding Wuyin, who had just felt he wasn't at a loss, couldn't help but feel envious. While his own failure was painful, his friend's success was heartbreaking. As for Gu Yunyuan, he remained expressionless as he stored the item he had obtained into his storage item. Wait a moment. It's clearly a skeleton, yet it has no face. Why can it still look expressionless? As for Bai Qitian's words, he glanced at the others nervously before quietly putting the items away as well. As for Lilith's words, seeing that everyone else didn't seem to have much to show for themselves, she secretly glanced at the rewards she had obtained and then discreetly stored them in her storage item. Chapter 182, The Most Astonishing Harvest. Gu Yunyan's warning. Bai Qitian sighed, it seems our recent good luck has run out, we didn't get anything good. Yeah. Lilith nodded in agreement, as if she were the one responsible for setting the mood. Gu Yunyan spoke calmly, what a pity. Such a waste of 2 rare opportunities. Hearing the words of the 2 humans and the demon, Ding Wuyin and Inue's mood improved significantly. It's okay, this kind of thing is all about luck. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Exactly. As long as we're safe, even if we have to open the box every few days, we'll eventually get something good. After speaking, Ding Wuyin couldn't help but glare at Xiong Wantu, who was still grinning stupidly. Can you at least try to control yourself a little? Are you trying to make the brothers hate us? Hearing Ding Wuin's words, Xiong Wantu snapped back to reality. He scratched his head, then cracked a wide smile, laughing silently. This made Ding Wuyin roll his eyes at him again. Looking at the noisy crowd, Chu Pingyan first glanced at the prompt, then looked at the storage items, which now included additional divine artifacts, divine techniques, and even a true divine artifact. Oh no, there's a clown among the crowd. Some people really hadn't seen anything and were still comforting others. How tragic. No doubt about it. This grand display of power was beyond his expectations. The result? They must all be graduates from the drama academy, right? One outshines the other in acting. If it weren't for Chu Pingyan happening to know what these guys had seen and what feedback they had given him, he might have been fooled just like the others who didn't know the truth. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, but he didn't feel the need to expose them. Why keep it hidden? Holding back some trump cards is one reason. But the most important reason was to avoid provoking the big brothers who hadn't made their moves yet. At least Chu Pingyan was well aware of that. The large shipment someone had placed this time was the kind that could be talked about for decades. Snapping back to reality, Chu Pingyan looked at Gu Yunyan. Guolao, should we head back now? Gu Yunyan nodded in agreement, then turned to Ding Wuyin. Got it. Ding Wuyin rolled his eyes. Without any further action, a massive 7-shaped formation appeared, enveloping everyone within it. Before anyone could feel any fluctuations from the array, the scene before their eyes suddenly darkened. Just a few seconds of weightlessness. When color finally returned to their vision, they found themselves in a sealed room. Where are we? Cough. Ding Wuyin's face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry. I sent the wrong location. This is my usual secret room. I'll change the location and try again. Without a doubt. This is not the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, but the very place where Blue Star and Great Xia are located. Gu Yunyan, however, spoke up to stop the other person. No need. The situation this time is a bit complicated. It's not suitable for too many people to know. This place is just right. I'll go get Joshua back first. Upon hearing this, everyone naturally had no objections. Ding Wuyin also stopped what he was doing. Xu Pingyan blinked a few times before finally speaking up. If there's nothing for me to do, can I go submit my advancement task first? Advanced task? Upon hearing Xu Pingyan's words, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched involuntarily. It wasn't until then that they finally remembered that the other party was only at the 5th rank. Come to think of it, did you come all the way to the demon realm just to complete the advanced quest? Facing Bai Qitian's question, Xu Pingyan paused for a moment before asking in confusion, didn't I mention it? Did you? Cough, sorry. Xu Pingyan gave a nervous laugh and said sheepishly, the advancement quest can only be completed among the demon clan. Having everyone go to such trouble and waste so much manpower and resources is truly embarrassing. Bai Qitian glared at him disapprovingly, you knew that too. I'm just an old man, it doesn't matter about me. It's mainly the others who are busy because of you. Whether you need it or not, you owe me this favor. It was clear. These words weren't meant to truly blame Xu Pingyan. Among the few present, only he and Xu Pingyan had a relationship close enough to speak so frankly. Rest assured, Master, I understand perfectly. Xu Pingyan also smiled and agreed, without any objection. As long as you know what you're doing. After a pause, Bai Qitian instructed, remember, next time something happens, let me know first. Don't act recklessly like this again. If anything happens to you while you're under my care, how will I explain it to your father? There will absolutely be no next time. Xu Pingyan begged for mercy. Bai Qitian nodded satisfactorily, then waved his hand. Go back to work. Got it. Then I'll take Lilith to complete the task. Without giving anyone else a chance to react, he grabbed Lilith and ran off. Once Xu Pingyan and Lilith had disappeared from sight, Ding Wuyin suddenly snapped out of it. Wait. What do you mean, take Lilith to complete the task? Hearing Ding Wuyin's words, the others also looked confused. Ding Wuyin immediately thought of a bold possibility. Could his mission be to kidnap Lilith back? Everyone found this bold guess utterly absurd. However, considering that the opponent already possessed strength rivaling the Supreme, surpassing the Supreme at his current rank. When compared to that, even if the advanced mission was indeed to bring back Lilith, it didn't seem too far-fetched. It probably isn't. It was Gu Yunyan who spoke up, putting an end to everyone's wild speculation. Even if Pingyan's strength is truly astonishing, advancement quests are assigned based on the opponent's tier. It's not assigned based on strength. Sending a 5th-tier professional to bring back Lilith, who is the Supreme Being, isn't really a mission. It's an unsolvable puzzle. Advancement tasks are assigned with a completion rate of only 0.01%, not a success rate of 0%. It must be that Lilith has some aspect that happens to meet the conditions for Pingyan's advancement quest. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded instinctively. This hypothesis made much more sense. As the words fell, the scene suddenly fell into an unexplained silence. It wasn't until a minute later that the silence was broken by Gu Yunyan. Regarding why Pingyan possesses such astonishing strength, I'm sure everyone has a rough idea in their hearts. My request is simple. Keep the secret buried deep within your hearts until the truth can no longer be concealed. Though Gu Yunyan's voice carried no emotion and he showed no signs of pressure. But those who heard his words couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 183, Joshua, stunned into numbness. The atmosphere in the room paused briefly. Stop it. Do you really think we're easily scared? Ding Wuyin spoke impatiently, once old Zhou arrives, even if we want to speak, we won't be able to. The others nodded in agreement. Bai Qitian stroked his chin, that's not necessarily the case. Once we're promoted to God tier, we should be able to break free from that item S restrictions, right? The moment those words left his mouth, even Gu Yunyuan, who had brought up the topic, fell into a brief silence. Do you even realize what you're saying? What do you mean, becoming a God tier being would allow you to break free from the restrictions of that item? Do you think it's as simple as being hungry today, eating an extra bowl of rice, and then being able to eat whatever you want? Among the few present, even Gu Yunyan, who had already reached the peak of strength, had little confidence in completing the promotion. Ignoring Bai Qitian's nonsense, Gu Yunyan spoke up. I'm not saying this for any other reason, I just want you to realize how serious the situation is. Moreover, given what's happened, how effective that item will be is now in question. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They realized the issue they had been avoiding. The incident in question, of course, referred to what had happened to Mu Zhe. Though it seemed minor, it might bring unprecedented upheaval to the entire Great Xia. It was well known that every individual in the Great Xia Empire, upon ascending to the highest ranks, must undergo a ritual involving a divine artifact to ensure they would never betray the empire. It was precisely because of this that the Great Xia had maintained unity and faced external threats as one for so many years. Had it not been for the series of unexpected events brought by Chu Pingyan this time, everyone might still have been kept in the dark. When the time comes for a critical moment in the future, just thinking about it sends a chill down everyone's spine. Bai Qitian spoke solemnly. Now that I think about it, while the restrictions of that artifact are indeed powerful, they are not entirely without loopholes. Everyone nodded. After a moment of hesitation, Xiongwan spoke with a grim expression. If that's the case, perhaps we should avoid dealing with that traitor for now? What traitor is hard to deal with? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Though the voice came out of nowhere, no one seemed surprised. It was clear that they had sensed the other party's arrival long ago. Joshua's gaze swept over the crowd, then a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. How did you all come back? Did you find safety? We know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Gu Yunyan spoke soothingly, then organized his thoughts before continuing. What I'm about to tell you may sound unbelievable, but you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Joshua sneered. Even if you told me now that the Divine War will restart in just 1 year, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. How unbelievable could it be that I need to prepare myself mentally? Come on, start your show. About 10 minutes later. Joshua was speechless, almost mumbling to himself, repeating the same word for the umpteenth time. What? Seeing his expression, the others couldn't help but smile. That's all I have to say. Gu Yunyan spoke calmly. By the way, did someone just say that even if the Divine War resumes next year, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid? Joshua paused for a moment, then composed himself and spoke in his usual tone. I didn't furrow my brows either. At most, my mouth was a bit wider than before. Besides, you didn't mention the Divine War restarting, so what's wrong with being surprised? Joshua, stubborn as ever, had a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Has this world changed too quickly? Have there ever been monsters as powerful as the strongest beings before? According to the information collected, not even in the past 1,000 years. Even if we trace it back to the last century, there probably weren't any, right? Thinking about it this way, Joshua suddenly felt at ease. It's not that the world is changing too fast, it's just that there's a monster cheating. And, speaking of which, according to the information we received earlier, the divine race suddenly launched a massacre against the demon race because Harris, one of the strongest beings, had fallen in the demon race. Thinking back to the phantom demon city destroyed by Chu Pingyan. Could it be that the divine race was just happened to be slaughtered by that kid Pingyan? At this thought, Joshua couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't know whether to find it amusing or tragic. He found it amusing because, if it was indeed as he suspected, then the demon clan had effectively taken the blame for Pingyan. The divine race's losses would be entirely due to an act of God. As for why, he felt a sense of sadness. If that's the case, then Pingyan possesses the strength to kill the strongest beings. That means his strength would be among the top tier of the strongest beings, right? Put another way, that would mean his strength is directly comparable to theirs. When comparing the time, they've been professionals. Even Joshua, who has always been proud, feels a complex mix of emotions, as if he's been living like a dog all these years. As for how Chu Pingyan managed to match his strength at only the 5th rank, there's no need to speculate, the answer has already naturally emerged in one's heart. Merchants are always motivated by profit. In the past, they were curious about what benefits Chu Pingyan, who provided the treasure chests, would gain from them spending so many magic stones to open them. Now they finally had their answer. I wonder how many divine artifacts this little guy has on him, and how many divine techniques he's learned. Besides the skills and equipment at this rank, Joshua couldn't think of any other way for the other party to leap so many ranks and become so powerful that they didn't even follow the rules. What an enviable profession. Just think about how excited they get over obtaining a single unique legendary piece of equipment. This little guy must be watching from the sidelines, laughing at us. What a wicked personality. This was the only thought that crossed Joshua's mind after learning everything. As for peeking at Chu Pingyan's divine artifact? The artifact is indeed tempting, but that's all it is. If it were an unclaimed divine artifact, one would naturally go to great lengths to compete for it. But when it comes to a divine artifact in the hands of one's own people, there's nothing more to say. Whose it is, it belongs to them. He doesn't know what others think, and he doesn't care. But in his case, while he doesn't claim to be fair or impartial, if something is right, he'll support it. Speaking of treasure chests, Joshua's heart skipped a beat, then he spoke with a touch of uncertainty. Is there anything left in Pingyan's treasure chest today? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked away as if nothing had happened. Some looked down at their feet, others whistled and remarked on the nice weather, while a few simply closed their eyes and fell asleep. I knew it. Joshua, who had never harbored any hopes, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 184, Using the Power of the Laws, Ignite the Divine Flame, and Condense the Divine Essence. Stop fooling around here. The treasure chest is gone, so what can I do to you? Though he spoke thus, Joshua's gaze was noticeably more hostile than before. This subtle change. It had no threatening intent whatsoever. Joshua casually summoned a massive yin-yang diagram, which appeared above everyone's heads, enveloping everyone within it. Then, one after another, divine patterns shimmering with brilliant golden light quickly appeared on the diagram. Once all the divine patterns had settled into the diagram, the others also reached out and left their marks on it. The yin-yang diagram rolled up like a scroll. After completing these tasks, Joshua spoke up, "Let's get down to business now." With the current turmoil in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the fact that Pinyin possesses such power is good news for us. In critical moments, we can use it as a hidden trump card. Before anyone could object, Joshua continued, "Of course. Unless it's an absolute necessity, there's no need for Pinyin to intervene. Even if he does, we must take every precaution to protect his identity." Next is the issue of traitors. When the conversation turned to this sensitive topic, Joshua paused briefly. He then sighed and said, "Old Bear was right. That guy is off limits for now. Unless there's a suitable opportunity that ensures we won't be discovered by others, we can't touch him for now. It's a simple principle. Perhaps there are other traitors among the highest ranks, but they are still a minority. At least, under the influence of that divine artifact, their numbers are definitely not large. Based on this, the current harmony must be maintained. Otherwise, once suspicion arises in everyone's hearts, even if everything is resolved afterward, the past atmosphere will never be restored. Moreover, the enemy is in the open, while we are in the shadows. The current situation is entirely to our advantage. As long as we keep a close eye on that guy, we might even be able to convey false information to the enemy at a critical moment." Everyone nodded in agreement. As for what they were thinking, that doesn't matter. You are now the representative of the Great Xia. Whatever you say, everyone will follow your lead. Gu Yunyan spoke calmly, "Of course. If that guy can be dealt with quickly, I'm sure everyone here will be much happier than they are now." Upon hearing Gu Yunyan's words, Joshua couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a guy. You keep saying that whatever I say, you'll follow, but before the topic is even finished, you're already putting pressure on me? Don't worry. Joshua said indifferently, once the right opportunity arises, that guy will disappear without a trace. Given his situation, the others should also look for opportunities to observe and test him further. At this point, Joshua couldn't help but sigh, another massive undertaking. Brother Bai, maybe we should just... Bai Qitian waved his hand, "Don't be ridiculous. You know my personality. Acting isn't my thing. For now, it's best if I don't show up in front of that guy. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose control and want to smash his head in." Xiong Wantu nodded in agreement. It was clear that he also deeply agreed with Bai Qitian's statement. Joshua's gaze flickered. Feeling his gaze, Yinyu and Ding Wuyin also refused without hesitation. Their reasons for refusal were more or less the same. As for Gu Yunyan, "For me, the most important thing right now is to break through to the divine realm as soon as possible. According to information from my old friends, the top 5 major clans have all produced divine tier cultivators. If the cost of intervening isn't too high, do you think those guys would just sit back and let us, the ones behind them, develop freely? Or do you think your chances of advancing to god tier are higher than mine? Poof. Damn old fool. If it weren't for..." Joshua cursed under his breath, but his face betrayed a mix of embarrassment and a forced smile. "You're absolutely right." Then, before Joshua could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze, then quickly turned serious. Everyone noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but stare, then looked over curiously. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. Joshua exhaled softly, rubbing his temples in frustration. What just happened? Hearing Bai Qitian's question, Joshua pushed aside the countless thoughts swirling in his mind and spoke in a low voice. "The 10,000 clans are in trouble." Everyone froze for a moment before looking confused. Only Gu Yunyan, after a moment of hesitation, quickly understood Joshua's meaning. "What do you mean?" "That's right." Joshua nodded. "Perhaps in just a few years, the ancient gods will once again descend upon this realm without any reservations." Everyone's expressions changed drastically. How could that be? Didn't we just say it would take at least 100 years? How could it suddenly be so much earlier? A few years? Even for the ancient ones, that's not enough time to advance, is it? Hearing the questions thrown at him, Joshua couldn't help but sigh. Though everything from the last century seemed too distant to comprehend now. Even the reason why the gods erupted into a divine war in this realm and why they eventually left had long become a mystery no one could solve. However, all the information they currently possessed clearly indicated that the arrival of the gods would bring about a catastrophe. A disaster unprecedented in history. To prevent this disaster from occurring, only they, as the natives, could become gods themselves. Of course. Whether this will truly prevent the disaster is unknown. But, no matter how you look at it, it is still a hope. A hope worth fighting for. However, if, as Jojo said, the gods will reward us in a few years, then this one and only hope might also be shattered. But, Joshua took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, "Don't worry. Things are not as bad as you imagine. We are not completely without hope at this moment." After calming everyone down, Joshua immediately explained without hesitation. The reason the deities suddenly advanced the timeline by so many years is because an alien race triggered an event from the last century. We don't know if it was a deity from our side or a deity from another realm who left a contingency plan. The many lost laws will now become more complete. The ancient ruins will also return. And within these ruins lie countless divine essences. Upon hearing the words divine essence, everyone's breathing halted momentarily, followed by a burst of brilliant light in their eyes. It must be known. The most crucial aspect of becoming a god is to ignite the divine flame with the power of the laws and condense the divine essence. Chapter 185, The Clash of 10,000 Clans, Conflict Looms. Although only Gu Yunyan and Zhou Zhuo among the present possessed the strongest power, this did not mean that others lacked the desire to become gods. On the contrary, for any who have reached the pinnacle of strength, becoming a god is the ultimate goal. The normal process of becoming a god involves completely transforming one's attributes into divine essence, then mastering the power of the laws, condensing the divine flame, and igniting the divine essence. Although the conversion of divine essence is also extremely difficult, expanding one's domain to encompass the power of the laws is the most challenging step. It is also the key factor trapping most of the current supreme beings. On the contrary, if one possesses a divine essence, they can bypass this most difficult step. Because using a divine essence allows the user to quickly master the laws contained within it. This makes the most difficult step surprisingly simple. And that is precisely why. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, everyone reacted with such excitement. Though no one knows what laws are contained within a divine essence before using it. If the laws are not compatible, even obtaining the divine essence would be completely useless. However, according to Zhou Zhuo's earlier explanation, there are a vast number of divine essences there. Therefore, as long as one can reach that place and invest enough time, it should be possible to easily attain the rank they have always dreamed of. However, obtaining the qualifications to enter there shouldn't be easy, right? After the initial excitement subsided, everyone gradually calmed down. In response to Bai Qitian's question, Zhou Zhuo nodded and said solemnly, "That's exactly what I was about to say. In 3 days, a grand battle among all races will begin near that secret realm. To obtain the entry qualification for the ruins, one must secure a top 3 finish in this war." Top 3. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces turning serious. The human race's strength ranked only in the top dozen among all the races. Even without knowing the rules, everyone already felt immense pressure to secure a top 3 finish. Most importantly, according to what you said earlier, several races have already produced god-tier beings. Then, if the rules don't impose any restrictions on this, the top 3 spots. At this point, Gu Yunyan couldn't help but shake his head. The meaning behind his words was clear. In fact, this was also why Zhou Zhuo's expression had turned so grim after receiving the news. Facing the god realm, a completely new domain distinct from the highest realm, no matter how carefully he prepared, he did not believe he could emerge victorious. Moreover, the benefits that could be obtained from this ancient site, once unrestricted, would undoubtedly prompt these monsters from another dimension to act, no matter the cost. After all, with the resources of these few clans, obtaining a single divine essence could almost guarantee the birth of a new deity. The gaps between the various tribes would be infinitely magnified. At this thought, everyone's mood grew incredibly heavy. Zhou Zhuo sighed, the specific rules have not yet been revealed. According to the countdown displayed around the ruins, the specific rules will be announced 6 hours before the start of the War of the 10,000 Clans. Let's wait and see what happens then. Perhaps the final outcome won't be as bleak as everyone imagines. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, from the current silence inside the house, it was clear that their mood had not truly relaxed. Whether it was the premature onset of the divine war or the ruins. These two pieces of information were so significant that even they, as the highest beings, would likely need a considerable amount of time to fully process them. Once the few most powerful clans obtained the benefits from the ruins, as one of the top-ranked clans among the myriad clans, they would inevitably be the first to face the consequences. Facing such a great calamity, no one would dare to be complacent or careless. They would undoubtedly strive to enhance the strength of their entire clan within the limited time available. Plundering to obtain resources is clearly the simplest and most convenient means. The law of the jungle will reach its peak during this brief period. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhuo gazed into the distance with a somber expression. The false peace has ended. Chu Ping'an, who had left with Lilith, knew nothing of all this. At that moment, the two of them walked hand in hand on the street, resembling an ordinary couple. Despite the late hour, the streets were still bustling with people. And nearly all of their gazes were fixed on Chu Ping'an and Lilith. Chaotic destiny concealed their true aura, but their naturally striking appearances inevitably drew countless admiring glances. Fortunately, these passers-by merely cast their gazes from a distance, none daring to disturb Chu Ping'an and Lilith's rare moment of privacy. Is this what humans are like? Lilith couldn't help but marvel, how beautiful and prosperous. Is it? Chu Ping'an casually glanced at the skyscrapers around him, the cars speeding down the streets, and the flashing neon lights. Everything was already familiar to him, having lived in this world for 18 years. Though this was not Qingyun's city. But aside from the few major cities, the architectural styles in other places were largely the same. If he had to say, though, I actually think the Phantom Demon City is more prosperous. Lilith smiled, but that's just a facade built to attract foreign tribes. And here, Everything here is so real. It's not for anyone, it's not adorned or disguised for anyone. Xu Pingyan paused for a moment, then a smile also appeared on his face. Perhaps. The two walked along, stopping now and then, as if they were tourists who had come here on purpose. As time passed, the night grew darker. Thank you. Facing Lilith's gratitude, Xu Pingyan paused for a moment before responding with a hint of irritation. Just because I accompanied you shopping? Lilith nodded, then took Xu Pingyan's hand, looked up at him with a serious expression, and said, You're different from me. Time has long since lost its meaning to me. Even years or decades wouldn't be enough to leave a mark on the passage of time for me now. But you. Lilith, gazing at Xu Pingyan, suddenly broke into an inexplicable smile. From birth to now, it's only been 18 years. Time is so precious to you. Spending hours of your life with me on these things, I should naturally say thank you. Faced with Lilith's matter-of-fact tone, Xu Pingyan was taken aback. A smile also appeared on his face. But even he didn't know what emotions were mixed in that smile. And his warm words echoed in Lilith's ears. Chapter 186, Breakthrough, 6th Tier. 50 million divine coins. So, Miss Lilith, who taught you this peculiar system of time value after spending all those years alone? Before Lilith could answer, Xu Pingyan continued. The value of time isn't defined by how long it's been spent. It's whether the time spent has meaning that gives it value. Do you really think the few hours we spent shopping together were worthless and meaningless? No. Lilith spoke without hesitation, her face betraying a sense of urgency that would shock even other succubi. For me, the past few hours have been the second most precious and meaningful time of my entire life. Lilith's answer left Xu Pingyan speechless. Second most precious. Isn't it the most precious? Lilith spoke matter-of-factly. The most precious, of course, was the night we first met. Very good. This fits your succubus persona perfectly. Xu Pingyan paused for a moment before saying, If that's the case, why do you think that such precious time is being wasted when it's spent with me? The past few hours spent with Lilith have made me incredibly happy. Lilith was startled, then a blush crept up her neck and down to her earlobe. Pingyan, you're being so mean. Saying such cunning words at a time like this. I can't hold back anymore. As the words fell, a dark, twisted cave engulfed Xu Pingyan. The two vanished from the street. Over 10 hours later. They were back at the same spot, with the same cave appearing. Xu Pingyan and Lilith emerged from it. However, unlike last night, the expressions on their faces were slightly different. Xu Pingyan was sighing helplessly, while Lilith's face bore a hint of resentment. Clearly. Such a short time was insufficient to satisfy the appetite of a supreme succubus. However. Sorry. Upon hearing Xu Pingyan's words, the resentment on Lilith's face vanished instantly. I won't allow you to apologize to me. Lilith spoke seriously, My man, whatever you do is always right. Besides, with your abilities, it's been me causing trouble since last night. Wasting so much time on this, it's clearly me who should be apologizing. Xu Pingyan smiled at Lilith's words and didn't argue. Just as the time spent walking together last night couldn't be called wasted, the time spent bonding couldn't be called wasted either. It could only be said that awakening the treasure chest merchant talent meant he was destined to be busy. Most importantly, I wonder what is so urgent that it's causing such a rush. Obviously. Xu Pingyan was interrupted by Qi Tian's frantic, relentless calls. Putting his thoughts aside, Xu Pingyan spoke up, Let's go. Let us go to the advanced goddess temple first. All right. Lilith nodded. Soon, under Xu Pingyan's lead, the two arrived at the advanced god temple of this city. Is this the human advanced temple? Lilith cast a curious glance at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. Among the demon race, one's future potential is determined by innate talent. The advantage is that they can continue to grow to their limit without completing tasks. The downside is that once they reach their limit, further growth becomes extremely difficult. After a brief exchange, Xu Pingyan also received the corresponding room number for his own room. He then led Lilith straight into the room. The 3 treasures required for advancement in the demon realm were already planned by Xu Pingyan. As the prompt appeared, he immediately took out the items without hesitation. He had lightly touched the light sphere, then took out the soul refining bottle and 7-pattern demon pill. Soon, the text before their eyes began to change in a series of transformations. You have completed the advancement. Rating, SSS+. The rewards for this advancement task have been distributed. Please collect them. Advanced training is about to begin. Begin advancement. As the words appeared one by one, multicolored energy surged forth, flowing into Xu Pingyan's body. At the same time, a small portion of the energy landed on Lilith, the soul refining bottle, and the 7-pattern demon pill nearby. Under the enveloping energy, time passed unnoticed. When all the energy finally dissipated from the room, Xu Pingyan opened his eyes once more. Occupation, Xu Pingyan. Occupation, treasure chest merchant special type. Level, 136th tier reached current limit can unlock advancement quests. Life essence, 50 million 50 million. Magic source, 50 million 50 million. Divine essence, 50 million. 6th tier. And upon reaching stage 6, his level also instantly reached the current stage's maximum limit. Setting aside other achievements, in the battle at the Phantom Demon City alone, Chu Pingyan directly slew a total of 6 supreme beings. Among these 6 supreme beings, one was a supreme being. Not to mention that all the non-human races and demons within the Phantom Demon City were also included in that number. The experience points he gained were an unimaginably enormous amount, even for a supreme being. Had it not been for the level cap restriction, the accumulated experience would have been more than enough for him to reach the supreme level. However, he must first complete his advancement quest to unlock the level cap before he can level up. Though it adds an extra step, but looking at the rapidly increasing divine energy, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but smile. Is this the enhancement brought by a higher life tier? It's truly outrageous. Previously, his divine energy was 41.38 million, which seemed like an increase of 8.62 million. However, after deducting the skill bonuses, it was only 862,000. In fact, out of those 862,000, over 200,000 came from the divine body absorbing equipment and converting it. However, even so, a one-time increase of 600,000 divine essence is already incredibly astonishing. The improvements from the level up are secondary. The real key is breaking through from 5th to 6th tier, which brings a massive influx of divine essence. Satisfied, Chu Pingyan nodded and shifted his gaze to the soul refining bottle and 7-patterned demon pill he hadn't had time to retrieve earlier. As for Lilith's words, she was currently closing her eyes, leaning against him and sleeping soundly. Speaking of which, some of that energy also fell onto these items. It seems like some sort of transformation occurred. With this thought in mind, Chu Pingyan's gaze fell upon the 2 items. No. Just by taking a small portion of his energy, these 2 things have changed so much. The former had directly unlocked a new skill, while the latter, 9-pattern demon pill pseudo-god, upon consumption, increases one's divine essence by 150%. Compared to before, it has leaped straight to the 9 tattooed rank. Its rank has reached pseudo-god. Chapter 187, Wealth can give birth to the Tao, borrowing the laws. Of course. What grade it is doesn't matter. What matters is the effect it provides. Directly obtain 150% divine essence. Even if used now, divine essence can break through to over 100 million. If one were to use it with 100 billion divine essence. Just imagining that scene made Chu Pingyan feel a bit excited. I didn't expect this advancement to have such benefits. With a satisfied sigh, Chu Pingyan stored it in his storage item. There was no need to use it again until he reached 100 billion Xin Yuan, at least not yet. The sense of loss from not awakening any other abilities when he reached 50 million divine essence had already vanished with the magic pill. However, the greatest gain wasn't here. A new effect had appeared on the spirit refining bottle beside him. Soul refining bottle divine artifact. Category, special item. Level requirement, none, cannot be upgraded. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, eternal furnace resonance passive. When using the refining effect, this ability will be triggered, with a small chance of causing the final outcome of the refining process to mutate in an unknown positive direction. Additional effect? Unlock condition, infuse 100 divine crystals. Set effect? Not only does it have a new effect compared to before, but there's also a clear way to unlock subsequent effects. However, what the heck are divine crystals? Judging by the name, it's clearly something related to gods. Is it the same as demon stones? After some speculation, Chu Pingyan didn't rush to put the soul refining bottle back into his storage item. Instead, he casually took out a ring from his storage item. Flowing light source stone divine weapon. Category, ring. Level requirement, 1 upgradable. Effect, all attributes plus 5,000. Equipment durability, indestructible. Additional effect, light and shadow blessing passive, reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 50%. This effect has the lowest priority. Additional effect, chapter of time active, can be used on any skill or item ability to immediately reset its cooldown. The cooldown duration depends on the target used, with a maximum cooldown of 72 hours. This equipment was naturally obtained as a reward from a treasure chest through a critical hit return yesterday. In fact, when Chu Pingyan saw this equipment, he was momentarily stunned. After all, he had originally believed that the opponent only controlled rules related to the undead. Little did he know that the opponent also controlled rules related to time. This person could only be Gu Yunyan. There was no doubt about it. The other party had been hiding their true abilities very deeply. Or perhaps he too sought to enter the realm of the divine using 2 principles. Chu Pingyan didn't know. But the other party had indeed given him an enormous surprise. Using the might of a divine artifact to oppose another divine artifact, I wonder if it will still require such a long cooldown. A smile flashed across Chu Pingyan's face. He then activated the time chapter effect without hesitation. Instantly, a faint white, 7-colored beam surged into the soul refining bottle. The light swirled, and all the anomalies slowly faded away. Time chapter, cooldown 72 hours. As Chu Pingyan had anticipated, the time chapter immediately reached its maximum 72-hour cooldown. However, the cooldown for the refining function within the soul refining vessel had already reset to 0. As expected. With the might of a divine artifact, it can completely reduce the cooldown effect of this item. Then, what should be the next direction for refinement? After a moment's thought, Xu Ping made up his mind. Since we only have 3 days, let us give it a try first. After all, equipment is the most common type of item. Plus, you can tell right away if it's good or bad. Even if his assumptions are off, it would only waste 3 days at most, which isn't a big deal. As for the materials for refinement, Xu Pingyan took out one piece after another of 195 level ancient equipment from his storage item and threw them all in. Divine artifacts are far too precious. Even he couldn't afford to use divine artifacts as consumables just to verify a hypothesis in his mind. Ancient equipment is different. He wouldn't bat an eye at making as many as he wanted. There was no other reason based on the amount of magic stones everyone was spending to open treasure chests. The items that would be returned to him through critical hit bonuses were mostly ancient equipment. Unless one's luck is exceptionally poor. And the probability of that is roughly the same as the probability of obtaining a divine artifact. After a quick count, Xu Pingyan nodded. Let us start with 20 pieces to test the waters. As Xu Pingyan made his decision, the lid of the soul refining bottle closed once more, emitting a faint red glow. Although it was his first time using it, Xu Pingyan quickly mastered the method and obtained a lot of useful information. Does using divine essence for refinement yield better results? Then why do those guys use magic stones? Xu Pingyan naturally didn't know that those fellows only had less than 1,000,000 divine essence, so even if they tried to refine using divine essence, they wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. They could only settle for the next best option and use magic stones. For someone like Xu Pingyan, who possessed 15 million divine essence, it was a piece of cake. After fully mastering the usage method, Xu Pingyan stored the soul refining bottle in his robe. Just refining these ancient artifacts alone requires maintaining the process for several hours. Let alone the subsequent transformation. Xu Pingyan naturally wouldn't waste his precious time on this. He simply allocated a portion of his divine energy to allow the soul refining bottle to operate on its own. He would wait until the right time to open the bottle and reap the final rewards. Speaking of which, I think there was about other rewards earlier. With this thought, Xu Pingyan followed the information records to search for it. A skill that should only be obtainable at the 6th tier has been significantly enhanced? I wonder what new skill this will be. Despite his words, Xu Pingyan didn't harbor too much expectation in his heart. After all, the previous few class-specific skills, to be honest, they seemed a bit too lackluster for him. That is not to say they were completely useless, but when compared to those powerful divine skills, the two were in completely different leagues. However, upon seeing the new skill he had obtained, Xu Pingyan was completely speechless. Wealth can create the way active, consume one or more treasures to borrow astonishing power. Cooldown, 5 hours. Note, this skill's maximum borrowable power can reach the level of a law. Rare goods passive, when conducting any transaction related to your core skill, the items in your possession can exert a value several times their original worth. Borrowing the laws. During their casual conversation earlier, Xu Pingyan had already learned from Gu Yunyuan the fundamental difference between gods and them. Divine essence, combined with the true law. Doesn't that mean I can temporarily reach the true height of a god now? Chapter 188, Experiencing the Laws. The Mighty Power of the Gods. As for the effect of the second skill, based on the description, it should be used to enhance effects like wealth can give birth to the Tao, right? Not sure. Instead of overthinking it, let us just try it first. Act on impulse. In the blink of an eye, an ancient piece of equipment appeared in Xu Pingyan's hands. He immediately activated the wealth can give birth to the way skill. In an instant, a mysterious sensation arose from the depths of Xu Pingyan's heart. This feeling. Xu Pingyan closed his eyes, silently feeling the changes brought about by the skill's activation. Before he knew it, 30 seconds had passed in the blink of an eye. So this is the power of the laws. When Xu Pingyan opened his eyes again, a look of awe filled his gaze. The law. It was entirely different from any power he had encountered before. If one were to describe it concretely, all power under the laws seemed two-dimensional, no matter how powerful, existing only between points and lines. But the law itself effortlessly transforms its power from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions. The so-called dimensional reduction attack is nothing more than this. The essence of their power is not on the same level. Comparing them is an insult to those who master the law. However, I seem to be an exception. Despite feeling the power of the laws in those brief 30 seconds, Xu Pingyan realized that activating the force domain was not the solution. But after careful consideration, he realized that if he activated the force domain, with the divine energy he currently possessed, he could break through the 2-dimensional plane and reach 3 dimensions. He could confront the laws and defeat it head-on. Besides the force domain, relying on the effects of other divine artifacts, with a full scale, he also had means to suppress the laws. No wonder it's me. Overpowering the mechanism with numerical superiority. As for the role of divine essence in this, divine essence is the foundation for activating the laws. Every second of maintaining the laws consumes a massive amount of divine essence. In just the brief 30 seconds that passed, Chu Pingyan had already consumed millions of Xin Yuan. And this is because the laws borrowed earlier were merely the most basic fire laws. The more powerful the law, the more astonishing the amount of divine energy it consumes every second. There is no doubt about it. Even among the divine beings, laws are their final and most powerful trump card. Such an astonishing consumption would obviously not be used casually under normal circumstances. It's like facing an opponent too weak to pose a threat a single finger could crush them. Why bother with unnecessary tricks? However, what brought Chu Pingyan the greatest joy in this experiment was not the experience of the power of the laws. Rather, I never expected that a single ancient artifact could activate wealth, can give birth to the Tao, and directly borrow the power of the laws. Although ancient equipment is extremely rare and powerful, it pales in comparison to the laws of the universe. Even if one were to permanently lose an ancient artifact as the price, one could only borrow ordinary laws for 30 seconds. For anyone else, this would be a huge bargain. It's not that the 30 seconds of law could change the course of battle in a critical moment. The most important thing is, once you've experienced the true essence of the laws, even if they're not your own, the difficulty of mastering them in the future will be greatly reduced. In any world, achieving a breakthrough from nothing to something is the most difficult task. On the other hand, continuously developing and iterating on this entirely new ability is of a completely different level of difficulty compared to the former. To put it bluntly, if other supreme beings possessed this skill, they would likely only need a few years to ascend to godhood. Yet Chu Pingyan was able to obtain such astonishing benefits with just a single ancient artifact. Rare goods are worth hoarding clearly played an indispensable role here. What a pity. The 5-hour cooldown is a bit too long. That said, it was clear from Chu Pingyan's expression that he was utterly satisfied with these two new professional skills. Though the path to mastering the laws of the universe and ascending to godhood remains extremely distant, gaining early exposure to a higher tier of power can only be beneficial. For him, even if he didn't consider deepening his understanding of the laws, simply borrowing them temporarily to unleash greater power could be of significant use. However, the limitations of ancient equipment are still quite significant. Higher-level laws clearly cannot be accessed through this method. For example, the advanced laws such as strength, holy light, death, and soul that Chu Pingyan had mastered through the divine artifact were clearly not something that could be borrowed from an ancient artifact. If the quality isn't sufficient, perhaps we can compensate with quantity? Upon further consideration, the ancient equipment that previously seemed of little use suddenly found numerous practical applications. That's right. Thinking of this, Chu Pingyan's expression grew even more satisfied. He then glanced at the number of treasure chests he could open daily after advancing. From 14 to 20? It was roughly in line with his initial expectations. Chu Pingyan nodded and immediately began the new round of advancement tasks without hesitation. Soon, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Wow. The prerequisite for this one is actually just sending me, a 6th-tier player, to take on a 9th-tier opponent alone. Looking at the prerequisite task, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. Who could understand the feeling of being tasked with participating in the elimination of a boss of the highest caliber in the previous prerequisite mission? Back then, he was just a newbie who didn't even know what the highest level was. Now look at him. Wait a moment. Upon further reflection, the previous prerequisite task primarily tested my personal connections. As long as your connections are strong enough, completing it isn't difficult. This current task is the real test of my personal abilities. Though the prerequisite task of defeating a 9th-tier opponent is somewhat laughable for him at this point. Almost as soon as it appeared, the word completed popped up. Chu Pingyan shook his head and looked at the subsequent tasks. The next task doesn't seem too difficult either? Let's try to finish them as soon as possible. Chu Pingyan nodded and withdrew his gaze from the task panel. He also woke up Lilith, who was leaning against his shoulder. Lilith, who had just woken up, had a dazed look in her crimson eyes. We're done. Let us go. Okay. Lilith nodded lazily like a kitten just waking up. However, her body remained motionless, and her little head once again rested against Chu Pingyan's shoulder. Seeing this, Chu Pingyan simply ruffled her long hair affectionately and said nothing more. Chapter 189, Chu Pingyan becomes a god. A shocked Lilith. They enjoyed this peaceful moment in silence for several minutes. Lilith finally sat up, stretching lazily. She then wrapped her arms around Chu Pingyan's arm, her face adorned with a happy smile. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go. Chu Pingyan nodded, and the two of them vanished in a flash, disappearing into the advanced god's temple. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the skull castle of Gu Yunyan, the meeting hall. The supreme beings stationed on Blue Star were seated at their respective positions. Their faces bore solemn expressions, maintaining complete silence. Elsewhere. In Gu Yunyan's private room, Chu Pingyan and Lilith sat on the sofa. On the large screen that had previously been showing an anime, the current scene in the meeting hall was now being broadcast. The reason for this was that Chu Pingyan's current abilities were known only to those who had previously been to the demon realm in Zhouzhua. In fact, upon learning of this, Joshua had silently removed Chu Ping'an's name from the World Professional Tournament roster. Allowing him to participate in such an event would serve no purpose other than to invite ridicule and expose Chu Ping'an's true strength. Though this action drew considerable attention, most people simply assumed it was out of concern for his safety. After all, with the resources of the Great Xia Empire, they were well aware of the bounties placed on the Dark World. Under such dangerous circumstances, there was no need to expose Chu Ping'an. In fact, before he has fully matured and reached the pinnacle of power, even if his true strength is revealed just one day later, it would be a significant advantage. There was no way they would leave Chu Ping'an in the open. Moreover, given Chu Ping'an's current strength, there is no reason to miss such a major event. Therefore, Chu Ping'an and Lilith were placed here alone for special care. Unlike the tense atmosphere outside, the two inside the house seemed surprisingly relaxed. Not to mention now, even 3 days ago when he first learned about the ruins, the divine rank, and the war among the 10,000 races, his emotions hadn't fluctuated much. The only fluctuation: divine status? If I obtain it, will I be able to use it? If I obtain too many, to whom should I give them? Whom? Even before it has begun, he is already thinking about who to give it to if there is too much of it later. Opening champagne at halftime feels a bit too optimistic. However, it's no wonder Chu Ping'an is getting so carried away. It is already known that the strongest combat power among all races is God tier. Even at that time, under normal circumstances, he could still hold his own against a God tier being. Once he used the skill wealth can give birth to the way, with the blessings of the laws, which of these ordinary gods from all races could stand against him? 3 days ago, he wasn't the least bit concerned, so naturally he's even less concerned now. After all, Chu Ping'an's current strength has seen a tremendous increase compared to 3 days ago. In just 3 days, Chu Ping'an completed the 6th tier advancement task and successfully reached the 7th tier at dawn today. His current level has also surged to the peak of the 7th tier, 150th level. The number of treasure chests he can open each day has also increased from 20 to 27. Most importantly, after 3 days of opening treasure chests, Chu Ping'an now possesses over 10 additional divine artifacts and nearly 10 divine techniques compared to before. Additionally, he has obtained 3 true divine skills and 4 true divine artifacts. Furthermore, over the past 3 days, his divine body has been continuously absorbing the attributes of ordinary equipment and converting them into divine energy. At this point, Chu Ping'an's strength has undergone a complete transformation. If we compare him to 3 days ago, when he couldn't use the laws and could only match beings who possess them, then, even without exerting his full strength, he could easily overwhelm divine tier beings with his current stats. With such overwhelming power, Chu Ping'an naturally has little to worry about. The 7th tier advancement task is directly related to the War of the 10,000 Clans. Its requirement is to lead the Great Xia to first place. This is really putting me on the spot. Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure regarding this task. After all, while his personal strength is indeed formidable, the current rules have yet to be revealed. If the final ranking requirements have little to do with personal strength, then that would be interesting. That said, Chu Ping'an wasn't overly concerned. While the strength of a clan is indeed important, does the number of members really matter when facing a great calamity? Chu Ping'an didn't know. But he knew one thing: only the top-tier warriors of a single clan could stand up to another faction, even if it was only a barely sustainable standoff. That's when the so-called balance would emerge. Otherwise, no matter how many there are, in the face of overwhelming power, they would be utterly meaningless. The so-called war would merely become a one-sided slaughter. I hope the rules will be in my favor. As Chu Ping'an pondered these thoughts, the conference hall finally stirred. His gaze immediately fixed on the screen in front of him. Joshua's expression darkened, then he spoke calmly. The rules for the War of the 10,000 Clans have been announced. Feeling the gazes of everyone present, Joshua did not beat around the bush and stated directly. This War of the 10,000 Clans is divided into 2 parts. The first part will test the peak combat strength of each clan. The second part is individual strength. Upon hearing Joshua's words, everyone's mood immediately sank. Meanwhile, within the private room, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but grin. "Ping'an, you seem very happy?" Lilith asked in confusion. 3 days ago, she had also learned everything. Though she didn't care much about her own strength, with her keen eye, she could see the issues at play. And she also knew that this ancient site would bring about tremendous turmoil to the current situation of the 10,000 races. This had occasionally caused her some concern during her leisure time. Seeing the smile on Chu Ping'an's face, she couldn't help but wonder why he was making such a statement. This rule was extremely disadvantageous to them. After all, the human race doesn't have any divine-level beings, does it? Then, according to Joshua's explanation, how should they deal with those few races that possess god-level beings? In response to Lilith's confusion, Chu Ping'an didn't hide anything but smiled and explained it to her. "I am now stronger than even divine beings. The rule of the War of the 10,000 Clans is like this, so I naturally feel delighted." Lilith was taken aback. Knowing Chu Ping'an's personality, she was well aware that he wouldn't joke about such a serious matter. In other words, Has Ping'an already become a god? He had only recently completed his class change and had already become a god. Even with her unwavering trust in Chu Ping'an, upon hearing this astonishing news, Lilith's expression couldn't help but grow slightly dazed. Chapter 190, The Hope of the Entire Human Race. A moment later, Lilith's expression eventually turned into a brilliant smile. No wonder it's Ping'an, you're truly amazing. That bright, pure smile left Chu Ping'an momentarily speechless. You call this a succubus? No, that's not right. In a way, a succubus suddenly showing such a serious expression seemed even more alluring. Before Chu Ping'an could think further, the voices of other supreme beings echoed in his ears. Damn it, this is going to be trouble. How did this thing suddenly appear out of nowhere? We should have anticipated this from the start. There's no point in talking about it now. Let's just listen to the specific rules first. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted back to Joshua. Joshua sighed, don't get your hopes up. As far as the rules go, there is no loophole we can exploit. The first rule clearly states that no summoning type items may be used. So trying to summon other deities to descend is out of the question. However, before anyone could react, Joshua suddenly smiled and said, but there is no need to be so pessimistic. According to the rules, the weaker side isn't completely without a chance. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Joshua spoke seriously. Let's first discuss the two methods of assessment. First, the first round of the assessment. This is also where the weaker tribes have their chance. In the first round, each tribe may send up to 20 of their highest ranking members. And the location of the assessment happens to be the forbidden area I mentioned earlier. The crowd was startled for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy. What do you mean? Cough. Joshua cleared his throat, realizing that everyone had misunderstood. Although the first round of trials takes place in the forbidden zone, that doesn't mean you'll obtain divine status. Poof. Everyone gasped in disbelief, shooting Joshua one disapproving glance after another. But it's not completely hopeless. Gu Yunyan flexed his fingers and spoke calmly, if you keep panting like that, don't bother speaking next time. Joshua scratched his nose. Among the crowd, only Gu Yunyan dared to threaten him like that, so he couldn't argue back. It's all your fault for getting so worked up and not letting me finish. Thinking this to himself, Joshua continued, the total number of spots available across all tribes is 20. These 20 individuals will enter this forbidden zone within the next half-month. The forbidden zone contains various treasures, including equipment, materials, skills, and exotic beasts of different tiers. After picking up a treasure, you will automatically receive points equivalent to the treasure's rarity. The same principle applies to defeating mythical beasts. Among these, divine essences are the most valuable treasures in the forbidden zone, with 5 being released during the first round of assessments. However, these divine essences only grant points and cannot be used directly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. They soon understood why Joshua had said those words earlier. To obtain divine essence but be unable to use it directly. What was the point of that? What's the point? Bai Qitian tapped the table. Seeing everyone looking at him, he also voiced his own question, if we can't use the divine status, how can this be considered an opportunity for us? How do we face those divine beings? Joshua sighed, then adopted a serious expression, although we cannot directly use the divine status, we can observe the laws within it to gain a clearer understanding of the laws themselves. Then, by leveraging our innate talents, we can strive to master the laws in a short period of time. This is the only opportunity one can think of. Everyone was startled, then looked at Joshua and Gu Yunyan with solemn expressions. The entire Great Xia Empire had only these two individuals as its strongest beings. To use this opportunity to reach godhood in the shortest possible time meant that only they held this hope. In other words, the entire burden of the human race now rested almost entirely on their two shoulders. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Joshua laughed and scolded, don't stare at me like that. Even if there is pressure, first find a way to locate the divine essence, then bring it to me and old Joe. We don't even know how large the forbidden zone is, let alone the fact that there are only 5 divine essences in total. Divine essence grants the most points, and once obtained, it will inevitably attract the attention of other powerful clans. At this point, Joshua couldn't help but sigh again. Clearly, even he, who had come up with this plan, didn't hold much hope for it. Hearing the sigh, everyone else also realized the issue at hand. The expressions on their faces fluctuated for a moment. Gu Yunyan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up, enough. There's no need to overthink it right now. I'll feel a headache soon, and other powerful clans that haven't produced any divine-level beings will also consider this issue. We'll make arrangements based on the specific circumstances at that time. Let's talk about this assessment first. How can we pass the first round? How many clans will remain by the second round? What significance does the ranking in the first round hold? Will there be any rewards? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention back to Joshua. Joshua nodded, that's exactly what I was about to say. The top 12 tribes based on their points will advance to the second round. Additionally, after advancing, rewards will be provided based on different rankings, though the specifics have not been disclosed. Additionally, if one advances to the second round as the first place finisher in the first round, they will receive an extra 5 days of rest and will not be subject to subsequent challenges from other tribes. Upon hearing Joshua's words, a high-ranking individual immediately voiced his confusion. What can one do in 5 days? Joshua shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. However, another high-ranked individual instinctively chimed in. Watch another 100 boxes from Pinyin? Don't be ridiculous. Even if we get some good stuff from Pinyin, facing the god entity, it wouldn't make any difference. Indeed. Forget about swapping a few legendary items, even ancient equipment wouldn't make much of a difference. As for divine artifacts? Such things haven't even appeared in anyone's imagination. Clearly, none of them would think that such a thing could be obtained from the box. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. The few people present who knew the truth about Chu Pinyin couldn't help but glance at each other at that moment. 5 days isn't too long, but if you add the 15 days of the first round of tests, that's a total of 20 days. 20 days, given the current situation, would be enough to open 540 boxes. They might not be able to do it, but given Chu Pingyin's unique profession, can these 540 boxes produce a miracle? Chapter 191, Quota Determined, The Abnormal Behavior of the Great Eagle. Realizing this, the few people exchanged glances instinctively, then saw a resolute expression in each other's eyes. Clearly, compared to obtaining divine status and then comprehending the laws within these few days to ascend to godhood, the latter might truly create a miracle. After all, the opponent had already created a miracle of defeating a 5th-tier powerhouse in their previous battles. So, if they were a bit more daring, killing a god-tier being at the 7th rank wasn't entirely impossible, was it? Though as an elder, one should stand before the young to shield them from the storm. Unfortunately, the other party's talent is so extraordinary that even describing them as a monster would be an understatement. There was no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Meanwhile, Chu Pinyin in the private room was clearly unaware of the bold ideas surging through the minds of the others at that moment. Otherwise, he would probably laugh and encourage them to guess even more boldly. We have to wait another 20 days to face a god-tier opponent? Who do they think they're looking down on? Joshua tapped the table. Seeing that everyone's attention had returned to him, he spoke again. Now, we should discuss the allocation of spots. There are only 20 spots available for the entire clan. Even if all 20 were given to the Great Xia, it wouldn't be enough, let alone the fact that the human race of Blue Star isn't limited to just the Great Xia. Upon hearing Joshua's words, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes before speaking up one after another. This is something you should discuss with those people yourself. Why are you asking us? Even if we give our opinions, will they count? Forget about the Great Eagle, even the few nations with any real power won't give up this rare opportunity. According to the previous rules, the rewards obtained in the Forbidden Zone, aside from divine status, clearly belong to the individual. If the limit can reach godhood, how ordinary can the other items inside be? Even if one doesn't covet the divine status guaranteed to the top 3 in the War of the 10,000 Clans, simply entering early to obtain treasures and enhance one's strength is enough to make any supreme being salivate. This is why everyone has made such statements. However, when facing their peers, even if they are tempted, they know their strength isn't top tier, so they don't show strong competitive desires. Joshua pressed his hand down. Anyway, we're all gathered here. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to share them. Who knows, maybe we'll adopt them later. After saying that, Joshua couldn't help but laugh. Given the situation of the human race, whenever the Great Xia proposed an idea, regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, the Great Eagle would immediately oppose it. If you hadn't laughed just now, I would have said it. Anyway, I'm not good at fighting, so I'll just sit back and watch the show. Those of you with ideas, go for it. Eating watermelon +1. Seeing that everyone seemed unwilling to say anything more, Joshua shook his head and sighed helplessly. Alright then. This dirty work will have to be done by me alone. Without waiting for anyone else to react, he closed his eyes. Seeing this, the others didn't bother to respond either. Some started chatting with acquaintances about the latest gossip, while others pulled out mahjong tiles or playing cards. Half an hour later, Joshua opened his eyes again, a strange expression on his face. Ha! So fast this time? 4KS. Bai Qitian glanced at the other person out of the corner of his eye before tossing the last 4 cards from his hand. A smug smile spread across his face. 2 people bidding for the landlord, a 5 of a kind, plus the previous hands. Let's make it a bargain. Each of you give me 10 billion magic stones. That's a fair deal. Upon hearing the figure of 10 billion magic stones, Inoue immediately grimaced in pain. However, before he could react, Gu Yunyan remained unfazed, pointing a finger, and time suddenly reversed. One by one, the cards returned to his Inu's and Bai Qitian's hands, then fell from their hands back to the table, forming the original hand. He blew a breath, and a small flame consumed the cards. Ha! What did you say? Gu Yunyuan rubbed his eyes, the soul fire in his eyes flickering. Old age catches up with one. I do not pay attention and fall asleep, so I did not hear clearly. Inu silently gave his father a thumbs up. As expected. Experience truly is a teacher. Bai Chi was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring, but he couldn't do anything about it. Feeling completely ignored, Joshua glanced at the others and realized that not a single person had even looked at him. These guys. Joshua didn't wait for anyone to ask, but spoke directly. We've already reached a decision. This time, it's all about ability. The capable will rise. Upon hearing these words, everyone finally turned their attention back to Joshua. On many faces, however, there was a clear look of surprise. Has Big Eagle lost his mind? How could this proposal pass? And it only took half an hour. Something off, it's off by a factor of 100. What kind of scheme is Big Eagle cooking up this time? At a time like this, he is still planning to play dirty behind our backs. Hearing the words that almost slipped out of everyone's mouths involuntarily, Joshua couldn't help but silently mourn for Big Eagle for 0.01 seconds. There was no doubt about it. This was definitely the worst time Daing had ever been framed. Stop speculating here. Let us settle this with action. This proposal wasn't even my idea. Facing the puzzled looks of everyone, Joshua shrugged his hands. I hadn't even said a word yet, and Daing had already brought up this proposal on his own. Everyone gasped in shock. Did Daing lose his mind? When was the last time we heard such a reasonable proposal come out of their mouths? Last time was obviously last time. Don't joke around. I think it was hundreds of years ago. You don't even suspect they have some ulterior motive? Facing these skeptical glances, Joshua couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth before answering, I don't doubt it. Though it's highly unusual for Big Eagle to propose something so normal, there's no need to dwell on it. Let us just settle this with our strength. Before anyone could object, Joshua cut them off. Enough with the nonsense. I also need to inform the others. Besides me, the old man, and white brother, there aren't many here who can fight. The others glared at him angrily. Politeness, you say? Joshua responded with a provocative smile. As if to say, don't agree? Come and try. Everyone silently withdrew their gaze and turned their attention back to the old man. After a moment, Joshua waved his hand. That's enough. That's enough for now. Let's all go. Oh, and while we're gone, keep an eye on things. Even though we have a major enemy to deal with, there are still some troublemakers around. Maybe the Big Eagle is just trying to get us all out of the way so he can team up with others to do something shady? Obviously. Even though he claimed not to care, Joshua remained vigilant against the other party. Chapter 192, The Arrogant Chu Madman. Trouble. We need to confirm the spots first. Xu Pingyan sighed, and a thought also popped into his mind. Why not just eliminate the eagle outright? That way, we wouldn't have to go through the trouble of confirming the quota, right? Of course. But the thought was quickly dismissed from his mind. Though he didn't consider himself a good person, he wasn't a monster either. There was no need to destroy another country over such a trivial matter. Even if the eagles had numerous issues, those were primarily due to the nobles on their side acting in their own self-interest, and had nothing to do with the common people. Most importantly, with Xu Pingyan's current strength, the entire Blue Star could be considered his personal property. The supreme beings of the Great Eagle were no exception. In fact, the benefits the supreme beings could bring him surpass those of ordinary ancient artifacts. Destroying a nation would only harm his own interests. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. As Xu Pingyan was pondering these thoughts, after the meeting dispersed, Bai Qitian, Gu Yunyan, and Joshua also entered the small room. After greeting everyone, Xu Pingyan took the initiative to speak. Are we going to determine the quotas next? Joshua smiled and waved his hand. No need. Pingyan, have you ever intervened on Blue Star before? Xu Pingyan's eyes flickered. Joshua's words reminded him of something, and he nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I have. That time, I just happened to kill 2 supreme beings. The assassin who came later wasn't from the Great Eagle faction, so that doesn't count. Upon hearing Xu Pingyan's words, the other's brows involuntarily furrowed. This kid already possesses such astonishing strength at such a young age. He has been hiding his true abilities pretty well. No wonder. After the initial surprise, Joshua nodded in understanding. The mystery of why no one from the Great Eagle clan had come during the previous battle was finally solved. Without dwelling on the topic, Joshua spoke up. The Great Eagle has proposed that the Great Xia can obtain 1 spot without having to compete for it. However, after I insisted on our position, it was changed to 2, on the condition that you cannot participate in the subsequent quota competition. At this point, Joshua couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I never thought that we old-timers wouldn't have as much influence as you young ones. Xu Pingyan smiled. If you and the elders hadn't hidden your true strength, this spot might have doubled. He later learned that the 2 had never revealed their true strength in front of outsiders. As for whether Daing or the other major powers had any supreme beings, Xu Pingyan was unaware. But he assumed they must exist. However, even if they were all combined, there might only be a few such individuals. After all, the overall strength of the human race isn't weak. Having so many supreme beings is quite reasonable. In response to Xu Pingyan's praise, Joshua's face showed little pride. No matter how astonishing their talents may be, when compared to this monster named Xu Pingyan. Never mind. Just the thought of challenging him makes one feel like they're asking for humiliation. Joshua shook his head and then said, the remaining 18 spots will likely be finalized 4 hours before the restricted area opens. During this time, don't wander around. Stay put and wait for our instructions. Bai Qitian suddenly spoke up from the side, oh, right, Pinyin. The madman just sent me a message saying he's completed his advanced mission. Oh? Chu Pingin's eyes lit up and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Old man, cough, Dad, he broke through. Speaking of which, it's been so long since we last saw him, I really miss him. Master, did he mention where he is now? I didn't get a chance to ask for the exact location. Alright, I'll contact him myself. After saying that, Chu Pingyan took Lily's hand and bid farewell to the others. I'll be going now. After Chu Pingyan left, Bai Qitian couldn't help but smack his lips. Brother Bai? Bai Qitian waved his hand. Nothing, just felt a bit regretful. I forgot to ask Pingyan to record that disciple's expression. Expression? Upon hearing this, Bai Qitian's face turned peculiar. Though they hadn't spent much time together, he had already gotten a good sense of Chu Pingyan's personality. To put it in today's online slang, he was a real prankster. Such a prankster wouldn't even spare his own father. Probably wouldn't act like a normal person, right? Thinking this, Bai Qitian sighed and said, given Pingyan's personality, you don't really think he's been missing my wayward disciple so much, do you? In my opinion, the only reason Pingyan is acting so eager is because of one thing. At this point, Bai Qitian shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Let's go. Securing the spot is the most important thing. Oof. Damn riddle maker. Watching Bai Qitian's back, Joshua rolled his eyes. If he didn't have such thick skin, he'd probably have been beaten to death by now. However, since things had come to this point, he probably already guessed what Chu Pingyan intended to do. Old man, where are you? It's been so long since I've seen you. I came back to check on you. I've got some good news to share with you. Hearing Chu Pingyan's familiar voice through the speaker, Chu Guangxin felt a wave of warmth welling up inside him. Added to the joy of his recent advancement, he couldn't bring himself to care about the slight insult in his words. What good news can't be shared over the phone? It wouldn't be as fun over the phone. Alright, I also have some great news to share with you. Chu Guangren spoke with confidence. Though he had wasted so many years, the benefits of this advancement far exceeded his expectations. In less than 2.5 years, he was confident he could reach the 9th rank. Return to the pinnacle of his past. And with this exhilarating and joyful mood, the first thing he wanted to do was share it with the people closest to him. Thinking of this, Chu Guangren also revealed his current location to Chu Pingyan. I understand. Old man, wait for me. I'll be right there. After saying that, Chu Pingyan hurriedly hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chu Guangren paused for a moment before speaking with a hint of irritation. That good-for-nothing brat. He rarely calls, and he doesn't even bother to chat for a few more minutes. Chu Guangren didn't take Chu Pingyan's promise to arrive soon too seriously. Earlier, when he had spoken with Bai Qitian on the phone, he had already learned that the other party had matters to attend to and was currently in a specific location. At such a distance, even if he rushed there non-stop using the teleportation array, it would still take several hours. Pushing Chu Pingyan's matter to the back of his mind, Chu Guangren opened his phone and looked at one of the apps, a look of confusion crossing his face. Come to think of it, so much time has passed, why haven't they approved my request to return to the battlefield? Instead, they transferred me to the imperial capital? Didn't the teacher already agree before? Chapter 193, Chu Guangren 0.0. On the other side. Chu Pingyan, who had also hung up the phone, looked at Lilith beside him. He noticed that the tail behind her was wriggling restlessly back and forth. Even someone with little knowledge of succubi could sense her current anxiety, let alone Chu Pingyan, who had spent so many days with Lilith and had grown increasingly familiar with her. Don't worry. The old man may be strict with me, but he's pretty open-minded in other aspects. Chu Pingyan patted Lilith on the head and spoke reassuringly. I'm not worried at all. Lilith pouted and glared at Chu Pingyan, then her tail began to wriggle restlessly behind her. Do you think? Father might not like me. Ha ha. Hearing this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lilith glared at him angrily, then stuck out her pink fist and playfully punched Chu Pingyan's shoulder. I'm so nervous, and you're laughing. Speaking of which, I remember reading in a book a couple of days ago that you should bring a gift when visiting elders. What should I prepare for father? Chu Pingyan adopted a serious expression. Just as Lilith thought he was genuinely helping her think about the problem, she heard. In the Great Xia dynasty, when facing elders, there's a gift that no one can refuse. Lilith's eyes lit up and she hugged Chu Pingyan's arm, breathing softly. Good Pingyan, tell me quickly. You can reward me however you want tonight. Who's rewarding whom? Plus, we're about to enter the forbidden zone. How will you reward me? You're such a fool who can't even draw a picture. Mocking the other person in his heart, Chu Pingyan spoke seriously. Whether there's a reward or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that I don't want you to lose out. This gift is peck. Lilith promptly offered a kiss, eagerly asking, what as the gift? A child. So the best gift is a child, huh? Lilith nodded instinctively, then finally realized what had been said, and a blush instantly spread across her flawless face. That's too much. I'm angry. Chu Pingyan spoke seriously, trust me, this is truly the best gift. Upon hearing this, Lilith suddenly adopted a fierce expression, reaching out to tug at Chu Pingyan's clothes. If that's the case, then let's get started right now. Let us aim to bring back a little baby for father before we return. Sigh. Chu Pingyan sucked in a sharp breath. Lately, this girl had been acting too well behaved, almost making him forget she was a female troublemaker. Chatting and laughing along the way, Chu Pingyan led Lilith to the imperial capital after about 10 minutes. Compared to other towns, the imperial capital was far more magnificent and vast. Looking down from above, even the most prosperous city of the demon race, the illusion demon city, paled in comparison. Is this the most prosperous city in the Great Xia Empire, the imperial capital? It's truly beautiful. Lilith exclaimed in awe. Chu Pingyan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Though he was a human, this was his first time in the imperial capital. Compared to it, Xingyun City, where he had lived his entire life, seemed like a small town. Of course. Faced with the breathtaking scenery before them, the two could only marvel briefly. After all, with their current strength, such external things had long lost their original meaning. Chu Pingyan did not enter through the city gates or register instead, he silently led Lilith through the magical array that covered the entire imperial capital. With his current strength and abilities, he naturally wouldn't attract any attention. Let alone the mundane laws that only bind ordinary people. In such trivial matters, those of the highest rank naturally enjoyed certain privileges. Ignoring the address provided by Chu Quangren earlier, Chu Pingyan looked down from above and easily pinpointed Chu Quangren's current location with a single glance. The other party wasn't living in the bustling city center but in a large villa near the outskirts. From the surrounding facilities, it was clear that the quality of life here was no worse than in the city center. In fact, due to the beautiful surroundings and amenities, the living experience here was even better than in the city center. Chu Pingyan nodded, then descended with Lilith to the entrance of the mansion. He rang the doorbell, and there was a quick response from inside. Who, ha? Before the words could finish, they were cut off by a startled cry, followed by several muffled sounds from inside the house. The front door finally opened, and Chu Quangren, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, appeared before them. Chu Pingyan smiled brightly, walked forward, and gave his old man a heartfelt hug. Dad, it's been ages. You little rascal. You've been gone for so long without even calling this old man. Feeling the strength in Chu Quangren's arms and the warmth in his words, Chu Pingyan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Ah, I was just thinking about how busy you must be with your breakthrough. How could I be a hindrance to you at such a critical moment? You're right. You little rascal. You're really taking it to heart. Thinking this to himself, Chu Pingyan didn't actually say it out loud, not wanting to ruin the current atmosphere. After a moment, the two parted ways. Chu Quangren also looked over at Lilith, who was smiling and gazing tenderly at Chu Pingyan. Is this the surprise you told me about? Before Chu Pingyan could introduce her, Chu Quangren nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. It's indeed a surprise that satisfies me. No wonder you said it was hard to explain over the phone. But, as he spoke, a look of suspicion flashed across Chu Quangren's eyes. Little girl, you weren't fooled by this good-for-nothing brat, were you? You're so beautiful, how could you fall for this good-for-nothing brat? Hearing the old man's words, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who is the one with no skills here? Lilith paused for a moment, then a smile flickered in her eyes. No wonder he's Pingyan's father, the two of them are so alike. Shaking her head, she whispered, Father, I haven't been deceived. Pingyan is doing well. Meeting him was my luck. Ugh. Chu Quangren sucked in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. How could he just call him father like that? He wasn't prepared for that at all. Despite his thoughts, a silly smile already spread across his face. Ha ha ha. You say that, and this little brat's tail is probably already sticking up in the air. Speaking of which, look at my memory. As he spoke, Chu Quangren slapped his head and glared at Chu Pingyan, who was watching the scene unfold beside him. You too. Don't you let him go in first? What are you standing here for? Goodness. He got caught in the crossfire too. The three of them entered the house and sat down. Chu Quangren patted Chu Pingyan on the shoulder beside him. You finally did something decent. By the way, I also have some good news. Upon hearing this, Chu Pingyan's eyes lit up, and a smile even brighter than before spread across his face. Chapter 194, Chu Quangren, devastated to the point of withdrawal. Part 1. What good news? Looking at the bright smile on Chu Pingyan's face, Chu Quangren didn't think much of it. He simply assumed the other was already excited about the good news he had mentioned. I've completed the advancement tasks these past few days and reached the 7th rank. Chu Quangren crossed his arms, speaking with a touch of pride. Do you know what 7th rank means? What does that mean? Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there are only tens of thousands of warriors who have reached the 7th rank. And your old man here is one of those tens of thousands. Hearing Chu Quangren's boastful words, Lilith's face immediately turned complex. 7th tier wasn't weak, but to her, it was no different from the minnows in the sea. A single finger could easily crush countless of them. And Chu Pingyan's strength was even stronger than hers. Hearing someone speak in such an exaggerated manner, her feelings were naturally a mix of emotions. However, before Lilith could speak up to explain, she was stopped by Chu Pingyan's gaze from the side. Sigh. Lilith couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I don't care what happens next. On the other side, Chu Quangren, who was unaware of all this, continued to boast about his achievements. Most importantly, after completing this advancement, I also awakened a new talent. With that, you'll only need 2.5 years to advance to the 9th rank. Do you know what kind of existence the 9th rank is? What kind of existence? There are only 4 digits worldwide. Chu Quangren said arrogantly, and with this newly awakened talent, even if I've just advanced to the 9th rank, I can easily rank in the top 100. If I encounter similar opportunities in future advancement tasks, I dare not even imagine the scene. As he spoke, Chu Quangren shook his head in admiration. With such a powerful father like me and your master's background, you'll just have to enjoy your life in secret from now on. Chu Pingyan rubbed his chin, a mysterious smile on his face. So you're saying I can just relax and do nothing? Chu Quangren patted his shoulder. It's not exactly lying around doing nothing. I think you should still leave me a few treasure chests every day to invest in your future. Listening to the old man's words, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but suppress a smile. He pretended to look troubled and said, but all the boxes are already reserved by the Supreme Ones every day. Why don't you go talk to the Grandmaster and ask him to let me give you 2 every day? Chu Quangren's arrogant expression faltered. Go ask the teacher for that? He didn't even need to think about it to know what the consequences would be. A beating would be the least of it. To put it bluntly, even if he managed to advance to the 9th rank in 2.5 years, he would still be far behind the Supreme Being. Competing with the Supreme Beings for boxes, cough cough, that's a bit too much of a stretch. Chu Quangren put away the smugness he had felt upon recently advancing. Never mind. Upon further reflection, I don't really need the box after all. With my current strength, I can obtain anything I desire through my own efforts. There is no need to take a shortcut from you. Chu Pingyan shrugged indifferently, choosing not to call him out on it. It's rare to see each other, so there is no need to be too friendly. I'll just use that matter to provoke him later. There was no need to give the old man too much of a provocation over such a minor matter. Though, with his current abilities, he could easily give anyone the treasure chest he wanted. Chu Quangren could just arrange 2 for him if needed. But upon further consideration, there was no need for that. The other party had just advanced to the 7th rank and was already thinking about returning to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. If his strength improves further, what bold ideas might he come up with then? Considering his safety, this is fine for now. To be honest, if you give me 2.5 years, even if my dad accidentally messes things up for his own people, I could still pull them back from the brink of death. Of course. Chu Pingyan had no idea what the afterlife would look like. This was merely a figure of speech. It's a long story, but in reality, it's just an instant. Seeing that Chu Pingyan didn't press further, Chu Quangxin sighed in relief. I didn't expect that after some time apart, this kid has become so much more sensible. If it had been before, he would have been grilled until his scalp tingled. That said, we shouldn't continue this topic any further. What if he comes back with a surprise question? With that thought, Chu Quangren smiled and changed the subject. Speaking of which, you mentioned you had some good news. Tell me about it. Finally hearing those words, Chu Pingyan's smile grew even brighter. However, he didn't rush to reveal what it was. Instead, he asked, before we talk about that, let me ask you something first. Dad, what level are you at now? Why do you ask that? Looking at Chu Pingyan with a puzzled expression, Chu Quangren didn't hide anything and replied, not very high, just level 131. Once I reach the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, it should only take half a year at most to reach level 150 and unlock the 7th tier advancement quest. Only half a year? Feeling the disbelief in Chu Pingyan's tone, Chu Quangren misunderstood his meaning. Thinking the other party found the time frame too fast, he couldn't help but explain, there is no other way. For a genius like me, even if I reach this level, my upgrade speed won't be too slow. Chu Pingyan wore a complex expression. Dad, is there any chance you think 6 months is too long? Chu Quangren widened his eyes, then couldn't help but sneer, mockingly saying, you little brat, don't think that just because you've been hanging around the Supreme Beings for a few days, their level is as easy as picking cabbages, and the later stages will be simple. Let me put it this way, even in the vast multiverse, this half-year pace would still be considered top tier. According to past records, it would easily rank in the top 1,000. Really? Chu Pingyan was surprised. If that was the case, then it was indeed quite impressive. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lilith. Lilith also gave her answer, that's exactly right. If one could advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank in just half a year, anyone who witnessed it would have to call them a genius. As he spoke, he couldn't help but add a thought in his heart. Of course, you're an exception. Hearing Lilith's words, Chu Quangren was surprised that this young girl knew such things, but a smug expression once again appeared on his face. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? Your hair may not be long, but your knowledge is even shorter. Damn it. This old man has outsmarted me. But Chu Pingyan smiled, then take a look at my current level. What kind of standard does that represent? Chapter 195, The Ultimate. The Supreme. Chu Kuangren is at a loss again part 2. As he spoke, Chu Pingyan also revealed the section of his personal interface displaying his level and rank. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren, who hadn't turned around to see the panel yet, couldn't help but burst into laughter. So this is the surprise this kid was talking about? He's trying to show off his level in front of me. I can't help but laugh. Even with the Supreme being guiding him and leveling up, how fast could he possibly go? He wasn't exactly a novice back then. Chu Kuangren's smile suddenly faded. Upon careful reflection, he realized he had never truly experienced what it felt like to be carried by a supreme being. According to his teacher's words back then, levels are only meaningful if you were in them step by step on your own. Paying someone else to level you up? In a real battle, that would make you a useless with nothing but your level to show for it. The blood and fire of battle, the effects of each skill, the timing of their release. These could only be mastered quickly through repeated life and death trials. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The teacher isn't going to spoil this kid and turn him into a useless level grinder, is he? Though this profession doesn't excel in combat, it still needs basic self-defense skills. Battles at higher levels are even more dangerous. The slightest mistake could mean certain death. How can he gain enough experience? Teacher, when did you become so reckless? Chu Kuangren couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The expression on his face grew incredibly serious at that moment. After all, he was his own disciple. If the teacher had led him astray, then it was his responsibility to correct him. Peace. Chu Kuangren turned his head, but the words on the tip of his tongue froze after uttering Pingyan. Because the words he had intended to say were completely forgotten the moment he saw the large level 150, 7th rank. ABA. ABA. His mouth opened wide, uttering meaningless murmurs. Seeing this, Chu Pingyan's face lit up with a brilliant smile. His tone, however, carried the same confusion as before. Dad, why don't you comment on it? Unfortunately. These words also failed to reach Chu Kuangren's ears. From the other person's still dazed expression, it was easy to imagine how utterly confused he must be at that moment. Lilith, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How tragic. In truth, it wasn't hard to understand why Chu Kuangren reacted this way. No one knew better than him when that brat had completed his class change. And yet, after just a few dozen days, it happened in the blink of an eye. Wow, his level was now higher than his own, despite all the years of hard work. Especially since he had just broken through and had even flaunted it earlier. Right now, Chu Kuangren is still in shock. By the time he comes to his senses, he might be so ashamed he'll want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing him now completely dumbfounded, Chu Ping first felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, followed by a touch of boredom. Come on, show some more reaction. Unfortunately, Chu Kuangren couldn't hear his inner thoughts. After a few minutes of stupor, Chu Kuangren's eyes finally regained their color. Looking at the still unchanged rank, he sighed with a mix of emotions. He didn't panic or act impulsively like Chu Pingyan had imagined in his mind during that time. Instead, under Chu Pingyan's surprised gaze, he turned around and let out a complex sigh. After that sigh, the other person's towering figure seemed to tremble slightly, appearing visibly more aged. Old, so old. Muttering to himself, Chu Kuangren shook his head and walked toward the house. Chu Pingyan felt a sudden pang of unease and hurried forward to grab the old man's hand. Since he was facing away from Chu Pingyan, even he couldn't see the fleeting look of satisfaction that flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes at that moment. Dad, don't say that. I'm just joking with you. Don't mention that you're only at level 131 now. Even if you were at level 190 or higher, with my current strength, it wouldn't make any difference. So you have no reason to feel inferior. Hearing Chu Pingyan's words, Chu Kuangren felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction deep within him. Experience truly is the best teacher. With his current strategy of retreating to advance, isn't the Joker card being flipped right back onto Chu Pingyan's head? That's right. That several-minute-long look of confusion was all an act. In fact, the real shock lasted only the first 10 seconds or so. After that, he began frantically devising countermeasures. For example, using his father's authority to suppress Chu Pingyan and give him a good lesson. Or perhaps lose his temper and transform into the impulsive king. Or perhaps. In any case, every plan had its advantages and disadvantages. However, after a thorough analysis, Chu Kuangren decisively chose the option with the least drawbacks, retreating to advance. From Chu Pingyan's words at the moment, it's not hard to see that this move has yielded good results. However, before Chu Kuangren could savor his victory for long, he heard the other party's subsequent words. The smile that had just appeared on his face didn't last even a second before it completely vanished. Level 190 and above, the same as his current level? No. When did this kid's ability to speak nonsense become so exaggerated? He couldn't recall ever teaching such a boastful and arrogant disciple. Along with this surge of anger, the perfect act he had just put on crumbled in an instant. You brat, do you even know what 190 means? As the words left his mouth, Chu Kuangren locked eyes with Chu Pingyan's smiling gaze. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He realized he'd been tricked again. Damn it! How did I let this kid fool me again? Thinking this, Chu Kuangren also frowned, trying to look as authoritative as possible. Whether there was any truth to it, even he himself wasn't entirely sure. Chu Pingyan smiled. Dad, you're not thinking you've been tricked again, are you? Before Chu Kuangren could respond, he continued. Though I said that on purpose, I didn't lie to you. You didn't lie to me? You're trying to say that at just level 150 you can already fight against the Supreme Being? Chu Kuangren sneered, and his attitude made his meaning clear. If you don't believe me, Lilith can vouch for me. Lilith, who was watching the scene unfold. Despite the unexpected conflict involving her, Lilith sighed inwardly as she met the two men's gazes. She then opened the information about her level and nodded reluctantly. Peace, you're not lying. Upon seeing Lilith's level displayed as 197, Chu Kuangren fell into silence once again. Chapter 196, Chu Kuangren plays his identity card to suppress. Chu Kuangren stared at the information before him, his mind filled with questions. The young master? Level 197? Did he misread the 1, or was the 9 upside down? Holding the information with trepidation, Chu Kuangren examined it carefully once more before finally falling into silence. Good news, he wasn't hallucinating. Which means, the girl the brat brought home is the Supreme. This fact even made him forget the previous conversation. After the initial shock subsided, question marks filled his mind. No. How dare this brat be noticed by a Supreme Being? It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that they have ulterior motives for the brat? At the thought of this conspiracy theory, Chu Kuang's heart sank. But he quickly dismissed the thought. If he were to say anything, the brat has been with the teachers all these days. They must know everything. And given their abilities, there's no reason they wouldn't have noticed the other party's strength. Then, even the teachers and other Supreme Beings acknowledge that there is no way it could be harmful to Pingyan. Realizing this, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but sigh in relief. But then, damn it! What gives that brat the right? Chu Kuangren admitted he was jealous. This was the all-powerful Supreme Being. And judging by the opponent's rank, even among the Supreme Beings, his strength wouldn't be lacking. Both emotionally and logically, there is no reason for him to have set his sights on our own little brat who is only at the 7th rank. Wait, he is only 7th tier too? His rank isn't even as high as Chu Pingyan's? Damn it! After decades of effort, he's been surpassed in every aspect by this brat. One thought after another kept popping into his mind, making Chu Kuangren's mood even more complicated. In the end, it all boiled down to a heavy sigh. I'm getting old, so old. This world truly belongs to the young. At that moment, Chu Kuangren suddenly understood why his application to join the battlefield of the 10,000 clans had taken so long to be approved. Given Chu Pingyan's current situation, if he were to actually go to the battlefield of 10,000 clans, he would only become a burden to the enemy. Oof. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but click his tongue in dissatisfaction. This brat has just come of age, and now I've become a burden. Though he found this hard to accept, it didn't mean he couldn't accept it. Moreover, changing perspectives. No matter how powerful this brat becomes, he's still my son. The older generation all hope their children will become successful, and in his case, hasn't he already achieved that? Once this brat becomes even more powerful, it won't be too hard for me to tag along and climb to the top, right? Others are just leeching off their parents, but in his case, leeching off his own son isn't such a big deal. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangren's mood completely shifted from gloomy to sunny. He couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, not bad. Hearing this, even Lilith and Chu Pingyan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on their faces. They then cast worried glances his way. Just a moment ago, the old man was in a complex mood, sighing about how he was getting old and how the world belonged to the young. How could he be laughing again so suddenly? Could it be that I provoked him too much and? Considering this possibility, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, then gripped Chu Kuangren's shoulders tightly and shook him back and forth. Dad, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Chu Kuangren slapped Chu Pingyan's hands away and glared at him. You're such a proud son, so what is wrong with me showing some joy? Ha? What ah? Chu Kuangren wore a look of satisfaction. Without my 18 years of effort, how could you be so outstanding? Chu Pingyan remained silent. At first glance, this statement seemed to have many flaws. But upon closer reflection, it was indeed true. Without Chu Kuangren, he wouldn't exist, let alone the 18 years of nurturing and care. Seeing Chu Pingyan's silence, Chu Kuangren couldn't help but smile triumphantly at that moment. Their respective statuses speak for themselves. No matter how outstanding one may be, all it takes is to say, I am your father. As for strength, does it matter? Not at all. Patting Chu Pingyan on the shoulder, Chu Kuangren smiled and said, sit down. On this joyful day, I must show off my skills and prepare some of my signature dishes. Without waiting for Chu Pingyan's reaction, he walked straight toward the kitchen. Watching Chu Kuangren's back, Chu Ping'an snapped out of his daze and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Nothing. Chu Ping'an gave up and sighed. I was just thinking about where in the imperial capital I could buy some better tasting ingredients. Half an hour later. Chu Ping'an stared expressionlessly at the table filled with dishes that looked tempting and smelled delicious, then turned to look at Chu Kuangren, who was smirking triumphantly. All right. After not seeing him for a while, this old man has become even more cunning. Don't think he can't tell these are all brought straight from a fancy restaurant. With his cooking skills, which could burn down the entire kitchen, there is no way he could have made this. What are you standing there for? Eat. Chu Kuangren spoke with a smile, and Lilith also picked up her chopsticks and selected a more home-style garlic-flavored pork rib. As the ribs entered her mouth, Lilith, unaware of the truth, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, delicious. Ha ha. Chu Kuangren smiled brightly. If it's good, eat more. He then gave Chu Ping'an a threatening glance. Seeing this, Chu Ping'an decided not to expose him and chose to spare him some face. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating as well. To be honest, the food at this place is actually pretty good. After eating for a while, Chu Kuangren casually asked, how long do you plan to stay this time? Despite sensing the anticipation in Chu Kuangren's words, Chu Ping'an replied honestly, probably just a few hours. Chu Kuangren paused for a moment before smiling and saying, I thought you'd stay a few more days this time. Though he was smiling, the disappointment in his tone was even noticeable to Lilith. Chu Ping'an sighed, Dad, you have to understand the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If I don't work hard, the entire human race will be doomed. Nonsense. Chu Kuangren glared at him angrily, with your 7th tier strength, you're talking about the entire human race? I just said, don't underestimate me. Even Lilith and my master aren't a match for me. Did you say that? Chu Kuangren asked in confusion. I did. Lilith can vouch for me. I don't believe you. Chu Kuangren spoke without hesitation, if you're really that capable, then go find your mother for me. Chu Ping'an froze, my mom. From childhood to adulthood, he had never heard Chu Kuangren mention her, so he had always assumed the other party was. Now that he thought about it, the truth seemed to differ greatly from what he had imagined. Chapter 197, a grand display of filial piety, everyone. Thinking of this, Chu Ping'an blurted out without thinking, my mom isn't dead? Chu Kuangren's face turned dark, you really are a big joke. Even the king of hell would feel ashamed hearing that. Not just Chu Kuangren, even Lilith beside him fell silent. Facing the two of them, Chu Ping'an realized his slip of the tongue. He forced a smile and said, well, I've noticed you've always avoided this topic since you were a child, so I just assumed. As he spoke, he scratched his head, feeling unusually embarrassed. Chu Kuangren remained silent for a moment before sighing and speaking self-reproachfully, this is indeed my fault. It's been tough on you to be so understanding from such a young age. When other children your age had their parents by their side, you didn't cry or make a fuss, and you didn't even ask any questions. Chu Kuangren gazed off into the distance, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he sighed again and said, come to think of it, given your current rank, which is now higher than mine, it's about time you knew these things. I had been considering when to find the right opportunity to tell you, but I never expected this day to come so soon. Upon hearing this, Chu Ping'an sat up straight, his face growing serious. I wonder what kind of hidden circumstances are involved. In an instant, his mind was flooded with all the cliché plot twists from the countless novels he had read since childhood. But he quickly dismissed them. Even if old Deng isn't reliable, with my master's strength and connections, who would dare to cause trouble for him in such a matter? Considering this, the story clearly wouldn't unfold as he had imagined. However, Chu Ping'an didn't waste too much brainpower speculating. The correct answer was right in front of him, why bother going to all that trouble? Chu Kuangren sighed, before you came along, I was a fearsome warrior on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, slaying countless enemies. You caused. Before Chu Kuangren could reminisce about his glorious past, Chu Ping'an cut him off ruthlessly, skip the memories and details. Get to the point. Hilarious. This guy isn't even considered a supreme being, how dare he say such things. Below the supreme being, all are but ants. No matter how many you kill, given the nature of those foreign tribes, they wouldn't feel much pain. Even geniuses are no exception. After all, with enough time, geniuses will always emerge. So, while what he said might not be entirely false, it's only true at his level. If you look at it from a higher perspective, it's like children fighting, it's not worth taking seriously. Given Chu Ping'an's current strength, he naturally has no interest in listening to the old man boast about such things. Chu Kuangren paused, then couldn't help but glare at Chu Ping'an. That damn brat, doesn't he let me show off? Then, considering Lilith, the supreme being standing beside him, and Chu Ping'an, whose strength was no weaker than his own according to her words, there's really not much more to say about these matters. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said, let us get down to business. Your mother has always been alive. The reason you've never seen her since you were a child is because she's been trapped in a forbidden place. Chu Ping'an remained silent, waiting patiently for the other to continue. Actually, it was all my fault back then. I won't go into the details if you don't want to hear them. The basic story is that our team was engaged in a fierce battle with a foreign tribe, and we accidentally triggered this forbidden zone. And your mother's bloodline happened to match the requirements, so she became trapped within the forbidden zone and has not been heard from since. Xu Pingyan waited for a moment, but seeing that the other person had no intention of continuing, he blinked in confusion and asked, "That's it?" "That's it." Xu Pingyan fell silent, then couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. "No. I told you to skip the details, but I didn't tell you to skip them to this extent. This is practically the same as not saying anything at all." Ignoring the hostile aura emanating from Xu Pingyan, Xu Guangren remained calm and said, "If you have any questions, just ask." Xu Pingyan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He indeed had a lot of questions. For example, according to your explanation, what about me? Was I conceived while my mother was on a mission, or while she was already pregnant with me? If it was while she was pregnant with me, then why was I raised by you? Hearing this, Xu Guangren couldn't help but blush, then hesitated for a moment before sighing, "Neither." Xu Pingyan blinked in confusion. "Neither? Then he couldn't have just popped out of a rock, could he? This is a bit complicated to explain." Xu Guangren dodged the question and said, "To put it simply, your mother's bloodline couldn't just be cut off, so we made a temporary effort and that's how you came to be." Xu Pingyan was speechless. Though this explanation sounded problematic in every way, to put it simply. "So you're saying that before my mother officially entered that forbidden place, she specifically gave you guys a few years to, you know?" Cough. Xu Guangren looked embarrassed and waved his hand. To be precise, it was 11 months. 11 months? No. The success rate is that high? You should know that the stronger one is, the harder it is to conceive a bloodline, so there are special medicines there. In any case, after that, it took another 10 months of pregnancy, and I brought you away from there, while your mother remained in that forbidden place. Upon hearing this, Xu Pingyan's expression also grew somewhat complicated. Though the plot development wasn't the melodramatic scenario he had imagined, the story. How does this feel even more outlandish? Take a look. Lilith, standing beside him, had her mouth wide open, clearly shocked by the situation. After composing himself, Xu Pingyan spoke again, "Then how did you know that my mother was okay?" "Naturally, because there's always been a spiritual connection between us." Saying this, Xu Guangren hesitated for a moment. "Of course. Given the level of that forbidden place, it would be easy to hide it from my perception. But just a few days ago, I sensed the fluctuations from that forbidden place. It seems like it's about to emerge officially." After a pause, Xu Guangren continued, "If my senses were correct, then its early emergence is clearly due to your mother's efforts over the years." Xu Pingyan nodded instinctively, then suddenly froze. "A few days ago? Emerging early? This can't be a coincidence, can it?" As he thought this, Xu Pingyan instinctively glanced at Lilith beside him. She saw that the other person also looked puzzled. Clearly, both of them were thinking the same thing. Xu Pingyan bit his lip and then said, "Logically speaking, since you and Mom have been gone for so long, the senior disciples shouldn't have no idea, right?" Chapter 198, "This is just messing with us." Upon hearing this, Xu Guangren looked at Xu Pingyan in confusion before saying, "After all, you've been missing for a year." Of course they know. Xu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, it seems like it's not the same forbidden area? Otherwise, Bai Qi Tian and the others wouldn't have mentioned it at the meeting. Ignoring why Xu Pingyan asked that question, Xu Guangren casually explained, "Even if it were the teachers, they wouldn't have the ability to enter this forbidden area. Based on our previous deductions, this forbidden zone might be related to divine beings. Even as the highest beings, they must adhere to its rules." Xu Pingyan nodded and then raised his own doubt, "But according to what you just said, if I had the power of the highest, I could enter. How is that possible? You're usually so smart. Why are you suddenly saying such a stupid thing now?" Xu Guangren replied impatiently, "Do you think we were given an extra year for no reason? Naturally, it's to continue your mother's bloodline. With her bloodline, you can enter the forbidden zone at any time once it's opened." Xu Pingyan nodded in understanding. He then said in a solemn voice, "Give me the coordinates." "Ha?" Xu Guangren paused, then spoke impatiently, "I meant you should go once you've attained supreme power, not now." Xu Pingyan sighed helplessly, "I've told you many times, the highest level is nothing to me right now." "That's still not possible. That place requires at least a 9th tier cultivation level to enter." Upon hearing this, Xu Pingyan's face betrayed a look of suspicion. If the ranking system is really a hard and fast rule, then it just won't work. "But what rank were you guys originally?" "I can't help but feel like old Deng is lying." Xu Guangren spoke calmly, "Can the nature of the matter be the same? You merely inherited your mother's bloodline, you don't fully possess his bloodline. There are additional requirements to enter. Otherwise, why wait for the forbidden zone to open?" At this point, Xu Guangren softened his tone, "I'm telling you this because I think you have the right to know now. There's no other meaning behind it. Then you should tell me the exact location of the forbidden zone. If I can't enter it now, what's the point of telling me? On the contrary, if you don't say anything now, what if you accidentally encounter some danger? What then? Xu Guangren? No. What kind of karma did he accumulate to raise such a living tyrant? He keeps ramping up the difficulty for no reason. One day, he'll be driven to illness by this brat. In another 100 years, I'll still be in great shape. Chu Quangren glared at Chu Pingyan with a sour expression, then said, enough of that topic. Let us eat. But you said you'd be leaving in a few hours. Just spend some time with me. As for your mother, it's been over a decade anyway. Waiting a little longer won't hurt. Though he spoke thus, Chu Quangren's words were filled with nostalgia for the past. Clearly, he wasn't as indifferent as he claimed. Seeing this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This stubborn old man. Given his understanding of Chu Quangren, once the conversation had reached this point, no matter what else was said, the other party would not change his stance. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing the conversation. A few hours passed in a flash. Dad, we have to go. Go ahead. Chu Quangren pretended not to care and waved his hand, then hesitated for a moment before admonishing, you youngster, although your current strength is decent, you still lack experience. Remember, never hold back against an enemy. If you can take them out with one move, don't use a second. Got it. Oh, and when facing corpses, don't rush in immediately. Use your skills to attack them multiple times. You never know what unique abilities the 10,000 clans might have that can bypass perception or warning signals. Dad, I'm not that stupid. I know you're not that stupid, but I'm just worried you might get careless. Chu Quangren glared at Chu Pingyan, then waved his hand dismissively, looking at your ugly face makes me angry. Get out of here. Hearing this, Chu Pingyan wasn't happy. He sneered. Old man, I've recorded that. Next time I see Mom, I'll play it for her. Chu Quangren trembled all over, then stubbornly spoke up, it won't do any good even if you play it for her. I only take after you in 3 ways, the remaining 7 must be from Mom. You say you don't want to see me, but if you rephrase it. As he spoke, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. As for Chu Quangren's words, he had already broken out in a cold sweat without realizing it. Pingyan, I wasn't. However, before he could finish, Chu Pingyan had already taken Lilith and fled. Enraged, Chu Quangren glared at him, fuming, that good-for-nothing brat. Chu Quangren stood at the door, staring blankly for a few minutes before sighing and looking at the now empty room. Now I'm really a lonely old man. Well, so be it. No need to bother with that brat anymore. I'll do whatever I want. Ha? When did these dolls of that brat appear in the house? Wait, there's a letter on top of them. Chu Quangren opened the letter with curiosity, and the familiar handwriting of Chu Pingyan caught his eye. Old man, do whatever you want. Don't worry about being a burden to me. Even if I die on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans or get turned into pickled meat by the alien races, I'll just go back and retrieve you from the Reaper. Oh, and these dolls are my skills. If you ever encounter a situation you can't handle, just use them. Remember, these are one-time use items. Don't waste them unless you're facing a life or death crisis. That's all. After reading the contents of the letter, Chu Quangren couldn't help but smile. He then laughed and scolded, this brat, I wonder where he got such a big mouth. Rescued him from the Reaper? He really dares to say that. Shaking his head, Chu Quangren picked up a doll and examined it curiously. Is this thing really useful in a life or death crisis? Though unsure, he thought of Chu Pingyan's personality, he might joke around about small matters, but when it came to something this important, he was always reliable. I never thought that after such a short time, we'd have to rely on this brat. I need to keep working harder too. Beep beep beep. Just then, the phone suddenly rang urgently. Chu Quangren's eyes lit up. Finally? The approval request to head to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. This little brat is actually pretty efficient. He muttered to himself before opening his phone. However, upon seeing the content of the message, he nearly fainted. We regret to inform you that your application to join the battlefield of the 10,000 clans has been denied. Please. What about the promise that you could do whatever you wanted? This is a total letdown. Chapter 199, Gathering, Waiting. Master, that's how it is. Have you thought this through? Chu Pingyan sighed, sigh. He's such a grown man, he must know what he's doing. Besides, I gave him several trump cards. It's just a game on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It shouldn't be a problem. Chu Pingyan wouldn't be so reckless. The reason for the earlier mix-up. It was just a matter of timing. He hadn't had time to inform Bai Qitian yet, when Chu Quangren's request was rejected. That's why the previous scene unfolded. Besides, haven't most of the powerful beings from the 10,000 clans already entered the Forbidden Zone in the past 10 days or so? Bai Qitian remained silent for a moment before agreeing without hesitation. I understand. By the way, the exact location is XXX. We've already gone ahead. Just come over directly once you arrive. Remember to prepare your disguise in advance. Thank you for your trouble. After hanging up the phone, Lilith couldn't help but speak up, Pingyan, why don't you go to the Forbidden Zone alone? I'll keep an eye on father from the shadows. Chu Pingyan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch the smooth, tender skin of her face. He spoke in a disgruntled tone, just like I said earlier, he's such a grown man, do you really think he's a child? If he finds out that you're secretly protecting him, do you think he'll be happy given his personality? Lilith shook her head. Although she hadn't spent much time with Chu Kwangren, she could tell he was a proud man. For someone so proud, having someone protect him in secret would only make him feel humiliated. So, don't dwell on such nonsense. Chu Pingyan patted Lilith on the head. Besides, I made it very clear in my letter. Even if he were to die, he would pull Chu Kwangren back from the hands of death. This statement was not a metaphor but a fact. With the divine artifact he currently possesses, there is one that possesses such power. It was precisely because he had this divine artifact that he could feel at ease letting the old man go on such a dangerous mission. Otherwise, even if there's only a 0.001% chance of something going wrong, it must be completely eliminated. This is true caution. In comparison, the old man's understanding was already outdated. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's words, Lilith nodded in confusion. After all, she hadn't seen the letter either, so she naturally had no idea what it contained. Let us go. Let's go to the Forbidden Zone and see if we can get you a suitable divine rank. What about you? Let's see first. Who knows what might happen if we use a divine rank? Cough, I was just joking. Of course, if you don't want the divine status, you can give it to someone else. He was determined to obtain the divine status at all costs. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Pingyan also arrived at the location on the battlefield of the 10,000 races that Bai Qitian had mentioned. Below, dark red seawater rose and fell, with countless powerful beasts lurking within, filled with an ominous aura. Above the tides, the sky was filled with countless stars, a breathtaking sight. The two scenes formed a stark contrast. However, at that moment, the powerful beasts in the sea were deeply submerged in the depths, trembling with fear, dared not surface. This was because the sky was filled with countless blurry figures. Even a single breath of their aura caused the surrounding space to warp irregularly. A rough estimate revealed there were no fewer than 10,000. Under such numbers, Chu Pingyan and Lilith, who had arrived after disguising themselves, did not attract any attention. Similarly, finding Bai Qitian and his group among such a vast number was no easy task. Fortunately, both sides had special communication methods, and after spending a few minutes, Chu Pingyan managed to locate Bai Qitian and the others. They're here. Upon seeing Chu Pingyan arrive with Lilith, Bai Qitian, Zhou and the others, who were aware of the situation, smiled and nodded at him in greeting. The others who did not know Chu Pingyan's identity looked at him curiously. They wondered when such an unknown powerful figure had emerged in the Great Xia Empire. After greeting the others, Chu Pingyan scanned the entire group. Besides the obvious members of the Great Xia faction, there were 10 others with different skin tones. They were clearly from different countries. Besides the Great Eagle, these people were also staring at the newly arrived Chu Pingyan and Lilith with curious eyes. As for the Great Eagle, what surprised Chu Pingyan was that there was an old acquaintance among the group. Waters. The old man was sizing up Chu Pingyan with a wary gaze. Despite Chu Pingyan's disguise, the entire Great Xia knew everything about everyone else except him. Using the process of elimination, one could easily deduce the other's identity. Of course, those who feared Chu Pingyan were not only Waters but also his 3 colleagues. Only one person gave Chu Pingyan a casual glance before quickly looking away. And this person also had black hair. With his hands behind his back, he looked as calm as a cloudless sky. Chu Pingyan glanced at the other person, then smiled and greeted Waters. Hey! Nice to see you again. Waters was taken aback, clearly not expecting the other to greet him. He forced a smile. We're on the same side now, so you shouldn't attack me, right? We have our own powerful allies, we're not afraid of this guy. Reassuring himself with these words, Waters regained some of his confidence. When he looked over at the other person again, he noticed that their gaze had already shifted away from him. In fact, Chu Pingyan had only been making small talk and had no other intentions. Regardless of how the Great Eagle behaved, at least during their previous encounter, he had clearly been the one gaining the upper hand. Now that he was part of a group, there was no need to act impulsively. At that moment, Chu Pingyan pulled Bai Qitian to a secluded spot where no one else was around. With a casual gesture, he created a barrier to block others from peering in, then spoke up, Master, do you know anything about my mother? Bai Qitian was taken aback. Chu Pingyan had mysteriously dragged him here, and he had assumed there was something important to discuss. He never expected it to be about this. Did that guy tell you? He did. Since he told you voluntarily, I have nothing to hide either. Bai Qitian nodded, I know. Do you know where that forbidden place is? Chu Pingyan asked eagerly, is it related to this place? Bai Qitian paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, that place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. It's not the same place. I see. Chu Pingyan sighed disappointedly, then asked, so you know where that place is? Can you tell me? He didn't tell you. Chu Pingyan spread his hands helplessly, there's nothing I can do. The old man doesn't believe in my abilities and made up a lie, saying I have to reach the 9th rank before I can go in. He wasn't lying to you. Based on the situation there, only those at the 9th rank can enter. Chapter 200, Conflict, Forbidden Zone, Open. Upon hearing Bai Qitian's words, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but freeze. Shocked. Old Dang actually didn't lie to him about this? This doesn't seem to fit his character at all. Only Chu Quangren couldn't hear his mutterings, otherwise he would have slapped him across the face. What do you mean it doesn't fit his character? Only you would do something so despicable. Chu Ping sighed, alright. Then, Master, can you tell me the coordinates of that place? Once we get out, I still want to go take a look. Sure. Bai Qitian had no objection. Unlike Chu Quangren, who didn't believe in Chu Ping's abilities, the two had already tested each other's strength a few days ago. That scene. Just recalling the incident briefly, Bai Qitian couldn't help but feel his face flush. Even with all his skills activated except for his domain, he was still knocked flying by a single slap from Chu Ping. This outcome wasn't just embarrassing for him, even the others who had been watching at the time couldn't help but fall into silence. As for trying to activate his domain, he didn't have a habit of seeking punishment. It was a simple principle. If he held back, did Chu Ping also hold back? At least Bai Qitian wasn't naive enough to think that was the other party's full strength. Therefore, he had a rough idea of Chu Ping's strength and naturally didn't worry about his safety. Given Chu Ping's current strength, it was those who had carelessly provoked him who should be worried. After obtaining the specific coordinates from Bai Qitian, Chu Ping also returned to the team with him. It wasn't that he wasn't concerned about his mother's situation, he just knew that rushing wouldn't accomplish anything. If things were as they said, the most important thing was to quickly finish the current task and advance to the 9th rank as soon as possible. As the two returned, the others glanced at them before looking away. Only the few highest-ranking members of the Great Xia approached, curiously asking, Old Bai, aren't you going to introduce this person to everyone? Is this an elder we don't know, or a newcomer who has recently been promoted? How does his strength compare to mine? Bai Qitian waved his hand dismissively, go away. They specifically let him come here with his face covered, it must be because there's a reason his identity can't be revealed. As for his strength, I can only say he's reached the level of a supreme master. Whoa. Several supreme beings who were unaware of Chu Ping's identity couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air upon hearing this. Their gaze toward Chu Ping also changed in some way. So he is an elder after all. No wonder those guys from the Great Eagle clan looked like that when they saw the senior. They must have suffered a significant defeat at his hands. The mightiest of the mighty, truly terrifying. Seeing the misunderstanding, Bai Qitian smiled and didn't explain. After all, this was exactly the effect he had intended. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a few kilometers away, a violent force erupted before disappearing even faster. Chu Ping looked in that direction in confusion. Bai Qitian glanced casually before withdrawing his gaze and explained, it's probably another conflicting race that erupted into conflict prematurely. After all, many alien races have harbored centuries-old grudges. Encountering each other suddenly in such a place, they naturally can't contain themselves. Additionally, some powerful races are taking advantage of the chaos. Chu Ping, who had just nodded in understanding, asked again in confusion, taking advantage of the chaos? Bai Qitian smiled, every supreme being is a treasure trove of knowledge and power, not just for our human race, but for all other alien races as well. For some weaker races, even if they pool all their resources, it would be difficult to gather 20 supreme beings. These weaker clans are not something others would easily let go of. Although each race can obtain 20 spots, the same 20 spots vary greatly in strength depending on the tribe's power. For weaker races, a single clan might only have a handful of supreme beings. Some weaker tribes might manage to gather 20 supreme beings, but their overall strength. Even a single powerful individual from the Great Xia could easily handle them. This is the gap between weak and strong tribes. Ironically, killing these weaker individuals can yield decent rewards. Thus, what appears to be a calm scene is actually teeming with hidden dangers. You're wondering why we're not getting involved, aren't you? Bai Qitian spoke again, voicing Chu Ping's doubts. It's not that we don't want to act, but that we can't. When we, the stronger clans, act, all the weaker clans will abandon past grievances and unite against us. Therefore, we cannot intervene. Facing millions of supreme beings united, even the top 3 clans, without the intervention of the divine tier beings, would be unable to withstand such a massive assault. Under such circumstances, we can only stand by and watch quietly. As for the powerful clans present joining forces, that would be even more of a joke. Without a threat of death, who would cooperate wholeheartedly? Of course. As long as we don't make the first move, no one will come looking for trouble. If we were to do that, it would be suicide. Even if we do act, no one will say anything. Chu Ping nodded in understanding. It was as if the might of the strong was not to be challenged. That makes sense. There might also be a few reckless individuals who choose to take the risk, but the consequences of being discovered. Bai Qitian shook his head, his meaning implicit. Having understood everything, Chu Ping quietly chose to watch the show. Though these alien races were inexperienced, and killing them would yield equipment and their remains could be used as premium forging materials, Chu Ping wasn't the least bit tempted. Even the most precious materials, could they be used to create divine artifacts? If not, it's just trash. Thinking of divine artifacts, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but glance at the soul-refining bottle in the compartment. The effect of the time chapter had already cooled down, but the contents inside hadn't been refined yet. I wonder what kind of thing will come out in the end. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Thus, he quietly watched the scene unfold for half an hour. During that time, there were 56 battles that erupted in the area around where Chu Ping'an and his group were. If you include the areas further away, there were even more. It could only be said that such a grand gathering of countless races was indeed far from peaceful. Just then, the stars in the sky suddenly dimmed, and a terrifying force began to spread throughout the area. The moment he sensed this force, Chu Ping'an gained a sudden realization. The laws of the universe. However, the power of this law is truly weak. Chu Ping'an felt that he could destroy it with just a slight struggle. But he naturally wouldn't do that. Chapter 201, Chu Ping'an's clever move. If he were to accidentally destroy this law's power and end up not being teleported into the Forbidden Zone, who would he complain to? Setting Chu Ping'an aside, everyone else's movements also froze at the exact moment the power of the law manifested. These people were clearly different from Chu Ping'an. They were simply unable to resist the power of the law. However, this force only restricted their actions, not their thoughts. Different expressions flashed across everyone's eyes. Surprise, confusion, fear, surprise, excitement. And after the power of the law had restricted everyone, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the dim sky above their heads. The crack spread out for tens of kilometers. Like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, it unleashed a terrifying suction force. Those unable to move under the law's constraints were helplessly swallowed one after another. After passing through this mysterious realm, even Chu Ping'an momentarily lost his senses. When he came to his senses, he found himself trapped in a vast desert. The law that restricted him did not dissipate. Soon, a mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. The test has officially begun. Relevant information has been distributed. Please review it on your own. As the voice faded, the law-based force that had been restricting Chu Ping'an's movements also merged into his body. Chu Ping'an moved his body slightly and felt the force. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. So that's how it works. Good thing I didn't smash this thing to pieces with a single slap earlier. In simple terms, this law-based force now functioned like a fixed program, acting as the examiner for this test. Although, from what had happened earlier, even without this force, he could have entered the Forbidden Zone. However, without the Golden Examiner, anything done within the Forbidden Zone would likely yield no results. Moreover, there are certain tasks that require this force of the law to be performed. A thought crossed his mind. Before his eyes appeared icons similar to those on a profession panel, each labeled with the abilities they could activate. For example, points, rankings, maps, exploration progress. Currently, the map was shrouded in darkness, with only a small white light marking Chu Ping'an's current location. Clearly, only he could unlock the surrounding situation. The exploration level was naturally 0. According to the description above, only by obtaining key items or special maps can one gain access to further content. Exploration level not only rewards points but also grants corresponding rewards once a certain threshold is reached. As for points, they are divided into two categories. Current personal points, 0. Current human race points, 0. These are divided into personal points and the overall points of the clan. Those ranked higher in either category will receive decent rewards. As for how good these rewards are, that will depend on what they actually turn out to be. The ways to earn points include defeating fierce beasts in the Forbidden Zone, searching for treasures, and exploring the map. As for the points leaderboard, there is no display of any kind. After all the other races have only just entered the area. There are also some minor features, but I won't go into detail about them here. Just then, the points leaderboard suddenly changed. Personal points leader, Starfall 50. Overall leaderboard, Star Essence Clan 50. Oh. Chu Ping'an paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. No wonder they're one of the top 3 strongest clans. They're really fast. Star Essence, Shadow Hunters, and Heavenly Beings, these 3 clans were the top 3 clans among all the clans in the world. As the strongest 3 clans, according to Joshua, there are indeed divine-level beings within them. Though they are the strongest 3 clans, they share a common trait. Their numbers are extremely scarce. Even at their peak, their numbers never exceeded 1 billion. While a billion may seem like a large number, it is still far too few for a single race. Take the human race as an example. It now has over 300 billion people. The demon clan has even surpassed 1 trillion. When compared, it becomes clear just how sparse the populations of these 3 races truly are. Despite their small numbers, they have consistently maintained their top 3 positions because each individual possesses extraordinary talent and strength. After briefly reviewing the information about the 3 races in his mind, Chu Ping'an withdrew his gaze from the rankings. With only half a month left, a temporary lead means little. What was more important now was to reunite with Lilith and then try to find Bai Qitian and the others. After all, without allies, how would he find people to open the boxes in the next 15 days? Because when they entered the Forbidden Zone, everyone had been scattered. However, Chu Pingyan and Lilith were connected by a mark, so he only needed to sense her presence briefly to pinpoint her location. Oh, that's quite a distance. It's tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even for Chu Pingyan, it would take at least half a day to rush there at full speed. For other supreme beings, this distance would take at least 1 or 2 days. I never expected this forbidden zone to be so vast. Tens of thousands of kilometers, perhaps that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's not hard to imagine how incredibly vast this place must be. As Chu Pingyan marveled, he casually swatted and killed a ferocious beast that had tried to ambush him. Killed ferocious beast soul-devouring ant, obtained 10 points. As for experience points, since his level had reached the maximum, there was no need to elaborate further. Glancing at the corpse beside him, Chu Pingyan's eyebrow twitched. A 5-meter tall, over 10-meter long thing, and you call it an ant? This thing's strength is probably on par with an ordinary 9th-tier beast. But the most important thing is, the yellow sand beneath him trembled constantly, and soon Chu Pingyan's vision was filled with countless soul-devouring ants. With such a large number, if their abilities are even slightly more complicated, they could genuinely pose a threat to the Supreme Being. Of course, it's merely a possibility that it could threaten the Supreme Being. For Chu Pingyan, a faint glow flashed in his pitch-black eyes, followed by an invisible energy that enveloped all the soul-devouring ants around him. In the next instant, all the soul-devouring ants turned to ash, and the surroundings once again returned to calm. Current personal points, 850. A total of 85 little ants? The points are increasing at a decent rate. However, even with 850 points, it wasn't enough to qualify for the top 100 rankings. These guys sure have some luck on their side. Chu Pingyan sighed in admiration, then didn't linger any longer. He hurried toward the location where Lilith was currently situated. The priority now was to meet up with the others. Points can be earned slowly later. Moreover, after seeing the mechanism for earning points, a bold idea had formed in Chu Pingyan's mind. If this idea works, then the first stage of the assessment would be meaningless. Chapter 202, Chu Pingyan becomes the prey. Within the Forbidden Zone, one of the evaluation criteria involves the treasures obtained. So, can the treasures obtained from opening boxes here earn points? Chu Pingyan didn't know. But he felt it was worth a try. Although the treasure chests were obtained from him and are not considered original products of the Forbidden Zone, but the conditions don't explicitly state that the items must be from the Forbidden Zone to earn points. As long as the treasures are obtained from the Forbidden Zone, they count. Therefore, anything obtained from a treasure chest by someone else within the Forbidden Zone should naturally be considered an item from the Forbidden Zone. After opening the treasure chest, the item rewards obtained should naturally count toward points. The logic may be flawed, but the argument is bold. Of course. What truly made Chu Pingyan feel that this trial had lost its meaning was not the few points others gained from opening treasure chests. Rather, it was the points provided by the rewards after the multiplier was applied. Thinking about it, if you really want to count, any random divine artifact should be able to crush them, right? But thinking about it now is pointless. What's the real situation? We'll only know once we try. If we want to try, we have to go back to the original question, find someone. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. In Chu Pingyan's perception, the distance between him and Lilith was still over 10,000 kilometers. The two of them would likely need another hour or so to meet up. However, this hour of travel was far from peaceful. They were constantly attacked by 9th-tier ferocious beasts. Not only that, but they also encountered 3 that had reached the highest tier. This made Chu Pingyan couldn't help but doubt. If there are already peak-tier beasts, then there must be supreme-tier beasts as well, right? Or even higher, divine-tier beings? Though it was merely unfounded speculation, given the abundance of divine essences here, the emergence of a few true divine-level beings would not be unreasonable. It was also due to the constant encounters with various fierce beasts along the way that Chu Pingyan's personal points miraculously entered the top 100. Current points, 5,860. It doesn't seem like much. Considering that a single 9th-tier ferocious beast only grants 10 points, it's easy to imagine the value of nearly 6,000 points. After stabilizing his personal ranking within the top 100, Chu Pingyan also discovered another function of personal points. Those ranked within the top 100 will receive a notification periodically, alerting those around them. For example, half an hour ago. At that time, Chu Pingyan had just stabilized his personal points within the top 100 for 10 minutes. Shortly after, his coordinates were broadcast to other alien races within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Of course. Upon receiving the notification, these individuals immediately turned around and fled. Are you kidding me? At this stage, anyone who can break into the top 100 must be a legendary tough guy from back in the day. Although this guy named Chu Pingyan was unfamiliar to them, the fact that he had made it into the top 100 meant his strength was extraordinary. Not having heard of his name only means they are ignorant. Given the overwhelming disparity in strength, these foreign tribesmen won't dare harbor any improper intentions. Even if they did have any such thoughts, considering that this is only the beginning, there is no need to rush into provoking such a powerful opponent at this stage. This feature will likely take effect during the final stretch. It goes without saying that the final days will undoubtedly be marked by a bloody upheaval caused by this feature. Additionally, once the rankings stabilize, every 20 minutes, the top 100 contestants in the Forbidden Zone will receive the exact location of the current first-place contestant. It's akin to the connection between Chu Pingyan and Lilith. This specific location can be detected by simply making slight contact, allowing them to sense each other's exact whereabouts and the current distance between them. And this connection will last for a full 10 minutes. There is no doubt that the first-place player will inevitably become the target of everyone's attacks in the final days. So, if my hunch is correct, things won't stay calm in the final days. After all, if it were as Chu Pingyan imagined, how many points could be accumulated in 10 days? He couldn't even begin to imagine. But one thing was certain, no one else had any hope of surpassing him. Soon, another hour passed. The distance between Chu Pingyan and Lilith had grown even closer. This newcomer has some real talent. Traveling was a boring process. Observing the changes in the rankings became Chu Pingyan's sole form of entertainment along the way. Just half an hour ago, the top spot had been changing back and forth quite frequently. Until 20 minutes ago, it was finally taken over by a Heavenly Clan member named Long Ju. And as time went on, the gap between their points and the second place began to widen gradually. This was why Chu Pingyan had uttered that sigh of exasperation. As for his own ranking, since he was in a hurry and didn't care much about the points, the changes weren't too significant. However, since fierce beasts occasionally came to him on their own, he saw no reason to give up. As a result, he has managed to stay within the top 100 up until now. At that moment, Chu Pingyan received a notification, allowing him to sense the location of the first-place competitor. Let us see where that guy is. He acted on the thought. Chu Pingyan immediately activated this ability. He had no other intentions, he was simply curious about how large this place truly was. With this ability, being able to sense other places, there was no reason to miss out. As the other party's location was transmitted back, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but pause. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, could it be that coincidental? In his perception, the distance between them was less than a few dozen kilometers. Though it seemed close, at their level of cultivation, such a distance could be covered in just a few minutes. For Chu Pingyan, it was even less than a minute, he could sense it almost instantly. What a pity. Chu Pingyan sighed, then didn't give it another thought and continued rushing toward Lilith's location. To put it bluntly, he didn't care at all about the current points or the competition for the rankings ahead. If that hope were to be shattered, he might take it a bit more seriously. However, just a few seconds later, a strange expression appeared on Chu Pingyan's face. That guy's movement pattern is heading toward my location. Soon. Another 10 seconds passed. Chu Pingyan ruled out the possibility of coincidence, and his previous doubts turned into certainty. This guy is really heading in my direction. Same here. Since we can sense his presence, it makes sense that he, as the first one, can sense where we are. As for why the other party suddenly started chasing us, he must think I'm an easy target. Although Chu Pingyan's tone still carried a hint of a smile, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 203, Heavenly Being? Ranked first? One punch to take them down. At the same time, at the top of the current rankings, Long Ju narrowed his eyes and smiled. What a stroke of luck. To encounter a top 100 competitor so quickly. The Heavenly Beings, currently ranked first among all races, are widely recognized as the strongest clan. In fact, this clan had another name tens of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly God Clan. However, this name was too flashy, leading to them being targeted by many gods during the last Divine War. After their decline, they quietly changed their name to the Celestial Human Clan. From their outward appearance alone, the Celestial Human Clan appears indistinguishable from the Human Clan. However, every member of this clan possesses an incredibly powerful innate ability. Heavenly Gift. Activating this talent below the 9th rank can enhance one's attributes by several to dozens of times. Once you reach the pinnacle, activating this ability allows you to temporarily convert certain attributes into divine essence. Upon reaching the divine rank, this talent undergoes further transformation. Additionally, once their clan reaches the 7th rank, they activate the bloodline power within their bodies. With the combined blessings of bloodline and innate talent, this clan can effortlessly fight opponents of higher ranks. It is precisely because of these two factors that this clan has been able to maintain its top position for so many years. It's clear that when the rankings were displayed to him, even those ranked within the top 100, like Chu Pingyan, were seen as his prey. The clan's powerful innate talent, combined with their own strength, is the source of Long Ju's confidence. After obtaining more detailed information from the rankings, Long Ju also revealed a disdainful smile on his face. It's actually a human? How convenient. If they were ancient humans, I might have some reason to fear them. But these ordinary humans nowadays? Long Ju snorted derisively, clearly not taking Chu Pingyan seriously. Having knowledge of their past, he was well aware of the ancient human race's tyranny and power. To put it bluntly, during that divine war, if it weren't for the ancient human race standing at the forefront, there wouldn't be the myriad races of today. Alas! Though the divine realm paid an unimaginable price, they ultimately succeeded in nearly eradicating the troublesome ancient human race and sealed away the remaining bloodlines. The human race of today not only possesses varying levels of awakened talents, but even the most powerful aspect, the bloodline, has long been lost. Long Ju naturally didn't give it a second thought. However, to have reached this level without awakening their bloodline is truly terrifying. As he mused on this, Long Ju hurried toward the direction where Chu Ping'an was located. Moments later, Long Ju's eyes filled with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. What's going on? Why does this guy have such astonishing speed? Although he hadn't used his full strength, among the 20 people who had entered the Forbidden Zone this time, his strength still ranked in the upper middle tier. He was only a step away from reaching the pinnacle of strength. Even so, he couldn't keep up with the other's speed. Thinking this, a gleam flashed in Long Ju's eyes. It seems my luck this time isn't just good, it's extraordinary. I've also encountered a genius from the human race. Given the speed the opponent had demonstrated so far, even a speed-oriented powerhouse wouldn't be much weaker than him. Of course, this was merely under normal circumstances. Once he activated his innate abilities and bloodline power, even the strongest would be no match for him. The thought of eliminating such a genius in its infancy. Long Ju couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of excitement in his heart. Then, he began to use one enhancement item after another, along with his skills. His already extremely fast speed was directly boosted several times over in an instant. The slight distance that had begun to widen between the two gradually closed. Oh? You noticed my approach but didn't choose to speed up? You're really quite bold. There was no doubt that the opponent was not afraid of his strength, which was why he remained so composed. This only made the killing intent in Long Ju's heart grow even stronger. He couldn't wait to see the other person kneeling before him, sobbing uncontrollably. 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. A small black dot appeared on the horizon. A smile appeared on Long Ju's face, but his eyes were filled with icy coldness. The 10-minute burst of intensity wasn't too exhausting, but for him, it was a humiliation. The other party's speed had not changed at all throughout the entire pursuit, clearly not taking him seriously. And yet it had taken him a full 10 minutes to catch up. How could this not enrage the proud man? Perhaps sensing his approach, the opponent also stopped rushing forward. Hovering mid-air, silently waiting for his arrival. Suddenly, the distance that might have taken several more minutes to close was swiftly erased by Long Ju in just 3 seconds. Gazing at Chu Ping'an, whose features were hidden behind a mask, Long Ju couldn't help but sneer. Boy, why not keep running? Escape? Chu Ping'an froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. No, what gave you the illusion that I was running away? As he spoke, Chu Ping'an coldly looked at Long Ju. Have you ever seen an elephant care about the insects under its feet? A bug? This damn guy actually called me a bug? Long Ju froze for a moment, then his face turned bright red with anger. Fine, fine. I've never seen such an arrogant human before. I hope your strength matches your big mouth. As he spoke, Long Ju extended his hand, and a 3-meter-long spear appeared in his grasp. However, before he could make a move, Chu Ping'an suddenly appeared before him. With a calm expression, he swung a punch toward him. As the punch struck out, the chi of the entire world seemed to lock onto him, suppressing him so that he could not move. How is this possible? A look of astonishment flashed across Long Ju's eyes. He clearly didn't understand how the other party could unleash such astonishing power. He summoned all his skills to resist, but Chu Ping'an's punch landed on him without any resistance. It wouldn't be accurate to say there was no resistance. Rather, everything had been completely obliterated the moment Chu Ping'an's seemingly ordinary punch was unleashed. The once sturdy, powerful barriers couldn't even last an instant before being shattered without a hint of resistance. When the punch struck Long Ju's body, his upper half seemed to be erased by some powerful force. It was as if an eraser had wiped his upper body clean. Silent dissolution. With a single strike, a nearly invincible warrior was swiftly and decisively killed. It was only then that Chu Ping'an's calm voice echoed once more in the surrounding silence. Though an elephant may not bother with the insects at its feet, a prisoner buzzing in its ear is another matter entirely. Chapter 204, Long Ju's desperate final battle. Glancing at the half-remaining corpse before him, Chu Ping'an remained composed. Clearly, the previous punch had been powerful enough to instantly kill the opponent, but the latter still possessed the ability to resurrect. He waited patiently for a moment. A flash of white light enveloped the lone half-corpse before him. After a few seconds, the opponent reappeared before Chu Ping'an. The opponent glared at Chu Ping'an with a grim expression, his eyes filled with anger, but deep within his gaze lay a hint of fear that no one could see. Damn it! How could this guy possess such terrifying power? He didn't even activate his domain, yet he could kill me so easily. There was no doubt about it, the other party was an absolute powerhouse. And among the mightiest of the mightiest. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat him so easily. With his bloodline, innate talent, and domain activated, could anyone truly be his match? The question involuntarily arose in his mind. And the moment that question arose, it almost immediately meant Long Ju had already begun to consider retreating. Why aren't you calling anymore? Just then, Chu Ping'an's voice rang out again, snapping Long Ju out of his thoughts. His pupils contracted involuntarily, and he coldly replied, naive. Resurrection items all have invincible protection. No wonder you're a lowly commoner, you don't even know such basic knowledge. Because not far away, Chu Ping'an had already swung another punch toward him. However, Long Ju remained unfazed, as a golden membrane shielded him. For the next 5 seconds, he was in an absolute state of invincibility. However, is that so? Chu Ping'an sneered, and upon seeing his smile, Long Ju felt an inexplicable sense of unease for some reason. Then, the power of his domain erupted from Chu Ping'an's body. The next moment, under Long Ju's horrified gaze, the barrier that should have been invincible shattered into countless fragments like glass. He, who had just been revived, was once again killed instantly without even having the chance to react. And because he had activated his domain, this time he died even more completely. Under that chaotic force, not even a single fragment remained. Chu Ping'an's face betrayed a hint of surprise, which quickly turned into admiration, truly the work of a divine artifact. The moment he killed the opponent, a kill notification popped up directly in front of him. And there was even a certain drop rate. If it were anyone else, they might have genuinely believed they had killed the opponent. But Chu Ping'an was not one of them. With 2 genuine divine artifacts in his hands, he hadn't even managed to capture the opponent's soul, let alone their corpse. There was no doubt about it. The opponent must have employed some unique feigning death technique. However, in his perception, there were no spatial fluctuations in the surrounding area just now. In other words, the opponent had not been teleported away. They were still nearby. I'll see how long this thing can hide. And in what manner and where it is hiding. With that thought, Chu Ping'an crossed his arms and waited patiently in place. Long Ju, who was trapped in a dark matter space, couldn't help but grow impatient upon seeing this. Damn it! Have I been discovered? Otherwise, he couldn't think of any reason why the other party would have left. What should I do next? Just recalling the other party's fist, a look of fear involuntarily appeared on Long Ju's face. If even the law of invincibility can be broken, does that mean the other party is also using the law? After all, in the common understanding, only magic can counter magic. But they didn't know that extreme numerical values could also produce astonishingly violent beauty. It was understandable that Long Ju suspected Chu Ping'an was using a law. Once one masters the law, it means the opponent is either God tier or just a step away from God tier. The sudden opening of the Forbidden Zone was no coincidence, there's definitely something deep going on inside. No wonder the elders are taking this so seriously. Don't ask why, at a time when escape should be the priority, Long Ju was thinking about such trivial matters. Because unless he was cornered, he wouldn't resort to such a method. Although the dark matter layer is extremely well hidden, those who have never encountered it before wouldn't even think to look for it, let alone detect it. But even he couldn't stay inside forever. Once he reached his limit, he'd have no choice but to come out. Moreover, no teleportation-related items can be used inside. Therefore, at this point, his only option is for Chu Ping'an to give up his ambush. There are no other choices. As for directly using his ultimate technique to break out and confront Chu Ping'an, he's not unwilling, but he simply holds him in too high regard. If he could actually do it, he wouldn't have resorted to using his final trump card now. Time flies. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Ping'an's ranking had already dropped out of the top 100 over an hour ago. As for Long Ju, he had also dropped to around 80th place. This only made Chu Ping'an more certain that the opponent was nearby and couldn't escape. Otherwise, his ranking wouldn't have dropped this much. As for Lilith's side, although he hadn't continued on his way, Lilith was heading in his direction. A slight delay wouldn't matter. Another hour passed quickly. Long Ju sighed in despair. He then laughed sarcastically, luck? Poof. The master's evaluation was spot on. I really am a arrogant fool. After recording the information related to Chu Ping'an, Long Ju's eyes flashed with determination. The master will avenge me someday. Even though Chu Ping'an's performance had subconsciously made him regard him as a god-tier figure, Long Ju still had absolute confidence in them. After placing the precious items on his body into the dark matter layer, Long Ju calmly stepped out. Chu Ping'an, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and looked at the other person. Without a word, he delivered the same punch as before, and everything around them was completely locked in place by the force of the blow. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Long Ju's face twisted into an expression. At that moment, his talent, bloodline, domain, skills, multiple forces erupted without restraint, directly propelling his strength to the pinnacle of the strongest. I am a noble celestial being. Oh. Chu Ping'an responded calmly. Although the opponent's all-out attack was powerful, however, this power is on an entirely different level from where I am now. The battle had ended. With only Chu Ping'an remaining, the outcome of the battle was clear. Behind him, a shadowy figure of a spirit flickered and vanished at the same time. However, despite his victory, he furrowed his brows slightly. What was that last flash of white light? The white light contained a unique energy. Upon activation, the speed it unleashed in that instant was so great that even he, in his current state and without full preparation, couldn't keep up. Chapter 205, The Enraged Celestial Clan and the Shock of the Other Races. Clearly, that thing from earlier was extremely important. Simply being able to unleash such astonishing speed alone was enough to highlight its value. However, never mind, we'll pay more attention next time. The Celestial Clan is too mysterious, and little is known about them from the outside world. Even if one were to dwell on it further, it would clearly yield no additional results. Next time we meet, be more careful. Thinking this, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but recall the scene where the other person had hidden in front of him for 3 hours without being noticed. Come to think of it, the way the other person hid earlier was pretty interesting. So there's another unique space hidden beneath the chaotic one. With that thought, Chu Pingyan extended his hand and drew a line in front of him. Instantly, a crack opened. After stepping into it, he sensed something unusual and discovered the unique space he hadn't detected before. After silently experiencing it for a moment, a look of realization flashed across Chu Pingyan's eyes. No wonder I stayed inside for so long without doing anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Any slight movement would cause fluctuations that could be detected by others. Under such chaotic conditions, it was even harder to use elemental skills, let alone spatial skills targeted specifically at him. Even Chu Pingyan was no exception. Unless one borrows the power of a divine artifact, but clearly Long Ju doesn't have any precious divine artifacts. Just as Chu Pingyan was about to leave, his gaze involuntarily paused. He reached out and summoned an inconspicuous small trinket into his hand. What is this? To Lu Li's surprise, the display showed a row of, with no additional prompts. This also piqued Chu Pingyan's curiosity. Unfortunately, after some experimentation, he discovered a unique seal on the ornament and found no way to break it. They must have gone to great lengths to bring this out. It must be extremely valuable. As for who it belonged to, the answer was obvious. There was no need to even speculate. Chu Pingyan carefully put the item away. It didn't matter for now, he could ask other members of the Celestial Clan later. Emerging from the crack, Chu Pingyan casually summoned his hand to collect all of Long Ju's dropped items, then glanced at them. A pile of junk. These junk items should be returned to their rightful owner. With a wave of his hand, a shadowy figure materialized behind Chu Pingyan. After handing over the items belonging to Long Ju to the shadowy figure, he no longer lingered. He briefly sensed the current location of Lilith. Only a few thousand kilometers left? That's good. Chu Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and hurried toward the other's location. On the other side, at the very moment Chu Pingyan defeated Long Ju, the remaining 19 members of the Tianren clan, scattered across the Forbidden Zone, all froze in place. Their faces then displayed a variety of expressions: indifference, anger, solemnity, and murderous intent. Losing a valuable member of their clan was naturally unbearable for them. However, the information transmitted back after his death left many of the Celestial Clan members feeling weighed down. Of course, there were exceptions. A Heavenly Clan member stationed at the foot of a mountain. After a brief silence, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Though you, Long Ju, are a fool, no outsider shall dare to insult our Tianren clan. The human named Chu Pingyan? Rest assured, I will avenge you. As he finished speaking, the heavenly being turned his gaze toward the mountain range thousands of meters ahead. His golden eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling divine light. Under the glow, the entire world was instantly shrouded in a blinding white light. 10 seconds later, when the strange phenomenon vanished, the mountain before him had also disappeared without a trace. On the other side, thank you for sparing our lives. Over a dozen members of the foreign tribe, gazing at the sky where the celestial being of the Tianren clan had completely vanished, finally exhaled in relief. Their faces then betrayed the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Is this the true power of the strongest clan recognized by all? With just a single glance, even we, the highest among us, couldn't even muster the thought to resist. They say the Celestial Clan is benevolent and abhors combat. Today's encounter has proven it to be true. Thank goodness we didn't offend this noble being any further. The dozen or so members of the Temporary Alliance, who had gathered to explore the Forbidden Zone in small groups, were buzzing with discussion. However, the next moment, their words came to an abrupt halt. For the celestial being who had just left had reappeared beside them without anyone noticing. And unlike his previous appearance, which had been that of a kind-hearted old man with a smile on his face, he now emanated a chill that seemed to freeze the air around him. If one looked closely, one could see faint threads of black light constantly emanating from his body and spreading outward. Under this terrifying pressure, the foreign tribes fell silent. Not a single person dared to utter a single word. However, snap, snap, snap. Like the sound of a watermelon exploding, finally, one of the highest-ranking beings could no longer withstand the overwhelming aura emanating from the opponent. Their heads shattered into pieces on the ground. Even the strongest among them could not last more than 30 seconds under that pressure. As for the life-saving items for resurrection, in the face of such an overwhelming power disparity, they were equally meaningless. It wasn't until all 10 or so of the foreign beings were dead that the heavenly being, who appeared to be an old man, finally ceased his attack. A faint smile reappeared on his face. Human race. Those ancient ones are long gone. At this point, there's no need for them to make a fuss anymore. The death of Long Ju not only caused ripples within the heavenly human clan itself. Other powerful clans also began to take notice. In response, these individuals were gloating and watching the spectacle unfold. Which clan's fool dared to provoke such a group of psychopaths? This place is truly dangerous. If you're not careful, even such a powerful being can fall so easily. I should have never come here. I should have stayed home. No wonder the point stopped moving a few hours ago. Someone must have been watching us. Those perverts must be furious by now. Of course. Chu Ping'an knew nothing about any of this. Even if he did know, he probably wouldn't think much of it. After all, they were just a foreign tribe. If they dared to target him, killing them would be no big deal. Want revenge? Come on then. At the moment, Chu Ping'an's attention was entirely focused on his soul refining bottle. After such a long time of refinement, he suddenly sensed something just now. This refinement is about to conclude. I wonder what it will ultimately refine into. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Soon, under Chu Ping'an's eager gaze, the fluctuations within the soul refining bottle finally subsided. Chapter 206, the first divine artifact of the Forbidden Land, a speculation confirmed. After a brief wait, dazzling colored light erupted before Chu Ping'an's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the lid at the top opened, and a misty vapor quickly enveloped the surrounding area. In an instant, the strange phenomenon before his eyes vanished completely, revealing the refined equipment within. It was a spherical object the size of an infant, with 7 colored streams of light constantly swirling around it, giving it an otherworldly and extraordinary appearance. After examining the detailed information of this artifact, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but smile. Reserve Yuanli Divine Artifact. Category, Special Item. Level Requirement, None cannot be upgraded. Equipment Durability, Indestructible. Additional effect, Soul Essence Principle, can store up to 50 times the user's current life points soul essence. Can replenish lost life points soul essence at any time. When facing skills targeting the soul, automatically deduct the corresponding amount of soul essence from the reserve to resist the effect and nullify it. Additional effect, Magic Source Principle, can store up to 50 times your current magic power magic source. Can replenish lost magic power magic source at any time. After replenishment, the effects of skills are significantly enhanced. Additional effect? Consuming sufficient divine crystals unlocks new effects. Just as Chu Ping'an had initially imagined, after refinement, these ancient artifacts truly became divine weapons. Compared to having his ideas validated, the effects on the equipment now seemed somewhat irrelevant. After all, Chu Ping'an currently holds over 10 divine artifacts in his hands. Even the true divine artifacts, which surpass divine artifacts, now numbered 6. A single divine artifact no longer holds the same value for him as it did at the beginning. However, this doesn't mean the effects provided by this divine artifact are poor. On the contrary, it is extremely powerful. 50 times additional life points, no, to be precise, 50 times additional soul points and 50 times additional magic essence. Additionally, upon use, it nullifies troublesome soul effects and enhances the effects of skills. Whether it's survival capability or functionality, both are undeniably divine tier abilities. Most importantly, as a special type of equipment, it doesn't occupy any additional equipment slots. It automatically activates as long as it's equipped. Of course. Obtaining such a powerful artifact naturally delighted Chu Ping'an, but the soul refining bottle truly possessed the terrifying potential he had imagined. Without hesitation, Chu Ping'an immediately used the time chapter to reset the cooldown of refine. No matter how many divine artifacts you have, the equipment slots are limited. This means that no matter how many divine artifacts I have, I can only carry a few at a time. Plus, with the effects of my awakened divine body, divine artifacts will eventually become functional equipment that merely provide effects. And this journey to the Forbidden Land lasts 15 days, during which I'll obtain numerous divine artifacts and divine techniques. Therefore, the focus of this refining session can exclude divine artifacts and divine techniques. Thinking about this, Chu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a bit torn. Single-use items, enhancement-type items, potions. There were quite a few options to choose from. Each one seemed capable of providing him with a significant boost. As for potions, even if I were to refine them now, given my current condition, if their effects are too powerful, I might hesitate to use them. The best example was the 9-pattern demon pill he had just obtained a few days ago. Its effects are extremely powerful, but using it now feels like a waste. Moreover, the effects of alchemically refined potions are completely unknown. They might end up being completely useless. Single-use items are akin to life-saving trump cards. At present, the deities from other realms have not yet descended, and with my current strength, I clearly don't need one-time use items for survival. Then, Chu Ping'an's eyes flashed, and he made a decision. Enhancement-type items. Although he could open numerous boxes every day and obtain enhancement stones. However, after so many days, he had only managed to accumulate over 20 divine grade enhancement stones. Whether he could fully enhance a divine artifact to its maximum level was still an unknown. Therefore, what I need most right now are enhancement type items. Enhancement items, besides the common type like enhancement stones, there might be other types I'm not aware of. This area does have some potential for further exploration. Of course, it's not just about crafting enhancement type items. This is just an experiment, so the conclusions aren't entirely accurate. Therefore, we need to conduct several more experiments. Additionally, each different direction has its own experimental value. Let's start with a few experiments on enhancement type items, then move on to potions, and finally disposable items. Thinking of this, Xu Pingyan sighed with a complex expression. I hope each refinement doesn't take such a long time. Chapter after the 3-day cooldown had passed such a long time, the items inside the soul refining bottle were finally completely refined. Such low efficiency clearly couldn't satisfy Xu Pingyan. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it too much. After placing one ancient item after another into the bottle and selecting the refinement direction as enhancement type items, Xu Pingyan activated the soul refining bottle once more. Speaking of which, I just obtained a divine artifact. I wonder how many points I have now. Thinking this, Xu Pingyan instinctively glanced at his personal points panel. Personal points, 50024582. Personal points ranking, first place. As expected. Xu Pingyan grinned. The mechanism here is completely idiotic. It doesn't even bother to distinguish whether the items are originally from the Forbidden Zone. Any item obtained here, regardless of the reason given, will be counted toward the individual score. However, a divine artifact is only worth 50 million points? Well, in Xu Pingyan's opinion, this price is clearly too low. After giving it some thought, Xu Pingyan also figured out the reason. Because the divine artifacts obtained are not in their complete form, the points earned are correspondingly reduced. It's similar to artifacts obtained through treasure chest critical hits, where the base level starts at the lowest 9th tier. Compared to a fully evolved divine artifact, the difference in effects is truly night and day. The value of the two simply cannot be compared on the same level. Once he understood this, Xu Pingyan no longer felt torn about the 50 million points. I wonder how many points one would obtain at once by obtaining a divine rank. It's likely to be significantly higher than 50 million. In that case, my first place ranking might not be as secure as I thought. Chapter 207, Personal First Place. An unshakable rank. Even if it were just a divine artifact, these mere 50 million points would likely be surpassed by other alien races after the 15th day. Of course, this only applies to the strongest few alien races. For weaker races, 50 million points are more than enough to drive them to despair. However, since divine rank can grant such high points, it doesn't have much impact on me. As long as I remain in the top 100, I can sense the position of the first place. At that point, I can simply seize the divine essence from their hands. Thinking of this, Xu Pingyan decided to just continue slacking off for the remaining days. As for grinding for points, it's better to wait for others to just hand over their points. First, I'll meet up with Lilith, then go find my master and the others. After all, before entering, he had used the divine artifact to mark a few familiar faces. After marking a target, not only can death be overcome by consuming soul essence and certain rare items to revive the marked target, but you can also sense the target's location. Even within this forbidden zone, this rule holds true. After all, this special equipment is also of the true divine artifact here. Perhaps within this forbidden zone, even divine artifacts can be restricted to some extent, but against a true divine artifact of a higher tier, they clearly cannot exert a significant effect. As for why they didn't mark all their own people, Xu Pingyan also wondered. However, as an imperfect true divine weapon, the number it can mark is limited. As an ordinary person with his own preferences, he could only choose those close to him as targets. However, Bai Qitian and the others were much farther away than Lilith, so Xu Pingyan could only first make contact with them. Just as Xu Pingyan was contemplating his next moves, completely unconcerned about his own first-place ranking, countless other races were shocked by the sudden changes in the rankings. Wow, it's only been a short while, how could anyone have accumulated so many points? 50 million points? Even if we gather the strength of our entire clan by the end, we couldn't possibly obtain that much. What a lucky bastard. I wonder what kind of treasure he obtained to gain so many points at once. Human race, Xu Pingyan. Speaking of which, when did the human race produce such a powerful individual? Why have we never heard of him before? But gaining so many points all at once at the very beginning, this human clan member will undoubtedly become everyone's target. The entire human race might become the target of everyone's envy because of this guy's stroke of luck. The next 10 days or so will probably be chaotic. Weaker alien races could only marvel at the astonishing score, speculating on what major events might unfold as a result. As for getting involved? Don't be ridiculous. Self-awareness is the hallmark of a wise being, and even outsiders are well aware of this truth. There is no need to think about it. The top-ranked individuals will quickly turn the area into a massive slaughterhouse. Forget about participating, even just watching the show, those with average strength will likely die on the spot. All they can do is talk big and daydream. As for the stronger individuals, witnessing Xu Pingyan surpass them and become the new number one is an entirely different matter. Oomph, what a lucky bastard. Even if he is a supreme tier cultivator, killing him would only yield around 1,000 points. A treasure that can increase points by so much in one go, what could it be? An ancient artifact, or perhaps a damaged divine weapon. If we could seize the item this guy obtained, even if we couldn't become one of the top 3 and gain the qualification to obtain divine status, it would still be a decent haul. Unfortunately, he is too far away from my position. Let us see how long this lucky bastard can hold on. Oh, it's only a few thousand kilometers away from me. That's a tempting offer. Should I go? No, it's still early. Let's observe for a while first. To obtain such a high-value item in such a short time, there must be something worth learning. No need to rush. Let the other mindless fools serve as bait. We'll test the waters first. Despite envying Chu Ping'an's gains, those at their level weren't fools. Moreover, there was still plenty of time left. Even if they were envious of Chu Ping'an's gains, they wouldn't act so hastily. There was simply no need for that. After all, there was still plenty of time. Rather than provoking an unknown powerful figure, it would be better to explore this place further. The fact that the other party could obtain such valuable treasures meant they might have the same potential. If there were no significant gains, they could always wait until the final days to make their plans. There would still be plenty of time. That is the mindset of the strong. However, among this group of powerful individuals, there was one clan that grew excited upon seeing the information before them. That clan is the Celestial Clan. Just a moment ago, we were worried about how vast the Forbidden Land was and where to find this guy, but now we've already found a lead. According to Long Ju's description, this guy is quite powerful. He shouldn't be replaced by others so quickly, right? So, did they discover a treasure leading to the conflict with Long Ju? If that's the case, then this item should rightfully belong to our clan. Then our next steps are clear. We must quickly rise to the top 100, obtain his location, and converge on his position. Once we've all gathered, even the divine level beings of those two clans will have a headache. Becoming one of the top 100 and obtaining Chu Ping'an's position instantly became the primary goal of all the Celestial Clan members. Given the hatred toward him for killing Long Ju, they firmly believed that all clan members, regardless of any prior grudges with Long Ju, would rush to Chu Ping'an's vicinity at the first opportunity. At that point, once the 19 of them fully converge, they will form an incredibly terrifying force. From there, they could radiate outwards and sweep through the entire Forbidden Zone, securing the first round and ultimately the top position. As for Chu Ping'an, in the eyes of the Tianren clan, he is already a dead man. No matter how powerful he may be, in the presence of several divine-level ancestors on our side, could he possibly be a match? Even if he were a divine-level being, the 19 of them would have to kneel before him. While the Celestial Clan set their sights on entering the top 100, a few others harbored the same ambition. And these few were naturally Bai Qitian, Joshua, Gu Yunyan. This kid is really restless wherever he goes. Despite his words, Bai Qitian's voice couldn't hide his pride. It seems I'll have to put in a bit more effort with these old bones and try to make it into the top 100 for fun. As for Joshua, after a brief frown, he sighed as well. Chapter 208, Reunion, Chu Ping'an's Decision. This place is exactly as I imagined it. No matter how we obtain the items, as long as they're here, that's all that matters. Ping'an, that kid really has given us a tough problem to solve. Thinking this, Joshua couldn't help but sigh again. The other party's abilities were clear: either use them once a day. But not even once a day? Forget about Chu Ping'an. If it were him, he wouldn't even agree to it. But what if it's used every day? Alright, but every time you use it, you have to give up something. Although the exact pattern is unclear, Chu Ping'an usually manages to get several divine artifacts each time. With just 50 million points, I bet a lot of people have already set their sights on Ping'an. A few more divine artifacts, and that's it? Just thinking about it, the greedy glances of those foreign tribesmen already filled his mind. The only reason I can still maintain my composure is that the stakes aren't high enough yet. Once the stakes cross a certain threshold, so-called rationality and plans will all go to hell. They won't care about the risks involved, they'll only worry about being beaten to the punch by others. Not using them means potential loss, while using them makes them targets for all the powerful clans. And among these powerful clans are divine-level beings they can't possibly match. This really is putting us old-timers to the test. Despite this, Joshua didn't dwell on it too much. Since the other side had already chosen this path, they would simply follow it. As for the ultimate outcome, who cares? We'll deal with it when the time comes. For now, he should take advantage of the fact that the points weren't too high yet and secure a spot in the top 100, then find Chu Ping'an. As for the initial plan of biding time and building strength, that idea had long been discarded by Joshua. The remaining Gu Yunyan and others also made the same decision. Chu Ping'an knew nothing about any of this. After a few more hours, he finally reunited with Lilith. After a brief moment of intimacy, Lilith asked curiously, "Who did you open the box for today? Could it be that I just got incredibly lucky and stumbled upon a divine artifact while walking around?" Lilith nodded thoughtfully, then looked at him with starry eyes, full of admiration. "No wonder you're Ping'an. You're so amazing." Cough, cough. Xu Ping'an, who couldn't hold it in anymore, cleared his throat and confessed, actually, it's the effect of a divine artifact. After a simple explanation, Lilith nodded in understanding, then smiled and said, that's still pretty impressive. But with so many points suddenly, there must be quite a few people targeting you now, right? Are you going to keep opening boxes today? Xu Ping'an smiled and gave an affirmative reply, of course. Though each time he opened a box now, it no longer brought him the same massive boost as before. After all, there's only so many divine artifacts you can carry at once. However, each divine artifact has unique effects that can be utilized in different situations. Additionally, the divine body could absorb attributes from the divine artifacts, constantly converting them into divine energy to strengthen itself. Therefore, there was no reason to waste the daily quota for opening boxes. Speaking of divine energy, Xu Ping'an's eyes flickered. Divine Essence, 136,520,000. After so many days, Xu Ping'an's divine essence has already surpassed the 100 million mark. And as time passes, it continues to grow. Plus, he still has the borrowing the path trump card up his sleeve. Therefore, he has no concerns about becoming a target for other powerful beings. After all, no matter how strong those guys are, they can't match him. Since that's the case, what's there to worry about? The only thing that Xu Ping'an found regrettable was that breaking through the 100 million mark in divine energy hadn't granted him any additional enhancements. This was a significant regret. Could it be that transformations like the divine body aren't just about reaching the required divine yuan threshold, but also require other conditions to be met? Though it was just speculation, Xu Ping'an believed the true answer was likely not far off. Otherwise, with his current divine essence exceeding 100 million, there should be other requirements for changes to occur. Unless becoming a god is the only change that occurs. Xu Ping'an snapped back to reality, raised his hand, and one by one, treasure chests appeared before Lilith. It was already past midnight, and the new quota had been refreshed. Open the boxes. Lilith paused, then asked in confusion, open them now? Not wait for the others? No need to wait. Xu Ping'an shook his head and said, let's take care of this while their points haven't reached the threshold yet. After Lilith's reminder, he also realized how conspicuous his sudden increase of 50 million points was. He hadn't noticed it before because he hadn't bothered to pay attention to such a small amount of points. But just because he didn't care didn't mean others didn't. So, coming here now might pose a significant risk. Though this danger was nothing to Xu Ping'an, there was no need to put his master and the others in harm's way. If it comes to a fight, I might end up being a liability. Even if he could be revived, there were two options. One was to stay put and not waste a revival opportunity, and the other was to come over and risk wasting a revival opportunity. Most people would naturally choose the former. It's like how wealthy people wouldn't waste money carelessly, it's the same principle. Lilith naturally understood who they referred to in Xu Ping'an's words. However, she still couldn't help but worry. Are you sure nothing will happen? Don't worry. Though I've never faced a god-tier opponent head-on, with my current strength, crushing them should be no problem. Upon hearing this, Lilith no longer said anything else, choosing to trust him unconditionally. She picked up the treasure chest in front of her and opened them one by one. Instantly. One after another, strange phenomena transformed into dazzling beams of light, shooting into the sky, drawing the attention of nearby alien races and ferocious beasts. Xu Ping'an sat where he was, his expression calm as still water. If a mere 50 million points can make those creatures so eager, I wonder if they'll still be able to sit idly by after this chest opening event? Anyway, a battle is inevitable, so why not settle everything at the very beginning? As long as we eliminate the strongest among them, there shouldn't be any more foolish ones when the second round of trials begins. As the celestial anomalies slowly faded away, Xu Ping'an received the feedback from the chest opening. 4 divine artifacts, 1 true divine artifact. 5 divine skills and 2 true divine skills. The divine artifacts derived from the Lilith class are almost enough to complete a full set. Plus these divine skills and true divine skills. Even if you just stand still, with this set of equipment and the divine skills, those below God tier would probably defect on the spot. Chapter 209, Stirring Up the Storm, The Mysterious Existence in the Forbidden Land. Personal points, 1.3 billion. Subsequent details omitted. Current personal rankings, first place. The changes in the rankings initially didn't catch the attention of the other races. After all, upon seeing those 50 million points, they had already realized that this was an amount they could never surpass in the short term. Since that was the case, there was no point in looking. However, as time passed, regardless of the reason, many of the alien races couldn't help but glance at the rankings subconsciously. That single glance caused the gazes of these alien beings to freeze and grow vacant. It was as if they had been frozen in time by some temporal law, and it took several minutes before they finally snapped back to reality. 13 billion points? This is only the first day in the Forbidden Zone? How did this guy manage to do that? Could this person be the favored child of a divine being? Does he just walk around picking up divine artifacts? Could there be some unknown anomaly in the Forbidden Zone? Otherwise, how could his points have risen so astonishingly? If he really earned 13 billion points on his own, I can't even imagine how many valuable items he must have. If I could have, never mind, even if I only had won 100 of those points, I'd probably die within a few hours. In that case, whether it's because of issues in the Forbidden Zone or something else, the major clans ranked at the top will have no choice but to act. 13 billion points. If I had the strength, I couldn't hold back either. The other alien races were also filled with emotion. Of course. If they hadn't had any intention of watching the show before, they certainly didn't now. They could vividly imagine that the area where the opponents were located would soon turn into a brutal battlefield. By then, even the strongest among them would have to fight until they were ready to give up. However, there was some good news. They can use this opportunity to search for something valuable. After all, the big shots aren't paying attention to them. And that was indeed the case. Upon discovering this astonishing change in points, the powerful clans that had originally planned to observe further also completely changed their strategy. Those already ranked in the top 100, upon sensing Chu Ping'an's location, immediately changed course regardless of the distance and rushed toward his position. Those outside the top 100 also held nothing back, acting decisively. All for the sake of obtaining the points needed to enter the top 100 as quickly as possible, so they could claim their share of the spoils. Clearly, no one could have anticipated that, from the moment they entered the Forbidden Zone, not even a full day had passed, yet such an astonishing conflict was about to erupt. Bai Qitian, who was striving to accumulate points, noticed the change in Chu Ping'an's points. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily, and he immediately understood Chu Ping'an's intentions. That brat! Can you just do something like this? Don't you want to drag us down? We're all people of the great Xia dynasty. What's there to drag down? If something goes wrong, how am I supposed to face that madman? Points. I must earn points faster. Thinking this, the old man's face also showed a hint of urgency. Unfortunately, given his profession, he found it difficult to keep up with those who no longer held back. He could only watch helplessly as the gap between his points and those in the top 100 grew wider and wider. As for Zhou Zhuo and Gu Yunyan, they could also understand Chu Ping'an's intentions. Their reactions were almost identical to Bai Qitian's. After venting their anger with a string of curses, they too held nothing back and fought fiercely. After 3 hours of relentless effort, he finally managed to briefly enter the top 100. Though they quickly fell out of the top 100 again, they managed to stay there for 10 minutes, thereby securing Chu Ping'an's position. This clearly demonstrated just how many powerful individuals were present in this Forbidden Zone. Even for them, who were among the strongest, the speed at which they could earn points was only enough to barely enter the top 100. Although the acquisition of points cannot directly reflect one's strength, as it is also related to luck and the speed of killing monsters, without the strength of the strongest, one clearly cannot compete. After obtaining Chu Ping'an's exact coordinates, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it! At this distance, even if I rush there at full speed, it will take at least 3 days. By the time he arrives, will it even matter anymore? He didn't know. But regardless of whether it was worth it or not, he had to rush there first. In another location, Gu Yunyan's soul flames flickered slightly in his eyes. This distance. It shouldn't take more than a day. I hope it's not too late. With that thought, he made his decision without hesitation. Those foreign tribes might still be worried that Chu Ping'an would change his position during this time, forcing them to maintain their current positions for an extended period and preventing them from rushing to catch up. But for Gu Yunyan and Zhou Zhuo, who had already grasped Chu Ping'an's intentions, there was no such concern. Chu Ping'an was clearly fishing with a straight hook this time. From the very beginning, his goal had been to eliminate all those who had targeted him in one fell swoop. At the same time, within the Forbidden Zone, all those who had come before, as well as those familiar with Chu Ping'an, were being drawn in by the absurdly high points. In a certain part of the Forbidden Zone, within a layer of space dozens of levels deep, there stood an ancient hall. As a unique energy fluctuation spread throughout the hall, the figures inside slowly opened their eyes. A fleeting look of confusion flashed across their eyes. A cold, self-addressed voice echoed, "How much time has passed this time?" After a moment, the voice seemed to be a self-question, yet it also sounded like an answer received from someone else. "Only 3 years have passed this time? Why did I awaken so quickly?" Another brief pause followed. The figure nodded thoughtfully, then spoke calmly, "Because of my efforts, has the Forbidden Zone been opened prematurely? You said that once the Forbidden Zone is completely unlocked, the powerful beings from another realm would come early. Why did I affect the Forbidden Zone? What a pity." This time, the figure seemed to receive no response, remaining silent for a long time. Or perhaps the information received from the other side was too overwhelming, leaving the figure unable to respond for a short while. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Though it seemed like a long time, for a figure that could remain dormant for years at a time, the time that had passed was insignificant. In the center of the hall, a small light hole suddenly appeared. The light hole continued to expand outward, quickly reaching a meter in length and width. A scene then appeared on the surface. In the scene, Chu Ping'an was sitting in a rocking chair, swaying back and forth, looking as relaxed and carefree as if he were on a vacation. Upon seeing Chu Ping'an, the shadowy figure also experienced uncontrollable emotional fluctuations. Chapter 210, Chu Ping'an's Mother. Staring at the image of Chu Ping'an after a long silence, the figure finally spoke in a dazed voice. It's like him. Why does he resemble me so much? A mysterious fluctuation emanates from an unknown source. The figure paused, then shook his head, denying it. No. Absolutely impossible. If he really were my child, he should only have just turned 18. Whether he has awakened or not is still unknown. How could he possibly possess such supreme power? Mysterious fluctuations once again emanated from the deepest depths. The figure froze. Does he really possess my bloodline? Unfortunately, this time the figure received no response. However, the figure did not seem to mind. In truth, she had never intended to seek a definitive answer from the other party. Those words were simply spoken to herself. The figure stared blankly at the scene in the distance for a long time. Perhaps an hour, or maybe 2. When she spoke again, her cold voice was tinged with emotion. 18 years have passed. Seeing you so healthy and grown up so well. I'm very happy. This is the happiest day of my life. I'm sorry. I couldn't be by your side to watch you grow up, to document your growth, to fulfill my duties as a mother. As your mother, I truly apologize. In the cold, mysterious hall, only her voice echoed alone. At the same moment she was being watched, Chu Ping'an seemed to sense something and lifted his head. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. After a moment, Chu Ping'an shook his head. She murmured softly, strange. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be so naive as to think that his earlier perception was a mistake. However, during his investigation, he had found nothing. Such a situation was clearly abnormal. Unless the other party was stronger than him. But that was highly unlikely. Therefore, there was only one possible explanation left. The master of this place? By directly using the power of the local laws to spy on him, even if he discovered it, there would be nothing he could do. This place is indeed not as simple as it appears. In that case, even if we obtain divine status afterward, we dare not let them use it directly. Chu Ping'an sighed. Speaking of which, his profession hadn't changed much since he advanced. I hope the 9th rank will bring me a surprise. Chu Ping'an shook his head and temporarily put aside the possibility of hidden secrets in the Forbidden Zone. It's been so long, and only a few of them have shown up? In his previous perceptions, Chu Ping'an had already detected 5 non-human beings ranked within the top 100, hundreds of kilometers away. Now, 3 more had been added to the original count. However, Chu Ping'an had no intention of taking action. He wasn't going to go out of his way for such a few minor threats. If he was going to do it, he would do it once and for all. As for why those creatures hadn't come to attack directly. After all this time, Chu Ping'an hasn't made a single move. How could they not understand his intentions? To put it in the words of the great Xia, Zhang Taigong fishing, those who wish to bite will do so. The other party is clearly fishing for a response. As for where they got the audacity to make such a bold move. To confront the strongest warriors of all 10,000 clans with the strength of a single clan. Such behavior would not even dare to be attempted by the strongest of the heavenly clan. If that's not considered audacious, then what would qualify for that term? Of course. What they don't know is that this decision wasn't made by the entire human race, it was the sole decision of Chu Ping'an. If they knew that, they would probably be even more speechless. As for what trump cards the human race holds, they neither know nor care. Any strategy is meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. However, with only a handful of them arriving at the scene, it clearly cannot be called absolute strength. That's why they haven't chosen to act rashly at the moment. Of course. This situation won't last long. Once other powerful members of their clan arrive, they will launch a surprise attack with overwhelming force. If the enemy chooses to approach them during this time, they will also flee without hesitation. Unfortunately, the plan was sound, but reality was that the enemy had not moved a muscle from start to finish, not even taking a single step, remaining completely still in their original position, as if waiting for something. In this eerie atmosphere, time slowly passed. More and more people began to gather around this location. Still the same mysterious hall. The only difference from the beginning was that the figure had now reached the entrance of the hall. I must get out. The cold voice echoed through the vast hall. Mysterious fluctuations also followed, emanating from within the hall. However, the figure's emotions remained completely unmoved. Rather than dying peacefully before me, the efforts of all these years being in vain is of no consequence. Even if I go, it won't make a difference? There are several who have already reached godhood among the 10,000 races? Then I must go even more. For me, fighting alongside Ping'an is the meaning of everything. The human race? The 10,000 races? Such matters are none of my concern. In my eyes, they are not even as important as a single finger of Ping'an. Or have my efforts over the years caused you to misunderstand me in some strange way? The reason I've stayed here all these years is simply because I lack the ability to leave the Forbidden Zone, so I've been helping out along the way. If I had the strength to leave here, I wouldn't stay here for even a single second. I'm unreasonable? I'll give that back to you exactly as you said it. From the very beginning, she hadn't stayed here voluntarily, she'd been forced to. With her son facing such a crisis, how could she stand by and watch helplessly? Even if it meant certain death, she would do it willingly. Compared to living this way, fighting alongside Ping'an before dying would be far more fulfilling. As the words fell, the figure hesitated not a moment, unleashing all her strength, as if determined to break down the door and escape. However, a force of law also emanated from the depths of the hall. Seeing this, the figure sneered, "I'll see how long you can stop me." In the next instant, the same force of law erupted from the figure without holding back. Alas! As for what was happening here, outsiders naturally had no way of knowing. Time flew by. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Through the perceptual effects provided by the rules, the number of people around him had already exceeded 50. However, Chu Ping'an was well aware that this number was not accurate. Because he had not moved at all, many powerful individuals who had arrived nearby had not continued to kill the nearby beasts. Without earning points, his original ranking naturally dropped out of the top 100. Chapter 211 concerns Alliance of Foreign Tribes. Under such circumstances, the number of people gathered around would only increase, not decrease. As for the exact number, Chu Ping'an did not bother to calculate or tally it. There was no need for that. As for taking the initiative to act now, that was equally unnecessary. Although the number of people gathered was already considerable, having one or two more would be preferable. After all, there was only him here at the moment. Even if the enemy grows impatient and initiates an attack, it won't make any difference. As for Lilith, she had already left this place after opening the treasure chest, following Chu Ping'an's orders. Master Chu and Uncle Zhou are still quite a distance away from me. Even the closest ancient one would take at least 12 hours to arrive. So there's no need to rush at all. Two equally matched supreme beings would need a considerable amount of time to determine the outcome of a battle. However, if it were a supreme being facing a 9th rank, deciding the outcome would likely take no more than a few seconds. No matter how many 9th ranked beings there are, facing a supreme being would only waste a little time and have no additional significance. For the current Chu Ping'an, he is that ultimate being, while others are merely ordinary 9th tier beings to him. While Chu Ping'an patiently waited, the number of foreign beings gathering around him grew steadily. After merging with their own kind, their patience was gradually being eroded to the point of exhaustion. Should we continue waiting? The more powerful foes arrive, the smaller our chances become. The human race isn't weak. The fact that they dare to fish in such a brazen manner clearly means they have some confidence. We don't need to be the ones to stick our necks out and test them for them. Then should we just sit here and keep waiting? Despite this, whenever an impulsive foreigner wanted to act, they were stopped by the wise elders of their tribe. They had no choice but to suppress their impulses and continue waiting. However, this clearly wasn't a long-term solution. Within just an hour, many of the outsiders had already reached their breaking point. Seeing this, the leaders of these outsiders sighed inwardly before finally making a decision. Half an hour later, in an area covered in yellow sand. Within it, a peculiar force surged constantly, forming a terrifying gravitational field. Every grain of sand, under the influence of this gravitational field, weighed as much as a small mountain. For beings of only 7th or 8th tier strength, this place was an absolute death zone. Describing it as a place where 10 out of 10 would die was no exaggeration. Even a 9th tier powerhouse entering this area might only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Only the most powerful beings can move about safely within this domain. However, staying here for an extended period of time also carries a certain risk of danger. Places as dangerous as this are incredibly common within this forbidden zone. There are even some special locations where even the most powerful beings have a high chance of encountering danger. At present, within this unique yellow sand terrain, there are 11 members of other races standing in different directions. Among them, aside from the Demon Clan and the Divine Clan, which are familiar to Chu Ping'an, there are also numerous other powerful clans ranked among the top. For example, the Michuan Clan, the Qingming Clan, and the Linyuan Clan, all ranked among the top 10 of the 10,000 clans. Apart from the top 3 tribes, any other powerful tribes that have arrived here and rank highly are all present at this moment. Facing these terrifying beings, the sand dunes, which were once as massive as mountains, now felt as light and powerless as real grains of sand. Among the various tribes, it was the most powerful Hunyuan clan that broke the current silence. Time is limited. I don't think there's any point in waiting for those who haven't arrived. What do you all think? In response to the proposal from the Hunyuan clan, the representatives present simply considered it briefly before nodding in agreement one after another. Agreed. As you wish. Ha ha ha, are those who didn't show up really not here, or are they too cowardly to come? As the words fell, the others present also smiled one after another. As for what the smiles on their faces truly meant, only they themselves knew. After everyone had finished laughing, the first to speak was the Hunyuan clan, who spoke again. Let us cut to the chase. The purpose of gathering here is clear to everyone, so I won't waste time with meaningless explanations. The strength of the Star Essence, Shadow Hunt, and Heavenly Being clans is something we all know well. What's most important is that they all have divine beings accompanying them on this journey to the Forbidden Land. Therefore, in terms of absolute strength, even if we unite, we cannot surpass them. Upon hearing the words of the Han Yuan clan, the representatives of all the present clans felt an overwhelming sense of heaviness in their hearts. There was no trace of the initial light-hearted atmosphere. The representative of the Han Yuan clan glanced at everyone's reactions before continuing. Of course, there's no need for us to worry too much. At present, the restrictions on divine-level beings in our realm are still in place. Even if they wanted to act, they would have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, unless it is an absolute necessity, the status quo will remain at the limit of the strongest beings. Clearly. As the fourth-ranked clan beneath the three major clans, the Han Yuan clan also holds access to more unknown information. Hearing his definitive words, a small number of outsiders who had no insider information also breathed a sigh of relief. However, although the status quo will only be maintained at the limit of the strongest beings, with their combat experience and the various skills they possess, they can easily handle several of the strongest beings. Therefore, do not let this fact lull you into complacency. The most important thing is that when fighting them, you never know when they will use the power of the laws. Once that power is unleashed, the consequences are too dire to even imagine. The representatives of the various alien races, who had just let out a slight sigh of relief, immediately adopted a solemn expression. That's right. Though using this power comes at a certain cost, who knows if the enemy will disregard the cost and use it directly? How would we respond then? The alien beings present couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, a foreign representative soon spoke up to break the silence. Why do you know so much about these things? Could it be that there are beings within your Han Yuan clan who have already reached the divine realm? Upon hearing this, all the representatives immediately set aside their various thoughts and looked at the other party with serious expressions. In response, the representative of the Han Yuan clan smiled wryly and explained, if we truly possessed equal strength, we would have no need to meet with you here to discuss an alliance. As for why we know so much? It's simply because our libraries contain a great deal of relevant information. Chapter 212, The Arrival of the Tianren clan and Xu Pingyan's Intent to Kill. The other alien tribes remained non-committal in response to the representative of the Han Yuan clan. Whether anyone chose to believe it or not, a sense of caution arose in everyone's hearts at that moment. Fearing to make a deal with the devil. Thank you for the information. We will be mindful of our safety when the time comes. Should we begin discussing the details of our cooperation now? Upon hearing this, the other alien races nodded in agreement. The representative of the Han Yuan tribe also spoke up decisively, of course. First and foremost, during this collaboration, if we encounter those three tribes, we must stand together and fight as one. That goes without saying. Everyone nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the overwhelming threat posed by the three tribes, they would not have chosen to unite at this time. Secondly, regardless of what we obtain from the human clan, it is each clan's own fortune. Under no circumstances may we harm one another during the course of this collaboration. This point was also agreed upon by all the other races. After all, it was only during the period of cooperation. What happened afterward was another matter. Then, the third point. Soon, the proposals put forward by the Han Yuan clan were also successively approved. Although there were one or two points that sparked some debate, after a brief discussion, they were also agreed upon by everyone. In summary, during the cooperation period, the 11 tribes present must cooperate fully and without reservation. No disputes over interests should lead to divisions. Once this incident is resolved, any other ideas or plans may be pursued independently at that time. The Han Yuan Pearl inscribed each of these provisions onto a scroll using engraved text before turning to the representatives. Then sign it. After reviewing the contents and finding no issues, the 11 individuals present proceeded to write their respective clan names on the scroll. The scroll was closed, and the intangible force of the laws bound them together. A smile appeared on the face of the Han Yuan clan. There's no time to waste. Let's strike while the three clans haven't acted yet and crush the human clan's plot. In 15 minutes, everyone gather at coordinates XXX.XXX.XX. Everyone nodded in agreement, then each used their own methods to silently vanish from their original positions. Though the locations they chose were highly secretive, such simultaneous movements by so many tribes could not possibly go unnoticed by others. The Xingrui clan. Those bastards have already started their operation. Has the ancestor not arrived yet? The ancestor said he discovered something worthwhile along the way and told us to handle things here on our own. Is there any chance the ancestor is underestimating us? You can tell that to the elder yourself. What should we do next? What else can we do? We'll just follow the old Master S orders and watch from the sidelines. Sigh, if those guys take everything, won't we have come all this way for nothing? At least we're all gathered here. We can wait for the ancestor here. It's not a complete waste of time. By the way, have the Celestial clan made any moves yet? They lost one of their own to the Human clan. Hey, you know what? They seem like they're really going to act. The Heavenly clan's strength is hard to gauge. With the ancestor absent, we'd better not get any other ideas. Shadow Hunter clan. A bunch of weaklings daring to covet treasures that aren't meant for them. How delusional. If you were one of those weaklings, would you give up voluntarily? Of course not. Then what is there to discuss? Besides, do you really think these guys are weak? What do you mean? No one is a fool. If they have the courage to covet something, they must have something to back it up. Let us not even mention the other groups. Do you really think the Han Yuan clan doesn't have any divine level beings? You're right. Compared to us, these guys are hiding their true strength even deeper. Who knows, if these few clans join forces, they might have more divine level warriors than us. What should we do next? Let us just watch for now. The human clan dares to act this way, they must have prepared something. Whether the Tianren clan moves first or the other side does, we don't need to be the ones to take the initiative. Then let us continue observing for now. The Tianzuan clan's temporary encampment. A total of 18 figures stood quietly, waiting for something. At a certain moment, as a man with silver white hair and a handsome appearance opened his eyes, the others also opened their eyes and looked in the same direction. Unbeknownst to them, another figure had appeared there. As the figure took a step forward, the void rippled outward like water, forming layer upon layer of waves. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the group. Ancestor. Looking at the figure, Lin Yu spoke calmly. The others bowed their heads slightly. Xingho glanced at the crowd and apologized. Sorry, we're a bit late. Lin Yu shook her head and spoke on behalf of the others. We just arrived as well. Xingho smiled. Then, let's go see the little one together. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Xingho extended his hand, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space before him. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been filled with awe. The Forbidden Zone was unlike the outside world. Its space was incredibly stable. Even if a supreme being were to attack with all their might, they would struggle to make the slightest dent. However, in the presence of this old man, it seemed as fragile as tofu. With a casual flick of his wrist, they were effortlessly sliced apart. Oh? Finally, someone has come? Xu Pingyan opened his eyes and looked calmly at the figure before him. Ripples spread through the space, and the members of the Celestial clan who had vanished earlier reappeared before him. The group first glanced around, then a look of confusion flashed in their eyes. However, none of them spoke, instead fixing their gaze on the old man before them. Xingho didn't look around. He smiled and spoke. Is there only you here, young friend? What else would you expect? Xingho ignored Xu Pingyan's tone. A hint of emotion flashed across his face. I never thought the human race had such a powerful individual like you. Long Ju died deservedly. Xu Pingyan blinked, confused. So, all of you came all this way just to say these nonsense words? Human, watch your tongue. Lin Yu said coldly. The other Tianren tribe members also glared angrily at Xu Pingyan. Xu Pingyan sighed and remarked, you've said all that and still don't plan to act? You really can take it. Why don't you just change your name to the Turtle Clan? The others grew even more furious, but before they could speak, Xingho waved his hand and smiled. Young friend, the more you act like this, the more curious I am about your plans. There's no need to be curious. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Xu Pingyan said indifferently, kill all of you who might pose a threat. Then, the first to enter the Forbidden Land will be my human race. That is my plan. Chapter 213, when it comes to killing all of you, I'm serious. Upon hearing Xu Pingyan's words, the heavenly clan members present could no longer contain their expressions, letting out a series of derisive laughs. Even Xingho, after a moment of stunned silence, couldn't help but laugh. Naive fool. Lin Yu mocked, because the human race today lacks depth, you think that reaching godhood means you can do whatever you want? Xu Pingyan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, I think if I were really a god, I'd be pretty invincible. At present, he had only just begun the process of advancing to the 9th rank. Above the 9th stage lie the supreme and ultimate stages. Once he finally reached the divine realm, he should be able to crush divine level beings just as easily as he had crushed supreme level beings before, right? From this perspective, the other party's words were indeed accurate. If I were really a god-tier being? What does that even mean? Although Xu Pingyan's mutterings were not loud, the weakest among the heavenly clan present were far stronger than ordinary supreme beings, so they naturally couldn't miss a word. Everyone's faces betrayed their confusion. It couldn't be that the ancestor had misjudged the situation, and the other party wasn't even a god-tier being, could it? Thinking this, some of them instinctively looked toward Xingho. However, the other party still wore a mysterious smile on his face, immediately dismissing the bold thought that had just crossed their minds. How could the ancestor be wrong? It must be this guy deliberately saying that. As for Xingho, though he appeared calm, he was actually constantly activating his abilities, attempting to probe Xu Pingyan's true strength. However, just like before, there was no response. This only strengthened Xingho's initial belief. This guy is definitely not just an ordinary divine-level being. Even he couldn't see through him. At least 3 law advancements. It is important to note that there is a significant gap between different levels of gods. Before ascending, converting several domains into laws, and after ascending, one's strength would increase exponentially. As for the claim that the opponent isn't a god-tier being? That's a huge joke. If they weren't divine tier, how could they possibly have the ability to evade his detection? The reason they say that is undoubtedly to lull them into a false sense of security. However, Even if they control 3 laws, they couldn't possibly be a match for all of us from so many clans combined. If they truly possess such power, why not just act now? Most importantly, how did the opponent manage to accumulate so many points in such a short time? Did they discover some hidden secret of this forbidden place? Are they saying this to lull us into a false sense of security and hide the truth, or is this truly their intention? One thought after another surged from Xingho's mind. Even he couldn't make an accurate judgment at the moment. Seeing that Xingho remained silent, Lin Yu coldly continued, even with our clan's strength, we wouldn't dare to face the combined forces of all the clans. You're just one person. Why say such unrealistic things and make yourself look foolish? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chu Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. Thinking this, he changed his tone and said, then consider me just stalling for time, allowing my human clan to seek out even more astonishing secrets. So that's it. Lin Yu smiled confidently. Chu Pingyan felt even more helpless. Well, a lie I made up on the spot was actually believed. Genius, get out of here. Shaking his head, Chu Pingyan shrugged indifferently, you can think whatever you want. If you're not planning to harm me, why not step aside first? I seem to have other guests arriving soon. The reason he hadn't acted until now wasn't because Chu Pingyan had changed his ways or held back toward the foreign race. He was simply worried that if he got too serious during the fight, he might accidentally kill everyone present. That would only scare the other outsiders. If these creatures were to flee, all the time and effort he had spent luring them here would be wasted. Upon hearing Chu Pingyan's words, the Tianran tribe's gaze all focused on Xingho. They were clearly waiting for him to give the order. Xingho snapped back to reality, gave Chu Pingyan a meaningful look, and smiled. Since your plan is to ambush and kill the other alien races, why don't we collaborate? No deal. Chu Pingyan refused without hesitation. What a joke. He could handle this alone, why would he need to team up with others? Xingho was taken aback and asked in confusion, won't you even listen to my proposal? I won't listen. Xingho sighed, if that's the case, then we won't disturb you any further. Ancestor? Lin Yu looked at him in confusion, and the others also looked puzzled but remained silent. Xingho waved his hand, and everyone fell silent. He gave Chu Pingyan a meaningful look, and the latter once again tore open the space, bringing all the Tianran clan members inside. Chu Pingyan merely glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. Though it appeared as though he had used a skill to teleport himself, he had actually employed a skill similar to the one used by that previous individual. He hadn't left this place instead, he had hidden them all within a layer of the space. The mantis catches the cicada, but the oriole is behind? A boring trick. As long as these guys aren't planning to leave, there's no need for him to intervene. Anyway, whether he deals with them first or later doesn't matter much. Xingho clearly didn't expect that Chu Pingyan, who had only seen this secret technique once, could uncover their disguise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered with such a disguise, they would have torn open the space and fled with their clan. Ignoring the departing celestial clan members, Chu Pingyan looked toward the horizon. In his perception, there were currently over 100 foreign tribesmen approaching him from all directions. Further behind this group, there were scattered stragglers trailing after them. Chu Pingyan paid no heed to these trailing outsiders. A few stragglers like them couldn't compare to the main course. As for the over 100 alien beings closing in, compressing the space around them, it was clear they had formed some kind of unspoken alliance. That's true. Knowing they're not a match for the strongest, they naturally have to find other ways. No one was foolish enough to work so hard only to end up doing someone else's bidding. As for why this group of foreigners has gathered in this manner, are they worried I'll escape? Chu Pingyan sighed, why waste time like this? He was very serious about killing everyone. Before long, a minute had passed in the blink of an eye. Without a sound, more and more foreign beings of various appearances appeared all around Chu Pingyan. This group of foreigners stared at Chu Pingyan, who was at the center, with an incredibly cold gaze. Those gazes were as though they were looking at a dead man. Chapter 214, The Arrival of the Tribes, Chaos Ensues. At the same time, in the alternate dimension, it was still that mysterious hall. The fluctuations of the laws had ceased. The mysterious figure, with a delicate face shrouded in sheer veils, was covered in frost. I know you're hiding something, but I never expected it to be so deeply concealed. Mysterious fluctuations emanated from the depths. You've always known my true strength, haven't you? However, I never expected that I would be so important in your plan that you would reveal so much of your power just to stop me. Then why stop now? A brief pause, as if receiving information from the other party. She sneered, going now would be pointless? Even if we had gone in the first place, wouldn't the result have been the same? Since you're not going to stop me anymore, then we'll never meet again. As if sensing the resolve in her words, the power of the law surged forth once more from the depths. Another wave of energy surged forth, as if engaging in some sort of transaction or negotiation with her. This time, however, there was no immediate exchange. It seemed as though it was thinking, judging. The fluctuation took advantage of the moment, continuously urging and persuading. After a moment, the mysterious figure helplessly lowered its hands and withdrew its law-based power. All right. If, after 3 hours, you cannot revive Ping'an completely as you claimed, then I will take my own life here. As the words fell, the fluctuations resurfaced from the depths, as if making various assurances to her once more. The law's power gradually dissipated. The figure returned to its original position, gazing at the scene revealed to her, its eyes filled with contemplation. Ping'an, why are you doing this? Though she had never been by Chu Ping'an's side as a mother, she believed in her child unconditionally and without reservation. Therefore, from that moment onward, everything she did was to secure a trump card for Chu Ping'an. A powerful trump card that would fear even death. That was why the previous events had unfolded. Her goal had already been achieved. Pulling her thoughts back, she gazed at the handsome figure on the screen, and a smile flickered across her face behind the sheer veil. No matter what you want to do, go for it. I will always support you. Interdimensional space. Ancestor, why don't we just act now? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Our clan has 3 divine-level beings. We could have easily taken him down just now. Xingho glanced at Lin Yu and said calmly, are you questioning my judgment? Dare not. Lin Yu immediately lowered his head and responded in fear. Xingho waved his hand and sighed, there's no need for that. In fact, I too hope my judgment was wrong. But an entity capable of taking such a step is no fool. The fact that he remains so composed and is the only one here leaves me uneasy. Since other alien races covet the treasures on his body, let them try their luck. If I'm overthinking this, then everything can be resolved. But if... Thinking of a possible spark, a look of concern flashed in his eyes. After sighing, he spoke, in any case, whether it is or isn't, let's just observe for now. I hope it's not the worst outcome I'm imagining. After hearing Xingho's explanation, the other Tianran clan members nodded silently. They then looked ahead. Those golden patterned pupils, flickering with divine patterns, seemed to pierce through layer upon layer of overlapping space, revealing the scenes beyond. As the great calamity approaches, the divine battlefields that once concealed countless secrets are beginning to stir. One by one, monsters are emerging. I hope that after this, our clan can continue to endure as we did last time. Even though he had reached the divine realm, the more he knew, the less at ease he felt. Instead, he grew increasingly concerned about the future. Yet this worry, he could not confide to anyone else. Beyond the layers of space. As the alien beings searched inch by inch, they finally arrived before Chu Ping'an. These once confident alien beings couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion on their faces. For before them stood only a single figure. After a thorough search, they discovered that there were no other beings in the space, it was truly just Chu Ping'an alone. This confusion not only failed to dissipate but grew even more intense. Human, why are you the only one here? A member of the Lin Yuan tribe could no longer contain himself and blurted out the question. Chu Ping'an looked at the other person and smiled lightly, naturally, it's because. To kill you all, I alone am sufficient. As he finished speaking. Before the other alien races could react, he had already taken a step forward, appearing before the one who had spoken. Supreme power was unleashed without reservation at that moment. The stage was set, and all the players were in place. At this point, Chu Ping'an naturally wouldn't waste any more time chatting with these fools. Eliminating these foes as quickly as possible was the top priority. Arrogant. Chu Ping'an's actions caught everyone present off guard. After a moment of shock, everyone quickly regained their composure. They were immediately enraged by his actions, their faces contorted with anger. There were so many of them, and yet they didn't attack immediately. Now the enemy dared to provoke them in return. He was simply courting death. In an instant, one after another of the foreign tribesmen activated their domains and unleashed powerful skills, charging toward Chu Ping'an's location. Only the member of the Scaled Abyss clan standing before Chu Ping'an was filled with terror at that moment. He never imagined that simply asking a question would make him the spark that ignited this battle. And now he had become Chu Ping'an's target. Being targeted by Chu Ping'an was bad enough, but the real problem was, can you guys ease up a bit? I'm still here. After this barrage of skills, the human boy was undoubtedly doomed, but he couldn't possibly survive either. The Lin Yuan clan member was filled with regret, cursing himself for asking that question, while also trying to activate his skills, domain, and innate abilities. Even an ant clings to life. Even knowing there's no chance of survival under such a barrage of skills, what if? Without a shred of hope, what's the difference between him and a piece of dried fish? However, he soon realized with horror that under Chu Ping'an's chi lock, he couldn't move a muscle. This feeling was akin to standing before that overwhelming force before entering a forbidden zone. He knew these actions were foolish, but his body refused to obey, leaving him powerless to resist as the other did as he pleased. This feeling left him utterly despairing. Chapter 215, all just a game. As the other felt despair, Chu Ping'an's gaze flickered. These guys are really merciless. Though he said this, he fully understood their actions. It was a simple matter. The supreme beings present all possessed the ability to resurrect. If they could resurrect, there was no need to hold back. The same applies to him. In their eyes, Chu Ping'an also possesses the means to resurrect. However, the difference lies in the fact that they have over 100 people. After being resurrected, regardless of whether they enter a weakened state, they can retreat to the rear and recover slowly. On the other hand, Chu Pingyan is alone. Even if he has countless resurrection attempts, in a situation where one side gains while the other loses, the advantage will always remain firmly in their hands. For this reason, the enemy will naturally hold nothing back. In their eyes, trading revives for revives is a no-brainer. However, attacks of this caliber are meaningless to me. Even if I just stand here and do nothing, I can't break through their defenses. What a pity. The others clearly had no idea about this. So, I can fully exploit the information asymmetry and do nothing, letting these guys kill the enemies for me. Though this method is undoubtedly less efficient than acting on his own, if he doesn't show weakness early on, how can he convince the other untouched foreign warriors to make a decision? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chu Pingyan's fist had already slammed into the face of the foreigner. At the same time, countless skill effects completely enveloped him and the foreigner. Control, weakness buffs, true damage, soul attacks, the list went on. It could only be said that if it weren't for the fact that Chu Pingyan had undergone a complete transformation, the combined attack of over 100 foreign enemies might have actually injured him. As for now, in the face of his hundreds of millions of divine essence, they couldn't even break through his defenses. Of course, this reality is undeniably despairing. Out of concern for not frightening the little ones, Chu Pingyan kindly weakened his defenses slightly, making the wounds on his body appear more gruesome. As for the foreigner, after noticing the attacks from others, he withdrew his punch. He simply enveloped the target with his chi. He watched as one skill after another devoured and annihilated the enemy. Then, he pretended to be utterly disheveled as he broke free from the barrage of attacks and charged toward the nearest target. Damn it, our combined skills couldn't even kill him instantly. It's not surprising. Without any real strength, how dare he use himself as bait? Keep going. Let him pay the price for his arrogance. The brief exchange didn't even slow them down. The foreigner targeted by Chu Pingyan's gaze immediately changed expression and attempted to use a skill to escape. Unfortunately, the next moment, for some reason, a moment of confusion flashed across his eyes. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been engulfed by countless skills. A look of despair flashed across the alien's eyes. Despite being overwhelmed by attacks, Chu Pingyan seemed to struggle, paying a heavy price, and once again broke free from the crowd's attacks. The other foreign warriors paid no heed. If the opponent didn't even have this much ability, that would truly be unexpected. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. And within those brief 10 seconds, Chu Pingyan found himself in danger multiple times. And in each of these crises, as many as 11 of the foreign tribesmen were caught up in the chaos. This discovery caused many of the foreign tribesmen to furrow their brows in concern. They sensed something was amiss. Several alien beings with a stronger sense of perception instinctively activated their domain powers to sense Chu Pingyan's situation. Instantly, anger flashed across their faces. Damn it! Every time he's injured, his vitality becomes even stronger, and he fully recovers in an extremely short amount of time. No wonder he's managed to break out of our encirclement so many times. Don't hold back anymore. We must eliminate him with a single strike. Otherwise, everything we've done will only be helping him. Just then, the first alien who had been killed finally revived. Upon reviving, he immediately revealed his information to everyone. This guy must have a divine artifact. While locked onto by this artifact, he can't even mobilize the power within his body. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other alien beings showed no signs of surprise. If there were no underlying reasons, how could he have been captured by Chu Pingyan every time? However, even a divine artifact can't be used endlessly without limits, can it? In just 10 seconds, he has already used it multiple times. Even if it's a divine artifact, such a powerful effect shouldn't last too long. Surround him but don't attack, and wait for the effect of the divine artifact to fade. A chaotic free-for-all involving over 100 people targeting a single individual is simply too chaotic. Even if every single person present were at the pinnacle of their abilities, it would be nearly impossible to maintain order. One moment, someone suggested not holding back and using burst skills to kill Chu Pingyan, and the next moment, someone else suggested surrounding him without attacking. As a result, under these conflicting orders, less than half of the people used their burst skills, while the other half simply stopped fighting. Despite only half of the fighters fully unleashing their burst skills, the foreigner targeted by Chu Pingyan was killed instantly without a hint of resistance. The enemy cursed under his breath as he died, but Chu Pingyan was unaware of it. He continued to pretend that the damage was insufficient to kill him, charging forward once more with relentless determination toward his next target. His specialty was self-destruction. However, after all, they were all at the pinnacle of their abilities. Mistakes would only happen once. Soon, all the foreign tribes united in their decision to wait until the effect of the divine artifact wore off before continuing their attack. Though they didn't know how long the artifact's effect would last, waiting an extra minute or two wouldn't hurt. After all, with the current siege, the enemy was already a sitting duck. Seeing that this group was not rushing to give their all, Chu Pingyan followed suit and relaxed as well. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. It's been so long it should be about time. Shall we give it a try? Alright. The proposal was quickly approved. After several attempts, they realized there was no longer that locked-in feeling, and the faces of the other races lit up with excitement. Give it your all. Let's see how he handles this. Exactly. This time, don't hold back, make sure it's a one-hit kill. As long as we can kill him once, it'll be easier afterward. The brief exchange was completed in an instant, and the alien beings all activated their burst skills, seemingly giving it their all. Seeing this, the bystanding alien beings couldn't help but glance around nervously. They hesitated, unsure whether to act now and try to get a piece of the action. Chapter 216, Overwhelming Annihilation, the Alien Race's Terror. Ancestor, aren't you going to act? Seeing that Chu Ping'an's situation was growing increasingly dire, Lin Yu could no longer hold back and spoke up. Xingho's gaze grew deep. Under the expectant gazes of the heavenly human clan, he shook his head, no rush. According to his calculations, the opponent was at least a god-tier being who mastered 3 laws. With such power, facing so many opponents, they might be a bit overwhelmed, but to be killed so easily? He didn't believe it. In fact, once the laws were unleashed, everyone present would die multiple times. Therefore, am I mistaken in my assessment, or is the opponent deliberately holding back? Even someone as experienced as Xingho was momentarily unsure of what to do. Out of caution, he decided to play it safe. If my guess is wrong, we can always revive them. We can wait until they revive before acting. Hearing Xingho's decision, the others could only sigh inwardly and nod in agreement. Unlike Xingho's composure, some other hidden alien races finally made up their minds. Strange, where are the heavenly clan members? Never mind, let's act first. Otherwise, the items will truly fall into the hands of these fellows. With such weak strength, I wonder where they got the courage to do this. I wonder what the human clan is planning. But as long as we can obtain this creature's soul, all the secrets will be revealed. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared around them. Though the strength of a single clan may not match that of the top-ranked powerful clans, there were still thousands of clans present in this forbidden zone, though none had reached the 10,000 clans level. Among these diverse races, even if a single clan only had one supreme being, their combined strength would be utterly overwhelming. It was only because time was limited that the number of foreign tribes present was not several times greater than this. Upon sensing these suddenly appearing supreme beings, even those who had prepared themselves mentally were startled by their overwhelming numbers. Damn it, how could there be so many of them? When did they unite? No, it's not an alliance, it's an unconscious coordination among the weaker ones. There was no prior communication or coordination. This is the only choice the weak have to survive in this brutal world. Though shocked by their overwhelming numbers, now is not the time to confront them. The top priority is to deal with Chu Ping'an first. Everything else must be put on hold and made way for. With this in mind, he once again acted without hesitation, ensuring that Chu Ping'an was killed without fail. As for why this group didn't wait until they had dealt with Chu Ping'an before acting, it was clearly because they feared he might die too quickly, leaving them no opportunity to intervene once they wanted to. They had no choice but to join the battlefield at this moment. The newly arrived foreign warriors also hesitated little before using their skills to assist in the attack. Both sides shared the same objective: eliminate the enemy first, then deal with the rest. Others immediately adapted to the situation. Looking at the area covered by countless skills, Lin Yu, hidden in the spatial interlayer, spoke with a solemn expression. I never expected so many people to be drawn here. Even I would be in grave danger if covered by so many skills. Though it's true that divine tier beings are in a different league when facing those below them. However, within these attacks, the power of god tier beings was also surging. Moreover, many of them might be carrying clan artifacts, and under such a massive skill barrage, Lin Yu, who had only recently ascended to god tier, naturally had no confidence in fully handling the situation. In fact, not even Xingho had complete confidence. As he spoke, Lin Yu instinctively glanced at Xingho beside him. A sigh of admiration arose in his heart. Experience truly is a teacher. If they had gone out in that situation earlier, they would likely have become the new targets of everyone's attacks in an instant. Given how much these people feared them, they might even abandon Chu Ping'an temporarily and join forces to eliminate them first. Thinking of this, Lin Yu grew even more impressed by Xingho's earlier decision. Xingho was unaware of Lin Yu's thoughts. At that moment, his attention was completely focused on the battlefield outside. Are you still planning to hide at this point? Let me see for myself what difference is there between you, who has mastered 3 laws and attained godhood, and us. Under the gaze of everyone present, Chu Ping'an, the core figure covered in countless skills, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The fish are all here. Since that's the case, let's start reeling them in. At that moment, he no longer held anything back. One by one, the powerful skills enhanced by his domain silently vanished before him. Then, the figure in place split into 50 separate forms. Before the alien races could react, the 50 figures had already closed in on each of them. Under their terrified gazes, he casually struck them down with a single punch. 50 alien beings were instantly killed simultaneously. Such a sudden change caused all the aliens present to change color in shock. Damn it! What is this? Who tampered with the situation? Why is this guy unharmed? Too many questions left their minds in disarray for a moment. However, Chu Pingyan did not rush to strike again. He sighed and spoke with a hint of resignation. To be honest, I didn't want to kill anyone. What a pity. There are always some reckless individuals who envy my points and come here to meet their demise. If that's the case, I'll just have to take them all out at once. As the words fell, Chu Pingyan's hands had already produced a circular ring. The ring emitted a rainbow of colors, spreading outward in all directions. Before anyone could react, the space within a 10-kilometer radius was completely sealed off. Instantly, all the alien beings felt as though they were bearing the weight of a small asteroid on their backs, leaving them gasping for breath. The surrounding space also became increasingly dense and resilient. Chu Pingyan shifted his gaze to the area not far ahead of him and spoke with a smile. Have you all decided to come out yet? There was no response. Seeing this, Chu Pingyan sighed. Since you don't like coming out on your own, let me invite you out. As he spoke, the ring in his hand emitted a colorless glow that swept over the area he was looking at. Soon, ripples began to spread through the space. The Starfire and others, who had been hiding in the interlayer, also appeared before everyone. Upon seeing them, the alien beings, who had been stunned by Chu Pingyan's abilities, now looked even more astonished. From start to finish, they hadn't noticed the Celestial Clan was here. Just thinking about the battle that had just taken place, all under the enemy's gaze, an icy chill involuntarily surged through their bodies. Chapter 217, Sealing the Space, Annihilation. So the Celestial Clan had been here all along. Despite possessing the strongest power, they dared to hide in the shadows. How despicable. No wonder they're the Celestial Clan with the strongest innate talent not a single one of them noticed. Wait. How did this guy manage to detect them and force them out? Is he a monster? Everyone's thoughts shifted with the constant changes unfolding on the field. The Heavenly Clan members who had been summoned out by Chu Pingyan also wore expressions of extreme gravity. They never imagined that the abilities their ancestor had unleashed through his innate talent could be detected by the enemy. Discovering it was bad enough, but to have the means to force them out was even worse. At that moment, they suddenly felt that the situation, which had seemed certain to be one, had suddenly become uncertain. As the one directly involved, Xingho's heart was racing wildly. What was that force just now? Why, as a god-tier being, do I feel like a child facing an adult, completely unable to resist? For some reason, Xingho's mind suddenly recalled the initial conversation he had with the other party. The conversation could be summarized in a single sentence. There is no purpose. I simply wish to eliminate all of you who have come here. At first hearing, it seemed utterly as if the other was joking with him. But now, upon hearing it again, if I really had that power from earlier, maybe it could actually happen. At this thought, a sense of retreat arose in Xingho's heart. Taking a deep breath, Xingho looked at Chu Pingyan and spoke seriously. Young friend, may we leave? As long as you let us leave, the Heavenly Clan will retreat 3 steps upon seeing the human clan in the Forbidden Heart. Furthermore, we will never compete with you for the first spot. Upon hearing Xingho's words, the other alien beings present were taken aback, then couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What's going on? The proud Celestial Clan is actually backing down? And they're even promising to give up the first position. And most importantly, they said this in front of so many of their own people. What does this mean? Does he really think that even with all of them, plus the Celestial Clan, they're no match for the other party alone? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing Xingho's words, Chu Pingyan was also taken aback. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Your statement is rather amusing. First of all, I'm from the human clan. Why should you be the one to step aside? As for retreating 3 steps, Chu Pingyan grinned, revealing his white, even teeth. Try telling me to retreat 1 step. Xingho felt a surge of anger rise within him, but it came and went just as quickly. The more the other party acted brazenly, the more he feared them. If Chu Pingyan were to back down now, he would genuinely doubt whether the other was just a paper tiger. Their current arrogance matched his worst fears. Thinking this, Xingho nodded, his face breaking into a friendly smile. You're right, young friend. I was the one who didn't think it through. What price must I pay to have you let us go? Hearing Xingho's words, the hundreds of foreign tribesmen present all froze in shock. Crazy. They're all gone mad. Every word was recognizable, yet it felt like they couldn't understand a single thing. Is this even a normal language? Ignoring the chaos among the other races, Chu Pingyan glanced at the other party with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this old man's perception to be so sharp. However, what price are you willing to pay? Chu Pingyan gave a playful smile. Xingho shook his head. If it's too much, then there's no choice but to fight. Caution doesn't mean fear. Constant retreat only emboldens the enemy. I see. Chu Pingyan asked curiously, I wonder, would you consider it too much to ask you all to leave your lives to me? You're joking, aren't you? Before Xingho could speak, Lin Yu had already glared at him angrily. Xingho's face also turned completely cold. You have no sincerity at all, young friend. Then let us fight. It's you who lack sincerity. Chu Pingyan shook his head and sighed. You won't even give me your life. How can I trust you? As he spoke, Chu Pingyan wore a half smile on his face. Though I don't know if you're intentionally stalling for time or truly intend to leave like this. Is there a possibility? The reason I've been talking so much is that I'm also waiting for the effects of my skills to fully take effect. Upon hearing this, Xingho and the other alien race's expressions changed drastically. Though they had no idea what skill he was waiting for, at that moment, they all felt as though a great disaster was about to befall them. However, even if they realized what was happening at that moment, they had no way to react. Only the circular ring in Chu Ping and S hands silently merged into the space. Instantly, the pressure on their bodies intensified by another third. Some of the weaker supreme beings were directly crushed into fragments by this force, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, some of the stronger beings with spatial domains discovered that they had completely lost connection with the original space. Most spatial skills were unusable, and those that could be used were extremely difficult to activate. Recalling the exchange between Xingho and Chu Ping earlier, a sense of unexplainable fear welled up in their hearts. He desperately wanted to activate his life-saving ability and flee. However, how is that possible? Why isn't it working? As if sensing their subtle movements, Chu Ping spoke with a smile. Don't waste your effort. The entire space has already been sealed off by me. You now have only two choices. Either kill me, take everything I have, and leave this place, or I killed them all. The circular ring that Chu Ping had just used was naturally a true divine artifact. However, in Chu Ping's view, the greatest effect of this true divine artifact was not the restrictions it imposed on the various alien races, but its ability to seal off the area. However, the conditions for triggering this ability were far too stringent. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible to activate this ability. Yet he never expected that Xingho would voluntarily engage him in conversation to buy time. Now that this ability has been fully activated, Chu Ping no longer needs to worry about these hard-won prey escaping. Looking at the grim expressions of the alien races, Chu Ping couldn't help but smile. Why be so pessimistic? I'm only one person. You, on the other hand, have two-digit numbers of divine-level beings. Why are you all looking like your family has died? Shouldn't I be the one panicking? Despite Chu Ping's reasonable words, not a single person present felt any joy. At that moment, every bone in their bodies was filled with bone-chilling cold. Chapter 218, Invincible. How lonely. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The battle had ended. Under the absolute numerical superiority, coupled with the assistance of numerous divine artifacts, and the ultimate trump card of borrowing the laws, the outcome was inevitable. Including the Celestial Clan, a total of 532 supreme beings were left with no survivors. As the top-ranked names continued to disappear from the leaderboard, Chu Ping's points kept increasing at regular intervals. While other supreme beings who were still on their way to the battlefield couldn't help but show expressions of disbelief, before turning around and fleeing without hesitation. Anyone with even a shred of sense could see what had transpired in that brief hour. Staying was tantamount to rushing to one's death. Within that mysterious space, the figure who had witnessed everything, along with the mysterious fluctuations, fell into complete silence. Soon, laughter echoed throughout the space. The laughter was filled with pride and arrogance. A moment passed. Once Qianying's emotions had calmed down, she spoke up and asked, with Ping's abilities, couldn't he have completed the task better? Why didn't you let me go see him? So everything was a lie after all. You're worried that Ping's abilities are too strong and would disrupt the situation you've carefully crafted. Am I wrong? In response to her questioning, there was no fluctuation, only an overwhelming force sealing off the entire space. Qianying sneered coldly before remaining silent, crossing her legs and sitting down. Time passed swiftly, and over 10 days flew by. Bai Qitian, Zhou Zhua, and the others had already joined him. With no more bothersome foreign tribes to deal with, their days had become a mundane routine of opening treasure chests and admiring divine artifacts. No one knew how much stronger Chu Ping had become in those short 10 days. As the final few hours approached, he tore open the space before him and brought Bai Qitian and the others directly to that mysterious space. He had sensed it earlier. Over the past 10 days, as his strength had grown, the number of divine artifacts and true divine artifacts had increased, and he had pinpointed the location of this space. Upon arriving at this space, everyone quickly spotted the graceful figure in the grand hall. Under Bai Qitian's stunned explanation, Chu Ping finally reunited with his mother. Subsequently, with overwhelming power, they completely destroyed the entire Forbidden Zone. The laws of the 10,000 Realms battlefield underwent a massive transformation as a result. Various laws became even more active. The day of the descent of the Divine Realm was once again brought forward. Before long, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The descent of the Divine Realm is now imminent. On this very day, with the aid of the divine artifact, Chu Ping, who had already mastered the 3,000 Great Tao, finally took the final and most crucial step. In the moment he ignited the divine flame, he directly transformed into an existence above true gods, the ruler of realms. 1 month later. On this day, the battlefield of the 10,000 realms trembled. The divine realm descended. Countless deities descended. Gazing at the land before them, the eyes of these gods were filled with worldly desires. Greed, desire. At this moment, they were no different from ordinary mortals. Only by devouring an entire realm can they hope to advance further. As the gods descended with their armies onto the battlefield of the 10,000 races eager to ignite war, a detached voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Since you have come, then all of you shall remain here. At some unknown moment, a dazzling figure sat high in the sky, surrounded by endless divine light. Its indifferent gaze fixed on the world below, seeing not powerful gods, but rather countless insignificant ants. Before the ants could react, a gentle breeze swept through, cleansing the world of impurities. Everything shattered, split apart, and was reforged once more. If there was any change in this process, perhaps it was that the invaders from the other world had failed to be reborn after being shattered. Chu Pinyin calmly withdrew his gaze and sighed helplessly, invincible, truly lonely. The end. Ending comments. This book comes to an end here. It's not that I wanted to end it, but I had to stop here. In fact, even while rushing to meet deadlines, I realized the story was inevitably falling apart. Although I was aware of the issues, it was like a train in motion. Once it's moving forward, there is no turning back to make changes. The pace was too fast to slow down, so I had to rush through some parts that needed more attention. To avoid this, I finally decided to wrap it up in the past 2 days. In reality, this book started as just a random idea, and I just dove in and started writing. Unfortunately, the idea wasn't very original, and seeing the pitiful number of bookmarks before reaching 50,000 words made me consider abandoning it countless times. Looking back now, I'm glad I persisted and finished it. The final result is still satisfactory. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for your support and for liking it. That's all I have to say for now. My new book has already been released today. It's a feel-good story in the everyone becomes a lord genre. I've also summarized a few issues with this book, and I'll strive to avoid them in the new one. If you find it interesting, please continue to support it. If not, we'll part ways here. See you in the next adventure. Finally, once again, thank you all for your support for this book.